The little guy is completely dazed, staring at the face of a strange man right in front of him. Just a moment ago, he was a mighty, badass dragon, but now, he's been reincarnated as a tiny, pathetic human brat. The man, seeing the baby wail, joyfully shows him off to his wife. "Look, honey, it seems like our son really likes me. I, the Thunder Dragon, cannot be insulted like this. If this man is looking for death, I will grant his wish." The baby's whole body trembles, preparing to unleash magic to incinerate the man in front of him. To his surprise, all that comes out is a foul-smelling, thick liquid, dealing 0 damage. The red dragon, now in the body of a baby, doesn't even know where his magic went, and now it's the woman's turn to approach. In his eyes, she is no different from a demon in human skin. "Come to mommy." Thunder. That incredibly lame name given by these humans really pisses off the dragon, who is now called Thunder. Does she even know who he is? Hidden beneath this tiny body is the last red dragon of the dragon race. But Thunder thinks, if fate has destined him to be a great red dragon once more, then this is a golden opportunity for revenge. Just like how those people treated the dragons. Thunder needs a human body to blend in, and then, of course, he will pay them back in full. He has to drag all of humanity down to hell with his own kind. Thinking of his flawless plan, Thunder chuckles in delight, but the man, his father, has a bad feeling. No matter what, he's still our baby. While the two old folks are being all lovey-dovey, Thunder is just thinking about strangling them. But before he can even finish that thought, Thunder feels sleepy. A human body is truly so weak. With one blink, Thunder has grown up quite a bit. After being in this human form for a while, Thunder starts to gain a new perspective on humans. Most importantly, he finally knows his parents' names. Calling them the long-haired one and the short-haired one was way too generic. They are named Scarlet and Jack, no, not J97. Compared to others, Jack and Scarlet seem better looking, especially Scarlet, who has a gentle face and seems incredibly kind. And Jack has a much more muscular and sturdy build than others. The villagers often come to visit them, and even treat them with quite a bit of respect, because they are rare adventurers among the humans. Once, 2 men came to thank Jack and Scarlet for saving their lives deep in the forest, even praising them as a match made in heaven. Just then, Thunder crawls over to eavesdrop. Scarlet thinks he's hungry, so she gets up to make food for Thunder. One of the men praises Thunder for being smart, but he is startled when he notices Thunder's hair has a reddish tint. Jack doesn't suspect his wife at all. Even he doesn't know why Thunder's hair started turning red a few days ago. Only Thunder knows that this might be a sign he still has some of his red dragon power within this body. The 2 guests hurriedly leave, and not even 3 steps out the door, they start whispering. "Tell me, do you think the Taylor family is cursed?" It's very possible. Not every normal person can become an adventurer. They can encounter unpredictable dangers at any time. Thunder also realizes that these humans seem wary of his red hair, or maybe those 2 guys felt Thunder was some kind of threat to them. "Time to eat, my dear." Scarlet gently lifts Thunder up to the dining table. Compared to others, Thunder finds these 2 even more confusing. They never get angry, even though Thunder has tested them time and time again, making a mess all over his face while eating. Thunder even peed on Jack's mouth while he was sleeping. Yet, Jack proudly praised Thunder, calling him a genius for knowing how to pee on his own. Thunder thinks to himself, if there is a hell, it's nothing compared to having to live with these 2. In this world, adventurers are already rare, and Scarlet is a rare type of magic caster. If Thunder can master the most powerful magic in the world in the future, his projected time for revenge will be much easier. Every child, when they turn 2, gets a chance to take the magic caster aptitude test. And today is that day for Thunder. Scarlet will take Thunder to get tested, while Jack stays home. As the last red dragon reborn, and the child of 2 adventurers, Thunder is sure he will pass this test easily. Once he regains his magic, no one will be able to stop Thunder from ascending to the peak of glory. Or so he thinks. After a long day, Thunder and his mother finally reach the town. This is the transit hub, or to put it bluntly, the town market. An old man is selling a bunch of purple crystals, fawning over customers with flattery, but kicking beggars and chasing them away. Thunder only just stepped out of Jack and Scarlet's house. He didn't expect that these people, despite being human, would look down on and mock those weaker than themselves. Before, Thunder used to think that protecting those weaker than him was a duty, so he tried his best, even though he failed in the end. By nightfall, they reach the Roland Academy, with a line stretching across the street. The crowd gets Thunder excited. Children are crying constantly, especially the kid with that old man face, Alice. It's not fair. On what basis did they get past? Thunder smiles faintly, thinking, You silly girl, the world has always been this unfair. Finally, it's Thunder's turn to be on the chopping block, and both he and Scarlet are nervous. An old man in a hooded cloak invites Scarlet to place Thunder's hands on a crystal ball. If he has magical talent, the orb will glow. The corresponding colors will reveal Thunder's specialty element. Thunder is extremely confident. You humans better open your eyes and witness the power of the great red dragon. There is nothing in magic that I do not know. Sniff, sniff. Thunder hears Scarlet crying behind him. Is she shocked by his innate talent? Thunder is startled. Why isn't the orb glowing? The old man gives his condolences. I'm sorry. Your child has no magical talent. Thunder feels this is completely absurd. In his past life, he was the greatest dragon in the world. Scarlet also feels something is wrong. She is a graduate of this academy herself. Thunder repeatedly hits the orb. There must be something wrong with it. The old man quickly takes the orb back before Thunder breaks it. I'm sorry, young friend. There's nothing more I can do. Thunder spits out his pacifier, preparing to combo the old man. He lunges to grab the old man's beard, trying to rip it right off his face. Grr! Do you know who my father is, you old geezer? Why doesn't Thunder have magic? This old man is definitely lying. Thunder jumps on the old man's head like he's riding a horse, to the point that the old man has to call for the guards. The legendary dragon found himself reborn, yet completely unable to use magic. It was truly the most ridiculous thing Thunder had faced in his thousands of years of survival. Was he being punished by the heavens for all the humans he had killed? No. If the heavens wanted that, they wouldn't have let him be reborn at all. A thought suddenly flashed through Thunder's mind. This must be a test from the heavens. If he couldn't become a legendary mage, he would have to find another way to take his revenge. That evening at dinner, Thunder asked Jack, "Teach me how to fight." Jack's face beamed with pride, unable to believe his 2-year-old son wanted to learn swordsmanship. To Thunder, this was the only way to carry on his dream of vengeance. Even though the urge for revenge was constantly burning in his mind, things weren't as easy as he had imagined. 2 years had passed since Thunder first asked Jack to teach him, but he hadn't won a single time. However, things were a bit different today. As Jack swung his arm back, Thunder recognized the move all too well. He had been hit by it countless times. According to his calculations, Thunder just needed to time it right. By turning at the exact moment the sword came down, he could strike Jack's side. The moment arrived, and Thunder felt victory was within reach. But suddenly, the sword appeared right in front of him out of nowhere, followed by a tap on the head and the sound of his own inner voice. Why couldn't this human body keep up with his dragon brain? His clumsy hands kept holding him back. After some time had passed, Thunder lay in bed under Scarlet's care, while Jack stood nearby, grinning smugly. Did he really dare to laugh? Couldn't he have gone a bit easier on him? He was only 4 years old. Faced with Scarlet's scolding, Jack felt cornered. The knighthood exam was only a year away, and if things continued like this, Thunder would never pass. But Scarlet didn't need Thunder to follow in their footsteps. Besides being an adventurer, there were plenty of other noble professions in the world. Jack remained extremely confident. He probably realized that Thunder's only problem was his lack of body control. 1 year was still enough time for Thunder to improve, but Thunder himself was starting to feel anxious. In another year, he would have to face off against other kids at the Knight Academy. Don't worry, family. I'll definitely be able to do it. He wanted to say he was the heir of the Red Dragon, and that he couldn't be as weak as a human, but he wasn't stupid enough to say that out loud. Thunder was confident that his physical potential was far beyond his peers. The problem, however, was his control. No matter how many times he practiced, Thunder's body remained clumsy. While his limbs could move independently, they just couldn't coordinate with each other. Jack wandered around looking for Thunder, guessing he would be in the backyard practicing. He handed Thunder a real sword. From now on, this is yours. With your current strength, you're finally ready to train with a real blade. Thunder was incredibly surprised, but Jack whispered that he had one more gift in the grain storage. It was the latest model of a magic wooden dummy, the kind used by knight academies to train recruits. Of course, Thunder didn't believe the dummy was anything special. Jack gestured with his chin for him to try attacking it. As soon as Thunder lunged, the dummy activated level 1 mode. It raised its shield, easily blocking Thunder's attack. It even knocked the sword out of his hand in under 3 seconds. Afterward, the dummy returned to its original position as if nothing had happened. Jack chuckled. What did I tell you? He guaranteed that if Thunder could defeat this level 1 magic dummy, he would definitely be able to get into the Knight Academy. I had to call in some favors just to get this thing for you. Thunder's eyes lit up. This dummy was like a glimmer of hope in his otherwise bleak sword training journey. Given time, he would definitely conquer it. Today, Thunder changed his practice spot to see if a change of scenery would bring any progress. After training for half the day, he lay on the ground, frustrated. Damn it, his movements still weren't fast enough, and his human body was just too weak. At this rate, forget about revenge, he didn't even know when he'd be able to beat that dummy. Why do you need to beat the dummy? A strange voice echoed through the quiet forest, startling Thunder. He immediately grabbed his sword into a defensive stance, his face full of caution. Who was it? Thunder's eyes went wider than ever. Standing before him was a blonde girl with an innocent face, looking just like Little Red Riding Hood, and her voice was as gentle as her appearance. Are you okay? I didn't mean to startle you. Ami lived in a nearby village and, seeing Thunder still in the forest so late, wanted to remind him to head back down early. Thunder snorted, feeling embarrassed. Ah, I see. You scared the life out of me. Is it really that dangerous here? Ami nodded and spoke like a wise old soul. It's fine during the day, but at night, wild beasts can show up. Thunder nodded to himself, thinking, this girl actually knows a thing or two. Ami frequently came here to gather wild fruits and vegetables, so she was quite familiar with the winding paths of this deep forest. She decided to guide Thunder back. As he was about to introduce himself, Ami winked. You're Thunder, right? You're quite famous in the village. Thunder's face instantly darkened. It was true that he was famous, thanks to his red hair. Whenever he went out with his parents, everyone would stare at him. To their faces, they would thank Jack and Scarlet for saving them. Behind their backs, they whispered that Thunder was cursed and hoped they wouldn't get infected. Because no one in the village had ever been born with red hair, Thunder felt like he had become a different species. Even though they respected his parents, they always harbored an invisible fear of Thunder. No one knew exactly where it came from, but in human society, the color red represented evil and overwhelming power. It might have been related to adults using the red dragon to scare their children. This was all incredibly ridiculous to Thunder. It was clear that humanity had wiped out his kind, yet they portrayed dragons as the villains in their stories. The dragon's acts of revenge were merely self-defense, but in the mouths of humans, it became proof of their brutality. Thunder was so lost in thought that Ami had to call him to keep following. Along the way, Ami's mouth didn't stop moving for a second. Hearing that Thunder wanted to take the Knight Academy exam, Ami mentioned that her brother was planning to take it too. No one in the village could beat him, but commoners like them rarely had the chance to learn swordsmanship, so she truly admired that Thunder was being taught by Jack. As they reached the edge of the woods, a group of people blocked Thunder's path, led by a blonde teenager and two other thugs. Hey, you red-haired brat. Stay away from my sister. Ami was shocked and stepped forward to protect Thunder, or perhaps she was protecting her brother from Thunder's wrath. Kai, what are you doing? He didn't do anything to me. Kai ran over, hurriedly checking on Ami, while the other two slowly closed in on Thunder. Why are you hanging out with this guy? Let me see if your hair has turned red. The other two guys are just as rotten as their faces. They even chased Thunder out of this village. And that's not all. They even laid a hand on Jack and Scarlet. Being born with a cursed child like you, Jack and his wife have had it rough. I don't know what kind of terrifying thing they offended to get cursed like that. I think your whole family should move away, and quickly. Thunder's hands were trembling, and he could no longer contain his anger. He shouted out loud, "Stop right there!" Before anyone knew it, Thunder's fist was already in front of the skinny guy. Kay immediately shoved him aside, but even he couldn't block Thunder's punch, getting pushed back quite a distance. Seeing Kay step in to block for the skinny guy, Thunder warned him, "Don't get in my way. I just want to beat the hell out of the one who insulted my parents." Ko shook his hand, which was smoking from Thunder's punch. "I know your parents were adventurers, and your old man is a swordsman, so you must have gone through some serious training, right? If you want to fight, then I'm ready." Ko handed his sword to the other two, saying he didn't want to take Thunder's life. Thunder tossed his sword aside too. "We can both throw down, I don't care." The two rushed at each other. The other two stood on the sidelines cheering, while Ami kept begging them to stop. Thunder was beaten to a pulp, even losing his coin pouch to Ko. Ko was disappointed in Thunder's skill level, because he had Jack, a legendary swordsman, training him, while Ko's own father was just average. "I think you should give up on this swordsman dream, and go do something you're actually good at." These words kept echoing in Thunder's head until he fell asleep on the grass. "Back home," Ami said angrily, "Kai went too far." Ko felt he was in the right, telling Ami to stay away from Thunder, because many people in the village were scared of Thunder's cursed hair. Their family were just normal people, not like Jack and Scarlet. Ami couldn't argue back, so she shouted furiously, "I hate you." She punched Kai on the head and stomped off to her room. While Kai was taking off his armor, he realized it was dented exactly where Thunder's hand had hit. It was a mark left from Thunder's first punch. If he hadn't been wearing it, his arm would have been crushed. That meant Thunder was actually the winner of that duel. It was late when Thunder finally got home. His mother wondered why he was late, then her eyes caught the wounds on him. "Oh my God, did you get into a fight?" Thunder shook his head and said it was just training. Scarlet's eyes welled up with tears as she took a cloth to clean his wounds. "Don't lie to me. Did some kid bully you? Clean these up, or you'll be left with scars." Thunder looked away, saying that a real man looks better with a few scars. Hearing that, Jack jumped in to encourage him. "Thunder has really become a man now. I guess the swordsmanship training is pretty brutal, huh?" Scarlet immediately blamed Jack. "If you hadn't dragged that wooden dummy home, Thunder wouldn't be this devastated." Jack sighed, saying there was no other way if he wanted to get into the Avian Knight Academy. Scarlet was trembling with anger. Thunder clearly doesn't have to be like us. He could choose a different career path later. But Jack still believed Thunder was a genius. Even if he couldn't become a mage, he could still be a swordsman. Boom! Scarlet used a fireball, wanting to burn Jack's head right off. Meanwhile, Thunder just sat there eating as if this was an everyday occurrence. Even though his parents were both adventurers, Thunder hadn't inherited a drop of talent from them. If Thunder had become a mage back then, would things have turned out differently? Thunder still remembered exactly what that old man said about him having no magical talent. He had even jumped up and ripped out the old guy's beard. It wasn't until the day Thunder held his first sword, which was his 4th birthday gift from his father. Even if Thunder couldn't be a mage, he could still be a swordsman like his father. Back then, Thunder still wanted revenge on humanity, but these two were his exceptions, even if they were a bit childish sometimes. That night, Thunder went into the shed to start the level 1 wooden dummy. The dummy only had a few moves, and since Thunder was used to getting beaten up, he could easily dodge them. Next, Thunder lunged for a frontal attack, looking for an opening. Just as he was about to land the final blow, he suddenly tripped over a stone. The sword swung into the wooden pillar, leaving even the dummy stunned. Thunder looked at the nearly severed pillar, and in his head, he only thought, "I'm doomed." To make matters worse, the dummy finished him off, the pain making him jump. Another failed day passed by. The next morning, Thunder headed into the forest to train again. A familiar silhouette made Thunder stop. Ami was looking left and right, acting cautious. After seeing Thunder, her eyes widened, then she gritted her teeth as if holding something back. Finally, Ami smiled and waved at Thunder. Thunder realized she was waiting for him. Ami hesitantly apologized, but Thunder didn't hold a grudge. Thunder knew it wasn't Ami's fault. "It's just that I didn't know my own limits." Hearing that, Ami suddenly welled up with tears. Thunder sighed. Humans are so troublesome. What's with all these emotions? He took an apple from her basket, considering it his acceptance of her apology. Ami stopped crying immediately. Thunder couldn't understand human sensitivity. Her 52 shades of emotion changed in just seconds. Truly hard to deal with. That afternoon at Thunder's house, a squad stopped in front of their place. A general seemed to have come to ask for Jack and Scarlet's help. Several border villages had been attacked by something terrifying. Although there was no official witness report yet, people had already been infected. Most of them were currently in a coma, so nobody knew exactly what was going on. So they wanted Jack to go investigate first. Scarlet felt they should both go together. Usually, those things wouldn't go near where humans lived. The current situation was extremely unusual. Jack spoke with extreme confidence. "Scarlet, don't worry. This is just an investigation. Besides, Thunder needs someone to take care of him for the upcoming competition. If there's no major problem, I'll be back soon." Scarlet nodded, even though she felt an indescribable sense of unease. Sunset fell, and Thunder was exhausted from this human body. Taking a 5-second break, he glanced at Ami. Seeing her peacefully reading a book, an indescribable feeling welled up in Thunder's heart. He immediately slapped his face, telling himself, "Thunder, you have to wake up. It must be the human body affecting my emotions." "That's it for today. Time to head back," Thunder said, walking straight ahead, and Ami hurried to catch up. She looked left and right and reported, "Safe. I have to make sure those jerks don't come and cause trouble." Thunder never expected that one day he would need a human girl to protect him. He was curious. "Ami, aren't you afraid of being scrutinized by others?" But for Ami, what others say is their business, while she has her own perspective and couldn't care less about their stares. So what if it's red? It's just a color. It's not something that should make people shun or judge someone. So, Thunder, you don't need to worry about what others think. You have your own path to walk. Thunder was startled, remembering Kai's words about doing what he excels at. He blamed himself for forgetting that. "Thanks, Ami," Thunder said happily, then ran home. Once back, he rushed to meet the level 1 wooden dummy. He held his sword in his teeth, got down on all fours, and mimicked the movements of a dragon. What Thunder does best is just being himself. He leaped up, and by some miracle, the wooden dummy let him pass. That's great. This trick actually works. Thunder jumped for joy, calculating the days until enrollment. Jack said that passing the level 1 wooden dummy was enough to clear the Knight Academy's entrance exam. Suddenly, the wooden dummy's cold voice echoed. Level 2. Begin. Thunder's nightmare had only just begun. The next morning, Thunder woke up to find his father, Jack, fully equipped in iron armor, getting ready to leave for a mission. Before leaving, Jack reassured him to rest easy, promising he would definitely be back before his competition. If Dad isn't home, remember to practice hard. I believe you can definitely beat it. Oh, that thing? Actually, Thunder was about to show off his achievements to Jack when someone interrupted. It was time for him to leave. Jack told Scarlet to take care of Thunder at home and told Thunder to stop being such a third wheel. Thunder told himself that by the time Jack returned, he would give him an even bigger surprise. He was just curious to see the look on his father's face then. On the way, Thunder thought he should thank Ami for helping him clear his head. But the more he thought about it, the more he felt like a human, knowing how to expect things and feel gratitude. Even though humans are annoying, those three were the exception. Thunder put his hands behind his head, deciding that later, when he took his revenge, he would just let those three live. Half a day passed, and Thunder felt a sense of loss not seeing Ami around today. Then suddenly, he was startled. Why was he waiting for Ami, anyway? Without her, no one would bother him while he trained. It must be that he was being influenced by human emotions. So, Thunder practiced so intensely that he fell asleep. When he opened his eyes, the sky was already golden. He woke up with a start, knowing that if he didn't go home now, his mother would scold him to death. He ran all the way home. He hadn't met Ami to thank her today. Well, he would just say it tomorrow. On the way back, a group of people were gathered and making noise. Ami's father was talking to the weapons shop owner. Did you really meet my daughter? Yes, no mistake. The owner saw Kai take 2 kids to the shop early that morning to buy weapons, and Kai even said they were going into the forest to hunt magical beasts. The faces of Kai's parents turned pale at the words magical beasts. The mother of Bob and Gary cried, questioning why the owner didn't stop the kids. Why let them go when they said they were going to kill magical beasts? The shop owner was just doing business. Who would have thought those kids were that reckless? Thunder walked by and heard the whole story. He didn't expect retribution to come so fast. Kai's group really brought this upon themselves. It was just a shame that Ami went with them. Although Thunder didn't intend to take revenge on Ami, it was a pity she had such a stupid brother. Human lives are short. They're going to die anyway. Still, Ami's bright, sparkling eyes kept appearing in Thunder's mind on the way home. He didn't understand this uncomfortable feeling. He brushed the thoughts aside and turned back to go find Ami. He hadn't been able to say thank you to Ami for helping him beat the wooden dummy. Now he had to go save her immediately. Deep in the forest, the carcasses of magical beasts lay scattered, and Bob and Kai were lying on the ground, exhausted. Ami was hiding behind Kai, terrified. Kai held his sword, his whole body trembling, but he still stood to protect Ami. However, facing this three-eyed wolf, Kai could only pray. Thunder used his keen nose to sniff the scent of blood in the forest. Walking along the edge of the forest, Thunder saw the bodies of several wolf beasts left by the youths. They still had sword wounds and their bodies were still warm. Based on that, Thunder knew they were close by, but their erratic footprints made it hard for him to know which way to go. Suddenly, a harrowing scream rang out. Thunder recognized it as Ami's voice. Meanwhile, Kai had been severely injured, leaving only Ami, who was worried and frightened. The wolf beast lunged, opening its fangs, ready to snap at her little head. Ami clutched her head, begging for someone to help her. Slash! The sound of a blade echoed as red blood splattered onto Ami's face. Thunder had timely thrust his sword into the wolf beast's mouth, using all his might to hold back its weight, but he still asked if Ami was okay. Ami was fine, but the rest were not. The wolf beast swung its paw, batting Thunder away, tearing his left shoulder. Thunder clawed his nails into the ground to steady his body before the wolf could attack again. Don't worry, I won't die. Thunder dodged while intentionally leading the wolf beast away from Ami. The wolf's powerful fangs easily snapped a thick branch. Thunder cursed inwardly. This human body was too weak to solo an adult magical beast. Against pure strength, Thunder's speed was just a joke. If it were his former self, this wolf would have been the best-selling grilled meat in the arena. After running for a bit, Thunder circled back in front of Ami. He growled and shouted, "This person is mine. Don't you dare touch her." The wolf beast paused for 2 seconds, then lunged to attack again. It obviously didn't understand human speech. Thunder couldn't hold out much longer. Dodging was just a waste of time. He had to attack. He remembered the wolf's weakness and lunged, stabbing one of its eyes. Then Thunder fell to the ground. His strength was too low, so he only managed to pierce one eye. If it were his former self, a single strike would have crushed its head. Thunder had to use his sword again. As the wolf lunged, Thunder spotted an opening and slashed off one of its legs. The beast collapsed, its massive body sending Ami and Kai flying into the air. Thunder wanted to rush over to catch Ami, but the wolf took its revenge with a punch to his gut. Thunder held the sword in his teeth. He had to use all 4 limbs, so the wolf was as good as dead. Thunder lunged and used the force of his bite to slice the wolf in half in one go. The beast lay flat on the ground, and Thunder collapsed right next to it. His breathing was labored, but seeing that Ami was safe, he breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, some kind of light flashed above Thunder, making him alert. A fat, pig-like dinosaur appeared, leaving Thunder confused. It opened its mouth, and the system notified him that Thunder had been awarded an intermediate magic crystal and the Dragon Eye blessing. Thunder didn't understand any of it, and he didn't care right now. Compared to this golden pig, the important thing was to get everyone out of here, or it would attract more magical beasts. Kai woke up and recognized Thunder. Thunder told him not to move. He didn't want to explain any further. Ami remained unconscious. Thunder could only carry 2 of them. He was powerless to help the others, leaving their fate to the heavens. The adults outside were searching with torches, making a huge racket throughout the forest, yet not a soul dared to step inside. Just then, they spotted Thunder, dragging himself out, carrying Ami and Kai. One of them recognized him as the cursed, ostracized, red-haired boy. "Help me, they need medical attention," Thunder gasped before collapsing to the ground. The rest of the crowd just stood there, watching and whispering. What were those kids doing running deep into the forest? Bob and Gary's mother pushed through the crowd looking for her sons, but there were only 2 blonde children. She immediately charged across the bridge into the forest. Halfway there, she felt like red eyes were watching her. Terrified, she bolted back out, moving even faster than before. She rushed to Thunder, grabbing him by the collar with a hateful glare. "Where are my kids? They're good children. How could they just wander into the deep woods? Did you intentionally lure them in there?" With that, the woman repeatedly slapped Thunder's face, cursing his red hair, and calling him a harbinger of doom. The others joined in, making up lies that it was Thunder who had led the children into the forest otherwise. How could he be the only one to bring them back? The adults swarmed Thunder, demanding their children, while the old woman kept beating him. "Why did you only save Ami and Kai? Where are my boys, Bob and Gary?" Thunder just laughed. "Those 2 are still in the forest. If you're so capable, go find them yourselves. They're just children, and you left them there to die?" To her accusation, Thunder could only scoff. Had they forgotten that he was just a child himself? The woman kept muttering, "Thunder is an unforgivable monster," while none of the other adults dared to enter the forest to save the kids. Thunder was right. Because of his red hair, they didn't see him as human, they called him a monster. Compared to wild beasts, these humans were far more vicious. They were the true monsters. Suddenly, the woman snatched a torch from someone, her face twisted with resentment as she lunged at Thunder. "Go to hell, you red-haired freak." Thunder smiled, accepting death. Even though he felt resentful, this death was still more comfortable than his previous one. Suddenly, Kai lunged forward to shield Thunder from the blow. The mother immediately claimed Thunder had brainwashed Kai. The other adults actually believed he had gone insane. Kai couldn't stand these cowardly, cold-blooded people anymore. "Shut your mouths. You're the ones who are crazy. How can you just decide someone's fate like that? Don't you dare touch my savior." The mother blamed everything on Thunder and wanted him dead, followed by the sight of armed villagers out for his blood. 2 lifetimes of nightmares caused Thunder to jolt awake in fear. He was in his own room, with his mother beside him. Even in her sleep, Scarlet had tears streaming down her face, whispering Thunder's name. Thunder sighed. Humans are gifted with such beauty, so why is their nature so cruel? Thunder gently took Scarlet's hand, and she startled awake, overjoyed. "Oh my God, Thunder, am I dreaming? You finally woke up. I thought you'd never wake again." His mother hugged him, causing him to cry out in pain. Scarlet scolded him. "So you can feel pain, huh? Don't ever do anything so reckless again." Thunder had been bedridden for a full week. Scarlet was crying tears of joy. If he hadn't woken up, she wouldn't know how to face his father. Thunder hesitantly asked about the other children. Ami and Kai only had minor injuries, but Bob and Gary still hadn't been found. They were likely dead. Previously, Kai had stepped up to explain, but no one would listen, claiming he had surely been bewitched by Thunder. At that moment, Scarlet rushed over, and seeing Thunder unconscious, her face darkened. "Who did this?" The crowd chimed in. "Scarlet, don't get excited. After all, your son manipulated the children into the deep woods. He has to take responsibility. You're a mother. If your child were missing, perhaps you'd understand how we feel." Scarlet hugged Thunder, glaring at Bob and Gary's mother. The woman dropped the torch and wailed, "My poor children. Can someone save them?" The crowd swarmed her with comfort, muttering, "What are we going to do in the days to come? If it were me, I'd have stayed far away from these cursed places." Ignoring their words, Scarlet carried Thunder away. She stroked his hair, comforting him. "It's all over now. You don't need to blame yourself. It wasn't your fault. You did great." Scarlet figured Thunder must be hungry, so she went to make him something to eat. Thunder nodded, then turned his gaze to the ceiling. He stared at the strange object in front of him. Thunder wondered if everyone had one. He touched the dragon's eye gently. Suddenly, Thunder's pupils shifted, and he even regained his former powers. Just by looking at Scarlet, Thunder saw she was in a state of exhaustion. Back when he was the Red Dragon, Thunder possessed countless spells. Ever since leaving the Magic Academy, Thunder thought he was hopeless. Now, even though he had to reclaim his powers one by one, at least he had hope. Next was the purple crystal, likely obtained from defeating the werewolf. Suddenly, thick smoke flooded Thunder's room, accompanied by shouts from the people below. "Fire! It's on fire!" Scarlet ran in, pulling Thunder along, and used water magic to extinguish the flames near him. Thunder used the dragon's eye and, in a flash, identified the culprit, that wretched old hag. The villagers standing around, seeing it was Thunder's house on fire, just watched nonchalantly. Scarlet worked desperately to clear the fire and finally put it out. "It's the curse again. If he stays here, the whole village will be destroyed sooner or later." Despite their attitude, Scarlet smiled. "Thunder, are you okay?" Thunder shook his head, praising his mother for being amazing, putting out the fire with just a move. The two walked into the house hand in hand. Thunder knew the villagers probably hoped they would burn along with the house they wanted them dead. This grudge was one Thunder would definitely repay. The next day, Thunder went to train again. Reaching the edge of the forest, he used the dragon eye to analyze his surroundings, seeing only small magical beasts with no malice, and a magical monkey enjoying its last breakfast. A second later, it was pierced by Thunder's sword, dying with a stomach full of 2 apple slices. This monkey was the 20th one Thunder had taken down, just enough for his daily quota. But so far, Thunder had only received 2 basic crystals. It seemed obtaining them depended on luck, and their effectiveness was still unclear. Just then, a wolf cub approached the carcass of its mother that Thunder had just slain. Thunder frowned, approaching to comfort it. "You'll be able to fight on your own someday." The wolf cub backed away in fear, and the system offered the chance to tame the cub for just 1 basic crystal. It was a new feature, so Thunder decided to try it, since he'd already done enough killing for one day. The crystal emitted a wave of black smoke that enveloped the wolf cub. A moment later, the taming was successful. But after being tamed, the cub immediately merged into Thunder's body, startling him. "Are there any side effects? Can you summon it? If not, I'll turn you into dinner." The system shook its head. "I have to reward Thunder so it doesn't get eaten." Music. Thunder quickly picked up a new skill. But right now, Thunder wasn't in the mood for that. He used his eyes to spot Bob and Gary. Thunder's mouth curled into a sinister smirk. "Found you." Thunder entered the cold, dark cave, which was filled with the bones of people and beasts. Bob and Gary had been picked clean, with nothing left but bones and organs. Thunder picked up their clothes, tossed them into a barrel filled with red liquid, and brought it back. That evening, Scarlet nagged at him, because Thunder had been out all day without letting his body rest. Thunder said he wanted to get some sleep and would continue training tomorrow. Scarlet sighed. "Father will be back in 2 days. He'll train with you then." Thunder hopped around, kicking his blanket, eager to train and show off his progress to Jack. Scarlet shouted at him to pull the covers up and go to sleep immediately. Thunder obeyed instantly. Humans really are terrifying. That night, he woke up abruptly. Thunder went to the storage room where he had left the barrel from earlier today. At Bob and Gary's house, a knocking sounded at the door. Their mother went downstairs, annoyed. "Who could be bothering us at this hour? Stop knocking." Suddenly, she thought maybe Bob and Gary had returned. With a look of confusion, she asked, "Is that you boys?" Outside, a piece of Gary's shirt lay on the ground. The old woman followed the tracks, running deep into the thick forest. Even though she was desperate to find her sons, she felt a chill run down her spine. After walking for a while, she wanted to turn back, but then she saw a piece of Bob's pants nearby. She immediately sprinted forward like a madwoman. High above, Thunder used his dragon eyes to confirm she had reached the center of the monster den, then let go. 2 barrels of bright red blood poured down on the mother, and she let out a piercing scream. Who? Who did this? Thunder dropped down from the tree, and the old hag became even more venomous. I knew it! You're the reincarnation of a jinx. Give me back my children. Just as she lunged at him, a series of glowing red eyes hidden in the bushes made the old woman freeze in her tracks. She was surrounded. A blood-curdling scream echoed out, while Thunder stood still, eyes wide, witnessing the chaos he had caused. The next day, the whole town heard the news. People whispered in the market that they shouldn't mess with Thunder's family anymore. Just then, Thunder walked by, and some men broke into a cold sweat while putting on fake smiles. Good morning. Going out to train again? Thunder walked past them without a word, leaving the three of them breathing a sigh of relief. It seemed there were new rumors circulating, but this time, Thunder actually liked them. Returning home, Thunder saw several horses in the yard and ran in, overjoyed. Father, you're back? The room was filled with a somber atmosphere, and Scarlet was sobbing on the bed. Thunder ran over, shocked. Jack was lying there, wasted away, with purple bruises spreading across his body. The people who followed him said he had been infected by a disease. Scarlet whispered to herself that Jack would surely get better. Thunder checked Jack's condition. He had never seen anything like this before, not even when he was the Red Dragon. Suddenly, Jack mumbled, "The darkness will kill everyone. The darkness, the darkness." According to them, Jack was attacked by a dark monster while protecting a villager and had contracted the dark plague. Thunder had never encountered something like this. When on Earth did it appear? What had happened to this world after he died? After the soldiers left, Thunder fell into deep thought. Perhaps Thunder's high-level magic could help Jack. It could dispel all dark magic and curses, but he didn't know how to regain it. If he had to rely on killing vicious beasts to get rewards, he would have to hunt down higher-level ones. But he was too weak right now. Thunder asked Scarlet if he would become stronger if he joined the Knight Academy. Scarlet felt a pang of heartache, realizing Thunder's intention. She still forced a smile for him. Of course, dear. That's where your father studied. You will become a strong man just like him. Thunder puffed out his chest, determined to pass the entrance exam and find a cure for Jack. Scarlet hugged Thunder tightly, feeling somewhat comforted by his presence. You can definitely do it. I believe in you. In a secret room, a group of people in black cloaks were discussing a prophecy. The center of that prophecy was Thunder. They didn't know if Thunder had come to seek redemption or to bring disaster, but either way, they had to find him soon. If it's for redemption, we'll guide it. If it's a disaster, we'll destroy it immediately. A few days later, the streets were elaborately decorated. People lined both sides of the road, anxiously waiting for someone. A carriage procession led by a group of knights arrived. Everywhere they went, fireworks went off. The cheering was deafening. They're here! The blonde, black-haired knight with his handsome face and idol-like aura captured the eyes of all the young girls, truly worthy of his reputation. Since the exam only happens once a year, this was a rare chance to see them in person. After reaching the academy, the lead knight planted his sword in the ground and introduced himself. I am Knight Winford of the Ferret Academy, accompanied by Knight Denbird and the familiar Bernardo. Today, we will begin the examination for all boys aged 5 who wish to enter the academy. Among the 5-year-olds, Thunder kept his face covered to avoid trouble. Winford introduced the wooden dummy holding a sword and officially opened the competition. The first one to step up told himself it was just a regular wooden dummy, surely he could beat it. In the stands, his parents were cheering enthusiastically. They were their son's biggest fans. Not even a second later, the boy was tossed into the air. A failure, obviously, Thunder observed silently. As Jack said, they were using wooden dummies for the test. The dummy didn't move much, but its defensive speed could easily defeat an adult. Whispers reached Thunder's ears. Even at such a distance, he could hear them thanks to those crystals. What was Winford saying about his assigned task? And Denbird opined that real knights only come from noble bloodlines. Those filthy commoners were just a waste of time. So far, only Kai had passed the test. He wiped his sweat and gave a thumbs up to Thunder. Winford immediately recognized him as the red-haired kid. Thunder took off his hood and stepped forward, ignoring the whispers from the crowd. A monster causing harm has the skills of a knight? Suddenly, Denbird stepped toward the dummy. He didn't believe the prophecy. If the rumors were true, Thunder had to pass this test. So, Denbird activated the level 3 dummy. It lunged at Thunder like a bolt of lightning. Both Winford and Bernardo shouted for Thunder to be careful. Seeing Thunder standing there like a statue, Winford grew anxious and reached for his sword. But in 3 seconds, everyone was stunned. The entire stadium held its breath in that moment. The dummy's head fell off, and Thunder had used nothing but a wooden sword. Bernardo immediately announced, "Thunder has passed the exam." Thunder walked away calmly, amidst the admiring gaze of Kai and the pride of his mother. Before leaving, Thunder went to say goodbye to Jack. You know he might not hear you, but you still reassure Jack that Thunder will definitely find a way to cure him. Scarlet hands Thunder a necklace, a family heirloom. She hopes it will protect him and bring him good luck. Thunder nods and leaves, telling Scarlet not to worry, as he has grown up now. Scarlet sniffles, watching the back of her little boy, as he leaves with such a heavy burden on his shoulders. In the edge of the forest, Winfred is waiting for Thunder. Get in the car. Our other friend is already waiting inside. Thunder climbs into the car, feeling awkward when he sees Kai. It really was him. Along the way, Kai tries to clear the air between the two men. Seeing Thunder turn toward him, Kai bows his head and says softly, "About that, I said some terrible things to you before. I'm sorry. I was such a fool." Thunder doesn't hold a grudge. After all, Kai is just a 5-year-old kid. Besides, he had even saved him earlier. Kai mutters, "It's like you're not a 5-year-old kid yourself." Thunder distracts from the conversation by asking where Ami is. It turns out Ami has gone to the Roland Academy today. Thunder had no idea Ami possessed innate magical abilities, let alone that she would join the Roland Academy. The car stops outside, since when was the forest shrouded in such thick smoke? Winfred calls out loudly to someone in the distance. "Who's there?" This is the group of knights invited by the Ferret Academy to report in. A girl emerges from the smoke, identifying herself as Mary Eonwood, an adventurer from the Votong Guild. After taking a few steps, she collapses to the ground. Our troop was attacked. It was the shadow beasts. Bernardo is panicked. Why would shadow beasts appear here? There were no signs of them on the road. Denb sneers. He believes the beasts must have sensed his presence and were terrified. Winfred decides to give Mary Eonwood a lift to the town of Rennie. Kai is curious. Aren't they supposed to be heading to the Knight Academy? Demb laughs mockingly. Don't be stupid. What use would it be to take kids to the front lines? The Ferret Knight Academy is a fortress located right on the border. Since war could break out at any moment, students must first train in the town of Rennie for 10 years. Only when they have mastered the basics are they allowed to go to the academy for advanced training. Thunder is stunned upon hearing the number 10 years. For a dragon, that's just the blink of an eye. But for a human, it's not. Can Jack wait safely for 10 years? On the road, Kai keeps feeling uneasy. Only the girl from the other guild survived. And Thunder's father was also once attacked by shadow beasts. Bernardo feels a bit apprehensive when mentioning it. If they actually encounter them, what would they do? Speak of the devil arrives. Winfred orders the whole team into defensive positions. A pack of shadow beasts, lurking in the purple mist, had been waiting for them all along. That thing is a bear king. A bear king is already terrifying, but this one is an infected shadow beast. Just seeing it is enough to deal a heavy blow to the knights' morale. The bear king roars, and its minions charge at the knights. They are so focused on what's in front that they don't notice a nimble beast lunging from the bushes to attack Bernardo. Bernardo thinks to himself, "I'm done for this time." Suddenly, Thunder appears, slashing 3 times to tear the beast apart. Bernardo praises Thunder. It seems he no longer needs to protect them. Even though Thunder just saved Bernardo's life, Denb, while killing beasts, is confused as to why the Bear King is still standing in one spot, as if it's waiting for something. At that moment, Kai is surrounded, and one beast claws his back. Thunder immediately rushes forward to take it down, while warning Kai to be careful. These little bears are stronger than they thought. Suddenly, the Bear King roars, its sound wave knocking several knights back at once. The Bear King's eyes are red as blood. It raises a paw as if pointing at something, though it remains still. Suddenly, the Bear King speaks. "You will never find a way to strike at the darkness. In the end, the darkness will conquer this continent. You will certainly fail, and everyone beside you will die." This statement strikes directly at Thunder's heart. Dem doesn't understand what it's saying or who it's targeting. It seems like a threat. After speaking, the Bear King leaps into the sky and flies away. Winfred breathes a sigh of relief. They should celebrate that the Alpha didn't choose to engage. Otherwise, the whole group wouldn't have made it back to town. Meanwhile, Thunder is still thinking about the Bear King's words, as if it were speaking directly to him. Winfred turns to praise the performance of Thunder and Kai. In the future, they might have the potential to become knights. Thunder wonders if these speaking beasts appear often. Winfred shakes his head. On the border, I've never encountered one before. In fact, this is the first one I've ever seen. Winfred watches him, confused. Why is Thunder so calm? Meanwhile, someone else is paying attention to Thunder. Denb. He grits his teeth, looking at him with a hateful expression. The next day, they finally arrive at the town of Rennie. For some reason, there are more guards at the gate than before. It turns out the king has issued a white tiger-level warning. The towns and cities are under strict guard. Winford didn't expect things to be this serious. He looks toward Thunder, thinking to himself, the continent is threatened. Could this boy be the one meant to atone for humanity? Meanwhile, Thunder is gazing at the massive fortress ahead. The path Thunder is about to walk has only just begun. He hopes his father will be able to wait until the day he returns. 10 years later, the town of Rennie has taken on a new appearance. Under a clear blue sky, a grand cathedral appears. It is class time, and a female instructor is passionately teaching at the board. Most knights cannot use magic, but they possess a different kind of power. Can anyone tell me what kind of power that is? An arm is boldly raised. The instructor calls out Kai's name. Hearing the instructor, Kai stands up, looks at his hands, and answers confidently. It's Qi. Practicing with Qi can enhance bodily functions, making one's senses sharper, and it can even break human limits in a short amount of time. The instructor is very pleased with the answer. She praises, "Very good. It seems you have prepared quite well." She moves to the next question. Then, can anyone tell me why we must wait until after age 15 to begin training with Qi? The teacher unexpectedly calls the name Thunder. But Thunder had slipped away long ago. Kai hangs his head, breaking out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, oh no, where did Thunder go again? Then, he quickly stands up to make excuses for him. He went to the restroom, ma'am. The teacher looks away helplessly. Fine, whatever. Then she calls on another student. So, Slavia, you try to answer. Seeing that he passed the hurdle, Kai dares to breathe a sigh of relief from a row away. Slavia stands up to answer. Because Qi training places extreme strain on the body. A 15-year-old's internal organs are only just mature enough. Starting training then won't cause harm to the body. The instructor happily praises, very good, Slavia. But her gaze keeps darting toward Thunder's empty seat. The instructor's voice rang out from the podium. As I was saying, everyone, you are all about to begin your formal cultivation process. I hope you all keep what you've learned here firmly in your minds. It will surely prove useful when you apply it in the real world. At that same moment, in the middle of a lush green forest, a small wolf was facing off against a massive beast. Suddenly, a shout came from behind. Nova, go! Instantly, Nova lunged at the wild boar. Though Nova seemed tiny, its speed was incredible. It leaped high, its 3 eyes all snapping open at once, and it unleashed a flurry of claw strikes upon the giant beast. Under the assault, the massive creature tumbled to the ground. Nova's master tapped his screen happily, and the system prompt chimed repeatedly. Primary beast crystal detected. Do you wish to accept? 2 options appeared on the notification. Accept or decline. The young man chuckled. Oh wow. In his hand, a small object glowed with a sparkling light, a primary beast crystal, absorbing all its energy. Once finished, the red-haired youth affectionately scratched Nova's chin. Little guy, you did a great job. Then, the young man stood up, and as he turned, a faint purple aura radiated from him. He muttered to himself, that's enough for today. If I head back any later, someone's going to lose their mind. Under the warm sun, a group of knights was approaching the red-haired youth. The lead knight spoke up. Is this what you call an unexpected incident? I was wondering who you'd run into first upon returning. Winford looked at the person before him, and despite his critical words, his eyes held a hint of admiration. You've got guts, kid. Even with such tight security, you still managed to sneak out. Hearing his name called, the youth turned around, revealing his face completely. He was Thunder. As old acquaintances reunited, the two chatted happily. It's been 10 years. You've grown quite a bit. Winford gripped his reins as Thunder walked briskly beside him. Thunder raised a hand and said, and you're still the same. 10 years later, and I don't see a single new wrinkle on you. I really can't tell how old you are anymore. Winford burst into a loud laugh. That's a secret. Having heard from Thunder's private tutor that the boy had been sneaking out to hunt beasts lately, and seeing Thunder's cheerful, teasing demeanor, Winford guessed. It looks like today's harvest was quite good. Thunder moved ahead and boasted proudly. That's right. If the white tiger curfew hadn't been relaxed lately, I wouldn't have been able to slip out. Thunder then clasped both hands behind his head. He closed his eyes, but compared to sitting in class, I'd much rather be out here. Hearing this, Winford kindly warned him, you should count yourself lucky you didn't wander too far. If the outer perimeter guards had caught you, they wouldn't be so polite. Suddenly, Winford's expression turned serious. He hesitated before saying to Thunder, by the way, Thunder, before coming here, I stopped by your house. Hearing Winford mention his family, Thunder's steps came to a sudden halt. Seeing this, Winford walked over and placed a hand on his shoulder to reassure him. Your father's condition hasn't worsened. Your mother is taking great care of him, and she asked me to tell you not to worry too much." Thunder tried to hold back his emotions. He looked away, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you." Then, Thunder bowed his head slightly, trying to hide the thoughts weighing on his mind. Inside, he thought to himself, "For 10 years, no matter the rain or the storms, I've been training diligently." It was true. He was always training hard across various skills, but the results were never what he hoped for. He hadn't awakened a single new ability. Everything was just as it had been at the start, nothing new. From behind, Winfred gave Thunder a supportive pat on the shoulder. He looked ahead excitedly. "Come on, let's head back to town. Pull yourself together. Tomorrow is the day we depart for the Pharaoh Department Academy." The two walked side by side. Winfred said cheerfully, "I've been waiting for this day for a long time, waiting to go pick up the other kids." Thunder responded gently. The scene shifted to Rennie Town. The rolling green mountains gradually gave way to tall buildings. In a wide hallway, someone was loudly arguing with the guards, though it was unclear why. The guard replied, "Look, the White Tiger curfew has been relaxed. We have no reason to stop them. What could one kid possibly do?" Aaron flew into a rage, grabbing the guard's armor, and hissed, "I've told you how many times already? That kid is not like the others. You have to keep a close eye on him at all times." The guard apologized. "Yes, sir." Fortunately, Winfred and Thunder had arrived just in time. "Aaron, stop making a scene." Recognizing Winfred's voice, Aaron turned around while still holding his pose. "Winfred, you're here too." Aaron's eyes quickly swept over Thunder, and then he immediately lunged at him. While scolding him, Aaron dealt a heavy blow to the boy's head. "You idiot! Where did you run off to? I told you, never leave my sight. How many times this month have you skipped class to sneak out?" Winfred stood behind them, not intervening, but nodding in agreement. "Kids who don't listen need a little discipline," Thunder cried out after being hit. "Ow! Seriously." Facing Aaron's fury, Thunder hurriedly hid behind Winfred. "The White Tiger curfew has been lifted for over a month now. Going outside is normal. It's just that Mr. Aaron is too rigid." Furious, Aaron tried to lunge at him again. "You're still making excuses?" The two kept bickering back and forth, and Thunder had his own reasoning. "Besides, I'm leaving soon anyway. Mr. Aaron, you'll have it much easier after that." But Aaron, of course, wasn't having it. "In your dreams. As long as you're still my student, even if it's just for one more day, you are not allowed to skip class." Poor Winfred was left in the middle to play mediator. "Oh, good grief, just let it go. Listen to me, everyone. Just try to compromise a little." At that same moment, in the square of Rennie Town, one of the most solemn and magnificent spots in this beautiful town, a mobilization signal suddenly rang out from high above the square. The students quickly rushed to gather. The chaotic crowd poured into the square, preparing for an emergency meeting. Blending into the throng, Kai finally found Thunder, who still had 2 bumps on his head. He clicked his tongue. "You're back already? Did you get caught?" Thunder sighed. "Just bad luck. That's all." Ahead of them stood Slavia, her cheeks blushing slightly as she caught sight of Thunder. Returning to the main issue, on the high platform, a knight holding a scroll spoke loudly, "I am Verlancy. Starting tomorrow, I will be leading everyone as we depart for the Pharaoh Department Academy." At this point, Ver's face turned serious. He declared imposingly, "The journey will take about 7 days. If you don't want any unexpected incidents to occur, strictly speaking, you are all required to follow my commands throughout this journey. Is that clear?" As soon as the words left his lips, the trainees' voices echoed across the town square. "Understood." Standing near the stage, a knight asked Winfred, "Sir, has the route for this trip been decided yet? Since you've already planned it, please tell us quickly. Are we going through the swamp?" The knight's expression betrayed his shock, and he asked in a panic, "The swamp? Isn't that a bit too early for these kids?" But Winfred remained calm, his arms crossed over his chest, his eyes showing a hint of anticipation. "Too early? To become knights, they must face trials, don't they?" As he spoke, Winfred's gaze swept across the faces of the trainees one by one, starting with Jan, who everyone was talking about. "What class is he? So impressive." Then, Winfred looked toward the twins, Lady and Joy, his voice still steady. "This trial." His eyes settled on them. Next, his gaze moved to the excited face of Kyo. Winfred said slowly, "It's not just them." He stopped there, his eyes focusing on Thunder and his friends. Time passed quickly until the next morning. At the gates of Rennie Town, the carriages were lined up and waiting. Inside a carriage, Thunder was trying to nap, a trail of drool running down his mouth. Other trainees were riding with him. Kyo was busy chatting with some of them. "Hey, why aren't we using teleporters? Couldn't we just teleport straight to the other side? Another person chimed in. Exactly. That would clearly save us the whole journey. Just then, I spoke up from the middle seat with a sneer. A bunch of idiots. Obviously, Ferret Academy doesn't have teleporters, Kyo retorted. Didn't we say we were on par with Jonan Academy? They have them. So can't we afford them? Just then, a girl's laugh drifted from the back of the carriage. She spoke up. It seems none of you were paying attention in class. Slavia brushed her hair back proudly, holding a small notebook as she began to educate them. Ferret Academy is located on the border. We don't just defend against outside invaders, we also have to fend off night beasts. If we installed teleporters in a place like this, if the Academy ever fell, the enemy could invade our country at any moment. Kyo gasped in surprise. We had a lecture on this? Tan rested his chin on his hand and answered awkwardly. Now that you mention it, I do have a vague memory of that. Slavia glanced secretly at Thunder, then shyly turned away. Thunder wondered to himself, was she just looking at me, or am I imagining things? The daylight sun was gradually being replaced by the colors of sunset. The group had traveled to the ruins near the castle. Winford quickly scouted out an open space. He then declared sternly, "Get off the carriages and set up camp." Once they were off, Thunder's group spread out to work. Kai whispered into his ear, "Thunder, why do I get the feeling that Slavia keeps looking at you? Looking at me?" Thunder immediately denied it. What is there to look at? But the sharp-witted Kai didn't think so. He dared Thunder to turn around and see. So, the two of them curiously glanced back. Slavia was caught and whipped her head away. Her friend asked, startled, "What's wrong?" She replied, flustered, "It's nothing." Seeing Slavia's reaction, Kai triumphantly exclaimed, "See?" But Thunder was even more curious. "Is it because of the red hair?" Kai argued back, "Oh, come on. It's not like it's our first time here, and you're not the only one with red hair." Kai was right. Though the twins also had red hair, they were busy playing. Joyous was admiring a butterfly he'd just caught, and asked her brother, "Aren't you going to help?" Lady replied curtly, "I'm too lazy." Over there, Jan, with his identical red hair, was diligently hauling wood to help everyone. His companion looked at him with admiration. "Thanks," Jan replied cheerfully. "Don't mention it, I've got plenty of energy." The friend thought to himself, those muscles of his are actually pretty impressive. Other trainees were gathered in groups, talking about mostly nonsense. Just then, Kyo, who had a close-cropped red haircut, flexed his muscular arm in front of his friends. He bragged, "Let's see who can set up their tent faster. Are you guys already giving up?" After a while, Thunder looked at himself. He nodded and said, "Fair enough. But it doesn't really matter anyway." Hearing this, Kai playfully acted mysterious. "Are you sure it doesn't matter? Slavia is a total beauty, you know. You don't want Thunder cut him off. I don't." At the same time, Tan had slipped away from the others. He snuck behind the ruins near the castle and urged the person behind him, Manch, "Hurry up." Manch tried to stop him. "Tan, sneaking out like this is a bad idea." Suddenly, both of them covered their noses. Manch complained, "Oh man, what is that smell? It's gross. Dead rats wouldn't even smell this bad." The two stared at the murky water in front of them, and Tan felt a shiver of disgust. Looking at that slimy mess, they couldn't even tell where the bank ended or what it actually was. Manch guessed, "It looks like a swamp." He was answered by a cold voice. Winford was walking toward them with a grim expression. "You're right, it is a swamp." The two of them were instantly sweating bullets. Winford seemed furious. He wore a menacing look and growled, "If you don't want to get bitten and have your legs snapped by needleworms because you're too sleepy to walk tomorrow, then I suggest you go set up your tents and get some sleep right now." As soon as he finished, Manch and Tan didn't dare to stay a second longer. They quickly shouted, "Understood." It was late at night now, and everyone was sound asleep, except for a few soldiers taking turns on the high towers of the royal castle. While a guard was distracted, a shadow hurried past. It turned out to be Thunder, up to no good. He crouched at the foot of the castle and thought to himself, "Perfect. Good thing I scouted this out during dinner. If I sneak out from here, I won't have to waste energy avoiding the guards at the gate." While he was feeling proud of his plan, a hand suddenly reached out from the darkness and grabbed his arm. Slavia looked at him timidly. "Thunder, where are you going this late at night?" Thunder replied briefly, "Hunting beasts." Slavia gasped in shock. "Hunting beasts? Have you lost your mind?" But Thunder wouldn't turn back. Slavia continued to plead. "This isn't just the area around Rennie Town anymore. What if you run into an intermediate-level beast? The knights won't be able to reach you in time to save you." Seeing that Slavia wouldn't let go of his arm, Thunder coldly shook her off. He walked away quickly. "Don't worry. Intermediate beasts are no problem for me." Slavia flinched slightly. "Why?" Watching Thunder walk away with such determination, she sadly rubbed her wrist. She thought to herself, Thunder, what a name. The night passed in a blink, and at the first hint of dawn, the knights approached the campsites. Hey, you bunch of lazy bones, time to wake up, get up. Their voices grew louder and louder. Whoever woke up last would be punished. Jolted awake, Kai cracked his eyes open and lazily hugged his pillow, glancing to his side. Lying next to Kai was Thunder. He looked quite distinctive today, with dark circles under his eyes and red, swollen lids that looked like two little balls. This sight snapped Kai out of his grogginess immediately. He bolted upright, scared to death. What's wrong with you? Did you not sleep well last night? But Thunder, looking exhausted from a long night, just lied as he lay back down. No, I slept just fine. Kai thought to himself. Who are you trying to fool? Who would believe that? Then, Kai quickly brushed it off. He got dressed and headed out. Before leaving, Kai warned him, hurry up and get up. I don't want to get punished in front of everyone like that. Meanwhile, Thunder stayed in bed. He happily stared at his system screen. Great. At this rate, before we even reach the Farod Apartments Academy, I'll be able to fill up my primary crystal. Thunder glanced at his and Nova's experience bars. He thought, with satisfaction, I might even be able to collect a medium-grade crystal next. After breakfast, the Academy's caravan continued their journey. They followed a fairly flat dirt road. Suddenly, Winford, who was leading the group, reined in his horse. The horse neighed and came to a stop. Winford looked back, and Wur caught his signal and nodded in response. The caravan slowly moved forward, while the soldiers reined their horses back to provide cover. The carriages crept into a stretch of rough terrain. The landscape here was jagged and difficult to navigate. No matter how much the carriage shook, Thunder slept soundly. Kai, however, felt a bit uneasy. It was a little too quiet outside. Contrary to Kai's intuition, the horse walking normally suddenly let out a pained shriek. The loud noise woke Thunder up from his sleep. He opened his eyes, alert. Across from Thunder, a grotesque, sharp worm poked its head in through the window above. Luckily, Kai drew his sword in time and decisively sliced the worm in half. But Kai knew the danger wasn't over. He quickly entered combat mode and shouted, "It's a spike worm, get ready to fight." Just as Kai predicted, another spike worm lunged into the carriage. Serena was so scared she squeezed her eyes shut, but Kai jumped in front of her just in time. Watch out! The dismembered pieces of the spike worm lay scattered on the carriage floor. Serena trembled. Blood, so much blood. Kai held his sword high, cautiously warning his teammates that these spike worms would form into a pack when they appeared. There were more and more of them. Stay alert. Don't stay inside the carriage. Tan, with his weapon in hand, quickly replied, Understood. Wipe them all out. Kai led the charge, jumping out of the carriage. He continued to command everyone. Form groups of 3, back to back. Don't leave any openings in your defense. Move to a more open area to take them on. Following Kai's orders, the students jumped out of the carriage one by one. The one who went last was the most excited. Charge. Let's see who can kill the most worms. Only Thunder remained in his spot. A moment later, he slowly pulled back the carriage curtain. As Thunder activated his Dragon Eye model, he thought, are they getting a little too excited? Outside, a fierce battle was unfolding. The shouts of people mingled with the clashing of weapons. Watch out on the side. There are too many of them. I've already killed 32. Thunder calmly scanned the area with his Dragon Eye. These are all primary level beasts. Nothing to worry about, it seems. Suddenly, Thunder felt a chill run down his spine. He alertly shifted his gaze to the side. Thunder's eyes locked onto the figures on the mountain ridge above. He quickly realized these were the 6 knights who had left the caravan earlier. So that's how it is. Thinking this, Thunder decisively turned around and climbed back into the carriage. Tan looked at him, confused. Hey, where are you going? Don't break the formation. Thunder calmly raised a hand to cover his mouth. He yawned and lazily explained, These are just primary level beasts. They don't need my help. Besides, aren't there enough of you already? With that, Thunder crawled into the carriage. He flopped onto the floor and shouted out, I'm going to sleep. Up on the mountain peak, the knights were observing. Wur looked unimpressed. It seems he can only manage a red belt. Another knight added, Maybe he's just afraid. A knight on the left suddenly shouted, Look over there. That kid is putting on quite a show. His strikes are decisive. 1 shot, 1 kill. The knight's eyes all focused on Kai. He was performing quite well, and his movements were efficient, showing self-awareness and minimizing unnecessary exertion. Dante praised him with satisfaction. Not bad. He probably deserves a white belt. Winford quickly noticed another potential talent. That kid over there, although she rarely attacks first, has high damage output and her sword stance is very standard. The person he was talking about was Slavia. She was leaning against Serena, creating a mix of defense and offense amidst the swarm of worms. Slavia's gaze was strangely calm as she powerfully swung her sword, hacking the worms into pieces. Winford, observing from above, was quite pleased. She spots openings and strikes cautiously. She's a kid who knows how to think. Even Wur had to praise Slavia. Exactly, she hasn't even gotten her clothes dirty. Just as the battle was about to end, a strange, ferocious thing burst from the ground. Everyone stared in shock. What is that? Through the clearing dust, a giant spike, worm-like creature began to rise. Seeing it, the students who were fighting so hard suddenly shrank back in fear. Those spike worms had gathered together into a massive, singular form. That's terrifying. The giant worm bared its sharp teeth and chose to attack a male student. He was so scared his legs went limp, and even his cry for help was cut short. Save me. Hearing his friends scream, Jan bravely rushed straight at the giant spike worm. Jan frantically tore the spike worms apart with his bare hands. He shouted loudly, "Don't you dare hurt my friends!" The twins quickly charged in as well. Joyous and Lady used their swords to repeatedly attack the giant creature, while Kai was as enthusiastic as ever, powerfully hacking away and counting. 45, come on. Come over here. Dante, who had been a bit hesitant earlier, gave a small smile. Looks like we don't need to intervene. The quality of these red-haired youths isn't bad. Hearing this, the knight beside him laughed and added, except for one. At this point, Relancy stepped forward and whispered to Winford, "It's time to end this." Not long after, the battle truly came to an end. Jan looked at Lahan with concern. "Is everyone okay?" "I'm fine, even if I look a bit messy. Thanks, it's lucky you guys were here to help." The other teammates let out a sigh of relief. "I guess we killed them all." All of the students' actions were noted by Winford. His heart was drawn to Jan. Jan not only had incredible strength, being so considerate and caring towards his teammates is truly rare. Meanwhile, Kai Ho is questioning Thunder. "Why won't you join us? It's dangerous on that carriage. If something happens, we won't be able to save you in time." Thunder stretches and replies with a sleepy voice, "I'm just so sleepy." Having a knight here means there's nothing to worry about. Kay looks at him, feeling frustrated. "You're still the same antisocial brat as before." Winford, meanwhile, is grappling with a different problem. He sighs. Who on earth is the legendary Chosen One? After settling down, the convoy continues to roll through forests and over mountains toward their destination. Sitting inside the carriage, Kyo excitedly brags to his friends, "I killed the most spike worms." I look at him from across the way, smiling. "You're not bad, kid. Did you hear that?" Kyo boasts even more. "It seems these monsters are nothing special." Tan joins in. "That's right. At this rate, Jack and I will become knights in no time." As he speaks, Tan looks smugly at the classmate. Serena is bandaging. Serena asks with focus, "Does it hurt?" The other friend winces and replies, "No." Tan, however, continues to act arrogant. "If we're lucky, we might even get a white belt." Hearing Tan mention that, Kai Ho looks a bit surprised. "What's that white belt thing?" Seeing this, Tan puts on a mysterious air. "You don't know?" Then, Tan raises his hand and explains loudly to the others. "Even though we're all knights, there are still ranks. You see that? Those who follow us are white belt attendants, the highest rank already." The group peeks out the window. Tan lowers his voice. "They are all people who earned the white belt, meaning they've been certified for all the skills a knight needs during the examination." Additionally, he tells the group about some other knight belt types, including green and black belts, which represent different abilities. Suddenly, Tan glances back, his gaze filled with disdain as it lands on Thunder. His voice carries a hint of mockery, and the lowest rank among knights is the red belt. Those who performed poorly in the exam can only get that one. Then, Tan continues to list the benefits of each belt color. Those who receive the white belt get specialized professional training, and besides private instruction, they even get extra bonuses. In contrast to the white belt, those who receive the red belt have it very rough. The red belt isn't as lucky. Even though they get training, nobody oversees them. They mainly have to do the heavy lifting, and can go home once they're done. Most of the time, they work whenever they want. To put it bluntly, the academy has basically given up on them. Hearing this, it's like a lightning bolt strikes Thunder. He silently takes note. "I can work whenever I want? Doesn't that mean I'll have plenty of time to hunt monsters? If that's the case, I might be able to get high-level crystals and abilities very quickly." At this moment, an idea sparks inside Thunder. He clenches his fists and makes up his mind. "Great, I have to find a way to get the red belt." Who knows how much time has passed, but the convoy finally reaches its destination. The entire convoy stops in front of the city gate. Get off. We're here. The massive castle in front of them leaves all the students in awe. Thunder steps off the carriage, and his ears are met with a buzz of excitement. Isn't this too extravagant? This city gate must be 50 no, at least 100 stories high. Even Thunder can't help but feel overwhelmed. He whispers to himself, "This is the Ferret Apartments Academy." What Thunder sees is an incredibly vast academy. The academy is decorated in a traditional style, with white as the dominant color. Tan is no exception. He is so astonished that his eyes go wide. Oh my God. I'd heard about it, but I didn't expect the academy to be this majestic. Beside him, Manch is also staring, dumbfounded. The entire academy is equipped with purple crystal orbs. This makes Tan even more admiring. The whole academy is like a city, and everyone is a knight. The energy for the academy is provided by magic crystals. They don't even need fire for lighting. This is so luxurious. As they move through the chaotic crowd in front of the gate, perhaps only Kay remains calm. He simply remarks, "It's completely different from the village where I used to live." Seeing everyone so distracted, Wur reminds them, "Hurry and follow me. Stop looking around. If you get lost, I won't be looking for you. You'll have plenty of time to explore later." Kyo shouts back, "Got it." Werlancy expertly leads the students to tour some important areas. This is the armory. The guards bow politely when they see him. "Greetings, Lord Wer." Then, the group moves to the library. Werlancy introduces, "This is the library, so don't be making any noise. Keep it quiet." A few girls whisper as Wer walks by. "Look, that's Lord Wer. He's so handsome." Speaking quietly, Tan is a bit confused and points to the person behind. Even the person in charge of the library is a knight? The person he is talking about, sitting at the librarian's desk, warmly greets the guests. "You are welcome to come back again." Seeing this, Werlancy calmly replies, "Of course, all students, after graduating, must stay for 2 years of volunteer service. Whether they stay or leave afterward is a personal choice." Finally, the group is led by Wer to a giant stone stele. His voice turns mysterious. Before going to the dorms, this is the final stop on the tour. Seeing the surrounding scenery, the group starts chatting excitedly. Jan looks at the rows of stone steles, neatly arranged on both sides, and guesses this must be a graveyard. Hearing Jan say that, even Thunder seems to feel a chill down his spine. Not letting them wait long, Werlancy raises his voice to explain. This is the burial ground for the remains of the knights who sacrificed themselves for the kingdom of Arun. Wer's voice suddenly turns sharp. He uses a stern expression to address all the students. "I brought you here to remind you that the war has never ended for a single moment. You must always engrave your mission in your hearts, and always be dedicated to protecting the nation." Every word of Wer's seems to awaken the enthusiasm within the students. The group immediately shouts in unison, "Understood. For the nation, we will die. For the people, we serve." Only Thunder is the exception. He looks at everyone with a grim face. These people are truly. Thunder's body suddenly trembles uncontrollably. He bows his head as if trying to suppress his emotions. In Thunder's mind, images of the stone statues surrounding the giant stela appear. Thunder's eyes are bloodshot. Using the bodies of our dragon kin to create armor and weapons. Right at this moment, Slavia, who is in front, boldly raises her hand to ask, "May I ask, who are these figures?" To answer her, Werlancy looks at the statues and replies, "These are the founders of the Ferret Apartments Academy. They are the legendary Dragon Knights." Thunder tries to act normal to ask a question. "What are those Dragon Knights?" But Wer doesn't answer. Instead, he turns abruptly and walks away, his tone sounding very impatient. "Once everyone learns the Academy's history, you'll understand. Come on, follow me." Noticing he was being treated differently, Thunder's dragon eyes lit up. "You're annoyed, aren't you? How dare you ignore me?" Suddenly, Thunder caught on to something. He frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on the ground. By the time the group was about to leave, Kai noticed Thunder had fallen behind. He wondered what was wrong with Thunder and urged him, "Thunder, we have to go." But Thunder didn't notice. His eyes remained glued to that spot. Why was this happening? It turned out that when his dragon eyes activated, Thunder had unexpectedly discovered a void right beneath his feet. He was curious what kind of secret room was hidden beneath the cemetery. Inside that room, a yellow light flickered constantly. Thunder gasped in surprise. "It's a life force." A while later, the group was assigned to their dorms. Kai smiled happily, wondering who his roommates would be, and hoping they would be good people. Amidst the chaotic chatter, Thunder was still distracted by the suspicion in his heart. It's so strange. How could something be alive in a cemetery? And the shape was so bizarre. Even if it were a monster, Kai, who was walking, suddenly stopped and pouted toward the back. "Thunder, Are you even listening to me? Honestly, Thunder snapped out of it and replied, Sorry, I was lost in thought. You were saying something about roommates? Soon, the two arrived at their room. Kai looked at the nameplate on the door. Nice. Looks like we're in the same room. Let me see who else is here. Just then, a girl's sharp exclamation from nearby caught both their attention. You've got to be kidding me, right? Standing before them was Slavia, looking as if she had just witnessed something terrible. Thunder gasped in surprise. Slavia? Meanwhile, Kai just grinned. He waved his hand to comfort her. What's the big deal? I heard the Night Academy has always been about equality, no gender separation. Look on the bright side. At least we seem pretty compatible. But his words only made her angrier. Slavia threw her bag straight at Kai's face. Shut up. I am not staying in a room with boys. With that, Slavia stormed off in a rage. I'm changing dorms, she fumed. The commotion made a few students peek out in curiosity. Manch wondered what was going on. Seeing Kai, he asked, Looks like something big happened? Meanwhile, Thunder stood to the side, explaining vaguely, It's nothing. Just the high and mighty young lady throwing a tantrum. The four of them finally introduced themselves properly. Hey everyone, we're here too. I'm Kai, and this grump is Thunder, Manch said cheerfully. I'm Manch. Hello everyone. Standing nearby, Jan replied politely, I'm Jan. Thunder paid special attention to Jan, his eyes scanning the top of his head. Jan, he has red hair too. Kai looked back at the nameplate and sighed. Looks like we have more roommates, Thunder muttered to himself. Tan and Mary Eonwood. I feel like I've heard those names somewhere before. A while later, Slavia returned on her own. Seeing her, the whole group's eyes widened. Slavia picked up her bag and quickly marched into the room. Before going in, she glared at them and warned, I need to change. Don't you dare come in. The door slammed shut right in front of the four of them. Kai acted as if he had seen it coming. I told you. The Night Academy wouldn't let her change dorms. Just then, Tan's voice rang out. Hey, why are you guys all standing here? Kai looked at him happily. Tan, we were waiting for you. Tan was confused. Waiting for me? Why wait for me? Kai pointed at the door, his tone full of mystery. We found a huge cockroach in there just now, and we were debating who should go in and catch it. Tan believed him without a hint of doubt. He tightened his grip on his weapon and marched forward aggressively. Tan, it's ridiculous. How could a future knight be scared of a cockroach? Let me show you guys how it's done. Before the expectant eyes of the crowd, Tan walked boldly into the room. Seeing the door close, Jan and Manch blinked in astonishment. As for the culprits, Kai and Thunder couldn't help but laugh. The scene shifted to a fancy banquet in a lavish hall, amidst a bustling crowd of people coming and going. Tan's angry voice rang out. How dare you lie to me about a cockroach? Do you guys enjoy doing this? Kai replied teasingly. Maybe a little. Tan sat next to Kai and Thunder with a red handprint on his face. He chewed on a chicken leg, looking aggrieved. Now they had really done it, poked the hornet's nest. You tell me, Tan muttered. Is she going to wait until I'm asleep and try to poison me? Kai didn't seem fazed. Isn't that a good thing? Some people would kill for a chance to talk to her. Given her temper, these words hitting Slavia's ears were like adding fuel to the fire. She screamed at the three of them in a fit of rage. What was that? Try to what? What exactly is good about this? Kai and Tan jumped, startled. It's nothing. We didn't say anything. Having vented her anger, Slavia sat back down. She was blushing but tried to appear calm. Seriously, how can you guys still eat? Don't you know the exam is starting soon? Kai glanced at Thunder. He never missed a good meal. Night qualification exam? I heard about it, but what does that have to do with eating? Thunder agreed, focused on his meal. This is free food, after all. Seeing them both so focused on eating, Slavia sighed in disbelief. You two are truly hopeless. Just then, a voice sneered from behind. Looks like they've never had real food before. Denbird, followed by Ryan, added, After all, they come from a poor place. They're nothing like us. Watching how they ate, the group walked past Thunder's table. Before leaving, they mocked them. Whatever, let them eat. They'll just have to go crying back to their mommies in a few days anyway. Then, Ryan approached the gentle Jan and sarcastically said, Look at this guy. He's so big and bulky, he's about to break the chair. Hey, country bumpkin, he said while pulling at the chair. Didn't anyone tell you that you take up too much space? Not stopping there, they raised their voices arrogantly. Honestly, you're ruining everyone's appetite. Why do all these redheads have to come from Rennietown? Kai, who was eating, had his face darken, and he stiffened. Seeing their brother insulted, Joy and Lady couldn't take it anymore. Joyous was frustrated and about to draw his sword, but luckily, Lady held his hand back. But Ryan and his group pushed their luck further. They pretended to gag. This is contagious. I don't want to turn into a redhead. Stay away from us, you bunch of country bumpkins. Manch stood up immediately upon hearing that. He warned, you guys are going a bit too far. Seeing Manch stand up for them, Ryan didn't stop. He gritted his teeth and said, what? You want to help them out? He looked at him with contempt. Judging by your looks, the best you'll get is a red belt. Worry about yourself. Or I might just beat you up too. Manch was so angry he couldn't speak. Jan quickly spoke up. Stop it, Manch. It's fine. Ryan turned back to bully the gentle Jan. He rested his elbow on Jan's shoulder and said, it seems even a freak like you with red hair knows how to read the room. Let me be clear. From now on, if we cross paths at the academy, you'd better stay out of my way. Jan replied timidly. All right. At this point, someone had reached their breaking point. A chicken leg flew straight at Ryan's face. He caught it, cursing loudly. Damn it. Who did that? Get out here right now. Just as Ryan hoped, in the blink of an eye, a hand slammed his face flat against the table. Ryan shrieked in pain. Let me go. What the hell are you doing? Tell me. Thunder twisted his arm behind his back and roared. Who has to stay out of whose way? Huh? I'm talking to you. But Ryan remained stubborn. You freak with the red hair. No sooner had he finished, he screamed for his life. Help! This guy is insane. The crowd of onlookers buzzed with excitement. A fight! A fight! Seeing Thunder go this far for her, Jan quickly stepped in to mediate. Thunder, thank you, but they didn't really hurt me, she whispered a reminder. Yeah, Thunder, stop it. The knights are all watching, Slavia anxiously urged. The exams are starting soon. Don't ruin their impression of us, he replied coldly. I couldn't care less. Standing behind and pointing fingers, cursing the bastard, Jan nervously called out to Thunder. Seeing he wouldn't let go, she raised her voice, begging the knight to save him. He's bullying another student. Word had reached them by then. With a dark face, he loudly ordered Thunder to let him go, but Thunder tightened his grip even more. He called back, you know, Jan, ever since I was a kid, I learned one thing. Pain teaches a lesson. Ryan panicked. Knight, please save me. Thunder's voice continued. When someone wants to ride on your back and bully you, you don't hold back. At this point, even Wur couldn't take it anymore. He bellowed an order at Thunder. Thunder, I am ordering you stop. But he ignored him. Thunder tightened his hold even further, a flash of cruelty crossing his face. Give that brat a little face. Seeing Ryan moaning in pain in Thunder's grip, the students from other academies backed away in fear. What's wrong? This is terrifying. After saying that, Thunder returned to his usual indifferent expression and turned to Jan. See that? Only by putting them in their place will they ever learn. Ow! Ignored. Wur was furious, veins bulging around his eyes. Thunder, why aren't you following my orders? At this moment, Thunder smugly pointed to his own ear. He took this opportunity to taunt him. I'm sorry, Knight. My ears are just like yours, a bit problematic. I only hear what I want to hear. With that, Thunder left Wur standing there, looking like a fool. He calmly pulled Kai along. Let's go. Let's eat first. Don't let that garbage ruin our meal. The onlookers who witnessed this felt a sense of satisfaction. They whispered, honestly, they brought that on themselves. They love bullying others, so they finally met their match. Only Werlancy was displeased. He frowned, silently repeating that annoying name, Thunder. After the earlier commotion, the feast continued. Everyone turned their eyes to the stage where 3 knights were walking up. They whispered among themselves that these were the 3 great knights. Someone else whispered, is that Winford? The exams are starting. On the high platform, Winford raised his hand to signal the crowd below, asking for silence. Then, following Winford's introduction, 6 mysterious figures in black cloaks entered. Now, let's welcome the headmaster of Ferret Academy. The 6 elders. The crowd stirred. It's the 6 elders? Is it really that serious? What do I do? I started to get nervous. It seems this competition is quite intense. After all, rumors said no one had ever heard of the 6 elders coming to watch the exams before. Down below, Thunder had already activated his dragon eyes. He was shocked as he probed the 6 of them. Their energy was immense. This uneasy feeling reminded Thunder of his past life. It was just like the one who killed him. Thunder curiously observed the cart being pushed in, piled high with belts. Today, under the witness of the 6 elders, we will conduct the new night examinations. Based on the results, we will distribute belts of different colors, Winford announced seriously to the students below. Perhaps some of you have heard that poor results mean receiving a red belt, a sign of failure. Seeing the fearful look in the students' eyes, Winford subtly encouraged them. But today, I want to tell you that even if you receive a red belt, in the future, you can still stand here in my position. Everyone's eyes lit up instantly. You must believe that ever since you were chosen at the age of 5, you have possessed talent far beyond others. Future training will help you unleash that talent. So please, don't lose heart." Seeing this, Thunder let out a soft sigh, his eyes flashing with admiration and a bit of anticipation. This guy knows how to boost morale. I wonder what expression he'll have when I get a red belt. At this point, Winford had finished his duty. He turned to Werlancy. "I'll leave the rest to you." He nodded, rest assured. Then, Werlancy glanced toward Thunder, his eyes bloodshot. He emphasized every word. "I will fulfill my duty." According to Academy regulations, all students must undergo a 15-round examination, testing different knightly abilities in turn. Gem power, moving the giant boulder. Next is the Hellfire test, where students must endure flames. Then comes the test of invisibility and stealth, checking the student's hidden skills. There are also 2 rounds for sharp eyes and strength of will, testing the student's perception and resolve. Soon after, the first round gem power was held. This round was set in a fairly large arena. It was built in a circular structure, and the highlight was still the delicately carved crystals at the top. In the center of the arena, Werlancy was explaining the rules to the candidates. The rules were simple. Everyone just needs to use all their strength to push this boulder. When the boulder reaches the target position, the test is complete. Then, he held up a glove embedded with 2 power crystals. Werlancy continued. "Everyone gets 2 chances. If you fail the first time, you can use the magic glove on the second. It will increase your strength to help you reach the goal. It does have a minor drawback, naturally. Using the magic glove will affect your final evaluation score, so everyone should think carefully." Kai whispered to Thunder. "Doesn't look too hard," he agreed. "Piece of cake." Thunder then looked up at Werlancy. He spoke cryptically. "But there are definitely some people who don't want me to pass easily." Wer was still announcing the rules. "Before the official exam begins, I have one more thing to announce." Kai looked confused at Thunder. "What is it?" As it happened, Wer's words provided the explanation. With Kay questioning his role as a judge for this round, I refused to let Thunder participate. Thunder calmly crossed his arms over his chest and watched. Ko was stunned upon hearing this. "What?" Slavia immediately spoke up. "That's not fair. Why can't Thunder take the test?" Wer spread his arms out. He spoke to the candidates in a stern tone. "Fairness? I just want to remind you all that you are about to become knights. Whether on the battlefield or in the academy, obeying the orders of your superiors is your duty. If you have any objections, you can take them up with my superiors. As for the orders of my superiors, I will follow them unconditionally." Upon hearing this, Kai and Slavia immediately fell silent. It seemed they understood to some extent. Afterward, Werlancy directly called out the candidates. Then, the first student stepped forward. The candidate responded clearly. Ko looked at Thunder with concern. "This is bad. It seems that guy has his eyes on him." Thunder Slavia, standing next to him, was equally anxious. "You should report this to the superiors. He cannot treat you like that." But Thunder didn't care. He comfortably rested his hands behind his head and walked away. "It doesn't matter. This actually plays into my hands. Everyone, go ahead and take your tests. I'll join you all in the next round." Wer's direct boycott actually satisfied Thunder. He secretly thought, "Great, this way I can keep my red belt safe." Slavia followed Thunder's retreating figure, her voice filled with unspoken emotions. "Thunder!" Then it was Kai's group's turn to test. Kay quickly pushed the stone and passed the assessment. Slavia was a bit weaker, so she had to use her gloves to pass. As for Jan, with his incredible strength, he directly lifted the stone. The judge was so stunned he stuttered, but he passed. After the test, Kai Ho wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked toward Thunder. Everything went smoothly. He looked at Ko happily. "Congratulations. In the second assessment, you'll probably have a tougher time." Hearing Thunder speak so firmly, Ko widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Why?" Thunder directed his gaze toward Khan. "See that? That's the judge for the second round." It seemed he was from Jonan Academy. Khan and Werlancy were greeting each other. "Werlancy, long time no see." He hurriedly waved his hand. "Don't call me that." Seeing this, Kai was so shocked his eyes rolled back. He clutched his cheeks and screamed, "Magic? We haven't even learned that. Why do we have to be tested on it?" Thunder calmly replied, "Enemies on the battlefield don't care whether you've learned it or not. I guess we'll have to face magic combat." Then, a hexagonal chart appeared before Thunder, with its points representing the attributes used to evaluate a knight. He surmised that generally, those with good physical fitness would have a significant advantage over those with poor physical fitness. Strength, intelligence, energy, agility, endurance. I think these 5 test rounds are meant to assess us from different angles to verify our strengths and weaknesses so we can determine our direction at a higher level. Kay was completely enlightened by Thunder. He raised a finger. What you say makes sense, but don't count me as someone who is all-powerful like that. But he flatly denied it. No, I don't think you fall into that category. After the first test, the gem power test was the second round. The burning hell mainly assessed the student's endurance. Kay had finished his part of the test. He knelt on the ground, exhausted, waiting for the results. 57 seconds. Next. Seeing Ko being helped away, Thunder praised him. Not bad, you endured for quite a long time. But he wasn't satisfied at all. Damn it, not even a minute yet. Tan consoled Kai as he held him up. You were already great, because after all, in the virtual world of magic created by a sorcerer, the fire lasts for an hour. But in the real world, you only lasted 1 minute. The next candidate was Slavia. The judge used his hand to create a glowing dot on her forehead and projected an illusion into her mind. Inside the illusion, Slavia was surrounded by fierce flames. Even though it was searing hot, she refused to give up. I know this is just an illusion. Slavia's clothes were burned by the flames, but she absolutely would not give up. Her determination was clear in her eyes. But you can't scare me. Below. The crowd cheered. It's already been 5 minutes. She's far surpassed the second-place person. Even, he had to praise her in awe. So long already. Amazing. Seeing that Slavia's endurance was that good, Khan also offered praise. All right, you have proven your ability. Who is that girl? The crowd below became boisterous. Amazing. That's none of your business. She is my goddess. Shut up. Get those dirty thoughts out of your head right now. After Slavia's test, it was Thunder's turn. Next, Thunder. I'm worried, she whispered as she passed by him. Good luck, Thunder. Khan raised his hand, his voice gruff. Are you ready? Thunder replied obediently. Yes, start. Endure for about 20 seconds, that's enough. Thunder calculated internally, not feeling like he was about to collapse at all. The crowd below started yelling, It's the red-haired one, that's the red-haired one. Thunder quickly entered the illusion. He calmly waited for the fire. Is it coming? Suddenly, Thunder's face flushed slightly, and he excitedly told himself, All right, now it's happening. But before Thunder could do anything, a giant fire dragon appeared in front of him. Thunder raised his hand to cover his face, looking blankly at the dragon breathing fire at him. What the? Isn't this me? In the real world, both Khan and Thunder were blown backward by an invisible force. Winfred and Bernardo were observing from above. The situation left them very shocked. Up high, the other knights were stunned. The elders clearly did not expect this situation. They were so surprised, they couldn't speak. Winfred and Bernardo hurried down to the arena. She was trembling, pointing a finger at Thunder's face. The curse, he was cursed by the red-haired one. The candidates below were whispering incessantly. What happened? Why did the judge fall? I knew it. Getting close to that guy will bring bad luck sooner or later. Didn't you hear? The curse is the curse. The murmurs continued. He's even more dangerous than the other red-haired ones. But Thunder didn't have any major issues. He asked with concern. What's wrong with him? Winfred replied, It's nothing major, probably just exhaustion. You should go back and rest for a while. But Winfred was lying. Even he didn't expect this. Strange. His magic power is completely depleted. It shouldn't be like this. Afterward, Winfred quickly went to see the remaining elders. One elder asked, Well, did you find the cause? He hesitated and replied, It was due to mana sickness caused by magic depletion. He should recover after resting a bit. Another asked, Was it because the examinee drained too much? But he quickly denied it. Surely not. How could a sorcerer from Jonin Academy be drained by such a low-level magic test? Winfred bowed his head, trying to brush it off. I have arranged for him to go and rest. The cause will be investigated later. I will arrange for another sorcerer to be the judge. An elder nodded. Fine, arrange it as such. As Winfred left, we'll appoint a different mage as judge next time. An elder nodded. Fine, let's go with that. As Winfred walked away, one of the 6 elders waved his hand to summon a guard. He then leaned in and whispered some instructions. The guard nodded, acknowledging that he would handle it immediately. The elder wearing the yellow face covering, who sat nearby, was lost in his own thoughts. He frowned, his gaze fixed intently on Thunder. He softly called out, Thunder. The exam was temporarily put on hold, and Thunder's group gathered together to talk. He asked in surprise, What is this mana sickness? Slavia leaned back against a large pillar, her voice slow and steady. When a mage exhausts their mana but forces themselves to keep casting spells, it creates a negative reaction within the body. Exactly, it's mana sickness. Kyo squatted on the ground, adding in a dejected tone. If that's the case, he must have used up too much before this. This guy is really unlucky. Yet, Thunder still had the mood to joke around. He pretended to sigh. I can only say that heaven is jealous of talent. Slavia, however, remained suspicious. It was strange. How could a mage from the Jonin Academy make such a basic mistake? Furthermore, the curse that he mentioned, she hadn't finished her thought when the ground beneath the three of them began to shake violently. From deep underground, massive, sturdy trees broke through the soil. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. What's happening? An earthquake? A lush forest of dark, thick trees had appeared before them. The candidates asked each other in a panic. What is that? It turns out the mages were casting spells. They worked together to create this forest. The crowd was once again amazed, whispering, "Is this magic?" Trees were growing all over the exam grounds. Thunder's group was pushed into a corner. Kyo covered his nose, asking, "What kind of monstrous thing is this?" Slavia was also choking on the smoke, noting, "Someone has used magic." Suddenly, an arrogant voice echoed above their heads. "The third round is about to begin." Everyone looked up at him in surprise and asked, "Is he?" Finn pointed his thumb at himself and spoke coldly. "I am the examiner for the third round. Your task is to follow me and do your best to replicate my movements." The third round. Invisible movement. As soon as he finished, Finn's figure vanished before their eyes. Only his voice echoed in the space. "Start." Ko hadn't even grasped what was happening. "It's already started?" Even Thunder muttered to himself, "That's fast." While the others were still staring at each other, Manch had already leaped forward. Tan, startled, called out to him. Manch looked on in a panic, thinking, "Damn it, why is this guy so fast?" Then, Kai and Thunder, without a word, immediately charged into action. Thunder and Slavia also quickly followed the other two. She looked back confidently, thinking, "I won't let you guys beat me." Only Tan was left on the ground. He screamed in desperation, "Hey, is no one going to wait for me?" At this moment, Finn was still gliding swiftly through the treetops. He thought to himself, "If it's these kids, this might be a bit difficult." Thinking this, Finn glanced back slightly, contemplating whether to wait for them for a moment. What met his eyes was a shocking sight. A flicker of astonishment crossed Finn's eyes. Right on his tail was Manch. Following Manch were Kai, Thunder, and Slavia. He called out, "Hey Manch, we're about to catch up to you." Seeing this, Finn felt relieved and turned back, his voice tinged with interest. "It seems there's no need to go easy." Finn suddenly accelerated, gliding so fast he left only a streak of light in the air. "Use your own natural talent to get up here." At the same time, in another hidden thicket, someone was holding a bowhai. He muttered, "Do I really have to do this?" On this side, Thunder had fallen to the very back. He struggled to keep up, cursing, "Damn it, this isn't my specialty." Thunder was drenched in sweat, trying his best not to be left behind, silently lamenting that he still preferred physical labor. Just then, a volley of arrows rained down on them. Thunder frowned as he saw the arrows coming and quickly warned the candidates behind him. "Careful, there's a sneak attack." The arrows landed accurately right at the feet of Manch, Slavia, and Kai. Luckily, the group had stopped in time. Mia watched Finn glide past her, saying, "You aren't holding back too much, are you?" Quite a few people managed to keep up. Next, it's my turn to do the hard work. This suited Finn just fine. The quality of this year's batch isn't bad. "You'll see as we go," Mia said loudly to Thunder's group. "Don't just stand there, hurry up and follow. If you don't keep up, you'll be left behind. Everyone, grab a bow." As soon as she finished speaking, a wooden board dropped right where they were, with bows and arrows already laid out on it. Mia solemnly declared, "The test begins." Thunder looked on, stunned, as he and the group quickly equipped themselves with the bows. He speculated, "It seems we have to proceed to the fourth round simultaneously now." Ko asked, "Do you want to test the accuracy of our archery?" Slavia quickly rushed ahead, "I think so." Then she nimbly followed Manch. "I'm going ahead." Mia's voice echoed again. "There are quite a few targets placed in the forest ahead. Hit 3 of them, and you'll pass the exam." Mia then knocked an arrow. She watched them with excitement. "Of course, there will be interference from me." At this point, the fourth round, the Eye of Precision, officially began. The last one to follow was Thunder. He was a bit unhappy. He thought to himself, "Even if it's just the red belt, I don't like being in last place at all." Thinking this, Thunder immediately activated his dragon eyes. He silently made up his mind that he should show what he could do. Just then, an arrow carrying a trace of blue spiritual energy was headed straight for Thunder. Seeing it, cold sweat broke out on him, and he was stunned in place. "What?" Then, Thunder decisively shoved Kai, shouting a warning, "Get out of the way." Kai turned around and called, Thunder. He gritted his teeth, helplessly watching the arrow pierce the air toward them. I can't dodge it. Just when Thunder thought it was all over, an arrow from out of nowhere flew in and deflected it. Two sharp arrows embedded themselves deep into the trees next to them, cutting deep gashes into the trunks. Thunder looked at the cuts on the tree in confusion. Is this level of damage the destructive force required for the exam? Kai breathed a sigh of relief. That was too close. Just as Thunder was lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang out. Is everyone okay? Seeing Mary arrive, Kai quickly replied, We're okay, thanks. Your shot was really accurate, Mary answered modestly. No need to be so formal. If I hadn't been near you, I wouldn't have been sure if I could have hit them. But not letting them talk for long, another volley of arrows flew their way. Thunder shouted, Watch out! Here comes another wave! Then, Thunder and Kai nimbly jumped backward to dodge the arrows. Something isn't right, Thunder recalled silently. His face suddenly changed color. The previous arrows had an energy signature completely different from the ones the examiner fired. Someone wants to drive us to our deaths. But after a moment of thought, Thunder suddenly had another guess. Or maybe they're targeting me. Thinking of that, he immediately raised his guard, his hand quickly knocking an arrow onto the bowstring. Meanwhile, from afar, Mia began to sense that something was wrong. She cautiously turned around, while Thunder had his bow and arrow ready. He gritted his teeth and braced himself, waiting. Then, Thunder pointed his arrow firmly in one direction and shouted toward it. Just as he was drawing the bowstring, a crack suddenly appeared on the bow. Under the stunned gazes of the three of them, the top part of the bow snapped off. Faced with this situation, Thunder's face went blank for a moment. Luckily, Mia arrived in time. She rushed over and fired a warning shot. Who's there? The arrow pinned itself right into the tree at the attacker's feet. The figure lurking in the shadows immediately fled. When Mia reached the spot, all she found were the arrows she had fired. Mia stared in disbelief, wondering to herself, They're so fast to be able to dodge my attack and leave absolutely no trace behind. Mia stood up straight and pulled the arrows out of the tree, her heart still filled with confusion. Who could it be? Why target an examinee? To avoid scaring the other candidates? Mia waved to them. Sorry, everyone. That was my arrow. Sorry for the scare. Please continue with your exam. Hearing this, Kai and Mary finally relaxed and replied, Understood. Thunder watched as Mia's figure slowly disappeared into the distance. He knew clearly that those arrows hadn't been fired by her. She was just trying to comfort them. Kai saw Thunder standing there blankly and urged him, Let's go. Hearing Kai say that, Thunder followed him while carefully pondering everything. It seemed a dangerous individual had infiltrated their group. In the heart of the forest, the examinees were nearly all gathered, with murmurs of complaining heard here and there. Manch, you're such a traitor for not waiting for me, Manch timidly explained, while other examinees were busy discussing the exam. Hey, did you hit the target? That test is way too hard. Joyous was talking to her younger brother. Can you be a bit faster next time? Lee replied calmly. In another corner, Thunder's group was also gathering. Slavia was shocked to hear about what the two of them had encountered. How did something like this happen? She continued. Why didn't you report it to the knights? Thunder had a different perspective. I don't think it's a good idea to talk about it. Slavia looked at him, confused. Why? At this moment, Kai, who had been quiet until now, spoke up. I agree with Thunder. The examiner didn't tell us the truth just now. Perhaps they didn't want to affect our exam, or maybe they wanted to hide something. Faced with Slavia's surprised gaze, Kai carefully explained. If there really is someone trying to harm us, that person must have infiltrated the testing grounds. After that, Kai's expression darkened, and he hesitated before continuing. This person is likely. Seeing Kai say that, Slavia gradually understood that he was implying it could be an examiner or one of the knights involved. Then, Slavia turned to Thunder and asked suspiciously, So what do you plan to do? Thunder answered calmly, We'll see when we get there. I'm actually quite curious to see who is behind all this. He frowned slightly, a dangerous look appearing in his eyes. Thunder said in a low voice, Who exactly is it? At the same time, at the edge of the forest, a shadowy figure nimbly jumped down from a tree. The person didn't expect Mia to be waiting, and she shouted firmly in his direction. Stop right there. Immediately after, Mia quickly drew her bow and interrogated him. Why did you attack the examinee? The figure was no pushover. He sneakily reached for the weapon at his waist, but Mia had already spotted it. Don't move! At this distance, I can take you down. At this point, he stopped hiding. Draven tilted his head and glared at Mia. Since that was the case, Draven quickly pulled out his weapon and lunged toward Mia. Without a word, night began to fall. In the pitch-black night, only the shimmering red light emitted from the spirit stone illuminated everything. The person guiding the candidates this time was Denbir. The exam, this time would challenge everyone's willpower and their control over their internal energy. The fifth round, the trial of will, had officially begun. Next, Denbir lifted his sword high into the air. He introduced it. This sword is forged from the essence of a super-tier firebird beast. When you hold it, the sword will emit sparks. You might not have learned how to use your internal energy yet, but you can try to focus your mind and use your willpower to control it. The round then began. The first person to step up was Jan. Jan nervously gripped the sword and looked at it carefully. A moment later, a flame with a brilliant aura ignited around Thunder's sword. The exam ended just like that. Jan walked away, his hair singed, as Denbir continued to call out, "Next." At the same time, in another corner of the academy, two figures were talking to each other. "So, your assassination attempt failed, and you were caught by an examiner." The kneeling figure spoke up. "It is because of my subordinate's negligence." Then, the standing person slowly removed his mask. It turned out to be Elder JPY. He spoke in a disappointed tone. "Forget it. I didn't expect to be able to resolve this in one go." Afterward, he put his mask back on. But at the very least, what he was wearing was a treasure. The golden mask was a priceless artifact. When worn, it could change one's appearance. Instantly, JPY returned to his role as an elder with a long, snow-white beard. He continued, "You can send a signal to our protectors. Our Pure Blood Guild has never disappeared." Back to the exam. It was time for Kai's turn. Denbir was recording and called out, "All right, next one." Kai high-fived Thunder in encouragement. "It's the last one. It's your turn. Good luck." He nodded in response. "Don't worry." Below, Slavia was already waiting. She curiously looked at Kai. "I've always wanted to know, is Thunder really that good?" Hearing Slavia's question, Kai placed a finger on his chin and answered her seriously. "Thunder, at least within my knowledge, he is extremely strong." Tan heard this and turned back in surprise. But his results in the previous 4 rounds were terrible, weren't they? Slavia was even more confused. "Why do you think Thunder is strong?" But Kai wasn't joking at all. Even though I easily defeated him in our sparring match last time, 10 years ago, Kai's voice trailed off as he began to drift into his memories. I was attacked by an intermediate tier wolf beast, and it was Thunder who defeated it and saved me. Tan didn't believe him at all. On the contrary, he couldn't stop laughing. He said happily, "Stop talking nonsense. 10 years ago, you guys were only 5 years old. How could you have defeated an intermediate tier wolf? At most, it was just a slightly larger wolf." Kai's words shook Slavia. She remembered the night she caught Thunder sneaking out. If Thunder is really that strong, then why would he hide his true strength? At the testing area, Thunder was ready to grab the sword hilt as Denbir gave the order, "Begin." Just then, a system screen appeared in midair. It notified Thunder, "You have obtained a super-tier beast crystal. Would you like to accept it?" On the screen, 2 options appeared, accept or no. Distracted by the system, Thunder didn't even notice the hilt in his hand. The other students started whispering among themselves. There was absolutely no flame. Then, Thunder casually picked up the sword and waved it around. "What's going on?" everyone murmured. "Do you think it's broken? Is it broken?" The sword's light has vanished. He always ruins everything. The gloomy-faced guy standing nearby looked even paler. He lunged forward to grab the sword. "Move aside. Give it to me." Pushing past the others, Demb saw that the red crystal in the hilt had lost its glow. It hit Demb like a bolt of lightning. This was a weapon created by the super beasts, a treasure of King Arun's kingdom. Demb angrily grabbed Thunder by the collar. "What on earth did you do to it?" Thunder's face remained expressionless. "What could I possibly have done? Look, this is a weapon created by super beasts after all," he added calmly. "Besides, you were watching me the whole time." Demb was so furious he couldn't even speak. "You." Just as tensions were rising, a knight stepped forward from behind to report. "Sir, Demb, I have an urgent matter to report." Demb gritted his teeth. "What is it?" He let Thunder go and turned to listen to the knight. After hearing the news, his expression shifted immediately. Demb regained his composure, turned his back to the students, and waved his hand. "The exam is over for everyone. You may all return to your rooms to rest." Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. As whispers of exhaustion filled the air, another announcement echoed. "Please gather at dinner time. Your belts will be distributed then." Hearing this, some students started whispering to each other. "I definitely performed better than that guy. At least I won't get a red belt." Seeing Thunder still standing there, Dem spoke up. "Thunder, I'm done with you. You can go now." Thunder obeyed and walked away, but the knight's words kept echoing in his mind. Was what that knight said true? He remembered overhearing that conversation earlier. Sir Demb, a judge for the 4th round, had just been found dead. Winford had arrived at the crime scene to investigate. Before him lay the bloodied body of Mia. Sir Winford, when I found her, she was already Winford crouched beside the body, carefully examining the surroundings. The body was still warm. She had been killed just a short while ago. Who on earth could have done this? A moment later, Winford stood up and ordered the knight behind him. Report this to the elder immediately. Understood. The knight obeyed and arrived at the elder's council chamber. JPY asked, feigning ignorance, "So, she's dead then?" The knight bowed slightly. "Yes, the cut was clean. A single fatal blow," Jack remarked. "It must have been a master. Furthermore, the attacker didn't trigger the security system." I'm afraid, seeing the knight hesitate, the elder with the yellow face mask raised a hand to cut him off. It seems highly likely that this was an inside job, given the rumors that have been circulating. Other elders joined the discussion. One spoke up. "Is it the Pureblood Guild or the Dark Guild?" Another elder said angrily. "The leader of the Blue Belt Knights was killed right here during the exam. The culprit is incredibly arrogant and brazen. This must be investigated thoroughly." An elder turned to the one standing by the window for guidance. "Grand Elder, what are your thoughts?" The Grand Elder stroked his long beard, gently, his voice raspy as he spoke. "This must be kept within the high-level officials. Do not let it spread outside. Let the elders continue the investigation. The culprit must be found." The knight replied, "Understood." The scene shifted to the belt distribution ceremony. The crowd was buzzing with excitement. So tense. "I wonder what color belt I'll get." Slavia finally met Mary. "So you're Mary? That's great." Finally, she had a female roommate. Looking at her, she guessed, "Your last name is Eonwood? Are you the Mary Eonwood I know?" Mary exclaimed in surprise. "You knew my mother?" Meanwhile, Thunder stood alone in a corner. He thought, if even a judge has been harmed, the culprit is definitely no ordinary person. The suspect is likely someone of high rank. Thinking this, Thunder felt even more confident in his previous deduction. If it was someone within the academy, perhaps only the knights and the elders had the capability. Meanwhile, Kay, who was still oblivious, excitedly called out to Thunder in the corner. "Thunder, do you remember that adventurer we met in Rennie Town all those years ago? That was Mary's mother. What a coincidence, right?" But Kay realized Thunder wasn't listening. He grabbed Thunder's shoulder in frustration. "Hey, pay attention. You've been so distracted lately." Thunder looked at Kay apologetically. "Sorry, I was thinking about the exam." Slavia walked up from behind. "Are you still thinking about that archer?" Thunder, of course, didn't dare tell the truth. He quickly made up an excuse to brush it off. "No, not at all. I was just wondering why the sword in the 5th round didn't react at all." In truth, Thunder didn't want to lie. He always prioritized his friend's safety. It was better they didn't know about the judge being murdered. After all, the more they knew, the more danger they would be in. The reason Thunder gave convinced Slavia instantly. She looked at him with concern. "That really is strange. I always feel like you've been having a bit of bad luck. Not just with the sword, but that hellfire thing as well." As the crowd chattered, a stern voice rang out. The Knight Commander had arrived. Seeing Winford, the crowd immediately fell silent. Beads of sweat rolled down everyone's foreheads. "He's finally here." Winford raised his hand and solemnly announced the start of the ceremony. "I hereby declare the belt distribution ceremony officially open. When your name is called, step up to the podium." The first name called was surprisingly Kay Bluebert. He turned around, shocked. "Right." Thunder rubbed his cheek where he had been pinched, and Kay finally let go. Kay walked up to the high stage as the crowd continued to gossip. "It's him. He performed the best, right? He's definitely getting a white belt." A loudmouthed student chimed in. "Who says that? Our goddess Slavia performed the best. Or maybe the neutral faction. Whoever it is, it'll definitely be a white belt." Winford glanced at the evaluation board on the table, then spoke solemnly to Kay. "After careful consideration by the Knight Order, we have decided to grant you a black belt." This was clearly lower than Kay had expected. He hesitated, not wanting to take it. Seeing Kay standing there dumbfounded, Winford smiled and reminded him, "Hey, take it." Disappointment was written all over Kay's face, but he accepted it anyway. The gossiping crowd had more to whisper about. What's going on? Shouldn't he have gotten a white belt? Logically speaking, a black belt is, I don't even know. Basically, it's nothing to look at. But it's still better than a red belt. Next up is Yan's turn for his power. He's a bit surprised by the result, a white belt. Someone else whispers, "A white belt?" That redhead got a white belt. The person next to him quickly hushed him. "Keep it down. Have you forgotten what happened to the last guy who got beaten up?" Then, Slavia was honored to receive the highest rank. Everyone cheered. As expected of the goddess Slavia, I knew she'd get the white belt. You got a red belt, so you've got no chance with the goddess anymore. Whispering back and forth, I don't want that. She's my goddess. Mary got a blue belt and happily showed it off to everyone. Thanks. Tan stood to the side, tears streaming down his face. What's wrong? Man only got a black belt. And without making everyone wait any longer, the final name was called Thunder. He also became the topic of gossip for the crowd around him. Everyone was busy guessing what color he would get, probably red. Thunder clenched his fists, walked briskly up to the high platform. It was finally his turn. But the result took him by surprise. Winford held up a black belt and said, The Knight Order has carefully considered your placement. A black belt. Seeing this, Tan cried even harder. He shook Manch's shoulder. How could someone as pathetic as him also get a black belt? Manch comforted him. Maybe Thunder is hiding his true strength, but that comfort didn't make Tan feel any better. He muttered to himself, What does this mean? Am I the only one who's incompetent? Even Thunder couldn't understand it. He looked at the belt in his hands, skeptical. Why, like this? Why did I get a black belt? Could this be a conspiracy? Winford's voice rang out again. The night belts have all been distributed. Whether you accept it or not, this is the result. Manch patted Tan on the shoulder to comfort him. Think positively. Winford continued to instruct everyone. Starting tomorrow, after finishing basic training, I suggest you follow different training nights based on the color of your belt. Ko stood sadly looking at the item in his hand black. What on earth was it for? At the same time, behind the students, Cardin was reading the roster. After a moment of thought, he quickly made his selections. Cardin asked the person in charge, You're giving me 2 redheads? With a cigar on his lips, Cardin cast a side glance behind him, hoping this wouldn't bring him any trouble. Future Dragon Knights. Switching scenes to the next day at the training square, a stream of people were heading home. Some waving goodbye to each other, turning their heads and smiling in response. Yeah. Turning around, another group laughed and joked. Let's go. Finally we can go back to the dorms. Only Thunder's group stood still, not budging. Kyo looked toward the crowd, getting impatient. Everyone else is gone. Why hasn't our instructor arrived yet? I hope he's someone normal. He had just finished complaining when a voice suddenly spoke up from behind him. Are you talking about me? Kyo was startled, jumping in shock. The newcomer walked right past him, briefly introducing himself. From now on, I am your instructor. Follow me. Kyo panicked and stood at attention, rushing to reply. Understood. The instructor said that and just kept walking, not bothering to slow his pace for the students, leaving them to follow in silence. The atmosphere was incredibly awkward. Kyo was the first to speak. By the way, what did the knight call himself again? Thunder shook his head. I don't think he said. Kai Ho, however, suggested, Why don't you just ask him yourself? He only said it as a random remark. But to his surprise, Kyo actually asked directly, Sir Knight, may I ask how we should address you? Thunder felt speechless. This guy would really do anything. Cardin didn't turn around, just waved his hand lazily. You can call me Ka. Hearing that, Thunder muttered under his breath. Ka? What kind of weird name is that? Kyo thought the same, guessing that Jack wasn't his real name. The group continued moving, and not long after, they ran into Demb. He smirked, trying to strike up a conversation. Greetings, Sir Sa. What a coincidence. Cardin nodded slightly in response. Priest Denbird. He cast a glance at the students behind Cardin, then spoke in a mysterious, cryptic tone. 2 redheads. It's going to be hard work for you, Ka. Denbird didn't bother hiding his hostility, glaring at Thunder with furrowed brows. Getting a black belt. Jack, you must be very happy, right? Thunder stayed silent. If it were up to me, I certainly wouldn't let people like that appear in this academy. Thunder calmly replied. Fortunately, it's not up to you. Thunder's answer immediately infuriated Demb, his eyes flashing with intense murderous intent. Be careful. I'll be watching you. At that exact moment, a flash of sword light suddenly surged forward, stopping right at his throat, accompanied by Cardin's deep, hoarse voice. Sir Demb, I must remind you. He pointed his sword at Demb without hesitation, looking stern. Thunder is now a member of my Black Belt Knight Squad. Cardin paused for a second, flicking his cigar to release a cloud of smoke. I hope there are no prejudices here that could lead to unpleasant things between us. Demb was still acting tough, arching an eyebrow with a sneer. Whether it's prejudice or not, it will be proven soon enough. He was convinced he was right, asserting stubbornly, everyone will eventually realize that your prediction is a mistake. Saying that, Demb turned away in a huff. Good luck to you all. Watching his back, Kyo asked blankly, What prediction? Manch shook his head vigorously. Never heard of it. As for Carden, his face darkened instantly. Gritting his teeth in silence, he finally spoke after a long while. "Follow me." Not long after, Carden led the group to a large building. "This is our special training ground." The moment the large door opened, a gust of wind slammed into their faces. Kyo blurted out, "Where is that wind coming from?" The teammate next to him mumbled as well, unable to open his eyes. Despite falling into the same situation as the other two, Kai-ho remained much calmer, trying to open his eyes to see the training area. When the sight of cobwebs covering the walls hit his eyes, Kai finally had to sigh. This place is so dilapidated. At the same time, Manch suddenly screamed, "Where is Sir Ka?" Kyo was also confused. "I wasn't paying attention either. When did he disappear?" The group hadn't even managed to calm down yet, when the door behind them suddenly slammed shut. Ko jumped, turning his head to check. "What's going on?" Thunder didn't say a word. Resolutely using his dragon eye, he scanned the room, searching everywhere. "He's gone." Thunder tried to confirm it again, using his dragon eye, but still couldn't see him anywhere. Kai-ho, next to him, was restless and anxious, asking, "Thunder, can you see him?" At that moment, even Thunder felt bewildered and had to answer honestly, "No, I don't see him at all." The next second, Carden suddenly put his arms around both of them from behind, speaking in a low voice. "Are you two looking for me?" This abrupt appearance successfully scared the hell out of them. Everyone panicked and started shouting. After a while, as things settled down in the dim candlelight, Carden announced that from now on, they would have to train in these dark conditions. He explained, "I will hone your skills and sharpen your senses until the day you can blend into the shadows and turn that darkness into your sharpest weapon." Kai couldn't hold back anymore and asked directly, "Sir, is it true that the Black Knight Order will mainly carry out assassination missions?" Thunder was surprised, thinking to himself, "Assassination? So that's what Kai is worried about." Carden's confirming answer left Kai in silence. "That's right. The skills you acquire will make you better suited for assassination and covert missions than anyone else." He lowered his head, eyes downcast, and muttered, "Why can't we fight fair and square like everyone else?" Carden slowly approached, shrugged, and replied with a smile, "I chose you all to be Black Knights because you possess qualities that others don't." He gently patted Kai on the shoulder and said calmly, "If you want to fight others fair and square, trust me, you are fully capable of that too." Carden emphasized this point. Hearing this, Kai felt a surge of emotion and looked at him with bright eyes. "Sir, now," Carden tossed an item to each of them. "Take this." Kai looked suspicious. The man's mouth curled into a slight smile as he announced, "From today on, you can use any combat style you like." The sunlight hit the watch face on the wristband, which clearly displayed the name Thunder, a rank of 300, and today's training completion rate. He lay on his bed, kicking his legs, lost in thought. 300, so this thing shows the current rankings? Thunder pondered. According to what the knight said, after daily training ends, the rankings update, and members can issue challenges at will. Specifically, if the member in the last place wins, they can directly take the spot of the higher-ranked member. The higher the rank, the more resources one can obtain. Thinking of this, Thunder immediately sat bolt upright. "Kai, how many students are in our class in total?" The other hesitated for a moment. "I think, maybe around 300 people." Hearing that, he went silent, thinking, "So I'm at the very bottom?" Thunder casually asked Kai, "What rank are you?" He felt embarrassed and hesitated to answer. Tan ran over to gossip, taking a glance at the watch face on Kai's wrist, which showed Kai ranked first, with 100% training completion today. He excitedly grabbed Kai's wrist. "We were still guessing who was in first place. It turns out it was right here." Tan laughed gleefully. "This is great. The first and third ranked students are both in our dormitory. Should we walk in a line now?" Kai shouted in embarrassment. Tan, you, Slavia, ranked third, frowned and glanced at them. "Boys are so shallow." Standing next to her, Mary, ranked 89th, just gave a wry smile. Meanwhile, Jan noticed the smug smile on Manch and asked, "Manch, you seem really happy." The other replied vaguely, "It's nothing." The corner of his mouth curled up, looking at the ranking info with interest. Manch, ranked 65th, with 100% training completion today. He told himself he had to keep working harder. The scene shifted to 10 days later, with scorching sunlight covering the buildings. Thunder walked down the hall, deep in thought. Today's hunt wasn't very fruitful. I'm almost close to collecting 100 basic beast crystal points. Just as he reached the dorm door, he heard an argument. What is that supposed to mean? Thunder's eyes fell on Manch, who looked extremely frustrated. "It's only thanks to these special training sessions that I could move up in rank." "You know," Manch retorted. His current rank was 50. Kai stood opposite him and answered bluntly, Maybe so, but I just find those tactics a bit lowbrow. They don't really help me. This remark once again provoked Manch. It's not your specialty, but that doesn't mean it's useless. Kai refused to back down, arguing, without those skills, I can still lead the pack. Manch was immediately left speechless. Thunder turned to ask Tan, what's going on? He sighed and commented, this is the first time I've seen Manch this agitated. Tan summarized the whole situation. They were arguing over whether the Black Knight training was actually helping them. Curious about what you're actually training for, Thunder rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Special training based on my analysis, shadow assassination is the core skill of the Black Knights. These aren't exactly Kai's strengths, but in this aspect, Manch is showing special talent. Thinking of this, Thunder couldn't deny it. But Kai had a point. His basics were stronger than Manch's. Even if Manch ranked up quickly, looking at their overall strength, he still had a lot of work to do. The two in front of them continued to argue fiercely. Manch yelled, I won't let you look down on my efforts like that. Kai was losing his cool. Didn't I say it already? Think what you want. Slavia hurried over to mediate. All right, you two stop arguing. Thunder, you should talk to them too. Thunder, who had been standing silently on the side, was startled when he was suddenly called out. The next second, he unexpectedly suggested, why don't the two of you just have a match? Tan, standing nearby, enthusiastically supported it. Oh, good idea. Slavia jumped up, annoyed. Hey, are you here to mediate or to stir the pot? In a moment of impulsiveness, Manch did not hesitate and directly agreed. I agree. Let's have a duel, Kai scoffed. It makes no difference to me, but if you want to fight, I'll show you whether the skills you've seen are useful in actual combat. Soon after, the training area quickly became lively. People whispered to each other, hey, want to go watch? Someone is challenging. It seems to be the top-ranked new student. People were immediately attracted. Is it that redhead? Who is he fighting? Another person replied, I heard about it. He's a dark horse. I think he's in the top tier. Sebastian, the youngest son of Demb, happened to pass by and raised his eyebrows in disdain. A fight? The person next to him added, nothing worth watching, just some hicks from Rennie Town. On this side, Kai was taking the opportunity to make some profit, excitedly selling bets. The Academy's new star, Kai, versus the Black Knight Manch. Come and see who will win, he invited with a smile. Bosses, who are you betting on? I'm backing the winner. I'll bet 10 silver coins. I'm betting no. That flippant attitude instantly irritated Slavia. She snapped at him. Tan, how could you use your own roommate as a bet? Who would have thought Mary would chime in too? Here's 10 silver coins. I want to try, too. I'm betting on Man. Maybe he can bring us a surprise. Kyo laughed and replied eagerly. Thanks for the support, bosses. Slavia was absolutely bewildered by this. Wait, Mary? Why are you? Finally, she couldn't suppress her curiosity and turned around to ask the person in the back row. Thunder, do you think Man has a chance to win? Below the arena, Kyo continued his role as the referee and took the initiative to speak up. Apologies for keeping you ladies and gentlemen waiting. The match everyone has been waiting for is about to begin. The crowd kept urging, hurry up. He followed protocol as usual, raising his voice to introduce, let us witness this momentous occasion together. Just as it was about to start, Thunder finally opened his mouth to answer Slavia's question. So, you think Kai will win too, right? She couldn't deny it. Below the ring, Kyo stepped into position, raised his hand high, and shouted, I declare the match started. As soon as his signal went out, the two in the ring moved instantly, and the stands erupted in cheers. Go, hit him. Thunder observed the entire match, bluntly assessing, Man has talent and polished technique. Compared to the rest of us, he's definitely a standout. He didn't forget to comment on the other one, and Man, through that special training, has given it his all. You could say he's now a formidable opponent for Ko, and just as Thunder said, Man was fighting with intense determination, not losing out to Kai at all. When Man's sword swung down, a cloud of dust instantly spread across the entire stage. Given the current situation on the ground, no one could guess what had happened. Kai himself confidently asserted that he had landed the hit. The crowd below the ring buzzed with gossip. Was he knocked out? Very quickly, a sharp-eyed person spotted it. Wait a second. Kay managed to block the attack. This turn of events was beyond M's expectations. He blurted out, how? Kay had used his sword to block the opponent's strike, raised an eyebrow, and said, give up, you can't win. Thunder watched everything, folded his arms, and analyzed. Man's technique has really improved, but it's gotten to the point where Kay can't afford to be careless anymore. Still, he stretched and yawned, ultimately concluding, I still bet Kai will win. Slavia nodded in agreement, judging that the fundamental gap in skill couldn't be bridged in such a short time. Hearing the two of them talk like that, Mary couldn't help but feel anxious. Man. Back to the situation in the arena. Man seemed to have lost his cool, crazily leaping in to attack Kay, repeating over and over, damn it. Kai calmly blocked every single strike. At a certain moment, Kai suddenly turned around, and just like that, with one finishing blow, he sealed the outcome. The wooden sword in Man's hand was snapped in two. Man still refused to accept reality, his face turning pale as he watched the blade fly away. In Man's horrified eyes, the wooden sword fell and slammed hard onto the stage floor. Kay turned his head toward him calmly. It's over. Man knelt down, hanging his head in defeat. How could this be? Kay said that without even bothering to look at his opponent again, turning decisively to leave. It was a pity, but that was the reality. Man clenched the hilt of his sword, and a flash of red energy suddenly flared up. He gritted his teeth, snarling every word. No, it's not over yet. Thunder keenly noticed something abnormal, and his entire body went rigid. Down in the arena, Man was acting impulsively, charging straight at Kai's back with the broken sword. He screamed, It's not over yet! Realizing the situation had spiraled out of control, Slavia panicked and shrieked, Watch out! Mary next to her was just as frantic, rushing to intervene. Man, stop! At that very critical moment, the piece of broken sword, which was only a few inches from Kai's neck, suddenly stopped. He turned his head in confusion. The scene that met his eyes made Kai's face turn ghost white. On the blade pressed against his neck, droplets of hot blood were dripping down continuously. The onlookers were shocked. Tan's mouth hung open, unable to speak. This Yan jumped up in terror, lips trembling as he murmured, How is that possible? Even Slavia was dazed, wondering, when exactly did that happen? Below the ring, Thunder had arrived just in time, using his bare hand to grip Man's wooden blade, his voice stern as he warned, Man, stop it. Kay looked at his bleeding hand, calling out to Thunder with concern. Perhaps the scent of blood brought Man back to his senses. He panicked, dropped the sword, and looked at Thunder's hand in a daze. I'm sorry. On this side, Slavia still couldn't believe her eyes. The speed Man just displayed was astonishing. She hadn't even been able to track the direction. In such a short time, Thunder had managed to rush in. How did he do that? Over by the ring, Man apologized to Thunder, stammering incoherently. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry about just now. It was all because I was so reckless. If Thunder hadn't stopped me, I would have caused a huge disaster. He didn't take it to heart, shaking his head slightly to reassure him. It's nothing. Just a small wound. Meanwhile, the crowd was buzzing again. So, who wins then? Someone immediately spoke up. I don't know. It should be Kai who wins. The other guy clearly conceded. Who said that? If he hadn't been stopped, Kai definitely wouldn't have dodged that attack. The argument broke out instantly, but the match had already ended by then. Kyo quickly grasped the situation and waved his hands, hurriedly announcing, Look everyone, stop causing a scene. Since a third party intervened in the match, the results of this match are void. You can come get your money back later. Of course, some people weren't satisfied, shouting in protest, This isn't right. Some even started throwing bottles into the ring in their outrage. Damn it. Did you guys do this on purpose? That was clearly my winning bet. If you can't play, don't host a bet. Kyo tried his best to appease the crowd. Everyone, don't get agitated. I said I would return everyone's money, but their attitude was extremely hostile, screaming at him to stop talking. The situation quickly spiraled out of control. Those present in the ring were simultaneously pelted with rocks, enduring countless venomous insults from the crowd. You guys ruined everything. You're just trash causing trouble. What's the point of returning the money? We clearly bet on a win. Get out of the academy, you bunch of red-haired freaks. As they were leaving, Thunder was suddenly hit in the head by a rock. Below, people were crazily hurling insults. Bad luck, red hair. The scene was in chaos, and the sound of harsh criticism rang in his ears. Get out of the academy. Get out. Get out. Kai hurried to support Thunder, calling his name in worry. Thunderman tried to hold back the crowd, asking everyone to calm down, but only received vicious words in return. Shut your mouth and get lost. Kai noticed Thunder swaying on his feet, and his face instantly turned pale. He urged everyone to stay calm, but was met only with vitriol. Shut your mouth. Get lost. Kai saw Thunder swaying, and his face turned pale. Thunder, what's wrong? He replied weakly. Let's go. Slavia and Mary moved in to shield him, trying their best to talk him out of it. Everyone, stop this. The match is already over. Don't keep agitating things. Amidst the chaos, Eric grabbed a large brick with a wicked smirk. Let me do the honors of taking it up a notch. Before he could even move, a rock struck his wrist. He instinctively dropped the brick, letting out a sharp hiss. That hurts. Manch had seen Eric's intentions and tried to stop him from the start. Don't do it. Eric glared at Manch, furious. Isn't this all because you're useless? He retorted, but it had nothing to do with Thunder. Eric was so choked with rage he could only lash out. Listen here, kid, you better remember this. Seeing his people being attacked in the middle of this mess, Sebastian's expression darkened instantly, clearly showing his displeasure. The air around Thunder seemed to freeze. All he could hear were the venomous words from the red-haired freaks in the crowd. It felt as if countless malicious gazes were stabbing into him. They jeered, "Get out of the academy, you trash, you freak. You should have never been born. Nothing good ever happens when you're around. Just go die. You jinx." As he walked through the storm of attacks, he truly couldn't understand why things turned out this way. Even among these filthy humans, a few concerned voices reached him. "Stop throwing things. We're all classmates. Thunder, are you okay?" But he was nearly drowned out by the harsh, hateful insults. "I don't want to go to school with a freak." "Yeah, me neither." The venomous words reaching Thunder were like a toxic concoction slowly destroying him from within. Thunder trembled violently. He could only hear the deafening jeers. Red-haired curse. Freak. Die. You trash. You loser. You idiot. Go die. Get lost. You disgusting monster. Drop dead. Thunder slowly began to lose control. Dragon eyes flickered, veins bulged on his forehead, and he gritted his teeth in sheer rage. Amidst the chaotic crowd, a stern voice suddenly boomed. "Quiet." The crowd instantly fell silent, turning their heads toward the sound. When they realized who it was, they started whispering, "It's Lord Winford. Why is he here? Is he involved in the betting too?" Someone interrupted. "Don't be stupid. How could that be?" Kay, seeing Winford, hurried over to report. "Lord Winford, Thunder is losing a lot of blood. We need to bandage him up." He nodded slightly and offered, "Let me help you stop the bleeding." But Thunder flatly refused. "No need. It's just a small wound. Is there something you need, sir?" He hesitated for a few seconds before stammering, "Thunder, your mother is here." Hearing this, Thunder went completely still, his eyes widening in shock. Shortly after, the scene shifted to a room where a woman stood silently by the window. The next moment, hurried, frantic footsteps echoed, growing closer and closer. Scarlet, his mother, startled, turned her head. "Thunder!" He had just pushed the door open and rushed in, his head still bandaged, panting for air. "It really is you, Mom." Scarlet softened her voice, asking, "It's been a long time. You've grown so much, haven't you?" Thunder replied happily, "Yes. I've gotten a bit taller." Scarlet hesitated, just starting to speak. "Thunder," he excitedly grabbed her hands. "Never mind about me." "Mom, you're here. Does this mean Father is doing better?" Seeing it had come to this, Scarlet had to tell Thunder the truth. "Your father, he has left." Thunder was horrified. "Father? Is he gone?" Scarlet quickly explained, "No, that's not what I meant. I mean, he has left home. He's left the village." Thunder became even more confused. "Left? How could that be? Wasn't he supposed to be bedridden at home, infected with the shadow plague? How could he just get up and leave?" Winford stood outside, leaning against the door, silently listening to their conversation. It should be noted that he had always kept the truth about the shadow plague hidden from Thunder. As far as Winford knew, those infected usually died within a year. Jack was one of the few who had managed to hold on. But in the end, no matter how strong someone is, they have to bow to the plague, eventually becoming carriers of the disease. There had been no exceptions for years. Inside the room, Scarlet slowly recounted the story to Thunder. "Actually, I only found out today that for the last 10 years, your father has been fighting the shadow plague." She recalled the past. One night, Scarlet was startled by a sudden noise. "Huh? What was that?" Inside the bedroom, a bottle of black ink was rolling on the floor, and papers were scattered everywhere. As Scarlet pushed the door open, she saw her husband hunched over the desk, writing something. She gasped, "Jack!" He turned around, struggling to breathe, gasping as he offered a faint smile. Scarlet rushed over and hugged him tightly, crying out in relief. "You're awake, Jack, thank goodness." He replied to her with a tight embrace. But not long after, dark purple veins began to appear on Jack's face. He was gasping for air, whispering into her ear, "It's no use, no. I can't hold out any longer." The words Jack uttered left her desperate, tears streaming down her cheeks. "You might as well just kill me." Naturally, Scarlet couldn't accept such a request, her voice choking with sobs. "No, Jack, I can't." He stroked her face, gently trying to persuade her. "Scarlet, Just kill me. Before Jack could finish, a wave of pain hit him. He gasped, his eyes wide. Jack clutched his head, trying to keep his sanity, continuously urging her, "Kill me." Scarlet hurried to his side. "Jack, what's wrong?" But Jack's condition was getting worse by the second. Dark purple energy swirled around him as he roared crazily. "Kill me!" Scarlet panicked, trying to call his name. Jack! In the blink of an eye, he lost control and stood up, growling. The energy unleashed caused the whole room to shake, and Scarlet could only sob. "Jack!" She fell to the floor as a fire started around them. Still lost in the throes of the plague, Jack pleaded, "Kill me!" Scarlet refused to do it. She couldn't bring herself to kill him. Her eyes were red from crying, but she answered firmly, "No." Jack's figure flickered behind the raging flames. By now, he was a shell of his former self, just repeating one thing over and over. "Kill me, kill me." Jack stood there, screaming out in agony. Back in the present, Thunder hesitated, confirming, "So, Mom, you didn't do it?" Scarlet's expression revealed deep sorrow. As she searched for something in her pocket, she replied, "He was your father. Besides, this is something he left for you. I felt I had to give it to you myself." With those words, she pulled out a letter and handed it to Thunder with great care. He took it and unfolded it, his expression full of doubt. "He left this for me?" The letter says, "My dearest Thunder, it's such a shame I can't be by your side as you grow up. From the moment your mother and I first saw you, I knew you were someone special. I know you got into the Ferret Apartments Academy, and I know your true potential goes far beyond that." Every word Jack wrote in that letter was incredibly sincere. He confessed, "I am so proud of you." At the end of the letter, Jack wrote, "Forgive me. I can't be with you anymore. I hope you can do whatever you want with your life in the future. Thank you for coming into this world as my child. Mom loves you." After finishing the letter, Thunder trembled, clutching the paper tightly in his hands. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he was too choked up to speak. What a foolish father, acting like this is some kind of deathbed letter. Why be so sentimental? I definitely have to find a way to save him. Fast forwarding to a while later, Thunder returned to the dormitory. He collapsed onto his bed, his arm draped over his forehead. Thunder reflected on his mother's parting words. "Thunder, in the coming days, Mom has to go find your father. No matter what he has become, I must find him." At that time, he had offered, "Then let me go with you." But Scarlet flatly refused. "No, you have your own path to follow. I think your father would hope for that too." Thunder still held on to the hope of convincing her, but Scarlet cut him off firmly. "Thunder, being able to see you again made me so happy. You don't need to worry about us. Just focus on doing your own work well." Finally, she said goodbye to Thunder with a tight hug, gently patting his head to comfort him. The flashback ended, and he sank back into his thoughts. But it's been 10 years, and I haven't accomplished anything. Just like a human, I haven't made any progress at all. I can't avenge my kind, and I can't even protect the ones I want to protect. Everything is so terrible. Hearing the door open, Thunder sat up abruptly, just in time to meet Kay's gaze. He asked with concern, "Han Thunder, you're back? Did you meet your mother? What did she say? Is your father still doing okay?" But Thunder just brushed past Kay and walked straight out. He walked slowly down the hallway, his silhouette looking truly lonely, letting out a vague, muffled grunt. Seeing his state, Kay couldn't help but feel worried. Biting his lip as he called out to him, he thought to himself, "He doesn't seem to be doing very well." Just then, a piece of paper on the table suddenly fell, catching Kai's attention. He picked it up and glanced through it. "Huh?" Kai was so engrossed that he didn't notice a hand creeping up. Tan snatched the paper out of his hand, laughing joyfully. "Caught you. Reading so intently, it must be from some girl who wrote to you, right?" Kai shouted angrily. "Tan, what are you doing? Give that back here." The other guy kept teasing. "Don't be shy. Let me see how your love life is going." Kai tried to snatch it back. "No, I already said it's not a love letter. Give it back." The others arrived at the dorm just in time, and Slavia stared at the scene in front of her, stunned. "What are you guys doing?" "A love letter?" Kay explained impatiently. "It's a letter written to Thunder." Hearing this, the whole group was shocked. Slavia blurted out, "What?" Not long after, Kay explained the whole story to the others. He sighed. "The thing is, it happened like this." Slavia still couldn't process all the information, mumbling to herself. "So, Thunder's father was infected by the shadow plague?" Tan remarked. "I never expected that guy's childhood to be so intense. Looks like we need to treat him a bit better." Meanwhile, Manch sat silently in a corner, head bowed in deep thought. Thunder. The scene shifted to the cafeteria, bustling with people, only for Thunder to walk alone, head down. Slavia suddenly appeared, smiling as she struck up a conversation. Thunder, what a coincidence. Are you here for lunch? Mary also smiled and invited him. Let's eat together. He looked left and right, confused, and let out a bewildered sound. Fast forward to back in the dormitory, Thunder looked in confusion at his belongings, which were neatly arranged on the bed. Huh? He started putting away his clothes. Tan walked over to his side, trying to use all his acting skills. I asked, Han Thunder, what do you think of Slavia? She's not a bad girl, right? Thunder didn't understand what was going on. What? Jan stammered. Right, Slavia. Their stiff reactions combined with recent events made Thunder suspicious. What is wrong with these guys? The scene shifted to the next day. He just returned to his room to find Kay arranging flowers on the table, freshly picked lilies. At that, Thunder frowned and asked, what is it this time? Kay hesitated and said, Thunder, it's just that I feel like looking at fresh flowers makes people feel better. Don't you agree? Hearing this, he immediately showed his disgust. Are you in love with me or something? Kai jumped up, embarrassed. How could that be? Thunder took the opportunity to ask directly. I've been wanting to ask. What's going on with you guys lately? Kai stammered for a moment, finally deciding to confess. I'm sorry, I accidentally read your letter. Thunder looked at him, his face unreadable as he called out to Kay. Fearing he was angry, Kay explained frantically, I'm sorry, Thunder. It's all my fault. Letters are private, and I shouldn't have opened it without asking. I didn't tell anyone else to read it either. In short, I was wrong to reveal your business. I'm sorry. But contrary to his expectations, Thunder broke into a radiant smile, his tone full of sincerity. Thank you, everyone. Seeing this, Kay breathed a sigh of relief. Thunder, as long as you're not angry, it's fine. Just then, a commotion broke out outside the door. Hurry, get him inside, clear the way, hurry! The door swung open, and Manch, covered in bruises, was supported into the room by Tan and Jan while coughing incessantly. Manch, we're at the dorm, hold on. Slavia nervously urged. Hurry, put him on the bed. Mary, standing nearby, was already panicked to the point of tears, sobbing as she called out to him. Kay asked in a panic, what happened? Tan immediately recounted, it's that guy. Sebastian challenged him, and Manch had a duel with him. Thunder was confused. Isn't the ranking match over once you concede? Why is he hurt this badly? On this side, Jan was still busy helping Manch to the bed. Easy. Be careful. Tan spoke up, his voice full of indignation. Manch was beaten until he lost consciousness. He didn't even have a chance to concede. But that guy didn't stop, he just kept hitting him. He clearly did it on purpose. Manch was laid on the bed. Amidst Mary's sobbing, he managed to call out. Thunder immediately stepped forward. Manch, what do you want to say? To everyone's surprise, even with such severe injuries, he was still worried about Thunder, and even sounded apologetic. I'm sorry, I won't be able to help you make your bed for the next few days. Hearing that, he stood there in shock. In his ears, he heard Slavia's urgent voice. It looks like his arms and legs are fractured. We need to find a doctor. Hearing this, he held the person there, dazed. Slavia's hurried voice rang in his ears. It looked like he had fractures in his arms and legs. He needed to find a doctor. Jan quickly took the initiative. Fine, I'll go find him right now. Thunder didn't say a word. He just stood up abruptly and turned to leave. Kai noticed and asked anxiously, Thunder, where are you going? He glanced back, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. Obviously, I'm going to get justice for Manch. Kai pulled on Thunder's sleeve, trying to keep him from leaving. Wait, Thunder, don't be so reckless. He frowned at him. Do you want to come with me? He hesitated and replied, I want to help Manch settle this score too. But Thunder said coldly, what's with the buts? I only know that a debt of blood must be paid in blood. Slavia added worriedly, but Sebastian is a member of the Delt family. Ko agreed as well. Yeah, he's the son of Knight Denbird. You can't afford to offend them. Thunder turned his back and walked away without looking back. So what? If he wants to cause trouble, he has to face the consequences. Thunder shouted after him. Don't you understand? This isn't the first time he's done something like this. No one in the academy wants to cross him. They might even expel you. He raised his hand in a dismissive wave. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. As long as I challenge him through the official match system, I can get my revenge fair and square. Ko called out his name, choked with emotion, unable to hide the helplessness in his voice. The scene shifted to a beautiful landscape where hills of flowers and grass intertwined. Sebastian praised, Not bad, Eric, keep it up. Amidst the clashing of swords, Sebastian walked past the group of students training. Eric replied clearly. Thunder was being blocked by two men. Huh? You're not one of us, are you? Listen, pal, we're in the middle of training. If you've got business, wait on the side. He asked coldly. Which one of you is Sebastian? The first student asked curiously. You're looking for Sebastian? I don't remember him having a redhead for a friend. The second one laughed. If you're not supposed to be here, get lost. Hearing the noise, Eric shouted, What's all that racket? What's going on? The first student pointed at Thunder. Eric, this guy just stormed in here, claiming he's looking for Sebastian. He heard this and sneered mockingly. Huh? Sebastian wouldn't be caught dead knowing a freak with red hair. Didn't your parents teach you any manners? Eric pointed at him angrily. Can't you see we're training? Thunder asked calmly. Are you him? If not, I have no reason to be talking to you. He gritted his teeth at him. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind Eric. Sebastian smiled faintly as he introduced himself. I am the Sebastian you're looking for. He gestured toward his waist, looking at the black belt he wore. I assume you're here because of your classmate, right? Thunder got straight to the point. Since you know, I won't beat around the bush. He tapped his watch. Let's have a duel. Huh? Sebastian, are you really going to be that straightforward? The system asked. Thunder is ranked 300. Are you going to accept? He laughed and tapped his watch. Sorry, I think I'll pass. Thunder's face remained cold. What, are you scared? Sebastian said with a mocking tone. Looking at your rank, I don't think a duel is necessary. No, look, I thought that guy with the black belt was supposed to be a promising seed among you lot, but the results have been pathetic. He waved his hand dismissively, feigning pity. Sorry, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. I guess there's just a difference between those born into commoner families and us. Then, Sebastian turned away and teased, I don't want a repeat of that. The atmosphere was suddenly shattered by Thunder's unexpected call. You're still not giving up? Wait. Eric stepped in to block him. Sebastian, a guy like this isn't even worth a duel, but I don't mind. He held up his watch. I'm ranked 9th. If you can beat me, maybe others will be interested in accepting your challenges. Eric glanced at Sebastian, a brief but meaningful look. That all right with you, boss? He smirked. Whatever you want. Thunder pointed at Eric. If I beat this guy, will you accept my challenge? He was stunned. This guy, Sebastian replied. Win against him first, then we'll see. Murmurs broke out. Oh man, we get to see another match. Following a talented group is definitely the right move. Yeah, the day I saw who he was challenging, I hope this one lasts a bit longer. Fine. Thunder clenched his fist. Then I won't say any more. Come on. Eric raised his sword in preparation. You're so arrogant. Don't go crying later and running to find someone else to avenge you. Someone asked. Huh? Why hasn't that redhead pulled his sword out yet? He immediately lunged at him. This is a great opportunity. I'll use the move Sebastian just taught me. Sebastian crossed his arms, looking entertained. This Eric guy really likes bullying kids. Steel flashed as Eric swung his blade, the cold edge aiming straight for Thunder. Die! With a single lean of his body, he dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. He couldn't believe it, his expression shocked. What? How could he dodge that? Eric roared, refusing to back down, and lunged with his sword again. It's not over yet. Even with a barrage of attacks, Eric couldn't land a single hit on Thunder. Every strike was easily dodged. Let's see you dodge this. Damn it, he started to panic. That was my fastest strike. How could he still dodge it? Thunder lunged forward, and before Eric could react, a punch landed square on his face. His body was sent flying, tumbling backward several meters before hitting the ground. Eric! Eric was stunned, his face bruised and swollen, his eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? Thunder pointed at Eric lying there. Sebastian, do I have the qualifications to challenge you now? Everyone around them gasped in shock. That's Eric. It looks like he's knocked out. Someone take him to the infirmary. Sebastian crossed his arms, his expression indifferent. What do I get out of beating you? He pulled out 2 sparkling stones. If you win, these 2 intermediate monster crystals are yours, he yelled, flustered. Intermediate monster crystals? Where did you get those? I don't want to get into trouble over things of unknown origin, he replied calmly. My parents were adventurers. These are what they left behind for me. Thunder put his hands in his pockets. Well, while I haven't turned them into weapons yet, you still have a chance to get them. Sebastian pointed at him. Fine. I accept your challenge, but I have one condition. He laughed, a chilling glint of excitement in his eyes. This match must be held publicly. I don't want anyone thinking later on that I snatched these intermediate monster crystals from you. Unmoved, Thunder replied, his voice cold as ice. That suits me just fine. A sea of people stretched across the arena, buzzing with noise. Oh, he's here, Sebastian. Sebastian's the best. Beat that redhead freak. It's about to start. Kai walked beside him, constantly urging him. Are you really going to spar with that guy? I heard he's ranked 2nd. If that's true, I don't think it's a good idea. He continued to warn him. Even if you want to make a big bet, that guy won't go easy on you. Thunder reassured him. Don't worry, just place your bets. Just follow my lead, he's hopeless. Fine, I can't stop you anyway. They bumped fists, and he laughed. Then promise me you'll at least make that guy bleed from his nose. Thunder replied with a determined voice. You got it. Switching scenes, Ko held a wooden box. Place your bets. Get your bets in now. The Black Belt Knight Thunder versus the White Belt Knight, Sebastian in the end. Who will defeat whom? Let's wait for this exciting match. Tan couldn't hide his anxiety. Hey, how long do you guys think Thunder can hold out? Jan hesitated, his voice full of worry. I hope Thunder doesn't get hurt. Slavia expressed disagreement. About that, I don't think the same as you guys. Tan spoke up loudly. Oh, love really makes people blind. She was startled and shouted back. What are you saying? Why would I like that guy, Thunder? That's not the point. Slavia kept shouting anxiously. If you can't see Thunder's strengths, then you're the one who's blind. Tan continued to tease her. Love. Ko felt restless inside, lost in thought, rather than worrying about whether Thunder could win. I'm worried about whether this match will make Sir Dem furious. Sebastian's voice rang out, full of arrogance like a challenge. A knight's son will become a knight, and a commoner's son will become a commoner. This is an insurmountable boundary. He stroked his sword while mockingly taunting Thunder with puns. I know defeating Eric gave you some confidence, but through this match, I've realized what the real difference between us is. The referee spoke up. Both sides, take your positions. He replied in a cold voice. You'd better save that talk for teaching your little siblings. Sebastian's sword was raised straight up. He stood ready in a combat stance. Everyone in the stands looked toward the arena with worried eyes. 2. He wrapped a cloth tightly around his face, leaving only his sharp eyes exposed. 1. The referee's signal rang out. The match began, and Sebastian charged immediately. Seeing that, Ko held her breath and shouted his name amidst the surrounding noise. Thunder. He dodged his opponent's attack in a cloud of dust. Sebastian sneered. Oh, you're pretty lucky. Almost no one can dodge my first strike. Thunder replied with a disdainful voice. Your luck, on the other hand, is pathetic. In the blink of an eye, a blade grazed his face like a knife sliding through the air. Huh? Sebastian wiped the blood from his cheek with his hand. That wound is too shallow. With attacks like that, you'll never win. Thunder's mockery stunned him. Why do you talk so much? Have you always won your fights by using your mouth? Instantly, Sebastian rushed forward like a violent gust of wind. Fine, your luck ends here. Thunder dodged gracefully, slipping past the attack with ease and agility. He landed strikes quickly, slashing across his cheek and shoulder with great power. Tan's eyes widened. Huh? Did Thunder just attack? Why does it look like Sebastian was the one injured first? Jan didn't know how to explain it. I don't know. I didn't see clearly either. Ko wondered to herself. Thunder, how on earth did you learn those moves? Those techniques you used to dodge Sebastian's attack? He couldn't hide his emotions, thinking it looked exactly like the knight's style. Sebastian gathered all the mana in his body. Very well, let's see if you can dodge this next strike. The stands below erupted. Look at that. Energy is gathering on Thunder's sword. We're seeing something special today. Sebastian charged forward like a cyclone, surrounded by brilliant blue mana. Thunder then spun around like the wind, dodging skillfully to the side. He sneered, his face showing amusement. I knew you'd do that. So what's next? He stood frozen, his eyes showing a hint of worry as he looked at the blue mana heading toward him. Sebastian charged with his sword, his body covered in thick blue mana. You dodged that too? The crowd below began to stir. Yay! Oh my god. Sebastian is furious now. Go get that redhead. Go Sebastian. You're my god. So cool, Tan said worriedly. This isn't good. If Thunder keeps dodging like that, he'll get hit sooner or later. Jan also called his name in concern. Thunder. He's in trouble. That bastard Sebastian is fighting dirty. Ko tried to reassure them. Don't worry. I think Thunder will be fine. Tan asked. Huh? What do you mean? Slavia looked down and replied. Think about it carefully. The one who's actually losing is Sebastian. The knight's legs were trembling as if he could no longer hold his body up. Drops of blood began to fall. Below, his body was battered, his breathing broken. Sebastian knelt on the ground, as if every ounce of strength had been drained. What? Tan was stunned, speechless. How can this be? Wasn't Thunder the one just dodging? Ko also questioned. But on the contrary, Thunder was actually always attacking, Tan shouted. Since when? Why didn't I see that? Ko looked down. Every time Thunder dodged Sebastian's attack, he would land at least one strike. He was constantly, draining Sebastian's energy until his opponent couldn't fight back anymore. Covered in wounds, Sebastian clutched his arm and screamed, "My father never taught me to fight like this. I'll kill you." With ragged breathing and eyes blazing with fire, Sebastian put all his remaining strength into one final, all-or-nothing charge. Thunder darted past him like a gust of wind carrying lightning. The attack was so fast that time seemed to stand still for a second. Tan was shocked. Is that really Thunder? Why is he so strong? Slavia turned to Ko and asked. Thunder clearly had a chance to knock him out and end it. He replied softly, "But why do I feel like Thunder is doing this on purpose?" She paused. On purpose? He's like a dragon toying with Sebastian, like a wild beast hunting its prey. Thunder wanted to break his opponent down bit by bit. Covered in injuries, with scars all over his face, Sebastian started howling. "My face, you filthy commoner! How dare you!" Ko realized he wanted to take revenge for Manch. The sword swept horizontally in front of him, the cold steel blade sliding across the bridge of Sebastian's nose. He clutched his nose, trembling. "My nose! You wait! If you're so good, don't run! My father will definitely not let you off." In extreme resentment, Sebastian screamed as if to tear the air apart. "You're dead!" Thunder raised his sword, preparing the final blow. "For people like you, any more words would just be a waste." He trembled and raised his hands to surrender, his voice choking with pleas. "Wait, I give up." Thunder's fist, like a burning flame, struck Sebastian's cheek, leaving an indelible mark. Then Thunder launched a series of attacks to finish things off. "Don't even dream that I'll give up that easily. Whatever you owe me, you'll pay back double." Seeing that, Slavia said anxiously, "This isn't good if it keeps going like this." Kai agreed. "That's right, if it continues like this." From the stands, a voice shouted out into the quiet space. "Stop!" Denb appeared, leaning on a cane to intervene. "Stop it! Thunder! I'm begging you!" The girl turned around. "Man, ask yourself why Denb wants you to stop." Sebastian knelt down. "I give up. Declare it. Referee." The match ended, and Thunder won. His followers rushed over. "Sebastian, are you okay?" Thunder dashed over like a gust of wind, while Kai hurriedly followed, calling his name in concern. "Thunder," everyone around asked after Sebastian with worry. "Let's get him to the infirmary first." "Right. Stitch up those wounds first." He went mad with extreme humiliation. "Get out. All of you, get out of my sight." The tension, tight as a wire, made Thunder feel Sebastian trembling in intense waves. "Thunder, just wait and see," he shouted, determined not to let him off. Scene changed to the Pharos Academy dormitory rooftop. Carden sat with arms crossed. "I think you should calm down." As a knight, Thunder felt that in this duel, he hadn't broken any rules. He said calmly, "You shouldn't look down on the rules of the game either." Denb roared in anger. "If I didn't care about the rules, I would have killed that guy immediately. Look at you all. My son has been beaten to this state. His entire face is ruined." The whole room sank into a suffocating silence. Not a single sound, even as he kept shouting, "That kid is clearly doing this on purpose. He's nothing but evil spawn." Someone suddenly spoke up in agreement. "I think Denb has a point. If the prophecy is true, that red-haired boy will become the destroyer of the kingdom." Another person chimed in. "I'd like to add something. The prophecy also said that the red-haired boy could become the savior of this world." That person turned to look at Elder Feng and said, "Elder Feng, don't you see that this child has already revealed the hidden nature of a bringer of disaster?" He agreed. "That is why I think we must be even more cautious. What are the consequences if we wipe him out? It might just turn into the very seed of disaster we fear." Someone else began to speak. "All right, there's no point in continuing this discussion. If everyone has differing opinions, then let's put it to a vote." He was the Grand Elder. "Those in favor of Thunder's expulsion, raise your hands." Immediately, Denb grunted, looking dissatisfied but still raising his hand. Not only Denb, but Elder JPY and Master Knight Rose also solemnly raised their hands. The Grand Elder continued. Voting finished. Next, those who oppose, raise your hands. Elder Feng and the Grand Elder immediately raised their hands. Elder Humry swept his gaze over everyone and then decisively raised his hand to oppose, causing the atmosphere to drop for a moment. Without exchanging a word, Bernardo, Carden, and Winford raised their hands in unison. The results were announced. 3 votes in favor, 6 votes against, 2 abstentions. The proposal was not passed. On the dormitory roof, Thunder stretched lazily under the golden sunlight, closing his eyes as if nothing in the world mattered anymore. A voice rang out, making him open his eyes. "I couldn't find you in the dorm. I guessed you'd be here." Thunder sat up abruptly. "I just wanted to be alone," Slavia asked gently. "You're thinking about the situation with Man, right?" He slowly turned his face back, his eyes widening in surprise. How did you know? Suddenly, she softened her tone. Thunder, I don't know how to say this to you. Maybe your way of thinking isn't the same as an ordinary person's. You don't talk much, and you don't understand the joys and sorrows of others. Thunder just quietly turned away with a look of cold indifference. Whatever, I don't care. Hearing that, Slavia immediately became flustered. No, that's not what I meant. I just want to say, even so, I know you aren't a bad person. She placed her hand on her chest earnestly, as if to affirm that every word she was about to say came from the bottom of her heart. Whenever I see you struggling or angry, I always wish I could do something for you. I also hope you can trust us more, trust your friends. Without saying a word, Thunder quietly lowered his head, letting his thoughts drift along with Slavia's words. The scene before them sparkled under a brilliant rainbow, rays of light reflecting on the ground. He suddenly leaned in, pinning Slavia against the wall behind her, locking her in with both arms, leaving her no way out. Thunder, she called his name, Slavia. Slavia paused, her eyes fixed directly on his gaze. Thunder suddenly spoke, asking a question that made her freeze. Are you afraid of me? Under the rainbow sunlight stretching across the sky, Slavia softly replied. She occasionally spoke up, but just like I said, I don't think you're a bad person. The radiant smile on Slavia's lips shone like an angel's, her eyes shimmering. Besides, your eyes are very beautiful. They suit you well. Please, never think of them as those of a monster. Hearing that, Thunder felt his heart suddenly sink. Not a monster? Without saying another word, Thunder turned and walked away silently. Whenever I feel like I've seen the true nature of people, things change again. It seems that, on the path to understanding humanity, you still have a long way to go. Scene change. Den poured all his anger into each step. Damn prophecy. Sooner or later I will kill that brat. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, making the air around him freeze. Black Knight Denb turned around. Lord JPY, do you have any instructions? He laughed. Nothing in particular. JPY placed a light hand on Denbez's shoulder. I know you think a knight must come from noble lineage. That's an interesting point of view. I'll be watching you. He bowed respectfully, showing deep reverence before him. Understood. Harry stepped in and asked politely. Hello, excuse me, is Thunder here? Slavia stepped down. If you're looking for Thunder, he's upstairs. He replied in a low voice. Thank you. The beautiful girl made him blush. No need to be formal. Watching Harry's back, Slavia wondered to herself, this person looks familiar. Does our course have someone like this? Thunder lay sprawled out, looking carefree and lazy. Slavia, why did you come back? Harry smiled kindly. I think I might not be the person you're talking about. He reached out and introduced himself. I am Thunder, sat up abruptly. Let me introduce myself. I'm Harry, he continued. Harry Demb, a second-year student. Thunder's face darkened, his eyes full of gloom. Let me introduce myself, the man continued. I'm Harry. Harry Demb, a second-year student. His face darkened, his eyes filled with gloom. Denbird B, so he's with that brat. He smiled and replied, That's right, the person you defeated today is my younger brother. Thunder got straight to the point. So you're here for revenge? Harry immediately rubbed his hands together. No, not for that little thing. Actually, I really want to thank you. You heard me. Thank you. He smiled and continued. I know, my brother is pretty arrogant most of the time, and to be honest, he hasn't really trained that hard. Harry kept smiling. So him getting beaten was only a matter of time. This time, I'll consider it a lesson for him. Thunder turned, ready to leave. If that's the case, then if there's nothing else, I'll be going. He drew his sword. Don't be in such a hurry. Even if we're not in the same class and can't be matched for a formal duel, I can at least teach you a lesson myself. He stood silent for a moment, before taking his sword. Harry kept blathering on. After all, since my brother was defeated, as his older brother, I should do something about it. Thunder gave a cold grunt. So you're just here to fight, aren't you? Harry smirked and turned his back to him. Oh, come on, don't say it like that. I just want to see the skills of the person who defeated my brother. An intrigued smile appeared on his face. Come on, let me see what you've got. Thunder's eyes were pensive, lost in thought. Usually, he didn't like to be the one to attack first, but this guy seemed a bit different from the others. Suddenly, Thunder lunged toward Harry without hesitation. Fine, I'll make an exception just this once. Harry gave a cold smile as his sword blocked Thunder's attack. At that moment, Harry stared at Thunder with icy, emotionless eyes. Thunder was shocked, his jaw clenched tight as if trying to suppress the chaotic feelings rising within him. With just one motion, he unleashed a razor-sharp attack. Thunder struggled and sank to his knees. Harry smirked. Not bad. I'm actually surprised by your decent judgment. Gasping for air, he wondered to himself, this is strange. If it were anyone else, their sword probably would have snapped after taking a hit like that. Thunder gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, but he knew if things continued like this, his sword would shatter. Harry gestured. It seems you still don't know how to use ki. With an expressionless face, he lunged forward like a flash of lightning. If he couldn't win through raw strength, then he would have to rely on the technique of the 7 Denbird belts. He dodged the attack effortlessly, moving like a graceful dancer. Oh, not bad. Harry's smile was full of mockery and challenge. Is that really all you've got? Thunder's jaw locked, his teeth grinding in rising frustration. It was no use. He didn't hesitate, gripped his wooden sword, and charged forward. Watch closely, he said, swinging the sword straight at him without slowing down. Caught off guard, Thunder lost his balance and stumbled back. With a strained expression, he groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood, the metallic scent filling the air. Watching Thunder trembling on the ground, Harry asked calmly, "Is it over?" He turned to leave immediately. "All right, that's enough for today." He mustered all his remaining strength to call out, weakly but with determination. "Wait!" Thunder wiped the blood from his chin. "In your second year, are you really ranked number 1? Harry turned back, his gaze sharp, accompanied by a faint smile. How could that be? He waved a cold goodbye and walked away. "In my second year, I was ranked 50th. Stunned, he gripped his sword tightly, his face filled with disbelief. 50th. He added softly, "Once you've mastered the use of ki, let's have another round." Thunder lifted his hand, his eyes fixed on his palm. Ki, he asked himself. If I learn how to use ki, will I become stronger? Outside, thunder rumbled across the night sky, making the dark night outside the castle even gloomier. The war on the borders was not looking good, and knights were going missing in increasing numbers. The Grand Elder fears that it's not just an external threat, but trouble from within. There were rumors. Forces of the Dark Guild have infiltrated the academy. The Grand Elder stood with his hands behind his back, staring silently into the dark night through the floor-to-ceiling window, speaking in a somber tone. Unfortunately, these are no longer just rumors. Winford, so should we take some measures? At least give the students some warning. Naturally. But there is something more important at hand. Just as lightning flashed across the window, he turned toward him. Bring those 5 children to me. It is time they learned of their destiny. The scene shifted to the roof of a building. Thunder was sitting there, focusing his energy, ignoring the rain that began to drizzle down, soaking his body. Thunder had tried countless times to condense the ki within his body, but he still hadn't grasped it. As the rain grew heavier, lightning streaked across the dark clouds above. He startled, opening his eyes. He looked at the rain pouring over him and thought to himself, "It's raining? That's enough for today, I suppose." He stood up to leave, but just then, some dark figures below caught his attention. Not far from where Thunder was standing, several armed men were lurking on the rooftop, tracking someone. Seeing this, he curiously wondered what they were planning. Are they staging an ambush? This is bad. Just as Thunder realized what was happening, masked men blocked the alleyway where the person was entering. Too anxious to save them, he didn't hesitate, activated his power, and shouted, "Dragon Eyes!" Dragon Eyes activated. In the thick, rainy night, Thunder could clearly see the positions and auras of each person. He was shocked. That aura, it's the Dark Plague. He pulled his hood up, took out his weapon, and thought seriously, could these people be related to my father? Meanwhile, the masked ambushers revealed themselves, blocking the target in the narrow alley. They arrogantly announced, "Your journey ends here." Elder Feng covered half his face, looking at the group surrounding him with growing concern. "It seems the rumors about the Dark Guild infiltrating the academy are true. You showed up too late. The Dark Guild would quickly take over the entire Farrot Apartment Academy." He turned slightly, looking at the person who had just spoken, his eyes scanning the men behind him. 1 against 4, it's been a while since I've stretched my muscles. This looks like a bit of a challenge. Suddenly, Thunder jumped down from somewhere. In a flash, he soared over the heads of the 2 men behind the Grand Elder, startling them as he spoke. "How about we make it 2 against 4? Thunder was well equipped, wearing a mask covering half his face, and holding his sword, ready for battle. The Grand Elder saw he was prepared, glanced at him, and reached up to take off his hood, looking slightly surprised. "Oh, so you're a student at the academy. I apologize for dragging you into this." One of the men in the back shouted loudly, "What kind of devil are you?" But the man in front seemed more arrogant, gripping his sword as he looked at the 2 of them. "It doesn't matter. You're both going to die anyway." Elder Feng turned to face the other 2. He exuded a powerful, intimidating aura, but said modestly to Thunder, "Since things have come to this, then help me hold them off for a moment." It will end quickly. His energy radiated an intense pressure. Thunder looked back at the old man's silhouette and secretly marveled. His power was truly terrifying. But the two infected by the shadow plague, not fearing death, charged blindly with swords drawn. Die, you little demon! They attacked Thunder's position. He jumped up and dodged effortlessly, never ceasing to assess their condition. Their state wasn't like his father's. They still retained some consciousness. In the blink of an eye, the guy slashed at thin air. Thunder was nowhere to be seen. A second later, he had slipped behind him. The infected one was sharp enough to detect his presence. The other one lunged, thrusting his sword to block his strike. Thunder was taken by surprise and leaned back. He leaped away, and as his guard went up, one of the two masked men sensed something was off. He called to his comrade, "Hey, this demon doesn't know how to use chi, so that's it, he's an outsider." Thunder calmly held his sword in his mouth, but his eyes flashed with anger as he cursed internally. Damn it, did they find out? The two shadow plague-infected men didn't understand his actions. They were confused but kept charging, seeing him crouched low as if preparing for a track sprint, all while holding a sword in his mouth. What kind of move is that? Forget it. Just kill him first and figure it out later. They didn't give him much time. They coordinated perfectly, slashing back and forth, but he could dodge them with such flexibility that they grew frantic. This brat's movements are unnatural. Damn it, I can't pin him down. They stood there, watching him jump onto a wooden crate and vault higher. One on each side. Don't let him run. But the moment the warning ended, a heavy thud echoed behind them. Their comrade had been knocked down. Both of them jumped at the sound and turned back. Behind them, Elder Feng had swiveled, pinning one man on his shoulder and stomping on the other. He looked at the remaining two with a casual, overbearing posture. Continue. Let me see what talent these kids have. Thunder and the other two were stunned, looking at him in this awkward situation in shock. The two attackers asked each other anxiously, "What do we do now?" One began to panic, but the other kept his eyes on Thunder, warning his partner. "Should we use that? Don't worry. We have to eliminate this annoying demon first." Thunder let out a faint, internal scoff at the scene, but he quickly formed his own plan. "So I was worrying for nothing. If this is a real combat opportunity, then I won't hold back." With his sword in his mouth and determination in his eyes, he leaped forward. It was time. The two men swung their swords at Thunder. The strikes contained dark purple magical energy, but he still managed to dodge. He used one of their hands as a springboard to vault over them, making them curse in frustration. What a monster. In a flash, like a reptile, he slammed onto the wall, sticking to the surface, still gripping his sword, Jack, in his mouth, bracing for a jump. In the blink of an eye, Thunder lunged, attacking both from behind. One saw his comrade in danger and shouted, causing the other to turn around. "Watch out!" One reacted quickly, swinging his sword to parry. The move caused Thunder's sword to slip away amidst a flurry of curses. "You damn little demon, don't get cocky." He turned, ignoring how the rain had soaked his clothes, his face filled with contempt. "Hiss!" One charged, slashing toward him, forcing him into a tight corner, then said confidently, "Let's see where you run to this time." Just then, Elder Feng, who had been silent, spoke up to guide him. "Kid, grab his arm and pull him toward you." He was startled, his face flickering with surprise. He stood dazed for a moment, hearing those words and thinking to himself, "Huh?" But then, Thunder followed his instructions, grabbing the guy's wrist and pulling him forward. As soon as he did, the elder gave another instruction. "Turn, use your back's leverage, and throw him." Thunder executed every step of Elder Feng's advice seriously, effortlessly throwing the guy over his shoulder. Waiting for him was Elder Feng, who had already wound up a powerful fist. The man tumbled, glancing at the terrifying man behind him, but he had no way to counter or dodge, so he took the elder's heavy punch head-on. Elder Feng sent him flying, and he slammed into the wall, causing a massive explosion. Thunder and the remaining masked man stared in disbelief. Thunder couldn't help but think, so strong. Just as they took down another one, an urgent voice rang out. "Over here, quickly!" Elder Feng turned toward the source of the sound, not noticing the last one starting to flee. "Oh, looks like the other knights are here. How unfortunate. Don't run." Thunder meant to chase him, but the elder stopped him. "Forget it. Don't chase anymore." At the same time, the knights reached the spot where Elder Feng had been attacked. They kept urging each other on. Thunder stopped as well. Suddenly, he was surprised to receive a system notification. Reward received. He glanced at the system screen in surprise, showing the reward info. Dispelling ability, 31,000. Huh? A new ability? Thunder focused on the system notice, ignoring the people behind him who were checking on Elder Feng's safety. "After all these years, I've finally unlocked a new ability." "Are you all right, sir?" "I'm fine. I'll leave these guys to you." One escaped, Can you chase after him? Understood. The 4 knights received the orders and split up, leaving the 2 standing there, splitting into 2 groups to search. They absolutely couldn't let him escape the academy. Understood. Elder Feng put his cloak back on, pulled up his hood, and said to Thunder, "Thank you for your help. You're a talented student." He sheathed his sword, shifting the subject. I'm very curious. Why did those people attack you?" He smiled kindly, skillfully avoiding a direct answer to the boy's question. "It's nothing. If you live long enough, sooner or later, you'll encounter strange people." He wasn't wrong about that. It felt like Elder Feng was dodging his question. Then, he placed a hand on his shoulder. Thunder looked up, following his movement. "Kid, I can see you still don't know how to use your chi, right? Wait until your 2nd year when you join the martial arts club." "The martial arts club?" Elder Feng left him with that single phrase before walking away. Thunder watched him go, hesitating for a moment. "That's right. I guarantee you'll definitely gain something." But before Thunder could even reply, he vanished from that spot, leaving only a golden glow as proof that someone had been there just a moment ago. Once he was gone, Thunder pulled down his face mask. His expression was visibly unhappy. Just like that? What a cryptic old man. The scene shifts to the interior of a luxurious mansion, brightly lit with lamps. Winford was waiting, and as soon as he saw him return, he hurried over. "Oh, you're back. I've been looking for you. The Grand Elder wishes to see you." Thunder, feeling anxious, glanced to the side and asked him, "The Grand Elder? Could I have been discovered so quickly?" The scene cuts back outside, where the sky is pitch black and a torrential downpour shows no sign of stopping. The Grand Elder stood in his room, right by the floor-to-ceiling window, hands behind his back, watching the rainy night. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted his moment of relaxation. The Grand Elder turned around at the sound. "Grand Elder, are they here?" "Oh, come in." Winford made way for the group of youths to enter. It wasn't just Thunder meeting the Grand Elder. The twins were there as well. Yan and Kyo left him feeling curious. "Everyone, come in." "Why are they here, too?" Once all 5 had settled in, the Grand Elder looked at them and began to speak. "Thank you all for taking the time to come here today." Yan, tall and shy, scratched his head and said, "It's no trouble at all. This is our honor." Kyo and Thunder followed up. "Oh, Grand Elder Jack, you have an important mission for us, right? Why did you call us here?" The old man chuckled at this, waving his hand playfully. "Young people are so impatient. Is listening to an old man like Jack so bothersome? Well, I'll get straight to it. I called you here because of a prophecy." Thunder stood with his arms crossed, eyes fixed on the Grand Elder, suspiciously asking about the prophecy. The Elder began his tale. He recounted the era of constant war and fire 10 years ago, when a divine prophecy had manifested. The prophecy stated that when our land was ravaged by catastrophe, it would be saved by a youth with red hair. Kyo, his face marked with a few scars, beamed with excitement at this, watching the Grand Elder intently, along with the other 4. "Does that mean it's one of us?" The Elder continued to explain everything to them. In the Grand Elder's mind, images surfaced of the red-haired children they had searched for across every corner of the country. "We sent knights to scour this entire land. In the end, they found 10 children who were the best fit." Thunder was astonished to hear this. He was the first among them to voice his confusion. 10 people? That many? Kyo was just as skeptical at the number 10. He stepped forward to question the Grand Elder. "But aren't there only 5 of us?" "The other 5, well, there are 5 other young people. They have awakened their magical abilities and are currently studying at the Jonin Magic Academy." Hearing the name of the academy, Thunder suddenly thought of Ami's gentle, beautiful smile. The Jonin Academy, she was at the same academy as those people. If that's the case, perhaps Ami already knows them. I wonder how she's doing now. Jan's eyes widened with excitement and admiration. He hesitated before saying, "Magic is so amazing." Meeting the twins, they seemed like 2 polar opposites. Joyous sighed, while his younger brother laughed mischievously. "Save the world, huh?" Beside them, Kyo also laughed, clearly just as intrigued. "If that's the case, someone among us will have to go save the world." The Grand Elder continued, speaking slowly to them about this monumental event. "It could be one of you here, or perhaps all of you. That is the very reason I called you here today." He recounted the years gone by, of the heroes who donned heavy armor and took up sharp swords to fight shoulder to shoulder against dark forces. Once, 5 dragon knights saved this land. They repelled the darkness, built the Ferret Apartments Academy, protected the common people, and left behind many priceless legacies for us. The Grand Elder used his most eloquent words, his gaze sincere as he spoke to the 5 of them. "And today, the duty to protect these legacies rests in your hands. Naturally, this means you will need to put in even more effort. From now on, besides basic training and specialized training based on your belt colors, the five fell silent for a moment, looking at the old man. Everyone was focused on hearing about the upcoming task. You must also undergo even more specialized training. The five grew contemplative, bowing their heads slightly, with various expressions and different thoughts. The five of us will become Dragon Knights of the Pharaoh Apartments Academy. Outside, the rain continued to pour, washing over the brightly lit castle of the academy. The group of five, led by Thunder, left the Grand Elder's room, discussing as they walked down the hallway. Masters of saving the world. We're going to become masters of saving the world. Saving the world? Calm down. What does that have to do with us? Are you not happy about it? Not happy at all? Jan, what's wrong? Thunder felt annoyed at getting that answer from Lady, so he stood there muttering to himself. What a weirdo. Meanwhile, Thunder and Jan lagged behind to talk to each other. I want to ask you something. Has your hair been red since you were little? Yeah, everyone is like this. Because of this red hair, I ran into quite a bit of trouble when I was younger. At this point, Thunder recalled his own hair when he was born. Naturally, he had asked Kay about this before. The others had red hair from birth, but I didn't. My hair turned from black to red. He tilted his head, frowning as he looked back at the room they had just left, his eyes filled with a touch of doubt and distrust. Besides, I'm not really considered a Dragon Knight among them. It's hard to say how much of what the Grand Elder said is true. He must still be hiding something from us. The downpour continued to fall in the pitch-black night. The Grand Elder's room remained lit amidst the thunder and lightning. Once the room was left with just the two of them, Winford stood there and asked anxiously, Grand Elder, I truly don't understand. Why didn't you tell them the full prophecy earlier? Winford, they are still just children. The burden is already too heavy for them. The elder turned his head, his eyes meeting the man's, his weather-beaten face looking even more sorrowful. There are some things that are better left unsaid until they are ready to know them. Winford received his answer. Although it wasn't very clear, he could only bow in submission. Understood, I see. The scene shifts to a freezing winter day, white snow covering the bare, brittle branches. In the library, Thunder was seriously reading every line in a very thick book. One day later, I went to investigate quite a few documents related to Dragon Knights. In the books he found and read, every single one contained information about Dragon Knights. What surprised people was that in this current world, humans believed dragons were symbols of cruelty, and some even believed that dragons actually existed. However, a few perspectives suggested that long ago, this world was free of the Dark Plague. Dragons were the protectors of this land. Thunder finished his research and left the library. He walked alone through the white snow, clutching his books. Most of the remaining historical records contained thousands of legends about Dragon Knights. Among them, there was one book he discovered that offered authentic records, including information regarding Dragon Knights, their equipment, weapons, combat skills, and even their personalities. The freezing cold turned his cheeks a bright red, and thin wisps of breath escaped his lips with every rhythmic breath he took. Thunder walked while deep in thought about what he had read, though one thing seemed off. This book mentioned the guidance of the gods. He brought the book to the cathedral, carefully presenting it to the priest to discuss it. Books containing records related to the gods were considered taboo for humans. That was why he couldn't find much other useful information. I only heard that the gods exist. They reside in the capital of the Arun Kingdom, near Jonin Academy. Day after day, he and the other four trained, dashing across snow-covered rooftops under the guidance of Master Cardin. If it weren't for the fact that one couldn't leave Pharaoh Apartments before completing night training, he would have wanted to go talk to the gods right then and there. Though Thunder had his own thoughts, he never missed a training session. He and his group practiced swordsmanship in the freezing winter cold. A serious, pensive look settled on Thunder's face. I have to ask him directly, why did you turn me into a human? After those diligent training hours, he sat leaning against Nova, studying the data the system reported. The first year flew by quickly. Amidst the intense, rigorous training and sneaking off to hunt, it was soon time for it all to end. Tomorrow, we start our second year training. Thunder was sleeping when fragmented words woke him up. He opened his eyes groggily when he heard a voice from nearby. No, I don't want to. He stood up, approached Kai's bed, and looked at his pale face with concern. I don't want to, don't touch me. Kai, wake up. Is this guy having a nightmare? Startled by being shaken awake, Kai opened his eyes wide. He stared blankly at Thunder, confused, and asked, Thunder? Why are you here? You woke me up with your yelling. Are you okay? Hearing him express concern, Kai acted dismissive, turning away and pulling the covers up, trying to shoo him back to his own bed. Of course I'm fine. It was just a nightmare. Go back to sleep. We have the opening ceremony tomorrow. If you're fine, then I'm going back to sleep. What a prideful guy. Though he thought that, he still looked back at Kai with worry, wondering what kind of nightmare could have shaken him so badly. The next day, when the sun was high, casting brilliant golden light over Farad apartments, Thunder couldn't believe his eyes at Kai's haggard appearance after just one night. He secretly thought that it really must have been a bad nightmare. The two reached the academy entrance, where Slavia was already standing with a paper in her hand. She smiled and greeted them. Hello, you two. Good morning. Hey, have you two thought about which club you're going to join yet? Thunder asked blankly. What club? Honestly, Thunder. The registration form was shoved right in front of his face by Slavia, accompanied by a lecture. Were you even listening in class? Every second-year student must choose a club they are interested in and undergo training there. He looked down at the long registration form in her hand and asked calmly, So, what did you decide on? Slavia pulled the registration form back and smiled at both of them. I've chosen to join the medical club. Kai chimed in from the side. I've made my decision too. I'm joining the fencing club. This statement took Thunder by surprise. What? You've already got it all planned out? At this point, he really had to think. Thunder grabbed his chin, seriously pondering the club issue. Come to think of it, someone seemed to have mentioned this to me before, telling me to join a club. Which one was it? What he was thinking of seemed to be a club everyone had forgotten, to the point where its sign was covered in spiderwebs. Thunder wandered away from the crowd, heading toward the quieter parts of the building, his mind still filled with questions. What was that strange old man saying I should join again? Combat choreography? No, that's not it. The martial arts club. What even is martial arts? Since he didn't have a particular club he wanted to join, he might as well check it out. If it's boring, I can just sneak out and go hunting instead. He walked while checking his new power stats on the system. Congratulations on obtaining a new skill, new stance, and reaching a milestone in magic power value. Only after obtaining new abilities did he realize he had 0 magic power. No wonder I had no reaction during the magic awakening ceremony that year. Maybe once I get an intermediate monster crystal, things will turn around. He recalled the battle where he defeated his opponent and sighed, looking down at the stats on his wristwatch. The match caused quite a stir, and now I can't even move around freely. Thunder. Current rank 10. The rank is too high. I might have to skip some matches just to get it down. The weather was beautiful. The sky was high and blue, and the wind rustled the trees. Thunder wandered alone into the forest, finally finding a building located quite far from the center. This place feels like it's almost outside the city walls. Thunder looked up at the sign, which was covered in spiderwebs and vines, with the marks of time etched onto every wooden plank. The desolate, abandoned atmosphere left Thunder speechless. He didn't know what to think. Standing alone before the large entrance with no one to welcome him, the silence was strange. He whispered, "Too remote." He boldly pushed the door ajar, peeked his head inside, and called out, "Is anyone here? Guess I'm going in." With no one to guard the door, Thunder stepped inside alone into a vast courtyard without a soul in sight. This run-down, dumpy place. Is there really someone running a martial arts dojo here? He continued deeper inside, his mouth calling out to see if anyone else was there, when he stumbled upon someone. Is anyone there? Someone is actually here? I'm here to join the martial arts club. The person was sitting on the floor, back to the door, showing no reaction to Thunder's words. No reaction, no presence, not even a breath. Could he be dead? To check, he stepped fully into the room and reached out to touch the old man. Hello? He reached out to grab him, but just as his hand neared the man's shoulder, the previously still elder suddenly grabbed his hand, making him jump. Elder Feng used a throwing technique, flipping him over his shoulder and slamming Thunder onto the floor. Without even checking who it was, he roared sternly. Who dares to barge into my territory? I came to join the martial arts club. You were the one who told me to come. Only then did he look closer at the visitor, and upon seeing his hair, he exclaimed in surprise, "Red hair." Seeing his red hair, the old man did a complete 180, pulling him up and patting his shoulders repeatedly until Thunder had to shout in annoyance. "Oh my, you're that student who helped me that day? Such a good kid, so good. Elder, you didn't even ask who I was before attacking like that? I almost thought I was a goner." Elder Feng sat cross-legged on the floor, smiling and gesturing for him to sit, which surprised him even more. "Apologies. I've been feeling like strangers are stalking me lately, so I couldn't help but be a bit on edge. I'm so glad you followed my advice. You've become my first student in years." "What? Come on, don't be shy. Come sit with this old man." "Wait, so no one has ever come to join before?" It was then that he turned pale, realizing a rather unpleasant truth. "I've been walked right into a trap by this old man. Great. One-on-one lessons. How am I supposed to sneak out now? The elder sat down and started rattling off a lecture on using chi. Last time we met, you didn't know how to use chi. So, let's start with the basics. You might have heard this saying, sword and fist meet. The sword cuts the fist, but in the fist gathers chi, so the sword breaks. If both are assisted by chi, then the sword wins. Thunder also sat down opposite Elder Feng, crossing his arms and discussing it seriously with him. Oh, no wonder everyone joins other clubs. If that's the case, hand-to-hand combat has no advantage. That's because they haven't mastered the foundation of martial arts. Really? I don't believe that. The old man raised a finger and leaned toward him, his face beaming as he said, "Once you learn my skills, you'll realize the best weapon is your own hands." Thunder turned serious and asked the question he had been keeping to himself. "I have one more question. Who exactly were the people chasing you that day?" "Oh, them? They belong to the Dark Guild." "The Dark Guild?" Elder Feng told him about the organization that had attacked him that night. "You'll learn about this in your second year. The Dark Guild is a remnant of an extremist organization from the Kingdom of Arun. Their leader was a high-ranking official at the Ferret Academy, who was expelled for certain reasons and formed this group." Thunder suddenly thought of something. The colors on those people's bodies that night were similar to the chi coming from his father. The aura of this Dark Guild is definitely connected to the Night Plague. Maybe I can find clues about my father's disappearance through them. They sound dangerous. Why were they chasing you? Elder Feng didn't answer immediately, slowly standing up under Thunder's curious gaze. "Oh, there are many things that aren't the right time to tell you yet. But since I owe you a favor, I'll tell you this little secret. They tried to kill me because he pulled open his robe, showing off his rock-hard six-pack in front of the stunned boy. I am one of the 6 elders of the Ferret Academy." Feng introduced himself while flexing his muscles. Even though he was old, the man was still quite confident in his physique. "Come on, Dragon Knight, hit me. Let me see what your real strength is." Seeing that, he stood up, taking a stance, ready to attack Elder Feng. "Looks like this old man knows my stance. Well, I won't hold back then." He clenched his fist, muscles tensed, his eyes locked onto his target. Since he's an elder, I don't need to worry too much. Thunder unleashed his strength, punching straight into Elder Feng's stomach with a thud. Elder Feng seemed a bit surprised, looking down at the hand that had just punched his stomach. Thunder also froze, feeling the man's muscles in surprise. So hard, just like a sheet of iron. The elder stared at Thunder, who was blowing on his reddened hand, and asked, "Did you focus your chi in that last hit?" "No." Hearing his answer, Elder Feng's eyes sparkled like stars, filled with delight. "Good, kid. Your raw strength is even stronger than mine. I have a feeling your potential is astounding. Once you grasp chi, it will completely transform you. This Grand Elder doesn't seem reliable at all." No sooner had that thought crossed his mind than his collar was grabbed, and he looked at the old man with a panicked expression. "So, we're starting now? Did I say I wanted to join? It's already started. Wait, can I still get out of this?" The two began their training, sitting cross-legged, one behind the other. Elder Feng pushed his back with his hand. "What we call chi comes from our inner energy," he explained while channeling chi into the boy. Thunder turned his head, listening seriously. "It is born from within. Between inhaling and exhaling, chi is produced. The stronger your physique, the more chi you can mobilize, allowing it to flow through your entire body. This is the key to mastering chi. I will channel a stream into you, using external force to guide your internal energy to activate your chi. Don't resist. Use your heart to feel it moving through your body." The system hovered nearby, surprised, watching the chi swirling around his body. Thunder followed the elder's instructions, closing his eyes to feel it. "It's so warm, so this is how chi moves." A sudden sound echoed. The system let out a satisfied beep, while Elder Feng fell flat on the floor behind him. He turned his head in shock. "Feng, what happened?" A notification chime sounded from the system, and he turned to look at the stats appearing in front of him. "Congratulations, your mana value has been activated." "What the? Why is the system popping up right now?" "Activate mana value." After checking his stats, he panicked and rushed over to check on Elder Feng. "Elder, are you okay? Wake up. If he dies, I'm not getting out of this involved. What do I do?" He rolled the elder onto his back and leaned down, pressing his ear against the elder's chest to check for a heartbeat. He let out a soft sigh. Thank goodness, his heart is still beating. Thunder sat heavily on the ground, staring at the person who had fainted, thinking to himself, "Looks like he just passed out. What in the world just happened?" He bowed his head, intensely studying the system's data, and muttered in disbelief, "Don't tell me did the mana absorption skill trigger, because this old man was channeling energy into me? Did the system automatically absorb mana from his body until it was full? Did I accidentally drain all his magic? Time ticked by silently. Thunder grew more and more anxious as he watched Elder Feng, who showed no signs of waking up. 5 minutes later, he thought, why hasn't he woken up yet? I guess he's not as tough as he looks. After waiting a while longer, he lost his patience and decided to get up and leave. 10 minutes later, he figured, forget it. The old guy shouldn't be dying or anything. If I waste time sitting here watching him, I might as well go practice myself. He activated his dragon eyes, and as one eye transformed, the colors of the room shifted in his vision. Dragon eyes, nice. He smiled and looked down at his hands. A golden flow of energy rippled around his body. He could actually see the movement of the mana. All right, let's test this. Thunder concentrated, smiling as he began to control the surrounding energy, manipulating the flow according to his will. The energy shifted, swirled, and condensed into a small, glowing orb right in front of Thunder's waist, focusing the energy at the Dantian success. He opened his eyes, and the energy began to dissipate, leaving only a faint trace in the air. Thunder pondered. Next, let's try moving the energy inside my body. He became so focused that he completely forgot about Elder Feng, still lying behind him. Once I shift it, I lose it. Thunder focused and tried again. The energy inside his body flowed according to his concentration, and it began to gather into a small orb. Try again. He closed his eyes to focus his mind, and the energy began to manifest and condense in the air again. The amount grew larger and thicker. It illuminated the space around Thunder, but it suddenly vanished without a trace, leaving only a few faint after-images. Dissipated, he exhaled a thin, clear breath, exhausted, and wiped the sweat that had soaked his face, thinking, what's going on? Why is the energy flow so unstable? Is it because there's not enough of it? He decided to try one more time. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and focused on releasing a larger amount of energy to shape it into a sphere. This time, he pushed even more energy into it. His brow furrowed tightly as Thunder encouraged himself. Just a little more. After a moment, he cracked his eyes open and gritted his teeth as something started to change. It actually hurts a bit. A massive surge of energy exploded, bursting around Thunder and making his red hair stand straight up. At that moment, Elder Feng began to stir, opening his eyes to see the person beside him glowing. Seeing Thunder losing control, the elder sat up abruptly, his face filled with concern as he assessed the situation. Realizing he was in trouble, Elder Feng immediately channeled his own energy into Thunder's back and shouted, "What are you doing? Don't do anything reckless." He used his strength to pull the chaotic energy out of Thunder's body. He shouted to keep Thunder's spirits up despite his painful cries. Patiently, he pulled the energy out of the boy's body and hurled the blast of mana right out the door. Go! The energy flew off, striking the pond and destroying both the water and the little pavilion by the lake in an instant. Elder Feng couldn't believe his eyes as he watched the scene, breaking into a sweat while listening to Thunder's heavy gasps. Just pulling that energy out alone had that much destructive power? You little fool, you nearly killed yourself. Really? Thunder replied, and then immediately collapsed, his head hitting the floor hard before he lay completely still. A while later, his mind deep in the darkness, he vaguely heard noises around him. Based on the symptoms, it looked like mana sickness, but that was impossible. He's not a mage, a voice murmured as he struggled to open his heavy eyelids. It's okay now. At the same time, Slavia was chatting loudly when she suddenly noticed him waking up. His vitals have basically recovered. He should be waking up soon. As he opened his eyes, Kyo stood by the side, bursting with joy. That's great! Thunder blinked, eyes darting around. Where am I? Kyo shouted anxiously. Where else? You're in the hospital, obviously, Thunder asked in surprise. The hospital? Slavia replied calmly. That's right. An old man rushed you here earlier. He scared us to death. Kyo laughed loudly. He even went to find the hospital director and demanded that he examine you personally. You're quite something, kid. Since when do you know such important people? Slavia whispered a reminder. Keep your voice down. We need to stay quiet in the hospital. Kyo rubbed his chin, still loud. Oh, sorry. Tell me, who exactly was that old man? To be able to summon the director like that, Thunder just laughed it off. He thought helplessly, Kyo, your voice really is something else. Slavia didn't even bother correcting him. That old man was so worried about you. After the director checked you and confirmed you were fine, and saw how quickly your health was recovering, he finally calmed down. Thunder felt a shiver of anxiety. Does Elder Feng have to be so dramatic? Does he want the whole world to know he's watching out for me? After thinking for a moment, he quickly changed the subject. Oh, he's just from the Martial Arts Association. Seeing Kyo about to say something else, Thunder quickly cut him off. Kyo, why are you here? Kyo answered enthusiastically. Because I joined the medical society. I've always been interested in healthcare. When a good opportunity like this comes along, you have to seize it. Thunder sighed. You really are everywhere, aren't you? At that moment, Kai-ho, who was in the next bed, suddenly pulled back the curtain, finally waking up, looking annoyed. Thunder tilted his head in confusion. Huh? Did we move our dorm here? Why are you here too? He sat up in bed and sighed. Nah, I've just been having trouble sleeping lately. My health hasn't been great during training, so I came to rest a bit. Who would have thought this guy, Kyo, would keep chattering in my ear so I couldn't get any sleep? Kyo shouted back defensively. I was just trying to understand your condition. Kai-ho leaned back against the headboard nonchalantly. I already told you, I'm not sick. Thunder listened to them bickering and murmured softly. Oh, is that so? He wondered to himself. I wonder what kind of nightmare this Kai-ho guy was having. A few days later, hidden deep within a vast, fragrant field of rice grass, an ancient villa hid behind rows of bamboo. Thunder strolled up to the door casually. Hey, old man, you still there? The moment he finished speaking, Elder Feng lunged at him, scolding him incessantly. You little fool, you still have the nerve to show your face here? Thunder jumped, shouting, Oh my God! After a while, deep in a deserted, vast forest, I was struggling to escape from a bug, screaming in fear. Mom! At the same time, from another direction, a sharp arrow flew in, slicing off a part of the bug's body. Faced with the emergency, Slavia shouted commands. Everyone, get ready! These insects are weak, but they usually appear in swarms of 7. As soon as she finished speaking, the swarm of bugs flew in to attack. While Mary was busy firing arrows and shouting warnings, Watch your back! Jan was swinging his axe wildly all around. Meanwhile, in a nearby area, Kyo was swinging his sword around in a panic. So gross, so gross. You guys are absolutely disgusting. Tan was beside him, angrily pointing his spear at the bugs. Why are these things so fast? Slavia saw a bug flying rapidly toward Thunder and panicked. Thunder, watch out! Unlike the urgency of those around him, Thunder remained calm, using magic fire to coat his fists. With a single, god-tier strike, he easily tore the bug apart with his bare hands in a heartbeat. Kyo saw Thunder going on a killing spree and laughed in awe. Thunder, have you learned how to control your aura? He laughed heartily, thrilled to find an opportunity to test his results. Tan urged him impatiently. Are you still thinking about showing off, kid? Use your weapon. No sooner had he finished speaking than the group suddenly heard someone scream in agony. Kai stood by, shocked, and exclaimed, What happened? Thunder realized in confusion. Oh, it turned out that right before their eyes, Kai was being bitten by a bug, his arm dripping with blood. Seeing the dangerous situation, Jan rushed over and slashed hard at the bug. He helped Kai stand up and asked, Kai, are you okay? Just then, Slavia also hurried over, looking anxious. Kai sat there, watching the two of them examine his wound, then sighed in embarrassment. I'm fine. I'm really sorry for making everyone worry about me. Slavia focused on assessing the wound. Luckily, it wasn't too deep. Jan, help me open the protective armor. I need to treat the wound. Jan replied with a grunt. Got it. He bowed his head slightly, thanking him politely. On the other side, Thunder stood in a corner, observing the injured man's actions. What is wrong with him? He got hurt by such a low-level pest, and lately, he's always been in a bad state. Pausing for a moment, he continued to mutter to himself. After we get back, I have to ask him what's actually going on. As soon as the wound was healed by Slavia, Tan's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, the wound has healed quite a bit. Is this what you learned after joining the medical guild? Kyo replied proudly. That's right. Using aura doesn't just make your body and weapons stronger. It can also enhance cellular regeneration, so it can be used to treat simple wounds. Thunder turned his head away silently, thinking to himself that it seemed like not only him, but everyone else had gained new skills he had to keep working harder. A few minutes later, Slavia finished the final bandaging. All right, there shouldn't be any more problems with this. Kai hurriedly thanked everyone. A long time later, the sweeping of the bugs continued. At this moment, Tan was picking up a blue stone, having been busy for half a day just to get one low-level monster crystal. Today, it feels like I won't even be able to reach the tax threshold. Thunder turned to him in surprise. Tax? What tax? Tan gripped the stone and looked at him with an incredulous expression. Huh? Didn't you hear the explanation? Saying this, he stuffed the stone into his pocket and explained, monster crystals obtained from hunting grounds are subject to an 11.0% tax. If you get less than 10, you're tax exempt. Thunder's jaw dropped in confusion. There's even a rule like this? Tan slung his spear over his shoulder and replied, "What did you think the academy used to keep running? There will be many more times you have to pay taxes in the future." Hearing this, Thunder sneakily glanced at Werlancy behind him. "Looks like I have to come up with a plan. Wer isn't easy to fool. Under 10 is tax-free." Just as he thought of this, he was startled to look at the system floating nearby. Under the brilliant sunset that covered the sky and the fields in gold, creating a majestic, mystical, and romantic mountainous landscape. At this moment, right at the entrance to the training ground, Kai and his group were taking turns handing over the crystal stones they had collected to Werlancy. Werlancy suddenly said in a puzzled voice, "Thunder, you were the last one to come out. So how come you only got 5 monster crystals?" Thunder shrugged, showing helplessness. "Sir Knight, maybe I'm just not that lucky?" He snorted coldly upon hearing that. "I think you're playing tricks. Take off your gear." A moment later, lying on the sun-scorched yellow grass was his sword and heavy armor accessories, set aside to rest. Thunder was now wearing only thin clothes. He smiled, provoking the person in front of him. "How's that? See, there's nothing there." Wer was furious. "Impossible. You must have hidden them on the mountain. I've seen many cunning people like you. If I catch you hiding monster crystals, I will definitely." Before he could even finish his sentence, Thunder calmly turned around and waved, walking away. "Believe what you want. If you find them, they're all yours." Werlancy stood behind, yelling in anger, "Don't get cocky. If you're really that useless, the day I catch you, you'll pay for it." He lazily replied, Sure. Seeing Werlancy still angrily shouting, Man ran over, interested, and whispered, "Thunder, how did you do it? Surely you didn't only get this many, right?" Thunder smiled secretively. After saying that, Thunder thought to himself, "You discovered it earlier, way back in the past. At that time, you were talking to yourself. After storing the monster crystals into the system, the crystals in reality would just look like ordinary stones, with no effect." Returning to the present, he analyzed the situation at that time. Every time a monster is killed, the system collects the monster crystal immediately. As for the others, they have to search for them inside the monster's carcass. Thinking of this, Thunder suddenly remembered back then, when no one was paying attention. "Finally found it," he whispered to the system. "All right, that's enough. You've eaten plenty." Pausing for a moment, Thunder silently told himself to keep others from getting suspicious when hunting with others. Also, pay special attention to controlling the system. Don't just store items directly into it. Once a beast crystal is stored in the system, you can never take it out again. We need to keep a few physical ones aside to trade at the shop. Just then, a notification popped up. You have received 10 primary beast crystals. Accept or decline? Decline. Watching the screen, Thunder did some quick mental math. If we only keep 5 and don't have to hand them in, who knew we could get away with this? Returning to the present, Thunder is quietly checking the data. 10 primary beast crystals, 2 intermediate beast crystals, and 1 super-level beast crystal. Hearing this, he smiles to himself, satisfied. Thinking back to the previous test when he assumed the system wouldn't work on weapons that were already fully forged. He never expected the system to absorb the beast crystals directly into itself. Thinking of this, Thunder reminds himself to be careful. It seems he needs to be more cautious from now on. If that black-hearted guy finds out, he surely won't let him off the hook. After thinking this over, Thunder suddenly notices something off about the person behind him. Everyone else has already left. We should head back too. Kai, what's wrong? Did you leave something behind? Seeing Kai not responding, he anxiously turns back to where he is standing. Hey, Kai. No matter how much he calls out, Kai remains there, eyes vacant, muttering something. The red door, I must go open the red door. Thunder reacts, his voice rising in confusion. What red door? What are you talking about? It hurts. No! Kai screams, tears streaming down his face. It hurts. It hurts so much. Completely caught off guard by the other's behavior, Thunder clumsily kneels down beside him. Hey, Kai, calm down. At the same time, elsewhere, Manch is anxiously looking around. That's strange. Where did those two go? Tan asks in surprise. They were just behind us a moment ago. Where did they run off to? Manch asks impatiently. You guys go on ahead. I'll go back and find them. Slavia stops him and suggests, Wait, why don't we go together? Before she can finish her sentence, he disappears in a flash. It's fine. I'll go and be right back. A while later, inside the forest, Manch runs over to where Thunder and Kai are. Seriously, what is wrong with you two? The others are already far ahead. Thunder hurriedly explains the situation to him. Manch, Kai, he isn't doing well. He keeps talking about a red door. He pauses for a moment, pointing to the person sitting under the tree. The red door, I must go to the red door, that voice is calling to me. Hearing this, Manch speaks up with a guess. The red door? Could the place Kai is talking about be that place? He pauses for a few seconds, as an image of a giant red door flashes in his mind. He continues. The Farad Academy prison. In the middle of a pitch-black void, a large, sparkling orb reflects light from above, its voice slowly echoing. You have finally come. Thunder stands with his back toward the orb. Who is speaking? The large orb calmly replies, I have always been waiting for you to find me, and I will tell you about a memory that has been hidden from you. Looking at the blinding golden light radiating from the orb, Thunder asks impatiently, Who are you? It responds, There are also secrets between you and this world. Standing beneath the glowing orb, he slowly moves toward the brilliant golden light. What secrets? Like a gate separating the mysterious world from reality. Even as Thunder screams to find out more, the memory orb suddenly glows brighter than ever. In just a few short seconds, those golden rays of light are quickly extinguished by a giant gate appearing right before his eyes. Don't go. Wait. Facing such a realistic scene, Thunder is still reaching out. He wakes up with a start. It was just a dream, but it felt so real. Thunder slowly sits up, looking at Kai lying on the bed nearby. A red door. He silently wonders if that red door is the same one from Kai's dream. Thinking of this, he remembers being back in the forest. At that time, Manch had anxiously suggested, Thunder, maybe we should take him to the hospital? Thunder looks at the person in front of him. Worried sick. Kai, what kind of nightmare are you having? Kai covers his ears. I don't remember anymore. I really don't remember anything. Kai begins to explain. That day, I just happened to pass by that place and caught a glimpse of the red gate. He pauses for a few seconds, his face turning pale. Then he describes the cycle of nightmares. But every time I wake up, I can't remember what I saw in the dream, only a sense of overwhelming terror. As his spirit seems to stabilize slightly, he leans his back against a tree. Inside that red door, it feels like something is calling to me. That feeling keeps getting stronger. I feel like I have to go see it. Manch hears this and cannot help but snap at him. Are you crazy? That place is a prison. It's a restricted area. If you go in there, you'll be expelled. Facing Thunder's focused expression, Kai helplessly replies, I know, but I have no other choice. If this continues, my brain will be tortured to death by those strange sounds. Thunder catches on, implying, we just need to make sure we don't get caught. Unlike Kai's surprised reaction, Manch speaks up loudly in warning. Thunder, this isn't just about getting expelled from the academy. If you aren't careful, you could lose your life. Thunder reaches out to explain. So what? We can just use our skills to sneak in during the middle of the night. There's definitely a chance. Do you want to come with us? Manch responds in confusion. Are you joking? Kai speaks up, feeling awkward. Thunder, let it go. Don't make things difficult for Manch. It's enough that you're willing to go with me. Even though he is trying not to put Manch in a tough spot, Thunder speaks plainly. But Manch's stealth skills are better than both of ours. If we had his help, Kai whispers sincerely, that may be true, but dragging him along makes me feel extremely guilty. Constantly put on the spot by the two people in front of him, Manch yells fiercely, Fine, I get it. I'll go with you guys, okay? He pauses for a moment and says calmly, I owed you both a favor from our previous duel, so consider this me paying it back. Thunder laughs, excited. That's great. Let's do that then. We'll map out a plan tonight. Back to the present, Thunder is lying in the dimly lit room. He thinks to himself that the red door at the Faro Academy prison might be the source of the nightmare. But today, even he dreamed of that red door. Could it be that the Academy prison really hides the secrets of this world? The following night, at the Faro Academy prison, two armored knights are standing guard at the gate, blending into the dark night. The three of them quickly slip past the guards with ease. Crouching behind a bush, Thunder peeks out. Is that the place? Kai quickly replies, That's it. Manch cannot help but feel nervous. Kai, are you sure we won't be spotted by them? The gatekeepers look quite formidable. Kai recalls the shift schedule and explains, If it were the black armored knights guarding the door, we definitely couldn't get in. But after observing for a while, I discovered that every Tuesday between 10 and 11 p.m., they switch shifts with the white-belted knights. He pauses for a few seconds, looking at the gate with a determined gaze. This is our window of opportunity, Manch whispered, sounding curious. Looks like he'd been wanting to sneak inside for a long time. Then why do they switch shifts at this time every week? Ko shook his head. Who knows? Maybe they're gathering for a meeting. Thunder focused and warned them, forget about them. Even if they're just hanging out, it doesn't matter. Without a second thought, He widened his eyes and cast his magic to activate Dragon Eye. With his X-ray vision, the intricate architectural lines and the night guards appeared instantly. A massive, hazy structure emerged. Spiraling staircases stretched out, surrounded by a lattice-like architecture. Deep within the mystery were tiny figures walking like small blue specks lost in a magnificent structure. The white, hazy space gradually turned infinite, piercing down into a dark, bottomless abyss. A gloomy black mist was slowly rising, swallowing all the light. Back in the outside area, Thunder was still trying to focus his vision deep into the inner structure of the fortress. It was pitch black, even his dragon eye couldn't see anything inside. Jack must be hiding something fishy. Besides, this prison was built underground. Thinking of this, he suddenly retracted his vision and returned to his normal state. After a few seconds, Thunder solemnly looked up at the full moon shining across the night sky. It was a bit unsettling. The night scene grew increasingly silent. Despite the wisps of clouds drifting by to obscure it, the jade-colored moon still shone brightly. A moment later, near the main gate, two groups of guards were performing their shift change. "Gentlemen, it's time for the meeting. Leave the rest to us." "Understood," Kai whispered a sigh of relief. Finally, the shift change was over, but one of the guards seemed to notice something odd. He turned to his comrade and asked, "Huh? Is something wrong?" The other quickly replied, "No, nothing at all. Let's go. The elders are still waiting for us." Taking advantage of the distraction, Thunder was eager to move. "Thank goodness they're gone. Let's stick to the plan." Ko immediately agreed. "All right, let's go." But unexpectedly, just as Kai was about to head in, someone suddenly grabbed his arm hard. "Wait, what are you guys trying to do?" Caught off guard, Kai, Ko, and Thunder stared at the person in front of them in confusion. As soon as they turned around to see who it was, Kai, Ko, and Thunder shouted in surprise, "Jasmine? Why are you here?" It turned out to be the third-year black belt student, Jasmine. Unable to hide her curiosity, Jasmine squatted down to look at them. "I'm the one who should be asking you guys that. I was just training around here when I saw you guys sneaking about," Ko stammered. We were just seeing him stuttering," she quickly guessed. "Are you guys planning to sneak in there?" Struck by the truth, Kai panicked. "How should I put this? You arrived at the perfect time. We were just about to." But ironically, before he could finish his sentence, the pile of wooden crates shielding them suddenly collapsed right in front of the guards. "Oh my God, why are we so unlucky? Right when we're on shift, stop complaining and get back to work." Unaware that Thunder's group had fled the scene, the two guards kept busy cleaning up. "I told you to tie the supply crates securely. Now look, we have to start all over again. I clearly tied the rope tight on the platform. Maybe the rope quality is just bad?" Thunder turned to Kay and whispered, "Manch has started his move. We need to hurry." Jasmine was so surprised she couldn't stop talking. "Even Manch? Are you guys crazy? Do you have any idea what this place is? This is against the rules, and it's dangerous inside." With his shirt being pulled constantly, Kai had to ask for help. "Thunder, what should we do with her?" Thunder walked over with a dark expression. "Sorry. If you've already seen us, we have no choice but to." Jasmine widened her eyes in fear. "Huh? Are you guys planning to silence me? We're all fellow students. How could you?" While she was distracted, Kai snuck up behind her and knocked Jasmine unconscious. Seeing her completely passed out, Kai sighed reluctantly. "You talk too much. Honestly, I didn't want to do that. We should have just left her here." Thunder threw Jasmine over his shoulder and handed his sword to Kai to hold. He explained, "No way. If she wakes up and reports this to Jack, we're done for. For now, we have to bring her with us." A few seconds later, at the main gate where the guards were still busy cleaning, Thunder whispered to Manch, "Hurry up, the guards are coming back. Are you done yet?" Manch focused on picking the lock and replied calmly, "Patience is a virtue. Don't rush me." Without noticing that Thunder's group had successfully broken in, the guards were still arguing loudly. "You have to tie it tighter this time. If you'd organized it properly from the start, it wouldn't have fallen over." "I told you it wasn't my fault. The rope quality is definitely bad. I'll ask for a new batch tomorrow." Just like that, the red gate closed as if nothing happened, showing no signs of an intrusion. At the same time, in the middle of the night, a figure silently headed toward the towering fortress, with flickering torches and the glowing red gate. It was none other than Draven, standing hidden high above. This time, he's basically walking to his own death. He paused, a sly smile spreading across his face. "Lord JPY will be very pleased." A few minutes later, inside the fortress, Thunder's group gathered. "Finally here. There's no light inside. Good thing I brought an illuminating treasure." Manch laughed in surprise. "Huh? Is this Jasmine? Why is she here? I didn't notice her earlier." Kai calmly replied, She caught us, so we had to bring her along. He gasped in surprise. You guys even knocked her out? Thunder gently set Jasmine down on the ground. Yeah, she's still in a daze. Jasmine opened her eyes, looking around. Where is this? Kay stepped forward. Jasmine, are you okay? Seeing Kay, she immediately shouted, You guys dared to lay a hand on your senior? I'm going to report you to Jack. He hurried to explain. Senior Jasmine, please, listen to me. We really had no other choice, even as she continued to make a scene in front of them. Thunder said in a cold voice, It's time to report, Jack. We're already inside. Anyway, we might as well shout even louder, call the guards over, and get everyone expelled. Jasmine trembled with rage upon hearing this. Kai, seeing she was upset, hurriedly tried to stop her. Thunder, stop adding fuel to the fire. Senior, please calm down and don't listen to his nonsense. While Thunder obediently stepped aside, Kai quickly walked over to support Man. Yeah, since we're already inside, we'll just take a quick look and head back out. You're curious about what's inside this prison too, right? Even as those around her tried their best to calm the situation, Jasmine still glared furiously at Thunder's indifferent back. It was as if a scale of justice between reason and subconscious curiosity was weighing in her mind. Jasmine's tone turned slightly softer now. I'm warning you, if we run into trouble, I'm not bailing you guys out. Ko nodded helplessly. Fine, we'll take care of ourselves. She snatched the torch and took the lead. I'm the senior here, so I'll lead the way. You all have to listen to me, got it? He muttered in frustration, deviating slightly. Just like that, after everything, the trio was suddenly joined by an unexpected member. Jasmine. Ko felt a bit uneasy as the group ventured deeper and deeper. This place doesn't look like it's been occupied. They call it a prison, but there aren't even any inmates? Ko was equally worried and confused. This area has always been off limits. I've never heard of any prisoners being transferred here, so I don't know why they still post guards. Suddenly, Jasmine, who was in the lead, coughed a few times. And here I thought you guys had heard something before you decided to come snooping. Thunder asked her curiously. Does that mean you've heard something about it? Jasmine replied with confidence. Of course. Although it's called the Ferret Apartments Academy Prison, the legends outside say this place isn't actually holding any prisoners. At this point, she turned to look at them. Some say they use the excuse of holding inmates to hide the real thing they're keeping under wraps. Once those things are unleashed, she paused for a few seconds. Jasmine frowned, looking serious. It would cause massive chaos. Thunder couldn't hide his curiosity upon hearing that. He just had to know what it was. Jasmine pursed her lips and looked at him with a judgmental gaze. You brat. It's just a legend. A legend? No one had ever followed Thunder in to see it with their own eyes, unless it was the 3 knights or the 6 great elders. As soon as she finished speaking, sudden bursts of green light began flooding in from outside. Unexpectedly hit by a strong, dark gust of wind, Jasmine and the group frantically covered their noses. Why is there such a strong wind down here? It stinks. Unlike the panic-stricken group, Thunder was suddenly alert. It sounded like there was something else. At the same time, Manch began to sweat profusely from the tension. Maybe we should just stop here? We technically reached it. Jasmine gave a forced smile. That's not a bad idea. Ko leaned against a pillar, panting. No, I have to keep going. At least I have to see what that thing from my dream is. The others had no choice but to give in. Whatever, let's keep going then. Just then, rapid footsteps echoed through the quiet space. Simultaneously, the group members started speaking one after another. We're finally here. Upon reaching the spot, Thunder and the others stared intently at the massive gate ahead. It was just another door. Standing before the towering, imposing gate, Manch exclaimed in awe, "The door is so huge!" Jasmine marveled as she touched the surface. What kind of material is this made of? It feels like it's aged quite a bit. Ko suddenly channeled his magic into his palms. Forget it. We have to open it first. He didn't hesitate, putting all his strength into pushing the massive gate. Manch stood behind him, worried. I don't think this is a good idea, Kai-Ho called out with all his might. Stop just standing there and come give me a hand. Even though the other 3 were struggling together to move the gate, Thunder stayed calm and activated his dragon eyes. Jasmine looked at his imposing stance and teased. I actually thought you could do it all by yourself. Kai-Ho pretended not to hear her. 1, 2, push. Seeing the 2 beside him still struggling, Jasmine added, If you can't do it, just give up already. Meanwhile, on another front, Thunder was silently listening with his dragon eyes, but he couldn't see anything inside. This place must be protected by some high-level spell, or rigged with something that makes it completely sealed off. After a while, the gate showed no signs of budging. Jasmine hung her head, panting. We can't get it open. Is this door even locked? Manch wiped the sweat dripping down his face. Maybe we should head back. There's definitely something extraordinary behind this door. Ko turned to Thunder, frustrated, looking for help. Enough talk. I'm not turning back. Thunder, you come help too, he replied in surprise. Oh, sure. As soon as Thunder placed his hand on the door, the system interface instantly popped up with a prompt. Open the gate? Yes? No? He was secretly amazed it even had this ability. Without any hesitation, Thunder quickly tapped yes. In a split second, the mechanical joints inside began to turn along with the gears. Standing before the massive gate as it slowly swung open, Manch asked in confusion, Thunder, what did you do? He shrugged, acting clueless. I don't know, either. I just touched it, and it opened itself. Even though the gears were still grinding, the magic orb only illuminated a small part of what was in front of them. They couldn't see anything inside at all. Ko insisted impatiently, Let's go. The moment Kai finished speaking, a sense of dread took hold of everyone's hearts, yet they didn't notice the gloomy atmosphere deep inside. Thunder's group slowly ventured deeper, until the whole group was startled by a bone-chilling sound. Jasmine hugged him tight, screaming in panic along with Manch. What? What was that sound? Thunder spoke coldly, trying to shake her off. Hey, let go, Kai Ho replied awkwardly. It was me. I think I just stepped on something. Looking toward the torchlight that was slowly brightening, Manch pointed forward in fear. That's a skeleton, right? Ko replied calmly. It could be some kind of monster. Manch became even more anxious. Dragons don't just die that easily, he muttered, while the others debated. Thunder looked away, thinking, it looks quite powerful. Why would it die here? At the same time, Jasmine joined the speculation. Maybe it was purged by a knight. After a long while, the group steadied themselves and continued deep into the dark dungeon. Thunder frowned, disappointed. It looks like a dead end ahead. Hearing that, Jasmine couldn't hide her relief. We can finally get out of here. Just then, Kai Ho suddenly shouted, Everyone, look! There's a huge open space below. Jasmine looked at the iron cells beneath the abyss. It looks like an empty prison. Manch hurried to reply, but there are so many of them. It looks like a mosquito nest. Thunder couldn't help but feel puzzled. But there's nothing inside. A few seconds later, Manch went to inspect each iron cage. What I'm worried about is that they've already escaped. We've seen what we came to see. He paused for a few seconds and continued. Honestly, we should head back. Jasmine agreed immediately. I agree. If there's a beast locked up in here, then Jack is definitely no ordinary person. She couldn't hide her worried expression. If it had escaped, things would be even more dangerous. Thunder leaned against the wall. Kai, we really have gone quite far. We need to hurry out before the nights change shifts. Despite everyone's efforts to persuade him, Kai stubbornly kept walking. No, Thunder, you don't understand. He looked down into the deep, winding path with all his hope. We just need to go a little further to find the truth. Seeing Kai becoming increasingly difficult to stop, Thunder rushed after him. Kai, stop going down. Ignoring him, Kai moved forward aimlessly. I heard a voice. It's right below. Watching Kai's back gradually disappear into the darkness, Thunder shouted anxiously, Kai, stop right there. But just as he was about to enter the iron cage, a green light suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Faced with the sheer power of the magic, Thunder gasped, This is bad. Man looked around, bewildered. What is that? Just as Thunder raised his hands to shield himself from the wind, something was suddenly blown out from the light. In a split second, Kai was slammed hard against the rugged cliff wall above. Man cried out in shock at the sight. With the situation hanging by a thread, Thunder bravely stepped out with his sword to shield the three people behind him. He calculated quickly, realizing the situation was dire. But just then, Thunder's eyes caught the looming shadow of a giant monster slowly approaching. The moment it appeared, a wave of destructive power crashed down. The dark, massive foot crushed the ground, shattering everything into pieces. Jasmine stood behind them, trembling as she whispered, No, it can't be. That's a king-tier monster. She paused, staring at the monster's full form. It was the Minotaur, Mezu. The beast roared, shaking the sky, its eyes glowing deep red, and green energy swirled violently around Thunder. Moments after its appearance, it sent Thunder's entire group sprawling to the ground. From another angle, Mezu saw Jasmine lying in pain and charged toward her with bloodthirsty intent. As it got closer and closer, Man shouted worriedly, Jasmine, move! She replied helplessly, her legs shaking. My legs, I can't. In the blink of an eye, Jasmine was seized by Mezu's giant hand. She could do nothing but scream in absolute terror. Man immediately leaped from afar and slashed hard at Mezu's arm. "Let her go, you monster." As Jasmine fell, Man didn't hesitate to lunge forward, using his remaining sword to tear into Mezu's flesh. As Man landed beside her, Jasmine breathed a sigh of relief. "I really thought I was a goner," he asked anxiously. "That was too close, Jasmine. Can you stand up?" They paused for a few seconds. He looked in panic as Mezu began focusing magic into its horns. "This is bad. It's a magic attack." "Jasmine, stand up, or we're all going to die." Within seconds, Mezu unleashed its blue energy, the power surging into intense, blinding lightning that filled the space. It roared without hesitation and charged, throwing a fist at the two fleeing figures. Watching Mezu's powerful punch descending, Man's eyes widened in horror. In less than 3 seconds, Mezu's strike hit the ground, causing an earth-shattering tremor. Meanwhile, Kai, who was in a different spot, was also caught in the shockwave and thrown far away. He trembled, clutching his wound, gasping for air as he looked around. "What was that just now? What kind of monster is it?" Kai worried to himself. Luckily, Man and the others were safe, and what caught Kai's eyes now was Thunder and his beast, Nova, struggling to hold off Mezu's terrifying power. Kai breathed a sigh of relief, realizing they were okay. At the same time, Man looked at Nova in confusion. "Why is this beast helping us?" Thunder gritted his teeth, trembling with all his might. "No time to explain. Just know it's on our side. Don't worry." He paused for a moment and ordered tensely, "Nova, get Jasmine to safety first." Man was stunned. It actually obeyed the command. As Thunder slid back, he quickly reminded the person next to him, "Man, hide your aura. Once I pin it down, strike it once to finish it off." Man questioned him. "Thunder, can you really do that? You saw how strong it is." Ignoring the 1,000 questions in Man's head, Thunder agilely moved in front of Mezu. He said briefly, "Trust me." Hearing that, Man quickly ran off. "Got it, be careful." Thunder then confidently roared, "Come on, you big lug." As soon as Thunder finished speaking, Mezu rammed into him, the force so great that he dropped his sword. With no other choice, Thunder poured all his magic into gripping the beast's massive horn. He thought angrily, "Damn it, this thing is way too strong." Despite Thunder struggling for his life, Mezu coldly slammed him into the rocks. Like a true warrior, Thunder refused to let go, even as his body was pinned against the cliff. "Give it up! I'm not letting go!" At the perfect moment, he shouted, "Man, now!" Man, who had been riding on Mezu's back, used all his strength to plunge his sword into its body. Die. But, to his dismay, at that crucial moment, Man realized in horror, "What? It's completely impossible to pierce its hide is as hard as steel." At the same time, Kai shouted from afar, "Man, move!" Man looked up in surprise. "Kai!" But unfortunately, just as Kai rushed in, his sword couldn't withstand the hardness of Mezu's skin and shattered. He stood there stunned, crying out as his sword broke. Ignoring the chaos of everyone attacking around him, Mezu suddenly unleashed a barrage of magical lightning bolts, knocking everyone nearby back by a dozen meters. After struggling against Mezu for a while, Thunder suddenly surged with energy and roared, "Don't think you can get away." From a different perspective, through his system, he discreetly selected a skill, absorbed the mana, and activated it. As soon as the selection was confirmed, his mana levels skyrocketed instantly. Seizing the moment, Thunder scrambled and rolled away to break free from Mezu's containment. Suspended in midair, he focused all his magical energy, successfully absorbing the mana. Thunder channeled the power into his fists to create a surge of intense fire, while mentally telling himself to keep his energy centered before launching his attack. With that thought, he moved like a wild beast, clawing along Mezu's entire body, causing it to let out a pained roar. Seeing the bright red blood splattered everywhere, Thunder smiled smugly. His attack was effective. The old man's special training had paid off. But just as he let his guard down, Ko shouted, "Thunder, look out!" No sooner had he finished speaking than Mezu, in a frenzy, charged head-on, ramming into Thunder for revenge. In an instant, the situation was reversed once again. With a single swipe, Mezu sent Thunder sliding across the rough ground. He felt helpless, thinking, "My body, it won't listen. It's like I have no strength left." Thunder gritted his teeth, trembling. He realized that beyond the paralyzing effect of the electrical attack on the monster, the main issue was absorbing too much mana too quickly, causing his body to fail to adapt. Damn it, this body's stamina is way too weak. He paused for a few seconds, watching Mezu step closer, his anxiety mounting as he desperately needed a solution. But in that critical, life or death moment, Thunder froze, staring blankly at a distant spot. "Huh?" It turned out that his eyes had caught a fleeting figure standing high above. "Hey, you guys really poked something you shouldn't have." With that, Carden calmly held his cigar. "You little brats, get out of the way." The group erupted with joy upon hearing this. The Knight Manch jumped up, grinning ear to ear. "It's the Knight! Thank goodness, we're saved." Carden leaped down, gripping his sharp sword, and threatened coldly, "Stop with the flattery. I'll settle the score with you when we get back." Just as he landed near Mezu, he immediately gripped the hilt of his sword. As if he had planned it all along, with one decisive strike, Carden easily sliced off one of the creature's massive horns. But just as he was about to pivot for another strike, his leg was suddenly grabbed by Mezu. Hindered instantly, Carden couldn't react in time, only able to widen his eyes in surprise as he realized the trap. Mezu furiously slammed him into the ground, shattering the stone tiles upon impact, but ironically, Carden used his extensive experience to his advantage. In less than a minute, he had managed to slice off all of Mezu's fingers, leaving everyone around in shock. In an instant, that bone-tearing pain forced Mezu to howl loudly. Its hatred doubled. Mezu's eyes turned blood red as it charged to kill, like a deranged butcher. It ran with such speed that the surrounding debris was instantly engulfed in a thick cloud of dust. Continuously provoked, Mezu grew enraged, puffing 2 plumes of white smoke from its nose, its gaze filled with aggression. While Mezu was still disoriented, Carden stood calmly on its back. "Are you looking for me?" Upon hearing his voice, Mezu's red eyes flickered with a rare sense of dread. Within 2 seconds, its sturdy head fell to the ground with ease. Guided by the person next to him, the boy stood shakily. Is it over?" Manch exclaimed in admiration. "Amazing, truly amazing." Elsewhere, Thunder secretly moved to where Nova was hiding. "Nova, let's head back first." At the same time, Thunder looked at his system interface. "Huh?" he wondered. "Is this new ability a result of the damage from absorbing the electricity?" A moment later, Carden arrived, carrying Jasmine. "Luckily, that beast didn't have much mana left. Otherwise, I might not have survived. Let's take advantage of this moment before more trouble arises. Follow me." The full moon lit up the silent night, and clouds drifted lazily across the deep blue sky, creating a dreamlike scene. Carden walked along, asking coldly, "None of you have any explanations for me?" Manch hesitated, looking at his broad back. "Are we going to be expelled?" Unaware that Jasmine was just pretending to be unconscious to escape trouble, Carden continued puffing on his cigar. "You should be lucky that expulsion is even on the table, considering you dared to break into the dungeon on your own." He paused, adding that simply surviving was no easy feat. Ko and Manch bowed their heads in apology. Seeing this, a flicker of softness unconsciously arose in Carden's heart. He glanced at them, lost in thought. After a moment, Thunder spoke in his most relaxed tone. "But since you managed to survive a fight with a magical beast, it would be a pity to expel you. If you agree to keep this a secret, I'll naturally pretend I didn't see you." As soon as he finished speaking, Ko, Thunder, and Manch all let out sighs of relief and smiled. The moon shone brightly in the dark blue night sky, dotted with faint stars, bringing a sense of peace like never before. A dense, tooth-like spiderweb covered a corner of the old brick wall. Carden pushed the door open, feeling puzzled, and couldn't help but wonder how this door had even opened in the first place. Thunder hesitantly lied, "It was already open when we got here." Ko looked at him, surprised. "Huh? That's right." Carden remained suspicious. "Still open? That's strange." But just as the gate began to close, Thunder, standing behind, suddenly heard a mysterious voice. "I will be here waiting for you." His face turned pale, and he realized this was the same sound he had heard in his dreams before. Not waiting for any reaction, the eerie voice continued to echo in Thunder's mind. "Wait until you are strong enough, then come back." Time flew by. Deep in the night, at the Academy Infirmary, the Dean was anxiously checking their wounds. "Really now, what kind of training leads to this? Bringing all 4 of you in at once? You kids are really reckless." Carden puffed on his cigarette and laughed nonchalantly. "Sorry for the trouble, Dean. This was just an accident." The Dean reminded him coldly, "There's no point in making excuses. Explain yourself at the Elders' Assembly tomorrow." "Don't be like that, Dean. It's just a flesh wound." As Kai lay in his hospital bed, he whispered, "Lord Carden, you really should help us cover this up." Thunder, who was lying in the bed next to him, muttered something under his breath. After a few seconds of hesitation, he fell into deep thought. The way Lord Carden acted so spoiled was truly terrifying. After a moment, he sat up and looked at Kai. "But then again, Kai, why didn't you listen to us when we tried to stop you? Why did you have to keep going deep into that cavern?" he replied, looking quite troubled. I'm sorry. Even I can't really explain it." He paused for a few seconds. Kai furrowed his brows in frustration. He simply wanted to keep going. I couldn't control my own thoughts or my body. Manch heard this and eagerly held up a thick book. I know why that happened. After a brief pause, he continued. I just checked the book on god-tier mythical beasts. Besides electric elemental manipulation, there's a type of ability called Mind Labyrinth. Thunder and Kai, standing opposite him, gasped in surprise. Mind Labyrinth? Standing amidst windows bathed in warm sunlight, they recalled the legend of the humanoid Minotaur. It was the child of a white bull that was sacrificed to the gods and a certain queen. When the calf was born and let out its first cry, the king, upon learning the truth, could not accept it. Thinking of a remote, isolated place, the king ordered a labyrinth to be built on a deserted island at the edge of the world. It was a massive maze, and he sent guards to watch over it. The Minotaur born there was bound by its own form. Even after death, its soul could not find peace. Time passed, and the Minotaur grew within the maze. But this wasn't just any beast. It possessed the powers of a god. As it matured, its body became obsessed with escaping the labyrinth, gradually developing an ability that radiated an aura to bewitch those around it. With the divine power it carried, the Minotaur could easily bewitch people, causing them to lose control of their minds and letting their strongest emotions dictate their actions. While Thunder inwardly felt disgusted, what kind of ridiculous legend is this? How can a human and a bull produce an offspring? Kai, on the other hand, looked sympathetic. In that case, this creature is actually quite pitiful. What happened to it later? Manch answered. The book doesn't say. Maybe it managed to escape? Otherwise, we wouldn't have encountered it in the underground prison. Hearing this, Kai rubbed his chin, deep in thought. That makes sense. Maybe it Jack-produced many later generations. Could that be why I was having nightmares? Manch quickly replied. It's very possible. Thunder silently watched him for a while, lost in thought. Is it really that way? If Kai's nightmare was the Minotaur, then what was that sound he kept hearing? At that moment, Carden pushed the door open and walked in. All right, the dean says you guys are fine. Rest up these next few days, and you can be discharged by next week. Thunder and Kai sighed. He had clearly just been scolding them earlier. Thunder suddenly remembered something and called out, Lord Carden. About that, Carden asked nonchalantly, worried about my injuries? He paused for a moment, then gave a dashing smile. It's nothing serious, just 2 broken ribs. For people like us, this is just a minor scrape. Thunder looked at him with an expressionless face. No, I just wanted to ask, did you manage to get the god-tier beast crystal? Is there a share for us in there? As soon as he finished speaking, Carden exploded in anger. Don't even dream of it. This is my reward. You didn't even think about who I got hurt for. Thunder bowed his head in defeat. Yes, 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 yes. In the blink of an eye, Carden returned to his previous composed state. He waved his hand as he left. All right, you guys get some rest. We'll do a full checkup tomorrow. But at that moment, Thunder quickly called out, Right, I have one more question. He paused for a moment, his voice turning serious. I haven't had a chance to ask before, how did you know we broke into the prison, Lord Carden? Kai was equally curious. Exactly. Only a few people knew about that. Even if Jasmine reported us, it would have taken some time. Carden puffed on his cigar and looked at them calmly. You little devils are always so eager to uncover secrets. It was the Hidden One who informed me. Thunder whispered in suspicion. The Hidden One? He recalled that night had they been watched the whole time? Suddenly, Manch remembered something. I've heard rumors in the academy that there are certain people hidden among the students. They stay in the shadows to protect the students from harm. Kai quickly realized. He added, to put it bluntly, they're basically professional informants. Carden didn't bother to elaborate. Something like that. And don't expect to get anything more out of me. You should focus on things you actually need to worry about. Thunder sighed and thought, the more we find out, the more complicated things get. The secrets in this academy are more than what meets the eye. That night, the golden interface of the system suddenly displayed an image of 5 colored orbs sitting in a palm. Thunder lay in bed, staring at the system, deep in thought. He had just acquired the ability to elemental devour. He paused to read the details, silently continuing. The ability to absorb the opponent's magic and strengthen magic of the same element as my own. But it's currently useless to me. Should I find an opportunity to learn some magic? Thinking of this, Thunder turned to look at Kai, who was fast asleep in the next bed. He worried silently he had to rely on them to keep Nova's secret. Lord Carden hadn't asked any more questions, so it seemed Jack wasn't discovered yet. As he watched Kai stirring slightly, Thunder guessed to himself, it seems Kai isn't having nightmares anymore. Could that beast really have been the cause? The next morning, the sky was blue with clouds drifting lazily. Tucked deep within a grove of lush, elegant bamboo was a spacious estate. At this moment, the sound of wind being torn apart by martial energy, fueled by thunder, kept erupting within the grounds. Elder Feng stood opposite him, wiping sweat from his brow. He looked at him with a satisfied smile. "Kid, not bad at all. This offensive stance really suits you." Thunder straightened up, looking at his sword. "Really? But I feel that with this stance, my sword is mostly defensive, and when I use my fists to attack, I always feel like I lack power." Elder Feng replied, "What you say makes sense." As if remembering something, his eyes widened and sparkled with excitement as he clapped his hands. "Right. I should give that to you." Thunder didn't understand. "What is it?" A moment later, Elder Feng sat down and started rummaging through every drawer in the cabinet. "Where is it?" "I remember leaving it right here," Thur muttered, trying to play it cool. "Old man, if you can't find it, forget it," he thought to himself. What kind of good gear could be hidden in a place like this anyway? Seeing the surprise on his face, Elder Feng cheered. "Found it." Pausing for a second, he proudly pulled out a pair of large gauntlets, the dragon turtle fists, in front of Thunder. Thunder's face fell. "This guy, there's no other way." Thunder reluctantly put them on. "Can this thing actually be used?" Elder Feng calmly explained. "Don't be so impatient. It will change its size according to the user's physique." Just as he said, the gauntlets slowly shrank to perfectly fit Thunder's hands. He couldn't help but be amazed. Unconsciously, he flexed his hands a few times to test them out. Thur was stunned, eyes wide. This was made from monster crystals? Elder Feng puffed out his chest, proud. "Not bad, right? But it's a shame it was only forged with common-grade monster crystals. It would be way more powerful if it were made with high-grade ones." Pausing for a moment, he crossed his arms and continued. "Although, I want to make even more powerful gear, it wouldn't be fair to the other participants in the match." Thur looked lost. "Match participants?" Elder Feng replied vaguely. "Have you never heard of it? Don't you go to class every day?" Thur quickly tried to hide the truth. "You're the type to skip social studies class, just tell me already." Elder Feng began to speak seriously. "All second-year students must participate in the annual academy-wide competition. The academy uses a one-on-one combat format to select the 5 most outstanding students. On one of the world's largest stages, these 5 will represent the academy to compete in an international martial arts tournament against the strongest fighters in the world." At this, Elder Feng pointed at Thunder. "These gauntlets are on loan to you, since you're my student. I hope you at least make it to the top 10. He gave a thumbs up. "You still have high hopes for me?" The old man offered a generous condition. "If you make good use of them and earn a high rank, I'll just give them to you later." Thunder responded excitedly. "Well then, thanks in advance." The old man paused, his voice turning thoughtful. "You have your weapon, but we still need to make some defensive gear, some armor or a shield, something like that. You'll need it when you go out on missions later." Thunder nodded, rubbing his chin. A while later, in the bustling city, the passersby suddenly jumped as a voice boomed from the weapon shop. "What? It costs that much?" Sam, while carrying crates, coldly replied, "That's the price. If you think it's expensive, go buy it somewhere else." Thunder decided to push back. "The last time I was here, you didn't quote a price like that." Sam tapped the counter irritably. "Business is done properly in my shop. Defensive gear made from intermediate monster crystals requires either 10 primary-grade crystals or 1,000 coins, and on top of that, you owe me 10 more primary crystals." Saying this, he took on a greedy look and whispered, "That's the fee for me keeping my mouth shut. Honestly, I have no interest in finding out where you're getting these extra monster crystals from." Thunder gritted his teeth. "Fine." His face went dark, thinking, so annoying. Even though they had no proof he was hoarding crystals, if he were caught and put under special surveillance, it would be much harder to go hunting on his own later. Thinking of this, he threw the bag of crystals on the counter. "Just do your job." The attention shifted immediately to the bag, and Sam gave a fake, business-like smile as he took it. Sure. Don't you worry about our craftsmanship. You'll be satisfied." Thunder stood leaning against the wall watching him shout, "Work! Work!" while sarcastically thinking, the greed of humans is the same in every profession. Just as he finished his thought, Thunder heard someone call out. "Thunder, what a coincidence," he asked, surprised. "Slavia, are you here to get gear too?" She smiled gently. "I don't have classes today, so I'm off." Without noticing the awkwardness on his face, Thunder walked over and whispered, "I suggest you go to another shop. The owner here isn't exactly an honest merchant. Just now, Slavia acted as if nothing was wrong. Is that so?" She marched up and slammed her hand on the table. "Owner, are you in there?" Sam quickly replied, Coming. Please wait a moment. He gave her a nervous smile. Oh my, isn't this the young lady from the opera house? A valued guest, a truly valued guest. Please, come inside. Slavia pointed angrily at Thunder. No need. I'm here to ask a favor, and I also wanted to check on behalf of a friend. What is the price for armor forged from intermediate monster crystals? Thunder stood there with his arms crossed, watching her, secretly surprised the person just called young lady Slavia. Does she come from a prestigious family? A while after leaving the blacksmith shop, Slavia unexpectedly placed something in his hand. Thunder, I got back the extra monster crystals that he overcharged. Thunder answered nervously, thanks. Inside his head, he wondered, we're all human, so why is the treatment so different? In just a few fleeting moments, Thunder subconsciously remembered Sebastian's words from the past. A knight's son is a knight. A farmer's son is a farmer. He mused that, even though that guy made him sick, the things he said were perhaps a mirror, reflecting the dark side of this world. Returning to reality, Thunder was busy looking for something. Slavia, to repay you. Take this. Standing under the bright sunlight, he gently took out an intermediate ghillie bear monster crystal. As Thunder placed the stone in her hand, Slavia blushed shyly. Isn't this an intermediate ghillie bear crystal? I can't accept this. It's way more valuable than 10 primary ones. Thunder pulled her hand and insisted firmly. Just take it. I already have my armor and weapon. Keeping this won't do me any good. You might need it. Saying that, he quickly turned and waved goodbye. I'm going to go check out some other gear. See you next time. He raised his hand. Even though he had already left, Slavia still stood alone under the warm sun. She couldn't help but reveal a shy, delicate look. She cherished the stone in her hands, blushing and smiling happily. A few days later, Thunder's voice suddenly echoed in the weapon shop. Not bad, Sam replied joyfully. I'm glad you're happy with it. Pausing for a few seconds, he added in a conciliatory tone. I didn't know you and the young lady from the opera house were friends. If there was any disrespect, please forgive me. Thunder checked his armor and thought happily that his training had yielded good results, along with the armor and gauntlets the old man had given him. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He couldn't wait to go hunting for even higher-level monsters. Time flew by. Inside an antique, luxurious room, JPY stood watching the sunset over the horizon. I never expected that brat to be so lucky, surviving and making it back from prison. Draven bowed respectfully, maintaining his kneeling position. From what my subordinates have gathered, someone tipped him off that I was the one who helped them escape. JPY let out an annoyed huff. That tactic wasn't working anymore. Draven quickly added a few more words. There were already 3 knights by their side, and now with the complication of the boy, it was temporarily difficult to make a move. Pausing for a few seconds, he lowered his head, hesitant to see if he should test Denb. JPY walked leisurely with his hands behind his back. Denb is someone who can be swayed, but after all, he is one of the 3 knights. I must verify his loyalty first. Draven hesitated upon hearing this. JPY then took the initiative to order, go. Tell him to do it. Aside from Denbird, he is likely the most convenient person to make a move. Tell him if he succeeds, the Pure Blood Guild will grant him a new position. Draven stood up and replied, Understood. I will go inform him immediately. Before he could walk far, JPY suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly spoke up. Ah, that's right. Stopping for a moment, he glanced over with murderous intent. If he fails, there is no need for him to come back and report to me. Draven immediately replied, Understood. That night, beneath the glistening ivory moonlight, stood a massive, rugged mountain. Right in the deer hunting area, the rest of the group were turning to look at one another. We have to make a huge haul at the deer hunting grounds today. Kay immediately agreed. We need to save up enough money quickly to get proper equipment and weapons. Behind them, Manch was smiling gratefully. Thunder, honestly, I don't even know what to say. Thank you. Jan quickly chimed in. Once I've got enough strength, I'll pay you back even more. Thunder was embarrassed, sweat dripping down. Are you guys talking about me? Tan ran over and threw his arm around Thunder's neck, teasing him. Bro, I know you're shy, but we really appreciate what you did. As if suddenly remembering something, Thunder ran over to Slavia. I suspect this has something to do with you. Mary saw this and waved playfully. I won't be a third wheel anymore. I'm taking off. Slavia turned bright red in panic. Mary and she looked at Thunder, confused, as she tried to explain. Thunder, the Goalie Bear crystal you gave me. I traded it for money. I used your name to share it with everyone. Look, I already have good support, so keeping it would just be a waste. Seeing him remain silent from start to finish, Slavia chirped, I'm sorry. I didn't discuss this with you beforehand. Are you angry? As soon as she finished speaking, Thunder lunged forward and placed both hands on her shoulders. No, not at all. Pausing for a few seconds, he smiled gently. Slavia, I think you have the potential to be a great leader. Hearing this, Slavia couldn't help but blush and feel dizzy. Facing the amazed looks of everyone, she nudged him, flustered. You jerk? Why are you being so serious all of a sudden? Thunder helplessly exclaimed. Oh, for heaven's sake. Seeing Thunder looking blank and oblivious, Kay sighed and walked over. Hey, tell me the truth. Is there really nothing going on between you and Slavia? Thunder tilted his head with a huge question mark expression. What do you mean? Kay rolled his eyes, frustrated. Forget it. Your brain is harder than a piece of wood. Promise me. Next time you see Ami, don't act like that with her. Like a difficult lesson in a textbook, Thunder just stayed silent upon hearing the reminder. A long time later, in the dark night sky, black and white clouds drifted past, and a few small stars twinkled amidst the mysterious night. From afar, the silhouettes of two giant black insects were charging toward them at lightning speed. Through the reflex developed after many grueling battles, he quickly grabbed his weapon. Everyone, watch out! There's trouble! Man quickly shouted a signal to prepare for battle. In the blink of an eye, the blue-winged dragonflies began to gather in front of the group. Thunder stood in a corner, using his dragon eyes. He silently assessed them. They're just low-level monsters. It shouldn't be a big problem. Just as Thunder predicted, Tan and Kay were already charging forward, slicing through the dragonflies. This is too easy. Aren't there any more challenging ones? This proved his combat skills had improved. Does this mean I'll become a white belt soon? At the same time, elsewhere, Manch was single-handedly using his dual sword technique to blast away every dragonfly in an instant. Right after finishing, he quickly stopped to catch his breath and wipe off some sweat. Seeing that Manch hadn't noticed something rising from the ground, Thunder screamed in panic. Manch, watch out! It's an almighty giant beetle. As soon as the warning reached him, Manch immediately pushed off and leaped high into the air. He hovered in mid-air, looking down in confusion. The mid-level monster Tan, caught off guard, pointed his spear straight at the beetle. He smirked confidently. Finding a mid-level monster to take down? It's just a bug. After saying that, Tan didn't hesitate for a second. He charged into the fray, stabbing into the beetle's abdomen. In the blink of an eye, with all his might, he sent it flying several yards away. Looking at the impact that shattered the crystal shard, he widened his eyes in confusion. I didn't expect its outer shell to be this tough. Thunder tried to maintain a calm tone. Everyone, spread out. More giant beetles are coming. As soon as Thunder finished, the beetles began to emerge from the ground, surrounding the group. Kay was struggling to hold his ground, swinging his sword down hard to fight the beetles, but due to the difference in body structure, he couldn't injure them. He gritted his teeth in frustration. The shells are too hard. Elsewhere, Slavia was trying to provide support behind Mary. Don't even dream of getting close. Seizing the opportunity, Mary fired arrows continuously at the front. She announced, I can't seem to pierce their armor either. At Jan's location, Tan and Manch were also feeling the pressure. The three of them stood back to back, gasping for air, cursing, damn it. Suddenly, Tan spotted a giant beetle to his left that had been knocked into the air, its guts spilling out. Thunder appeared, his body burning with raging flames, his hands glowing red. Look at this, you bugs. His face turned cold, his voice hissed through gritted teeth. Get lost. Immediately after, Thunder charged in alone, using his flames to neatly eliminate the group of giant beetles in one go. Did I do that? Seriously? Manch exclaimed in shock. That's amazing. Tan was incredibly curious, drawn by the raging fire. What new weapon does this guy have? Why is he so good? Manch guessed. I think the martial arts guild consultant lent it to him. Impressive. Really impressive. Tan was captivated by that blazing fire, feeling incredibly curious. What kind of new weapon does he have? Why is he so good? Manch spoke up with a guess. It seems like the martial arts club advisor lent it to him. Hearing that, he teared up with regret. That's so unfair. Why do good things like that always happen to others? I feel like I picked the wrong club. Meanwhile, Thunder had to fight while simultaneously suppressing his power, careful not to make it look too easy so those guys wouldn't get suspicious of his weapon. Seeing that he was struggling alone, he remembered his teammates and turned around to call out to them loudly. How long are you going to keep watching the show? Aren't you going to come and help? Manch quickly replied, coming. Right after that, Mary jumped high into the air and fired an arrow that hit the shell of the armored bug perfectly. Then came the assistance of Slavia with her legendary shield. She also jumped up, building momentum to put all her strength into a powerful strike down onto the creature's forehead. Next was Manch's turn. He flew up and thrusted his sword straight into a gap in the armored bug's shell, then shouted, "So it can be done. Like this." Tan. As soon as he heard the signal, Tan immediately drew his wooden staff and charged forward. At this point, he delivered a powerful, clean strike, splitting the armored bug in two and sending its green, slimy fluid splattering everywhere. That wasn't all. Jan took the opportunity to snap off one of its sharp claws and held it up. Without hesitation, he plunged the sharp tip deep into the center of the armored bug's belly. Time passed for a while, and the moon rose high, casting a silvery glow. When the armored bug fell once more, the battle finally ended. Tan let out a sigh of relief. Finally, that's it. Then he bent down to examine their haul, looking excited. These are big this time. These parts are all from an intermediate level beast. We can definitely make an intermediate beast crystal from this. Manch also cheered as he held the glowing object in his hand. That's right. It's an intermediate beast crystal. Thunder opened his system interface to check, pondering the fact that they had already obtained 2 crystals tonight, so he would let them have the rest. But then again, having so many intermediate beast crystals gathered together like this seemed like a planned action. Suddenly, a flash of light startled him, making him realize there was a problem. Thunder looked up at the high sky, where a flock of birds was flying around in a panic. What's going on? Looking at the birds, he decided to use his ability to see. Dragon eyes as his vision extended, he was horrified to discover a wave of blazing light spreading across the entire forest. Thunder quickly turned around and shouted to inform his teammates of the situation. "Everyone, pay attention. A fire is heading our way." But those without dragon eyes, like Tan, couldn't see it. "I don't see any fire." At this moment, Mary had quickly flown up to a branch high enough to observe. She confirmed that Thunder was right. "I see the flames." Ko also lay flat against the ground, listening to the movement. The sound of running was everywhere. The beasts were all fleeing. Hearing that danger was closing in, Tan hurriedly shouted, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's retreat." But Thunder delivered some concerning news. "I'm afraid it's already too late." Mary jumped down from the tree branch to clarify the situation. "We've been surrounded by the fire." Then, remembering something, she turned to Slavia. "Slavia, you have the distress stone, right? Send out the signal quickly. Only the knights can save us now." But her answer left everyone feeling panicked. "I just sent the signal, but it's completely ineffective." Tan started to get flustered. "You've got to be kidding me. It's broken at a time like this?" Suddenly, Thunder noticed the silhouettes of strangers appearing dimly within the fire. He immediately turned to stand guard and shouted to ask for their identity. "Who's there?" From within the dense fire, 3 people with strange appearances, all wearing red-hot armor and black masks, appeared. One of them suddenly widened his glowing yellow eyes. Manch thought, "Are they here to save us?" But seeing their appearance, Thunder denied it. "It doesn't look like it." Ko, standing nearby, was so anxious she got angry and questioned them loudly. "You guys started the fire, right? What is your objective?" They didn't bother to answer. One of them raised his sword to signal, and the one with the chain immediately charged forward. The first one to take a hit was Manch. He was punched hard in the body, sending him flying backward. Ko worriedly called out her friend's name, but just then, one of the other 3 rushed to attack. Meanwhile, Thunder was also on high alert, his gaze fixed intently in one direction as if waiting. Sure enough, another one appeared and delivered a decisive strike, but luckily, he managed to block it just in time. Thunder's dragon eyes met that strange face, and he growled while questioning the opponent. "Who on earth are you?" Thunder struggled to withstand the force from the red-skinned guy. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Why are you attacking us?" Suddenly, Thunder's iron gauntlet was sliced through, startling him as he noticed something unusual. This guy's sword wasn't an ordinary weapon. Sensing the significant power gap, he quickly chose to retreat to ensure his own safety. Just then, Tan helped Manch up from the blow. "Hey Manch, are you okay?" He struggled to say with broken breaths. I'm okay." Seeing that the situation on Thunder's side wasn't looking good, Jan spoke up. "I'm going to support them." As he stepped forward, the fire suddenly spread, forcing Jan to stop in his tracks. "Be careful." The fire split everyone into 2 groups. Thunder stood silently, listening to the calls of his teammates on the other side. "Thunder, Ko." He looked at the opponents eyeing them, quickly deducing in his mind, they intentionally separated us to target me and Ko. Or perhaps they only want me. His attention shifted to Ko, who was being attacked by the one with the blade. He muttered reluctantly, "Ko is already struggling. It looks like I have to take on 2 at once." Thunder shouted over to the other side to reassure his teammates. "Don't worry about us. You guys need to find a way down the mountain to get help." Jan was still hesitant, but Thunder quickly ordered in a firm voice, "Staying here is useless." Only when the knights arrive can we be saved. Considering the situation and realizing it was the only way, Slavia hurried to follow. Thunder is right, let's split up to find help. Tan and Manch followed. Mary also quickly ran after them. Jan stayed back for a moment and shouted across the fire, "Thunder, you guys hang in there." On this side, the two of them stood back to back. He asked Ko, "How are you? Can you hold on?" She gripped her sword, her voice resolute. "No problem. Leave that guy to me." Looking at the one with the twin blades slowly approaching, Ko seriously assessed him. Although this guy's movements were fast and powerful, he wasn't strong enough to suppress her yet. As long as I defend carefully, he won't be able to inflict a fatal wound. Saying that, the two clashed. As their blades scraped together, the only thought in her head was, if I hold him off, I can buy more time for Thunder. Thunder stood firm, watching the two guys about to charge, preparing his spirit and battle stance. "They're coming." Just as he raised his hand to block one's blade, he discovered a chain whip coming towards his midsection. "I knew you were going to try a sneak attack." The next second, he whipped his left hand out, hooked the chain onto his arm, and yanked it hard. "Gotcha." However, Thunder caught sight of a flame rapidly approaching from the other end of the chain out of the corner of his eye. Before he could be ambushed, he put all his strength into swinging the chain away. Damn it, what a pain. While dodging the opponent's relentless attacks, Thunder thought to himself, no matter who he dealt with, the other one would always come to mess with him. Suddenly, in a moment of distraction, he lost sight of Jack and took a punch from the handle of the iron chain. Thunder was knocked backward by the inertia toward the edge of the flames, but he quickly stood back up, his eyes sharpening with focus. He hadn't expected the enemy to be stronger than he'd imagined. Looking down at the crack in his outer coat, he let out a faint sigh of relief. Thank goodness the armor blocked the lethal blow. He needed to rethink his battle strategy. Suddenly, a cry of pain rang out. Thunder jumped, worriedly calling out, "Kai!" He staggered, clutching his right arm, and raised his voice to scold that red-skinned guy. "Damn it, do you have any idea I just got this arm healed?" The man let out a grunt and nonchalantly promised, "Then I promise you won't have any more trouble like this in the future." However, the battle wasn't over yet. They couldn't stand around chatting with the enemy. Struggling to hold up his sword, Kai reassured Thunder, "Don't worry, I'll take care of him." Hearing that, the guy wielding the twin blades stopped holding back. He leaped up slightly and declared, "No more talk, I'll make sure you die a pathetic death." At the same time, the atmosphere around Thunder suddenly shifted due to his aura. His expression darkened, and his voice turned icy. "If you intend to play dirty, then I don't need to hide anything anymore." Simultaneously, a notification screen quickly popped up, asking about using his loot. "Accept 1-0 primary beast crystal?" "Yes." As soon as he selected it, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck, surrounding the spot where Thunder was kneeling. Seeing this scene, the guys immediately had a bad feeling, and their momentum dropped by more than half. In an instant, a fresh, mutated source of energy surged into his body, and a notification appeared. Evolution complete. He had evolved into a dragon knight. Not only that, but a creature with a long horn appeared beside Thunder. His summon had evolved into a wolf. Only then did he speak after the time spent absorbing energy and leveling up. "Let's go, Nova." Now, a ferocious wolf stood behind Thunder. His appearance had also changed. His remaining eye had turned into a dragon's eye. Thunder slammed his fists together, a dangerous aura radiating from him. "It's showtime." One of the members of the Pure Blood Guild stopped. Curious, he spoke up. "Hey, the intel didn't mention this kid could use magic." The other one didn't care. He charged forward. "Doesn't matter. The mission hasn't changed." While Thunder was struggling to face the chaotic onslaught, they seized the opportunity to gang up on him, with electricity crackling violently all around. His gloved hand directly unleashed a stream of brilliant yellow energy. "That move again? Do you really think I don't have a way to break it?" The power erupted like scorching fire, creating a heavy collision right in front of Thunder's chest. He shouted Nova's name. "Nova?" The chain user was reeling the chain back in, finding it difficult now since his opponent was equally matched. "Damn it, this kid's strength is too much." Thunder summoned a monster with immense power that had reached its peak. The one-horned wolf was crackling with terrifying bolts of lightning. Scatter. With Nova's threads swirling around with thunder, the enemies became disoriented. In a flash, the guild members suddenly realized Thunder had been tightly wrapped up in them the whole time. The chain user noticed this tactic and clicked his tongue in frustration. "Trying to lock me down with this trick?" The two of them lightly waved their axes to cut through the chains. Naive. Thunder rode on Nova's back, sprinting with energy exploding outward. He said, "Wait a second. Leave the one with the dagger to me." And then, Under Thunder's command, "Let's go." It sped up, rushing forward frantically. He leaped directly off Nova's back and used a burst of power to lunge straight at the guy with the twin blades. While Thunder was facing him, the other guy rushed in viciously. Die! He hadn't even had a chance to strike before he was startled to see Nova running madly toward him. The swordsman reacted very quickly, using his weapon to block the wolf's mouth, and even confidently remarked, "Don't get cocky. It's just a beast. I could kill hundreds of them in a day." Thunder darted away, putting some distance between him and his opponent, the sparks from the magic he'd summoned continuing to intensify. He unleashed a lash of fire, appearing in the open in an instant, thinking to himself, "It's these two again. That sword is a huge problem. I have to suppress it." Harnessing power from his hands, which were surging with energy, Thunder looked ahead, feeling a bit strange. Ever since the chain user stopped combining forces with him, it seemed like he didn't want to get close anymore. Why? So he quickly dashed forward, thinking, "Let's go test it out." In a flash, Thunder arrived and came face to face with the opponent wearing the mysterious mask. In the man's blood-red eyes, he widened them in shock, about to say something, but stopped mid-sentence. Ugh. Thunder landed continuous punches on the opponent. Seeing the way the man dodged, he understood. This guy is actually quite bad at close-quarters combat. The swordsman jumped out of his magic path, huffing coldly. Thunder curled his lips, feeling smug because he realized, "I've figured out your weakness." Suddenly, a shout from someone nearby made them both turn to look. The twin blade user was struggling against Kai, and while fighting, he shouted, "Damn it, how is a mere student this hard to deal with?" Kai, struggling to parry every sword strike, replied, "You're right about that. We are the damn students of Ferret Apartments Academy." Kai lunged directly, thrusting his sword into the twin blade user, and while exerting force, he asked, "Why are you attacking us?" Suddenly, a burst of power rushed toward Kai's back. Thunder screamed a warning. "Kai, watch out." Kai moved quickly to dodge that power. However, the twin blade user was consumed by a sea of fire. Screams rang out non-stop. The man's eyes were bloodshot, his ear-piercing shrieks echoing with bitterness. "Save me! Save me!" Kai watched, unable to believe his eyes. These people, they'd even kill their own allies? He struggled to stand up with his staff, limping as he murmured, "Thunder, I'm coming to help you." But as he took a few steps, he collapsed hard with a painful thud. Thunder, still fired up, looked at his friend and comforted him. "Don't worry, brother. Just rest up." He looked ahead, his gaze flashing with determination. "I'm going to tear those guys apart." He quickly grabbed the sword in his mouth. Thunder's eyes turned cold and lifeless. "Scum like you don't even deserve to exist in the natural world." With that, he charged forward without a moment's hesitation. Smoke and dust swirled violently, covering countless unforgivable acts. Suddenly, a bright streak of light flashed rapidly through the chaos. It was Thunder. He unleashed his most powerful punches, repeatedly battering the swordsman. Such scum didn't even care about the lives of their own comrades. He swung his weapon and struck the opponent hard in the chest, catching him completely off guard. "Go to hell." The swordsman took the blow head-on, shrieking in pain, his eyes wide with disbelief. He landed on the ground, sliding back before steadying himself. As the chaotic scene unfolded, Thunder still held the sword's hilt in his mouth. He had to admit to himself that the armor was incredibly tough. Observing the shiny armor his opponent was wearing, Thunder realized it wasn't just the sword. Their gear was all custom-made. They had clearly prepared well. His right gauntlet seemed a bit damaged, so Thunder had to come up with a new plan. If this kept up, his armor wouldn't last much longer. He had to find an opening. Right after that, streaks of light continuously flashed and slashed through the air. The swordsman shifted his focus to Nova, who was furiously chasing him. "I thought you were something special, but you're just a mid-level beast. Don't worry, I'll make sure you die before your master." Nova kept emitting fierce, growling sounds. It noticed something, and its body began to move in a different direction. It circled around the man, while the swordsman looked left and right, still talking trash. "What? Do you think you can distract me with that?" He quickly grabbed a nearby chain from the ground, muttering some technique name about pathetic tricks. Then, the swordsman threw the chain, striking Nova hard and causing it to stumble. "Underestimating me, huh?" His eyes flashed with a sharp, blood-red glint. The swordsman raised his hand and started. "Damn it, I have to do something. Where are you running to?" He prepared to deliver the final blow. "Go to hell." Suddenly, Kai appeared out of nowhere to block the attack. He gritted his teeth and shouted, every word filled with incredible rage. "Stop right there." The swordsman gave a cold laugh, wondering nonchalantly, "Huh? You little devil? You still have some energy left?" With one easy move, he waved his hand and sent Kai flying. Since you want to die for a beast, I'll grant your wish. His sword was knocked far away, right in front of Nova. Not only that, but another bright sword beam flashed by. Kai used all his remaining strength to grab the man's leg, block the sword, pick it up, and fight like your master. The man cursed in annoyance. You brat! Meanwhile, Nova slowly picked up the sharp sword. The swordsman wasn't going to let him go now. He raised his hand high. Die! The little devil Kai remained determined in his final moment. Even if I die, I won't let go. But just as the man prepared to strike again, his axe was knocked away by something flying in. He couldn't believe it, his voice trembling as he saw Nova looking fierce and furious. How is this possible? The space around them was pure chaos, things falling, lights flashing, and fires burning. While the swordsman was distracted, Thunder had noticed the useless trash. Taking this opportunity, he didn't hesitate, rushing forward to finish his opponent while hurling his sword. Just then, the swordsman reacted quickly, tilting his body to dodge. As the blade flew by, Thunder's gauntlet suddenly emitted a powerful surge of energy, catching another sword with ease. With that, he put all his might into a punch to the opponent's face. Let's see where you can hide now. When the man's mask shattered, Thunder was shocked by the identity of his opponent. Even Kai gasped, unable to believe his own eyes. It was none other than Where, Kai realized. Where Lancey, it's you. Were slowly turned away, trying to hide his face, but was confronted by the man's sharp question. Why? Kai still couldn't believe it, his voice shaking. You were the knight who trained us, he shouted in agitation, cursing him bitterly. Why did it have to be like this? You bastard! Were didn't care. Now that his identity was revealed, he had nothing to lose. He charged forward, using his fire sword to attack Kai. It doesn't matter. You're all going to die anyway. Thunder saw the situation and shouted an anxious warning. Kai, look out. As the strike lunged forward, Nova arrived just in time to push Kai aside. That was just in time for him to call out to Nova. The fire burned, the moon was full, and Ware was facing away from him. Meanwhile, Thunder kept shouting, Nova, come back. That's enough. Stop the summoning. Kai struggled to sit up, gasping for air. In the distance, a massive, chaotic surge of power flared up. Ware turned around, having no intention of letting Thunder go, and charged in while channeling his energy. Struggling is meaningless. I'll send you all to the afterlife. One by one, Thunder stood his ground, making no rash moves. There will always be trash like you in the world. Whatever your goal is it really necessary to involve others? Ware's eyes bulged as he brought his attack down. Your time is up. Thunder, I'll take care of you. Thunder gritted his teeth, blocking the attack with just one hand. You love causing pain, you love targeting me. He pushed back with all his might, shouting with conviction. Then you'll have to pay the price. Just then, the system kept reporting, Elemental Fusion +1. Where Lancey laughed madly, laughed shamelessly, thinking the victory was his. Save your strength. Just catching that sword was enough to drain all your energy. Feel the pleasure of being burned by fire, slowly. But Thunder just gave a cold laugh. The one who's going to die is you. He gritted his teeth, shouting in annoyance while putting on more pressure. Let's see how long you can keep talking tough. But Where Lancey froze, his face turning pale as he realized something was wrong with the fire in front of him. What's happening? The flames are weakening. He cursed in frustration. Damn it. Let go, you dog. Why don't you just die already? Thunder growled back. Don't even dream of me letting go. Despite Ware's continuous, hateful screams of die, 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 Thunder used every ounce of his remaining strength to knock him back, though he couldn't stop coughing violently. Driven by desperation and rage, Ware kicked Thunder hard, sending him flying. Damn it. What a persistent piece of trash. As Thunder was tossed aside, he struggled to even sit up with his broken ribs, knowing he had to end this now. A second later, he forced himself up, pouring every bit of energy he had left into one final effort. I've absorbed those fire elements now. Is the time to unleash my magic. If I can fuse the fire key with these elements, it'll be a unique weapon only I possess. Thunder spread his arms wide, the atmosphere turning heavy and terrifying as his power exploded, accompanied by a piercing scream. Where recoiled in fear, his teeth gritted as he stammered, You are truly a monster. But a moment later, he regained his composure, charging in with his sword and magic. We should have killed you sooner. A flicker of pity crossed Thunder's eyes, yet he was filled with fury. Pathetic human. As they blurred past each other, Where Lancey's hand was cleanly severed. It all happened so fast he couldn't process it. Why didn't my fire sword react? Only now did Verlancey dare to clutch his severed, bleeding arm, his face pale with utter confusion. Thunder didn't stop there. He grabbed Ware's head with his large hand, quite literally. Ware looked up, seeing the imposing figure of his enemy silhouetted against a wall of flame. Your time is up. Only now did Ware truly understand the meaning of fear. No, please, don't. Despite the pleas, Thunder felt no pity. He just gently tightened his grip, triggering a massive explosion. Immediately after, Ware's agonizing screams rang out, and the only one listening was Thunder, who remained expressionless. Ware's corpse was consumed by the fire, charred black. Only the silhouette of his head remained recognizable, while his face was completely mangled. As Ware's body slowly withered away, Thunder watched on, indifferent. You brought this upon yourself. In the dark forest, while Thunder was catching his breath, he heard someone calling out his name and Kay's. Thunder! Kay! His vision blurred as he saw a group of people rushing toward them in a panic. Where's Carden? Thunder, are you guys okay? The moment he saw them, he collapsed. Everyone watched him with deep concern. They're from the Pureblood Guild. We need to notify Winford. Hold on, Thunder. His face and arm are badly injured. Get him to the hospital now. Thunder gently closed his eyes, his final thought one of relief. It's good that everyone is safe. In a room filled with a soft glow, a faint sound stirred as if someone were just waking up. Thunder slowly opened his eyes, scanning the room. The same familiar ceiling, the same smell back in the hospital. Huh? He tried to move his body, but couldn't. What is this? It's so heavy. Looking to the side, he spotted a figure fast asleep. Slavia heard a slight noise and startled awake. Catching his gaze, she jumped up, overjoyed. Thunder, you're awake? Thunder asked softly. How long was I out this time? Slavia helped him sit up and replied, About 3 days. But don't worry. Your wounds were treated in time, and you're recovering quite fast. Hearing this, Thunder was momentarily stunned, reflecting on his state. It was true. His wounds didn't feel like they were burning anymore, just a dull ache. As she turned to leave, she didn't forget to add, I'll go get the others. Everyone has been waiting for you to wake up. A moment later, a hand tapped a code onto the wall. Light flared from a symbol, and the entire room was bathed in a mysterious blue glow. Everyone was present in the room. Carden scanned the area before speaking. All right, this ensures our conversation won't be overheard. Thunder was completely confused by his strange actions. What is all this? He glanced toward the corner of the room, where Lady, Joy, Jan, and Kay were sitting. Why is that guy here too? Carden began his announcement as Thunder and Kay listened in silence. As you all know, 2 of our students were severely attacked, even to the point of being life-threatening. He puffed on his cigarette before continuing with a serious tone. Winford and I have discussed this and decided to tell you the truth. Carden looked directly at him, his expression grave. Thunder, could you repeat for everyone who it was that attacked you? Thunder let out a surprised gasp. He pondered for a moment, his face turning solemn. There were 3 masked people in total. They all wore red masks. I don't know the identities of 2 of them, but the other one. Thunder paused, his expression hardening as he revealed a dangerous name. It was Master Wur. Manch, unable to believe his ears, grew agitated, his voice rising. It was him? Really? Jan, sitting in the corner, was equally stunned. How can that be? Kyo, sitting beside her, crossed his arms and commented, I never liked that guy anyway. Recognizing the severity of the situation, Slavia turned to ask, could they be from the Dark Guild? I read in a book that they're an extremist organization, Carden interrupted, replying calmly. No, if it were them, things would be much simpler to handle. He paused, knitting his brows together. They are from an organization called the Pureblood Guild. Unlike the Dark Guild, the Pureblood Guild has many protectors within the academy. There are even rumors that they have the backing of a certain elder. Kay jumped, suddenly realizing the implication and shouting in reflex. An elder? Even Slavia didn't see that coming. Why would an elder let something like this happen? Manch nodded in angry agreement. Exactly. This is clearly attempted murder. It's a crime. Carden raised a hand to soothe the tension, his expression showing deep anxiety. I know. Winford and I feel the same, but dealing with this isn't that simple. Thunder spoke up slowly, his body shifting slightly. What is their goal? Carden turned away, his expression dark and his voice growing ice-cold. Thunder, I think you've already guessed, haven't you? Besides you all, I called the red-haired kids here today, too. Understanding the hidden intent, Thunder immediately cut him off. They want to eliminate us, too. Ka gasped, eyes wide with shock. Eliminate us? Joyous giggled, looking oddly excited. Fine then. I guess I can ditch the wooden sword and finally use a real weapon. Lady clicked her tongue, clearly annoyed. But Kyo wasn't satisfied. and couldn't help but blurt out the question that had been weighing on him. But that doesn't make any sense. Didn't the prophecy say we were supposed to be the saviors? What good would killing us do them? Carden calmly explained that the prophecy had a second half. This left Kyo stunned. A second half? Carden paused for a moment before clarifying. 11 years ago, that was indeed the prophecy. You red-haired kids are the saviors, but you could also become the ones to destroy this world. I know it sounds contradictory, but that is the reality of the situation. According to his story, there was an old man with a long, white beard, along with a group of strange people. A few knights had always prioritized bloodlines and origins. They wouldn't stand by while the things their families had guarded for generations were taken by some kids of unknown origin. It was a shame, he added, that so many people had been swayed by this ideology. Meanwhile, on a brutal battlefield, soldiers fought like madmen, trying to scale the walls and break through. On the other side, the kingdom of Arun was locked in constant border wars. We need knights to suppress invasions from other nations and shadow beasts, and we also need to keep the academy running smoothly. This directly affects both sides. Given the situation, the High Command can't openly challenge the Pureblood Guild. Doing so would likely tear the kingdom of Arun apart from the inside, ending any hope of peace. Kyo grew agitated, his mind racing with worry and frustration. So what are we supposed to do? Just let them run wild? Tan sighed dejectedly and said, but honestly, doesn't this have nothing to do with us? Look, at the end of the day, it's not our job to save this world. Slavia snapped back at him. Tan, how can you say that? They're our friends. He offered a sheepish laugh, waving his hands defensively. I'm just kidding, she hissed, cursing him out. You are so selfish. Whether they agreed or not, Carden lit a cigarette and brought it to his lips. Sighing at the situation, he said, I can only tell you that you've all been dragged into this whirlpool. Hearing this, everyone turned serious, including Mary, whose eyes were filled with anxiety. This incident shows that the Pureblood Guild is becoming increasingly brazen. You all need to be extremely careful, Carden's voice continued. The siblings, Lady and Joy, listened in silence. I've arranged for people to watch over you. Winfred and I will be keeping an eye on you from the shadows. The tension was rising. Kyo and Jan were both on edge. But to be honest, there weren't many people they could truly trust. Furthermore, it's our duty, but we can't watch you 24/7. Most of the time, you'll have to rely on yourselves. As he finished, Tan spoke up, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. So, aside from improving our own strength, Kay nodded, a helpless smile on his face. There's no other way, is there? Carden seemed amused and chuckled. Exactly. In my experience, most people who rely on others for protection are already dead by the time we see them again. Mary forced a smile. I suppose so. Slavia saw through him and wondered, is he trying to comfort us? Once that was settled, he stopped smiling, returning to his serious demeanor, and requested, all right, we've talked enough. You guys head out first. I still have something to discuss with Thunder. Thunder looked surprised, eyes widening as he glanced at the man. Talk to me? Time flew by. And a week later, Thunder quietly stepped out of the medical ward. He stretched his body lazily and sighed with relief. Finally, out of that hellhole. If they hadn't let me discharge, I would have gone crazy. But a second later, Thunder grew serious, thinking about how the turtle dragon gauntlets the old man had given him were badly damaged, and he needed to get them repaired. He stood alone in the passing crowd, lost in thought. Nova isn't in critical condition, but she still needs to rest. And to help her recover quickly, I'll need to hunt for more mid-level beast cores. Damn it, he sighed, feeling helpless and frustrated. The knight said that I feel like Thunder remembered the scene from a week ago. Thunder had yelled at Carden. What kind of sick joke is this? You're telling me I might be the person in the prophecy? Carden puffed on his cigarette, calm and composed. I'm not joking. You should listen. I find you different from the others. Your body has been on the brink of death many times, yet you heal yourself rapidly every single time. He looked away, blowing a cloud of white smoke into the air. Even though you've tried to hide it, I suspect you've already mastered some magic. Recalling that made Thunder ponder deeply. The unease in his heart wouldn't fade. How was he supposed to explain that to him? If I tell him I was a dragon in my past life, he'll think I've lost my mind. Besides, I had black hair when I was a kid, and I recovered fast. He clicked his tongue, grumbling about the damn system. I suspect it's because there's still some dragon essence left in my body, and this strange system. Just then, Carden spoke up, snapping Thunder out of his thoughts. Whether you believe it or not, doesn't matter. The problem is that the Pureblood Guild believes it. He kept his eyes on him, speaking cautiously. Based on their actions, it's clear that you are the one they want to eliminate. Cardin's final reminder left Thunder deep in thought. From now on, you must be more careful than anyone else. Walking down the street, he kept pondering, his steps steady. Even getting to Lency was this difficult. The next one they send will definitely be even more dangerous. His figure slipped silently through the crowd. Thunder told himself, I can't just sit here and wait to die. High up on a skyscraper, a voice rang out as witnessing Thunder walking slowly down there. I never thought this guy Lenny would be so useless. It was none other than JPY, expressing his inner frustration. I gave him so much high-level gear, and he still couldn't take care of this kid. His demeanor was incredibly calm, his eyes never leaving the figure below. It's fortunate he died perfectly, without saying anything he shouldn't have, JPY's subordinate said, standing nearby with his head bowed, expressing respect and gentleness. Ka and Winford already know our goal. For now, keep a close eye on him. I'm afraid there won't be an opportunity to act anytime soon. He gently put on his mask, a flash of indifference in his eyes. No matter. This little incident is fine to let slide. In an instant, JPY transformed Thunder into an old man with white hair, wearing a mysterious cloak. He gently placed a hand on his subordinate's shoulder. Go bring Black here, he's been waiting long enough. The great elder slowly stepped down the stairs, making it clear he wanted to show his loyalty. So, let him help us pull out a few nails first. Draven heard this and immediately replied, yes. By now, the sun had set. The sky was cloudy, and near that towering building, Thunder's voice echoed, I'm back. As he opened the door and entered, Manch greeted him cheerfully. Welcome back. Thunder K breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look. You finally got discharged from the hospital. K went over to examine Thunder from head to toe, unable to help but wonder. Why are you covered in so many injuries? He leaned back comfortably on the bed. I went to the martial arts club and sparred with an old man for a bit, so that's how it ended up. Tan clicked his tongue in surprise. What kind of terrifying club is that? Just then, Slavia walked in, holding a letter in her hand. Kay, you've got a letter. He jumped, turning his attention to it, and replied politely, ah, thanks. Mary walked in behind her and seeing him, happily spoke up. Thunder, you're out of the hospital? As soon as Slavia saw him, it was as if she'd seen a flower. She was overjoyed. Thunder, you're back. Is your health okay? Is there anything serious? Thunder smiled brightly. I'm fine. I've fully recovered. Mary inspected his hair, then clicked her tongue as she reminded him, now that you mention it, you should trim your hair a bit. Tan also nodded, adding, that's right. Why don't you get one like mine? Shave half of it off. Thunder looked at his hair and judged. Who would want to look like you? Kyo chimed in, happily adding fuel to the fire. It seems you should do it like me, shave the whole thing. Thunder helplessly and vehemently refused. No way. Why are you guys here? Jan explained it for him. There was a spot open in the dormitory. Wasn't Nova always wanting to move in? Manch happily continued. Night CO also felt that since we're staying together, we can take care of each other, so everyone agreed that you should move in here. Thunder pointed at the others, his face full of confusion, his tone quite skeptical. You guys don't know how noisy this guy is. Kay, you aren't objecting to anything? He turned to see Kay sitting in a corner, looking far from happy, so he called out to him again. Kender asked Han Kay with genuine concern, what's wrong? But he only saw a look of terror on Kay's face, and his throat couldn't even manage a sound. A moment later, Kay stood up abruptly and opened the door to leave. Thunder didn't understand anything at all. What just happened? Manch even called out after Kay. Mary was completely lost. What on earth is going on? Slavia realized something. Could it be because of that letter? Tan struggled to say. The way I see it, he's so agitated that he must have been dumped by his lover. Manch immediately waved his hand. Stop guessing randomly. Don't you remember the last time Thunder just ran off without a second thought? I'm going to go check on him. With his lightning-fast speed, he quickly moved forward. Thunder's right eye changed in an instant. A dragon's eye. Seriously, where did this kid run off to? With his magical sight, he immediately noticed something abnormal. A yellow figure was sitting there on the roof. Under the cloudy night sky, the stars occasionally looked beautiful and peaceful. That bright figure was sitting quietly on the roof. Thunder found his way up. As soon as he saw him, he quickly spoke up. Kay. He walked over slowly and asked gently, Kay, what happened? Everyone is very worried about you. Kay hung his head low, his expression now appearing numb. Thunder, I just received a letter. It said my sister. Ami she. Just from that expression, Thunder sensed something was wrong. Ami's letter? What happened to Ami? He let out a sharp breath, then uttered a shocking sentence. She's gone. Images from his memories flashed by. There was a cute Ami, smiling mischievously and winking at him. My name is Ami. Your name is Thunder, right? There was an Ami who was always there, encouraging and comforting him. The little girl under the sunset, not needing to worry about the gaze of others. Or when she would quietly sit alone under an old tree, intently reading a book. Thunder. Just be yourself. Thunder remembered the figure of the little girl with a big backpack on her back, her cloak fluttering in the sunset breeze. Ami, I haven't even had the chance to say thank you yet. Thunder recalled the radiant, beautiful image of Ami as she turned back to look at him. I thought I'd have a chance to tell you in person, but now she lay there motionless among the pure white flowers, beautiful, amidst the cries of a mother who had lost her daughter. Ami, everything seemed to shatter. Those pure white flowers covered Thunder's stunned face, which was soaked in tears. He still couldn't believe it. Ami, she's dead. Kay sat hugging his knees, turning his back to Thunder as he spoke every heavy word. You know? Thunder, I remember now there was a nightmare I could never shake off. He squeezed the paper in his hand until it crumbled. His eyes were vacant, his face filled with despair. I dreamt that Ami was torn to pieces by a beast, right at Jonin Academy, at the feet of the gods. Ami was lying in a pool of blood, surrounded by people, but they were all indifferent. Under the gaze of all the nobles, with no one to help, she was all alone. He couldn't control his emotions anymore. He buried his head in his hands and sobbed, saying those painful words. Each word made Thunder, standing behind him, sink deeper into silence. It wasn't until now that I realized it wasn't a nightmare. Kay's entire face was filled with agony and the pain of losing his little sister. Tears and snot flowed uncontrollably. He choked out the words. It was a prophecy. Thunder stood there without a word, silently listening to every final word Kay spoke. My parents sent a letter. The nobles at the academy sent my family a large sum of money as a donation. And then, this happened. His hand gripped the letter until it trembled. The veins of indignation, suppressing his pain, bulged on his face. He stood up angrily, punched the wall in front of him, shattering it amidst a heartbreaking scream. Kay grew more and more furious as he spoke. Their eyes burned with resentment, and their screams grew louder. To them, the dead girl was just a country bumpkin. As long as they had money, they could make everything go away. Thunder stood there, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. When the sun rises tomorrow, those nobles will be able to sit there, eating foie gras while chatting about their perfect future. My sister, her death isn't even worth being a topic of conversation over their meal. He was drowning in pain, despair, and fury at those who had turned a blind eye to Ami's death. I will not forgive them. Absolutely not. He turned to look at him, shouting through his tears. Thunder, I have to find the monster who murdered my sister. Ko's expression sank into the darkest abyss of his life. He wanted the one who killed Ami to pay. I have to kill him. Thunder finally spoke up. He lifted his head, his eyes burning with unconcealed rage, and patted Ko on the shoulder. Count me in. Thunder, seeing that he wanted to join him, grew even more agitated. Ko grabbed his shoulders and said, That's right, Thunder. You've awakened your magic, you can summon beasts, and you can use fire magic. I've seen it. All I mean is, if you show those skills to the elders, they'll definitely transfer you to Jonin Academy. His face remained gloomy, his eyes pleading for help as he stammered. Then it will work. Thunder just grabbed Ko's wrist, keeping his head as he reminded Ko. You know that my powers aren't normal. If I tell the elders, they'll just keep me on a tighter leash. Besides, even if I go to Jonin Academy, he touched Ko's shoulder, looking gently and earnestly into his eyes, asking a question that left Ko stunned. What about you? What will you do? Under the moonlight, Kai lowered his head, his eyes filled with sorrow and confusion as he listened and hesitated to respond. We need to find a chance to leave Avon Academy together. But how? Ko asked, frustrated. He turned to look at Thunder, who was already walking away, growling. If we just grind until graduation, and then serve another 2 years of volunteer work here, by then, the murderer will have already. Thunder walked to the wall, looking up at the glittering night sky, his silhouette appearing lonely as he said to the person behind him, The Academy tournament is coming up soon. If we can take the top spot, we can represent the Academy in the international tournament. Both of them bowed their heads, hiding their grief and sense of loss in the shadows. By then, we'll be able to meet people from Jonin Academy. At the mention of the tournament, Ko regained his composure. He looked at his friend's back and replied sadly, I understand. Thank you. The scene shifts to Dormitory 53, located on a long, brightly lit hallway. Harry opened the door and stepped inside. He looked at the person inside, sounding slightly surprised. Huh? You're the only one here? Where are the others? The others have gone to prepare for the Academy tournament. Harry picked up a glass of water, smiling as he probed his roommate further. That time of year is coming around again, isn't it? Do you see any hope for this year? No hope. I know those guys too well. He raised his glass to drink, then paused when he heard the other person speak. I was hoping Kira would spar with me, but it seems he got sent on a mission. Figures. The roommate sat on the bed, propping his sword against the floor with his muscular arms, laughing as he said to Harry, I just hope some new talent emerges from the second-year students. The scene shifts to the academy training hall. The trio of Thunder, Kyo, and Manch stood to the side, intently watching Kai practice his swordplay. Kyo frowned, confused, and asked his friends, why has Ko been working so hard lately? Manch, drinking water, looked at Thunder and asked, Thunder, did something happen to Ko? Thunder looked toward him, his expression sad as he reminded his friends, let him have some space. Meanwhile, Ko was training until he was drenched in sweat. His sword strikes were relentless, yet his face showed no sign of relief. One thought was always on his mind. Damn it, not enough. Still not enough. Pushed to exhaustion, he leaned on his sword, dropped to one knee, and gasped for air. Kai gritted his teeth, his eyes full of resentment and self-loathing. Why am I so weak? Just then, Master Carden walked by with a cigarette in his mouth, carrying a bag over his shoulder. Training hard, are we? Ko, follow me. I've got something interesting for you lot. He led the team to a warehouse filled with gear, from iron armor to staves and crates of other weapons scattered on the ground. Someone gasped in surprise. Are these his weapons? Carden puffed on his cigarette and led the group around a table where a few weapons were laid out. Anything that could still be used, I've had repaired. Go ahead and pick something. Is this Wur's gear? Ko stared for a long moment before picking up a pair of dual swords. Meanwhile, Manch tried lifting a set of armor. I'll take this. This armor is light. Kyo held a chain in his hand, looking at Carden with a grin. Am I allowed to pick? Last time we were attacked, I couldn't do a thing. Of course, the Academy tournament is a great opportunity. Everyone except the first years has to participate. I also hope you guys show your best. He didn't hesitate to share this with Thunder's group, thinking all the while about the wealthy and powerful people waiting in the background. As is tradition, every year the elite families attend the tournament. If you can perform exceptionally well, there's a high chance you'll be invited to prestigious houses. Once you leave the academy, you could become their personal guards. It's a good job. Ko looked at the sword in his hand, his expression not improving as he whispered to himself. Perform well and become a guard for a prestigious family, huh? Thinking of this, a twisted smile appeared on his lips, his eyes glinting with a dark, hidden intent. Coincidentally, at that moment, Thunder picked up a long sword from the table and asked, Huh? Is this Wur's sword? The sword was mostly intact, only its magical properties had faded away. But now, it looked like nothing more than a common, basic weapon. He held the sword upright, paying little attention to the advice Carden was giving nearby, lost in his own thoughts while staring at the blade. I really think you should choose different equipment. I already absorbed the fire element inside it. It seems that devouring elements allows me to use them in many ways. Time passed, and the sun gave way to a peaceful night. The moon hung high, casting its light upon the scene below. Deep in a forest, a dazzling light flickered in the distance, drawing everyone's attention. Arthur used his dragon eyes to part the foliage, searching for something in the dead of night. Maybe it's around here somewhere. He hid behind a thicket, parting the dense leaves to gaze at a cave ahead that was radiating a chilling cold. Found it. In the dim space, tiny specks of light drifted through the air. The deeper they went into the cave, the more numerous the lights became. Their glow brightened the space quite a bit. Thunder sat carefully on a high ledge, looking down into the ice cave. Down there, a giant creature was dwelling. It had a tall, imposing figure, capable of standing upright on its hind legs, and its face looked fierce as it paced back and forth like it was on patrol. Suddenly, one of them was ambushed. A massive explosion erupted, with smoke and fire engulfing a large section of the ice cave. Thunder and Nova stood high above, looking down at the monsters as they let out strange, guttural noises. In his hand, fire attribute magic was still blazing. He stood there amidst the growls, protecting Nova, while using his dragon eyes to observe them. With this many ice attribute magic statues here, my trip was worth it. Nova, the left side is yours. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hideout of the ice magic statues echoed with loud crashes. Sparks even shot out of the cave entrance. The scene shifts back to the academy on a beautiful day, in a vast courtyard crowded with people. 3 weeks later, the day of the Avon Academy tournament arrived, and everyone from all over the country had gathered here. In the waiting hall, students chatted happily, while clutching their weapons. Jasmine excitedly asked Harry, who was standing in front of her, "Are you planning to hide your true strength this time?" "Not at all, not at all. Seeing her enthusiasm, Harry just smiled gently and replied, I hope you'll go easy on me when the time comes. On the other side, Eric leaned into Sebastian's ear, whispering to him quietly, Sebastian, you've already arranged everything, right? Just let me know. In another corner, at the archery section, someone approached to ask the red-haired twins, I've been meaning to ask you two for a while now, who is the older brother and who is the younger? It's me. The Thunder group was also standing together when Slavia saw Mary rushing in from outside. Before she could even get close, she asked, Mary, where did you run off to? Hey everyone. Didn't I just say the tournament rules for this year seem to have changed? Isn't it supposed to be one-on-one? She paused, her eyes filled with worry as she looked at everyone and slowly recounted the details. It's not that simple. I heard the first round is, before Mary could finish sharing the information she had with her friends, the waiting hall suddenly went quiet. Students cleared a path for the group of knights led by Rose, who walked in amidst soft whispers. The knights are here. Is it starting already? I can't wait any longer. It's starting. Rose stopped and stood there, looking over the students in the hall. She spoke up to give a reminder. Please, everyone, be quiet. Students ranked in the top 5 from the 2nd and 3rd years, please step out of line. Slavia stood next to Manch, lowered her head to glance over, and whispered to him, Manch, does Sir Knight have something up his sleeve? Following her instructions, the group of 5 stepped forward with Kai in the lead, all of them wearing expressions of confusion. As for me, I leaned on my spear and rubbed my chin, lost in my own thoughts. So these are the top 5? If Thunder hadn't deliberately let me have that spot, I wouldn't have been able to make it in here. Are they all from the same dorm? Why is there a guy with a red belt standing in line too? Sebastian looked jealous as he watched them step forward, while the other students looked on with curiosity. He crossed his arms, his face clearly showing resentment, and huffed. Once they were standing steady, Rose furrowed her brow and turned to ask the other students, 3rd-year students. Hearing her call, the group of 5 top-ranked students quickly stood apart. The 3 girls, varying in height, presented themselves to the judges. The girl with the most muscular build raised her hand to report the situation. Reporting to the head knight, Kira went to carry out a mission. Nain ranked 5th, Cherry ranked 3rd, and Arthur ranked 4th. Hearing that, Rose looked back down at the paper in her hand. While she was checking the list, Manch and Jan were wide-eyed, shocked by the girl's unusual appearance. So that's Jay. This student looks tough, even stronger than me. Just then, a burst of crisp laughter rang out, making the other students turn their heads in surprise. Nain also shifted his gaze to him and muttered, What a total weirdo. The person with that goofy laugh was a muscular teenager. He leaned his greatsword against his side, sat down, and grinned broadly. This young master is Jerry, a boy full of passion. He was confident in his own strength, giving a thumbs up, ready for anyone to challenge him. Thunder stood in the crowd, looking toward the guy radiating such intense energy. He also noticed him amidst the murmurs of the people around. That's the guy ranked in 1st place, right? I've heard legends about him before. I didn't expect him to actually show up for the Academy tournament. The K group saw the situation and felt it wasn't looking too good. K, who was in the lead, stayed silent, while behind him, Tan and Manch were complaining. Are they really going to make us 3rd-year students fight each other first? I don't think we can beat Jack. The group of 5 walked closer, standing face to face in the large waiting hall, silently assessing each other amidst Rose's announcement. The following 10 students will be promoted directly, and will not participate in the first elimination round. As soon as the announcement was read, all the students' jaws dropped in shock as they gasped out loud. Arthur breathed a sigh of relief and mumbled to Thunder, who was standing beside him. I was so worried that the 3rd years would have to fight first. I never expected them to skip us and give us a direct promotion. Well, you can only blame yourself for not being in the top 5. Oh man, but we're all brothers from the same dorm. Fighting them for a ranking doesn't mean much anyway, but I'm still confident I can beat Jan. Yeah, sure. Rose didn't care about everyone's reactions, and just kept her head down, reading the info on her paper. The rule for the first round of qualifiers is an all-out brawl. 2nd and 3rd-year students will compete in turns, with 5 people advancing from each match. An all-out brawl? Does that mean they're calling us? After reading the announcement, she turned toward Jan and gave him an order. Jan stood there, stunned, pointing at himself in confusion. Big guy, your physique isn't bad at all. Why don't you step out? As soon as Jan stepped into the open space in front, she drew her bow, loaded an arrow with a padded tip, and aimed it straight at him, leaving him completely bewildered. You can only use the wooden weapons provided in the arena during the qualifying rounds. Each of our wristbands will be issued 100 life points, which will drop if you get hit. She quickly explained the rules of the match and then fired the arrow at him. The arrow struck his armor and deflected to the side. At the same time, a display showing his HP appeared. She continued, "Every hit will reduce your life points." While explaining, she picked up another arrow and coated it in flames. If you use your chi to attack, the damage dealt will increase. Conversely, if you use chi to defend, the incoming damage will decrease. All the students looked down in unison at the HP bars displayed on their wrists. When your life points hit 0, you will be eliminated and removed from the arena. Finishing the briefing, Rose clapped her hands to signal everyone to prepare. "All right, second-year students, please prepare. Your weapons are in the equipment room. Go choose the ones that suit you best, then head to the arena." While everyone was busy carefully choosing their weapons, Sebastian signaled to Thunder, whispering his plan to Eric. "When we get up there, move fast. Don't give that guy a chance. Got it?" Thunder, unaware he was the target, picked up a wooden sword, looked at it, and muttered, "I'll go with this. I'm better with a sword. At least this round uses metal well, sort of." The scene shifted to the outside. The sky was high and clear, dotted with beautiful white clouds. The gates ahead opened, and blinding light poured in toward the crowd waiting inside. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Academy's arena. We will now begin the first round of the competition." Thunder raised a hand to shield his eyes from the glare, staring ahead as the loud announcement boomed. "Would our contestants please take the stage?" The vast arena had a wooden floor in the center, surrounded by a circular spectator stand. The groups entered the arena from opposite ends. In the stands, the audience was already buzzing with excitement as the announcer continued. "As you can see, every contestant's life points are displayed on the screen. Once those points hit 0, the contestant is out. We will continue like this until only 5 are left. This is going to be good." Kay and Mary stood among the dense crowd of students, feeling increasingly tense. "There are so many people, what do we do?" I could tell Jack was anxious and restless. On the high dais sat the teachers, top-tier knights, and several elders, all present to witness the students' competition. The contestants took their positions. Let us await the start of the match. Among the students moving into place, Thunder stood out, his fiery red hair swaying as he walked quietly. Elder Feng watched him, his eyes filled with immense expectations for Thunder. "It's time to show them what you've got, kid." Thunder stopped, waiting for the final seconds of preparation to tick away. Finally, the referee's voice rang out clearly. "I declare the first qualifying match begin." The moment the signal was given, the whole crowd turned toward Thunder, surrounded him, and launched a coordinated attack. Thunder was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected to become the target of so many people at once. Sebastian seized the moment he was distracted and struck from the left, but Thunder parried the blow, though his health bar dropped just a little. "Listen up." Eric, wielding his wooden sword, glanced at his cohorts and roared, "Everyone, attack together. Let's take him out." Sebastian charged like a storm, screaming at Thunder as he fought, "I'm getting back everything you owe me today. Enough talk." But once the surprise passed, Thunder quickly took control of the situation. He deftly landed a strike that knocked the sword from Sebastian's hand, causing his health bar to drop. Not stopping there, Thunder grabbed him by the collar. Sebastian, who had been on the offensive, suddenly looked shocked, staring at Thunder's fist in panic. "What?" Behind him, 3 of his lackeys lunged forward, raising their weapons and screaming as they swung at Thunder. But their attacks all struck Sebastian's body. Thunder had simply used him as a human shield. Seeing his boss take the hits, Eric broke into a cold sweat and yelled in panic at the others. "Hey, what are you doing? Can't you see the boss is there? Sorry, that guy is just too fast." Sebastian, still gripped by his collar, gritted his teeth in fury, glared at Thunder's face, and cursed. You little brat, how are you like a monster?" Thunder didn't even care anymore and decisively tossed him flying with a parting word. "You should be glad you're the first one out of this competition." Sebastian went flying, and his dumbfounded lackeys couldn't believe their eyes as they watched him soar away. After an airborne journey, Sebastian crashed to the ground, sliding a long distance before finally stopping. He tried to sit up, holding back the pain as he checked his health bar and screamed, "No, no way." The system helped him heal, so his condition improved quickly, but he was left staring blankly, walking out of the arena alone to the sound of a loud announcement. The first contestant has been eliminated. Seeing this, a fist slammed down on the table in anger. At that moment, JPY, sitting behind, silently observed the reaction of the person in front of him. Unfortunately, he couldn't see the fuming face of Denb at that moment. Back in the arena, Thunder stood there, looking dangerous as he spoke to the remaining guys. His cold demeanor only terrified them further. "What are you waiting for?" He let flames coat his body, his gaze looking like a demon from hell as he said, "Come at me together." Eric saw him and was so scared he was drenched in sweat, babbling uncontrollably. "You, don't get too smug. They lost their leader, but they still have the same goal, so rallying them isn't that hard." The whole group circled around Thunder. "Brothers, let's rush him and take him down." But Thunder leaped out of the encirclement, flashing toward Eric like a bolt of lightning. Caught in the sudden ambush, Eric was so terrified his nose was running as he screamed at the top of his lungs. "Don't come over here." Eric swung his sword in a panic, but Thunder grabbed his shoulder and vaulted right over him, appearing behind Eric in midair. With a simple move, he twisted Eric's arm back, while simultaneously kicking his right leg. A cry of pure, agonizing pain erupted from Eric's throat. Z's eyes lit up while watching the boy fight, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Meanwhile, Nain looked more arrogant, but she was still captivated by his skills. "Thunder, that red-haired guy's strength is insane, but he's fighting so ruthlessly, you could even call it vicious." They both watched intently as Thunder snapped another student's arm. This match was only supposed to evaluate the student's techniques, but no one expected him to go this hard. Nain rested her chin on her hand, her expression cold as she analyzed his every move. Every hit drains at least 20 HP. At this rate, someone might actually lose their life. Slavia, Ian, and Kay watched from afar, clearly worried about the situation on the arena floor. "Thunder. Looks like they're hurt, but that's exactly what they deserve." She crossed her arms, a look of disapproval on her face as she glanced down. "They're ganging up 10-on-1? Ridiculous." Down on the floor, Thunder remained the center of the chaos. Sebastian's goons were still plentiful, but they clearly didn't know their own limits. One by one, Thunder popped their joints out, leaving them shrieking in pain. Tan and Slavia stared in awe, sweating as they watched him handle the whole crowd so effortlessly. Aren't those guys using their mana? No, they're just being overwhelmed by Thunder's terrifying raw power. Meanwhile, the audience in the stands didn't seem too happy about it. They started whispering, "Why is that kid being so brutal? That's just unrefined behavior. He doesn't act like a knight at all. They shouldn't have let someone like that enter in the first place." Below, Thunder coldly dislocated the arms of every guy in his way before glaring up at the stands. He ignored the other students screaming in agony as their HP bars plummeted with every move he made. The people who were just bad-mouthing him were terrified by his glare, instantly shutting their traps. Wait, did he hear them? No way. He's way too far away unless that redhead really is a monster. Elder Kim tilted his head and asked the head elder for his take, but Elder Feng, standing to his right, stopped him. "Should we stop the boy? Not necessary yet." When they invited others to fight, he hadn't heard anyone call for a stop then. The Centipede Elder also watched intently, never taking his eyes off the floor. "This is different. What if that kid intends to kill the students?" Elder Feng crossed his arms and calmly analyzed the combat. "Huh? To me, it just looks like he's using defensive counterattacks after being surrounded. He's my student. If something happens, I'll take responsibility." Hearing him step up to shield the boy, the other two elders could only fall silent and cast a side-eye at Elder Feng. Thunder didn't care about anything outside the ring. He focused on crushing anyone blocking his path. Elder Feng watched him, his eyes filled with a flicker of worry and uncertainty. This child, over in the stands, at seat 53, Cherry cheerfully cheered for Thunder, while Harry next to her seemed more reserved. "Guess the bracket is set." She finished speaking and glanced at Harry, whispering, "Such a shame, Harry. Never thought your brother would be the first one eliminated." He could only give a wry smile. "How should I put it? I think it's a good thing. Father spoiled him too much." Meanwhile, Jay was clearly having a blast, laughing out loud. "I couldn't wait any longer. I really want a good fight." Down below, in another corner of the arena, Keo and Mary weren't just standing around. The two were covering each other, taking down opponents one by one. The twins, Joyous and Lady, weren't about to be left behind either, gracefully darting through the crowd and taking down another student in a flash. Yet, all eyes were still on Thunder. He stood silently in the middle of a pile of students with dislocated joints, groaning on the floor. Their HP bars were almost completely depleted. "It hurts you, just you wait. I'll kill you. You filth. Don't let me find an opening. Not just you. I'm not letting your parents off either." Amidst Eric's screaming and threats, a memory of the lovely girl, Ami, flashed through his mind, along with images of his own bruised and bloody body from the past. Thunder glared, his rage boiling over until the veins popped out on his face. The air around him suddenly turned heavy and blood-soaked. He gripped his wooden sword and slowly walked toward the guy who had been threatening him, making him scramble back in terror. The guy was so scared he could barely crawl away. "What are you doing?" Thunder didn't say a word. He coldly reached out and grabbed the guy's head. the victim's face pale with terror. Elder Kim panicked, jumping up and shouting, "This is bad! The boy's going to kill him!" But Thunder had no intention of killing anyone. He grabbed the guy's head, using his own power to drain Eric's mana dry. His eyes dark, he stared him down. "Stop dreaming about being a knight. What are you doing?" The mana was ripped from Eric's body and flooded into Thunder's. The system excitedly popped up a series of notifications about his rising mana value. How about that? Hey! Eric's mana was completely drained, and his face looked gaunt and withered, though his life wasn't in danger. He tried to stutter something, but Thunder didn't give him the chance to yap. He slammed Eric down to the floor, pushing his HP bar down to 0. He was left a tattered mess, face bruised and foaming at the mouth as he passed out. Eric's system kicked in to start healing him. Elder Kim's face darkened, his tiny eyes behind his mask catching something strange. That was when the head elder finally spoke up slowly. Elder Feng next to him let out a soft sigh. It seemed his judgment was right. The boy really wasn't harming the other students, at least. He wasn't breaking their arms and legs anymore. Down on the floor, things were still intense. Thunder had just finished off another student when an arrow flew toward his head out of nowhere. He tilted his body, dodging it with superhuman speed. Lai pulled her bowstring tight, aiming at him in warning, though her voice trembled. Let him go!" Thunder released the student, letting him drop to the floor with a thud. He pointed his sword down, then turned his head to glare in Li's direction. She clutched her shoulder while lying on the floor, letting the system heal her wounds, and gritted her teeth while glaring at Thunder. So annoying. Seeing her loosen her grip, Li released her hold on the bowstring. An arrow whistled through the air, streaking toward Thunder. The speed was so intense that even Thunder was caught off guard, yet he still managed to twist his body and dodge it successfully. Without waiting or giving him a chance to catch his breath, Li fired 4 more arrows in rapid succession, but Thunder dodged every single one of them with ease. The look on his face as he watched her grew increasingly annoyed. Lai, drenched in sweat, pulled back her bow to aim again, but in her mind, she felt confused and thought, "What is wrong with this guy? He just keeps dodging arrows, this makes no sense." Then she reached out to grab more, but the quiver on her back was empty, not a single arrow left. Just as Liza reached into thin air, Thunder lunged at her. He leaped into the air, pulling his sword back, full of killing intent, aimed right at her. Thunder's hand shot out, accurately grabbing Liza by her slender neck. He stuck to his old tactic, using his power to drain the magic from Liza's body. She grabbed his wrist, moaning in desperation. "No, please, don't." At that moment, a loud scream erupted from the crowd in the stands. "Stop, you monster!" Liza's father was being held back by 2 men beside him. They tried to stop him from getting too agitated and rushing onto the stage, while he strained with anger. "Get your hands off my daughter. Calm down." "Sir, please, stay calm. The match is still ongoing. If you rush out there, the Liza family will be disqualified." Thunder tilted his head to look back. The man's voice and actions reminded him of his own childhood when he was with his father, being carried on his shoulders. That man was her father. Thunder thought of the image of his own father, gaunt and haggard, his body covered in bruises, lying gasping on a hospital bed. They were both fathers. Then what about my father? Thunder remembered how his father fought monsters to protect others, only to be blown away by one. He had poured so much effort into this country, saving so many people. The more he thought, the tighter his grip on the wooden sword became. An aura swirled around the blade, extending all the way to the tip. And what was the result? He recalled that moment with hatred. The moment his father, suffering from the darkness plague, desperately begged his wife with tears streaming down his face. His only wish was to beg my mother to kill him. "Please, just kill me." What kind of sick joke is this? Thunder lost his composure. He swung his sword, channeling magic into it, and aimed for Liza. What kind of joke is this? But just then, a chain whipped out, wrapping around his sword-wielding arm and stopping Thunder's next move. Kyo stood at the other end of the chain, alongside Mary, who was kneeling on one knee, preparing her bow and shouting at him. "Stop it, Thunder." He glanced at them both angrily, his eyes cold, veins popping on his forehead. He asked in a chilling voice, "Why are you stopping me?" Both of their health bars had been depleted from the fight so far, but Kyo and Mary were determined to hold Thunder back. "That girl is innocent. Don't go too hard on her." "Thunder, look clearly, she hasn't harmed anyone." The twins, Joyous and Lady, also stepped forward to block the way in front of Liza, joining the others to persuade him. "Brother, you're really going too far. The ones who deserved punishment have already paid the price. You should be a gentleman toward ladies." Thunder seemed not to hear a word they said. He slowly stepped closer to the twins and Liza, muttering to himself, asking why. Memories flashed through his mind, Slavia and Mary flanking him on both sides. "Thunder, What a coincidence. Are you going to eat? Let's go together. Huh? Kyo, the guy he high-fived to celebrate victory in the small alleyway. Then promise me, you have to at least make that guy get a bloody nose. Definitely. Thunder clutched his face, his body trembling uncontrollably, his voice muffled by his hands as he spoke. Why does it always end up like this? He glared furiously at everyone trying to stop him. What do you guys know about anything? Having lost his grip on reality, Thunder tossed the wooden sword to the ground and roared, causing the space around them to ripple. What do you know about me? His aura was so powerful that even the Joyous twins had to be on guard. They both drew their weapons, ready to take the hit. By now, the magic power within Thunder was surging out. He could no longer control it, letting it flow recklessly. If you're so determined to stop me, then just come at me and fight. Thunder quickly grabbed the chain, binding him, and pulled with all his might. Instantly, Kyo was yanked toward Thunder. Mary gasped in shock. Kyo! Waiting for him was one of Thunder's full-force punches. Kyo couldn't react in time, and could only curl up to take the hit. His HP instantly dropped by 20%. By now, Kyo looked like a punching bag, his body continuously absorbing Thunder's devastating blows. Only when Kyo had no strength left to move did Thunder let go. He stood tall and announced loudly, "If you want to defeat me, practice properly and focus your aura." But Mary didn't pay attention to Thunder's words. She nimbly fired 3 arrows at him. Facing the 3 arrows, he didn't even need much effort to dodge. Then, Thunder reached out and caught 2 of the arrows flying past him. Mary's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. She thought to herself, how? Those arrows were so fast. And he caught them? However, the surprises didn't end there. This time, Thunder used Mary's own arrows to attack her. Mary quickly jumped to the side to avoid them. She didn't notice the shadow rushing toward her, only managing to exclaim, "So fast!" With his incredible speed, Thunder landed a solid punch right in Mary's stomach. Her health bar was also deducted by 20%. If you want to defeat me, don't hesitate. Having been hit, Mary fell hard backward. The ground kicked up white dust from the friction. Thunder calmly looked down at Mary, who was lying face down on the ground. He spoke arrogantly, "Learn how to predict my movements instead of always staring at where I am." The battle wasn't over yet. The twins, Joyous and Lady, rushed forward. Joyous shouted excitedly, "Let's go!" Lady screamed almost at the same time as her brother. "Finish it!" Facing their combined attack, Thunder remained calm. A powerful aura emanated from his feet. Then, Thunder raised his hand, and a terrifying power like a flame engulfed his entire body. It blew Joy and Lady away reckless and foolish. The two were sent flying by Thunder's power. Luckily, they managed to land in a stance to avoid falling off the stage. At that very moment, Thunder appeared behind them. He stretched his arms out. "You're just throwing your lives away." The end for Joy and Lady wasn't any better. The two were slammed backward by Thunder until they let out cries of pain. Their health bars were both reduced by 20%. Seeing that Joyous and Lady were no longer moving, Thunder slowly turned back toward where Liza was standing. She was now pale with terror. Liza trembled, screaming internally, "Strong, he's too strong." In the stands, the audience watched the scene, stunned. They all shared the same thought. Too powerful. This is top-tier suppression. He's a true monster. Elsewhere, the students of Class 53 were also watching without blinking. D had finally begun to show some interest. If that redhead doesn't make the top 5, then the ones who are in the top 5 must be even more terrifying. Meanwhile, Group K in the stands was confused, not knowing what to do. He looked at K, seeking his opinion. "Should we just end it?" he asked, cutting in. "Shut up, Yan. I know what you're trying to say." Manch bowed his head slightly, feeling uncomfortable being targeted. Down on the arena floor, Thunder's expression was grim. He slowly walked toward Liza, the only one still standing. But Liza didn't dare to attack. She clutched her bow tightly, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. "No, this can't be. I can't be his opponent." Facing Liza, Thunder showed absolutely no emotion. Coldly, he raised the orb of power in his hand. Watching this, Aiden couldn't stand it anymore. Ignoring everyone's attempts to stop him, he shouted, "Referee! Where is the referee? Hurry up and stop him, he's trying to kill my daughter." But as he approached, the orb of power in Thunder's hand suddenly dimmed, leaving only a faint glimmer swirling around his fingers. Before everyone's eyes, Thunder gently placed 2 fingers on Liza's forehead. Her stats were reduced by 20%, twice in a row. Thunder whispered, "I'm sorry, the match is over. You're disqualified." Liza's confused gaze remained fixed on Thunder. Aiden was just as baffled as his daughter. What just happened?" Jan asked, looking bewildered. "Is it over?" Hearing this, he quickly reassured him, "It's over." At the same time, the giant screen displayed the images of the top 5. Thunder, Joyous, Lady, Kyo, and Mary. An announcement rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, the results are in. Congratulations to our top 5, who will advance to the next round. Mary and Kyo glanced toward the direction Thunder had walked off. Meanwhile, the announcement continued. Everyone, please take a short break while we repair the arena. We will continue in the afternoon with the tournament for the 53rd year students. Please return to the arena on time. Do not miss it. High above, the 6 elders were full of praise for Thunder's performance. That red-haired boy did quite well, one remarked. Indeed, JPY replied. If he ever truly makes up his mind, there won't be many who can stop him. Elder Feng chimed in. Is that so? I believe he could save many people. Just then, Winford approached the great elder. He reported in a low voice. The doctor has examined those students. It is a symptom of magic power sickness. Moreover, it seems that for a short time, they will be unable to use their chi at all. It is unclear whether they will ever be able to recover. The great elder pondered this for a moment. Finally, he commanded, this matter ends here. It is not to be leaked. The great elder's eyes never left Thunder. That child has enough to worry about already. Winford immediately complied. Understood. The scene shifted to the training room, where students were gathered and chatting. One said, why are you still training so hard? Another interjected, Jack is a second-year student. In front of them was Kay, who was practicing combat against a wooden dummy. The dummy's purpose was to hone the student's reactions and strength. It attacked Kay continuously. After dodging for a while, it seemed he had found a weak point in the dummy. Kay nimbly kicked one of its arms, then followed up with a powerful slash. Kay frowned and shouted, got you. The dummy appeared to be defeated. A mechanical sound emitted from the dummy. Level 12. Passed. Kay's expression remained grim. He wiped the sweat from his face, but there was no joy in his eyes. In Kay's mind, the image of Thunder from the previous match flashed. He gritted his teeth. Still not enough. Then, Cardin's voice echoed in his head. This seemed to be the goal he was striving for. Traditionally, many noble families attended the annual student tournament. If someone performed exceptionally well, they would likely receive invitations from those families, allowing them to leave the academy and become their personal guards. It was a good job. Thinking of that, Kay tightened his grip on his sword, his body trembling. Not enough, it's still not enough. In the crowd, Cherry hadn't taken her eyes off Kay. She asked the person standing next to her, that's the 5th-ranked student from the 2nd year. What do you think of him? Harry understood what Cherry meant. He didn't answer directly, simply replying, I think the other one suits me better. Hearing this, a small smile flickered across Cherry's face. She teased, but you have to admit, he looks pretty sharp. His style reminds me of you. She turned to look at Harry, her voice becoming more serious. You could do better, couldn't you? Harry didn't answer. He calmly walked over to Kay. Kay was quite surprised to see Harry approach. Then, as if to satisfy Kay's curiosity, Harry picked up a sword and set the level 12 dummy to start. The dummy, pre-programmed, received the command and immediately lunged at Harry. Harry didn't flinch at the attack. He just ducked slightly to dodge. Then, he decisively slashed at the dummy's chest. Next, Harry kicked the side of the dummy firmly. It staggered for a moment, and Harry quickly leaped into the air, unleashing a finishing blow. The dummy's mechanical voice rang out. Level 12. Passed. Kay, standing to the side, frowned. He thought to himself, this guy copied my movements. And furthermore, Harry smiled brightly and walked up to Kay. Doesn't seem that hard, does it? Responding to his bright face was Kay's annoyed glare. If you want to duel, just say so. Cherry was excited to see the drama. Oh my, looks like there's a show to watch. The crowd was also surprised. It seemed to be the top-ranked second-year student. Just then, Slavia found Kay. She quickly walked toward him. Kay, so you're here. Without a word, Slavia pulled Kay away. Her voice was urgent. Let's go. The afternoon matches are about to start. Let's find a good spot first. Kay protested helplessly. Wait a second. Stop pulling me. A moment later, once they were off the training ground, Kay pulled his arm away. All right, let go. Why are you stopping me? Slavia was frustrated and fiercely advised him. Kay, don't do anything stupid. Such an important tournament. What will you do if you get disqualified because of a personal fight? Only then did Kay understand. He lowered his head, his voice softening. I'm sorry, I didn't think of that. Seeing Kay like this, Slavia couldn't bear to scold him further. She turned away. Kay, I know you want to win. I believe you have the talent, but you have to keep your cool. Kay nodded in response. I understand. Thank you, Slavia. And soon, the announcement rang out. The afternoon matches are about to begin. Will student 53 please enter the arena? Slavia asked Kay. It's starting. Now that I think of it, have you seen Thunder anywhere? But Kay was just as clueless as her. I don't know. That guy disappeared right after his match ended. Just as the two were busy looking for him, a voice suddenly rang out. Thunder, what did you say? The two of them followed the sound, only to find Winford talking to Thunder. So, he was with Sir Winford. Seeing Thunder and Winford standing off to the side, Kai was a bit curious. What were they doing? As if to answer his confusion, Thunder lowered his head and spoke to Winford. I said, I don't want to continue in the tournament. Hearing that, both Kai and Slavia couldn't hide their shock. Winford was likely just as surprised as they were. He frowned and asked in a serious tone, Thunder, are you serious? Thunder seemed to want to avoid Winford's gaze. He simply replied, yes. Winford continued to press him. Can you tell me the reason? Images of his performance in the last match flashed through Thunder's mind, but he didn't want to explain further. There is none. Hearing Thunder say that, Winford felt a bit awkward, and the loudspeaker began to urge them on. Students participating in the afternoon match, please get into position. Everyone, please take your seats. And knights acting as supervisors, please head to your stations immediately. A moment later, Winford sighed softly. He placed a hand on Thunder's shoulder before walking away. I have to go act as a judge. We can discuss this later. As he said that, Winford's voice slowed down, his eyes filled with contemplation. Thunder, you can handle things on your own for now. Thunder still kept his head down without responding, while Winford continued. I just wanted to say that no matter what decision you make, I will respect it. At that, Thunder's inner resolve seemed to waver. He stood frozen in the shadows. Thunder walked out and happened to run into Slavia and Kai standing there. Huh? Slavia waved her hands in confusion. Hey, Thunder, let us explain. Kai didn't beat around the bush and said directly, it's not like we meant to eavesdrop. But Thunder didn't get angry. He asked, you heard everything, didn't you? Slavia was a bit more delicate, but Kai was blunt. Yeah, we heard it all. Slavia's face flushed red, and she stammered, well, since we already heard it. Hearing that, Thunder had nothing left to explain. He trudged past the two of them. Don't worry about it. It's nothing major. Just then, Kai suddenly spoke up loudly, stopping Thunder in his tracks. Wait, Thunder. Hearing his name, he paused. Kai's voice full of agitation. Does that mean your promise to me doesn't count anymore? Seeing Thunder didn't react, Kai raised his voice. What about Ami? Is my sister's death just going to end like this without any closure? Slavia listened, stunned. It was only then that she partially understood the situation. She looked at Kai with pity. So, it was Kai's younger sister. No wonder Kai had been so much more subdued lately. Thunder clenched his fists, subconsciously speaking his heart. How could I ever forget? She was human, she was my first friend. Then, Thunder looked at his clenched fists. He hesitated, as if there were something hard to say. It's not that I don't want to avenge Ami. It's just that Seeing him hesitate, Slavia spoke up for him. It's just that you feel conflicted, right? Her words seemed to touch Thunder's heart. He turned his head in surprise as Slavia's voice continued. Thunder, I know you're in a lot of pain. She looked at her own hands, her eyes filled with deep empathy. Deep down, you are furious at those who bully others just because they are strong, but the thought of harming innocent people makes you uncomfortable. As she said this, Slavia gently comforted him. None of this is your fault. Thunder listened, stunned. Slavia. Then, Slavia smiled softly. We want you to know that no one blames you. In her mind, she pictured the end of the previous match. Kai was excitedly talking to the group. You were really impressive in the ring just then. Mary sighed. Thunder is truly formidable. The rest of us couldn't even track his movements. Her voice was full of admiration. That Thunder guy just has to look once to see everyone's weaknesses. You guys better go train more. Slavia continued. Whether it's Kai, Mary, or the others, everyone looks up to you as a role model. In his memory, Kai's frustrated voice echoed, damn it, next time I'm definitely going to beat that guy. Hearing that, Mary mocked. If even I couldn't do it, you've got no chance. At this point, Kai, who had been silent, spoke up to affirm, that's right, Thunder. I know you've had to endure a lot of unfair treatment in the past. He squeezed Thunder's shoulder. I believe in you. You don't have to face this alone. Thunder looked at him, dazed. Kai. In Kai's eyes, there was only warmth and trust. He spoke softly, we will always be your family. Thunder, you won't leave me all alone, right? Thunder seemed to understand. Now he no longer avoided Kai's gaze. On the other side, the third-year students' battle was also taking place. The audience's cheers were non-stop. Go for it. Charge. Mary sat watching, feeling anxious. Why are you guys only arriving now? It's almost over. Tan looked at Slavia and Thunder approaching and teased. You don't understand. This competition is nothing like your love story. Tan turned his head toward the two of them, asking with an all-knowing expression. Right, Thunder? Seeing Kai jump in between the two of them, Tan reminded him, Kai is here too. You really have a talent for being a third wheel. Kai felt awkward. Really sorry. To avoid the embarrassment, Slavia walked over to Mary. How is it, Mary? Is there anyone worth keeping an eye on? She watched the match while replying. The third years are truly formidable. Everyone has their own unique strengths. Mary's gaze followed Harry, a person with astonishing combat power. That's Harry. His fighting style is extremely elegant. He's the only one who hasn't been injured in this entire tournament. And the person holding the double blades is Gale. He was shouting, Bring it on, bring it on. Mary commented, Gale. A massive physique with startling explosive power. In terms of physical strength, he could rival the top-ranked Day. Next were the duo, Green and Cordalis. These two focused on fan control skills. The two of them coordinate their offense and defense quite rhythmically. Even real siblings might not have that kind of synergy. At this point, Mary looked startled. Wait, where is the other one? Thunder quickly found the person over there. It was someone with high agility and quick reaction times. Mary continued to introduce her as Jasmine. Sensing someone looking at her, Jasmine held up 2 fingers in a greeting. Simply amazing, Mary exclaimed. She even managed to reach the 5th position. At this point, the buzzer signaling the end of the match rang out, announcing the results and congratulating the top 5 third years. Looking at Harry standing on the arena floor, Kai thought to himself, the decisive battle is next. Winford stood on the high platform with his hands behind his back, speaking in a serious tone. After 2 rounds of competition, we have selected the 20 participants for the final round. Winford's gaze swept across the crowd, looking straight at Thunder. Winford announced that in the first round, the performance of the second-year students far exceeded the judges' expectations. Caught in Winford's gaze, Thunder awkwardly looked down to avoid eye contact. Seeing him appear, Winford felt more at ease. He continued, stating that the judges had suddenly introduced new rules for the competition. The names of the second-year and third-year student matchups suddenly appeared on the giant screen. Everyone, please look at the screen. This is the latest list of pairings. Hearing the shocking news, everyone asked each other in confusion. Wait, what? Second years fighting third years directly? That's not fair. Even if the second years are strong, the third years have had an extra year of training. Another student seemed quite excited, saying, I'm looking forward to the second years. Kay was quite surprised when he read his opponent's name. He looked over at Harry. It was him again. Recalling their sparring match with the wooden dummy, Kay smiled a smile filled with hidden meaning. Just how I wanted it. Slavia, however, thought differently. Seeing her opponent's name, she felt anxious. She had to face the person recognized by the entire academy as the strongest. Can I actually do this? Among the third-year students, Jay was disappointed that he wasn't paired with that person. Harry comforted him, saying, You mean Thunder? You'll definitely have a chance later. That kid has really matured a lot more than before. I also want a chance to have a match with him. Hearing this, Jay felt it made sense. He stopped feeling regret, adding, True, if I want to spar with him, it doesn't necessarily have to be in this competition. At the same time, in the guest stands, 4 people dressed mainly in white were talking. It seems we won't get to see our little sister perform today. What a pity. It's nothing. It's not easy to come to Fairwood Apartments, so it's good to have her show us around a bit. The most mature-looking one among them spoke up. We'll talk about that later. I have to go meet the elders soon. The younger-looking one replied, Big brother is as busy as always, huh? In front of the giant screen, Winford was explaining the match rules to the students below. The final match will be held 1 day later. There will be no restrictions on the weapons you wish to use, so I suggest you prepare your own equipment. Tan heard this, but didn't look happy at all. That sounds easy for them to say. Fighting third-year students while having to prepare extra gear against those guys. Jan encouraged him, saying, No matter what, it doesn't work in our favor, so just consider it special training. Meanwhile, Manch read his opponent's name and thought silently. Jasmine is a senior with a black belt, but I want to make progress. I want to defeat her. On Thunder's side, he was briefly surprised when he saw the face of the person he was to fight. My opponent is someone who hides their face? Contrary to the others, Thunder felt a bit relieved. It's nothing, honestly. It's not fighting a second-year student. So actually, I feel relieved. Later, the sky began to blush with the clouds of sunset, fading into a deep red. A voice called out, You guys aren't heading back? It was Thunder and his group of friends. Kay answered his question. We're planning to go practice a little more. Thunder nodded. All right then, I'll head back by myself. Everyone, get home early. Even as he said that, Thunder's eyes couldn't help but follow Kay's retreating figure. He thought to himself, for Kay, this is a match he cannot afford to lose. Seeing him disappear into the distance, Thunder turned and walked away. In his heart, he silently prayed. Harry is truly very strong. I hope Kay can win. Thunder suddenly remembered meeting Winford in private earlier, feeling glad he had changed his mind. This makes me able to breathe a sigh of relief, Winford said coldly. It's nothing. It's just because you guys kept nagging in my ear. In the memory, Thunder frowned at Winford. Is there anything else you need to instruct me on? Winford replied, I won't say much more. I'll warn you in advance. The final 10 people in the tournament are all eligible to represent Farrod Apartments Academy in the Inter-Kingdom competition. Thunder asked in surprise. Wait, what? Didn't they say it was 5 people? But Winford only revealed a little. For now, I can only say it has something to do with the Pure Blood Guild. After the match ends, the Elder will announce this. At the very least, I hope you don't waste that opportunity. Thunder was frustrated. The Pure Blood Guild again. Fine, I got it. Back in reality, Thunder was relaxing on his soft bed. Even though he was resting, his eyes were full of deep thought. I never expected a single match to lead to so much trouble. What will the Purebloods do next? As Thunder crossed his arms, he suddenly touched a piece of paper neatly folded on the table. Startled, Thunder sat up abruptly. He stared intently at the note. Thunder didn't hesitate to open it, his eyes quickly scanning the lines. Could this be a trap? It was written on it. Meet me at the arena tonight at 9 p.m. Darkness quickly fell. Thunder walked alone through the arena, lost in thought. Although Knight Kay and Winford both told him not to act on his own, for him, acting alone made it easier to use his abilities. Upon arriving, Thunder darted his eyes around to search his surroundings. Whether it's the Pure Blood Guild or the Dark Guild, I don't seem to know anything about them. Suddenly, one of Thunder's eyes turned pitch black. He had just activated his dragon eye. I need more information. That's the only way to find clues about my father. Thinking of this, Thunder crouched down to check the area. If it's a trap, I better catch some living evidence. While Thunder was searching, a powerful voice rang out. What a coincidence. Finally, I have a chance to talk to you privately. The person who arrived was Jay. He carried his heavy sword over his shoulder and said, Those guys during the day were too annoying, weren't they? Thunder asked suspiciously. It's you? You're with the Pure Blood Guild, aren't you? Jay's expression showed confusion. The Pure Blood Guild? Then, he pointed his sword sharply toward Thunder, his voice full of confidence. No, don't misunderstand. I'm just impatient and want to have a match with you. If there's no chance to face off in the arena, then let's do it right here. But Thunder didn't care and turned around to leave. I'm not in the mood for a duel right now. Excuse me. Truly, he cursed in his head. I thought it was a lead. I didn't expect it to just be some battle-crazed jerk. Jay, of course, wouldn't let Thunder go that easily. He quickly leaped toward him. Since you're already here, don't leave so fast. Realizing he was being targeted, Thunder agilely turned to block Jay's attack. Thunder gritted his teeth and shouted angrily at Jay. Are you crazy? I already told you, I don't want to fight. But Jay didn't care, even showing a look of excitement as he looked at his opponent. I knew it. I knew that your strength was nothing to sneeze at. Jay laughed heartily. No one has ever handled my attacks like you have. Jay grew angry and swiped Jay's sword aside. Who the hell cares? However, he stubbornly refused to let it go. Jay said excitedly, If you want to end this duel, show me what you're really made of. Dealing with someone as muscular as Jay made it impossible for Thunder to stay laid back. This guy, his strength is on par with a minotaur. He raised his armored fists in front of him. Thunder seemed to have accepted the challenge. It looked like he wasn't getting out of this fight easily. Just then, he suddenly froze, his eyes quickly catching a dark figure standing behind Jay. Huh? He frowned. Seeing Thunder standing there stunned, Jay urged him on. What's the matter? If you aren't coming over here, I'll just have to attack, right? In the shadows, a mysterious person wearing a mask looked toward them. Thunder's power flared up, burning intensely. He guessed to himself, the Pure Blood Guild. Then, right before Jay's astonished eyes, Thunder bolted behind him and shouted, Move! Seeing Jay fail to react in time, Thunder decisively pushed him aside and dashed past. He struck a fierce blow at the mysterious figure. However, contrary to Thunder's expectations, the attack was blocked instantly. Thunder then leaped backward, continuing to condense magic power in his hand. Thunder landed on the arena floor below, his eyes tracking every move of the masked man. That weapon is a bit strange. Just as the situation grew tense, Jay interrupted, Hey, where did you come from? Angry at the interruption, Jay pointed a finger at the masked man's face and demanded loudly, "Didn't anyone teach you not to get in people's way during a duel?" The masked man spoke coldly. "In the way?" Seeing that he dared to talk to him like that, Jay flew into a rage and lunged at the masked man. "If you want to fight so badly, then come and get it." He didn't seem to care about him at all. His eyes remained fixed on Thunder. Then he gestured slightly, and a group of people in black cloaks leaped out to surround Thunder. In the stands, Jay was attacking the masked man relentlessly. "Bringing back up to a fight, I don't know the rules, but I like it." As for Thunder, he contemptuously stowed away his arm guards and drew his sword. "All of you are just a bunch of annoyances." With that, Thunder charged into the fray, against the people he believed were from the Pureblood Guild. While Thunder was occupied with the ones in front of him, someone behind him tried to sneak an attack, but he only sliced through thin air and stumbled, losing his momentum. The black-clad figures gathered together, looking around warily. Where did he go? Did he disappear? Another one warned, "That kid is a black belt knight. Don't underestimate him." The masked man seemed to sense something, and he quickly spun around, only to be met by the cold, sharp edge of Thunder's sword. When did he get behind him? Thunder gripped his sword tightly and lunged forward with a lightning-fast strike aimed at one of the Pureblood Guild members. He gritted his teeth, his face strained as he tried to contain the explosion of power building inside him. The sword in Thunder's hand was knocked away, spinning into the air like a stray bolt of lightning. Damn it. The Pureblood Guild members immediately surrounded him and swarmed in like a pack of hungry wolves. They all attacked at once. The relentless assault, like a firestorm, left Thunder struggling to defend himself. Thunder moved through the blur of gleaming weapons, knocked them back, retreated, and flipped backward, his eyes never leaving his enemies. He looked at his hands, which were wrapped in ice magic. These guys are quite skilled, and the weapons they're using aren't just common junk. If I don't use an attribute like ice magic to protect myself, I'm afraid I'll have to go get my gauntlets repaired. It seemed his usual close-quarters combat style wouldn't work. Jay and the masked man lunged at each other like two arrows piercing the wind. Jay laughed with excitement. "Slippery as an eel, aren't you?" He seized the chance to pour all his power into a massive blow. "Don't run!" The masked man also unleashed his power, thrusting his sword like a blinding white lightning bolt, aimed straight at Jay. For a split second, he stopped, standing still as if held back by an invisible force. Jay frowned, watching the masked man with a confused look. A brilliant red flame engulfed his hand, radiating terrifying power. Jay blocked his sword with his bare hand. "Do you actually think you can hurt me by doing that?" A violent surge of magic power washed over him. "I'm not great at controlling my inner energy, and I don't need to." He raised his sword high. "With energy levels exceeding that of a normal human like this, it's poison to others, but to me, it's just fine." Jay's eyes burned brightly, emitting a dazzling aura. Another round. The masked man braced himself, using his sword to parry Jay's furious strikes. Each collision rang out like thunder. When they clashed, the violent surge of power expanded, tearing through the surroundings like a wild storm. The overwhelming pressure made the masked man stagger, and he began to lose ground. Jay raised his hand and slammed it into his face. The impact sounded like a clap of thunder. Jay's eyes were filled with murderous intent, like flames ready to incinerate anyone who dared to challenge him. Jay grabbed his head and used all his strength to slam him into the ground. A massive explosion erupted, shaking the earth beneath their feet. Thunder couldn't help but exclaim, "That's truly terrifying. Is this the power of humanity?" Jay rubbed his stomach. "To be able to withstand one of my attacks. I have to admit, that's a powerful weapon." He looked at the person lying on the ground, who had dropped his mask, but unfortunately, his power still wasn't enough. The man refused to give in, standing up with his sword in hand. Jay was surprised. "You can still stand up?" His eyes widened in shock. "I didn't expect it was you, Kira." Kira maintained a calm expression, looking toward him when he heard his name called. Amidst the debris, the two stood face to face, staring each other down with a challenge in their eyes. Jay smiled radiantly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Kira, it seems you've been hiding quite a lot over the past few years, haven't you?" He gritted his teeth, his eyes locking onto his target with a look that threatened to crush everything in its path. Kira, filled with murderous intent, charged straight at him like a raging storm. Jerry's sword clashed heavily against his, creating a piercing screech. Nearby, Thunder was struggling against 5 members of Kira's Pureblood Guild. Dealing with 5 of them was annoying enough. Luckily, that guy helped hold off the leader, so I guess I owe him one. Lenny suddenly lunged forward with lightning speed. "Die!" Another member of the Pureblood Guild shouted, but he had already slipped away. Thunder hit up high, observing. He just needed to stall for time. Once his mana recovered, dealing with these guys would be a piece of cake. The underlings shouted, "Watch out, don't let him ambush us. Where did you go? We know you can't keep this up. Show yourself. We might still let you die a quick death." Kira leaped high into the air, glaring at Jay with fiery eyes, shouting angrily, "How long do you plan on hiding? If you keep this up, it'll be dawn soon." He crouched down, his hands trembling as he pulled out a vial of strange, glowing purple potion. Kira flicked the cap off the vial with nimble fingers, opening it in one precise motion. Immediately, a cloud of white smoke began to swirl around the bottle, enveloping him. Thunder suddenly realized what was happening, his eyes instantly widening in panic. Kira had gulped down the entire potion, and his body erupted with a new, savage power. He startled, his eyes wide with unconcealable fear, a shadow shift. A wave of purple energy instantly radiated outward, wrapping Kira in an unstoppable vortex of power. This energy was wrong. The power inside him flared like a scorching fire, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently. Kira transformed into a horrifying monster, with cold, iron teeth as sharp as blades. Jay screamed in panic, his voice echoing through the space. "Watch out!" Filled with rage, Kira lunged at Jay with unstoppable speed and force. Seeing the attack inches away, Jay froze. "What are you doing? Move!" Jay blocked the sharp blade with his bare hand, the force of the impact tearing his clothes and wounding his chest. Kira quickly retreated, backing off immediately to prepare for the next move. He clutched his wound. The attack power and speed were completely different from before, at least 10 times stronger. If he didn't dodge, it would be a grim situation. Thunder thought anxiously, "This is bad. If I don't settle this quickly, I'll be on the defensive." Suddenly, a shout rang out. "That red-haired brat over there." The Pureblood Guild members charged, closing in on him with murderous intent. "Die!" Thunder raised his hand, flames erupting into a brilliant fireball in his palm. "I don't have time to keep wasting on you all." Thunder zipped past him like lightning, shattering the sword in his hand. "What?" He used all his strength to pin him down, the pressure making him nearly suffocate. Kira taunted him while attacking. "Jay, it seems you aren't as strong as everyone says." Jay was forced back by the attack, his feet cracking the ground beneath him as he struggled to stand up. "I'm not used to being on the defensive during a fight." Kira laughed wickedly. "Even if you can stand up now, it won't matter." He lunged toward Jay, eyes burning, ready to land the final blow. "This is your end." Kira tightened his grip on his sword, charging straight at Jay, letting out an evil, shrill hiss. "Die!" Jay gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling, but his feet felt like they were nailed to the ground, unable to move. Just as the blow was about to hit Jay, something suddenly blocked it, stopping him in his tracks. Kira's eyes widened in shock. Thunder had suddenly appeared, raising a hand encased in ice, stopping the blade mid-swing. He turned his head, brows furrowing in clear doubt. "How did you?" Seeing the underlings lying unconscious on the ground, Kira was stunned. One person had actually taken out all 5 of them. He tightened his grip on his sword and roared, "Ice!" Immediately, a layer of frost covered the blade. Kira gasped, his eyes wide with absolute shock, as he saw his sword tip completely coated in frost. Sensing the situation was unfavorable, he immediately backed away to keep a safe distance. Jay struggled to stand up, despite the pain racking his entire body. Surprised that he had been saved, Thunder spoke softly. "Rest for now. Leave the rest to me." He warned, "Be careful. That guy's weapon is made from the shell of an arachnid spirit. It's not just sharp and deadly, it also carries a neurotoxin. If you get hit, your whole body will go numb." His voice was ice cold. The reply was a firm acknowledgement. "I know." Thunder launched himself forward like an unstoppable arrow. "If that's the case, let's end this quickly." Kira kept throwing attacks, while he effortlessly dodged with lightning-fast movements. Moments later, Thunder raised his fist, preparing to land a decisive counterattack behind his back. Kira turned, his lips curling into a devious, wicked smile. "I knew it." He pulled out a long, sharp spear and swung it, a powerful strike sending him flying backward. Thunder landed on the ground. "That's annoying. That troublesome weapon can change its shape too." Worry was evident on his face. His armor was shattered, and his gloves couldn't withstand any more. "If I take one more hit, it's over. I have to get my sword back." Suddenly, Jay's voice rang out from behind him. "Hey, Redhead!" He tossed his sword toward Thunder. "Need a weapon? You can borrow my treasure for a bit." He reached out and caught the sword firmly. Holding the sword, Thunder turned pale as he felt the abnormal weight of the blade. It was beyond his limit. He dropped the sword, and it slammed into the ground with a loud clang. Thunder has to admit, that's one heavy treasure, huh? Jay laughed. It's a bit heavy, but I think you can still lift it. He lifted the sword high, a surge of power erupting around him. That goes without saying. If I couldn't lift this, we'd both be dead. Jay's sword collided with Kira's long spear, creating a powerful shockwave that rippled through the air. He gripped the spear tightly, but it was useless. My long spear is the bane of heavy weapons like that. A teasing smile played on Thunder's lips, his eyes sparkling with provocation. Is that so? He coated the entire sword in ice and flashed a confident smile. Then how about this? Kira's expression shifted, his eyes wide in absolute panic. What? Thunder struck with force, the icy blade slicing the long spear in his hands in two. His face showed clear satisfaction, as if he had achieved exactly what he wanted. Sharp ice shards swirled in the air, while Kira could only stare, mouth agape in astonishment, completely overwhelmed by the sight. Thunder channeled all his power, eyes blazing, and lunged at him like an unstoppable arrow. The energy from his attack exploded like thunder, tearing through the air and striking Kira directly, making him scream in agony. As Thunder took down his opponent in a final blow, Jay laughed. Not bad, kid. The long, scythe-like ice sword struck the ground, the earth shattering with every movement. Thunder gritted his teeth, struggling to stand despite his entire body aching, having poured almost all his strength into that final move. If I fail. After a moment, he quickly ordered the system to extract mana. Looking at the screen in front of him, Thunder pondered. Is this because of the shadow plague? Suddenly, his eyes flicked to the vial lying on the ground. After he drank that stuff, the energy around him turned pitch black, just like some people from the Dark Guild. His gaze rested on Kira's mask, lying abandoned among the debris. Theoretically, the Pure Blood Guild and the Dark Guild were two different organizations. But how could members of the Pure Blood Guild get their hands on this suspicious drug? Could there be some complicated connection behind the scenes? Suddenly, the system chimed to announce that Thunder had unlocked a new skill, another one. He thought to himself, come to think of it, every time I escape the gates of hell, I unlock a new skill. Is this how I gain new powers? He knelt down beside Kira's corpse, lying still on the ground. The urgent task now was to deal with these bodies. Thunder picked up the vial and observed it coldly. Found it. Sure enough, this stuff didn't just appear by chance. Someone is mass-producing it. He tightened his grip on the vial, and flames erupted from his other hand. Right now, the entire academy was filled with hidden dangers. Even if Winford and the Knights were trustworthy, the people around them couldn't be fully trusted. Who knows? Maybe this drug was being produced right inside the academy. With eyes as cold as ice, he didn't hesitate to throw the vial into the raging fire. The darkness had crept deep into the academy, but the students were still completely unaware. This meant someone in leadership was intentionally covering it up, possibly the head knight or the 6 elders. The quiet night was illuminated by a shimmering silver moon, casting its light across the vast space. He pulled Dee's sword back. Thanks for the sword. Are you still okay? He replied gently. No need to be so formal. I'm not dying just yet. Dee took the sword, thinking, looks like my treasure suits you well. Are you actually a magic caster? Thunder replied indifferently. Let's just say I know a little bit. He laughed and said, that's still so cool. I've never seen a mage fight like you. Suddenly, he folded his arms. If there's a chance later, I'll explain. For now, I hope you can keep my secret. Dee replied with certainty. Of course. You even taught me just now. He placed a hand over his heart, his face filled with sincere and heartfelt determination. From now on, my life is yours. Whatever you do in the future, I will always stand by your side. Thunder. That won't be necessary. Thunder immediately pointed to the magical beast behind him. Let Nova take you to the infirmary. You should get treated before the main matches start. Dee couldn't believe it. You can even summon magical beasts? His face suddenly turned pale. I want to defeat you again. That's ridiculous. Getting onto Nova's back, Dee asked. Don't you need treatment? No need. Thunder waved his hand, dismissing the concern. My constitution is quite unique. I'll be fine by tomorrow. Before leaving, he instructed Nova to take the secluded path to avoid being seen by others. The morning sky was clear, and the gentle sunlight spread everywhere like a warm blanket. The shopkeeper's voice rang out. Take your time, sir. Just come pick it up this evening. I guarantee your armor will be as good as new. At the weapon shop, Thunder stepped out with his hands in his pockets. All right, I got it. There was whispering around him. Isn't that the red-haired brat who competed yesterday? Keep your voice down. Didn't you see how ruthless he was yesterday? Don't start any trouble. He turned his head, his gaze sweeping over his surroundings. Humans really are tedious. Thunder's footsteps echoed heavily, creating a steady rhythm in the space. He gently pulled the cloth covering the mirror, his eyes focused on the reflection within. Like this. Thunder tapped the screen, activating the transformation effect to test his new magic. His body was gradually covered by a brilliant light, radiating power. A completely different-looking Thunder appeared, his gaze sharp and his figure exuding newfound strength. Scene change. 3 figures walked through the campus chatting. Natalie asked, "The hunting mission isn't finished yet. Are we still going to watch the match tomorrow?" Emma replied, "Of course we are. We can do the mission whenever. The Academy tournament only happens once a year." Layla agreed. "Even if we aren't qualified to participate this year, we might be able to next year, right? We have to get familiar with the process," Emma added excitedly. Watching the second-year Academy matches, they look pretty strong, actually. "The finals will definitely be intense," Ella replied. "Exactly. Most importantly, the noble families will be interested in seeing which knights are talented. This will become our goal to strive for." Seeing Natalie quiet, Ella turned around. "Hey, are you even listening to us?" Emma also asked. "Huh? Where are you looking?" She blushed. "That person." Thunder walked by coldly, ignoring the cheers of some girls. "So cool," he thought to himself. "Each transformation costs 5 magic points. Given my current mana," Thunder stood still, his gaze distant. "As long as I'm not fighting, I can maintain it for at least 8 hours." He mused, his face seemingly veiled in shadow. "That's good. It will be much more convenient to act alone in the future." Still, something made Thunder uneasy, despite his thoughts. Suddenly, he was surrounded by many invitations. "This adventurer looks like someone who frequently takes on dangerous missions. I have some high-quality healing potion. 1 jar for 998 silver coins. Take 1. It'll guarantee you a safe journey. Boss, I have a batch of quality dried meat, air-dried for 3 months. It won't spoil for half a year. Perfect for rations." Others were even recommending hotels. "Sir, you don't look like you're from around here. Did you come to see the Academy tournament too? Our hotel has rooms with a view of the arena at a reasonable price. You should go ahead and book a room at our hotel. Where do you want to go, buddy? Let us take you on a tour." Thunder felt helpless. It seemed like things weren't as simple as they looked. The crowd was still buzzing. "Oh, come on, don't push, don't push. We're all here to do business. Let's just be considerate of one another." His expression darkened as he shifted into a simple disguise. "Have the gestures and words of humanity really changed this much toward me? This world is truly full of hypocrisy, and it's depressing." Thunder's gaze scanned the space before unexpectedly locking onto Slavia. He gently signaled for her to step closer. "Slavia, are you zoning out?" "Thunder is stuck in the crowd, let's make some room." Slavia looked surprised. "Were you just calling me?" She wondered if they had met somewhere before. He suddenly realized his mistake. He had been in too much of a hurry and forgotten. Thunder spoke awkwardly. "I know you're one of the upgraded competitors. You're a member of the Song family, right? It's a pleasure to meet you here. I'm really looking forward to your match tomorrow," she replied politely. "Thank you. I hope to do well too." Slavia asked with a smile. "You know my family? If you don't mind me asking, what is your name?" Hearing the question, Thunder instantly froze, stiffening on the spot, unable to utter a word. He remembered the scene of him flying in the sky. It was him, a dragon. "It's here! It's here! It's here! Run!" Back then, he went by the name Zen. Slavia waved her hand gently, pulling him back from the thoughts consuming his mind. Thunder chuckled and replied, "Sorry, my name is Nest. Nest." She smiled kindly. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Nest." As they walked together, he asked, "By the way, where are you headed next?" Slavia replied, "I wanted to stop by the weapon shop to adjust the weight of this sword." Thunder thought to himself, "Perfect. I was going to the weapon shop too. Would hanging out with Slavia be too conspicuous?" Then he suggested, "Would you mind if I tagged along? I also wanted to look for a new suit of armor." She agreed immediately, saying it was no problem. He looked at her shining blade. "Was this forged from a high-level spirit beast?" Slavia replied, "It was made using the fins of a tiger fish. One night, someone from my family just brought it to me and told me to use it for the tournament. It really wasn't necessary to go through all that trouble." Thunder mused silently. Is this the kind of resources a prestigious family has? If a child from an ordinary family were to try and get equipment like this, they'd have to struggle for years, she asked with a smile. "Mr. Nest, you're an adventurer, aren't you? You must visit dangerous places quite often?" He rolled his eyes. "I guess you could say that. Sometimes, I have to go to the borderlands for missions," Slavia said with admiration. "That's amazing. I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to visit places like that. Ever since I was little, my family wouldn't let me do anything dangerous." Her eyes flashed with sadness. "Once I graduate from the academy, I'll probably have to return home and won't be able to go anywhere. I really admire free adventurers." Hearing that, Thunder's expression turned cold. Free adventurers. Huh. You might be disappointed. No one on this land is truly free. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shook everything around them. Slavia asked, confused. What happened? The crowd started fleeing in a panic. Fire! There's a fire! Without hesitation, they both rushed toward the blaze. Let's go take a look. The innkeeper wailed in agony. My rooms! My rooms! Someone else screamed. The inn is on fire! Slavia asked in a panic. What's going on? A man in front replied. A carriage stopped near the inn. It looked like a merchant with a load of spirit beasts, and it suddenly caught fire. Thunder asked, The merchant, where is he? The man replied, I don't know. He was probably taken to the hospital. Someone shouted, Ma'am, don't go near there. A woman looked into the fire, heartbroken. My children! My 2 children are still inside. Slavia immediately lunged forward. Darn it, we have to save them. Thunder immediately grabbed her shoulder. What do you think you're doing? You can't go in there. Slavia turned back with a determined look. But I can't just stand by and watch them die. He stepped forward. Let me go instead, she asked anxiously. What? But you'll get burned. Thunder reassured her. Don't worry, I know a little ice magic. With a single gesture, he summoned an ice-cold layer that covered the area. As the ice dissipated, she realized he was a mage. The fire raged violently, the stifling heat consuming everything in its path. Thunder dashed forward like the wind. Darn it, I need to hurry. If I run out of magic, I'll be exposed. Sweat rolled down his forehead. He clenched his jaw, unable to hide his discomfort from the searing heat. He saw the 2 children trembling on the rooftop. Don't move, just stay there. A loud explosion echoed as the fire intensified, blowing debris and rubble into the air like a rain of fire. A large stone suddenly flew through the air, heading straight for a panicked civilian below. A figure reached out, and instantly, a stream of clear water gathered. Water coil! The person shouted, their voice ringing out through the smoke and fire, saving the civilian from the stone. Split! Slavia turned back, her face beaming with joy. He smiled warmly and replied, Long time no see, little sister. Amidst the sea of fire, Thunder shielded the 2 children and stepped out, ignoring the scorching heat. Seeing that, the mother immediately ran over, her eyes filled with relief. My babies! My children! Slavia asked Thunder. Are you okay? You handed the children over to their mother? I'm fine. And I confirmed there's no one else inside. A voice rang out. You did a clean job, brother. He glanced over. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help, she asked. Who are they? They replied. Coming. We're coming. One teased. You're too slow, brother. We couldn't keep up. Seeing her, he quickly greeted her. Long time no see, little sister. You all are here too? Immediately, all 3 chanted in unison. Water coil. Spirit stream. Once finished, the innkeeper hurried over to thank them. Thank you all for stepping in and controlling the fire before the authorities arrived. No lives were lost. It's nothing, just a small matter. If you want to thank anyone, thank that mage. He turned back to look around. Slavia, where did he go? She replied, I don't know. He was just here a second ago. Elsewhere, Thunder panted heavily, his exhaustion plain to see. The system chimed, magic power at 12%, running low. He sighed in relief. That was close. Thunder looked at the system. This is great. I finally understand, he said excitedly while looking at the screen. So this is how I gain new energy. Thunder raised his hand, creating a void, summoning secondary spatial magic that could store items freely. When I split my consciousness to take action, the gear on the avatar can all be stored inside. He reached up and adjusted his collar. As for this magic, Mana Resonance Thunder remembered using it to save countless people in distress. It was just that back then, his mana was practically infinite. He reached behind his back and slipped his sword into his pouch. It might not be a huge achievement yet, but in the future, this will be essential. Thunder quietly stepped out of the purple space. No matter which way the future leads, I must build my own army if I want to change this world. This magic will be the stepping stone I need to expand my ranks. As long as I have enough magic value, everyone who follows me can become powerful. He walked in silence, thinking it over. Ever since I rescued those 2 kids from the fire, I realized it's not just about defeating strong opponents to get system rewards. Suddenly, Thunder's eyes turned unshakably firm. The key is saving lives. He was puzzled. It's strange though. Did I get 2 spells this time because I saved those 2 kids? But before, when I fought that Minotaur, several people were in critical danger, yet I only received 1 spell. What on earth determines the amount of magic I unlock? At the Academy's ceremonial hall, Thunder cupped his chin in thought. Unless, is it only when I rescue people on the verge of death? I'll have to test this theory when I get the chance. He looked at the crowd in front of him and sighed to himself. Huh? Why are so many people pushing? Jan smiled and said, everyone's families are here. Kyo took a deep breath. It's okay, big guy. We're family, too. Ko stood alone in the corner of the room, arms crossed, staying silent amidst the laughter. Slavia teased them. Honestly, you guys didn't even give a heads up. The kids are already so tall now. Matho crossed his arms and laughed. We wanted to surprise her. Mok patted her head. That's right, it's been 2 years since we last met. Just meeting normally would be a bit boring. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed red. Huh? Why are you asking? Did you see your friend? Just then, Slavia softly called out to him. Thunder, raise your hand and say hi. Hi, Mai teased. That's the kid who knocked out his opponent in the very first round. That's Thunder. Slavia keeps mentioning him. Matho mused. I was wondering what kind of lucky kid he was. She shouted defensively. Huh? Did I? Really? She put her arm around Thunder. Big brother. Thanks for taking care of my little sister. Let's take some time to get to know each other. He looked at Mike, confused. Huh? She yelled. Mai Slavia blushed as she explained. I'm so sorry. Thunder felt Mai was a bit too extroverted. They are my older brothers. Matho stepped forward and extended a hand. Even though I don't care for this kid's style, in the end, if he's someone my sister cares about, I should at least be polite. I am Slavia's brother, Matt. Take care of my sister from now on, she shouted embarrassedly. Brother, I can take care of myself. As soon as his hand touched Thunder's, he could feel how immense this human was. The magic within him felt like a bottomless pit. He suddenly said, Slavia has had the bearing of a leader since she was born. I feel like, more often than not, it's us who are taken care of by her. Everyone laughed loudly. Oh, my, she continued the introductions. This is my second brother, John, and my third brother, Jack. They both serve in the military. Jack extended a hand to greet him. John also greeted Thunder warmly. It's a pleasure. Next, Slavia introduced Mike. He's Mike. He currently studies at Jonin Academy. He smiled and greeted him. Nice to meet you, brother. Hope you win your match. That way, we can meet again at the nation's tournament. Thunder's jaw dropped. Jonin Academy? He asked. Do you happen to know a girl named Ami? Mok wondered. Huh? Do you have a friend studying there too? He cupped his chin, trying to recall. Ami? I don't know her that well. Jonin Academy and the Pharaoh departments are just like a massive city, Thunder said, looking worried. Her full name is Ami Bluebird. She recently passed away in a incident. If you hear any news about her, Mike replied awkwardly. I'm really sorry. I don't know much about that. Whenever I get back, I'll ask around for you. If I find anything, I'll have Slavia tell you. Thunder spoke up, visible disappointment on his face. Is that so? I see. Thank you anyway. Matho interrupted. All right, time is running out. I have some business with Chief Knight Slavia. Everyone else, go get some rest. John turned back to instruct them. Do your best in the match tomorrow. We'll be at the arena on time. Slavia waved goodbye. Sure, Thunder and I will head back now once the tournament is over. I'll find time to take you all on a tour. Just before leaving, Matho suddenly turned around, his gaze sweeping over him. Unexpectedly, his face darkened, and he asked coldly, Mai, you weren't telling the truth earlier, were you? He stammered. That's right, brother. I really don't know much about that girl. What do you think? Matho's eyes were cold. I think so too. This kid is both strong and dangerous. He's not even afraid of us. He watched Thunder and Slavia's backs. Most importantly, I can't read what he's thinking. Mike asked anxiously. Should we avoid getting too close to him? Matho advised quietly. Keep your distance for now and see how things unfold. On the day of the final, in the contestants' lounge, Kyo asked, her voice tinged with teasing. Nervous? Tan chuckled and replied, a little. Right then, Slavia spoke up, her voice tinged with anxiety. What should I do? My match against D is in the first round. In her restlessness, she asked Thunder, I'm incredibly nervous right now. Do I look terrible? Thunder reassured her, just be yourself. Don't think about the match results too much. Then, suddenly, Slavia said, Thunder, honestly, I really hope I can participate in the nation's tournament. She bowed her head. As you can see, I was born into a family of mages. My brothers are all mages. I'm the only one without any magical talent. For a moment, her eyes became sad. I can't forget the look of disappointment on my parents' faces. Thunder was momentarily stunned before asking in surprise, Slavia, do you really want to win the match that badly? Slavia spoke firmly, her face still slightly flushed. I want to prove my worth to them. I want to prove myself and become an elite knight, just like my brothers. Then he firmly grabbed her hand and pulled her along. Fine, follow me. Slavia could only feel flustered, her cheeks glowing red like ripened fruit. Huh? Kyo turned back and asked, Hey, where are you guys going? The match is about to start. From the other side, they kept teasing. Just minutes before the match, and you want to enjoy some alone time? A dim light bathed the space, creating a scene that was both quiet and dreamlike. Thunder said slowly, Slavia, I can lend you my power for a bit, but I hope that from now on, when I need it, you can become my strength. Her cheeks flushed pink. She shyly called his name, her voice trembling with emotion. Thunder beamed, and she smiled happily, her eyes shining like awakened stars. I agree to become your strength. I've always wanted that. Hearing her answer, he placed a hand on Slavia's shoulder. I know. Suddenly, her body began to glow. This was Thunder instructing her. When you need to, you can use my aura, but only for 10 minutes at most. If you go past that time, it will cause damage to your body. Slavia nodded quickly. I understand. She thought. Thunder is someone who can take and lend power to others. I've never seen anyone capable of using this skill, nor have I even heard of this kind of magic. Her face turned bright red, the flush spreading across her fair skin. Just how many secrets does he have? The scene shifted to the bustling arena. All contestants, please enter the ring. The match is about to begin. The final is starting now. The first match features Jay. That should be interesting. His opponent is a second-year female student. I wonder if Jay will go easy on her. The screen displayed images of Slavia and Jay. The first match was Slavia versus Jay. You may use any weapons or equipment in this match. 2 Grand Knights will serve as referees. Slavia gripped her shield, stepping forward with determination. If either side is dealt a fatal blow, the Grand Knights will do their best to stop the match and judge the outcome. Just then, Jay appeared, and the referee shouted, the atmosphere turning electric. Next, will both contestants please take their positions? Manch was worried. Mary replied with a steady expression. Do you guys think Slavia can? Of course she can win. Slavia will definitely do it. You all know what she's capable of. Tan agreed with Manch. That's all well and good, but the opponent is Jay. Look at that muscular body. He's like a buffalo. Hearing that, Thunder crossed his arms. Tan wasn't wrong. He was clearly severely injured before, but now he looks like he's fully recovered, he mused. Even though he had shared his power with Slavia, if she wanted to win, she would have to. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. Huh? He waved his hand, startling Thunder. Boss, are you planning on losing to that girl? He cursed under his breath. What is that idiot doing? Jay wouldn't be quiet. Hey boss, can you hear me? Tan turned his head. Hey, Thunder, is he calling you? Someone wondered why he was shouting at a second-year student. Boss, who is Jay talking to? Jay continued to shout. Boss, can you hear me? Thunder, Thunder. He was getting annoyed. Stop yelling nonsense and focus on the match. Tan was shocked. He really was calling him. Jay put his hands on his hips, looking excited. That's all I needed to hear. I'll give it my all. After that, Jay pointed his sword at Slavia. Sorry, girl. I thought you were the boss's girlfriend or something, and I was planning to go a little easy on you. She felt startled. I'm not. We're just good friends, and I don't need you to go easy on me anyway. Just then, the referee shouted, Match start! Jay charged in immediately. Then I won't hold back. He slammed his sword into the ground, the impact shattering the earth and sending debris flying everywhere. That's a powerful attack. She watched Jay's strikes and worried. Even with her shield, she didn't think she could withstand them. Slavia calculated silently. If she tried to block head-on, her arms would break. Without hesitation, Jay lunged, his sword cutting through the air straight toward her. Here I come. With lightning-fast reflexes, Slavia leaped, her body light as a feather, dodging the descending blade. She furrowed her brow, calculating every move. Jay has infinite strength, but every place has a flaw. Whether it's a trap or not, I have to try. She struck, her sword touching Jay's back, but it didn't cause any damage. Slavia stared in disbelief. How is that possible? My sword couldn't even pierce his skin. Jay's sword collided with her shield, sparks flying in the intense struggle. She had no choice. Slavia silently apologized to Thunder in her heart. Sorry, Thunder. I have to borrow your power. The shield cracked, no longer providing protection. Slavia swiveled gracefully, taking to the air to dodge the next strike. She landed smoothly, her feet touching the ground like a warrior ready for the next step. A fierce aura erupted around Slavia. 10 minutes. Only 10 minutes. Jay's smile was radiant, full of excitement and thrill. Oh, the aura has changed. This is getting interesting. She quickly pieced the broken shield shards together, transforming them into a sharp, powerful weapon. Slavia launched the shield like an arrow and dashed forward behind it, her eyes sharp and determined. Jay swung his sword to parry the shield. The sound of clashing metal echoed throughout the arena. "Come on!" Slavia zipped forward like a bolt of lightning, her speed making the space seem frozen. Too fast. However, Jay still calmly raised his sword. "That's nowhere near enough to touch me." Faster than a flash, she glided past his flank and disappeared behind him, creating an unpredictable surprise. Jay's eyes widened, reflecting deep shock and confusion. "What?" She zipped past him like a gust of wind, catching him off guard so badly he felt a heat radiating from his gut throughout his body. Jay stood frozen, his eyes bulging as if they might pop out. How did this happen? He grinned with excitement at the turn of events. It was thrilling to watch. Cherry's eyes went wide. "Harry, did you see that? Someone actually managed to hurt him." He smiled slightly, not expecting the girl to be so strong. "I thought only Thunder among the second years was capable of this. Seems like I underestimated them." The entire stands erupted in chaos. "Well done, I declare Slavia my goddess." Her brothers cheered for her. "Hooyah, that's awesome. Beat that big lug. That's a bit much." It just started. The kid hasn't even used his real moves yet. Her performance was good. It really surprised him. "I never expected her to fight with such agility. Seems like she's well suited to be a knight." Tan saw this and asked worriedly, "What was that?" Slavia's beautiful strike only scratched him slightly. He replied, "That guy's body is built like steel." Slavia analyzed in her head. Jay's body was too strong. Borrowing Thunder's energy could only injure him slightly. However, he relied too much on his physical strength and didn't focus on guarding his weak points, so there were still many gaps. She calculated that she only needed to stab the injured spot a few more times to have a chance. Immediately after, Slavia struck with another powerful blow. The stands are buzzing again. He's slashing. He's slashing again. N gritted his teeth, looking back at Slavia with eyes full of determination and zero tolerance. His sword swung down with immense force, but she skillfully dodged, causing the ground to shake from the impact. Slavia was resolute in her heart. "This time, I have to rip open his wound." Suddenly, she felt dizzy. Her vision blurred for a moment, signaling that her time was up. Thunder stood still, arms crossed over his chest, his eyes full of regret. "Too bad. Time's up." Even so, Slavia still tried to struggle to her feet. "Just a little more," she thought. "Just a little more." Day powerfully knocked the sword from her hand, sending the weapon flying far away. With one decisive motion, he lunged the sword toward her with great force. "It's over!" Mary anxiously called her name, her voice trembling as if she couldn't suppress her unease. "Slavia!" In the tense moment, Winford immediately stepped in to block it. "That's enough for now." Day quickly stopped. "Sorry, I got too excited and lost track. It's been a long time since I've met a girl this talented." Immediately after, Winford announced the result to the entire arena. "The winner is Jerly Manch." With a sigh of regret, someone muttered, "Slavia was already that good? Being able to trade blows with Jay is enough to be recognized as the best." "It's truly a shame," Mary comforted. "It's okay. Even though she lost this time, I believe by the time she reaches the third year, she will definitely be able to surpass him." Then, an announcement suddenly rang out. "Next match, Thunder versus Kira. Please, contestants, take your positions." I felt nervous. "Is it already Thunder's turn for the next match? I thought I'd be near the end." She cheered. "Thunder, go for it." He replied, Yeah. Deep down, he thought, Kira won't show up, but I still have to go out there just to go through the motions." Day looked at Thunder and remarked with admiration, "Boss, your friend is quite strong." He replied, "Right? I think so too." The entire audience was in an uproar. "Contestant Kira, has contestant Kira arrived yet? If he's here, get on the stage." "Huh? What's going on? Did he oversleep? What is this? Is he afraid?" "What a disgrace to the third-year students," Cherry suddenly asked Harry. "Hey, have you seen Kira lately? It feels like he hasn't been seen since before the Academy tournament." He agreed. "Yeah, now that you mention it, it's been a long time since I've seen him." People began to lose patience. "Hey, are you fighting or not? If not, get out of here. You're wasting time. Who even is Kira? Is he really that arrogant, making so many people wait for him?" Afterward, the referee announced that Kira could not attend due to personal reasons and was disqualified from this match. Thunder stood there, waiting for the victory. Everyone was immediately outraged. Was this rigged? Cheating. Cheating. They might as well just hand the championship to that kid already. Matho expressed his regret. "It seems we won't get to see that kid in action." Mock sighed in boredom. I actually wanted to study someone who might be my future opponent. Then, the next match. Hoan Dao versus Toucan. Joyous said clingily, "What should I do? What should I do? I've never fought separately from Lady since we were kids. I have no idea how to act. We've done everything together since we were little. We even used the same toothbrush." Tan heard that and yelled, "Shut your mouth already. Why are you so disgusting?" Thunder suggested, "Let me go check on Slavia's condition." Mary teased him with a smile. "Remember to ask after her for me." Kyo chimed in, "Brother, you're the real winner in life. I want to be in a relationship too." Kay was speechless. These guys were actually in the top 10 of the second year? As he walked, he felt worried. I hope Slavia isn't too badly hurt. I need to get my power back soon. Entering the room, seeing her there, Thunder asked worriedly, "Slavia, are you okay?" Slavia turned away. I'm sorry, Thunder. Even with your help, I still lost the match." He spoke softly to comfort her. "Slavia, you gave it your all." She was teary-eyed. I'm so useless." Thunder tried to comfort her, saying that guy was just a monster, that's all. Suddenly, Slavia avoided his gaze by turning her face away. "Thunder, I know you want to comfort me, but that's no excuse for my losing the match. What if it were one of those powerful magical beasts we met outside in the forest? If I can't protect everyone, then what's the point?" Tho was suddenly silent. The whole space seemed to freeze in that moment. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "You can't protect everyone forever, Slavia, no matter how strong you become." With tears streaming down her face, Slavia turned back, her look filled with choked emotion. "But, at least I hope I can protect our team, and you as well." Thunder mused. "Slavia's strength is barely half of mine, yet she still wants to protect everyone." He placed his hand on her shoulder. "I always keep my distance from you all, precisely because I hope you won't need me to protect you. I want to take back the power I lent you." Slavia agreed. "Okay." Immediately, Thunder reclaimed the power he had lent her. "I've failed once before. I don't want to experience that again." Afterward, he turned to leave. "All right, get some rest and recover first. Don't think too much. Matho and the others are all worried about you." Slavia replied, "Okay, thank you everyone." Thunder suddenly lowered his voice as if carrying an unspoken weight. "Oh, and besides, the light shone on Thunder's face. You don't need to protect everyone." Before leaving, he raised his hand to say goodbye. "That's my job." Slavia blushed, her lips pressed tight, clearly trying to hide her embarrassment. The entire arena was buzzing. "Incredible. I didn't think the second year could win. This is a real victory." Thunder turned back and asked, "I won? Who is it?" Winford raised his hand and declared, "I announce the winner of this match is Kyo." He laughed and said, "Don't forget, you owe me a date." Serena blushed. "Yeah, but can you take the shackles off first?" Tho looked on in disbelief. Kyo winning wasn't strange, but a date? Finally, the referee's voice rang out. "The next match. Kay versus Harry. Will both contestants please enter the arena?" People started whispering. "Kay is the top-ranked student on our side, right? If that redhead could win, this match with Jack is nothing to be excited about." "No, Jack. That guy Harry is usually very humble." The noise continued all around, but I heard he's the son of the great Night Master Demb. "Really? I thought Demb only had that arrogant son named Sebastian." "Keep your voice down." Mary saw Thunder returning and smiled. "Oh, you're back. How's Slavia?" He replied, "Nothing to worry about, just a bit down." "How's the match going?" Manch answered, "The two Hoenn brothers and Lady D lost as expected. After they separated, even walking was difficult for them." He suddenly said with a shocked expression, "But I didn't expect Kyo to win." He even told his opponent that if he won, she had to go on a date with him. Tan yelled, "Is this the power of love?" Manch stood close to Thunder. "You're back just in time. The next match is Kay. Everyone is very interested in this one." He suddenly wondered, "Thunder, do you think Kay can win?" Thunder stammered, "To be honest, I don't know." Thunder remembered his first year I was crushed after fighting Harry. Ever since then, I haven't had a chance to face him again. Back then, even though he claimed to be ranked 50, Jack was definitely hiding his true strength. Thunder silently watched Kai's back. "Kai, for my sake, you have to win." On the other side, Kai was lost in thought, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. "I will win." The referee's voice echoed, the match began, and Harry and Kai rushed toward each other. In the middle of the arena, they clashed, their swords meeting with a shower of sparks. Harry was cold and steady, while Kai burned with fury, creating a tense showdown where neither would yield. Amidst the tension, Harry grinned as if to provoke Kai. He spoke loudly. "Is that all you've got? Why don't I feel anything at all?" In the breathtaking confrontation, Kai didn't dare to underestimate him. his brow furrowing as he thought about this guy. Then, just as Harry wanted, Kai swung his dual swords hard, forcing Harry back a few steps. He roared, "Then I won't hold back anymore." With shocking speed, Kai shouted and nimbly swung his sword toward Harry. Tan, standing next to Min, saw this and couldn't stop praising him. That guy ranked 53 is being pushed so hard by Kai. He really deserves to be the top among us. But Min replied coldly, "Is that so?" Thunder, on the other side, was also observing the battle between Harry and Kai. He warned, "Don't celebrate too soon. Harry hasn't even started fighting seriously yet." Sure enough, just as Thunder said, Kai quickly lost his advantage and had one of his swords knocked away. By now, the dust on the ground was slowly clearing. Harry stood there calmly. He taunted Kai. "How boring. Is that all the skill you have?" Kai didn't retort. He was already starting to tire, filled with doubt. Why? Why does attacking him feel like hitting a cotton ball? Then Kai gripped his remaining sword tight. He rushed toward Harry, thinking, that last strike clearly landed right on his face. Obviously, Harry easily dodged it again. He looked at Kai with contempt. "Are you really the strongest of the First Division? From what I see, that white-haired girl is stronger than you." Seeing that his attacks caused no damage to Harry, Kai exclaimed in surprise, "What?" As Kai was off balance from the missed strike, Harry channeled his strength, intending to land a kick on him. Luckily, Kai reacted fast, nimbly crouching and sliding forward. This seemed to be within Harry's expectations. He smirked and channeled power into his sword. The blade in Harry's hand was instantly covered in a blinding aura. For someone with a black belt, if you still can't sense sword aura, you're just wasting my time. Kai paused on the ground, Harry's words about sword aura echoing in his head. The two words reminded Kai of a lecture by Carden. He had mentioned something similar to him before. Thunder, Min, and Leo. What you call sword aura is just a way for people to visualize it. In reality, it's more like a type of perception. In the flashback, Kai asked in surprise, "Perception?" To answer Kai, Carden swung the sword in his hand forcefully, a streak of sword aura slicing through the air. He said at the same time, "When I swing my sword at that candle." As soon as he finished, the candle behind them flickered and went out, much to the surprise of Min and Leo. Carden's voice continued, "What would you think I was aiming for?" Min looked at the extinguished candle, his voice full of admiration. "That's amazing, we were all fooled." Thunder understood. "Does that mean you can predict the opponent's moves?" Carden held his cigar, exhaled a cloud of smoke, and spoke. "That's right, it gets better as you master your skills. Combine that with training your perception, and with a bit of natural talent, you might just feel it." Leo asked, "Huh? What? Does that mean there's no guarantee we'll feel it?" Carden continued, "Of course not. Many people don't even believe sword aura exists because they've never seen it and assume it's just a figure of speech used to describe it. Moreover, everyone's perception of the form of sword aura is different. How they describe it varies, so it's very hard to prove." Leo crossed his arms, pouting. "What? It's all pseudoscience." Kai had been listening to every word. He asked Carden, "When did those people first start sensing sword aura? I mean, there has to be some kind of basis for it, right?" Carden explained further. "Oh, that point is probably different for everyone." Carden's voice sounded mysterious. He revealed something unbelievable. It usually happens during moments between life and death. Back in reality, Kai had completely lost his advantage. He was like a punching bag, taking hit after hit from Harry. But Kai wasn't going to give up that easily. He quickly regained his balance and shouted, "Not enough." Hearing Kai say that, Harry followed up with a few more knee strikes. Even though he was in pain, Kai thought to himself, "Still, not enough." In the stands, Humphrey watched worriedly, thinking it wouldn't be good if this continued. This is supposed to be a duel between knights. Why do they look like primitives? JPY comforted him from the side. "Elder Humphrey, this is only the beginning. Don't worry, with the chief knight here, it won't cause any extra trouble for your hospital." On Thunder's side, Tan was equally worried. "Damn it, if they keep fighting like this, is that guy trying to force Kai to give up?" Mary softly called out Kai's name. Contrary to everyone else, Thunder showed no emotion. He calmly said, "No." Below in the arena, Kai stood up again with determined eyes. It was as if Thunder was speaking for his heart. He will absolutely not give up. Amidst the dust swirling from their movements, Harry walked slowly in front of Kai. "At least I'll admit you're good at taking a hit." Pausing for a moment, he scanned Kai's body with a curious look. "Do you still not intend to give up?" As for Kai, his body was covered in wounds, yet he stood still. His eyes were full of determination. Suddenly, Harry widened his eyes, raised his sword high, and a powerful sword aura radiated out. He said in a low voice, "Then I won't waste any more time." With that, Harry decisively swung his sword at Kai in a fierce strike. Is this the end? But Kai remained motionless where he stood, breathing heavily, only his resolute eyes shining bright. Facing the terrifying power of that strike, Kai calmly closed his eyes. Darkness instantly surrounded him, and all he could hear were chaotic sounds, his friends' shouts. "Kai, look out! Move! Hurry! He's coming for you!" "Kai, fight back!" There was cheering, but it wasn't for him. He won, the chief knight. It's over. Suddenly, the darkness before his eyes faded away, and a golden streak of sword aura appeared before Kai. He told himself, "I'm close. I haven't seen what I need yet." Kai quickly widened his eyes. It seemed the result of the match was becoming harder to predict. At this moment, Kai did something that left the watching elders, Tan, Manch, and Cherry all stunned. It turned out that Kai had managed to block Harry's sword strike, a move that required 2 blocks with just a single sword. Everyone gasped in disbelief. He actually blocked it. Carden, standing in the corner, breathed a sigh of relief, finally allowing himself to relax. That was, too close looks like, I don't need to step in. The match continued, with Harry pouring his full strength into a flurry of strikes toward Kai. Now, streaks of yellow light appeared before Kai's eyes. He dodged the attacks while thinking, "Not bad. I can see it now." Kai calmly observed where Harry's sword was moving and where the swordshi slashes were slicing through the air. Kai was satisfied. This was exactly what swordshi was. At that moment, he wasn't just easily dodging Harry's attacks, he was also seizing the opportunity to find an opening for a counterattack. Very quickly, that chance arrived. Kai lunged forward with agility. Harry was caught off guard and couldn't even speak. What? In the blink of an eye, Kai had turned the tide. He was now the one holding his blade to his opponent's throat. However, even with a sword at his neck, Harry remained unnervingly calm. He said, "Not bad. You've actually caught my interest now." But Kai didn't dare to lower his guard. He tilted his head and replied, "Is that so? But I still despise you as much as ever." Just then, the referee's whistle signaled the end of the match. "I declare the winner of this match to be Kai Bluebird." Tan shouted in joy. "That's amazing! Kai won!" Manch raised his hand excitedly. "Well done." Thunder looked at him happily. "Kai, the match is over." Harry prepared to leave the arena. Kai suddenly called out to him. "Hey!" Harry responded. "Huh?" Then Kai turned around and voiced the doubt in his heart. "Did you do that on purpose? Just so I could feel the swordshi?" But Harry acted like he knew nothing. He quickly denied it. "I don't know what you're talking about." Even in defeat, Harry laughed heartily, his face beaming. "But I love fighting against the strong. The more people like that, the better." Behind him, Kai was even more confused upon hearing that. He muttered, "What a freak." Before he could finish his sentence, Kai collapsed face first onto the ground from exhaustion, his voice hesitant. Seeing this, Manch panicked and ran over. Kai Thunder quickly steadied everyone. "Don't worry. It's likely just exhaustion from burning through so much internal energy in a short time." To sense the trajectory of Harry's attacks, he had to expand his coverage of chi. If that last strike hadn't succeeded, Kai would have lost. Manch finally stopped worrying. "Is that so?" Thunder frowned. He dropped a surprise. "You should save your worrying for Kai's next match." As soon as he finished, the images of Mary and Cherry appeared on the big screen. The referee's voice rang out. "Next match, Mary versus Cherry. Will both contestants please enter the arena?" Mary gripped her weapon tightly. She cheered herself on. "Come on, I can do this." Manch looked over with worry. It's Mary's turn. As for Cherry, she was a muscular girl who looked quite arrogant. "That girl is an archer? Hey, lend me a bow and arrows, so no one says I'm bullying a lower-year student." Before Mary stepped out, Manch called after her to remind her, "Mary, that third-year student's physical stats look insane. You have to be careful." She smiled gently. "Yeah, thanks. Don't you worry." Seeing Manch so concerned for Mary, Tan teased, "Oh my, why do I smell the sour scent of love in the air?" Manch, of course, denied it. "I do not. Don't talk nonsense." On the arena floor, Cherry gripped her bow, looking at Mary with excitement. "Your name is Mary, right? I think I've heard of you. Knight Rotor said you were very special." Mary looked at the weapon in Cherry's hand and thought with surprise. Her weapon is a bow? That was clearly a white belt. But on the surface, she remained calm. "Is that so? I feel like I'm the most average person here." Cherry didn't want to waste any more time. "Then let's stop the small talk. Come at me." At that, the referee's voice echoed. "Mary versus Cherry. Begin." The match started. Mary didn't rush to use all her techniques. She fired an arrow to probe her. Let's test her strength first. Opposite her, Cherry also began to draw her bow. She looked at her opponent with a hint of disdain. Is this all the skill you have? Under Mary's shocked gaze, Cherry's arrow easily pierced through Mary's shot and zoomed straight at her. Mary seemed to have anticipated this. She nimbly dodged to the side. Looking at the mark on the arena floor, Mary silently praised her, as expected of one of the top 5 strongest third years. She can retaliate that easily. The audience was stunned, and the atmosphere suddenly became noisy. Did you see that? The arrow was shattered while still in midair? How could she hit such a small target? This is a basic skill for this level. But that third year, Cherry, doesn't look like a blue belt knight specializing in archery. Maybe it was just luck. Witnessing that, Mary decided to increase her power a little. She jumped high into the air, firing 2 arrows this time. But those 2 arrows were nothing to Cherry. She effortlessly crushed them and said loudly, "I think you were right. You really are the most average person." Because of what Rotor said, I had unrealistic expectations. Facing Cherry's mockery, Mary finally got angry and gave it her all. "You giant woman. Try taking this move. Let's see if you can shoot this one down too." But Cherry wasn't afraid at all. She raised her bow high. "You really underestimate me." Next, an arrow carrying terrifying power was released. It quickly clashed with Mary's arrow in midair. In the blink of an eye, Cherry's arrow pierced through Mary's and shot powerfully toward her. The sight left Mary stunned. She stood frozen in the air. What? Even when the arrow was inches from her face, Mary was still dazed, thinking, "My arrow, it was actually shot down." Seeing her standing still, a loud shout rang out from the stands. "Mary, dodge!" Hearing the shout, Mary finally snapped back to reality. She agilely dodged to the side, and the arrow embedded itself deep into the wall. Its terrifying speed caused an explosion that shook the entire arena. Mary observed the crack in the wall, cold sweat dripping down her forehead. She whispered to herself, "That was dangerous." Tan had been watching the whole time and couldn't help but feel scared. With that much power, that's no longer an arrow, that's clearly a cannonball. If she gets hit, she'll die. Meanwhile, Manch was thinking, on top of that, the speed is so fast that I can barely track the arrow's trajectory. A moment later, he turned to the side. "Thunder, do you think Mary can block that arrow?" Thunder's voice was hesitant as he replied, "Not for sure. Honestly, I think Mary should forfeit this match, because getting injured is inevitable." Hearing him say that, Manch repeated, "Forfeit." He already had the answer in his heart. Mary would never give up until the very end. On the arena, Mary quickly gathered her wits. She continued to aim, telling herself not to overthink it. She had to stay focused. Facing an opponent as strong as Cherry, Mary certainly didn't dare to let her guard down. She was tense, attacking and dodging while on the move. In the split second that Cherry let her guard down, Mary moved to her flank and fired while shifting. But Cherry quickly spotted her, blocked Mary's arrow, and remarked, "You're a clever little thing." Mary ignored Cherry. At this moment, the only thing she cared about was the hands pulling the bowstring toward the arrow, targeting her blind spot. "Is that so?" This seemed to amuse Cherry even more. She tilted her head and said something unexpected. "Come on, I've been waiting for this." Next, Cherry channeled all her strength into her arm, and a dazzling aura erupted around it. Cherry coldly declared, "The fun ends here." As the arrow on the drawn bow was released, Cherry arrogantly emphasized, "It's over." Seeing the situation, Thunder was startled and shouted, urging them to stop. "Man, you can't just sit there." He quickly drew his weapon and rushed toward the arena. Mary Winford grimaced, sprinting toward the arena with sheer anxiety written all over her face. Not good. Carden couldn't stay on the sidelines any longer either. He rushed over, thinking, "This is a disaster." Meanwhile, on Mary's side, her eyes were fixed on the sharp arrow carrying that blinding, powerful aura. Mary stood frozen in place, her eyes wide, her legs stiff with panic she couldn't dodge in time. It was too fast. Was she going to die? Just then, Manch arrived in the nick of time. He bravely used his sword to block the arrow. Mary called out to Manch in a panic. Tan, up in the stands, was even more horrified. His eyes widened as he shouted, "Man, when did he get over there?" At that moment, only a trail of smoke remained on the field, and no one could see what was happening inside it. Winford and Carden finally arrived at the scene. Winford asked urgently, "What's happened? Is he injured? Get a doctor here immediately, this is an emergency." Only Mary remained sitting there. She hugged Manch's body and burst into tears. "Manch, why did you block it for me?" "You fool," Manch, with the arrow pierced straight through his chest, spoke with great difficulty. Am I going to die?" Mary hurriedly denied it. "No, you won't die." As if to comfort Mary, Carden sat down beside her and patted her shoulder. "Don't worry, he missed the vital spots, he won't die. Let the doctors handle it from here. Afterward, Winfred announced the results of the match. Everyone went silent. I declare the winner of this match to be Cherry. Hearing this, she turned away, looking bored. People whispered to each other, "She's terrifying. I absolutely do not want to fight her." Another voice chimed in, "Aren't you afraid she'll hear you?" By now, Mary didn't care about anything else. She anxiously followed the stretcher carrying Manch. Winfred's voice echoed, reminding everyone. Also, due to contestant Manch's injury, he cannot continue the competition. Contestant Jasmine will automatically advance. I would like to remind everyone once again to prioritize safety and avoid unfortunate incidents. However, the tournament is not over yet. Now, let us proceed to the next match. They looked toward Jan. Jan, be careful. Safety is the most important thing. Kyo patted his back to encourage him. Go get him, big guy. Jan replied, Yeah, I'll do my best. At that moment, Kyo suddenly discovered something interesting. The one fighting Jan was also a big guy using twin maces. Now that he thought about it, why were the matches so similar? He looked at the previous bouts. Swords against swords, bows against bows. Thunder didn't seem very surprised. He calmly replied, Yeah, perhaps it's intentionally arranged that way. The World Tournament is a team competition. Only by having team members who can complement each other can they deal with various situations. Kyo nodded, understanding. So that's how it is. The announcement echoed throughout the arena. Contestants, take your positions. Tan excitedly asked. Thunder, do you think Jan has a chance to win this time? Thunder reassured him. Relax and watch the match. I think Yan will give us a surprise this time. Without making the audience wait any longer, the official announcement rang out. The match began. Gio looked excitedly at Jan, who was charging toward him, and smiled strangely. So soon? Are you already in range? Next, Gio agilely unleashed a treacherous move toward Jan. Seeing the incoming strike, Jan hurriedly dodged. Looking at the debris flying up after Gio's attack, he felt a bit shaken. That was dangerous. I almost fell for it. Now Jan didn't dare to act recklessly. He silently calculated in his head, waiting for the speed of the opponent's attacks to slow down. Suddenly, seeing his chance, Jan decisively used his twin blades to attack. This is the moment for a critical hit. But Gio didn't flinch. He quickly pivoted and stepped back. Standing opposite Jan, Gio stood straight up. He seemed quite intrigued by the boy. Not bad. You're much more agile than I thought, but let's see if you can try a few more times to leave a mark on my armor. Before he could finish his sentence, the state of the armor caught Gio's attention. A large crack had appeared on the chest piece. The crowd in the stands erupted in an uproar, gasping in astonishment. It cracked. The red-haired big guy broke the armor with just one blow. Someone else exclaimed, My God, what kind of power is that? Another person couldn't hide their skepticism. No way. I don't believe anyone other than those elites could do that. Afterward, Gio pulled out a mysterious purple potion. He laughed in a twisted way. Very well. Looks like I don't need to play with you anymore. Let's finish this quickly. Gio threw his head back, downed the entire bottle, and whispered, There's no room for failure in this match. The orders from that lord are absolute. You leave me with no other choice. Thunder, up in the stands, recognized the potion. He yelled in horror. He's drinking that stuff? No way. As the bottle dropped, a strange, dark aura emanated from Gio. He growled, Come on then. Before everyone's eyes, Gio's massive body was now enveloped in a thick layer of purple magical power. He shouted excitedly, Let's continue the fight. Jay saw this and gritted his teeth. That guy Gio Harry didn't understand and asked back, What's wrong, Jay? Using items is allowed during the match, isn't it? Although it might not be a good look, it didn't break any rules. Jay denied it. No, that's not the problem. After observing for a while, Jay looked toward where Thunder's group was standing, hoping for an answer. It's still incomplete, but I definitely recognize that aura. Boss, what are you planning to do? Thunder remained glued to the arena. He was extremely worried. Thunder silently calculated what to do. If I take action in front of so many people, it will definitely reveal Thunder's true power. Should I wait until Winfred discovers it? He quickly dismissed that thought, because down on the field, Gio was launching fierce attacks at Yan. But since they hadn't stepped in to stop it yet, it was clear they didn't realize how dangerous this thing was. Facing Gio's madness, Yan could only focus on defending himself for now. That only made Gio even more excited. Die. Seeing that things were going south, Thunder dove in. He couldn't wait any longer. Tan shouted in surprise, Thunder, what are you doing? Don't be reckless. Kyo, who was standing nearby, warned that Yan would be disqualified. Even Carden rushed out to stand in his way. Thunder, you aren't allowed to interfere in the match. But Thunder didn't plan on stopping. His hand reached for the weapon on his shoulder. I don't have time to explain. Just then, Thunder bolted past Carden, shouting, "Get out of the way!" Carden reflexively tried to grab Thunder's fist but took a hit that sent him spitting blood. Shock was written all over his face. This kid, he has this much power? Finally, Winford arrived. He looked at the scene and asked, "What's going on? What are you all doing?" "Thunder, get back to the stands." This seemed to be part of Thunder's plan. He shouted to Jai. "Jai, hurry!" Surprised by Thunder's plan, he simply blurted out, "Destroy him." Jai didn't hesitate, raising his sword high before jumping into the arena. "Got it, boss." With that, Jai poured all his strength into a lethal strike against the back of Gio's massive body. Die! Everyone was stunned. What's happening? Why is Jai acting crazy with that pink-haired guy? Winford stared in disbelief. "You guys are." But he quickly realized the issue, because right in front of him, Gio's body didn't show a single scratch. Jai gasped. "What?" Then, Gio turned around, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Gio gritted his teeth. He struck out at them without holding back. Gio barked, "You trash!" At this point, Winford rushed to announce, "Contestant Gio, stop your attack, or I will declare you disqualified." Despite his calm exterior, he started to suspect something. No way could this be. As if answering Winford's suspicion, Gio's face distorted. He roared, "Who cares about that?" His monstrous form now confirmed Winford's fears. He suddenly blurted out, "The Dark Plague!" It didn't stop there. Atho in the stands began to show strange symptoms too. The students watching nearby scrambled back, screaming, "Someone here is mutating too. It's Atho, and it's not over yet." On the other side, the bodies of Green and Coriodalis were also being consumed by that strange, dark aura. Everyone was in a panic. "What's going on? They're here too? It's contestant 53. This is terrifying." Carden couldn't believe it. Has the Dark Plague already infected this many people? But Thunder thought differently. He said it looked like a premeditated plan. Then Carden urged Winford, "Winford, hurry and protect the Elder. Get him out of here." Winford hesitated, but guessing what Winford was worried about, Joyous, Lady, Keo, and Tan jumped out from behind Carden. Carden reassured Winford, "The Elder's safety is the priority. These students will help me. I'm worried this will turn into a full-blown riot." Seeing that, Winford finally turned to leave, his voice echoing in the space. "All right, I understand. Be careful." Meanwhile, Jan couldn't hold on any longer. Under Gio's terrifying spin, he was sent flying. As the big guy fell, Thunder shouted worriedly, "Damn it, Knight, how are your injuries?" Carden flexed his shoulder and replied, "A small wound like this won't stop me. Thunder, save him." Just then, Atho, Green, and Coriodalis landed in front of Thunder. She smirked, "Keep dreaming." This situation made it impossible for him to move forward. 3 infected, all third-year powerhouses, these would be tough to deal with. Luckily, his 3 friends arrived just in time. Tan swung his weapon onto his shoulder and said confidently, "Tho, you go help the big guy." Joyous and Lady added, "We've got this. Go." Tan fixed a steady gaze on his opponents. "Our tournament is ruined. Let's settle this here and now." Hearing them, Thunder hurried off. He called back to the 4 of them. "Sorry, I'm counting on you." Seeing Thunder trying to leave, Atho whipped her sword at him, trying to intercept, but Tan blocked it with his weapon. He jumped in front of her. "Not a chance. I'm your opponent." Now, the eyes of Green and Coriodalis had turned completely black. Green laughed arrogantly. The twins, Joy and Lady, stepped up to face these 2 defeated opponents. Joyous retorted, "That was when we were separated. It's different now." Lady added shortly, "Different." The situation on Jan's side was getting worse. He lay helpless on the ground, with Gio slowly closing in. "You pathetic redhead, today is the end for you." With that, he raised his blade high, roaring, "Die!" But Thunder arrived just in time. He stood in front of Jan and shouted firmly, "Stop!" Immediately, a streak of brilliant golden light swept through the air. Gio was forced to stop. He looked down in surprise. It turned out that the golden light had come from Thunder's sword. He had driven his sword straight into Gio's chest, while Harry had somehow pierced his back. Under the force of both swords, the cracks in Gio's armor spread instantly, and blood sprayed from the wounds. Harry held his position, praising Thunder's quick reflexes. "You're fast." Across from him, Thunder recognized Harry's voice and replied boldly, "You're not bad yourself." Then, Thunder turned to look at Jan. He asked worriedly, "Big guy, are you okay?" Jan whispered, "Thunder." Just as Jan was about to say something, the PA system suddenly cut in. "Attention all knights! Attention all knights!" Outside, the academy was under heavy attack. Smoke and fire were everywhere. The urgent announcement continued. "We are under attack by the Dark Guild. The arena has been compromised. Inside the arena, the fight between Tan, Joyous, and Lady was also intensifying. The announcement boomed heroically. All knights, take up your swords. Protect your families. Protect your friends. Protect the wounded. Winford held the communication crystal, his voice tense as he urged everyone, "It's time to fight to the death, to defend our glory." Meanwhile, Harry and Thunder were helping Yan up, still unaware of the danger behind them, even cracking jokes. "Looks like the Academy is in real trouble," Harry replied. "I'm glad you're not the one causing this mess." Just then, Go loomed over the three of them, though Thunder hadn't noticed yet. He turned to Harry. "What's your next move?" Harry answered, "I want to ensure my friend's safety first." No sooner had he finished speaking than Go let out a low, guttural growl behind them, then put his full strength into raising the mace in his hand. Thunder and Harry finally spotted him. Luckily, thanks to Thunder's quick reflexes, they both managed to dodge the vicious attack. Harry stared in astonishment at the hulking figure before him. "Is this guy immortal?" Thunder was just as confused, replying, "I don't know. We burned them to ashes the last few times we met. I'm afraid this disease forces him to fight until his final breath." Hearing that, Harry decided to engage. He raised his two swords. "What a dirty trick. You go find your friend, I'll handle this guy." Thunder didn't dare hesitate any longer. He quickly agreed with Harry's decision. "All right, I'll leave the big guy to you." With that, Thunder nimbly leaped up high. Go shouted after him. "Hey, where are you going? Let me follow you." Thunder gave his command. "Go help the knight, he needs you more." Looking out from the top of the arena, Thunder was met with a scene of chaotic fighting outside. He quickly activated his Dragon Eye model to scan below. Dragon Eye. As he searched, Thunder's eyes suddenly fixed on a group of people in purple. "Okay, the infirmary has been surrounded. Why are so many infected people gathering there?" Thunder bolted straight toward the location, praying silently in his heart. "Kai, Slavia, you guys must be okay." In front of the infirmary, Slavia's 4 brothers had gathered. "Since when?" Matho asked, chin tilted up. "Has your dark guild really sunk this low? Working with the purebloods now?" The robed figures replied, "How we do it doesn't matter. We just need to achieve our goal. It seems a battle is inevitable." Matho took the initiative and attacked first, gathering a magic orb. "Everyone, move!" The leader of the Dark Guild swung his sword to block the water blade, then arrogantly sneered, "Stop struggling in vain. Whatever you do now, it's too late." Realizing the situation was grim, Matho turned and urged Mike to find Slavia. Mike nodded. "Yes, sir." The scene shifted to a high tower that the Dark Guild had not yet reached. In the conference room, Winford respectfully reported to the person on the high platform, "Great Elder, I have issued the warning throughout the city as you commanded." The Great Elder didn't turn around. He spoke in a cold, commanding tone to Winford. "All right, I don't need you here anymore. Leave." Stunned, Winford quickly called out to the Great Elder, but the old man just calmly asked, "What? Is there something else?" Knowing he couldn't defy the order, Winford suppressed his agitation, bowed, and said, "No, nothing at all. I shall take my leave." At the same time, in the infirmary, Kai was resting in bed. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and someone dressed as a medical worker appeared with a stealthy demeanor. Kai hadn't noticed anything yet, his eyes closed in rest. Damien held a syringe filled with a purple substance, likely the same infection-causing agent as Go. Suddenly, Kai opened his eyes, surprised to see the person in front of him. "What are you doing?" Damien was momentarily flustered. "Huh? You're awake?" He reached for Kai's hand to inject the substance. "I'm just giving you a painkiller." "Don't worry," Kai muttered. "A painkiller?" Just then, the door was kicked wide open by Slavia. She shouted, "Stop!" Kai looked confused at the two standing by the door. "Slavia? Mary?" Without waiting to explain to Kai, Mary lunged to attack Damien. "Don't think we don't know what's happening here." Slavia quickly moved to check the other beds. She asked someone who seemed to be in pain, "Student, are you all right? Wake up." But it seemed they were already too late. The other students had been completely overtaken by the purple energy. Damien gloated. "What if you do know? It's too late. If you don't want to become one of us, you'll just have to die." Kai nimbly jumped up, grabbed his sword, and immediately entered a combat stance. "I choose option 3. Hearing Kai say that, Damien decisively ordered the infected students to attack. Seeing Kai's intensity, Slavia reminded him, "Wait, Kai. These controlled people can still be saved." Mary added, "Don't kill them." Hearing their warnings, Kai stopped using his sword. He decided to use hand-to-hand combat, looking helpless. How despicable. Damien watched the three of them, laughing with satisfaction. "That's right. You need to realize these students are your own companions. You don't want to see them die by your own hands, do you? Then, strange purple magic flames appeared in Damien's hands. He growled. Better to just obediently join us. But before Damien could finish his sentence, an arrow flew and pierced his chest. Damien's voice cut off. That precise arrow had come from Mary's bow. She spoke coldly. One shot, one kill. They are our companions, but you are not. Slavia cheered. Nice work, Mary. However, the danger was far from over. The infected students were becoming increasingly aggressive. Slavia warned the group. Be careful. These infected ones are starting to lose control. Kai turned back, conflicted. I feel like now isn't the time to worry about whether or not we hurt them. Slavia explained her plan. We need to restrain them, as long as it's not fatal. For example, breaking some of their bones. Kai finally exhaled slightly. Fight more aggressively. You should have said that sooner. The three of them stood back to back. Kai wondered. Can someone tell me what exactly is going on? This was also beyond Slavia's understanding. I'm not sure either. The patients suddenly became delirious, some intentionally causing chaos. Let's get out of here before we talk. Mary was even more urgent. Find Manch first. He's in the operating room. Hearing that Manch might be in danger, Kai grabbed his coat and bolted. All right, follow me. Slavia nodded. Okay. Mary quickly followed. On the operating room door, a large streak of blood remained, as if foreshadowing something terrible for the three of them. Seeing the blood streak, Mary immediately felt uneasy. Without a moment's hesitation, she opened the door. Manch! Suddenly, Mary's pupils dilated. In front of her, Manch stood in the shadows, a fiery red aura radiating from his body. Mary ignored everything and hugged him, joyfully crying out, Thank goodness, you're okay. But Manch was still deeply panicked. I killed someone. I killed someone. Seeing him blaming himself, Mary held his face and comforted him. No, you haven't done anything wrong, Manch said softly, touched by her words. In that slightly delicate atmosphere, Ko suddenly spoke up, cutting them off. I'm sorry to interrupt your heartfelt moment, but could you two hurry it up? Slavia, who was struggling to hold the door with Ko, urged them on as well. Mary, we can't hold them back much longer. As soon as he finished, the infected students nearly forced the door open, one reaching out toward Ko. Outside, the battle against the infected was fierce, with desperate cries for help echoing all around. 9 was fighting with everything she had. She grew anxious. So many people were becoming infected, and she never expected so many third-year students to fall victim. The figures of Our Green and Cordalis flashed through 9's mind. She inwardly blamed herself, knowing those two had such an intense obsession with bloodlines, yet she never imagined they would willingly become pawns for the Dark Guild. Taking advantage of 9 being distracted, an infected student tried to attack her from behind, but fortunately, he was blocked. Before 9 stood Kyo, gripping his weapon tightly. In the midst of this tension, he still didn't tease her. This beautiful lady seems to need some help. No sooner had he finished speaking than 9 whipped her lash past Kyo's ear, the weapon striking the attacker who had attempted the sneak attack. Then, pulling the lash back, she said coldly, If you want to help others, you should protect yourself first. Kyo looked at the fallen attacker and complimented, That's some impressive skill. A strange fire ignited in Kyo's heart. He gripped his chain tighter. The more you say that, the more I want to protect you. With that, the two officially began fighting side by side. Kyo wondered, You third-year students don't seem to be doing very well. It's lucky you aren't infected. But 9 denied it, saying it was hard to tell if those infected were truly acting of their own free will. This was clearly a premeditated riot. Just as they were surrounded, a powerful blast of magic swept the aggressive crowd away. A strong voice resonated. With a water barrier, Kyo looked happily at Mai. Thanks, buddy. 9 was stunned. Is that a mage from outside? Mai humbly replied, It's nothing. Do you know where the infirmary is? I need to find my sister. Hearing this, Kyo turned around quickly. He signaled to Mai, Follow me. I'm looking for my friends, too. The scene shifted to the infirmary, which was now shrouded in thick, purple gas. The group of 4 trapped inside was completely surrounded. Manch cried out in alarm. Why are there so many of them? Slavia fought while explaining, They're specifically targeting those who haven't been infected yet. Mary cursed in frustration. Damn it, the exit is right there. Ko, Mary, Slavia, and Manch formed a circle, back to back. Suddenly, a call rang out. Ko, Manch, where are you? Slavia. Hearing their names, Slavia exclaimed, That's Kyo's voice, and that one is Mai's. Hearing that, Mary joyfully shouted toward the sound. Kyo, we're here. Slavia was just as happy. Mai, I'm right by the door. Hearing his sister's voice, Mai wanted to rush in. Thank goodness, I finally found you. Faced with the suffocating crowd inside, Kyo broke into a cold sweat. Why are there so many people? Seeing this, Nine urged them. Stop standing there like fools. Act now. She pulled her lash taut and commanded. Following the plan, Kyo immediately regained his energy. Understood. The two quickly unleashed their chain and lashed toward the four. Kyo shouted, Ko, Manch, grab onto them. The length of both weapons was fully utilized. Manch grabbed the lash. Got it. And Ko gripped Kyo's iron chain. I've got it. Only then did Nine explain the plan. Pull toward both sides simultaneously. Afterward, Ko and Manch pulled the two weapons in opposite directions. The infected crowd was pushed aside, creating a path for them. Sensing the moment had come, Mai quickly cast a spell. Barrier! The magic helped solidify the path. Mai's voice sounded urgent. Hurry, I can't hold it for much longer. After the four were safely outside, Mai continued to cast magic from behind. Boom! The magical barrier dissipated, and the infected students poured out in a swarm. Slavia asked Mai while running, What on earth happened here? Where are Ma and the others? He replied with a serious expression. It's the Dark Guild. They're at the arena. There's a group of the Dark Guild members there, and I have to go back to help them. Hearing that, Slavia agreed. All right, I'm coming with you. Mary ran alongside Kyo and Manch, looking at Kyo curiously. How are the others? He replied. When I arrived, everyone was fine. Except for that big guy who was seriously injured. Manch doubtfully repeated. The big guy? Ko, who was running behind, called out. What about Thunder? But Kyo wasn't sure about that either. Thunder was supposed to come find you guys too. I thought he would have arrived before me. Hearing this, a look of worry appeared in Ko's eyes. He frowned, thinking to himself. Thunder, could something have happened to him? The scene shifted to the high tower, which remained peaceful under a clear blue sky, in total contrast to the rest of the academy. In the Elder's conference room, Winford's impatient voice rang out. Grand Elder, the students' lives are in danger. How much longer must we wait? But the Elder remained as calm as if nothing were happening. Winford, stay calm. The attack on the arena could just be a diversion. If we rashly send people out, who will protect this place? Winford still didn't understand. Then, at least let me go. As long as Denb and Bernardo are here before he could finish his sentence, the Grand Elder lowered his voice and warned, Winford, you know how important what I'm talking about is. This startled Winford. He tried to argue that this would mean sacrificing many people. However, the Grand Elder only replied coldly, You've been a knight for so long, and you still don't understand this? Then the Elder turned slightly. The pupils of his eyes changed color. The Grand Elder said coldly, Sometimes, we must sacrifice a few to save the many. The statement left Winford stunned for a moment. He lowered his head, not knowing what else to say. Every word they spoke had been overheard by Thunder, who was hiding outside. He realized something horrifying. Were they planning to let those students die on their own? Inside the room, the Grand Elder continued, I don't think I need to remind you of your mission, do I? Winford seemed to have accepted the reality and stopped arguing. No, the subordinate understands. At this point, Thunder didn't want to hear any more. He gritted his teeth and turned away, walking straight off. Thunder stood high up, looking down, his eyes filled with profound disappointment. It seemed that compared to the secrets of this academy, the lives of the students weren't even worth mentioning. Then, Thunder frowned slightly. He was so angry he felt like screaming inwardly. Stupid ideology, stupid humanity. Immediately after, powerful magical vortexes emerged from Thunder's body. He shouted, Phantom Thunder Art. Thunder's arm was instantly encased in a layer of metal. He spoke, The endless void, so Thunder had been planning this all along. I have no choice but to fight my way, too. The atmosphere in the arena was incredibly tense. Harry was exhausted. Were there really no reinforcements yet? Meanwhile, the more he fought, the more fired up he got. No, I don't need any. It's not often I get to fight this freely. Come on, I can take on a dozen of you. Over there, Carden and Matho were fighting in perfect sync. Carden suddenly spoke up. Judging by your uniform, you're a general from the Aloha Kingdom Army, right? Matho replied, Exactly. We need to move fast. If this plague reaches the second stage, it'll be much harder to deal with. Carden's sword flashed, cutting through enemies one by one. He exclaimed, My thoughts exactly. Next was the battle between Atho and Tan, where Atho seemed to have the upper hand. She sneered, You're too weak. Tan struggled to hold his ground. How annoying. Suddenly, determination flared in Tan's eyes. He said something cryptic. Using power that isn't yours to become stronger, this path of yours ends here. Atho noticed something odd and glanced behind her. But before she could understand what was happening, an arrow pierced her throat. That arrow had been fired by Cherry. She apologized to her friend with her final words. "I'm sorry, Atho." Shortly after, that heavy feeling vanished from Tan. He looked at Cherry with gratitude. "Thanks. Nice shot." Cherry happily replied, "It's thanks to you," distracting her. Meanwhile, for the twins Joyous and Lady, their match had reached its conclusion. Green lay on the ground in shock. How is this possible? "You two were next to her, Cordalis," he gasped, lying sprawled out. "You were clearly weak during the matches." Joyous, in the victor's stance, retorted, "Is that so? We just had to separate during the matches. We had no other choice," Lady added. "But as long as we fight together, we're invincible." Just then, Slavia's group arrived. Manch hurriedly asked, "Hey, is everyone okay?" Slavia called out. Seeing her safe, Matho felt relieved. Slavia and Tan looked at the group with joy. Manch, Kay, thank goodness. Everyone as she trailed off. It wasn't okay. Not only were Slavia's people approaching, but a massive army of the infected was also surging toward them. Tan hadn't even had a chance to rest before he had to fight again. He looked visibly frustrated. "Damn it, they aren't easy to beat. Why are there more coming?" Matho calmly commanded, "The injured, fall back immediately." On the other side, Cardin quickly ordered those who weren't infected. "Line up, don't let them past." Just then, Slavia called out to remind everyone, "Don't kill them, they're all infected students. They can still be saved." Hearing that, Cardin froze, thinking, is this also part of the Dark Guild's plan? There are so many of them, it's hard not to accidentally hurt anyone, but Matho quickly lunged forward. "Leave it to me." He then spoke to John and Alex, "Create a water wave, and let me control it." The two shouted in unison, "Understood." Matho concentrated all his magic into his hands, forming a sphere of power. Matho softly chanted a spell to gather it. The water waves created by John and Alex, under Matho's control, surged into the infected students. They stopped in their tracks. Seeing the method was working temporarily, Matho continued pouring magic into the power sphere. Before everyone's astonished eyes, purple wisps of energy began to escape from the bodies of the infected students. The crowd cheered excitedly. "That's the toxin making them sick being extracted." They stopped. "It's working." Ignoring the cheers around him, Matho continued his work. Just a little more. Thanks to his efforts, the powerful water waves pierced through more and more people. But Matho had reached his limit. He collapsed. John, Alex, and Slavia rushed over. "Brother, are you okay?" The big brother, who had been watching from the sidelines, felt a secret sense of admiration. Being able to control magic with such precision on so many people at once isn't easy. This guy is terrifyingly strong. Matho was being helped up by Slavia. He comforted her. "I'm fine. Just exhausted from burning too much mana. I'll be fine after a few days of rest." Slavia looked at her brother with emotion. "Brother, thank you." The battle was now effectively over. Cardin immediately began assigning tasks. "Keo, Manch, you two take some people to count the wounded and bring them to one spot. Ko, you and a few others check on the recovery status of the infected." All three responded in unison. "Understood." Once the cleanup was organized, Cardin calculated silently. "It seems the casualty count is within an acceptable range, thanks to these mages. Once everything settles down, the Academy should really thank them." Just then, the sky, which had seemed to clear up, suddenly turned pitch black and strange lightning bolts struck down. Cardin, Keo, and Kay were the first to notice the anomaly. All three were stunned into silence. Before everyone's surprised eyes, the bizarre lightning bolts rained down on the ground. Where they struck, the earth shattered instantly. Slavia, who was helping Matho inside, looked up at the sky in confusion. "What is that?" Through the dust and debris, a tall, imposing figure slowly approached them. Everyone gasped. "Is that a human?" Seeing the figure become clearer, Cardin broke into a cold sweat. Ko wondered, "Knight, do you know him?" As if to answer his question, the figure walked straight up to Cardin and addressed him by name. "Long time no see, Cardin." Hearing him dare to call his name, Cardin's anger flared. He gritted his teeth. "You have no right to say that name." Matho seemed to have recognized the person before them and said, "I didn't expect it to be Melon." Slavia gasped in horror upon hearing the name. "What? He's Melon?" At this moment, Melon's identity was fully revealed. The former elder of the Ferret Apartments Academy, the leader of the Dark Guild. Melon. Immediately after, Matho didn't hesitate to signal John, Alex, and me with his eyes. Then, the three simultaneously launched magical attacks straight at Melon's massive body. Even though he was submerged in the intense magical power, Melon calmly muttered, "That won't work." As soon as he finished, his body reappeared in its original state, completely unharmed before John and Alex, Slavia's brother. Matho watched every move Melon made, completely stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. Next, Melon gathered lightning element magic in his palm and broke into a ghastly smile. Melon threw the gathered magic at John and Alex. Both were struck and paralyzed. Seeing them both defeated at his feet, the Thunder version hadn't recovered enough mana to cast his spell yet, and he was at a loss for what to do. Cardin's face went deathly pale, and he gritted his teeth so hard that the cigar in his mouth was crushed to a pulp. I've never seen anyone capable of using lightning elemental magic. That kind of powerful element usually only appears in legendary magical beasts. I haven't heard of him having this ability either, even among the Emflin clan. How on earth did he do it? Seeing them all standing there stunned, Em spoke in a cold, chilling voice. I'm sorry I couldn't be here from the start, but I don't think the elders are going to show up, even if I slaughter everyone here. Cherry was the first to react. She immediately raised her bow and fired an arrow at Em, thinking that the winner of this fight wasn't decided yet. Unfortunately, he blocked it with ease. Mifflin mocked her, saying she was too slow. Right after that, Dee leaped up, channeling all his strength into the sword in his hand as he slashed at Mlen. But Mlen didn't even flinch. He just pointed a single finger at Dee's chest. That seemingly harmless move sent him flying into the wall. Mifflin sneered, "Stupid brat." After the impact, Jay fell unconscious on the spot. Everyone panicked and called out to Day. M continued walking toward Cardin. He asked, "So, what do these students call you now?" Cardin answered bluntly, "What do you want? Come at me." M turned around, his eerie voice echoing once more. "Nothing much. I'm just giving you a choice." Upon hearing that, Cardin was completely bewildered. He muttered to himself, "A choice?" Movin cast his gaze toward the students lying motionless on the ground and threatened them. "You can leave now to go beg those elders for help, but I'll kill one person every minute. How many of them you can save is up to you." Cardin's hands, clasped behind his back, suddenly signaled. He continued to stall for time. "What's the other choice?" Receiving Cardin's signal, the group knew exactly what to do. Kay nodded, understanding the plan. Then, Keo and Manch took advantage of M being distracted by his own talking to circle around to his sides. "The other choice is that you stay here and watch me kill them one by one." As soon as Mlen finished speaking, Cardin let out a war cry and leaped forward to attack along with Manch and Keo. Mlen looked at Cardin helplessly, his voice dripping with feigned regret. "Is this really your choice?" Just as Cardin's sword was about to strike Emflin, his body suddenly vanished. That sight made Slavia jump. Her eyes widened in horror. He disappeared. Suddenly, a shrill scream rang out. Cardin immediately looked toward the sound coming from the other side. It turned out Mifflin had already started his attack. He grabbed Cherry by the throat and hoisted her high into the air. "Don't talk back. You have to watch me kill them one by one." Seeing she was in danger, Nine rushed over, swinging her whip hard as she roared, "You bastard, let Cherry go." Hearing that, Mlen only became more exhilarated. He flung Cherry away with one hand while grabbing Nine's whip with the other. Not a great idea. From Men's hand, the whip acted as a conduit, sending electricity surging through Inan's body until she was stiffened by the shock. Realizing the situation was dire, Cardin rushed in just in time to cut the whip and rescue Inan. Nine lost her balance and fell into Manch's arms. "Are you okay? Be careful." She was still dazed and replied instinctively, "I'm fine, thank you." Just as M was distracted, an iron chain coiled tightly around his body. M looked boredly at Keo, who was pulling on the chain with all his might. He said coldly, "It seems you still haven't learned your lesson. Have you?" However, Keo suddenly threw the end of the chain to the ground, pinning it deep into the soil. He shouted, "Ko!" Getting the signal, Ko lunged forward. Following suit, Harry excitedly jumped in too. "Me too." Then, both of them reached the end of the chain. Harry was first, placing his sword right against the iron links. Ko arrived next and did the same as Harry. Now, the two swords created a pincer hold on the iron chain. Mlen looked on with disgust. He couldn't understand what the two of them were trying to do. Whatever it was, Mlen wouldn't allow it to happen. He frantically gathered a massive sphere of magic in his hands. "You little brats are starting to annoy me." Seeing this, Slavia rushed out and pushed Kay and Harry aside. She screamed, "Watch out." Slavia's actions sowed the seeds of doubt in Men's mind. That kid can predict my attacks. While he was distracted by the scene before him, Mary nimbly raised her bow and arrow. Perhaps this was their only chance. She hoped that the big woman's technique would actually work. Mary decisively fired a powerful arrow straight at Mlen's back. In her heart, she silently prayed for a hit. But the arrow only pierced the air because Mifflin had once again vanished before their eyes. Mary couldn't believe her eyes. She collapsed onto the ground in despair. We can't catch him. Just as Mary was confused, Slavia screamed a warning at her. Mary, watch out. He's right in front of you. Hearing that, Mary reacted quickly and leapt away to another spot. The spot where Mary had been standing was now a terrifying crater. Mlen looked at Slavia and thought, it's no coincidence. Of course, he wouldn't leave any seeds behind that could threaten him. Mlen used his incredible speed to rush toward Slavia, a cruel glint in his eyes. I must eliminate her. At this moment, Matho jumped out in front of Slavia, and together with Mike, they created a powerful wave of magic. A water slash, a high-level magic attack, struck Mlin's body immediately. He was hit by the technique, which slowed him down slightly. Seizing the opportunity, I nimbly launched my spear at ML. It shot toward Mlin's body, but only tapped his shoulder before bouncing backward. This time, it was my turn to widen my eyes. My face went deathly pale, and my voice was full of terror. How? How is that possible? This attack had used up almost all of my energy. At this point, M raised his hand, looked at it, and spoke up. I'm starting to get bored with this meaningless fight. As soon as he finished, Mlen raised both hands high, frantically gathering magic from above. A huge wind picked up, and rocks and debris were swept into the air. Mlen hissed, "Now, you all die." Seeing the magical sphere growing larger and more powerful, everyone cheered each other on. Hurry, stop him. After that, Ko attacked first, leaping up to slash his sword hard at Men's shoulder. Even though he struck a vital spot, Meflin was completely unaffected. He laughed heartily. It seems Apartments still manages to teach a few special brats. Then M used magic to send Kai flying away, roaring cruelly. It's a pity. You're all going to die. The magic sphere in his hands reached its peak, casting a blinding light across the space from its center. Movin frantically pulled everyone toward him, every bolt of lightning descending with his movements as if to destroy everything. The power emitted was so terrifying that Carden had to struggle just to remain upright. He was shocked. How could he have become this strong? Amidst the chaotic space of earth, stone, and dust, seeing Mlen stroll toward him, Carden calculated in his mind. Right now, I'm afraid only the sixth elder can stop him. Mlen gloated as he watched him kneel before him, his voice laced with sarcasm. Carden, it seems my plan hasn't been going quite as smoothly as expected. Just because you wanted to keep those things buried underground, those elders have all abandoned you. Carden looked up. He seemed to realize something. So, that's what you're after. Then, Carden shouted, "Keep dreaming, you maniac." At that, Mlen conjured a bit of magic right in front of Carden's forehead. He stood up straight, his expression dark, yet his movements remained swift. No matter, I'm not short on other ways, but I'm certainly not leaving empty-handed today. At that, a cruel glint flickered in Mlen's eyes as he slowly emphasized every word. So, farewell. Just when all seemed lost, a sudden bolt of light cut across, interrupting Mlen. The small beam quickly transformed into a golden streak of energy, slashing past his legs. Mlen dodged the attack calmly. He glanced at the spear stuck where he had just been standing, then turned around. It's you. It was Jay, who had arrived just in time. He stood firmly in front of Carden. Not everyone can just finish me off. Carden was overjoyed to see him. Jay, you're okay. Jay's reappearance came as quite a surprise to Mlen. You're not dead? Jay hoisted his sword onto his shoulder and replied proudly. A minor wound like this is nothing. Then, Mlen pulled the spear from the ground, his tone shifting to a hint of admiration. It seems there are still people with decent combat skills. Mlen stared intently at the spear in his hand, his voice growing cold. But unfortunately, you have to face me. With incredible speed, he lunged straight for Jay. The spear pierced through him. You think too highly of your own thunder powers. Jay struggled to brace himself, his feet digging deep into the ground from the sheer force. Both hands gripped the spear, while Mlen nonchalantly observed his surroundings. You're the last one left who can still move, right? He shifted his gaze to Carden, who was kneeling powerlessly on the ground. Mlen said ruthlessly, I'll be sending you all off, one by one. Suddenly, the movement under his spear startled him. He looked down in shock. Jay's entire body was trembling with effort. Jay gripped the thunder spear tightly and roared, Don't you dare think you can defeat us. He gritted his teeth until they bled. Veins bulged clearly on his face as he hissed something unintelligible. My boss will kick your butt. Hearing that, Mlen was slightly taken aback. He asked coldly, not noticing the shadow darting behind him. Boss? Really? Where is he? The shadow swiftly approached Mlen, answering for Jay with a powerful, booming voice. Right here. As the words left his lips, Mlen was sent flying. He coughed unexpectedly. It seemed that blow had caused Mlen some actual damage. His body slammed against the wall behind him. From the white dust cloud created by the impact, Slavia struggled to stand up. The person appearing before her now was a young man with black hair. Slavia gasped in astonishment. Nest, currently disguised as Thunder, quickly slashed across the spear lodged in Jay's body. He winced in pain. Then, Thunder grabbed the sharp tip. He said calmly to Jay, "This will hurt a bit. Bear with it," Jay said in a low voice. "It's okay. Pull it out. I can take it." Seeing that he was ready, Thunder pulled the rest of it out decisively. Jay fell forward in pain. Despite the pain, Jay's body felt much better. He looked gratefully at Thunder in his strange disguise. "Thank you, brother. No problem," Thunder replied. "You already owed me one before," he added calmly. "Now it's two." Jay finally realized who was standing before him and whispered, "You're Thunder, but Thunder, you have to keep this a secret for me." He nodded quickly. "Got it. Even if it kills me, I won't." While they were talking, a massive boulder hurtled directly toward them. Seeing the danger, Thunder reacted immediately, pushing Jay out of the way. "Stay focused." Opposite them, Mlen stood up and glared at him with contempt. "More pests coming to waste my time." He then began to forcefully absorb the surrounding magic. Mlen ground his teeth, furious. "I am absolutely livid right now." But Mlen's opponent was now Thunder, whose face darkened. Thunder slowly wiped his iron hand and retorted, "Funny, I'm also pretty angry today, and I haven't figured out how to deal with it yet." Next, Thunder's eyes turned pitch black. He had activated his dragon eyes and was ready for combat. "Come on, a fierce battle is inevitable now." Mlen soared into the air, surrounded by terrifying, rumbling bolts of lightning. On the sidelines, a wounded Slavia tried to warn Thunder about Mlen's lightning. Right before her eyes, a bolt of lightning struck straight down where Thunder was standing. He used his metallic hand to block it and continued to charge toward Mlen. From above, Mlen watched in a daze. Clearly, what was happening before him was not part of his calculations. Farther away, Slavia was also stunned by the scene. She murmured subconsciously, "How is that possible?" Her mind was filled with confusion. Even someone with a strong physique like Jay was sent flying so easily, yet Nest is perfectly fine? Mlen quickly regained his composure and launched a much more terrifying bolt of lightning than the previous one, but it didn't cause any harm to Thunder at all. His speed didn't slow down. Thunder tilted his head to look at the lightning that had just struck beside him, already calculating his next move. This kind of lightning magic is definitely unusual. Good thing I prepared for this. The scene shifted back to the Academy's tall tower, where the sky was covered in an eerie purple hue. Outside the conference room, a knight rushed up to Winford. He shouted breathlessly, "Lord Winford!" Winford replied, "What is it?" The knight urgently reported the emergency. A squad in charge of guarding the elder's residence had been ambushed. Hearing this, Winford's expression darkened, and he asked sternly, "An ambush? What's the casualty report? How many enemies were there?" The knight recalled the moment he discovered his injured comrades. "Hey, are you guys okay? Wake up! Wake up!" He hurriedly reported the situation to Winford. About 50 people were unconscious, and those who had woken up said they couldn't see who the enemy was, only that there was just one. At this point, the knight hesitated. They aren't in life-threatening danger, and they don't have any wounds. It's just that Winford frowned and pressed, "It's just what?" The knight raised his hand slightly, his voice filled with terror. After waking up, they discovered they couldn't use their mana. It's as if they've completely lost their ability to use magic. Hearing this, Winford's face turned even grimmer. He seemed to have an answer in his mind. Loss of magical ability. Could it be? At the same time, over at the arena, the lightning strikes continued to rage. Thunder fought off every one of Mlen's attacks, almost instinctively. It seems Winford called out to Thunder. Pausing for a moment, Thunder glanced toward Mlen, letting out a soft sigh of relief. Thank goodness he had collected so much mana from those knights. Otherwise, he'd just be waiting to get beaten. Although Thunder managed to block Mlen's attack, it drained him significantly. At this moment, Thunder silently cried out in exhaustion. He had to spend 100 mana points to convert into energy just to block that attack. He must save 20 mana points for his transformation spell. This guy is truly the legendary monster everyone talks about. Opposite him, Mlen grows more intense by the second, gathering an even larger magic orb. "No one can stop my lightning power." Beads of sweat formed on Thunder's forehead, his eyes showing clear tension at Mlen's insanity. Before his eyes, Mlen hurled that orb straight at Thunder. Luckily, he reacted just in time. Thunder leaped, dodging the powerful blast. Cardin watched without blinking. Thunder's movements made him suspicious. That was the teleportation skill of the Denbird Knight. Who on earth is that kid? Meanwhile, Mlen didn't show a hint of emotion. He used his magic to gather even more power orbs in the sky. Is that all you've got? Let's see how long you can keep dodging. Under the relentless barrage, Thunder nimbly vaulted through the air to evade them. He calculated silently. These attacks were different from before. The speed and power were several times greater than before. He couldn't face them head-on. If he got hit even a few times before Thunder could even finish his thought, a bolt of lightning struck his body. Fortunately, Thunder had prepared in advance, so he didn't suffer too much pain. He retreated to defend himself, his feet dragging across the ground, creating trails of white smoke. He muttered to himself, "This is trouble." Seeing Thunder block that hit, Mlen remained unnaturally calm. He looked at Thunder's movements with disdain. "You think this trash can stop my attack? How laughable." Thunder ignored Mlen's words, focusing on creating an elemental ice wall. Seeing this, Mlen's eyes finally showed a flicker of fluctuation. He said with interest, "You're actually a mage? You surprise me a little." Then Mlen continued to condense his magic, and an orb containing terrifying power appeared in the sky. He boasted, "But you should know, the gap between mages is vast." Thunder didn't care in the slightest. Behind the ice wall, he raised his hand to manifest an endless, void-like purple energy. Next, Mlen attacked Thunder with the magic orb, hissing, "Let's see if your mana can hold up against this attack." The ice wall was quickly shattered by the terrifying power. Slavia screamed his name in fear. Unexpectedly, that magic orb with earth-shattering power suddenly rebounded toward Mlen. This happened in a split second. Mlen didn't react in time and was forced to take the full brunt of his own energy. As soon as the dust cleared, Thunder quickly lunged forward with his spear in hand. Mid-air, Thunder summoned all his strength to land a powerful blow on Mlen's chest. A blinding golden light radiated from the spear. Mlen looked on with genuine interest, and then the golden light quickly expanded into a massive surge of power, blasting him backward. But Mlen teleported elsewhere in an instant. He looked at the weapon in Thunder's hand with intrigue. "That spear is not bad at all. It deserves to be added to my collection." Seeing Mlen appear there, Thunder was quite startled. That's his teleportation skill. He was incredibly anxious now. At this rate, he definitely couldn't defeat him. On the surface, Thunder still acted calm. He intentionally stalled for time to think of a plan. "Is that so? I think the orb on your armor isn't bad either. Why don't we trade?" Mlen didn't respond to Thunder's suggestion. He quickly teleported away again. Seeing Mlen use it so casually, he boldly made a guess in his heart. There it is again. This skill definitely has a flaw. He can't just use it whenever he wants. Is it the timing of the strike? Just then, Slavia's voice cut through Thunder's thoughts. "Thunder, watch your back." Receiving the warning, he quickly leaped into the air to avoid the move. Thunder muttered, "That was close." Afterward, he improvised, focusing mainly on dodging. He lunged toward Mlen while calculating. The Denbird Knight's teleportation skill is essentially blending one's energy into the surrounding environment. Combined with special footwork, it allows the user to hide in the enemy's blind spot. He uses magic, but there must be a similar principle. Thinking of this, one of Thunder's dragon eyes glowed. Before his eyes, a bolt of lightning was shooting toward him. Slavia's sensory abilities are the best among us. Since she noticed it, Thunder's dragon eye focused, not daring to be distracted for even a second. He tried to stay calm to find an opening on Mlen. There must be one. There has to be some tiny weakness. Right in the moment Mlen jumped in front of him, Thunder suddenly realized something. He saw it. Thunder's eyes radiated determination. He decided to take a gamble and charge in, but Thunder didn't attack Mlen directly. He aimed his move toward another strange black streak and unleashed his attack there. Faced with the magic power Thunder just released, Mlen suddenly materialized, stunned and unable to react. Then, Mlen took the hit, his entire body sent flying backward. Only then did Thunder cheer. "Hit him. My guess was definitely right. No doubt about it, he can teleport because of the lightning. Although it's very fast, it's not impossible to track." A thought flashed through Thunder's mind, just as animals can feel lightning about to strike because they detect unstable electrical charges on the ground. He confidently raised his metallic fist and thought, that guy is the same. Where he's about to land, tiny electric arcs appear. Mlen, having just taken a painful hit, went berserk and roared in anger. "You dare use my own moves against me?" The power radiating around him grew even more intense. He clenched his fist as if he had made a decision. "It seems you're just like that girl. If I don't eliminate you soon, you'll surely be a disaster in the future." Although Thunder had successfully found the pattern to Mlen's appearance, he didn't dare to relax. This type of magic of his is truly troublesome. Even if you find the weakness, trying to distinguish the electric arc and attack within such a split second is as hard as climbing to heaven. To retaliate against Thunder's attack, Mlen condensed his magic power even more violently. Don't think that just because you found my weakness, you can stop me. Do you think I haven't discovered yours? He seemed to have figured it out. If you've got the guts, use Thunder's magic against me. Hearing that, Thunder panicked inside. It was over. He currently had no magic power left to use. Just then, Slavia's voice rang out to warn him, "Nest, get out of the way." But this time, the enemy didn't give them a chance to react. He unleashed a bolt of lightning straight at Thunder and gloated. Too late. Thunder tried to dodge, but his body was struck by another bolt. The lightning instantly paralyzed Thunder's body. He struggled to stand up, his face filled with helplessness as he couldn't move. As if he could read his thoughts, the enemy rushed forward, then die. Thunder no longer had the strength to run. The blinding light from the magic orb in the enemy's hand grew closer. Thunder was sent flying, pinned to the ground by that overwhelming power. Seeing this, Slavia screamed in despair. Thunder coughed up a mouthful of blood in pain. Seeing him lying on the ground, Jay rushed over, holding his own injured body. "Boss, are you all right?" Thunder was too weak to answer. Jay helped Thunder stand up, his mind clouded with frustration. Even with 100 points of mana converted from aura, he still couldn't defend against him? Just what kind of monster is this guy? However, Thunder's physique surprised the enemy. He looked at him with curiosity, seeing he could still move. Surprising. Who is this guy anyway? I've never heard of someone like this at Farad Apartments. Seeing Thunder so heavily injured, Jay spoke up, worried. "Thunder, you've been fighting him for so long, and not even a scratch on his armor. The gap in strength is too huge, I'm afraid." But Thunder said something unexpected. "Jay, you came at just the right time." He made a request. "Jay, can you lend me your power for a bit?" Jay didn't even hesitate, responding earnestly. "Lend it? You can even take my life if you want. I'm the one who follows you." With the boss's approval, Thunder got straight to work. He chanted the spell, absorbing magic power. At this point, the enemy couldn't just stand by. He launched more lightning at Thunder. "What kind of tricks are you pulling now?" Suddenly, a brilliant halo radiated around him. Thunder calmly caught the incoming lightning with his hand. Empowered by Jay, his magic reserves were overflowing again. He stood proudly beside Jay, who was slumped on the ground, whispering, "Jay, get some rest now." Thunder's oppressive aura blanketed the entire area. The enemy looked at him in astonishment as he stepped forward. "That's not right. His aura seems to have doubled in an instant. How did he do it?" Then, with his body encased in a golden flow of power, Thunder leaped and threw a punch at the enemy's face. Not only that, Thunder attacked around the enemy's body so fast that only streaks of golden light remained in the air. Then, with a single flick of his hand, the enemy was sent flying high into the sky. The scene left Slavia in disbelief. She whispered his name in awe. Even for someone who had been through countless battles, like Master, it was hard to hide the shock in his eyes. How does he still have that much energy? Cardin was just as surprised as them. He whispered, "Truly amazing. His current power is almost on par with an elder." Facing an opponent like Thunder, the enemy began to find it interesting. He couldn't help but admit it. As soon as he finished his sentence, he hovered in the air, summoning even more lightning around him. He roared, "You've really made me angry now." But Thunder wasn't going to just stand there and take it. He gripped his spear tightly and whispered, "Infinite void." The enemy poured all his power into attacking Thunder, screaming fiercely, "Turn to dust." At the same time, Thunder finished gathering his momentum, his eyes filled with determination. He gritted his teeth. "You!" In midair, the tip of Thunder's spear clashed with the enemy's magic power. He yelled, "Get lost!" Slavia called out worriedly. "Nest!" Behind them, Jay had regained consciousness. He shouted, "Boss!" The enemy remained suspended in the air, calmly looking down at the explosion caused by the collision of their two terrifying powers. Suddenly, the enemy pulled out an object filled with magic power. He thought to himself, "This kid of unknown origin he's still holding on? Is it time to use this?" The enemy seemed uneasy, and rightly so, as Thunder had emerged from the explosion without a single scratch. The item in the enemy's hand seemed far more powerful than his previous attacks. He muttered, "I guess the elders aren't coming after all, so I'll just use this on him." Thunder stared at him calmly, though it seemed he had reached his limit. Borrowing so much aura in such a short time was starting to take a toll on Thunder's body. Thinking of this, he frowned slightly, deciding he had to end this quickly. Just as the enemy was condensing his magic, a sudden sound rang out. The enemy replied coldly, "What is it?" The person continued, "We found a lead on the task you assigned. I've found the path." Hearing that, the enemy's gaze shifted immediately, and he gave up on eliminating Thunder. He told the caller, "Very good. Meet me at the usual spot immediately." The voice replied clearly, Under Thunder's confused gaze, the sky suddenly cleared up. The enemy spoke arrogantly to Thunder. "Your name is Nest, right? I will definitely remember it. From today on, your name will appear on the Dark Guild's bounty list." Thunder smirked and replied, "Should I feel honored?" Thunder wasn't afraid, but instead reminded him, "Make sure to set the bounty high." Immediately after, dark clouds slowly covered the enemy's body. He raised his voice. "See you again, young man. Enjoy the few peaceful days you have left." From above, a blinding light shone straight down. The enemy vanished within that light. The surrounding scenery suddenly returned to normal. Slavia opened her eyes slightly. "He's gone." Jay quickly went to check on Thunder. "Boss, are you hurt?" He replied softly, "No, I'm fine." In reality, Thunder was on the verge of collapsing. "Thank goodness he left. My body is about to give out." Seeing Jay, Thunder requested, "Jay, let's get out of here fast." Jay quickly grabbed Thunder's arm and helped him walk away. At that moment, a violent coughing sound came from the ground. It turned out that Mansion K had regained consciousness. K sat up, trembling. "I'm still alive?" Only Slavia remained standing still. Her gaze looked into the distance, her heart anxious. "Is it all over?" Just then, Master's voice shook Slavia from her thoughts. "Slavia, where did that young man go?" Seeing that Master was still physically weak, Slavia quickly spoke up to remind him, "Hey, stay lying down. Don't move." Then, she went over to help Kai, but her gaze remained fixed on the spot where Thunder's back had disappeared. Slavia's voice held a hint of regret. He disappeared again, just like last time. A sudden gust of wind blew her hair in the twilight. Slavia gently tucked a lock of hair behind her ear, her eyes filled with a glimmer of anticipation. "But I have a feeling we'll see him again." High above the Ferris Apartments Academy, the peaceful sunset was slowly fading. After the battle, the knights had finally tracked down the members of the Dark Guild. The Dark Guild's attack ended with Min's retreat. The knights arrived, clearing out the remnants of the guild one by one, and reclaiming control of the academy. Recovery efforts and cleanup of the battlefield were organized quickly. Medical staff began treating the wounded. But tragically, nearly 30 students did not survive. The most heartbreaking loss for Thunder's group was the death of their friends, including Jan, who had been the most severely injured. Thunder was currently helping Jay with his medical treatment. Jay had been quite badly hurt this time. Aside from those who had perished, nearly half the students were critically injured, leaving them unable to ever become knights again. That battle had left the academy unable to return to its golden age for the time being. After that day, a gloomy atmosphere hung over the academy. Security and defensive measures were prioritized. Everyone was on edge, terrified that they would be the next target. Later, Thunder stood on high ground, surveying the heavily guarded academy, his heart full of resentment. That day, if the reinforcements could have arrived just a little sooner, if the knights and Winford hadn't stopped him from interfering in the fight, if it hadn't been for the red-haired boy thinking of Jan, Thunder's eyes filled with sorrow, and his expression darkened. Thunder clenched his fists, grinding his teeth in anger. This wasn't Jan's fault. Just then, the system interface suddenly appeared in midair. Thunder reached out, having made up his mind. "This academy, this world is so twisted. If that's the case, I'll reshape it the way I want." His eyes scanned the lines of text on the screen. Unlocked new abilities. Rewards: Origin Flame Orb, Origin Ice Orb, Bone Freezing Ice, and the true form of the contract dragon, Long Xiao. Suddenly, Thunder's gaze locked onto the final line. He read the contract aloud. Without a second thought, Thunder pressed his finger against the text. "It's time to build my own team." The system screen immediately displayed information about the contract and began the activation process. Once the contract is initiated, if the other party accepts, they become completely dependent on the sender. Once formed, the sender can use skills, such as draining mana or sharing mana with the recipient, regardless of the distance. If the recipient violates the contract, the sender has the right to terminate the contract or end the recipient's life. A while later, Jay arrived on the rooftop, as Thunder had requested. "Boss, you were looking for me?" Jay asked eagerly. "Did you come up with some world-shaking plan?" But Thunder didn't rush into the main topic. "Wait a moment. There are 2 more coming. Let's wait until everyone is here to talk at once." He reminded him of something else. "I need to tell you something first. Only you know about Nest. You have to keep this a secret from me." A look of absolute obedience appeared on Jay's face. "Don't worry, boss. I'd take this secret to the grave." Thunder was surprised that Jay had agreed so quickly. This guy really does whatever I say. Back then, when I told him to stop go, he charged in without a second thought. It seems he's fully committed to following me. Just then, the twins Joyous and Lady arrived. Joyous complained to Thunder, "Tell me, why are they being so unreasonable? Why are they putting all the blame on us? We were all victims, and we even saved so many people. Why are we the only ones being treated differently? Lady sighed. As the red-haired boy listened to their complaints for a while, Thunder spoke up sternly to cut them off. All right, that's actually why I wanted to see you. Then, Thunder stopped beating around the bush and went straight to the point. Honestly, I don't like the current situation. I think you feel the same way. So I've joined a team, and I'm striving to change this status quo, to change this world. So, if you feel the same, I'd like to invite you to join. Jay, of course, didn't need Thunder to ask a second time. He replied excitedly, I'm in. I'll join. Joyous was surprised by Thunder's proposal. I thought you were the type who preferred to act alone. I never thought you'd want to work with others. Hearing this, Thunder gave a very reasonable explanation. That's right, because the leader of this team is Nest. I agree with his ideals. Furthermore, after that battle, the Dark Guild will definitely return. Once I join the team, I will be able to receive mana shared from him and be able to protect the others. Among the three of them, only Jay knew the truth, which suited him perfectly. It's the boss's team? That's awesome. Joyous asked his brother for his opinion. So, he's the one who fought Mifflin and even forced him to flee? So he's recruiting people, and he doesn't have a bias against red-haired people either. Doesn't sound like a bad idea. What do you think? Lady, as concise as ever, replied, Good. Thunder then announced the rules. I must remind you all. Once the contract is signed, betrayal of the team means death. Do you agree? Jay, of course, had no objections. I agree. Joyous stood his ground. Just look at me. You know I'd never betray my comrades. Besides, if you and Jay both agree, then I agree too. Elle spoke simply, without much fuss. Agreed. Seeing that they all had no objections, Thunder summoned a magic circle. All right, if you all agree, stand in front of the seal. Jay stared without blinking. Magic? Joyous gasped in astonishment. Damn, what is that? Following that, the three of them stepped toward the magic circle and placed their hands upon it. Instantly, a powerful stream of red magic surged from the circle, wrapping around their bodies. Joyous pulled his shirt aside, and a red dragon head appeared clearly on his shoulder. Joyous was amazed. Seeing that he still didn't understand, Thunder reached out and explained, This is the symbol of our organization. From now on, we shall be called the Red Wings. But the thing that bothered Joy wasn't the name. He didn't care about that. He was puzzled by something else. Is it just us? Kay is also a red-haired member, isn't he? Thunder replied, You know he can't keep a secret. For now, we'll operate in the shadows. And when the time is right, I'll tell him. Joyous didn't deny what he said. Fair enough. Then what about Kay? We can trust Kay. Lee nodded in agreement. Before the questioning gaze of Joy, Thunder hesitated, unwilling to answer. The sky over the academy gradually turned to night, and the lights in the dorms had already come on. In the room, Thunder looked worriedly at Ko. Ever since hearing that the All-Nation tournament had been indefinitely suspended, Kai had been in a terrible mood. This meant he had lost his chance to investigate the cause of Ami's death. In truth, Thunder was still hesitant to tell Kai, but not because he didn't trust him. He was just afraid that after Kai found out about his power, he would stop at nothing to use it to get revenge for Ami. Thunder's gaze fixed on Kai's face, half shrouded in shadow. Thunder wanted to ask him, Kai, what are you planning? Time flew by, and a week later, the students were actively sparring on the training grounds. Thunder had just finished training when Kai suddenly approached him to ask a favor. Thunder, after training today, why don't you come to the library with me? Thunder asked suspiciously. The library? The library we're talking about is the Farad Apartments Library, which holds the greatest treasure trove of knowledge on the continent. Inside the library, Thunder watched boredly as Kai searched the shelves for books. You rarely ask me to places like this. Is there something you need to investigate? Kai continued his work. Yeah, I've started having dreams again lately. In my dreams, there's a voice that keeps talking to me. What he said caught Thunder's attention. He became serious and started asking, Can you remember what was in the dream? Kai recalled it in a daze, only seeing his dream self enveloped in a layer of golden light. I don't remember the exact words, but I knew that I just kept walking forward toward that voice. Every night, I just kept walking and walking in the darkness. Remembering this, Kai suddenly raised his voice in affirmation. Under the guidance of that voice, I finally reached a place where light shone through. That feeling was miraculous, both warm and powerful. I reached out to that light, praying for power, and it answered me. Then, Kai tightened his grip on the book in his hand. He emphasized to Thunder, Thunder, in my dream, I met a goddess. Thunder's eyes quickly scanned the title on the book cover. He muttered, The Journey of the Dragon Knight. Just then, Kai opened the book, found a page, and read intently, while exclaiming, I once heard a legend that the 5 dragon knights of the academy all met a goddess before they awakened. Their power was bestowed upon them by the goddess. Thunder hesitantly repeated, Goddess? Kai's eyes suddenly lit up, and he cheered. It really is like that. Then Kai turned the book around to face Thunder. He pointed to a page and said excitedly, This book has detailed accounts of what happened to the dragon knights before they awakened. Every one of them went through experiences that were almost identical. Hearing this, Thunder curiously leaned in. Kai couldn't wait any longer and read aloud. For several nights in a row, I heard a voice from within the darkness. I followed that voice to where the light was. Finally, I met the goddess. She chased away the evil thoughts in my heart and bestowed power upon me. She showed me the mission and the future of this world. Thunder looked at Kai in astonishment. So you mean Kai was as certain as he could be? Thunder, the prison is behind that red door. Everyone thinks the goddess is at Jonan Academy, but in reality, the goddess could actually be right beneath Ferret Apartments. Memories of the Grand Elder's words to Winford suddenly echoed in Thunder's mind. He was stunned. The goddess beneath Ferret Apartments? Seeing Thunder still dazed, Kai quickly grabbed his shoulders and shouted happily, As long as we find the goddess, we can receive power from her. Responding to Kai's hopeful gaze, Thunder kept his doubts to himself. This was truly a bit suspicious. The Elder's previous words hinted that something important was hidden under the academy. Something they didn't hesitate to sacrifice students to protect. Could it be related to the goddess, as Kai speculated? However, getting to the bottom of this wasn't easy. Thunder expressed his concerns. I understand what you mean, but ever since that incident, the entire prison has been reinforced with more guards. We can't sneak in easily anymore. At this, Kai seemed to have anticipated Thunder's worry. He spoke honestly. I haven't had a chance to tell you about this yet. The flashback shifted to the scene where Jasmine went to meet Kai. 2 days ago, Jasmine came to see me. She said she had also been dreaming of many strange things, and it sounded just like my dreams. An image of Jasmine peering into a cave behind the mountains appeared in Kai's mind. But the difference is that after Jasmine woke up, she could still remember the exact path to it. After waking, she used her memory to search, and ended up actually finding a path underground on the outskirts. Thunder exclaimed in shock. A new path? So she met the goddess? Kai's voice carried a hint of regret. He continued, No, she didn't. Just like the prison at Ferret Apartments, she went inside a bit, but was blocked by a door. At this point, Kai suddenly patted Thunder on the shoulder. He looked at you with hope. This is the reason I came to you. Thunder, I'm not an idiot. I know it was you who opened that prison door. I need your help. Come with me one more time. A flash of hesitation crossed Thunder's eyes. Kai, even he didn't dare to risk going to such a mysterious place with his current strength. Even if he could escape from a magical beast, they knew nothing about the situation underground, so it was hard to say if they wouldn't run into other dangers. But that thought was quickly dismissed by Thunder himself. He thought to himself, but if Kai is right, if the goddess truly exists beneath Ferret Apartments, I have many questions to ask her about my reincarnation. Also, the prophecy, the meaning of the Dragon Knight, and the truth about my father and Ami. This thought provided Thunder's answer. He quickly nodded at Kai. All right, I agree, but this time we need to prepare well if we run into danger again. But Kai was so happy he cut him off. That's amazing. Thank you, Thunder. Then, Kai firmly pulled Thunder along. Let's go find Jasmine now, Thunder asked in surprise. Huh? Right now? The scene shifted to a small, pretty house under the gentle sun. The house looked very cozy and discreet. As soon as they arrived, Kai couldn't hide his confusion. He asked Jasmine loudly, Didn't we say we were only telling Manch? It turned out that the room wasn't just filled with Jasmine, but also Kiyu, Mary, Slavia, Manch, and Tan, waiting there. Why are there so many people? Hearing his accusation, Jasmine put on an innocent face. She looked at Kai apologetically. Don't blame me for this. I really only informed Manch. Kai immediately understood the problem. He lunged and grabbed Manch by the collar. How can you be even worse at keeping your mouth shut than Kiyu? Kiyu, hearing he was being dragged into this, retorted, Hey, fine, yell at him if you want, but why drag me into this too? Manch replied awkwardly, I couldn't help it. Mary forced me. She said there should be no secrets between lovers. Arriving here, Kay felt his ears ring slightly. He stammered as he repeated the words. Your lover? Thunder was just as stunned as Mary. I looked at Manchester with an admiring gaze. I didn't think you'd dare to say it so bluntly, Kyo responded. Right. You really caught me off guard. Slavia calmly made a request. All right, in short, we already know about this plan of yours. We'll keep your secret, on the condition that you take us with you. A flash of sorrow crossed Slavia's eyes. She lowered her head slightly. We know strange things have been happening at this academy, and I won't lose any more friends. Thunder felt a bit uneasy seeing this. Suddenly, Slavia saw Thunder turn around. Thunder's gaze fixed on something behind them, and he raised a finger to his lips, signaling the group. It sounds like someone's coming. Then, Thunder stepped lightly on his toes. He crept toward the door to listen for movement outside. Are we being followed? Could there still be members of the Dark Guild hiding in the city? After a moment, the group decided to go out and check. Thunder looked down the empty hallway, puzzled. Is there no one there, or is it just my imagination? Kyo was the same, he didn't see anyone. The MCH side was empty too. They hadn't found anything either. Maybe it was just some animal making noise. Even though he found nothing, Thunder returned to warn the group. The situation is intense right now. We must be careful with our movements. First, let's hear Jasmine's experience and then make a plan. Night had fallen. A torrential rainstorm seemed determined to swallow the entire academy. Before the power went out, 2 guards were standing watch at the gate. Even in the rain, they didn't leave their posts. Suddenly, a harrowing sound rang out. Help! Save me! A guard saw Jack looking around. Huh? What was that? The knight responded. Someone was calling for help right in front of them. Through the freezing rain, Joyous came rushing over with a panicked look. Help me! The more experienced-looking guard tried to comfort him. Don't panic. Speak slowly. Joyous lunged forward, grabbing his arm. He pleaded, Please, you have to help me. My brother, was taken by a magical beast. The captain of the guard asked urgently. A magical beast? Joyous pointed toward a red wolf carrying Thunder's lady. There's a magical beast in the city. That's right, a wolf-type magical beast. Right there. The knight quickly signaled his comrades. Over there. Seeing the scene, Joyous cried out in agony. My brother. After assessing the situation, the captain turned to his subordinate. Don't worry, it's carrying someone, so it won't be able to run fast. Immediately notify the checkpoints along the route to intercept it. We'll split into 2 teams to surround it. The knight acknowledged the order, clearly. At that moment, Thunder's group was hiding in some nearby bushes. He whispered, Don't rush, wait until they've run a bit further before we head out. Seeing them move far enough away, Thunder stepped out and signaled the group. All right, let's go. Then, Thunder and Jay quickly grabbed the 2 iron chains on either side of the door. Their coordinated move successfully lowered a bridge. The group cautiously headed inside. Thunder turned back to remind them. Jay, you stay here and guard the entrance for us. Jay, pull the bridge up, and remember to close the city gate. If anything unusual happens, you know how to contact me. He nodded. Don't worry, boss. Then Thunder turned to Kai, their eyes meeting. Kai Ho said in a low voice, Call the other 3 to handle this task. Behind them, the prison gate slammed shut as if nothing had happened. Seeing the door closed, Thunder felt relieved. He looked toward Jasmine. Jasmine, lead the way. Jasmine then moved to the front, leading the group along a dark path. She reminded them, the entrance is near the foot of the mountain, a bit further ahead. Everyone, keep up. The rain grew heavier, and a gloomy atmosphere blanketed the quiet space. The path led them to a vast forest, where strange white mists covered almost the entire area. After walking for a while, Manch rubbed his shoulders with both hands. It was getting colder as they went. Mary, are you okay? She replied, Yeah, I'm fine. Just then, Tan Chen walked between them, his voice tinged with jealousy. I've had enough. I don't want to see you 2 being all lovey-dovey anymore. Soon, the group reached a snowy part of the forest. Tan looked at the area suspiciously. It's snowing ahead, but Mary quickly noticed something strange. She raised her bow. I've never seen snow that can move before. Manch quickly warned the group. Everyone, be careful. A large magical beast appeared before them. Its entire body was encased in a layer of freezing ice. Manch's voice turned serious. An ice magical statue, and it seemed there wasn't just one. At least 2 more had appeared behind it. In the midst of this, Slavia discovered something even worse. Everyone, there are uninvited guests on this side too, heading toward us. These were rabbits with a bizarre appearance, their eyes as red as blood. Slavia's voice faltered. Furious rabbits, how disgusting. Thunder gripped his sword, his heart full of suspicion. Why are there so many magical beasts here? The things making Thunder suspicious didn't stop there. Jasmine was also someone he couldn't quite figure out. How did Jasmine manage to get through all this alone, safe and sound? Is she hiding something else from us? With people who were well-trained and had real combat experience like them, taking down a few magical beasts wasn't difficult. On the contrary, it was actually a pretty good opportunity. For instance, Tan was happily holding a crystal in his hand. So lucky. A mid-tier beast soul. Kyo watched with envy. What? How do you have such good luck? Both of mine didn't drop any. This was also a stroke of luck from the heavens for Thunder. He looked at the information on his system board with satisfaction. Mid-tier beast soul collected 79 points already. Almost time to level up. Seeing the others still busy collecting crystals, Jasmine quickly spoke up to remind them. Once everyone is done collecting, let's head out quickly. We still need to return before dawn. Hearing this, the group immediately got back on track. Jasmine led them to the front of a pitch-black cave entrance. The 7 of them stopped at the mouth of the cave. Jasmine turned to Thunder and said, "This is it." A strange sound suddenly echoed in Thunder's ears. He looked inside, feeling suspicious of the noise. But before he could think, Kay surged ahead and led the group inside. "Let's go." The cave was incredibly vast. After walking for a stretch, Jasmine signaled the group to stop. "This is as far as I could get last time." Appearing before them now was a giant stone gate. Kyo was astonished. "It's so tall." Tan was stunned. "I wonder when this was built. Can Jack even open it?" Whenever things got difficult, Thunder was the one to handle it. Kay turned and whispered a request. "Thunder, I'm counting on you." Thunder walked to the front of the gate and placed his hand on it. A notification box appeared. "Open the gate?" "Yes." "No." Thunder, of course, chose yes. Instantly, the heavy stone gate slowly began to open. Slavia exclaimed in amazement. "It's moving." Mary was just as surprised. Thunder actually opened it. Meanwhile, Manch seemed quite used to this. Just like last time, Tan pondered, placing a finger on his chin. He wondered why the door opened with just one push from Thunder. Kyo followed excitedly, saying, "Maybe the prophecy is true. Thunder is the chosen child." Hearing that, Slavia looked a bit confused. "Prophecy? What prophecy?" Kyo started to explain quickly. "Ah, right. You guys don't know. Let me. Listen to me." "We just feel like his mouth is running a bit too wild," Thunder said, cutting him off. "All right, enough." Thunder sighed softly, reassuring everyone. "Don't listen to his nonsense. He's just been daydreaming about being a hero too much lately." Deep down, Thunder felt annoyed, knowing he shouldn't have brought that big mouth along. Next, he carefully pushed open the stone door, and strange currents of air drifted from within. Slavia stood timidly beside Thunder, her eyes filled with unspoken thoughts. "Thunder, why do I feel like the distance between me and him is growing further and further apart?" By now, the stone door was almost completely open. Thunder observed the bottomless staircase and spoke up. "It looks like we have a long way to go. We've made it this far." The group boldly followed the stairs downward. M wondered, "I wonder where this road leads. Will we end up back under the academy?" Jasmine replied vaguely, "I feel like that's possible." Meanwhile, Kyo, ever the carefree one, mused. He was concerned about a different matter. "I wonder what a god looks like. If we actually meet a god in a moment, what are you guys planning to say?" Mary thought differently. "But I think Jack must be a goddess who is both gentle and beautiful. If I could become like her, that would be great." Tan asked her in surprise. "How do you know the god is a woman?" Responding to Tan's question, Mary unexpectedly raised an issue. "Then how do you know the god is a man?" Tan used logic to persuade her. "Come on. The god protects the continent and drives away magical beasts, and also bestows power upon knights. You could say they are powerful to the point of being omnipotent. How could it possibly be a woman?" Hearing him say that, Mary retorted with sarcasm. "Oh, is that so, Tan? But I don't recall a single competition where your ranking was higher than Slavia's. Even though he was such a strong man, he was so embarrassed that his face turned red. This guy Slavia had to step in to mediate. All right, stop arguing, you two. The exit is right in front of us." After walking down all the steps, what appeared before them was a massive structure. Someone wondered, "Huh? Another door?" Others were quite surprised. To think there's a place like this underground. The group stepped inside quickly. Thunder looked around. "Do you guys find this a bit strange?" Ko curiously followed his gaze. "What is its purpose, anyway?" Someone speculated that it might be a cathedral. Thunder's eyes suddenly widened as he looked up in astonishment. Standing right in front of Thunder now was a giant stone statue of a woman. Thunder stared, dumbfounded, at the sculpted figure. Thunder's gaze lingered on the face of the statue. It gave him a strangely familiar feeling, like Jack. "I think I've met her before." Meanwhile, Manchester, Jasmine, and Kai Ho were spreading their senses to explore. Kai Ho asked, "Did you guys find anything over there?" Jasmine raised her hand and replied, "Nothing at all." Tan conjectured, "It seems there isn't another way out." Manchester heard this and exclaimed in shock, Have we reached the end? Noticing Thunder's intense focus, Slavia felt a bit jealous. She reminded him, Thunder, I know she's very beautiful, but it's just a statue. He turned around and asked, Slavia, do you know who she is? But Slavia only offered another guess. I don't know. Perhaps she is a god. Hearing this, Thunder turned back, his pensive gaze still glued to the statue. Is that so? Thunder tried to remember. He believed that his intuition, Jack, wasn't wrong. Strange. Jack, certainly have met her. Where on earth was it? Mary was examining the base of the statue at this moment, and she cried out in surprise. Everyone, it seems this spot is hollow inside. Kai ran over in a rush. Is it a secret passage? Hearing this, Tan curiously volunteered to lead the way, and as he put his strength into pushing, he said, Push it, and we'll see. Damn it, why is this thing so heavy? Come help me. Kyo responded enthusiastically. Coming. But pushing it isn't going to be easy. M shouted. Are you guys actually pushing? Ko used so much strength that he began to tremble. Waste of breath. I'm pushing as hard as I can. Ko tried asking. Is it moving at all? Seeing this, a bold guess suddenly formed in Thunder's mind. He went up and placed his hand on the stone surface. Could it be that the notification screen is about to appear? Enter? Yes or no? Thunder had his answer, and naturally, Thunder quickly chose yes. The entire statue moved immediately, revealing a secret passage. Tan cheered happily. It moved! It moved! Kai looked down into the passage. Naturally curious, the group stepped inside without a moment's hesitation. Before them lay a space shimmering with a mystical blue hue. Manchester cheered with excitement. It seems we are really about to meet a god. Mary looked around in wonder. This place is truly beautiful. At this moment, Slavia's gaze was drawn to the blue crystal shards on the wall. Are those things embedded in the wall magic crystals? Going deeper inside, a giant blue crystal radiated a brilliant light, as if beckoning them. Kai wondered, is that the thing that's glowing? Slavia guessed softly. Could that be? The entire group's eyes turned toward the crystal at the same time. They all shared the same thought. That's it. Thinking this, Ko slowly approached the crystal, his face extremely tense. The crystal seemed to sense someone approaching, and it emitted energy that grew stronger by the second. Seeing this, the group was even more Jack certain. It was a god. The 7 of them were captivated by the light of the crystal, standing foolishly in front of what they believed to be a god. Suddenly, Kyo's voice rang out, full of disappointment. No way. This is a god? Tan slumped. The appearance is a bit unexpected. I can't even tell if it's a man or a woman. Hearing them speak like that, Mary quickly reminded them, Tan, you mustn't speak disrespectfully to a god. Manchester was distracted by something else. Truly, underneath these furrowed apartments. As for Kay, the strange dream prevented him from tearing his eyes away from that crystal. He whispered, It's real. This is all completely real. Just as the group was still distracted, the ground beneath their feet suddenly shook violently. Everyone except Thunder instinctively crouched down. Jasmine asked in surprise, What's happening? Mary screamed in panic. The god is angry. Hearing this, Kyo scolded, Tan, it's all because of your nonsense. Tan bowed his head repeatedly. I'm sorry, Lord God. I didn't mean to. But Thunder was different. He tried to keep his body balanced. Thunder's heart was full of doubt. Is this the power of a god? It feels like the air of my own thunder is being completely drained away. Right at this moment, yellow rays of light suddenly appeared around his body. Thunder instinctively looked up toward the sky. He thought, Are you trying to show me something? Thinking this, Thunder's pupils immediately changed, and he replied calmly, All right. In Thunder's subconscious, the image of his past life appeared. Thunder, you borrow the power to fly ahead, so lead me there. Suddenly, a terrifying, gloomy scene, like hell, appeared before him. Thunder gasped, realizing this was the initial form. The blurred scene shifted to a group of people infected with the dark plague. Thunder stared in shock. So many people had been infected by the dark plague. Just then, the image of Jasmine appeared before him, with her eyes glowing in a strange, eerie way. That was her, stabbing her sword into Thunder's physical body. As Jasmine and the real-life Thunder were struck, they both fell. Kay asked with concern, Thunder, what's wrong with you? Thunder clutched his painful body, lying on the ground, while a ghastly laugh echoed through the space. That laugh belonged to none other than Jasmine. She finally revealed her true colors. Finally, it's a success. That great Lord Jack will surely reward me handsomely for this. Thunder clutched his aching body. He tried his best to ask, Jasmine, what are you doing? Careful, she's been infected. But Jasmine didn't care about anything anymore. She raised the sword in her hand high. Go to hell. Luckily, Kai arrived just in time. His eyes betrayed an unusual ruthlessness. Half of Kai's face was submerged in shadows. He whispered, "Jasmine, I'm sorry." Thunder, injured, quickly lost consciousness. His ears were ringing from the voices calling out, "Thunder, don't sleep, go get help." Thunder only managed to whisper, "Find Knight Winford." Then he slowly drifted off to sleep amidst the calls of his name. By the time Thunder opened his eyes, he heard a strange voice in his ear. How was his condition? Before him, two people dressed as physicians were talking. The head doctor looked at the report and said, "Currently, all his vitals are within a controlled range. His body is recovering. I have never seen someone survive after being hit by this kind of neurotoxin." The nurse next to him chimed in, "Doctor, you are truly amazing." He replied modestly, "This is not my achievement. This kid, Thunder, has a body as strong as a wild beast. To poison him to death, I'm afraid we'd need several times the current amount of toxins. Judging by his recovery speed, I think it won't be long before he can." As the doctor turned around, Thunder had already opened both eyes. He was surprised. "You're awake." Thunder wasn't fully alert yet. His voice sounded broken. "How long have I been in a coma? How is everyone?" The doctor answered calmly, "It's been a few days. Your friends are all fine, except for the girl named Jasmine." Hearing that, Thunder moved slightly. He wanted to sit up. "So, it wasn't because I was hallucinating, Jack?" After that, the doctor leaned down to check on him. He replied with a worried look, "Yeah, you and your friends got into big trouble. You clearly knew that was a forbidden area and shouldn't have broken in." Hearing this, Thunder suddenly fell silent, pursing his lips as if deep in thought. The doctor's voice broke through Thunder's thoughts. "The High Elder has already convened an emergency meeting. We will discuss how to punish you all." Thunder asked in surprise, "What is the Academy planning to do?" But the doctor didn't dare say too much. He bowed his head, his eyes looking off into the distance. "I don't know. This matter depends on the Elder's decision." Then, the doctor turned to leave. He reminded Thunder, "Just focus on healing for now. We'll discuss everything else after you're discharged." Thunder said nothing more. His eyes were filled with disappointment and regret. It wasn't easy to get close to the truth. Jack must have had something to tell me. Damn it. Such a good opportunity will be hard to come by again. At the same time, in the Academy's high tower, the Elders were discussing the matter. "Elders, reality has proven us wrong. From now on, we should strictly monitor the actions of every red-haired student." In the conference room, Winford slammed his hand on the table. "More and more evidence shows that the prophecy is reliable. We shouldn't leave them to develop freely, avoiding the creation of irreparable consequences." The elder sitting opposite retorted, "Winford, why does it sound like you're trying to scare us? Those students bypassed the guards and snuck into the forbidden zone. What we should do is severely punish them along with those guards. Only then can we set an example to warn the other students." Denby finally spoke up. "Elder JPY's words are very correct, although I also feel that Winford's words have some validity." Elder Demb gritted his teeth. "What do you mean?" Demb said calmly. "My point is that since we believe those red-haired youths could bring destruction to the world, we should deal with them right now." Saying this, his eyes flashed with cruelty. Demb coldly emphasized, "Avoid creating irreparable consequences." Elder Z, hearing this, did not object. "I agree with this idea." But Winford was even angrier. He shouted, "Demb, you must not distort my meaning like that. We should be protecting them, not severely punishing those children." Just then, the High Elder's voice rang out, cutting through the argument. "All right. You are Master Knights. You must not act on emotion. I need to remind everyone once again, Thunder is very likely the child in the prophecy, which is why I gathered everyone here to discuss this. This is a major matter regarding the safety of the world. We need to handle it with caution." The elder looked at the side with disdain. "Since when have we knights had to rely on a child to save us?" Elder Feng replied as if to provoke him. "Isn't this already reality? While we avoided fighting, Mlin, wasn't it those children who fought?" Cry suddenly spoke up. "My opinion is that we should at least keep Thunder at the Academy. He is very important to us." Winford panicked. "And the others?" At this moment, the High Elder spoke again, every word feeling like pushing people into an abyss, as if decreed, permanent expulsion from the Academy for them. At a building in the Academy's tribunal, a judicial voice rang out. "Have all students involved in the incident arrived?" Thunder's friends were standing before the council, listening to their verdict. "After the Academy's discussion regarding your violation of school rules and intrusion into the forbidden area, I will now announce the handling decision." A result was read aloud, leaving him feeling dejected. Thunder thought he would be kept under surveillance at the Academy. Those around him seemed to agree. It wasn't too bad. The High Elder didn't stop there. He delivered the next part of the verdict. As for the rest of you, Ferret Academy permanently expels you. As soon as the decision was finished, the crowd below erupted. Everyone protested vehemently. What? You cannot do this. We fought to protect the Academy. That's right. This is unfair. Slavia didn't seem to accept it. She held her head high, her voice choking. If the Academy insists on such a harsh punishment, our Han family will absolutely not accept it. Cry sat on the judge's bench. He spoke up. The girl is not wrong. The Han family is a major clan, and their people helped us fight off the intruders. The Grand Elder seemed silent, then suddenly slammed his hand down on the judgment table, his voice ringing out. Regardless of one's background, rules are rules. It was none other than JPY beside him. He stepped up to refute the argument. That place is a restricted area. Only Academy elders have the right to enter. No one else, regardless of which major family they belong to, is allowed. As he spoke, JPY opened his palm and then clenched his fingers tight. Of course, even now, some are still enjoying special treatment. His voice was aimed straight at Thunder, making him feel quite uneasy. After all, not everyone gets the chance to be the chosen red-haired one. Although Thunder was chosen, he looked quite uncomfortable, his entire body and hands clenched, trembling with anger. Everyone, please wait a moment. On the judgment bench, the Grand Elder commanded. Does Elder Feng have an opinion? He sat nearby and spoke up timidly. Yes, I have a few things to say. Moving past JPY, Elder Feng began to present his point of view. Naturally, we cannot violate the regulations. I agree with this opinion of Elder JPY. His line of thinking made JPY smirk, his eyes glowing with extreme excitement. A moment later, Elder Feng moved and stood with the group of students below. As Elder JPY said, according to the rules, only elders can enter the restricted area without needing any permission. The Grand Elder realized a few things and asked gently. Without hesitation, he placed his hand on KM's shoulder, and even he looked bewildered. Therefore, I wish to resign from my position as an elder and pass it on to this young man. Denbird and his group stood outside, their eyes widening in shock at the news. What? A member on the judgment bench saw Elder Feng's decision and angrily scolded him. Are you crazy, all for the sake of these kids? Elder La sat on his chair, stunned by the news. Grand Elder, this is too ridiculous. Elder Kim also agreed with his point of view. That's right, the elders hold many of the Academy's secrets. Passing them on so casually is completely improper. The Grand Elder still gave Elder Feng a chance to reconsider. Regarding the final decision, Elder Feng, are you serious? Standing below, he didn't need to think anymore, and declared bluntly, of course, I remember that according to the rules, if an elder voluntarily transfers their position to anyone in the Academy, they only need the acceptance of a master-level knight. Elder Feng reached out to grab Kai's shoulder and asked about his background. Excuse me, what is your name, young man? He didn't hide it and introduced himself. K. Bluebird. As soon as he knew his name, he declared, I now voluntarily transfer the position of elder to K. Bluebird. I invite the members of the Knight Order to vote. Denbird, on this side, gritted his teeth in frustration. Here, Jai saw the unexpected decision, and he smiled with amusement. Elder Feng, he couldn't control his emotions, raising his voice to scold him. This is too ridiculous. Even if an elder volunteers, we cannot agree to something like this. Winford was different. He was the opposite of Denbird. No, I agree. Seeing his friend like that, he looked angrily at Winford and scolded him. Winford, how can you agree to let such a bumpkin become an elder? He had a cigar in his mouth, puffing out smoke. Carden spoke up. I agree as well. Seeing everyone going against his opinion, Denbird was furious. His teeth gritted so hard they made a sound. Yes, only Rose was on Denbird's side. I object. Changing an elder is a major matter. I am very sorry, but I cannot accept such impulsive actions. He still had some hope and looked at Bernardo beside him, who was silent. Bernardo, you wouldn't agree to such an absurd thing, would you? He hadn't yet made his decision when Winford ran over to remind him. Bernardo, these kids helped us at our most difficult time. They lost many friends in the war while we did nothing. Now, we only need to do one small thing to make it up to them. These are things we owe these children. Seeing Winford's attitude left Bernardo stunned. He widened his eyes in surprise. Winford. Finally, after a moment of inner conflict, Bernardo happily made his decision. I agree. Denbird saw that he couldn't convince him, so he helplessly crossed his arms and turned his face away. Seeing that a consensus had been reached, the Grand Elder spoke up. Given that Feng has yielded his elder position to K. Bluebird, the charge of trespassing into the restricted area will be dropped. Others were surprised, and someone raised their hand high, their voice cutting in midway. Please wait a moment. Ko was the one who spoke up. He grabbed Tan with his hand. I voluntarily transfer my elder position to Tan. I invite the members of the Night Order to vote. Regardless of who took the position, Bernardo, Winford, and Carden all agreed. I agree. Their reactions left Rose only able to shake her head. She looked completely helpless. This is truly ridiculous. The decision passed, and the Judgment Council declared, given that Kay has yielded his elder position to Tan, the charge of trespassing into the restricted area will be dropped. An idea flashed through his mind. Tan raised his hand and suggested, then I will also transfer my elder position to Manchi. I invite the members of the Night Order to vote. Thunder stood outside watching, his mind racing with strange thoughts. Why was that old man JPY not so angry anymore when he yielded the elder position? Thunder's gaze was fixed on JPY, who sat alone on the judgment bench. What on earth was he planning? Both girls, Slavia and Mary, held hands affectionately when they heard the ruling. Given that Mary Ionwood has yielded her elder position to Slavia H, that's great. The charge of trespassing into the restricted area for Slavia H will be dropped. Seeing that everything had been resolved smoothly, the Grand Elder spoke. Things have reached this point. Everyone. No more words. Rules are rules. His announcement made Slavia look back, and she remembered something. This matter is over. Meeting adjourned. Slavia immediately ran over and shouted loudly, please wait a moment. I voluntarily yielded my elder position, but Elder Feng spoke up to stop her. Forget it, young girl. He began to explain each issue one by one, leaving her completely bewildered. I forgot to mention earlier, once an elder position is yielded, it cannot be reclaimed. This is also a rule. The last sentence Elder Feng uttered made Slavia cover her face with both hands, her head spinning as if she were about to faint. From today, you will officially be one of the elders of the Farad Apartments Academy. In the evening, inside the dormitory building, someone's voice echoed, extremely noisy. It's hard to believe. How did it end up like this? Who knew Elder Feng would be so casual? Dan, what do you mean? What's wrong with Slavia becoming an elder? I think it's very reasonable. After all, sooner or later it would be her turn. Outside the room, two soldiers wearing armor, holding spears, stood guard. Come on, how old is Slavia anyway? The age of those elders combined is 10 times hers. How can you even say something like that? Seeing everyone gossiping about it, Slavia walked over and spoke up. All right, stop arguing. You guys. Mary nodded in agreement with her. Now that no one was being expelled, Slavia had just received the elder position, so maybe things would get better from now on. As soon as she finished speaking, Kai walked over slowly. He offered his perspective, hoping for things to improve. I don't think receiving an elder position will change anything. If Elder Feng hadn't stepped in today, the Jack Academy definitely would have expelled us. Not stopping there, Kay stood tall and continued to talk about the issue he had observed. Even Jasmine had been infected by the night plague. This Jack Academy definitely has issues. I even suspect that among the Council of Elders, there are people from the Pureblood or the Dark Guild. Looking toward Slavia, man's face darkened. He insisted, right now, everyone is watching us. We shouldn't get too agitated. If things are as Kai suspects, then Slavia is the one in the most danger right now. That sudden remark left her stunned. I lay on the bed, listening to every opinion. And finally, Thunder spoke up. I agree with M. He placed both hands gently behind his head and began to analyze the situation. The other elders aren't biased toward students like Elder Feng. Most of them are keeping a neutral stance. Slavia is an outsider. She will become a thorn in their side. Hearing that, Tan was quite worried for his friend. He spoke up. So, what should we do? Mary remained calm and suggested, we need to protect her together. But as soon as he heard the mention of finding a solution, Thunder turned over and buried his face in the bed. Forget it. There's nothing we can do today. Go to sleep now. We'll discuss tomorrow's business tomorrow. Ko stretched and spoke up. What? I thought Thunder always had a plan. But Kai stood up to defend him. He's thought enough for today. Everyone should get some rest first. As Nam lay face down on the bed, Thunder was still awake, staring into the distance and thinking. No wonder Jibby had been so quiet after the old man handed over the elder position. He must have thought that Slavia would be easier to deal with than that old man. It was just that today, the Elder Council showed that there was internal division within their ranks as well. The opinions of the knights, masters, and elders weren't completely unified. The students' room lights were already out, and they had fallen asleep. Only he was still awake, thinking this might be the opportunity to expand the influence of the Crimson. In the middle of the night, following the window, a mystical purple aura drifted inside. That stream of energy headed straight for the single bed where Thunder was lying. Jack appeared in his true form, floating above his head. Target found. Jack used his sharp, claw-like fingers to gently stroke Thunder's face. Found you. His aura transformed into ropes that bound the boy's body tightly. Watching Thunder struggle frantically, Jack became even more excited, muttering about his actions as he ran. The ropes of energy tightened around Thunder's neck, making his eyes widen as he gasped for air. The commotion woke up the room. Kai jumped up in a panic and shouted, "Who's there?" On this side, the two girls were also startled awake by the noise. Slavia spoke up. Thunder seemed to be losing to Jack's power. Thunder kicked hard and deflected his attack. Without hesitation, to save his life, he grabbed a sharp sword and rushed over. Thunder stood there, hand on his spear. "What is this?" Man, standing to the side, explained immediately, "It's the night plague." With his weapon in hand, he lunged off the bed, voice loud as he guessed the intruder had entered through the window. Not wanting to drag it out, Kai grabbed the sharp sword. He lunged forward to see where the person was running. Coming from behind, he was caught off guard, shouting a warning. "Wait!" But Kai, weakened, took a heavy blow from Jack's hand. He fell backward. Luckily, Kyo was there to catch him in time. "I've got you, brother. Thanks." Lowering his guard, he didn't pay attention. From above, Slavia lunged down with a sharp sword. One slash of hers gently parted the layer of purple energy mixed with Jack's smooth skin. Seeing the skin revealed, Slavia was momentarily stunned and shocked. The person's identity was exposed, so he hurried toward the main door of the room to escape, leaving no trace behind. "Intruder, where do you think you're going?" Seeing Jack leave safely, Tan yelled in anger. "Hey, why did you let him get away?" Everyone didn't seem to care much. Slavia reached out to rub Thunder's chest and asked, "Hey Thunder, are you okay?" He regained his composure and panted, "I'm fine." Kay asked anxiously, "Thunder, what was that just now?" A sturdy arm appeared, and a hand grabbed the doorknob and walked in. "What's going on?" It was none other than Winford, who had followed the information to come and check the situation. "Is anyone hurt?" Slavia heard the question, and, representing the group, turned back to answer. No, only Thunder was attacked. But luckily, he reacted quickly and wasn't injured. Cardin took a puff of his cigar, smoke billowing out. He asked him, "Thunder, do you know who that was?" But he only received a bowed head and a hesitant look from Thunder. "No, I didn't see clearly." Seeing that the situation was still a bit dangerous, Winford pointed and ordered the guards. "The attack just now must be reported to the elders immediately. Arrange 2 squads to track the culprit's trail. Furthermore, dispatch an extra patrol team outside the dormitory to ensure the safety of the students." The group heard the order and shouted clearly in acknowledgement. Only he didn't care much, bowing his head slightly to the ground, thinking continuously. Although I didn't see his face clearly, I knew it just by hearing his voice. The image of Jack turning dark, along with his normal face, flickered in Thunder's subconscious. That's right, that person had no hesitation. His eyes serious, eyebrows slightly furrowed. He was sure it was his old man. Standing opposite Cardin, Winford stroked his chin, his eyes looking into the distance as he analyzed. From what they just described, the situation could be worse than we imagined. On this side, he leaned against the wall, smoking his cigar and nodding in agreement. That's right. It doesn't sound like those who are just typically infected, but rather something else. As soon as he finished, his face became tense, pale, and he bowed his head slightly. The war situation at the front lines is also getting increasingly tense. I have received many reports about attacks from night beasts. Cardin looked at Winford with some hesitation. "So, what do you think about this?" An idea flashed in his mind. Winford suggested, "Currently, there is division within the academy, and we don't know who is trustworthy. For now, we won't take any action. We'll wait and see if anyone reveals a trace." It was already midnight, and the entire academy was enveloped in a mystical night. "Starlight? Boss, why did you call me at such a late hour?" Though stood on the terrace, his eyes looking far away, informing the twin brothers. "From now on, you all have permission to invite anyone you trust to join the Red Wings." The new information came so fast that Jay stepped forward, looking dazed as he asked, "We can invite teammates now?" Without delay, his face darkened. Thunder lowered his voice and announced, "I'll give you the authority to sign contracts on my behalf. I want the wings of the Red Wings to expand rapidly." With wide eyes, he turned around completely and demanded, "I need enough strength to embrace change." The next morning, at a new location within the academy, Thunder attended. The elder's office. Inside the vast room, a voice echoed all around. Slavia started to settle into her new role. She sat on her chair. "I don't think I've ever heard that term before." Elder Feng, standing nearby, chimed in. It's normal that you haven't. In my short life, the number of times I've encountered a shadow puppet could be counted on one hand. He looked down at the bewildered Slavia and explained, shadow puppets, unlike those infected by drugs, are true weapons controlled by the night plague. Specifically, a normal person exposed to purple gas for too long will turn darkened if someone with superior physical traits is also infected by the night plague. If they don't die within 1 year, then in the years that follow, they will gradually lose their will as the night plague tortures them, becoming true puppets. These darkened beings move quickly and attack normal people. They move like demons, making them hard to track. They are natural assassins, their bodies covered by shadows, nearly resistant to all damage. Their eyes are always surrounded by a thick, dark, purple aura. These people are the shadow puppets. After listening to the description, Slavia finally understood the situation. If that's the case, then the number of shadow puppets must be very rare. If they are given a mission, then Jack must be someone extraordinary. On the side, Elder Feng nodded and continued. That's right. Thunder might just be one of their targets. They clearly know about the prophecy, and besides that, there might be something even more important. The next piece of information he provided made Slavia's eyes widen, sweat pouring down her face. They are targeting the gods. We should immediately inform the elders and the knights. Her sudden outburst caught Elder Feng off guard, and he urged her to calm down. Young lady, you are an elder now, too, reminded. Slavia blushed and covered her mouth with both hands. I'm sorry, I still haven't adapted to this role. So, what should we do now? Seeing how cute she was, he didn't blame her, holding up a finger to signal. No need to apologize. My existence is for this very purpose. The other elders already know about the situation last night. I think they have guessed the shadow puppet's target, but on the surface, no one has taken any action yet. Sitting on the chair and listening carefully to Elder Feng, Slavia quickly deduced. You mean the elders actually have their own plans, and you're worried about influencing things, so you're keeping quiet? I don't want to influence your judgment by saying too much, but I can give you the best advice. Quickly gather those you trust. Turning slightly, Elder Feng gazed into the distance and suggested, the power of a team is greater than that of an individual. Whatever you plan to do next, you need your own team. Hearing this, she glanced down, reflecting on her team. Suddenly, he announced that someone was approaching. Slavia felt a bit flustered and shouted for them to enter. A familiar face walked in from the door. Thunder was alone. Thunder, you looked at Elder Feng, feeling a bit surprised. The old man is here too? Seeing Thunder appear, he remembered something he needed to handle and left. You're here? As it happens, I need to go meet the head elder for some business. You two talk first. As his silhouette moved away, Elder Feng raised his arm to give him a light wave. Kid, remember to come to the martial arts club when you're free, all right? I still have many things I want to teach you. Thunder was a bit annoyed, turning his head slightly to reply. Got it, old man. Seeing Thunder there, Slavia was very confused and quickly asked, Thunder, did you come here to find me? Standing in front of her, he stated the problem he needed help with. I have a favor to ask. I want you to help me get out of the city. Hearing this, Slavia's eyes widened, sweat dripping down her face. Out of the city? Why? She didn't seem to approve, standing up from her chair. You were just attacked yesterday, and now there are many people following you. I don't think that's a good idea. Because of that, Thunder insisted on her help. That's why I need your help. He looked at Slavia, explaining his reason for leaving. You know I have special abilities. I need to hunt more magic beasts to become stronger. This left her a bit troubled. Thunder continued his reasoning. If I stop because of the enemy's actions, I am truly putting myself in danger. His eyes were full of affection as he slightly bowed his head, pleading, Please. Thunder's actions left Slavia not knowing what to do. She was flustered, her face turning bright red. Trying to avoid his gaze, she looked down at the table leg and stammered her agreement. All right, I will arrange it for you. But you must promise me you will return before the sun sets. Her agreement made Thunder overjoyed. Okay, thank you so much. Inside, Thunder felt a lot of guilt for lying to Slavia. I'm sorry. I don't want to deceive you, but finding my father before the others do is more important right now. But on the surface, Thunder still forced a smile and praised her endlessly. I knew coming to you was the right choice, he recalled. When he first stepped up to the door before the office, he had originally intended to invite Slavia to join the Red Rose, but accidentally heard her conversation with the old man about how they were targeting the gods. After getting permission from Slavia, Thunder began to walk down the stairs to leave the city. By now, the entrance to the city was surely heavily guarded. The cave outside the city was the only place he could enter. His gaze was strangely determined as he held his head high and prayed, Father, please wait for me. Back at her place, Slavia seemed extremely worried, pacing back and forth without rest. Outside the door, Elder Feng walked in, carrying a book. Thunder has already left? Seeing him, she spoke up. He's already gone. I was going to ask you. Slavia leaned against the side of the table and said, could you order the relocation of some soldiers from the prison? The unexpected question made Elder Feng speculate. Have you thought of a way to do something? She explained. If the shadow puppet's target is the gods, we can lure him in. Slavia knit her brows, her eyes more worried than ever. But I want to know, if we find him, is there any way to kill him? He heard this, closed his eyes, and stroked his beard in thought. Although it's very difficult, it's not impossible, he replied. She was quite relieved. Good. I will go gather my team. Hurrying to gather her team, Slavia pleaded, once again, please tell us how to kill a shadow puppet. Elder Feng was moved by her attitude. If you've decided, then do it. Slavia's entire face flushed red. She silently thought about Thunder and made a decision. Thunder, I'm sorry. I can't let you protect me forever. Now that I am an elder, I will protect everyone in my own way. Returning to Thunder, he pulled his hood tightly over his head, crouching behind a wall to observe the guards at the gate. Thunder looked at the team of guards in their sturdy armor. Standing guard, he immediately understood. At first, there might not have been a need for such trouble, but after a few consecutive incidents, the city's defenses had become increasingly tight. A merchant attempting to leave the city was stopped by soldiers. Please present your temporary entry pass and sales permit. The man reached into his bag and pulled out a card, holding it forward. Here you go, it's all here. I just got the pass from the knight's order. They aren't just checking permits, they're inspecting the goods too. What's inside? The merchant gestured toward the horse and reported with a smile. It's all medicine and weapons made from beast parts. The soldiers asked next about his purpose for leaving the city. He truthfully explained his destination and timeline. The town of Loney is about 20 days away. Hiding behind a wall, listening to the entire exchange, Thunder pondered. It seemed that using his transformation technique to change his appearance and leave the city was no longer effective. Suddenly, a carriage appeared. The horse pulling it stopped abruptly, its hooves striking the ground hard. A young man holding the reins asked for his identity. Excuse me, are you Thunder? Thunder, who was crouching, looked up and replied, that's right, not hesitating to confirm his identity. Please, get in the carriage. Lord Slavia has ordered me to take you out of the city. Returning to Slavia's location, she stood before her friends and teammates and spoke up. As I mentioned before, this is a very dangerous mission. Have you all thought this through? With a sharp gaze, he spoke in a resolute tone. Of course. Besides, I still have to find the gods, and that fake shadow guy wants to kill Thunder. We absolutely cannot let him succeed. Following that surge of momentum, Manch chimed in. If we can trap him underground, even if we can't kill him, we won't let him escape easily. Beside him, Tan still sounded a bit hesitant. But are we really not going to tell Thunder about this? Hearing the question, Mary nodded, sharing her thoughts on this decision. I think it's better if he doesn't know. If that assassin encounters him, wouldn't it be extremely dangerous? Seeing everyone's faces full of panic for Thunder, Kyo tilted his head slightly, eyes crinkling into a smile. I think you're all worrying too much. Thunder is the strongest among us, isn't he? Seeing everyone united in their resolve, Slavia spoke happily. Good. Then this time, we must work together. As Mr. Feng said, in theory, the fake shadow has weaknesses. As long as our attack is effective, we have a chance to kill him. On the other side, Elder Feng was also won over by their attitude. That's right, but you must also remember, once the attack isn't going well, you must execute the second plan. I will meet you at the Red Gate. As long as you leave the underground, you will be safe. Hearing the plan he had mapped out, the group cheered. Understood. Returning to Thunder's side, the carriage was tucked away in a corner on the edge of a shaded forest. You can get out now. I will return here to pick you up before sunset. Hearing what the person sent by Slavia said, he stepped out of the carriage and gestured. All right, I understand. Thank you. Thunder was mesmerized by the scenery, tilting his head back to breathe in the air. Before sunset? That's a bit tight. Complaining slightly, he hurriedly rushed deep into the forest. Dad, I hope you haven't wandered off. As if he had a third eye, Thunder sensed something and looked to the side. Huh? He channeled his internal energy to activate his skill. One of his eyes turned into a dragon's eye. Using it to observe, Thunder saw two people fighting a snake-like monster. It seemed they were hunting. Candy, holding a sword, looked at Jerry and complained, I told you we shouldn't have gone deep into the forest. The young boy, seeing this, quickly tried to reassure his little sister. It's okay, you stay back. I'll keep an eye on it. Suddenly, the monster arched its body, using its giant frame to toss both of them away. Fortunately, Jerry and Candy were caught by someone. The back looked quite muscular and sturdy. Thinking they had lost their lives, both were dazed. "Whoa, we were saved?" Thunder asked from behind. "You two shouldn't be in a place like this. It's asking for trouble," Jerry suggested. "Let's get out of here quickly. That fighting snake is a mid-level magical beast. There's no need to fight it." But Candy remained mesmerized by his appearance, standing still. "Thank you. Are you an adventurer?" His arm was wrapped in a hardened aura. Thunder requested, "All right, quiet for a moment." Just as he finished speaking, he lifted one foot to gain momentum and lunged forward faster than the wind. Thunder's fist was fully charged. He landed a solid punch right in the belly of the aggressive monster. It was in immense pain and used its long body to coil tightly around Thunder. "He's trapped. It's over. It's over. He's going to die." Seeing him in that state, Jerry's tone was accusatory toward his little sister. "See? I told you we should have looked for a chance to run away." Candy was quite grateful to their savior. She urged the boy not to say such pessimistic things. "We have to find a way to save him." The monster thought being wrapped up would control him completely, but it didn't expect Thunder to show no fear at all. "Is that all you've got?" He once again used his fist to attack the lower part of the monster's throat with force, making it scream in pain. Watching the snake-like monster lose its life, the siblings' jaws dropped in amazement. He crushed the snake to death. Amazing. He must be a high-level adventurer. Solving that issue, Thunder questioned the two with a serious face. "What are your names? Why are you here?" The boy stepped up for his sister to introduce themselves and explain their history. "I'm Jerry, and this is my little sister, Candy. We're both adventurers." "Adventurers?" "We live in a village not far from Aviron City. We came here to hunt." He didn't say it out loud, but Thunder carefully observed their appearance and weapons to make an internal assessment. "Adventurers this young?" Looking at their gear, their family situation doesn't seem very well off. "I wonder if I was anything like them at this age?" Feeling some sympathy for the children's situation, he summoned a black hole and 2 weapons appeared. "Don't go too far when hunting next time. Here, take these. Go back to your village." Jerry and Candy took the weapons, their faces beaming with joy. "Hey, can you really give these to us? They're too valuable?" Fearing the kids wouldn't dare accept them, he immediately reassured them. "It's nothing much. I can't use them anymore anyway, so they're better off with you." Watching him leave, the boy immediately chased after him to ask for the benefactor's background. "Thank you so much. May I ask your name?" Thunder turned his head and gave them a random name. "Call me Nest." "All right, I have work to do. You two go home now." Before he could leave, the little girl called him back. "Mr. Nest." He was slightly annoyed at being interrupted but still acted normal. "What is it now?" Candy stepped closer to warn Thunder beforehand. "Something hasn't been right in the forest today. The magical beasts are all restless. I advise you not to go too far." This useful information made him surprised. "You say the situation in the forest suddenly became unusual today?" Before he could finish, Candy and Jerry recounted the events that had occurred in terror. "You said the situation in the forest suddenly turned strange today, right?" Before she could finish, Candy and Jerry recounted the incident in a fearful tone. "That's right. Don't look at us like that. We're adventurers who operate near the forest regularly. Usually, we only run into a few low-level beasts." Not knowing how he obtained the intel, Thunder stepped forward, not forgetting to turn back and say goodbye to both of them. "All right, thanks for the heads up." Standing behind, they waved him off. The boy suggested, "If you get the chance, remember to visit our village to the west." "Got it." Not long after leaving them behind, Thunder took off running like the wind. The beasts were acting abnormally. Jack was sure it was because something foreign had invaded the forest. His feet glided smoothly through the brush, his hands clenched into fists. "Is it Dad?" At Avron Prison, 2 guards stood with their backs straight, watching over the area without rest even late into the night. They chatted aimlessly, not noticing a shadow appearing on the wall above the gate. "What do you think they're thinking up there? One moment they tell us to increase guard, the next they tell us to help people. Just don't worry about it. Whatever they tell us to do, we do." Seeing the familiar figure, both of them stammered as a purple aura of corruption took the chance to slip through the gate gap. "Elder Feng is here. He's no longer just an elder anymore." One of the soldiers reported that he had followed his orders. "Master Feng, we've cleared everyone out just as you requested." Elder Feng approached and praised them. "Good. You two go get some rest." That request made both of them break into a cold sweat, their mouths hanging open in shock. "Huh?" He knew their state of mind. Elder Feng patted their shoulders to reassure them. "Don't worry. These are my orders. Just carry them out." As he spoke, he grabbed the cloak on his body and ripped it off, holding it in his hand. This old man was still somewhat useful, no matter what happened. Elder Feng's expression darkened naturally, his tone deepening. It's easier for me to work when you guys aren't around. Just like that, the two loyal soldiers followed the orders. Not far away, the group led by Slavia was waiting for the perfect moment to sneak in. The guards have all withdrawn, let's go. Yeah. A familiar voice rang out, making Kai curiously turn his head and widen his eyes. It was exactly who they predicted. Lady, holding a giant blade, led the way, with Joy following as requested by Thunder, Jay, and the others. Why are you guys here? He didn't hide it, and told the truth. The boss told me to follow you, saying you might need our help. Mary was quite surprised by his ability to read thoughts and predict everyone's path. Thunder? How did he guess that? Slavia, on the other hand, had a face flushed red with surprise. Thunder, in the end, you always wanted to protect everyone. Joyous saw they were still shy, so he firmly insisted, we're friends, don't be so polite. Next time you do something like this, let me know in advance. Lady nodded in agreement. Their spirit made Tan happy. The others chimed in as well. You guys are so loyal. To avoid wasting time, she suggested they move on. Having extra support was better. They had to go over the plan carefully as a group. Slavia knelt on the ground as the group gathered around. Everyone, come closer. Since we have new teammates, we need to redistribute our combat roles. It was already midnight. The prison became silent. Everything around looked dark and gloomy. The gate that the soldiers were guarding was now slightly ajar, as if someone had broken in. It was none other than Slavia, holding a candle to guide the group along with Elder Feng. Everyone, get your communication devices and light gems ready. If we get separated, follow the path back. Master Feng will meet us here. He walked up to the railing, leaning on it gently, his gaze looking far away. If nothing unexpected happens, the shadow demon is close to reaching godhood now. But don't rush. There are several grand mages surrounding the deity, setting up barriers. We can't break through in a short time. Elder Feng looked down into the depths, reminding them. Remember, the darkness is the shadow demon's home turf. You must act according to the plan. Do not be impulsive. Understood. Walking down the stairs, Jay spoke up. I've been at the academy for 3 years, and I never knew this place led to the underground. Joyous glanced back, asking him, Jack, do you smell something strange? Lee answered the mystery for him. The sound of their footsteps echoed through the stairwell. Mary, Manch, and Slavia. Do you think we'll get criticized by the other elders for sneaking in? This time, we have Slavia's permission. No problem, right? Oh, I suddenly remembered something. Without Thunder here, how are we going to open the door down there? Don't worry, Master Feng already told me how to open the main gate. As if remembering something, Manch spoke up. Right. Slavia is an elder now, so she has the right to know. They seemed enlightened by the information and immediately investigated. Right, Slavia. Do you know why the deity is placed under Avron City? But she only received a dazed look and a long-winded answer from her. I'm sorry. Even though Master Feng helped me bring many documents, there's so much content that I haven't been able to verify each one since I got back. A moment later, the door in front of them opened, and a cold gust of wind blew out. Look, the door is already open. Surprised, Manch guessed. Who did that? Was it Thunder? But Slavia refuted the idea. Impossible. Thunder has already left the city. Someone else must be here. She looked at the open door, the entrance looking endlessly deep and unsettling. Strange Master Feng said this lock could only be opened by an elder. How could? Without hesitation, Kai led the way inside. Everyone, ready your weapons. We need to be extra careful from here on. They followed the path, venturing deeper. We're almost at the place we visited last time. Do you think those king-level beasts, like that stray one, will appear? Kai, who was in front, hesitated for a few seconds after hearing the question and explained, It's hard to say. Last time we went in, we saw a lot of cages. They weren't meant for humans. Joyous, following behind, was stunned. Huh? This isn't a prison. Isn't it meant for holding people? Just as he finished, Tan, who was on the side, brandished his weapon as if attacked by something. Look out! What's wrong? Something just touched us? He quickly drew his sword, looking at the glowing red eyes hidden in the darkness. See? Maybe they're for holding these things. Beasts. Lady, holding her giant blade, shouted, Let me handle this. She raised her blade high and struck a heavy blow against the beast's rock-hard scales. It's a claw beast, a high-level monster. Slavia, stand over there. Thon warned. Be careful, it's also been infected, but it looks like it's still in the early stages. With her bow in hand, Mary suggested, Then let's finish this quickly. The claw beast, caught off guard, took an arrow straight to its scales. Wounded and enraged, it charged forward to attack. Oh, so you think you're the only strong one here? But he dealt a swift slash, knocking the beast aside and sending it crashing into the debris. My eyes widened at the sight before me. I could never truly fathom the limits of Jay's strength. Kyo nodded in agreement. Exactly, like he's got a third eye. Slavia shivered, her eyes widening as she felt those unseen gazes. She whirled toward the clawed beasts. She screamed, "Everyone, don't let your guard down! There are more coming!" A cave outside the city led deep underground, and Thunderman had followed the forest path all the way down there alone. A notification suddenly popped up, making his eyes widen. His status had changed. The system interface hovered in midair, displaying his current aura levels. His energy was draining rapidly. Were they in trouble? The clawed beasts were suddenly blasted away by a critical strike from Jay, fueled by a golden spiritual aura. He gripped his blade, smirking at the scene. High-level magical beasts, huh? Pretty interesting. Seeing his father getting too confident, Kai, standing behind him, worriedly said, "We didn't come here to hunt." On this side, they were drenched in sweat. Right. We can't afford to waste too much energy here. Beside him, Tan was already exhausted, panting as he replied, "Easy for you to say, but how are we supposed to handle this pile of monsters?" Slavia kept attacking, calling out to her. "Mary, take the shot!" Mary drew her bow, aiming right behind them. Got it. A pinpoint-accurate arrow flew straight, targeting a clawed beast that had its grip on Slavia's weapon. As it drew closer, she looked down and noticed a problem. They were all chained up. Hearing the news, Mary was startled, her eyes widening. Someone captured them and brought them here? Joyos gripped his weapon, confused. Why capture these things? Lady chimed in. To cause trouble. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice echoing in his ear. Is everyone in trouble? Joyos was overjoyed to hear Thunder's voice. Thunder! That's great. You can still sense our situation. Lady also spoke to him. It's bad. We've got trouble. Even though Thunder wasn't there, he felt their anxiety and reassured them. Don't panic. I'll transfer some power to you guys. It was true. A flow of golden spiritual energy absorbed into Joyos. There's energy flowing into our bodies. It's incredible. Even Lady was receiving it without pause. He didn't forget to transfer some power to the one who had been giving orders, Jay, the leader. Thanks for the help, boss. We're not done yet. Suddenly, on Kai's side, a red spiritual aura enveloped the group, accompanied by a terrifying dragon's roar. He blocked a clawed beast's attack, leaving Tan bewildered. What was that sound? Manch, face covered in sweat, explained from behind. It seems like there's something even more terrifying here. A beast on this side was blasted away by Kai. He slashed the two blades in his hands in a powerful X shape, finishing it off. After disposing of it, he opened his eyes wide, staring at the weapons in his hands, lost in thought. After a moment of receiving power from Thunder, he felt his strength surge and laughed triumphantly. Amazing, just amazing. More power, I've got more power. Lifting one leg, Jay launched himself into the air, raised his blade, and struck two clawed beasts at once, obliterating them. Bodies and heads sent flying in different directions. Come on. Slavia was startled by his actions. Jay, what's wrong with you? Mary stood behind, stammering. He's too strong. Like a wild beast. Turning back to the remaining monsters, Kyo attacked while assessing the situation. Why do I feel like these magical beasts have gotten weaker? Joyos nodded in agreement. True. It's much easier now. Lai also agreed. Easier. Indeed. Just a moment later, the pack of clawed beasts lay scattered on the ground, finished. These high-level beasts, if we're lucky, we can get some top-tier loot, right? Consider it the Academy's fee for us. Don't get too excited, everyone. Don't forget our goal. Among them, one beast still had a bit of strength left, suddenly collapsing as a ghostly purple spiritual aura erupted from its body. I stood there, stunned, but only Kai understood the situation and shouted out a warning. It's here, a purple aura, like something being unleashed, separated completely from the clawed beast's body, and, in an instant, lunged straight toward Jay, attacking and seeking revenge for what happened earlier. Look out! Jay, caught off guard by the massive force, lost his balance and fell backward. Jack appeared, slowly approaching the man on the ground, baring his sharp teeth. A young body, that's exactly what I need. Slavia knew the situation was taking a turn for the worse, and shouted the pre-arranged signal to the group. Stick to the plan. Jack, unaware of what was coming, smirked and tilted his head defiantly. Come on then. I'll give you all a little gift. Joyos, seeing that arrogant attitude, shouted back angrily, emphasizing, we don't need any of your disgusting gifts. Switching to a serious stance, Jay lowered his face slightly and spoke in an extremely deep voice. So, you want to kill me? Go ahead and try. Challenged by him, the group showed no fear, each charging in with their weapons. Fine, we'll try. Jack didn't budge, standing perfectly still. He cast a quick, dismissive glance at them all, and with a slight flick of his hand, he sent everyone from Kai's group flying. Without delay, the two siblings, Joyos and Lady, rushed forward together. Siblings, it's our turn. Let's go. Both of them wielded weapons with sharp tips, stabbing straight into the stomach of the corrupted Jack. He didn't feel any pain, nor did he fall, which left them both bewildered. It had no effect. Useless. Slavia watched from the sidelines in silence. She kept thinking about the plan. So far, it was going as predicted. Next, it's your turn. The next person assigned a task in Slavia's plan was Tan, who held a sharp spear. The scene shifted back to the time they stood with Elder Feng. The Elder looked at Slavia and said, "If you want to kill the Phantom, you have to kill the person being controlled. But his body is covered in the plague of illusions. Ordinary weapons can hardly pierce it, and even if they do, he will quickly recover." As he spoke, he took out a glowing stone. Its light was blindingly intense. Elder Feng looked down at the stone in his hand. "Therefore, you need this." Tan mounted the god's light on the tip of his spear. At this critical moment, he pulled it out and raised it high. God's light and the plague of illusions are two completely opposing substances. It can help you temporarily break the protective layer on the Phantom's body. That will be your only chance. Slavia saw the object and remembered what Elder Feng had said. Her face darkened, and she bit her lip, unwilling to face the reality, bowing her head. Meanwhile, Kyo's group kept attacking from every direction, trying to limit his range of movement. "We must start attacking from both sides at the same time. Don't give him any time to counterattack." Their plan was set. The siblings, Joyos and Lady, gave the Phantom no chance, constantly charging in to harass him, forcing the Phantom to shift his attention to defense. Even the arrows shot at him were deflected. Not a single one was strong enough to even scratch his skin. He kept crazily charging toward Jay, who held his sword high. Attacking simultaneously from both sides triggered the defensive mechanism of the illusion on his body. The warnings echoed in their minds. Tan, gripping his spear infused with holy light, leaped behind him, hoping to land a sneak attack while he was distracted by the others. Any moment his body shows a sign of weakness is the perfect opening, but the Shadow Phantom could still sense the danger. He whipped his head around, glaring backward. Tan shouted and thrust his spear deep into the Phantom's back. The Shadow Phantom's form flickered and began to disperse from the host's body due to that strike. The Phantom screamed in such agony that it spat out fluid. The veins on his face bulged, and his eyes glowed intensely. But the holy light on Tan's spear shattered into nothingness. Immediately after, the Shadow Phantom quickly took control of the man's body again amidst a deafening scream. His entire body turned pitch black once more. Tan was thrown back by the force exerted by the Phantom. He gritted his teeth, looking down at the one who had slipped past his spear it hadn't penetrated. The group quickly regained their composure. Remembering the plan, Slavia charged in with her sword. If the holy light couldn't deliver a fatal blow to the Phantom, someone else needed to follow up immediately. While the Phantom was still unstable, she quietly leaped up and swung her sword at his back. This was their last chance. Z gritted his teeth, struggling to hold off a wave of darkness in front, while trying to keep the Phantom's attention. Mary was sweating, waiting in silence. "Please, Slavia." Kay and Manch held their breath. Both were tense, waiting for Slavia's decisive strike. Feeling the weight of everyone's hope resting on her, her resolve was stretched to its limit. "Please." Her sword came sweeping down. The radiance from her power was so bright it completely obscured the Phantom's upper body. Ink-like shadow residue from the plague fell scattered to the ground. The Phantom stood perfectly still. Kyo, bruised all over, still stared tensely at Slavia and the Phantom. He and Mary didn't dare look away. Did it work? But the outcome didn't look promising. Slavia's face was filled with extreme panic. Her eyes widened as she broke into a cold sweat. No, the light from her blade dissipated. The Phantom stood there completely unscathed, while the thing Slavia had actually struck was just an infected high-level beast. They had failed. The Phantom had fully stabilized. He turned his head, casting a dangerous glare at the beast that had died in his place. Kai looked panicked, his face deathly pale, his eyes wide with high-tension fear as he shouted, "Plan B!" He yelled, and the whole team quickly turned to run at full speed, retreating. The Elder had said, "Once they fail, the only option is to retreat." Everything else depended entirely on him. But the Phantom had seen them. He reached out, releasing a wave of purple-black energy, his eyes glowing as he let out a terrifying, snarling laugh. "Where are you going?" The Phantom's overwhelming aura made Ko freeze first, his face filled with fear and panic. Then, the others in the group began to collapse one by one. What's happening? He can control our movements. The pressure was too immense. The Phantom manipulated his energy, twisting it into a spiral that kept expanding, and then he laughed at Slavia's group. You still haven't accepted my gift. His energy surged toward Slavia. She sat on the ground, staring at the thing about to strike her down, thinking, I'm sorry. She bit her lip and squeezed her eyes shut, accepting her fate. I could only help this much. But in that life or death moment, Thunder lunged in from out of nowhere. With just one move, he dispersed the wave of energy, leaving Slavia stunned. Thunder stood silently, his face expressionless, his eyes hidden behind his red bangs. Only when he stood in front of her did Slavia stand up, asking in bewilderment, Huh? Thunder? Why are you here? Didn't you leave the city already? But Thunder didn't answer her. He silently charged forward to fight the Phantom, ignoring Slavia's worried cries. Wait, Thunder. He didn't waver, decisively deflecting every attack the Phantom launched with a blank expression. When the Phantom saw it was Thunder, he flashed a grin, baring his white teeth, and stared him down, saying, You arrived just in time. Thunder didn't care about his words, continuing to swing his sword to shatter the energy blasts. Seeing that it was Thunder who had come to the rescue, Ko pushed himself off the ground and tried to shout a warning. Thunder, don't fight him head on. Thunder heard the words, but his face remained incredibly calm. He performed a backflip to dodge the Phantom's slashes. He placed his fingertips on the ground, condensed his energy, and used the momentum to propel himself upward. His weak point is his back. He somersaulted in the air, striking 2 spots on the Phantom's back. His speed was too fast for the Phantom to react in time. Thunder's sword struck his back, but the Phantom had caught onto his move. He turned his head with a sinister smile and used the shadows on his body to wrap around Thunder's blade. Thunder showed no emotion, letting go of his sword, and used his bare hands to leap toward the Phantom. The Phantom was startled by his decisiveness, but quickly reacted by using his shadows to bind the necks of 2 nearby high-level monsters. Thunder frowned. For the first time, his face showed a slight change. A voice sounding like it came from hell echoed from the Phantom, as he controlled the 2 beasts to grab Thunder. Either become one of my subordinates, or he laughed arrogantly, holding Thunder's sword and mocking him as he saw him restrained. Damn it. Seeing that scene, Kai panicked, his eyebrows knitting together tightly, and he shouted in extreme tension. Thunder! The Phantom had seized his sword. He swung it with the smug grin of a victor. A purple light slashed down, and the resulting sound echoed throughout the room. Ko screamed in shock, and Slavia stared at the battle, unable to believe what she was seeing. But unexpectedly, the sword stopped right before it could touch him. The Phantom couldn't believe what was happening, standing there confused, his head full of question marks. An invisible power radiated from the tip of the blade, causing the sword to vibrate violently, making the Phantom's entire arm tremble. He had to use his other hand to grab his right arm, yet he still couldn't stop the tremors. He looked down at his hand in astonishment, wondering, what is this? Thunder stood there, his face still indifferent, devoid of any emotion. Only the blue jewel around his neck was shimmering with a faint glow. That light caught the Shadow's attention. He stared in disbelief, as his own darkness was pushed back by the boy's necklace. Seeing that light, he stood there for a moment, before suddenly spitting out a mouthful of black liquid, looking visibly distressed. As the agony passed, he stood there, dazed and lost in thought, as if his heart were being crushed by an unseen hand. Standing right behind him, the real Thunder remained cold and silent. He wondered who he really was. Slavia was stunned. She widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief and cried out. It was Thunder, who appeared with his signature cold look and black hair. He had been standing behind the imposter without anyone noticing. Tan leaned on his knees, eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. Beside them, Kyo was bewildered. What was happening? We did it, De exclaimed, his face beaming with joy, his eyes filled with pride. Boss, is that you, boss? The imposter tensed up, struggling to turn his head to see who had sneak attacked him from behind, though gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his cheeks, and whispered in agony, Forgive me, Father. You won't have to suffer anymore. The red-haired Thunder struck decisively, and the imposter's head was severed from his body in an instant. His head rolled off his neck, thudding onto the cold stone floor with a look of lingering shock frozen on his face. Thunder, in his transformed state, couldn't stop crying, yet his hand remained tightly gripped around the heart that had been turned black, as he murmured, I'm sorry. He stood there, bowing his head in silent reverence before the body that was now smoldering on the ground, lost in his own thoughts. Just then, Manch noticed the tremors and spoke up. An earthquake! Mary raised her hands, her face full of worry. They had never heard of earthquakes happening in this place. As the ground shook, those thick, black shadows gathered together on the roof, drawing the gaze of the two Joy brothers. The uncontrollable dark shadows were assembling once again. "Get out of the way!" Kay stumbled but still managed to shout for the person who hadn't spoken until now. The red-haired Thunder turned around quickly. The dashing Thunder raced toward the exit with the others, leaving his transformed self behind with his father's body. He stood perfectly still, looking down at him with solemnity. Despite Slavia's desperate shouting, "Nest, hurry, come with us," Thunder manifested a flame on his left hand. Without turning back, he told her, "You guys go first. I still have something to take care of." With that, he sent a telepathic command to Jay, who was still standing in the room. The sudden sound startled him slightly. "Jay, lead them out." "Understood, boss. Please be careful." Receiving his leader's orders, he immediately hoisted his large sword onto his shoulder, grabbed Slavia's hand with his other, and ran from the spot. "Let's go. Don't worry about him. He's much stronger than us." Yet, Thunder pressed the flame downward, his eyes still brimming with tears. He bit his lip and closed his eyes, holding back his overwhelming emotions, his heart aching as he whispered, "Father, Mother." Then, the flames roared, engulfing his father's body to give him a final send-off. In that moment, he remembered his mother, her long hair, and the way she clutched the necklace in her hand, her sad eyes as she wanted to give it to him. "Thunder, take this." She carefully placed it around his neck, adjusting it so it caught the gentle light. "I always thought I could protect you both. I hope this brings you luck." The red-haired Thunder followed the others in silence. He lowered his head, like a shadow, trying to suppress his feelings. "But only today did I realize that I have always been the one being protected by you two." As everyone was leaving the room one by one, Kai followed the red-haired Thunder. He blinked one eye in surprise when a drop of water touched his cheek. Kai wondered where the water had come from. It turned out to be Thunder's tears. He was hanging his head, weeping, yet still biting his lip to prevent a sob from escaping. Back where the transformed Thunder had stayed, he stood by the large fire, consuming his father, and wept like a child. "I'm sorry, Father. I couldn't keep my promise to Mother. I couldn't bring you back." The fire gradually died out, leaving only a few embers burning what remained of his father's ashes. Thunder bowed his head to thank his father. The scene shifted to the outside of the tower. Elder Feng stood atop the high fortress wall. "Farewell, Father," Ko'o shouted, his face unable to hide his fear as he rushed out. They had returned. The group ran quickly behind Elder Feng. Seeing them pass safely, he stood guard alone, listening for the rest of them. "Elder Feng, the dark shadows are chasing us." He prepared his energy, standing there waiting for the shadows to get closer, all while reminding his juniors, "Don't worry, just keep going outside." The shadows lunged, transforming into grotesque, twisted faces, jaws wide and screaming. He didn't waver for a second. He unleashed a punch, his imposing aura blasting into the furious mass of darkness. "Leave this to me." His power was strong enough to suppress them. Terrified, they retreated back into the room. Seeing this, Elder Feng let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he thought, "Managed to push them back for now." The scene shifted to Kyo's group, who had escaped outside the large gate. The whole group lay flat on the ground. Some were on their knees, panting heavily. Others gripped the gate, gasping. "I thought we were done for." Manch sat right next to Kyo, trying to catch his breath while asking, "How did Nest get in?" But Kyo ignored the question, remarking that he had only just realized today how difficult the dark shadows were to deal with. Tan leaned against the gate, watching the two of them, still breathing hard. "I don't know, maybe Elder Feng let them in from this side?" Jay moved closer to the red-haired Thunder, whispering, trying to talk to him, but Kai suddenly stood up behind them. "Boss, did you hear that?" "What now? Do you want me to get you out of here first?" His eyes darted toward the approaching Kai, and he became even more anxious, his muscular frame looking somewhat restless. "What should we do?" "Kai is coming." Just then, golden light engulfed the red-haired Thunder's body. Without a sound, something merged back into Thunder's physical form. Teleportation magic. As Kai got closer and closer, he looked at Thunder and asked seriously, "Though, how did you suddenly appear underground?" Dee turned around, standing between him and Kai, to try and buy time. "Oh, Kai, let the boss rest for a bit. He's already very tired." Thunder pushed him aside, looking at the two of them with visible fatigue. "It's fine. Let Kai and me talk alone." Night fell, and the moon hung high, a very round and bright moon. Thunder sat alone, deep in thought, staring into the distance, unaware of what he was feeling. At this moment, Kay walked over to him. As soon as he approached, he updated him on the current situation. Jay and Slavia told everyone to head back first. Elder Feng and the others have things handled, so don't worry." He didn't sit down but stood behind him, looking at Thunder's back as he asked, "Now that it's just the two of us, do you want to share your secret? When you heard the news of Ami's passing, how did you get past those emotions?" Hearing that unexpected question made him pause, staring silently, not knowing how to respond. A few moments passed, and Ko stepped forward a few paces. Thunder glanced at his movement, and Kay spoke up. "No. Thunder, I never really got past it. Never," he sighed, gazing up at the night sky with a sorrowful look. "Even though my life seems unchanged, even though the gears of this city keep turning, I think about revenge every single day. Ever since I found out Ami died, my heart has felt hollow." Kay gripped his chest tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. He frowned and looked at Thunder. "Maybe killing the enemy with my own hands will make me feel better, but I don't know if I can ever truly heal." Then, the boy sat there, looking at him, deeply moved, and softly uttered 2 words. "Is that so?" He hung his head, his face filled with infinite sorrow, and muttered, "It seems I have to complete my revenge to be set free." He braced his knees as he stood up in a strange way. He turned, following the boy's movements, and asked, "Why would you say that out of the blue?" "It's nothing. I'll have a chance to tell you the whole story later. But before that, I want you to join an organization to help me." Thunder suddenly turned aggressive, his eyes cold and filled with a touch of hatred. His hand reached out, as if grasping for the power to help them defeat the shadow image. Hearing this, Kay was surprised and asked, "An organization? Does that mean the twins are?" Thunder was honest with him. "That's right, they've all joined. Nest is our leader. No wonder you two have been inseparable lately." He exhaled softly, the corner of his mouth curling into a faint smile as he said, "But anyway, take back that lie of yours. Thunder, I know you are N." Thunder was stunned, his face blank like a fool, shouting, "What? You already knew? Since when?" "At first I wasn't sure, but looking at your reaction, it's definitely true." He held up a finger, his face looking much brighter, and said, "The fighting style of the Denbird Knight is rare enough, let alone knowing how to use magic. I bet that not only in Ferret Apartments, but in the entire Aru Kingdom, there isn't a second person like you." He put his arm around Thunder's shoulder, laughing, and said in a very friendly tone, "How about it, my friend? Can you tell me your plan now? All right, I owe you one this time." As the two walked and chatted, sharing all the information, the scene shifted to the Academy Castle. The starry night sky made the grandeur and beauty of the castle stand out even more. Inside the office, Carden and Winford were stunned to hear Elder Feng explain everything. "The shadow image has been destroyed? Just like that? Did Ness do it all by himself?" "Pretty much." According to the students, Thunder helped a little too. The two were both surprised and skeptical, yet couldn't help but praise Thunder's talent. "Do you know anything about his background? I've sent people to investigate, but there are absolutely no clues. First, the battle with Meflin, and now killing the shadow image. He is truly a formidable young man. But why am I hearing some rumors?" Seeing that both wanted to know about Thunder's background, he conjured a red dragon emblem and said, "That young man has established an organization called Red Wing, and is currently recruiting soldiers. And as far as I know, many of your best students have joined them, like Jay and Thunder. For now, it seems they are getting along quite well." Hearing Thunder's name, Master Carden was quite shocked, his cigarette still in his mouth. He asked loudly, "Thunder joined too?" Winford, beside him, was equally surprised. "He's very well known in the academy. If things continue to develop like this, I'm afraid the reaction from above won't be good." Elder Feng, however, seemed much calmer than the two of them. He calmly stroked his beard, his gaze drifting away. "I understand your concerns, so next time Red Wing has a meeting, I will go to see for myself." Saying that, he turned to leave, but glanced at Winford out of the corner of his eye, and added, "By the way, I also want to have a proper conversation with that young man named Nest." He protested immediately, "That's not appropriate. After all, you are." But Elder Feng didn't want to hear any arguments. He waved goodbye calmly and walked away. "Right now, I am just a commoner, so there is nothing inappropriate about it. You two remember to report the incident with the shadow image to the Grand Elder, and don't let the truth be distorted by others." "Understood." The scene shifted to a small, remote house on a dirt road, where a figure was rushing toward the suburban home. As Bernardo pushed the wooden door open, he peered through the narrow gap and shouted, "Why did you call me out here so suddenly? Did something happen?" Inside the simple wooden house, Denben Rose looked at him with scowls. "That's right, old friend, we're in trouble. Tonight is the night the Dragon Knight's tomb is guarded by your team, right? Tell me what's going on." Rose's face was extremely serious as she quickly broke the urgent news. We received a tip-off that the city will be attacked by the Dark Guild again tonight. Demb frowned, thinking of the tomb area guarded by 5 statues, and the Dragon Knight's tomb would be the first to be attacked. Hearing this, Bernardo was stunned and loudly asked his 2 old comrades, "What? Then what are we waiting for? We must issue a citywide alert immediately." But just as he turned to run outside, Rose slammed the door shut behind him and stopped him. "Wait." Seeing her strange behavior, Bernardo's face darkened. He couldn't understand their actions. "What do you mean?" At this point, Denbird glared at him with a terrifying look, his expression serious as he continued to explain the reason. "Old friend, you know our situation. Our forces have been spread thin across the front lines, the villages, and the mountain passes. We don't have enough troops to stand against the Dark Guild." Rose continued, looking at him anxiously, speaking at length. "And we have to follow the orders of the elders. You saw the situation during the last attack. We cannot protect the entire academy. So, what are you saying?" Demb's face turned grim, looking down at Bernardo, who was shorter than him. "That's why I made a deal with the Dark Guild. I will let them into the city and give them 2 seats on the Council of Elders. As long as they integrate with Ferret Apartments and become part of us, they won't harm anyone else." Hearing this, he panicked, his eyes widening as he shouted at them. "You're insane! Dealing with those monsters? If they enter the city, they'll slaughter us all. The moment those gates open, blood will flow like a river. Have you been a knight for all these years and still don't understand this?" Bernardo turned toward the door, looked at Rose, who was still standing there blocking the way, and said, "I'm done with your madness. Step aside. I'm going to see the High Elder." Hearing that he intended to report the situation, Denbird lost his patience. He secretly reached behind his back to draw his sword, staring daggers at Bernardo's back. "Of course I understand that, my old friend." Then, without a hint of mercy, he drove his sword straight into Bernardo's body. Caught off guard, the old knight was blindsided by his former comrade and coughed up blood. Bernardo glanced back at his assailant, his wide eyes bloodshot. "You," Denbird, standing behind him, cut him off with a cruel grin. "War means bloodshed." His eyes filled with cold ruthlessness, his pupils slowly swallowed by shadows. "It just won't be my blood." Outside, the moon hung high, but its light had dimmed, failing to illuminate the wooden cabin deep in the forest. "I thought you might hesitate for a moment, just to look at what I've done. Do you think I wanted to strike down an old friend? I can only blame him for not taking my advice." Inside the cabin, the betrayed Bernardo lay unconscious on the floor, his life hanging in the balance. Denbird stood there, wiping the blood off his blade, and answered Rose while looking at his fallen comrade. Bernardo should feel relieved. At least his men won't have to die for nothing. Once finished, the 2 left the cabin, one after another. As he walked, he ordered Rose, who was trailing behind him, "Handle Bernardo's men. I have to go see Lord JPY to report. I hope they'll listen." But they were unaware that everything they had just said had been overheard by Harry, hiding behind the door. He watched through a hole in the wall, one eye closed, thinking anxiously. "Lord Bernardo is dead, father. What exactly are you doing?" The scene shifts back to the academy, where lights still shone in some rooms of the castle. Ko and Thunder were walking along the main road in the night, talking to each other. "So, you came from the cave outside the city, but you didn't find the god this time?" "That's right. I was quite surprised too, unless it was moved beforehand." Thunder tilted his head seriously and continued, "Based on when the battle took place, I think that infected guy, Jack, must have snuck in from the prison." He shared his findings with Ko, explaining that the entrance beneath the large stone statue had been opened, but when he entered the cave, the iron gate and the entrance from the church were both already open. Ko heard this and looked stunned, turning fully to face him with concern. "The entrance from the prison was the same. When I went down, the door was already open. I thought it was the shadows. Before entering the cave, I even met 2 adventurers. They said the beasts in the forest were restless. It's clearly a sign of an outside intruder. If it's not the infected, then what is it?" As the 2 exchanged information, Ko suddenly turned serious and asked, "When you were under the church this time, what did you see?" Thunder honestly recounted everything he had witnessed. The place where the god used to be was empty. There was nothing left. "I went a bit further and discovered countless cave entrances in the grand hall. I suspect the god might have been moved to another cavern." In his mind, he mapped out the entire cave system, a miniature, maze-like structure. It was like a giant ant colony. Without a map, it was nearly impossible to navigate. Inside were countless crisscrossing tunnels, and under the protection of magical barriers, he had no idea where those paths led. Ko felt happy for him as he listened, smiling slightly. "It's a good thing you still found us in such a situation. It's lucky I could sense the location of Jay and the others. Otherwise, even if I'd been lost underground for 3 days, I might never have found you." Just then, a strange sound suddenly rang out. The noise cut their conversation short, and they both turned to look toward the source of the sound. They stood to one side, watching, as knights in armor ran quickly in one direction. "So, late at night, what are they doing? I hope nothing bad is happening." Suddenly, Thunder noticed something, his brow furrowed as he alerted Ko, his eyes sharpening in defense. In the silence of the night, Thunder looked in one direction and shouted, "Come out! I've found you." Harry, having been discovered, slowly emerged from a small corner, much to Ko's surprise. Harry, seeing who it was, Ko immediately drew his dual blades, taking a defensive stance. "It's you! Why were you following us?" "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to follow you, it was that group of men." Ko was livid, refusing to hear another word from him. "Do you think I'd believe your lies?" But Thunder was calmer than him. He stood in front of Ko, looking at Harry with a grave expression, and asked, "Why are you following them?" Harry frowned, his face twisted as if something was very difficult to say. "Whether you believe me or not, something much worse is about to happen." The scene shifts to the knights who had just been mobilized. They gathered to hear Rose read from a scroll, the Dragon Knight's tomb. "We have just received orders from Lord Bernardo. From tonight, the Dragon Knight's tomb will be under our guard. You may return to the barracks." "Orders?" One knight questioned these sudden new commands. "But right before leaving tonight, Lord Bernardo strictly warned us that without his direct orders, we are not to leave our guard post." "Rose, shouldn't we wait for Lord Bernardo to arrive, as Thunder ordered?" Rose stepped closer to him, looking at the knight with a serious expression and threatening him in a stern voice. "Are you planning to defy military orders? Unless Lord Bernardo himself orders it, we cannot comply." Without another word, she coldly and ruthlessly plunged her sword through the man's body. Such a waste of Bernardo's good intentions. As the blade pierced his heart, the knight looked down in shock at where Rose had struck him, then let out a painful cry of disbelief. "Huh?" The others, seeing this, rushed forward. Everyone was caught off guard by Rose's sudden move. "Commander, what are you doing?" The knights Rose had brought immediately drew their bows, aiming straight at them on her command. "Lord Bernardo won't let this slide." A stern voice rang out, and arrows were fired with deadly precision, taking down all those who were preparing to shoot. Having dealt with them, a knight turned to ask Rose for instructions. "Lady Rose, how shall we dispose of the bodies?" "Don't bother. It'll all be the same by tomorrow morning. Get back to the main task." They obeyed the order. One took command, while two others pushed the large stone statue in the center. "Hurry up and follow Lady Rose's instructions." The passageway leading down into the tomb was opened. A constant, chilling wind rushed inside. Rose stood right at the edge of the entrance, intently peering down into the depths. Her expression was strangely calm, her eyes fixed on the entrance despite the fierce wind being sucked down into the void. From the dim, misty haze, several dark silhouettes began to emerge. As soon as they saw her, they began to offer praise. "Well done, Rose." "Not at all. It's just my duty." The members of the Dark Guild exited the tomb, and the leader stood there talking to Rose, while the men behind them gripped two ends of an iron chain, dragging something up to the surface. I must admit, dragging these massive things through the dark, underground tunnels really took a lot out of us. I imagine Lord ML will reward you handsomely. The long, heavy chain clanked with a harsh, grating sound as they pulled the object from deep below. The other end of the chain was shackled to high-level monsters infected with a plague. They lumbered up the stairs under their captor's control. "Don't be impatient. You'll get to enjoy your freedom soon enough." Kai-Ho suddenly kicked the door open and rushed in. "Everyone, wake up. Stop sleeping." Tan jolted upright. "What's going on? I just laid down," Manch asked, panicked as well. "What happened?" Slavia immediately thought of Thunder. "Thunder. Has something happened to Thunder?" Thunder stepped into the doorway, and hearing her concern for him, he replied gently, "Thanks. I'm fine." Kot said anxiously, "Stop talking. We're about to be in trouble." Mary asked back, "What exactly is going on?" Thunder answered her, "Knight Bernardo has been assassinated. Everyone, grab your weapons and put on your armor quickly." His face darkened, his eyes clouded with gloom. The Dark Guild had returned. The whole group stood frozen, their faces turning pale. Slavia was the first to speak. "What?" Early the next morning, two knights in silver armor stood like living statues, guarding the city gate. Suddenly, purple vines lashed out from nowhere, tightly binding the two knights. "What is this?" "The shadow. It's the shadow." In the blink of an eye, both knights were completely finished off, their blood splattering all over the walls. Then, the members of the Dark Guild silently emerged, their movements precise. They climbed the city walls like ghosts and vanished into the night. The Grand Elder sat at his desk, his fingers rhythmically tapping the surface, as if waiting for something. A knight standing nearby called out to the Grand Elder with a heavy tone. The old man replied coldly, "I know." The Dark Guild members burst in. "Elder, I didn't expect your sleep to be so light." One of them laughed mockingly. "What exactly has kept you awake all this time?" The elder replied with a smile. "Wait until you're my age. You'll understand. Sleep is like life itself. It slips away from me a little more each day. You young ones should try to get all the sleep you can," the Grand Elder asked calmly. "So, I'd also like to ask, what could possibly be so important that you'd brave the trouble of coming to see this old man at such an early hour?" The man replied indifferently, "You know why we're here. I don't like to beat around the bush. Thunder has been moved, and Elder Jack, you must know where she is." "Of course," the old man replied, as if he had already expected this. "Of course you're here for the god." The Grand Elder reached up to stroke his beard. "Let me think. I believe I hid her somewhere." Then, he pretended to be senile. "Oh, look at me. Being old is so inconvenient. Where did I send her again?" The knight standing by his side replied, "I do not know, sir." The Grand Elder shrugged his shoulders, raising both hands. "My apologies. It seems I can't help you." A member of the Dark Guild responded coldly. "In that case, we'll just have to help you remember." In an instant, they all lunged straight at him, not giving the Grand Elder a chance to escape from thunder. In a split second, the knight raised his sword to block them, standing firm like an impenetrable wall of steel. "Don't even think about it." Outside the window, the Dark Guild members gathered, their sharp eyes ready to strike. The Grand Elder said calmly, "It seems the Dark Guild has prepared quite thoroughly this time." Glass shards flew everywhere as they swarmed in like an unstoppable whirlwind. The old man's face suddenly darkened, and he said coldly, "It's a pity, but for you, this will be an incredibly difficult mission." The scene shifted to the night, shrouded in darkness, with only faint glimmers of fire. Winford tossed the map into the burning flames. As the light flared, the paper burned to ash. He said calmly, "The map is destroyed. Now, no one can say for sure where the god has been hidden." Carden shoved his hands into his pockets. "That's right, unless we bring the elder there ourselves." He looked down calmly. "But at the very least, we must remember the way back." Carden suddenly asked, "How do you think this will unfold next?" "It's hard to say," he replied. "If M has already infiltrated the academy, he won't leave easily until he's achieved his goal." Winford continued. "That day, he clearly had the chance to kill everyone, but it seemed something more important stopped him." Carden took a puff of his cigarette, speaking without looking behind him. "Yeah, I also think he'll come back from the ground." A slimy green blob slowly crept up his leg from behind. Aiden suddenly sensed something strange, and immediately shouted for Winford. "Winford!" "Yeah!" Both of them leaped into the air, dodging the attack with astonishing speed. Hiss! The slime hit the wall, instantly showing its corrosive power as the wall seemed to melt under the invisible acid. From the thick darkness, a group of people gradually materialized into view. Winford realized immediately, and shouted in astonishment, "Why are you here?" From the shadows, Draven and his subordinates stepped out silently, carrying an aura of danger. "We've been waiting for you two for a long time." Seeing this, Winford shouted in shock, "Black-armored knights, aren't you supposed to be protecting the elders?" Immediately after, he yelled, his face full of confusion. "Why are you here?" He gave a wicked laugh. "It's simple, the elders have no need for our service right now." Carden didn't bother hiding his frustration. He rolled his eyes and voiced his outrage. "You are a disgrace to the honor of a knight." Draven drew his sword instantly, ready to fight. "No, we are fighting for honor." The entire citadel was shaken by chaotic screams, the people buzzing like a hive of disturbed bees. "The enemy is attacking! The enemy is attacking!" Panic spread as everyone began to flee. "Monsters are in the city! There's one over here, call for reinforcements. And one here, get help." A soldier lay trembling on the ground, his panicked eyes fixed on the terrifying monster before him. With brutal force, it struck the trembling soldier on the ground without a shred of mercy. Thunder and her friends were hidden up high, carefully observing the situation below. Slavia couldn't stop herself from wanting to go down, but she immediately held her back. "Don't be reckless, there are too many enemies," she shouted. "We can't just stand here and watch." He immediately turned to Thunder, who was standing tall with his arms crossed. "Thunder, what's the situation?" Hearing that, he lowered his voice to respond. "Kai-Ho is right. They entered through the Dragon Knight's tomb." Kai-Ho asked, "What's your plan?" Tho jumped down. "We have to destroy the passageway to safely deal with the enemies inside the city." Extending his hand, he proposed. "Ko, Dai, are you two ready to go with me?" Jay rubbed his muscles. Boss, you know I'll always follow you. Kay replied as if it were obvious. We're brothers. Do you even need to ask? Slavia, noticing Thunder didn't mention her, impatiently asked, What about us? Let us go with you. Thunder firmly replied, No, Slavia. Everyone must stay outside, Thunder explained to her. We need people to help distract the enemy inside the base. You all can't let them advance too easily. Mary agreed. Thunder makes a good point. The fighting knights also need you to lead them. Slavia blushed. I understand. Then everyone must be careful. Afterward, Thunder suggested, I suspect Jack knows of other underground entrances leading into the academy. He knows how to handle it. Tan, go find Elder Feng and report our situation to him. Kyo, go find Winford and Knight Ka. They are two people we can trust. We need the help of the Grand Knights. Both replied in unison. Understood. Thunder raised his hand to summon a magic contract. I'm sorry. I originally intended to find a better time to explain this to you all, but it seems I have no choice but to ask you to make a decision immediately. He asked everyone, Do you agree to join the Red Wing? Slavia stared at the circle filled with countless symbols before her. This is Mary, continued. A magic contract. Scene shift. Members of the Dark Guild are struggling to drag a giant monster from the deep dungeon up to the surface. Hurry, hurry, don't let this beast get stuck here. Move, hurry. From out of nowhere, an arrow shot forth, piercing the space like a sharp beam of light. The arrow struck the monster right in the eye. It shrieked in pain. There's an enemy attack. Over to the east. The monster is losing control, thrashing around. Control it. Don't let it cause chaos here. The Dark Guild members scrambled to chase after the one who caused the trouble. I see her. Over there. Catch her. Mary sprinted, turning slightly, her sharp eyes scanning everything behind her. From nowhere, a series of light beams were fired to ambush them. Damn it, it's an ambush. Turning flexibly, she drew her bow and fired a barrage of cold, sharp arrows. While they were still standing there, dazed, a pink ray of light suddenly appeared, deflecting the arrows. Mary's eyes widened, her face pale with shock at the sight before her. Rose stepped in, holding her bow tightly, her eyes cold as she looked at her. You are my most talented student. Her face suddenly darkened, revealing clear anger and disappointment. What a pity. Slavia appeared unexpectedly, lunging from behind Rose with powerful speed. Looking at this, she turned away. She drew her bow, ready to fire sharp arrows at her. Then, an arrow grazed Slavia's cheek, making her feel a fleeting sting. A cold sword blade flashed by, hissing through the air like a death warning. Slavia thrust her sword hard into Rose's neck. Rose looked shocked, unable to react in time. She opened her eyes wide and spat out a mouthful of blood. Rose had been completely defeated. With a firm gaze, Slavia spoke without hesitation. Farewell, Knight. Scene shift. In the dust that had just settled, the Dark Guild members were in a panic, screaming in chaos. Where are they? Find them quickly. Follow them. Hurry. At the very moment chaos erupted, Thunder suddenly appeared, launching a lightning-fast ambush at them. Ko anxiously asked, Destroy this exit too? Thunder immediately objected. No, they still have a king-tier magic beast in their hands. A few fragments won't be able to hold them off for long. We have to seal this path completely. And I think the Dark Guild members began to swarm up the stairs, eyes burning with rage and weapons shining in their hands. They won't let us succeed easily. Swinging his sword high, he launched himself through the air, aiming straight at them. Boss, leave this to me. With a panicked expression, he called out his name. D.K. felt helpless. Why is this guy so excited whenever he fights? Thunder turned to speak quickly to Kay, then charged into the battle without hesitation. Go, I'll cover you from behind. That side is yours. Tho immediately replied, Got it. De swung his great sword down into the ground. The earth cracked under the immense power, sending the Dark Guild members flying. On the other side, Ko was locked in a fierce battle with a Dark Guild member. Fighting like this isn't the way. There's no telling how many more enemies are behind us. Thunder's eyes instantly gleamed, shifting to a cold, blade-like intensity. Dragon Eye. With the help of the Dragon Eye, he could see through every corner, easily tracking every move of the enemy. The enemies from behind haven't caught up yet. Now is our chance. Thunder's gaze suddenly stopped, focusing intently on the wall in front. He rushed behind Day. Day, I'll give you the power to help us open a path. He immediately clenched his fist, gathering all his inner strength. No problem, I feel better than ever. The Dark Guild members heard the loud noise and stopped. What is that? A magic beast? One lowered his voice to respond. I know this monster. He's a werewolf. De transformed Thunder into a giant werewolf, his muscles rippling and thick fur shifting with every movement. He grabbed one with his massive hand. You filthy beast. Let me go. The Dark Guild members began to panic. Don't be afraid. He's just a magic beast transformed from a human. His fur is thicker than armor. No, we can't kill him. Day didn't stop attacking, every kick powerful enough to send enemies flying in all directions. Kai-Ho turned back, anxiously asking Thunder, "How far are we going to chase them?" He replied, "Almost there." Thanks to Jay's overwhelming power clearing the enemies, the two easily advanced forward. She gasped, eyes wide with shock and amazement. She never expected there to be such a large ravine underground. Thunder said with a firm gaze, "Destroying that bridge will block their advance." In his werewolf form, Jay was still fired up, chasing the Dark Guild members relentlessly. Thunder called out to him, "Don't chase them anymore." Placing his hand on his shoulder, his praise sounded like deep encouragement. "Good job." He only grunted in response. Afterward, Kai-Ho heard him say, "I'm speechless. I don't understand what this guy is saying." He clenched his fists, shouting as if to release all the power within him. "I'm about to transform back." Just as he returned to human form, Thunder hurried over to catch him. Ko couldn't believe it. "No way, this giant guy actually fainted?" He advised. "It might be a side effect of his body transforming. Take good care of him. Jack will wake up in a moment." Tho immediately summoned the magic contract to send out a notification. "I've seen the group behind them. Luckily, we're faster." Suddenly, his dragon eye detected something unusual. What was it? On the other side, Carden and Winford kept blocking the relentless attacks from the Dark Guild members. Winford gritted his teeth. "This isn't good. A war of attrition against those 3 black-armored knights won't end well for us if we don't think of a plan." Suddenly, Carden shouted his name, making the atmosphere tense. "Winford!" His voice rang out, heavy with extreme tension. "We're surrounded." Draven sneered wickedly. "Winford, I have to say, you guys are really out of luck. Now, lead us to the relic. And maybe, just maybe, you'll still have a way out." Carden clenched the cigarette in his mouth tight. So many members from the Dark Guild, their target must be the Academy. Winford grew anxious. It looked like they wouldn't make it out of here alive. Suddenly, one of the henchmen spoke up. "My lord, we've encountered." He shouted to deal with them, then said, the subordinate stammered. But in that brief moment of silence, a spark suddenly darted toward Draven. Frozen in place, he stared with wide, panic-stricken eyes. A flame erupted violently, engulfing Draven's henchmen like a massive wave of fire. "Help! It's too hot." Thunder suddenly appeared, rushing to say, "Run!" Winford couldn't help but wonder, "Thunder, why are you here?" With a look of surprise, he asked, "You know magic?" Draven laughed cruelly and gave chase with a murderous glint in his eyes. "Thunder, handle him first." He turned back and shouted at Winford, "Run to your right," he called out to Thunder. With explosive power, Thunder punched the knight in the thick black armor straight on. The knight was sent reeling backward by the force, bracing himself hard. Thunder unleashed fire magic like a raging flood, constantly assaulting him. Realizing things were going south, he quickly scrambled away. These black-armored knights were stronger than expected. They couldn't be fought head-on. Thunder, Carden, and Winford immediately sprinted forward. While running, he spotted Kay and quickly called out his name, Ko. He clutched the redstone tightly, shouting out when he saw the 3 knights and Winford. Draven swung his sword at Thunder. "Don't worry about the others, just kill that red-haired brat." Seeing this, Winford called out anxiously, "Thunder!" Carden yelled, "What are you doing?" Winford rushed over but was blocked by Kay. "We have to help him," he reassured. "No need. Thunder has a plan." Stunned, Carden looked up and asked, his eyes wide with shock. "A plan?" Thunder's hand gripped Draven's sword, not giving his opponent a chance to wrestle it away. In a flash, he cast a spell, and multiple versions of Thunder appeared. "Clone magic!" Winford looked amazed. Carden chimed in, "Clone magic?" Thunder's magic is no match for Draven's, as he froze the tip of the blade, creating a layer of chilling, sharp ice. "Ice magic. Bone-chilling ice," Thunder shouted, seizing the favorable moment. "Kay, this is it." Without hesitation, he immediately wad, threw the red stone straight at him. Boom! As the stone exploded, a violent surge of power blew away Thunder's clones. He widened his eyes, his expression full of shock. So strong, the clones were scattered. From the shadows, Draven lunged out, kicking Thunder with immense force. Caught off guard, he was sent flying, crashing onto the ground several meters away. He lunged forward, pointing his sword at Thunder. "Lord JPY sends his regards." Without a moment's hesitation, Draven cruelly drove his sword into him. Without warning, a deafening explosion rocked the earth. Thunder and Draven fell together. If you don't die from the fall, I'll personally torture you down there. Despite his injuries, Thunder flashed a provocative grin, not forgetting to taunt him. Is that so? Too bad I can't go with you. Suddenly, his entire body glowed. He used displacement. Draven began to panic. He had transformed into a clone. His desperate scream echoed as he fell straight into the bottomless abyss. The very ground shook violently, rocks shattering and creating terrifying, jagged cracks. Without hesitation, Winford reached out to catch the injured Thunder, preventing him from hitting the ground. Thunder struggled to speak. It's okay. I just need to rest for a moment. Cardin asked, confused. Why are you guys here? Ko replied. The Dark Guild has infiltrated the academy again. We're here to block their advance. Winford remarked. Targeting the underground passage to the Dragon Knight's tomb, it looks like Bernardo is facing a tough battle. Suddenly, Kay lowered his voice, his eyes sad. About Bernardo, we received news. Winford asked, panicked. What happened to him? He spoke in a deep, slow tone, delivering news that left him stunned. He was killed by a traitor. On the other side, the Grand Elder and his subordinates had completely wiped out the Dark Guild's forces. The old man pushed the door open and stepped inside, his voice echoing through the space. Roland! Before the Grand Elder lay the sight of Elder Law covered in blood. His eyes rolled back. He froze instantly. The subordinate beside him screamed, Elder Law has been murdered. Elder Kim staggered over. Grand Elder! Seeing him, he asked anxiously, Elder Kim, you're still alive? The Grand Elder ran over. Who did this? He replied. It was my own black-armored knight. He followed JPY's orders. Being attacked by his own personal guard, it's hard to believe. He took Elder Kim's hand, saying guiltily, JPY, I thought he was just a guardian of the bloodline. I never expected him to go this far. This is my fault. The Grand Elder suggested, let my guard take you to a safe place first. I will go find JPY myself. He awkwardly refused. No need. He gripped Elder Kim's hand tightly. Now is not the time to give up. Little did he know, a purple lightning bolt was already surging in Elder Kim's hand. The Grand Elder's eyes bulged, unable to hide his panic, his whole body turning to stone. A burst of purple lightning flashed from Elder Kim's hand, carrying heaven-shaking power, sweeping both him and his henchmen away. Blown into the air, they both slammed hard into the ground, creating a heavy, resounding thud. The Grand Elder lay on the ground, trembling. I never expected you, you were? His voice filled with shock. Mlen. He removed his mask and laughed wickedly. That's right, I've been here the whole time. Mlen put his mask back on. Ever since you expelled me from the academy all those years ago, I returned shortly after. The position of Elder is a precious asset. I'm truly glad I kept it. The Grand Elder was stunned. Elder Kim? Hearing this, he just replied calmly. Elder Kim was a man of little presence. I just sent him to where he truly belongs. Mlen didn't hesitate, immediately channeling all the spiritual energy in his body. All right, old man, your time is up. Tell me where you hid the divine artifact. Even in this situation, the Grand Elder remained steadfast, replying, You know it, you'll never get it out of my mouth. He brought his hand, covered in purple lightning, closer to the old man, streaks of electricity crackling with murderous intent. Is that so? A massive explosion roared. Brilliant purple light erupted, enveloping the entire academy. Space shook violently, and the surge of purple lightning lunged crazily forward. Scene change. Day, you woke up just in time, he said, looking at him. Day was confused. I'm sorry, sometimes I can't control my own power. Looks like I missed the most spectacular battle. The two of them slowly moved forward. Ko covered his head with his hand. Wait. No. I don't think so. The members of the Dark Guild, clad in black armor, stood waiting with swords and countless dark weapons in their hands. Thunder placed his hand to his ear. Slavia, can you hear me? We've made it out. What's the situation? Her voice was hurried. Thunder? Is that you? Thank goodness. You're all okay. Things aren't looking too good. Outside the Dragon Knight's mausoleum, the Dark Guild is attacking 2 more underground passages. Slavia's piercing shriek made him freeze in his tracks. Far is about to fall. Thunder held a hand to his ear, his voice urgent. Slavia already gave me your location. We're on our way. He passed Cardin and Winford. What about you two? The Black Armor Knights are traitors. We have to go check on the Elder's safety. You guys be careful. Before they split up, Cardin shouted. We'll find a way to meet up with you later, he replied. Got it. 2 of them were surrounded by members of the Dark Guild. He yelled, Winford, stop wasting time with them. Winford sighed begrudgingly. I didn't want to waste time either, but in the end, they both took down all the minions that had rushed them. Winford suddenly froze, stunned by the sight before him. Carden ran up from behind. What is it? Harry was kneeling on the ground, his eyes filled with despair. We're too late. Unable to contain his anger, Winford gritted his teeth and questioned him. Did you kill him? With an indifferent expression, he gave a short reply. I didn't want it to end this way. Then, Harry's expression became completely helpless. But my father made the wrong choice, and it led to consequences that couldn't be saved. Even the Grand Elder and his subordinates were attacked. Their bodies lay slumped on the floor. Grand Elder, over there, Slavia's group is being surrounded. Mary screamed. We're surrounded. Slavia instructed them to hold out. Tan has already gone to get reinforcements, and Jack will be back soon, Manch replied anxiously. He'd better hurry. A thunderous explosion behind them made everyone jump. Suddenly, a massive monster appeared behind Slavia, its eyes glowing with murderous intent. Careful! In the nick of time, Thunder rushed forward to save her from danger. Slavia happily called out his name, her eyes bright with irrepressible joy. Kai rushed in, sword in hand. We're here now. Dee also checked on them. Is anyone hurt? Tan and the reinforcements had arrived. We've made it too. Man shouted that it was Tan along with Mr. Feng and the elders. A figure stood up high, their voice echoing through the space. Everyone drop your weapons, he said with a smug tone. Stop it. Don't resist in vain. From today on, this academy will welcome a new rebirth. The crowd below began to waver. That's Elder Jibby. What? Why is he telling us to stop? You fools, he's on their side. Jibby continued with a condescending tone. The bloodline of a knight is noble from birth. Ferret Academy exists to train knights, not farmers. The knights were in an uproar. Scumbag, still so many traitors around I have to say, he's got a point. He continued. Reform always comes with bloodshed. Those filthy bloodlines cannot exist in my academy. Thunder suddenly spoke up. Day, take me to him in a moment. Leave him to me. He laughed evilly, his eyes sparkling with schemes. From today, things need to change. Kill all those lowly people. Mary drew her bow, aiming straight at the minions, and arrows were fired with pinpoint accuracy. Kay and Manch were no slouches either. Each of them used their swords to quickly take down their opponents. Z suddenly transformed, hair sprouting all over his body as he became a ferocious werewolf. What is that? A monster. With a lightning-fast swipe, the minions were sent flying into the air, unable to fight back. Slavia was shocked. Z is a werewolf? Mary was also surprised. How magical. I've only seen this in books. Manch replied. No wonder that guy has such extraordinary strength. GB ordered ruthlessly, showing no mercy. I didn't expect a monster like that to be in the academy. Hurry, kill him for me. Z immediately rolled his eyes. Boss, Thunder's ready. I'm counting on you. He launched himself into the air, his speed as terrifying as an arrow shot from a bow. Jibby roared, his voice like a command that couldn't be denied, trying to stop him. Thunder was like a gale, sweeping away the minions before rushing forward to face him. Jibby trembled, unable to hide his panic. You, don't come any closer. He grabbed the elder's collar, giving him no chance to resist. Then, Thunder left Jibby hovering in midair, making him scream loudly. No! Thunder's gaze suddenly darkened, filled with gloom. I have something I want to ask you, Jibby replied, trembling. Drop me down. I promise to spare your life, Thunder said coldly. Save those words for the souls who have already died. He immediately begged, Please, what do you want? I can give you everything. Do you want the elder position? I can give you a seat. Thunder shouted, Speak, who is the leader of the Pure Bloods? Jibby replied fearfully. I don't know. I've never seen that person's face. His eyes suddenly flared with purple light. What a waste of time. Dragon's true sight. He was completely hypnotized by Thunder's eyes. Who is the leader of the Pure Bloods? Jibby answered honestly. It is me. Thunder asked angrily. Were you the one who sent the imposters to kill me? Jibby replied. No. I only followed the Dark Guild's orders. Thunder paused. The Dark Guild. As expected, they are linked. He continued. The leader of the Dark Guild is Meflin. How are they related to the Shadow Plague? Jibby answered honestly. I have never seen the leader of the Dark Guild. I also don't know what the Shadow Plague truly is. It is an entity far more powerful than humans. I only carried out orders. Thunder pondered. The Pure Blood Guild are just puppets after all. He spoke indifferently and let go. Then you have no value to me anymore. Jack's fall was free, and he couldn't help but scream in terror. No. The minions below, seeing this, asked in horror, Is Lord Jibby dead? The knights couldn't hide their fear either. Was he so easily taken care of by that red-haired kid? The elder had to admit, You've raised an extraordinary child. Elder Feng replied, It's hard to say that's something I could have taught. Slavia suddenly grabbed her sword and rushed forward. Mary asked anxiously, Slavia, what are you doing? She stood up high, clenching her fists. Knights, everyone, look. The leader of the purebloods is just a coward. We can defeat them. Kay called her name, Slavia. She spoke powerfully. A few months ago, we just went through a terrifying attack. Our friends and Thunder's people sacrificed themselves in that battle. And today, we are facing a similar situation. A knight gritted his teeth. Damn it. But I want to tell everyone that even though only some of us fought last time, we still defeated them. Slavia didn't stop cheering them on. They aren't scary. They are just a bunch of cowards who don't dare to face us and issue a proper challenge. We can still defeat them this time. With power surging through him, Slavia raised his sword decisively. Who will be on our side this time? The knights shouted in unison, their morale rising like a giant wave. The people from the Dark Guild and the Pureblood Guild started to waver. What are they afraid of? They're just beasts, cornered into a dead end. Our goal is to seize the city gate, but Elder JPY is dead. We have no reason to keep fighting. Movin began to gloat. He's dead, so I am your leader now. Do you not agree? Is a member of the Pureblood Guild hesitating? He saw that guy waver and took him out on the spot. If you want to follow JPY, then go with him. Melen glanced back at the other Pureblood Guild members. Now, who is your leader? They answered in unison, Lord Melen. He immediately gave the order. Good. I'll repeat it one last time. Our mission is to capture the city gate. That silver-haired brat is an eyesore. Kill her. Understood. Suddenly, black clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder rumbled. Mary asked, What is that noise? Monch replied that it was coming from the city gate. Ko was also fighting fiercely against the people from the Pure Blood and Dark Guilds. Suddenly, he let out a resounding shout that awakened the whole space. Move away! But it was already too late. A tremendous power suddenly sent the knights flying. Thunder Noob was observing from above. He realized that something was coming. Melen said, with regret, Looks like our mission has been snatched by the main army. The city gate was breached, and magical beasts swarmed in, creating absolute chaos. The soldiers were doing their best to fight off the mammoth, but they were quickly attacked by it. It was so terrifying that many lost their lives. Realizing the situation was dire, Ko quickly coordinated everyone. He shouted, Everyone, get out of the way. But a moment later, the mammoth widened its eyes, stunned as it stared straight ahead. Soon after, the mammoth let out a tragic cry and collapsed backward. That was the work of Elder Feng and the Dean. Seeing the mammoth fall, Elder Feng said, We'll handle these big ones. Everyone, find the smaller ones to deal with. The Dean heard this and replied, You know how to pick your targets. Just then, Tan was busy watching them when he suddenly said in horror that Lady and Joy were casting a dragon's roar spell to help them increase their attack power by 10%. Both of them let out a shout at the same time. At that very moment, Thunder was casting lightning magic, and Slavia was overjoyed as she felt the flow of energy surging within her. She exclaimed, Lightning magic! I feel my strength increasing again. Right after that, Thunder immediately reminded everyone, Don't panic, everyone spread out and finish them off. Mary heard this and quickly replied, Got it. As soon as he finished speaking, the beast's eyes lit up, and they lunged at the group. They bared their teeth as if to swallow them all whole. Tan, while jumping in to attack the beasts, cursed, This thing is disgusting. Kyo didn't think so and retorted, At least it's more pleasant than fighting the mammoth. Seeing the situation getting tenser by the minute, Thunder thought to himself, My mana is almost depleted. I need to find a way to replenish it. He encouraged them. Everyone, hold on for a moment. I'll be right back. Slavia quickly replied, Leave them to us. Then Kai joined in with a reminder. You'd better hurry. Thunder then quickly moved through the black-clad crowd, deciding to siphon energy from them. Once finished, Thunder mocked them. You trash. You should at least be of some use. Since the energy gathered was very limited, Thunder muttered to himself, No other choice. This is all I could get. Time to gamble. On the beast's side, their bodies were merging into one. Joyous cursed. Damn it, this foul snake, we can't damage its body. Lady complained, It's too hard. When making a decision, they had to give up close combat. Mary, can you hit it? She then said, I need someone to help distract it. Just as the situation reached a stalemate, Thunder appeared. He said, Sorry to keep you all waiting. Slavia saw him and joyfully called out, Thunder! Then, Thunder used his spell, creating countless versions of himself. He instructed everyone, I'm going. Before their surprised reactions, someone exclaimed, I didn't expect such a spell to exist. While they were still dazed, he accurately attacked the beasts. He continuously gave orders: fireball, icebone, frost vines. The beasts didn't take it lying down. They charged forward, determined to defeat Thunder's attacks. But when they let their guard down, Mary successfully shot an arrow at it. When it let out a cry of pain, she was incredibly happy and jubilant. Right then, Thunder was exhausted. He tiredly muttered to himself, "The spells consume too much. I have to handle at least a few more." It seemed Mary's arrow was a stimulant for them. They became even more ferocious. They aimed straight for Thunder, making him panic and say in his heart, "This is bad." He worried that his clones didn't have the same resistance as his main body. The beast's attack was too strong. If hit, the clone would be destroyed. Then Thunder decided to seek support. He thought he needed to borrow Jay's power. While he was lost in his thoughts, the beast knocked Thunder down. Thunder couldn't react in time, only managing to curse in his heart. Damn it. Tan saw this and asked anxiously, "Thunder, are you okay?" And Slavia loudly warned him, "Block that snake." Not long after, Thunder slowly, bit by bit, tried to stand up. In his pain, he blamed himself. "I shouldn't have gotten involved in this battle. It's all useless." Thinking this, he felt completely powerless, lying down on the snow, thinking, it would be better to just give up. But this thought of Thunder's was quickly extinguished. He looked up at the sky, stunned, murmuring to himself. From far away, Glel was spreading its wings, flying toward them with great power. Its sound echoed throughout the space. I looked at it for a moment, not believing my eyes, and stuttered, "Is that Glel?" It flew closer and closer to the area where they were standing. By this time, Tan had gotten a better look at it. He shouted, "Is that a dragon?" The group of people, Thunder included, gasped. "Dragon? Is it a dragon?" No way. They disappeared hundreds of years ago. Did it come for revenge? Slavia, now stunned, blurted out, "I thought they were all extinct." Manch then raised his voice to alert everyone. "Now is not the time to think about that." Mary anxiously followed up. "The snakes were already hard enough to deal with. And now there's a dragon too? What are we supposed to do?" Seeing Giel, the beasts became even more ferocious. The monsters opened their mouths and roared, creating a terrifying sound. Instantly, a gale-force wind erupted. Everyone shouted, "A storm! A storm is coming! Grab onto Jack quickly. Don't let yourselves be blown away. Find the nearest shelter and hide inside." At that moment, Thor couldn't help but stare, wondering to himself, "Did you cause this storm too?" The storm grew more ferocious. Cole groaned in discomfort, unable to even open his eyes. Manch quickly directed them. "Everyone, lower your center of gravity. Stand back to back. Don't let the formation break." Before long, Gak spat out a stream of cold water, aiming it at the arrogant monsters. The monsters were caught off guard, and took the full brunt of the surging water. Then, as if reaching their limit, they and the giant beasts hastily retreated. The Dark Guild members witnessed this, and were furious. One shouted, "You useless beasts!" Another cursed, "Where are you running? Come back." But before they could curse any further, they were frozen solid by good luck's water. Shortly after, countless sharp shards of ice shattered and fell to the ground. Gak still hadn't cooled his temper. It kept dousing the monsters with water, causing them to trample each other and flee in a panic. Tan, having witnessed everything, was stunned. Is this a dragon? A single breath is enough to wipe everything out," Kyo frantically suggested. I think we should retreat immediately." Not long after, Kole ran toward them from afar. He panted, "Quick, follow me. We're going underground to take shelter." Elder Feng heard this and reassured them, "Don't worry, it won't harm us." The dean also added, "I never expected the legend about it to turn out to be true." Not believing Elder Feng's decision, Tan questioned him, "Why are you so sure it won't cause a massacre? That's a dragon. A literal dragon." Everyone knew that dragons were aggressive creatures. Sensing the atmosphere souring, Kyo strained his neck and shouted, "We should just run." After a moment of contemplation, Elder Feng spoke up, "Actually, it isn't the kind of dragon you think it is." Then he slowly added his confirmation. "More precisely, it is a..." Before Elder Feng could finish, Thunder interrupted with the conclusion, "A wyvern." Hearing him, the elder was startled and asked, "You even know that?" Thor didn't rush to answer. He thought to himself, wyverns are close relatives of dragons, but there are two main differences: size and limbs. Dragon sizes are usually 2 to 3 times larger than wyverns. Dragons have independent limbs that can merge with their wings if needed, Thunder thought, adding, "Meanwhile, a wyvern's front limbs are naturally attached to its wings." When Tan had shouted earlier, he had genuinely thought he might have found his own kind. But alas, it seems the dragon race is truly extinct. Not waiting for his answer, Elder Feng began to tell them. Legend says that during the Academy's darkest hour, an ally of the gods would ride the storm down from the heavens to protect the Academy in their place. Then, he looked toward GLC and said in a tone of utmost sincerity, "We should show our respects." With that, they all knelt respectfully. Elder Feng spoke to Glack. "Thank you for saving us." It heard this and replied in a loud voice, "I am Glack. I came here to fulfill a pact with the gods. My task is complete. From now on, I owe you nothing." The elder bowed his head respectfully and said, "We sincerely thank you for keeping your promise." Lack saw this, and Tan asked, bewildered, "Hey, did everyone hear that? It can talk, and it sounds like a woman's voice. I'm starting to believe the gods are female." Mary quickly stopped him. "Shut up." But Lack had already heard it. It swooped down, its voice cold as it interrogated them. "It seems some rude humans don't know how to appreciate my presence." Kyo was now paralyzed with despair. "Tan, you've caused trouble again." Mary was also terrified. "We're dead. If it gets angry and opens its mouth, it could send us straight to heaven." Tan realized the disaster he had caused. He knelt down. "I'm sorry. I didn't think it could hear me from that far away. Please forgive me. I was just babbling." "Please." Suddenly, Cole turned his head sharply. He realized something was wrong. Seeing Thunder glaring at Glap, Cole asked, "Hey Thunder, what are you doing?" Thunder didn't seem to hear him. He spoke his mind plainly. "I am grateful that you saved my life, Lack, but I will not bow before anyone beneath me." Cole, hearing Thunder's insane words, shouted, "Thunder, what are you saying?" Faced with Thunder's madness, Tan cried out, "Help! What is Thunder saying? Is he crazy?" Kyo replied, panicked, "Should we prepare to run?" Manch disagreed. "It won't let us escape." Mary couldn't stand the drama anymore and yelled, "Too noisy, be quiet." However, GLC did the exact opposite of what they expected, leaving them stunned. "Thunder, you arrogant human. If not for the pact with the gods, I could have bitten you to death in an instant." Thunder crossed his arms and said, "That doesn't matter. I don't care about that. What I want to know is why you are protecting this city." Hearing that, Glack roared, "Who do you think you are? A lowly human daring to question me? What reason do I have to answer you?" Thunder calmly replied, "I won't waste words with you. You have the ability to read minds. I'll let you read my memories." At this, it questioned coldly, "Who are you, exactly?" Thunder said proudly, "Look for yourself, and you'll know." Then, Lack widened its eyes. It pondered for a moment before realizing the truth. Then, it told Thunder, "Place your hand on my head. I will enter your body." Immediately, he touched GLC's head. It began to read his memories, slowly remembering the events of years past. In the memories, a bright spherical spirit appeared, surrounded by thousands of fiery spirits. The spirit was cradling a young boy, passing its life force to the child. Lack stared, mouth agape, as it witnessed this. It seemed unable to process the amount of information appearing before it. Its brain tried to reject it. "What? No way." Thunder seemed to anticipate its reaction and said coldly, "You saw it yourself, but please, do not speak of it." And then, it bowed its head to him and communicated privately, "You can rest assured, from now on, this conversation between you and me will only be felt by us. Please forgive my earlier rudeness." Thunder quietly replied, "From now on, call me Thunder." Then, he pursed his lips and spoke privately to Glock. "Can you answer my question now? Why do you protect this city?" Lack replied candidly, "Naturally, this happened a long time ago, perhaps right when this city was first built." It recalled those painful memories as it spoke. "That day, I was attacked by another magical beast and was critically wounded. I fell onto the mountain near this city, left only to await my death." At this point, Lack Chanthan added, "But the deity found me and brought me a special fruit that takes hundreds of years to ripen in the deep forest." It added happily, "That fruit saved my life. And in return, I promised to protect this city for the deity after she left." Meanwhile, on Kay's side, Slavia and Mary were whispering to each other, wondering why the dragon deity would bow before Thunder. Elder Feng was also stunned in disbelief. With a dragon status, they are usually peers with deities. Why would it treat Thunder like a servant? The dean asked in confusion. Could Thunder be the child from the prophecy? As for Thunder, once he understood the situation, he bid farewell to Lack. "The sun is about to set, and the pack of scavenging magical beasts will return to threaten my territory at night. I must head back," he added. "I live on the mountain not far from that college academy. I think you know how to find me." Thunder nodded and replied, "I understand. Thanks again for your help." Glock was happy to reply, "That is my honor." At that moment, Good Luck suddenly remembered something. It reminded him, right, one more thing. In your memories, I saw a mage who defeated you. It revealed this truthfully to Thunder. I can tell you, that person is exactly who you are looking for. Hearing this, Thunder was so surprised that he spoke aloud, unable to keep the communication private anymore. You mean, that person is? Facing his surprise, Lack only calmly revealed, that's right, she is the deity. At that moment, it flew away, not forgetting to leave information for Thunder. You are heading in the right direction. If you meet her, you might find the answer you want. Goodbye, Thunder. After a long period of contemplation, he exhaled and thought to himself, finally, I have a few more clues, he said aloud. No wonder the statue in the wind path felt so familiar. Then, he had a realization in his heart. Thunder thought, so it really was her. He struggled. But if she was willing to save a dragon, why did she massacre our entire dragon race? And if she is a deity, what was that giant crystal we saw? Thunder thought it was time to leave. There were no new clues here. Just then, Kay rushed over to ask, Thunder, what were you and that dragon talking about just now? Why did it act so strangely toward you? Thunder didn't answer, only asking Kay, do you want to leave here and come with me to Jonan Academy? Upon hearing that, Kay was filled with determination and replied firmly, I've waited for this moment for too long, brother. After the war, what awaited humanity was the aftermath of the chaos. War truly makes people pay a heavy price. Examining the damage, the knights suffered heavy losses. Only 3 members of the Elder Council survived, and half the city had turned into rubble. The glorious Ferret apartments were no more. The new change was that, after driving out the Purebloods and the Dark Guild, Redwing had taken over the place. Thunder, as the leader of Redwing, gave the knights a choice. They could accept the contract, join Redwing, and stay at Ferret Apartments. But if they didn't want to, Redwing wouldn't force them. They were free to leave without any strings attached. During the previous attack, many witnessed Nest's heroic performance when facing Mifflin, making him an instant idol. Furthermore, during both attacks, the leadership had taken no action at all. It was the members of Redwing who led the knights in a desperate counterattack. Therefore, when people heard that Nest was the leader of Redwing, nearly half wanted to join. Although half chose to leave, this result was within Thunder's expectations. He sat pensively on the railing, thinking that since ranking up to a Dragon Knight, gathering experience points was becoming increasingly difficult. Even common-grade beast crystals no longer had much effect. Thunder predicted that with the awakening of more magic, the cost of using the Magic Thunder technique to maintain his image was constantly draining him. His magic power was also gradually depleting. Then, he rested his chin in his hand, firmly making a decision in his heart that he had to find a new breakthrough. Just as Thunder finished his train of thought, Carden, Elder Fung, and Winfred walked up to him. Carden spoke up. Thunder, did you see? Then asked anxiously. How is it? Did it go well? Elder Fung replied. Following the knight's recommendation, we decided to have Winfred and Carden replace the Elder Council. Carden sighed. Even though I don't think I'm fit to be an elder, in this situation, I have to accept. Hearing this, Winfred raised an issue. If we refuse, someone like JPY might appear again. Then Winfred said sadly, I cannot shirk the responsibility for the deaths of Bernardo and the Grand Elder. After a moment of silence, Thunder asked, Are there any clues yet about the killer of the Grand Elder? Winfred replied that it was very strange. The wounds on the Grand Elder and the dark-armored knights were not blade cuts, but signs of being scorched. Moreover, those were fatal blows. There were almost no other wounds on their bodies. Carden also added, In the Grand Elder's room, the bodies of the Dark Guild members were everywhere. It seems they went through a battle, but even so, those guys didn't cause any significant injuries to them. At this point, he hesitated before saying, Could it be Elder Fung? Quickly chimed in. Unless they were attacked suddenly by someone they trusted. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. After a long while, Thunder spoke. Was it Jibby? Elder Fung countered, JPY doesn't have the ability to do this. Those wounds were caused by magic. I fear this is a much bigger problem. Hearing that, Thunder looked grim and voiced his speculation. Is it that person named M? Elder Fung agreed. The invasion this time seemed to be led by the purebloods on the surface, but in reality, it was manipulated by the Dark Guild. The traitorous dark-armored knights were sent to track the deity. JPY caused chaos in the city, while Mlen never showed his face from beginning to end. Winfred nodded after hearing his analysis. That sounds reasonable. At this moment, Carden questioned, but if it was him, how could he get close to the Grand Elder? Unable to answer his question yet, Thunder reminded everyone. Investigate slowly. The fox will eventually show its tail. In any case, Now that you have become elders, I think Slavia will feel more at ease. Then he turned to Elder Feng and said, Aren't you planning to take this opportunity to restore your position? I could take this opportunity to amend the previous regulations, but I decline. No need for that, being an elder is boring. I want to do something more interesting. He looked at the Academy Dean and Elder Kim. Moreover, there were those two others. They had originally been neutral, but now that the Academy had overcome such a hardship, they were also very grateful to him. Elder Kim quickly realized he was being watched and turned around to observe. Come here, the Dean said, waving at them. Elder Feng continued. With them supporting the three young elders, I think things will be stable for a while. Not long after, Thunder spoke up. All right, you are all people I trust, so I will be direct. The fact that I am Nest, aside from all of you, I have never told anyone else. He earnestly said that the farms needed a leader like Nest. I also need a team. I'm not asking you all to decide right away, but when I return to Ferret Apartments, I want all the members of the Council of Elders to voluntarily join the Red Wings. Hearing this, Winfred happily replied, Thank you for respecting us. We will consider it carefully. Elder Feng also smiled and said, Look at what an excellent student we have. As for me, I don't mind joining right now. Then Cardin asked, Have you decided to leave? Thunder quickly answered, I cannot stay here forever. There are still some personal matters regarding the Shadow, and I plan to take a trip to Jonan Academy. At that moment, Elder Feng asked, Are you planning to meet the god when you go to Jonan Academy? Thunder was a bit confused by his meaning and said, That's right. Why? Then he confided, As elders, you all need to know that most people have heard of the god's presence at Jonan Academy, but only a few know that Ferret Apartments also holds traces of a god. Elder Feng's expression darkened as he said, You have already met the god of Ferret Apartments. As the child of the prophecy, the next step is that you must meet the remaining parts. Winfred heard this and asked in surprise, The remaining gods isn't the god of Jonan Academy just a title used to deceive the world? Cardin was also stunned. Do you mean there are actually two gods? He countered their idea by holding up his hand to indicate the number, saying, The god of Ferret Apartments and the god of Jonan Academy are both real. Not only that, a third god exists in this world. After Elder Feng finished, Winfred loudly asked, A third god? Cardin was equally stunned. It turns out the god we were protecting isn't the only one. Tho was also confused and asked, Old man, where is the third god? Seeing this, he waved his hand and said, Don't be impatient. Let me explain slowly. He then continued, According to recorded documents, this happened after the god led the kingdom's army to defeat the dragon race. Elder Feng added, Many years after the war ended, the god prophesied that one day the world would face a catastrophe and all of humanity would be plunged into destruction. He continued, To cope with this, the god split their power into 3 parts. If one day the god's power were destroyed, the remaining parts would be the guiding flame for humanity to counterattack. The secret was gradually unveiled by Elder Feng. The god's power was sealed in 3 crystals. One was kept in the underground labyrinth of Ferret Apartments. Recalling the events, he said the other 2 were transported to the magical capital of Zon. At that time, the threat from the dragon race had been eliminated. Human society reached its peak of development, and the Arun kingdom had not yet been divided. Ferret Apartments had its invincible night core, while Jonan Academy at the other end of the continent was a gathering place for countless powerful mages. Elder Feng fell into deep thought, as the protection for the god in these 2 places was nearly impenetrable. Then, he recounted with regret that an unexpected event occurred. The transport fleet encountered a massive storm at sea, and one ship sank along with a crystal. Elder Feng's voice was bitter. Whenever humans think they are omnipotent, nature reminds them of how small they truly are. Winfred couldn't help but ask, So the 3rd crystal sank to the bottom of the sea? He nodded and replied, Actually, that was a reasonable way to hide it. The leader at the time reported it that way to the others. Not long after, Elder Feng added that over the course of hundreds of years, aside from a few in the upper echelons, no one knew of the third god's existence. He then continued, But because this matter was so critical, the elders secretly arranged for nearby ships to carry out a salvage operation. After successfully salvaging it, to avoid suspicion, they hid the 3rd crystal at a bustling trading hub nearby. Hearing this, Winfred was stunned. He blankly said, Could the 3rd god be at? At that very moment, they all simultaneously thought of one city, the merchant city of Canback. Thunder, also surprised, asked loudly to confirm, Canback? Cardin then spoke. Canback is located on an important transit route, with a river system favorable for trade. Furthermore, it has a mercenary guild that rewards adventurers. Attracting many groups, it's a chaotic place. Winfred rested his chin on his hand, pondering aloud. I never imagined a god would be hidden in a place like that. Then he said, Good. This is the way to Jonin Academy. Thunder also planned to stop by there. Elder Feng said that, since the prophecy was revealed, the red-haired boy was expected to prevent the apocalypse. According to the prophecy, the boy would meet 3 gods, and they would guide him. Thunder, fired up, said, Even if I have no desire to save this crazy world, destroying the shadow is mandatory. If a god can help me, I am willing to meet them. He then looked up at the high sky, saying to himself, If I can, I also want to know why my fate turned out this way. When night fell, the academy was still lit up. People inside were restless with their own thoughts. Slavia heard what Thunder said and was so surprised she exclaimed, What? You're planning to leave Ferret Apartments? He confirmed, That's right. I won't stay here forever. There is still much to be done. Seeing this, she anxiously replied, But we just finished a battle. Ferret Apartments still needs your leadership, and so do we. He then revealed to her, Slavia, what Ferret Apartments needs isn't me, but the Red Wings under Nest's leadership. Now that you are both an elder and a member of the Red Wings, I think it's time to entrust more responsibility to you. Feeling his sincerity and the trust Thunder placed in her, Slavia blushed slightly and listened quietly. Immediately, Thunder used magic, revealing his other identity as Nest. Seeing this, she gasped in shock. You are Nest. Not long after, Thunder approached Slavia and said, I'm sorry for hiding it from you for so long, but I hope you understand my position. But she didn't react as he had predicted. Instead, Slavia hugged Thunder tightly. With a heavy heart, she said, I understand you, Thunder. You've always been on your own. Jack must have had a really tough time. Thunder quickly reassured her, No, I'm used to it. I just hope the war with the Shadow faction ends soon. Slavia then warned him, Thunder, I know I can't stop you, but I need you to promise me that you won't stay in Canva for too long on your way to Jonin Academy. Thunder asked her why, puzzled. Her gaze immediately shifted to a letter as she said, I just received a report there have been many deaths near Canback. The council has issued the highest level bounty mission. Slavia continued, I don't know when you became so cold-faced, but a weapon with the power to destroy an entire town has appeared there, the dragon bone spine. That morning, at the Ferret Apartments gate, Thunder waved goodbye to everyone. We're heading out. The weather was clear, with a gentle breeze. Winfred wished him safety. Wishing them a smooth journey, Manch also cautioned, travel safely, and if anything happens, let us know immediately. Thunder climbed onto his horse and leaned down to say his final words. Got it. You guys take care too. Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to someone standing in the left corner. Slavia's face was flushed, her eyes shimmering as she pressed her lips together, seemingly holding back her emotions. For a fleeting moment, Thunder's expression wavered, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't quite find the words. He simply gave a small nod in acknowledgement. Finally, Thunder and his group spurred their horses forward. Watching the figure waving goodbye, Slavia secretly prayed for one thing. Thunder, please don't go. Her tears couldn't be held back any longer, streaming down her flushed cheeks. In her heart, Slavia prayed for his safety. The sound of hooves thundered across the green meadow, kicking up clouds of dust into the wind. Along the way, as the group slowed down, Kai suddenly hesitated and asked, Thunder, I really don't understand. He pointed to Jay, who was riding behind them, looking completely perplexed. Why bring this guy along? Look at him. He's so huge and stands out way too much. Jay immediately interjected. Where's the boss? I'm going. Ferret Apartments is boring as hell right now. I don't want to stay in that godforsaken place. Thunder didn't find it inconvenient or see any problem with it. On this road, we're definitely going to face plenty of danger. Having him along can help clear up a lot of trouble. Suddenly, a memory from the office surfaced. He had asked Slavia about the dragonbone spine. What is that? Does it have to do with dragons? She turned around and recounted the legend that it was a weapon once used by dragon knights, crafted from a dragon's spine. According to her, it had terrifying destructive power. Even though it wasn't currently being used at full strength, it had already caused horrific damage to quite a few villages. Slavia handed him a drawing of the weapon and warned him carefully. So, Thunder, promise me you won't stop in Canva for too long. Her face flushed even more as she hesitated. If you run into danger, don't, but Thunder cut her off to reassure her. Don't worry, Slavia. Our goal is Jonin Academy. We'll only stop in Canva for one night and leave right away. Returning to the present, he looked at the drawing in his hand, silently breaking his promise to her. I'm sorry, Slavia. I guess I can't keep that promise after all. Suddenly, an unexpected sound startled him, and he heightened his vigilance. Still, Thunder didn't make a move, turning to warn the two behind him. Don't pay attention to them for now. Kai, sensing nothing, felt confused. Ignore what? Then he looked up at the tall trees nearby, where shadows were lurking. I get it now, so that's what this is. No wonder prices in the city have been skyrocketing lately. Small merchants are too scared to go out and get supplies. At the same time, the bandits in the trees held their weapons, eyeing the group moving below. Brothers, looks like our luck isn't bad today. Boss, one of the more perceptive ones spoke up. What? I have a feeling they might have already spotted us. The leader, extremely confident in his abilities, denied it and directed the plan. Impossible. At this distance, we've never been detected, let alone by 3 kids. We'll act fast. That big guy is clearly a bodyguard. Take him out first. Below, Thunder and Kai, thanks to their training, heard the entire conversation clearly. Thunder calmly gave instructions. Once they settled in, they would report back to Slavia. This road needed to be cleared. As soon as he finished speaking, the bandits acted instantly, with 2 of them lunging down, swords drawn. However, at the very moment the blades came down, a burst of power erupted, blocking the attack from the outside. The bandits, caught in such an absurd situation, were left completely shocked, unable to believe their eyes. What? Before they could react, a hand grabbed the hilt of a sword, ready to counter. He drew his sword, sweeping through with a basic strike that knocked a few of them back, then shouted, "Seriously, aren't there any stronger opponents? This is so boring." Seeing their comrades fall, the bandits changed their target. They pointed at Kai and declared, "That kid looks like the weakest one. Take him out." Kai's eye twitched as if he'd been slapped, and he gritted his teeth in warning, saying, "That doesn't make me happy at all. Don't think you can call me weak." Next, the bandits were treated to a demonstration of his ability, as Thunder did a backflip into the air. Damn it. Then Kai easily dodged a bulky guy, casually mocking them. Useless trash. Kai landed a classic hook on the guy, leaving him no chance to react. The bandit's eyes popped out, one side of his face swelling up from the hit, unable to believe his eyes. Damn it. This kid doesn't look big, so how is he so strong? Sensing the situation was turning against them, the bandits shouted some empty threats and fled. "Let's go. Just you wait," Kai sneered. They said, "Just you wait." Hearing that, Kai crossed his arms and shouted after them, "Next time, make sure to bring someone stronger to find me." And just like that, the 3 of them cleared the obstacle, and their journey continued quickly, until the sky turned the color of sunset. They arrived at GoPro Town, and everyone decided to stop for the night. "Let's rest here for today." Thunder opened the door to a nearby house, where someone was inside telling a story. "You guys didn't see my heroic form. I killed a mid-level magic beast to get this magic crystal," the children responded enthusiastically. "Show us." Thunder froze, his eyes fixed on the group, stunned. Ah. The man still hadn't noticed Thunder's presence and continued telling stories to the kids. "Hey, open your eyes and look." Jerry and Candy's eyes sparkled as they looked at the stone in front of them. This magic crystal isn't easy to come by. Thunder recognized them at a glance. "Oh, it's them." Hearing the noise at the door, Owen stopped his story and gave a friendly, polite smile. "Do we have guests?" Suddenly, his eyes froze, and he frowned with a hint of annoyance. The last 2 words were spoken in a low, unwelcoming tone. At the entrance, the 3 of them, Thunder, Jay, and Kay, stood looking quite strange and out of place. Under the gaze of everyone else in the tavern, they approached the counter and said, "Boss, we'd like a room." But Owen flatly replied, "We're full. Go find somewhere else." Hearing this, Kay immediately flared up and challenged him. "Huh? Didn't you have a vacancies available sign out front?" He just kept his eyes shut, brazenly refusing to serve them. "I said we're full, so we're full. This place doesn't welcome red-haired people. If I let you in, how am I supposed to do business with the others?" This time, it was Jay's turn to lose his temper. He slammed his hand hard against the wooden counter. He glared at the man and raised his voice. "Are we being too polite here?" Thunder didn't want to make a scene, so he advised them, "Let's just go somewhere else." Just then, a guy suddenly noticed the red tattoo on Kay's arm and interrupted. "Wait, I recognize that mark. They're from the Red Wings." Immediately after, the 3 of them were swarmed by murmurs and unpleasant whispers. "What's a Red Wing? Have you heard of them? You idiot. They're the ones who caused that chaos at Ferret Apartments. I heard their leader knows some kind of black magic. He forces knights to sign contracts. Anyone who defies him gets executed. Is he really that powerful?" No doubt, even the 3 elders died by his hand. Someone seemed to know their identities quite well and mocked them, calling out his name directly. It seemed many pure-blooded members who had fled were now turning their blades against him. Suddenly, a bucket of dirty water was splashed directly into Kay's face. Humiliated like that, he roared in anger, eyes bulging, as he looked for Jack. Who did that? Jerry, though young, was bold and shouted loudly, "Get out of our town! This place doesn't welcome anyone from the Red Wings." Seeing this, Candy quickly held the boy back. "Don't pick a fight with them." Knowing who the culprit was, Kay held his face with one hand and clenched his fist with the other, glaring at the boy and gritting his teeth. "Oh, you've got guts, kid. That girl is right, you're going to regret this." Even so, the boy remained defiant, nonchalantly saying, "They don't look that much older than us, don't be scared." Seeing the tension, Thunder stepped in to stop them. "Let's go. Don't lower yourself to a child's level." He obeyed, but before leaving, he threw one last warning. "Kid, consider yourself lucky." Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice made him startle. "Look who we have here." 3 men walked through the tavern door, acting arrogant and smug. "Boss, these are the ones I told you about." The leader stepped up in front of Thunder, acting superior and intimidating. "So you got beaten up by 3 kids and came running to me for help? You really embarrass me." At that moment, another man appeared, carrying an iron bucket, and ordered the guests at the table. All right, pay up." The man frowned, unwilling to reach for his purse, and grumbled, "Hey friend, I already paid yesterday." Hearing that, the man raised his voice and rudely cursed at him. "That was yesterday. You idiot, today is today. It's just 1 silver coin, it's not going to kill you." Finally, after a few exchanges, the iron bucket collected a few clinking silver coins. After that, the group approached Thunder and his friends, looking to intimidate them. "Sorry, my subordinates have caused you some trouble. Let's settle this misunderstanding. My protection isn't expensive. Just pay 1 silver coin, and I guarantee no one in this town will dare touch you." Hector saw this, and impatiently cut in. "Boss, that's all?" Males quickly nudged him to keep quiet. "Shut up and listen to the boss. He's with the Red Wings. We follow the rules." The leader flashed a smile, missing a front tooth, and suddenly said something completely irrelevant. "Right. We should also give young people a chance to make mistakes." Clearly, J and K looked confused, question marks floating over their heads, not understanding what was happening. A moment later, they both finally understood and doubled over laughing. "Boss, they said they were from the Red Wings." "Thunder, we should keep the money in that bucket for our travel expenses." Seeing their attitude, Hector was immediately triggered and lunged forward, shouting, "Damn it, what are you laughing at? Want to die? My boss will report you to the Pharaoh Department's garrison and have them wipe you out." Facing this group, from start to finish, he kept a cold, calm expression, refusing to look weak. "Is that so? I'm starting to get scared." The fool didn't understand the warning in his words. Instead, he rolled up his sleeve to reveal an ugly red dragon tattoo. "He's right, kid. You'd better listen." Seeing that, his gaze turned even more disdainful. He scoffed, not even bothering to look at him. Then, in a flash, Jay easily grabbed him by the neck, as if he were catching a frog. He applied pressure, finally showing his true prowess as he questioned him. "You're from the Red Wings? I've never seen you before." The leader was soon covered in a layer of burning, fire-like energy, struggling and screaming, "Let me go! Let go!" This sight left the subordinates stunned, and they hurriedly cried out in alarm, "Boss!" Instantly, Thunder's sharp gaze swept over them, his expression ready to crush them. "Who did you say you wanted to kill just now?" After dealing with the leader, Jay was left bewildered. The leader lay on the ground, black smoke rising from him, his eyes bulging and his face distorted. Hector froze and immediately backed away. You really?" The red-haired monster, Mies, reacted with equal terror. "Are the rumors about the Pharaoh Departments true?" Thunder, with a fierce look, radiated a gloomy, intimidating aura and threatened, "Those who impersonate the Red Wings will pay the price." Hearing that, they all turned and ran for their lives. As they ran, they kept screaming. Thunder had no intention of letting them go. He quickly reached out his hand to stop them from escaping. Immediately, a violent explosion rang out, shaking the entire space. Besides the blast, the wailing, mournful screams of the men echoed, accompanied by charred, shadowy figures writhing in pain. From inside, J and K heard the massive shockwave, and immediately understood, happily exclaiming, "Look at that! They were just fake Red Wings doing bad things. You don't need to be afraid." Yet, the 2 onlookers felt even more terrified. Cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. Thunder, meanwhile, calmly spoke up. "All right, K, let's go," leaving him surprised and momentarily silent. Jay put his hands on his hips, stood beside K, and gently reminded him, "Let's go, listen to the boss." However, as Thunder turned to leave, someone's voice called out, "Wait, please wait a moment." Jerry and Candy slowly walked over to him, expressing their gratitude in unison. "Thank you both." Thunder gasped slightly, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. But a second later, he calmed himself, brushed off the shock, and nodded slowly. "Yeah." In the evening, on the grass at the edge of town, the mystical moonlight shone down gently. The horses were tied securely to the trees, leisurely grazing on the fresh grass. By now, the sky was brightening, and in the distance, a faint glow could be seen radiating from the heavens above. Thunder was the first to wake, and he immediately called out to everyone. "Get up, we have to get moving." Ko had also woken up, and seeing Jay still drowsy, he shouted in annoyance, "Hey, wake up!" Jay startled awake, eyes snapping open. "Huh?" By noon, they were riding their horses, heading forward. Kai, trailing behind, sighed in boredom. "If only we'd run into some high-level beast along the way, that would be great. We could do some hunting. Why is there absolutely nothing here?" D, riding in front, spoke calmly. "A few bandits would have been fine too. Yesterday's fight wasn't enough." Thunder nodded, agreeing that high-level beasts usually didn't appear near city-states. This meant they were almost there. The horses suddenly came to a halt. Perhaps they had arrived, or reached the top of the cliff. Before them lay the city of Kyobo. The breathtaking scenery left them all in awe. "Look, wow, the city is so huge, and there's even a sea. This is my first time seeing the ocean." The three of them walked slowly and stood before a grand, majestic building. So magnificent. "I thought the Pharaoh apartments were big enough, but I never expected this." Thunder agreed. "Yeah, it's my first time seeing such a prosperous city too." D excitedly pointed ahead. "I smell food, boss. Let's go grab something to eat." However, Thunder stopped him, handed over 3 gold coins, and instructed, "You guys go explore first. I'm going to find out the procedure to register a guild." He took the coins, turned around, and joyfully exclaimed, "Awesome. Thanks, boss." Ko stood by, eyes wide with confusion. "Register a guild? You want to turn Red Wing into an official guild?" Thunder nodded slowly, his expression serious. "Yeah, becoming an official guild will make it easier to recruit members and take on higher-level adventure quests." In his heart, he also had his own agenda. He could take the opportunity to visit the guild hall and find information about the dragon bone dagger. After hearing this, Kay felt relieved and turned to leave. "All right, I'm going to see if there are any weapons worth buying. Let's meet at the city gate later." Thunder waved goodbye. "Sure, go ahead and enjoy yourselves. I'll find you guys later." Meanwhile, D was excited, shouting, "Food, food, let's get some food." He went everywhere, following the scent of food, eating and praising it as he went. Passing through, don't miss it. Mid-level beast crystals from the East Mountain Plateau. A rare opportunity. Fresh seasonal fruits miss this, and you'll have to wait a whole year. So delicious. This is truly amazing. "Jack, don't you want to try some?" Ko walked over to the opposite stall, not forgetting to grumble loudly. "You eat it. I don't have a stomach as big as yours." However, as his gaze shifted forward, Kai suddenly jumped in surprise at the item on display. It was a shiny sword with meticulous, exquisite details on the hilt. Such a beautiful sword. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and asked the shopkeeper, "How much for this sword?" But just as Kai finished his sentence, a voice behind him rang out, asking the exact same question. "Sir, how much is this sword?" Kai immediately turned around, eyes wide with surprise, and let out a startled, "Huh?" It was Lily, the mayor's daughter, who was also surprised to see him. Both of them went silent, staring at each other in astonishment. Meanwhile, Lily seemed to be sizing Kai up quite a bit. Then, she turned away, directly asking the shopkeeper, "How much for this sword?" Kai was taken aback. "Not even going to acknowledge me?" "Hey." Harrow, the shopkeeper, happily picked up the sword and began to show it off. "This young lady has a sharp eye. This is a rare weapon that just arrived yesterday. This sword is named White Falcon, forged from the crystal of a high-level demonic bird. Its sword aura can cut through stone and iron." Lily cut him off. "How much?" The shopkeeper raised one finger and said, 1 gold coin. She immediately agreed without hesitation. "I'll take it, wrap it up." Kai, hearing this, shouted, "Wait!" He didn't agree, and tried to outbid her. "I'll add 5 silver coins. I bid 1 gold and 5 silver. Haro was startled. Lily wasn't intimidated. On the contrary, she calmly bid even higher. "I bid 2 gold coins." Kai gasped in shock. "What?" Kai stammered for a moment, then turned and ran off, not forgetting to call out, Wait, wait! I bid 2 gold and 5 silver. I'll be right back." He ran to find D and urged him, "D, can you lend me some gold coins? I just saw a really great weapon." D, very relaxed, waved his hand and said, Take it. I don't use that much money anyway. Kai nodded repeatedly. Thanks. I'll pay you back soon. Kai rushed back to the stall, panting as he asked, Shopkeeper, I'm back. Huh? Where's the sword? Haro said, one sentence that left him stunned. Kid, that young lady already paid 3 gold coins and took the sword. The shopkeeper Thunder tried to suggest other items. Why don't you look at something else? I still have plenty of good stock. Kai didn't even pay attention, only glancing at Lily with resentment. What an annoying girl. But when Ko noticed the glowing pink gem she was wearing, he realized something. He didn't think twice and quickly ran up to stop her. Hey, wait. Lily clicked her tongue and came to a halt. What is it now? The two then walked and talked. I have a question. You're a mage, right? She said, annoyed. What about it? Kai went on and on. Then why must you buy this sword? You can't even use it. As they walked, Lily replied nonchalantly. I bought it to give to my father as a collectible. Is that a problem? Besides, what I buy is my own business. Kai paused, muttering the words, collectible. Having said that, she lost her patience, but still replied politely, I have things to do, I'm leaving. But Kai still tried to stop her. Wait, I really need this sword. I'm willing to pay more. Can you let me have it? Lily stopped, glancing at him with a meaningful look, accompanied by a smug smile. Oh, so that's the offer you're making? How about this? If you really want this sword, how about we have a duel? Kai was stunned and surprised. A duel? Lily then slowly raised her hand and called out, Bo, where are you? Bo stood in the crowd, struggling to raise his hand and reply, Yes, miss, I'm here. As he approached, she explained, This is my attendant. Bo, if you can beat him, the sword is yours. Kay took one look at his build and judged, He's definitely a heavyweight. You've kept your cool so far, but how do we fight? She smiled, a grin full of confidence. The rules are simple. Arm wrestling. One match decides it all. But if you lose, you owe me 3 gold coins. How's that? Kay replied, Seriously, fine. But if you bring in someone to help you, I'll need an assistant too. It doesn't really matter to Lily. It's up to you. In the tavern, where guests were enjoying their drinks and chatting happily, everyone was stunned to find 2 burly men sitting across from each other at a table. Huh, isn't that Bo? Testing his strength against someone again? Who's that kid? I'll bet 1 to 3 on him. Easy money, what's there to worry about? Just for fun, I'll bet a silver coin on the kid. What a bunch of fools. I'm betting on Bo. I'm betting on that kid. He looks pretty built. Maybe he'll win. I'm betting on Bo, too. Amidst the clamor, a referee stepped forward. Both of them got ready while the crowd buzzed with anticipation. Same here. Don't even dream of it. Bo has never lost here. I'm betting on Bo. D suddenly smirked, and the power in his thunder-enchanted body began to surge. Even Bo's eyes widened, feeling something truly abnormal. Start. Instantly, the guy just arm-wrestled him once, and for some reason, the table flipped over, snapping in half and sending him sprawling. Huh? Everyone watching dropped their jaws in shock. What? Bo couldn't believe it to this day, as his opponent had such overwhelming physical strength. Kay approached and picked up the carefully wrapped sword, looking quite pleased. Guess we got lucky. Lily, however, didn't look happy at all. Hey, thanks. I won't be polite about it. Did you forget to use your inner energy? Bo replied, struggling to get up. I used everything I had. Watching the two of them leave, he thought, that guy is a monster. Meanwhile, the two of them were chatting away happily. He didn't look that strong, though. I could have snapped his arm like a twig. Well done, my friend. Besides Thunder, you're the strongest person I've ever seen. Suddenly, Lily spoke up, making Kay stop and glance over. Hey, you guys aren't from this city, are you? What guild are you from? He turned his head back with a giant question mark hanging over his head. Guild? We belong to the Red Wing Guild. She paused, her mind racing with her own thoughts, having never heard of this guild before. Watching their backs as they whistled and walked away, Lily was still filled with questions. Red Wing, I hope you guys don't bring any trouble to this city. At the same time, outside, Thunder stood with his arms crossed, looking at the place in front of him. Oh, is this the place? This was the Adventurers Guild Hall in Kyobak City. Seeing people coming and going in such a rush, he marveled at the sheer scale of the place. Once inside, Thunder witnessed chaos. So many people. Rank C missions? Our guild didn't come here to pick up this garbage. Trust me, this is a fair trade. The Rank A mission party is missing a mage, specifically one specialized in healing magic. Fang Chu saw the new customer and took the initiative to approach. Introducing himself, I'm Fang Chu, a staff member here at the Kyobak Adventurers Guild. How can I help you? Thunder stated his request, I want to register a guild. Pointing in that direction, he said, "Register a guild? Please follow me this way. The registration fee is 5 gold coins, and you'll need to fill out some information. If the number of adventurers in your guild is under 10, we recommend considering joining an existing guild first. It's more cost-effective." Clara sat upright at the table and rattled off a long response. "It's fine. Money isn't an issue. When can we finish? I want to start taking missions immediately. We'll handle them as quickly as possible. Hopefully, all the paperwork can be finished today." "Should I call you Thunder?" he asked concisely. "Nest." She nodded with a friendly smile and said, "All right, Mr. Nest, what would you like to name your guild?" He replied without hesitation. "Red Wing." Clara looked at him, suddenly pausing and giving him a strange look. Thunder felt confused. "What's wrong?" She quickly brushed it off. "Oh, nothing. It's just that the name is quite unique. I think it'll be easy to remember." He smiled and continued. "I don't care what others think. Let's keep it as is." Fang Chu, standing behind him, suddenly spoke up. "Mr. Nest, you said you wanted to take missions quickly. Do you have any specific preferences? I can make some suggestions." Thunder glanced back and said, "I heard recently that someone has been destroying several villages. Has anyone taken that mission yet?" He turned to look at the bounty notice posted right by the door. "Ah, you're talking about the rank A mission? I understand why you're in such a rush to register your guild. It's true that many people have come for that mission over the past few days." Hearing this, Thunder grew suspicious. Could it have already been taken? Fang Chu pointed his thumb at the bounty notice. "Actually, it has already been resolved. On the bounty paper, it clearly stated, 'Capture or kill Vessi.'" This shocked Thunder. "It's already resolved?" He nodded. "That's right. Initially, it was only a rank B mission, so it didn't attract much attention." Fang Chu looked at the criminal's portrait and continued. "But then, the reported casualties around the city started increasing. A week ago, a high-ranking adventurer was killed while chasing the culprit. That was when the mayor finally took notice. We mobilized the 2 largest guilds in the city to surround and capture him, and yesterday, they finally caught him." Thunder gently took it down and held it in his hand, feeling frustrated. A step too late, though he kept a calm expression. "I heard he possessed a battle hammer, enchanted with magic. You must have gone through a fierce battle." "No, the process went smoother than imagined. I've heard about the power of that weapon too." The 2 big guilds were well prepared. When the adventurers found him, he immediately knelt on the ground and sobbed. He claimed he had been manipulated by the evil power of the hammer, and that the slaughter wasn't his intent. Finishing that, he turned to ask, "So what happens to him now?" The man looked blank. "He's being held in prison, waiting for the judge's verdict. It's highly likely to be the death penalty." After hearing this, Thunder didn't stay long. He turned to walk away. "Thanks for the explanation. I'll see if there are any other missions to take. Can't waste the trip." Fang Chu was very friendly. "Of course, if you need anything else, just find me." As he stepped outside, his heart was filled with thoughts. Strange. Someone who destroyed entire villages surrendering so easily? The Dragonbone hammer has likely fallen into the hands of the Kyobak authorities. Regardless, I have to find a way to meet him, or at least ask where he got that hammer. That evening in town, the 3 of them gathered at a location. Kay looked down, and Jack asked, "Are you serious? Thunder, are you planning to break into the prison?" Watching those guards off in the distance, Thunder said softly, "We're just slipping in, asking a few questions, and slipping out. That's all." Thunder slowly moved closer to the railing. "I've done some digging. Most of the guards here were recruited from the apartments. We can use his skills to deal with them." Kay pulled up his mask and asked, "What about Jay? That big guy draws attention wherever he goes." You paused for a moment and gave the order. "Jay will stay outside and keep watch. No need for him to follow us inside." "Wait, did you get a new sword?" Kai looked behind his back. "Is this blade okay? It even has a name. It's called White Pearl." Thunder wasn't happy with it, so he demanded, "Just let Jay hold on to it. It's too eye-catching." This didn't make him very happy. Meanwhile, over on the other side, the guards were complaining to each other. "How many more days do we have to guard this place? Once they're caught, just execute the guy and be done with it. It's not that simple. I heard they're keeping him alive for another reason, you know?" They stopped for a moment, both suddenly sensing something unusual. "Wait, why does it feel so cold, Jack? Cold wind?" While they were busy wondering outside, Kay and Thunder had already slipped inside, much easier than expected. Thunder turned around and demanded, "Have you found his location yet?" You quietly summoned your magical eye. Of course. Outside, Jay was standing guard with his arms crossed, while inside, they could faintly hear voices. "My lady, why have you come here?" "I've come to check on the prisoner." "Right. They also realized someone had arrived. When he caught a familiar, unpleasant scent, he turned back to look. The people who came to inspect the inside were none other than Lily and Bo. It was them. Thunder and Kay gradually approached the detention area. You looked toward the iron cell and said, "It's right ahead." As he stepped closer, he was suddenly startled, his brows knitting together in disbelief. What is this? Inside the cell, a disheveled man with white hair was lying there asleep. Kai asked you, "Is this the one? He looks like he's about to die." At that moment, Thunder's attention shifted to the arm that was fused to a spiked hammer at his side. You assessed the current situation. The item had been found, but it seemed like things were getting complicated. Just then, a notification echoed through the system in your ear. Can you hear that? Someone's coming. Thunder turned back and hurriedly spoke to Kay. The alarm says someone is entering. He asked anxiously. What do we do now? This is a dead end. We're definitely going to run into Jack. After a quick moment of consideration, Thunder decided to turn back with Kai, running as he said, "Don't panic. How about we hide in the room next door?" You gestured toward the stacked wooden prison frames. "Get in, quickly." He looked at the pile of items in front of him, hesitating. This? Will this work? Because there was no other way, and the situation was quite urgent. Thunder still chose to go for it. It should work. After all, the people coming definitely aren't looking for us. As long as we keep a low profile, we'll be fine. With that said, the two of them entered the cell and pulled the barrier down. Thunder crouched in the corner, secretly observing the movement outside. Voices began to echo through the hallway. "My lady, the prisoner is being heavily guarded. There's no way he could escape. Has he said anything yet?" "Yes, he looks very weak." Lily paused next to the nearby cell and asked if he was able to speak. The guards carefully reported, "He should be able to, but he just doesn't want to talk to us." Thunder saw who had arrived and realized immediately was it them. Hearing her subordinate's reply, she unexpectedly raised her voice in confusion. "What?" Then, she angrily scolded the prisoner. "How could you all treat a prisoner like this? We don't have a tradition of abusing prisoners. Locking him near the furnace like that, he's definitely going to die right away." The soldier hurriedly explained, "My lady, you've misunderstood. Actually, this was his own request." The unexpected answer made Lily pause once again. She confirmed if it was truly his request. The two guards didn't hold back and reported the details fully. "Yes, since he was captured, his arm has been fused to that hammer. It's like some kind of magic that keeps making his physical condition worse. He looks like he's about to stop breathing at any moment." Not stopping there, the soldier added, "He kept complaining of the cold, so he asked us to put him near the furnace. We only followed his request after getting permission from your father." The door opened, and the group entered. Lily asked as she walked, "My father agreed to this?" Just then, the person who was supposed to be asleep suddenly started laughing. Heh. Vesey bolted upright, laughing and screaming like a madman, spewing foul language. "Looks like you were afraid I'd be bored, so you brought a woman to entertain me?" She glared at him with contempt. Leo also took the opportunity to say, "Look at that, he's still alive and kicking." On the other side, Kai also heard the entire conversation and couldn't help but wonder. This is really strange, isn't it? How can someone survive in such high temperatures? Thunder used his dragon eyes to see through the situation in the adjacent cell, seeing Vesey's body glowing like a raging fire, and whispered, "Perhaps he has moved beyond the definition of a human." By now, Lily brushed off the fact that he had insulted her and started to probe for information. "Your name is Vesey, right? I'm glad you still have the strength to speak. Can you tell me why you came near the border to wreak such havoc?" He bared his sharp teeth in a twisted grin, speaking as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Does that even need to be said? Obviously, to kill all of you. As soon as the words left his mouth, the first to react were Leo and Doan, her subordinates. They angrily shouted, "You're crazy. The grand judge will soon sentence you to death. If not for the Lord's mercy, I wouldn't mind causing a little accident right now." Lily waved her cloak to block their vision, signaling them to be quiet, and looked down at him, declaring, "Vesey, you have been captured. State your purpose, and I promise you a fair trial." Conversely, his attitude remained defiant from start to finish, and he roared crazily, "No one can judge me. You bunch of idiots. The thing inside me has granted me infinite power. I wanted to choose a city large enough to test it out." Vesey looked at the group in front of him with triumph. "Once I escape from here, the shadow will come. At that point, not even a god will be able to escape." His demeanor left Leo and Doan confused. What is this guy talking about? Is something wrong with his head? We're so far from the city of Jonan. If he wanted to find a god, he should have been captured in Jonan. Dealing with someone so uncooperative was just a waste of effort. Therefore, Lily didn't insist and turned around to give the order. It seems I'm wasting my time. Let's go, Bo replied immediately. Yes, my lady. Suddenly, Vesey stood up, his entire body erupting with enormous energy, causing Leo and Doan to hurriedly raise their spears in defense and shout, "What are you doing standing up? I order you to sit down, or we won't be so polite." Before they could even strike, he made the first move, swinging his fist through the air and sending the two men flying backward. "Get lost, you nobodies." Lily didn't expect things to turn out this way. Startled by the sight, she spun around in a panic. Vess began emitting a terrifying power, laughing like a madman, and repeating one word over and over, "Destroy, destroy." As the danger intensified, he grabbed her to protect her. "My lady, you must leave this place at once." But Lily remained stubborn, refusing to budge. "No, I cannot let him cause such chaos." He then raised his spiked hammer, which was linked to his arm, and prepared to strike down the two of them. Lily's puppet showed no fear, directly thrusting out the scepter in her hand. Power surged and flared. She wouldn't let them have their way. Then came the collision, a massive explosion that sent debris flying amidst a loud cry. "My lady!" Lily gritted her teeth in pure anger. Just one skirmish had been enough to stir up such unease within her. "Damn it," she muttered. "Is he just pretending? What if this keeps up?" Just then, a blinding beam of golden light shot out from behind her, brushing past her shoulder as a powerful voice rang out, "Leave it to me." Right after that, Vesey couldn't dodge the attack and took the hit square in the chest. Infuriated, his eyes turned a murky black as he growled, "Who's there?" Thunder, who had appeared out of nowhere to stand in front of Lily, retorted sharply toward the Red Horizon members. Lily suddenly recognized his familiar face and gasped, "It's you. The one who stole my sword. Why are you people here?" She looked slightly taken aback, but he had to set the record straight. There was a reason for all this. "Besides," he added, "I won that sword fair and square. I didn't steal it." Thunder cut her off, his voice laced with tension. "Can we save the small talk for later? We've got a massive problem on our hands right now." Thunder glanced back at Bo, who was standing guard in front of Lily. "Big guy, if you want to get your lady out of here, now's your chance," Bo retorted. "Stop talking nonsense. I already told you, I'm not running away." With no time left to strategize, Thunder had to charge in immediately, his voice trailing behind him. "Then provide some cover. Let me get close to him." Lily acted annoyed, but she still used her staff to support Thunder from behind. "Got it. Stop yapping." On the other side, Vesey continued to thrash about, destroying everything in his path. "You're all going to die," he shouted arrogantly. "No one can stop me." As Thunder moved in, he noticed some strange energy flows. He quickly realized the power surging through Vesey was immense. That hammer was constantly pumping energy into his body. Behind them, Lily seemed to notice it too. She worked hard to sever the power lines connecting the hammer to him. Thunder took the opportunity to edge closer while calculating another plan. Going head-to-head isn't the best idea, he thought. First, I have to weaken his power. He was just one step away from touching Vesey. Thunder activated his magic, causing his hand to emit a soft, gentle glow. He reached out and placed his hand on Vesey's chest. The intensity of the light from his palm spiked suddenly. This is absorption magic. Sensing a terrifying threat from that hand, Vesey lashed out wildly in a panic. He was confused, unable to find a way to stop Thunder's absorption. "No, that's my power." "Stop." Vesey's strength began to drain away. His chaotic attacks grew sparse. Lily was stunned. "He's a mage?" Even though Thunder was draining his power, his own body had its limits. Thunder let out a soft groan. Suddenly, images of Vesey crawling on the ground, wailing and screaming in agony, flashed before his eyes. "Save me. Help me. It's too hot. It's too hot." Dark, ominous auras seemed to lunge toward Thunder. He looked at Vesey suspiciously. The thing on him, it's shadow plague. Suddenly, the scene changed. Vesey morphed into a giant monster, ready to pounce on him. Thunder closed his eyes, muttering to himself to stay calm, fighting to regain his focus. It's all just an illusion. He broke free from the trance and threw a punch right at Vesey's face, forcing himself to keep fighting. Just a little more. Almost there. Exhausted from the energy drain and the psychic attack, Thunder was clearly reaching his limit. Suddenly, a purple dragon appeared before him, coiling around and breathing fire. Thunder's hand reached Vesey's chest. It was a transition hallucination. Finally, everything faded away. The next time he opened his eyes, some time had passed. Inside Lily's room, a soft cough echoed. The intricate golden patterns on the ceiling showed this was no humble abode. Thunder was momentarily surprised, quickly sitting up in bed and looking around the strange, unfamiliar room, dazed. This isn't a dungeon. Whose room is this? A small movement made him feel something strange on his arm. Huh? As he looked down, he saw a short patch of red dragon scales on his wrist. He was stunned. Dragon scales? Suddenly, there was a noise outside. Thunder startled, quickly pulling his sleeve down to cover his arm, looking back with a guarded expression. Lily and Kai opened the door and walked in. Seeing him, Kai cheered happily. Great, you're awake. Lily stepped forward, cautioning him carefully. You've been unconscious for days. Don't move so fast. Brushing that aside, Thunder looked up and asked, Where am I? Kai answered for Lily, providing the necessary information clearly. We're at the mayor's house. Do you remember? This is the mayor's daughter, he added, gesturing to Lily. Realizing she was his benefactor, Thunder softened his tone. Thank you for the help. She didn't make a big deal out of it. It should be me thanking you for saving me. Now that you're awake, I have a few questions. Afterward, she frankly explained everything she had learned recently. I think you'll understand. As the person managing this city, I have a responsibility to investigate events or organizations that could pose a threat to the public. I've been investigating Red Horizon. I didn't expect you all to be the group that took over Farrad Apartments a while back. She looked him straight in the eyes, her curiosity and questions making him hesitate. So, what brought the leader of Red Horizon, someone who is both a knight and a mage, to this place? Although his mission and plans were secret, Thunder didn't want to lie to Lily. He expressed himself sincerely. I can only say that I am not your enemy. I am tracking the culprit of those murders. I only care about the weapon in his hand. I heard it originally belonged to the Dragon Knights of Farrad Apartments. Perhaps that will satisfy you. Hearing his words, she didn't answer right away, remaining silent as she pondered for a long time. Finally, Lily decided to trust Thunder. All right, my father's friends at Farrad Apartments have already assured me that you are trustworthy. I think we can cooperate. Thunder stood up from the bed, slightly surprised. My father's friends? Lily didn't try to be mysterious, and introduced the person she mentioned right away. His name is Winford. He's one of the elders at Farrad Apartments. Hearing it was an acquaintance, Kai spoke up first. Oh, so it's Winford. You hadn't said anything these past few days, Lily said to Kai, but I'd been secretly in touch with him. I only just received his reply this morning. She turned back to Thunder. Besides, I had to confirm if you guys were truly reliable. Thunder quickly caught the main point of her last sentence, his brows furrowing as he asked tensely, You said cooperate. Does that mean he escaped? It was a given. He would have known eventually. Lily recounted the situation from a few days ago. That's right. Even though your magic weakened him significantly, we still couldn't stop him. In the end, he got away. It's clear he's been infected by the Shadow Plague, but for now, we haven't determined if that has any connection to his weapon. However, she tried not to let the negativity take over and opened the floor, hoping to have his support. Since we both want to catch him, I think we can work together from here on out. But Kai felt differently. If it were me, I would have already fled the city. With a city this big, finding him is like looking for a needle in a haystack. She quickly reassured me. Don't worry, we've invited an expert, someone who understands the cases related to the Dark Plague better than anyone else. Oh, and by the way, he used to be a knight at Farrad Apartments. Thunder was surprised. An expert? He had a bad feeling about this. Someone who used to be with Farrad Apartments? Don't tell me he's one of those purebloods. But it seems Lily was quite confident in the abilities of the person she invited, because he's quite famous. The purebloods are still just a nameless guild, after all. He's known as the Chronicler, Lenny Stetton. The full moon cast a faint glow over the space below. In the room that was still lit, someone let out a startled cry. Who did you say? Lenny? Thunder spoke softly, reminding the person on the screen. There's no need to be that surprised. However, Slavia's expression didn't change much. Of course, if Lenny were still alive, Jack would have to be over 200 years old. Are you saying she means the legendary Lenny Stetton? He nodded softly in agreement. Yeah, I thought the name sounded familiar at first, too. Then, after hearing about a related incident, I remembered seeing it in a book somewhere. Listening to Thunder's explanation, Slavia began to make some guesses about the Farrad Apartments library. The books he wrote about dragon knights and magical beasts were works from over 100 years ago. Even if there were some way for him to still be alive, Jack, he'd just be a frail old man by now. Seeing her concern, he lifted his glass and softly reassured her. Don't worry too much. I think we'll be meeting him soon enough, and then we'll naturally get our answers. Unexpectedly, this had the opposite effect, making Slavia even more panicked. How could I not be worried? You said you wouldn't stay in Kibok for long, and now you're off hunting for the dragonbone flail. If Mr. Winford hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known a thing. Soon after, her voice softened as she spoke his name. Thunder looked over, curiously responding. Huh? Javia looked worried, pleading with him. From now on, whatever happens, can you stop hiding things from me? I know I can't change your mind, but at least let me help you when you need it. Just then, Kai finished bathing and saw the two talking, looking eager to hear some gossip. He didn't notice that look, only smiling helplessly and nodding in agreement with her. Yeah, I got it. Slavia's voice came through, closing the conversation between them. Thank you. Very quickly, the next morning arrived, and the entire castle was covered in bright, cheerful sunlight. At the Kibok Guild Hall, a fair number of people from Lily's group gathered, and Thunder, Kay, and Jay were heading inside. Lily spoke up, curious as she observed Thunder's new look. Did you dye your hair black? He slowly explained. I didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. Hearing that, Lily remarked, a smart decision. Thunder was also silently calculating while observing his own body, as changing only part of it would consume less magic. He had discovered the truth about the dragon bone flail. There was no use hiding it anymore. What he was more concerned about was why dragon scales were appearing on his arm. This had never happened before. Then, Thunder plucked up the courage to make a guess. Could it be that after coming into contact with the dragon bone flail, his body is slowly returning to its original state? If so, he had to find it even more. The door was pushed open, and Lily's voice sounded again. Oh, looks like someone got here first. Fang Chu smiled and spoke up. After all, this was a special mission led by Miss Lily herself. Of course, everyone wanted to show their best. Cut's attitude was a bit hostile. I thought it was just our two guilds. Only then did Lily explain. Because this is very important, I made a few adjustments. Meanwhile, Thunder, standing in the back, silently observed the two of them, the ones who had welcomed him the day before. She continued to introduce them as Fang Chu from Fallen Angel. Fang Chu smiled and replied, hello everyone. And there was the rogue mercenary. The identities of their teammates revealed. The members of Thunder's team were stunned. Huh? Fang Chu looked at them, curious and amazed. Is it really that much of a coincidence? Lily continued the introductions. And these are Thunder, Kay, and Jay from Farrad Apartments. They belong to the Red Rose Guild, he continued. When Mr. Nest came here to register the guild before, I was the one who welcomed him. Please give him my regards. He politely replied, all right, thank you. But C couldn't help but be skeptical about their abilities. Jack, are these kids actually useful? A guild that was just founded a few days ago, what can I expect from them other than them slowing us down? Lily just smiled softly and reminded him, CT, I need to make this clear to you. They are all powerful warriors that I personally invited into the team. I hope you can respect them, just as you respect me. The aura around her became a bit more threatening. Is that clear enough? Hearing this, he could only comply. All right, I understand. The expressions of the two people behind Thunder became confused. They whispered to each other, hey, why does this girl seem a bit scary? Yeah, I agree. Jack, something feels off. I hope she doesn't get mad at us. A voice sounded from behind, cutting off their conversation. I'm sorry, I'm late. I hope I didn't miss anything. He entered with a gentle smile. The hall was so crowded, I got a little lost. This is Lenny Stetton. The eyes of Kay and Thunder were instantly glued to this man. He is Lenny Stetton? Wasn't he supposed to be over 200 years old? This must be a fake. He doesn't look much different from Mr. Winford. Lenny was very excited to see them. Oh, you boys from Farrad Apartments, right? I know you have many questions. It's all right. We have plenty of time to get to know each other, and I will slowly answer everything for you, Kai-ho responded in a low voice. Ah, yes. I have admired your reputation for a long time, and I have studied many of your books. It is a true honor to meet you today. He generously suggested to him. I didn't expect you to be so eager to learn. When we have the chance, we'll have a more thorough talk. Lily's voice suddenly rang out, cutting off the conversation, and she activated her ability. We are all here now, so enough small talk, let's get to the main point. Immediately after, Lily raised the staff in her hand high toward the sky, and a beam of green light erupted, covering the entire room. Lenny looked around, interested, and praised. Not a bad barrier technique. Fang Chu added a bit hesitantly. I thought this place was secure enough. It seems this matter is very important, Lily explained softly, just a precaution. This mission involves top-secret information. I don't want to let even a hint of it leak. Kay placed a hand on Thunder's shoulder, using telepathy to communicate, sensing that Jack was hiding something. Thunder couldn't help but agree. He felt the same way. There was no need to go this far just to capture one person. He decided to wait and see what she was planning. Lily then began to present the latest news. We have discovered Vessi's trail. Not only is he stronger than before, but it has also been confirmed that he is infected with the Shadow Plague. Upon hearing this, Fangzhu exclaimed, The shadow plague is truly troublesome. In contrast, Curate, standing nearby, spoke briefly. What I care more about is where we find him now. The information was quickly revealed. We are heading to the White Tower. Both of them widened their eyes in shock. The White Tower? Isn't that a restricted area? She continued, her voice serious. Exactly why this is a mission. We must not only eliminate that demon, but we must also avoid being detected by the guards. If anyone wants to back out, decide now. I want everyone to promise me that even if you are thrown into a dungeon, you will not reveal anything about today's conversation. Lenny smirked as he chimed in. My dear, they've already come here, which proves their loyalty to you. Just say it straight. What's in the White Tower? Thunder quickly realized something was off. Unless Lily simply explained, fine. The reason the White Tower is restricted is because it is the residence of a god. A single word left everyone present in utter astonishment. A god. Naturally, Thunder also partially guessed the current situation. Sure enough, but Fang Zhu remained highly skeptical. How could a god be in White Tower? Doesn't the world say he is in Jonan City? Kay replied to him. Don't joke around. I know for a fact the god is actually at Faro Apartments. Kuart interrupted with a statement. Instead of believing the god is there, I'd rather believe he's in White Tower. Kay became more hostile upon hearing his argument. Huh? Wanna bet? We saw it with our own eyes. Thunder was calculating in his head. It seemed he needed to find an appropriate opportunity to tell Kai the truth. Unexpectedly, just as he finished that thought, he went pale seeing Lenny staring intently at him. Huh? What is it? He stroked his chin and commented in a low voice. You aren't surprised at all. Looks like you know more than you're letting on, don't you? Thunder replied softly. No, I don't think I know much more than you do. However, CT, standing across from them, tried to encourage them. For something this important, I don't think we should keep it a secret. We must inform the guild leader. Fang Zhu agreed with him. I think so too. We should utilize the guild's strength. Lily interrupted them. There is no need. When I specifically summoned everyone here from the two major guilds, I made it a condition that no one was to ask about the contents of the mission. Lenny stated his perspective. I need to add one thing. Dealing with the shadow isn't always about having as many people as possible. It's like a hunt. If we startle the prey, it becomes even harder to find. Furthermore, if someone with evil intentions has already set a huge trap, then who is truly the prey? Kay, questioning him, asked, Don't you trust the people in the guild? Lenny glanced elsewhere as he corrected, I don't trust human nature. She shrugged and concluded, In short, based on the current information, we have reason to suspect Vesey intends to act against the god. But the White Tower is heavily guarded, not to mention how he would know the god's location. Even if he wanted to infiltrate the White Tower, he would need an inside accomplice. A proposal followed. From now on, we will act together to sneak into the White Tower at night, whether we catch Vesey or whoever is behind him. On the side, Kay started whispering to Thunder. She says act together, but she really just wants to monitor us, doesn't she? He agreed with this observation. Yeah, suddenly changing the plan, it seems she wants to avoid information leaks. The weather outside changed as well. The sun slowly set. They wrapped it up with one sentence. Let's just play it by ear. Time passed. A long day ended, giving way to the goddess of night. Night fell, and the moon illuminated the ancient, solemn, white castle. In the front courtyard, the sound of scraping was heard as the group moved together. Aren't we heading to the White Tower? Why are we at your house? Lily's voice turned stern as she explained. Didn't I tell you? The White Tower is heavily guarded. We have to find another way inside. The location then shifted to the glass greenhouse. It was deep in the night, accompanied by the quiet moonlight. The servant's voice sounded as he bowed to Lily. My lady, you have returned, Lily asked calmly. Has my father gone out? The man politely replied. My lady, he has gone to the merchant's banquet as scheduled. I have ordered the staff to leave per your instructions. She noted with satisfaction. Good. Then let's make the most of our time. Just then, Kai, behind her, remarked, This stone statue looks familiar. Could it be real? Thunder listened, then softly agreed. Yeah, this is probably an unexpected discovery. Fang Zhu also asked in surprise, Forgive me for being intrusive, but doesn't the mayor know about this? Lily nonchalantly explained, Of course not. I already said, the fewer people who know, the better. Especially since my father is such a conservative man. Lenny, behind Lily, commented in a low voice, Privilege is truly convenient. Outwardly, you set all sorts of strict rules, but in reality, you leave an escape route for yourself. She listened but replied indifferently, Thanks for the reminder, Lenny. Without this escape route, if we encountered danger, we could only lead the commoners and let others be slaughtered. In front of them was a wide, dark tunnel. The voice of investigation rose again. There are no suspicious signs. Am I being too sensitive? After two soldiers lifted the tunnel door, a mysterious passage appeared. Before heading down, Lily carefully instructed, "This tunnel leads directly to the warehouse under the White Tower. As long as everyone doesn't make too much noise, the guards won't notice." The group then lit torches and moved down into the tunnel. Kay felt a bit fearful of this space. Underground again? To be honest, I don't really like being down there. Fang Zhu immediately noticed his emotion and asked curiously, "It seems you have some unpleasant memories of being underground, don't you?" Kai did not hide it. "That's right. The kind of memories I never want to encounter again." Seeing the creature sniffing around and twitching its nose everywhere, Lenny couldn't help but wonder, whose pet is this? Why do you have to twitch that stupid, ugly nose all the time? Lenny didn't pay it much mind. Instead, he patiently explained, "You don't get it. I just caught a scent of something a bit strange." Then Thunder spoke up from behind. "Day, is something wrong?" He replied with a look of confusion. "It feels like there's something up ahead." Hearing that, he immediately took out his magical eye to scan the area for Jack. In the supply warehouse, mostly filled with food, everyone walked while whispering among themselves. "No one usually comes around here. It's probably just a mouse." "Great, now we have a hunting dog to catch mice." Passing through the thick walls, he spotted piles of cloth bags stacked up and concluded it was a hidden food storage. In front of them, a long, dark, straight path remained. Someone whispered, "Indeed, there are no suspicious traces at all. Could we be being too sensitive?" Ko asked him with a hint of worry. "How is it?" Thunder replied, "Honestly, I don't see anything. But Jack's sense of smell has always been precise. It's better to be careful." Then, Lily stepped up to a corner by the tightly locked door and said, "Perhaps we should ask a master locksmith to give us a hand. My father always keeps the key with him, and I don't want to leave any signs of forced entry." So he stepped up and replied confidently, "Let me handle it." Watching Ko tinkering to pick the lock, Lenny also stepped closer to look. That's truly the technique of a Black Knight. It's rare to see that. He felt a bit proud of that. "Thanks for the compliment, sir." Ko rolled his eyes, looking reluctant as he muttered, "Fine. Now we've turned into rats stealing rice." Ko, concerned about the current situation, turned to ask his friend next to him how he was doing. The eyes of Thunder and Jay widened in unison, their shock unmistakable on their faces. In a split second, he lunged forward to push Ko away, barely dodging an explosion behind them. Lily approached Ko, who was lying flat on the ground, and asked with concern, "Don't move, where are you hurt?" He cursed angrily, "Damn it, something just pierced my ribs." Fang Chu, standing to the side, exclaimed anxiously, "I didn't see clearly. Was that a magical beast?" His expression turned grim as he realized the identity of the beast. In front of them hung a bat with bright red wings, a tiger-headed bat. They signaled to each other as the tiger-headed bat charged again. Day shouted frantically, "Kai, keep your guard up." Kai received the order and replied sharply, "Understood." Meanwhile, the other members moved quickly. "Get inside, now," Lenny urged in a loud voice. "Hurry up." Lily followed up with a reminder directed at them. "Watch out for his wounds." The tiger-headed bat attacked both Ko and Jay at once. He shouted back to signal his teammate, Thunder. But before Thunder could move, Lenny had already lunged forward, shouting an order to him, "Leave it to me." His entire body was enveloped in a powerful golden aura, and with one punch directed straight at the tiger-headed bat, it let out a cry of pain. She widened her eyes in amazement, exclaiming, "What? A 200-year-old man who can still fight this well?" Thunder had the same expression, impressed that he could take it down with his bare hands. After the beast was defeated, Lenny waved his hand, remarking, "That was tougher than I expected." On this side, Ko was still bitter and cursing. "Damn it, what rotten luck." Fang Chu asked curiously and worriedly, "How is it? Is it serious?" Lily checked the wound and replied, "I don't know. The wound looks okay, but I've never seen this kind of magical beast before. If there's poison, just then," Lenny chimed in. "Don't worry, little one. The tiger-headed bat moves fast, but it isn't poisonous." Hearing that, she breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good then. Looks like he'll live to see another day." Suddenly, he held up a ring and asked the remaining members in a low voice, "Does anyone recognize this?" Upon seeing it, Fang Chu's expression turned to horror. He stammered, "That is the token of the Dark Angel Guild. Where did you get that?" Hearing this, Lenny explained calmly, "It was on that tiger-headed bat. It seems we found a lead on the traitor." Kai, standing behind him, added, "So, that monster was released by you?" Fang Chu immediately held out an identical one, trying to clear his name. "How could that be? Look, my ring is still here. I've been with everyone since this morning. so how would I have had the chance? Besides, if I were the one doing it, why would I attach my own item to that monster? But Kai still didn't trust him. Who knows how many rings you have? Perhaps you prepared this in advance to deflect suspicion. At this moment, Lenny stepped in to defend Feng Chu. It wasn't him. As far as I know, using a medium infused with magical power to control a magical beast is a common tactic of the Dark Guild, and to force the subordinate to give their all to complete the mission, they are required to use a medium that can identify the owner. Once the mission fails, the perpetrator's identity is exposed. Hearing this, Feng Chu seemed to remember something and spoke up urgently. That's right. Hearing you say that, I remember now. The inside of the ring has a serial number, and each one is different. Kai carefully examined the ring, then muttered the numbers engraved inside. 28061. Feng Chu immediately explained. 2806 is the area code for the East Tower District in Kyobok City. I am also in that area. Lily followed up with a question from behind. And this number 001? But he hesitated, explaining, I don't remember all the serial numbers, but this number specifically can only be. At that moment, a noise behind them made both Lily and Feng Chu turn around. I never expected anyone here to know so much about the Dark Guild. It really surprises me. The figure appeared, wearing an outfit similar to Feng Chu's, with a mocking expression. I was going to play along with you guys for a bit, but it seems that won't be necessary. This person is the leader of the Dark Angel Guild, Mac. Seeing the person's identity, Feng Chu gasped, Leader, is it really you? Lily was just as shocked, even questioning him. I never thought you would betray us. Mac, as a guild leader, to think you'd stoop to being a pawn for the Dark Guild, how could you do this? Responding to her, Mac just smiled contemptuously and explained, No matter how noble you think you are, it doesn't compare to what I want. Is being a hunting dog for you any more noble than working for the Dark Guild? She raised her voice, declaring after hearing the nonsense from him, Spare me the useless talk. If you've already betrayed us to join the Dark Guild, you must have prepared yourself for this, right? To their surprise, Mac's gaze became even more dismissive when he spoke again. Of course. Did you really think you would show up without me preparing anything? Behind Lily, eerie purple slime started to appear. Thunder saw them, and his face turned pale. His voice rose several octaves as he warned, Watch out. The remaining members scrambled backward, dodging the reach of the eerie purple substance. When did he? A sharp, startled cry rang out as an explosion tore through the area. Bo! Lily shouted anxiously, looking at her companion lying on the ground. The young man coughed and tried his best to respond. Seeing this, Lenny turned his gaze toward the other side, his expression darkening with a grim realization. Could it be? He quickly turned to the other members, raising his voice to warn them, Don't touch it. Kai froze in his tracks. A purple hand with long, sharp claws lunged toward Lily. However, Lenny acted fast, grabbing her and pulling her away just in time. The grotesque purple creature was sent flying, crashing hard into the ground in the distance. Lenny hurriedly cast a golden barrier to protect them. Don't touch it! Lily kept screaming. Meanwhile, nearby, Feng Chu desperately tried to rouse their fallen friend. Miss Lily, please, you have to stay calm. Thunder spoke to Lenny. What is that thing? He didn't name them directly, but he warned that these creatures were incredibly dangerous. Just one touch of their blood and you'll be poisoned to death. The purple shadows slowly took on human form, letting out savage laughs. Meanwhile, Lenny explained that they were failures of a dark plague summoning ritual, left in a wretched, dying state. Outside their protective barrier, two terrifying monsters emerged. Mark's arrogant voice echoed. As for those who failed by just a single step, they've turned into things like this. Thunder couldn't help but flinch. Shadow spirits? Lily, the only girl in the group, was deeply worried and clung tightly to his arm. Lenny, is there any way to save Bo? His voice sank with gravity. I'm sorry, little one. I cannot bring the dead back to life. She turned back and knelt beside her servant's body, her face twisted with hatred for the mastermind. Bo Fang Chu stepped forward and softly called out to Lily. Immediately after, she stood up, raised her staff, aimed it at the monster, and bound it with a rope of light. The next moment, it was slammed hard into the ground, and its limbs were instantly severed. She declared with furious intensity, Mark, I will make you pay dearly for this. Mark let out a cryptic smile, revealing his playful fangs with a cunning look. No need to rush. I'll be waiting for you right here. However, deep down, he was calculating. It seems her magic range is limited, but that old man is the most troublesome one. Looking at the scene before him, he remained confident, even with their protective barrier. As long as he can't move, The rest of them are nothing to worry about. Thunder, Lenny, and Kay remained on high alert, watching the monsters encircling them. Seeing the situation, Fang Chu grew frustrated. Is he trying to drag this battle out? His hot-headed nature fueled an urge to charge forward. Damn it, brother, let me take them out. Seeing this, Thunder quickly stepped in to stop him before he lost control. Don't be reckless. Just touching those things is enough to kill you. We need to think of a plan. He then turned to ask Lenny, who was struggling to maintain the barrier. How long can your magic hold? Lenny sounded fairly confident, guaranteeing that if they didn't have to face other threats, he could hold out until tomorrow morning. Hearing that, some of Thunder's anxiety eased, but he was still racking his brain for their next move. So, we don't need to worry about the monsters for now. But Mark likely still has an ace up his sleeve. He doesn't know I can use magic. Should I use a shadow clone of myself to scout? Suddenly, a voice echoed from out of nowhere. Why haven't you killed them yet? If you don't want to do it, I can help. Lily heard it too. Thunder looked around, searching for the source, and sure enough, the figure revealed himself. Vesey appeared from behind Mark with a twisted, glowing-eyed grin. Seeing him step forward, Mark seemed even more smug. Don't be so impatient, my friend. What we have plenty of right now is time. That girl still has great utility. We can't kill her yet. But Vesey was mentally unstable, howling like a madman. Tell her to find that person for me. I can't wait any longer, or I'll go out there and slaughter them all right now. Even Mark seemed a bit wary and on guard against Vesey's state, though he didn't show it on his face. I know. Calm down. We're already helping you look for that person. For now, how about choosing one of them to have some fun with? Hearing the entire conversation, Thunder felt like he had been struck by lightning. He panicked and wondered, who is the person he's talking about? Then, Mark turned back to look at their team and proposed a trade. Hey, you all heard him. My friend is very eager to find someone to entertain him, so I have a suggestion. Lily wondered what the proposal was. Mark knew they had taken the bait, and with a scheming expression, he laid out his conditions. How about this? You can take turns challenging Vesey. I guarantee my subordinates won't interfere. The winner can leave. How does that sound? Clearly, his words weren't easily trusted. Lily shouted, What are you plotting? You can't possibly be that kind. Mark shrugged slightly, pretending to be generous. There is one thing I must say first. Miss Lily must stay behind because I still have some things to discuss with her. But your subordinates don't necessarily have to die in vain. I have no interest in them. They still have a choice. Beside him, Vesey was intentionally howling like a lunatic to intimidate them. Kill him. Mark spoke calmly, carrying a hint of a threat. As you can see, my friend is very impatient. If you can help me appease him, it would be doing me a favor. On the other hand, Mark acted very relaxed, not forcing them at all. Of course, if no one wants to challenge him, I'll have no choice but to let Vesey go find the person he's longing for. As for you, you can stay here and wait for the barrier to fade. When that happens, your survival will depend on your own skill. At this moment, Thunder asked about the earlier issue. Who did you say he was looking for? Mark rested his hands on his hips, being vague. Perhaps Miss Lily knows his whereabouts. He is the one who encountered Vesey in the dungeon that day. For some reason, Vesey seemed unable to forget him. As soon as that name was mentioned, Lily instantly recognized it. Kay interjected, Nest? It seems like it really is him. Kay had a stronger reaction and looked over at Thunder to warn him. He's looking for you. But before anyone could react, Thunder stepped out of the barrier. Lenny and the others hurriedly tried to stop him. Hey kid, don't rush out there to get yourself killed, Thunder. He glanced back with a reassuring look. Don't worry, I can handle this. Use this chance to figure out a plan. Mark let out a soft laugh. It seemed Vesey finally had a worthy opponent. Thunder stepped forward, his expression confident and unflinching. Looks like you guys are pretty lucky. The person you're looking for is standing right in front of you. Immediately after, a surge of power erupted from his body. His voice boomed with impact. I am Net. Mar's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, This kid is a mage too? Vesey, standing beside him, became even more agitated. It's him, it's really him. He's finally here. Thunder's teammates were equally shocked by the revelation. Lenny exclaimed, Well played, kid. Your ability to conceal your mana was good enough to fool even me. Meanwhile, Kay was incredibly curious. What? He's the leader of the Red Wings, Nez? Then which one is his true form? Outside the barrier, Thunder drew his sword, pointing it directly at his opponent as an intense aura surrounded him. Stop wasting time. Let's go. Vesey wore a twisted grin, rushing forward with his spiked hammer while trailing a surge of fire, excitedly shouting, My hammer and I have been waiting for you for a long time. With that, he swung toward Thunder, creating a massive shockwave that lit up the entire area. Magic projectiles curved into sharp points and pierced toward him. Thunder used ice stones to deflect the attack, but every piercing point was blocked by the ice. Lenny gritted his teeth, feeling extremely anxious. If they keep fighting like this, I'm afraid my shield won't last until morning. Kay hurriedly called out to Day. Hurry and finish him. He turned to Lily. Lie, can your wind barrier magic withstand this attack? She carefully weighed the possibilities. I'm afraid not. I've never used it for defense before. I can only isolate sound using compressed air. Lenny calculated the situation and decided, compressed air? That's our chance. I'll teach you a thing or two, just follow my lead. Hearing this, Lai agreed immediately. On the other side, the battle had reached a breaking point. The crimson flames surrounded Vesi's twisted, terrifyingly smiling face. However, a moment later, that momentum collapsed when his strike was dead stopped by Thunder. Without giving his opponent time to react, Thunder reached out and clamped his hand tightly around Vesi's throat. Thunder's face darkened, and he hissed through gritted teeth. Dragon power. Huh. Let's see just how strong it really is. Meanwhile, Vesi's other arm, attached to the spiked hammer, slowly regained its strength. The two clashed violently, causing a massive, earth-shaking explosion. Lenny turned back and asked Lily in a low voice, "How is it going?" She was focused on her staff and snapped back. "Keep it down, old man. I'm trying my best here." Fuangchu asked Kay anxiously, "Do you think he can win?" He also looked toward them tensely, hesitating. "I'm not worried about that, but it's hard to understand when he talks like that." But Kay kept his eyes fixed on the man who was calmly standing with his hands on his hips, watching the fight, trying to guess what he was plotting. "He isn't in a rush to fight us, and he hasn't stated his demands. It's like he's just playing with us," Fuangchu exclaimed, stunned that MC had betrayed the guild. "It seems he already knows about the god," he added, puzzled. "But if his goal is to find the god, shouldn't he be forcing Lily to lead him there? Why is he wasting time with us here? There's definitely a hidden agenda." The screeching clash of their weapons echoed loudly, trailing sparks from the friction. Thunder fought while chanting in his head to manifest another clone. Vesi's clone didn't back down either, reaching out with sharp, claw-like hands to unleash a fireball. Dragon flame. Thunder spread his arms, conjuring an ice-stone barrier to counter the frigid ice. The two extremes of heat and cold collided, causing both to neutralize each other. The ice melted and the fire died out. It seemed like MC felt a bit disadvantaged, glancing at the ice shards with a calculated look. "If I don't eliminate him, he'll be trouble later. His close-quarters combat is fierce, and his magic is unpredictable." He turned his head toward the other side and suddenly jumped in surprise. Inside the barrier, only 3 men were left holding the line. A single glance revealed that Lee had vanished. Immediately, MC released a monster and ordered loudly, "Where is she? Find her now." The creature quickly spotted its target and lunged toward Lily. "You'd better behave yourself. There's no one left to protect you now." She ran as fast as the wind, spinning around to lash out with a whip strike toward the lunging monster. Taking the hit right in the face, the creature shrieked in agony. Seeing his creation go down, MC became irritable and barked, "Do you want to die?" Lai didn't stop. She raised her staff, gathering power. Wind barrier. A fierce attack pierced through the monster, causing it to explode into pieces. At that moment, Lenny and Fuangchu lunged forward. Lenny shouted, signaling that this was the moment. Fuangchu gripped his sword and charged forward with a look of determination. At the same time, he screamed, "Die!" Facing this sudden rush, MC, on the other side, wasn't afraid at all. He calmly remarked, "So, I'll play with you a little." In a heartbeat, countless powerful slashes flew toward his opponents at incredible speed. However, these attacks were blocked by Fuangchu in just a few short seconds. Suddenly, the person beside him let out a distressed cry. This horrifying scene left MC feeling a surge of fear as he watched. His expression slowly darkened. A thought flashed through his mind. A werewolf. A few seconds later, his opponent furiously landed a lethal punch toward him, with a face full of rage. Facing this surprise attack, Fuangchu quickly dodged to the side. For a moment, his face betrayed his sheer anger. He huffed, so annoying. However, just as a powerful purple wave of energy surged backward, a thought suddenly consumed his entire mind. It's going to self-destruct. Moments later, Fuangchu was terrified by the strange sight in front of him. He instinctively raised his hands to shield his face and let out a weak cry. In an instant, the area was left in ruins. Countless shards fell like rain. This caused Fuangchu to huff coldly as he looked around. The one who caused the terrifying scene was none other than Lily. She stood there with her staff still pointed forward, breathing a sigh of relief. Her appearance reminded MC of Ko's silhouette. He couldn't help but feel annoyed, gritting his teeth. A thought flashed through his mind. I underestimated her. I didn't expect this kid to be such a fast learner. Lenny is truly difficult to deal with. I have no choice but to have Vesey provide support. Suddenly, he received a lethal punch from his opponent, cutting off MC's train of thought. Just hold out until dawn, and we'll have a chance. Just like that, he was sent flying several meters away, accompanied by non-stop, blood-curdling screams echoing through the cramped space. Kai stood there, looking a bit weary. He spoke up in a slightly resentful tone, saying he really didn't give him a chance to show what he could do at all. Meanwhile, the MC on the other side was lying in a thick cloud of dust. He tried to lift his head, his face pale with fear, and his voice stammered as a result. How is this possible? The scene before him made Thunder instinctively remember the moment he took down his opponent. Thinking of this, he suddenly spoke up. Is Vesey defeated? Is it all over? Hearing this, Mac became increasingly gloomy, and he didn't stop echoing the other's words. I didn't expect Vesey to be so useless. Was all my effort to bring him here a waste? In just a few short seconds after that, he was lifted into the air, gripped by a source of green power. The person doing this was none other than Lily. She stood there, with a look of fury, gritting out every word. Start talking, you piece of trash. Even though the MC found it increasingly hard to breathe, he remained unyielding. He kept hissing, do it, kill me. Your father, Jack, will be pleased to see this. Hearing these words, Lily immediately dropped him. As soon as he hit the ground, the MC began gasping for air. At the same time, she shouted, questioning him. What did you do to my father? Witnessing that vile face, still wearing a mocking grin, Thunder gritted his teeth. He started to confront the guy. Before he could finish his sentence, something caught his attention. Even Lily, standing behind, felt incredibly surprised. In a split second, Thunder appeared in front of the MC, tightening his grip on the man's collar while channeling his power. Dragon's truth magic. His cold voice echoed throughout the space. Where is her father? His power left the opponent stunned for a moment. He subconsciously replied. Up on the White Tower, Lily suddenly screamed from behind. He's cornered my father. However, Thunder remained calm. He kept pressing the opponent. What is your goal? Only when his face had been tortured into a grotesque mask did the MC fearfully speak up. My mission is to take over the city and seize the White Tower. Just wait for dawn. The barrier will collapse, and he will arrive. What he spewed out made everyone watching widen their eyes in shock. In the dark room, murmurs of panic began to spread. He's just stalling for time. We must report this to the army immediately. We also need to contact the units stationed in the surrounding villages. I will go notify the other guild leaders. Fang Zhou used all his strength to shove the door open, his face clearly showing his struggle. The scene outside left everyone frozen for a second. Even Lily couldn't help but feel panicked, instinctively gasping at the sight. Before her now was a scene of utter chaos, with the whole city engulfed in a raging sea of fire. Piercing screams could be heard everywhere. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Help us! Help! The magic beasts have breached the city. Run to the harbor, it's too late. Witnessing the tragic scene, Lily couldn't hide her terror and cried out. How hateful. Meanwhile, from far away, heartbreaking sounds continued to echo. Help! Help me! Please! Save my child! They're still trapped in there! Suddenly, Fang Zhou behind her showed a worried expression. He kept firing questions in a rush. Lady Lily, I'll go contact the city guard. You go save the mayor first. However, these words didn't seem to capture Lily's attention. She was still lost in her own thoughts. Father, I'm sorry. Suddenly, she spun around, firmly and loudly refusing. No, we go together. Hearing this, Fang Zhou was momentarily stunned. He didn't stop trying to reason with her, but the mayor was in trouble. Lily remained steadfast in her choices. Her face grew more determined as she spoke with a firm voice. No need to say more. The soldiers are fighting to protect this city. I have no reason to prioritize saving my father, and he wouldn't want me to do that either. Suddenly, someone walked over, none other than Lenny and Thunder. Immediately after, he spoke in a grave tone. But if the mayor is taken hostage, the army won't be able to fight at full strength. Finishing his sentence, Thunder behind him quickly added, Then let me handle the mayor's situation. Seeing them, Lily instinctively called out, Thunder. However, he paid her no mind and quickly delivered a crushing blow to the MC beside him, saying coldly, Ko and Jay, come with me. I'll take him to the mayor. Fang Zhou's face showed his anxiety. He spoke in a frantic tone. We will definitely save your father safely, don't worry. Even so, Lily remained cold. She slowly scanned the people present. You guys, This has nothing to do with you, yet you're dragged into it. As soon as she finished, she was met with a refusal from Fang Zhou. Enough. Save the thanks for later. Everyone, move now. Hearing this, Lily lost her patience and snapped. Fine. We'll stick to the original plan. Fang Zhou, go contact the guild leaders. Lenny, the deployment of the troops outside the city is left to you. At this point, Fang Zhou replied with a firm voice. Suddenly, Lenny behind him spoke up with hesitation. Without the mayor's order, it might be hard to mobilize them. Hearing this, Lily was slightly surprised. She asked him with a suspicious tone, go to the western outpost and find General Sis. He will recognize my seal and listen to you. He didn't stop praising the idea. Hearing this, he said, good. With this, it'll be much easier to handle. Suddenly, Kay's deep voice rang out. Let's go. Let Jay watch over that bastard. I'll go with you to the tower. However, Thunder refused him without hesitation. No. You and Jay stay here. Hearing this, he was stunned and began to panic. Huh? You intend to go alone with that cunning guy? Meanwhile, Thunder didn't say another word. He simply stretched his hand forward and unleashed his ability. Magic. Clone technique. Along with that, his firm voice rang out. That's right, you just need to keep an eye on Vessi. Thunder's actions unintentionally made the other person feel uncomfortable. He kept following him, questioning, are you really sure you don't need my help? Seeing this, Thunder replied firmly, it's fine. I've left a clone here. I can handle whatever happens. If possible, you'd better find a way to bring that hammer down. Seeing this, Ko didn't stop him anymore and calmly said, fine. Take care of yourself. Thunder didn't reply. He walked up the stairs, leaving the area behind. Now he was closing in on the target. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. The same old trick, using local forces to stir up chaos, then launching a massive attack from the outside. I won't let him lead me by the nose. Before long, the two of them stood before a grand, luxurious gate. As they stepped inside, Thunder sharply questioned the person in front of him. Where is the mayor? The moment he finished, he received a cryptic answer. You won't find him. By now, he couldn't hide his composure and began to clear his throat. Dragon truth magic. Where is the mayor? Hearing that, and sensing Thunder's brewing storm, Mark nervously replied, behind the door on the left. Very quickly, Thunder walked directly to the large door and poured all his strength into it. A sudden thought blanketed his mind. This door feels strange. As soon as the door swung open, the scene outside was the entire city engulfed in a sea of flames. Why is there no one here? Why does this door lead outside? By then, Mark had followed Thunder all the way outside. Even Dragon Eyes didn't detect anything unusual. He couldn't help but sneer. All three doors are protected by spatial magic. Did you think they'd be easy to open? These words successfully caught Thunder's attention. He turned around with a serious expression. I have to admit, your power isn't bad. I could recommend you to that person. Opportunities like this don't come often. Why don't you reconsider? By now, Thunder was truly furious and shouted, you want to use that name, ML, to threaten me? I will never join your damn organization. His outburst caught the other party off guard in an instant. He stuttered, You know the name of our superior, and yet you dare to strike? Don't you care about the mayor's life anymore? Thunder's expression grew even darker. He didn't hesitate, grinding out each word as he warned Mark. Truth be told, I don't care if the mayor lives or dies, and this city doesn't matter to me at all. The only thing I care about are my two friends out there. These words scared him so badly his face turned pale, and his voice grew frantic. Immediately, without another word, Thunder raised his hand, unleashing a lethal strike, radiating intense flames. This terrified Mark, and he screamed, Wait! But Thunder didn't stop, and in a blink, Mark was consumed by the fierce fire. Only his piercing screams remained. The moment Thunder saw Mark's body lying motionless on the ground, he regained his calm and muttered, I know you're watching me. This is my warning to you, and everyone who follows you. His face was set with absolute determination. If you dare to block my path again, you will meet the same fate. Elsewhere, all of Thunder's actions were being monitored through a magic orb. The mysterious figure, draped in a black cloak, wore a triumphant smile. He slowly reached toward the orb and mocked, You made me lose a subordinate, so I will make you lose two friends. He then picked up his gold-plated mask. I think that's a fair trade. The mysterious person was none other than Gylo. He kept laughing with amusement and whispered, Thunder, you fool. In the smoke-filled air, Tan's worried voice rang out. This place smells awful. I'm suffocating. Right after, Mary chimed in, Can you stop complaining? My ears are going numb from your constant chatter. Suddenly, Manch spoke up in a gloomy tone. The report says the area where the shadow was spotted is right around here. These words filled Mary with fear. She kept reminding them. At this moment, Slavia is even more worried than we are. We should have shared the pressure with her. However, Tan agreed with Manch. He said, "But this godforsaken place is far from the city. Is it even worth the effort? Don't talk about shadows. I wouldn't be surprised if there were ghosts here." Hearing this, Manch seemed to lose his composure. He snapped, "Everyone, stay close. I have a very strange feeling about this." His words made Tan instinctively turn around with a stern gaze. His cold voice echoed, "Really? Don't scare me. I don't see anything. Is there really a ghost?" Even Mary chimed in. "Magical beast vision in the fog is better than ours. We can't just rely on our eyes." Suddenly, Manch's face darkened. He panicked and shouted, "Watch out." By now, Mary was tightly wrapped in a tentacle, causing her to fall hard onto the hard ground. Still, Manch didn't abandon her. He was trying his best to pull her toward him, his voice filled with urgency. "Hang on." Mary's voice grew choked. "My leg is trapped." Tan lunged from the side, a sharp spear in his hand. He shouted, "I'm coming!" In an instant, the tentacle wrapped around Mary's ankle was sliced into two. Mary revealed a fearful face and stammered, "I'm sorry." Suddenly, Tan was terrified by something and screamed in a panicked voice, "What the hell is that?" By now, Manch maintained his cold demeanor. He turned his head and kept warning, "I don't know, but it seems something very dangerous is hiding here." Within seconds, two more tentacles lunged at them with incredible speed. However, they were slashed into pieces by Manch in a heartbeat. His face was filled with panic as he shouted loudly, "Fall back!" The scene before them terrified Mary and Tan. She raised her bow high, shouting in a worried voice, "Don't get tangled up with it." Beside her, Tan kept warning his companion, "Be careful, there's something else." The thick fog slowly dissolved into nothingness, revealing a cluster of tentacles writhing incessantly. The sight left everyone present terrified to their core. Mary reflexively blurted out, "Hey, friend, are you hurt?" Even Tan was so spooked by the scene he started stuttering. Suddenly, another misty fog appeared, accompanied by a frantic voice. "Run!" The voice belonged to none other than Manch, who was being chased by a beast with countless tentacles. "Run! Hurry!" Seeing this, Mary couldn't contain her composure and lunged forward. A cry of agony escaped her lips. As Manch watched, Tan quickly reached out to hold her back. He kept warning her, "Don't be reckless." Yet, in the end, she broke free, and used all her strength to rush toward the trapped Manch, pleading miserably, "No, I can't just abandon him." Tan chased after her, yelling, "Mary, calm down." In just a few short seconds, Manch was swallowed whole by the strange creature. Everything happened so fast that the others couldn't react in time. Mary stood there, shell-shocked. She instinctively murmured, "He's gone." Tan, still maintaining his composure, quickly offered a suggestion. "We have to report this to the Elder Council, and to Thano as well." The scene shifted, and a magnificent castle suddenly appeared. Thunder stood before a massive gate. A flurry of thoughts flooded his mind. Set up the spatial gate. The deity has been hiding here. His determined gaze remained fixed on the system screen before him, wondering if the way to open this gate was the same as before. The system prompt appeared. Open the gate? Yes, no. As soon as Thunder selected yes, the massive gate swung open before him. He was surprised, instinctively exclaiming, "It opened." He quickly stepped inside. Within was a completely different space. Everything here was covered in a deep sea blue hue. Ko was struggling to find something in his inventory. He couldn't help but mutter with a frustrated expression, "Stupid dog, are you even using your strength?" Jay, standing opposite, scoffed. Just ripping his arm off would probably be faster. Suddenly, he snapped, "Why are you yelling? So annoying. Looks like we'll have to use strong measures. Hold his arm tight." These words made Jay suspicious as he asked back, "Huh? Is it really that stuck?" Hearing that, Ko quickly retorted with an unhappy look, "I'm not as cruel as you are." In the blink of an eye, a sharp blade severed, the thing stuck to the arm. The grotesque mass was cut away, falling like rain. A moment later, Kai excitedly remarked, "Hey, we should have done this sooner." Jay couldn't help but praise him. "You're smarter than I thought." Kai, can your sword change colors?" Upon hearing that, Ko's face instantly turned to horror. He stammered, "Huh? No way." Suddenly, Dee shouted loudly, "Let go, fast." At that point, Ko felt a pang of guilt and said, "Damn it, I can't let go." In an instant, Thunder rushed in from somewhere, with incredible speed. However, in a flash, he was blasted backward by a powerful surge of energy. Ko kept feeling the pain. His frantic screams echoed throughout the space. Ko was lifted high into the air by the powerful energy. He kept screaming in agony. The sword in his hand radiated intense power into the surrounding area. Kai stood there with a satisfied expression, excitedly shouting, "This power is magnificent." These words terrified D, who was nearby. He kept yelling, "Ko, have you lost your mind?" In a flash, he gripped his blade and lunged forward. Meanwhile, Ko just calmly flicked his finger. "Sorry, buddy." D stood there, slashing repeatedly with a serious face. Suddenly, he looked up and said with a mocking tone, "This is exactly what I wanted. Goodbye. Die K." Meanwhile, on Thunder's side, blue light continuously emanated around him. He strolled forward, his footsteps echoing on the cold ground. Suddenly, the giant stone before him emitted a familiar voice. "We meet again." Hearing that, Thunder quickly asked, "What are you going to show me this time?" In a split second, the crystal emitted a powerful beam of light. It began to speak. "It's the same as before." In the next second, Thunder was transported to a different scene. This place seemed completely engulfed in lava. Suddenly, a girl in a witch's hat standing beside him spoke up. And Van, standing nearby, added, "See that? There's someone you know." These words made Thunder instinctively look toward the strange creatures ahead. He whispered, "An acquaintance?" Among them, two figures in black cloaks caught his eye, K and M. The moment he saw them, Thunder spun around, shouting in horror, "Why are they here?" As soon as he finished, the witch girl softly explained, "Because the future you knew has changed. Furthermore," Van added, "you can still change everything." Sam, these words made him so terrified his eyes widened. He kept questioning them. "I am not your tool." Facing his impatience, the witch girl softened her tone. "Of course not. But I think you care about your friends, and want to know why you became what you are now." What she said left Thunder in stunned silence. Suddenly, she spoke with a hint of panic. "I can answer your questions, but I don't have much time left." Van, standing beside her, hurriedly commanded the orb in his hand. "Take me to Jonan City to find the two people standing in front of you. I'll show you a new path." In an instant, the orb landed in Thunder's hand, leaving him amazed. "Back in reality," the crystal continued. "When the time comes, I will answer all your questions." Soon after, a small stone lay in the palm of Thunder's hand. He gripped his fist tightly and said with determination, "What is this deity playing at?" Time passed. Outside the castle, the door swung open, and Thunder stepped out calmly. Suddenly, two photos of Kay and Monch appeared on the system screen. He even received a new notification. The contract had been cancelled, which left Thunder completely stunned. He quickly asked, "The contract is cancelled? What is going on?" In the blink of an eye, an image of Jay appeared on the system screen. His voice kept coming through, Big brother, can you hear me?" Seeing this, he stammered, "Jay, what happened? My thunder fragment has also disappeared." On the other end, Jay's piercing screams finally stopped. I'm not sure either." As soon as Kai removed that hammer, an object emerged from it. He didn't say a word before vanishing completely. "I have no idea where to find him." Meanwhile, Kai had appeared before Thunder, though no one knew when. Big brother, are you listening?" At that moment, he coldly commanded, "Jay, stay where you are." Hearing this, Jay couldn't hide his shock and stammered, "Wait a second." The call between them ended abruptly. Thunder continuously pressed Kai with a gentle tone. "Kai, what on earth happened? Have you been infected too?" As soon as he heard the question, the other man revealed a dark gaze and declared, "Thunder, I've come to say goodbye. I will cross the border of the kingdom of Arun and head north into the territory of shadows." Even so, he didn't stop trying to persuade him. "Kai, I think something is clouding your judgment. This is only temporary." But in the end, Kai coldly refused him. "No, Thunder, I have just received a revelation. I finally understand what my mission is, so I can no longer continue with you." Hearing this, Thunder couldn't hide his horror. He shouted repeatedly, "What about Ami? We still haven't found the one who killed her." At this point, he slowly offered his perspective. There's no need anymore. It was that group of mortals who tore her away from this world. Kai's indifferent gaze remained fixed straight ahead. "When we meet again, I will lead the Shadow Army to the south and flatten the entire city of Jonan." Suddenly, Thunder swung a powerful punch toward him, accompanied by a sharp shout. "Looks like I have to force you to calm down." Surprisingly, this time Kai was able to block the lethal blow with ease. This unexpected action stunned Thunder. A thought flashed through his mind. How could he have this much power? Meanwhile, Kai frowned in annoyance, gritting his teeth. "The one who needs to calm down is you." Kai quickly pulled his arm back, causing Thunder to miss his mark. Seizing the opportunity, he struck Thunder square in the stomach, sending him tumbling head over heels. Caught off guard, he was sent flying far away, crashing into the ground and shattering the rocks. Kai frowned slightly and spoke to him in a cold, detached tone. "You have 1 year, Thunder. Lead your army to the northern corner of Taehem, or I will bring my army to the south." With that, he turned into a purple mist and soared away, leaving only one parting sentence. "Next time we meet, I won't hold back." Thunder called out after him in a panic. But before he could say anything more, Thunder seemed utterly exhausted. His eyes began to blur. In a daze, his head throbbed with intense pain, and he lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Unconsciously, he heard desperate, frantic calls in his ears. Big brother, wake up." Jay anxiously helped Thunder sit up. Thunder called out softly, "Jay, I feel much better now. Thank goodness. Big brother, are you okay?" Thunder looked around, confused. Seeing this, Kai explained, "When I came up here, I didn't see him. Was he wounded by that guy?" "That bastard." He didn't answer, only tightening his lips with a stern face, deep in thought. "I was too careless. I didn't expect the Phantom to grant Kai such immense power to the point where I couldn't resist him at all. I need to rethink my next plan." After thinking, Thunder became urgent and anxious. "Jay, help me up." Jay hurriedly reached out to support him, looking worried. "Big brother, don't push yourself. If you can't handle it, just lie down and rest more." The two hobbled along until they reached the steps near the exit. Jay lifted the door on the left slightly. Thunder went up first and touched the system board that appeared before him, needing reinforcement. The operating principle is the same as Jack's. Thinking this, he didn't hesitate to quickly accept the proposed invitation. The two slowly stepped through the doorway. A room. Just as they crossed the threshold, they encountered the mayor, who was tied up tightly. He was struggling on the floor. Jay, not knowing his identity, instinctively asked, "Who is this?" Just then, Thunder called out the mayor's name. Suddenly, thick black smoke billowed out, and with a boom, a massive explosion occurred. Sis waved his hand to command, "Keep your spirits up. Don't let a single rat slip into the city." Immediately, the crowd standing on the walls raised their staffs and began firing in unison. The group below was hit by the attacks, screaming and running in every direction in a panic. Lenny turned around and asked urgently, "How is it? How many people can you mobilize?" He looked over, clicked his tongue, and replied with a troubled look, "It's very tense on my side too. Luckily, they haven't broken through the city gates yet." Before he could finish, Sis's eyes widened in surprise at the sight before them. Seeing the beasts suddenly turning around and fleeing in a hurry, Sis wondered, "They're retreating?" Lenny was also a bit surprised. "It seems they've realized you aren't easy to deal with." However, he had a different premonition, fearing they might have another trick up their sleeve. But with the Supreme Mage guarding the defense tower, they couldn't do much for now. Sis frowned slightly, weighing the pros and cons before discussing it with him. "All right, I'll leave one company here, and you can take the rest." Hearing this, Lenny smiled brightly. "Thank you so much. Once I clear the unrest in the city, I'll bring the troops back immediately." Sis didn't care much about the favor, only replying modestly, "The one who needs to say thank you is me. Please, handle those rebels for me." The sound of two swords clashing rang out, sparks flying from the friction. Fang Chu held a sword in his hand, panting, and stopped. "You've been deceived." The opponent firmly retorted, "I don't want to hurt you." Others chimed in, "That's an order from the president. We have to follow it." Behind them, Jay Fei spoke up, snarling in a harsh voice, "Don't talk nonsense. Join us, or die." Suddenly, Lily appeared and swung her staff toward them. "You're the ones who should surrender." The soldiers hurriedly rushed forward to block her. "Miss Lily, put down your weapon," she warned the crowd. "Mark has already been captured. You don't have to listen to him anymore." Ji Fei angrily swung his arm, batting away her recent attack, and shouted to maintain control. "Don't listen to their nonsense. The mayor is still in our hands. Once the city gates open, they'll all be prisoners." The whole crowd shouted and charged forward together. Suddenly, a voice cut through the chaos, and the entire rebel army immediately dropped their weapons. Fuang Chu started, looking up at the tower, and shouted, "Father!" Li faintly sensed that the voice belonged to Diu. Thunder stepped out, dragging a bag like a sack. He spoke clearly and loudly for everyone to hear. "The leader of the Fallen Angels Guild, MC, has been executed on the spot for treason, collusion with the enemy, murder, and kidnapping. All rebels must surrender immediately. Those who do so now will be granted amnesty." The crowd standing there immediately looked fearful, brows furrowed, mouths agape, their inner defenses crumbling. It really is MC. Let's surrender. Seeing the situation wasn't looking good, Defy pulled out a can of purple liquid, held it high, and thought, at this point, the only option is to fight to the death. With that, he used all his strength to slam it onto the ground, shattering it into pieces with an imagined explosion before flying off. A group of knights wielding swords stood there, shouting amidst the dark, infectious miasma. Kay frowned, watching their movements, and warned Lily behind him, "We've been infected. Everyone fall back." Immediately, the infected knights charged crazily toward Kai. He blocked their attacks with his sword, shouting to everyone to protect the princess. 2 of them were sent flying by a golden barrier, thanks to someone arriving just in time to summon a magic shield. Lily was overjoyed to see Lenny and the reinforcements arrive. As he gestured for his men, he drew his bow and took aim. Lenny released his arrows. They streaked through the air, piercing the infected knights one by one. Each arrow brought one down. Seeing the agitators on this side dealt with, Lenny quickly directed the remaining knights to disperse in different directions. Squads, scatter and hunt down the remaining rebels. Report immediately if you find anything. Once he finished giving orders, Lily asked him anxiously, "Lenny, you arrived just in time. How is General Cortis doing?" He turned to her, his face softening as he reported back. "Luckily, with the magic tower protecting us, the invaders outside haven't been able to break through the west gate yet." Hearing the good news, Kay smiled with relief. Beside her, Lily was also surprised as she assessed the situation. "That's great. The other gates are safe too. As long as the magic tower is active, it won't be easy for them to break in." It seemed the Fallen Angel and the Dark Guild wanted to cause chaos in the city to seize the magic tower. She looked at Kay, who quickly made a decision and entrusted the mission to him. "Help me relay this to General Cortis. We'll handle the rebels in the city, so just focus on holding the gates." Understood. The scene shifted to where Thunder was. Disguised as Nest, he was talking to someone. It seemed the internal unrest would soon be under control. While he and Jay were standing there, Sean clasped his hands and said happily to them both, "Thank you for saving me, and thank you for helping us protect the city of Kibok. If you need anything, just say it. I will do my absolute best to help." "A request?" Hearing that, Thunder looked at him seriously and stated his terms. "Actually, I have a few requests. If anyone asks, please say that the ones who saved you were Nest of the Red Wings. Also, I hope that in the future, Kibok can create more favorable conditions for the members of the Red Wings Guild." Hearing this, he happily agreed. "No problem. As long as it's within the law, I will grant the Red Wings the highest degree of freedom possible." Since the request was met without hesitation, Thunder took it a step further. He asked coolly, "Oh, one more thing. Do you know anyone from the Jonin Academy?" Okson's eyes widened at the mention of the academy, and he asked in surprise, "Ronin Academy?" The scene shifted to a banquet in the castle, where Mayor Sean and his daughter were clinking glasses and chatting happily with Cortis. "General Cortis, on behalf of the City Hall, I thank you and your soldiers for fighting bravely to protect our home. I wouldn't say that. This is a duty I must fulfill. If not for Lady Lily catching the traitor, our losses would have been much greater." She smiled brightly as she spoke to her father about the efforts of those who fought alongside her. "We must also thank Lenny and the others, especially Thunder. If not for him, Vesey and Ma wouldn't have been caught so quickly." Lenny was talking to Jay, and hearing this, he turned and asked blankly, "Now that you mention it, where is Thunder? I didn't see him at all last night. I was planning to find him to discuss the Jonin Academy matter. Jay, do you know where he went?" Jay quickly reacted, told the others, and turned to look for Thunder. "Ah, the boss is in his room. I'll go call him." Inside the room, Thunder was contacting Slavia. On the screen, her expression looked a bit worried. "I see. Even Kai has sent 2 more squads outside the city to track MK's whereabouts. This time, Winford is leading the team. I hope for good news." Jay opened the door and entered, quickly reporting the situation outside to Thunder. "Boss, are you done talking? The mayor is looking for you." "Got it. Coming now." He turned to follow Jay. But before leaving, Thunder looked back and said to Slavia, "Let's leave it at that for now. If there's any news, let me know immediately." "Very well. You take care too." Outside, the banquet was still in full swing, with bright lights illuminating the entire room. The mayor clasped his hands, stood next to Lenny, and both began to recall the request he had made earlier. "I've already asked an acquaintance in Jonin City." Lenny also knew she could help him deal with Thunder's identity. Ronin City is nominally the land of the gods and is managed very strictly. Only students and professors of magic have slightly more freedom. Even though you've mastered the disguise technique, that place gathers the strongest mages in the kingdom of Al-Urin. It will be hard to fool them. He looked at Lenny with hesitation, his expression skeptical as he asked, "Then what do you intend to do?" he said to Thunder honestly. If you want to enter Jonin, you'll just have to enroll as a student. Our acquaintance has agreed to help you create a new identity. Thunder looked bored, staring intently at him. He lifted his face to meet Lenny's excited expression. Back to being a student? Not bad. It is Jonin Academy. After all, a place every aspiring mage dreams of. For you, this is also a chance to formalize your studies and improve your abilities. After saying that, he lowered his head in silence, lost in old memories. Images of his childhood days surfaced. Saying it was fate wasn't wrong. After all, entering Jonin Academy as a student was for the best. Whether it was finding the two people in the illusion or investigating Ami's story, it would be easier to act. Lenny finished explaining the rest of the preparations to them both. Tomorrow, I will set out with you to Jonin City. Before entering the city, we need to buy some formal attire, dress properly. Huh, do I have to buy new clothes just to enter the city? Lenny glanced at him, looking as if it were obvious, and said, Of course. Surely you don't intend to go meet the queen dressed like that? Thunder crossed his arms, surprise flashing across his face as he repeated, The queen? The scene cut to night. The sky outside was pitch black, and everything was submerged in silent darkness. Someone was kneeling before a figure in a black cloak who stood with their back to him. It seems you still can't bring yourself to strike down your old acquaintance. I apologize, my lord. Please give me a little more time. I will deal with them. The figure turned, a joyful smile on half their face as they spoke to the other person. All right, there's no need to rush. Now that you're with me, why don't you go and get to know your new friends first? As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people in black cloaks appeared behind him as if they had been there the whole time. A man and a woman standing at the back joked around. Have we really become this weak? We're actually recruiting a human into our ranks, and a ferret knight at that. Need I remind you? I'm human too. Hearing Mlen's words, I just let out a fake laugh, lifting a slender arm adorned with a gold bracelet, and said with a sycophantic tone, How could this newcomer ever compare to Lord M? Movin didn't pay her any mind. He stepped closer to the crystal ball, resting on the table, staring into its glow as he said, Then let's see what kind of surprise he brings us. The crystal ball shimmered like a star, sitting peacefully on its stand. Everyone was gathered, so it was time to begin. The gods have already made their move. If that little witch decides to intervene, I fear the kingdom of Alarin will become an obstacle to our plans. The old man, who had been silent until now, began to stir. First, I've sent word to my people in Jonin. They will take action soon. The other three wore different expressions. One looked amused, another skeptical, and a third seemed angry. It's hard to say what might happen if that red-haired brat ruins our good work, isn't it? Doesn't he have any weaknesses? He used to have one, but it was disposed of too carelessly to be of any use now. I pulled my long bangs down to hide the calculating look in my eyes. He spoke to his accomplices with slow, measured words. We must admit, we underestimated that shadow agent's resolve. But we still have one trump card. That boy's mother is still being held under my watch. All four of them turned their eyes toward the crystal ball and listened as he continued. The fulfillment of the prophecy is near. Everything is still under control. I do not want any further complications. Understood. Elsewhere, Thunder and Jay, dressed in noble attire, were riding their horses through the forest. Jay seemed uncomfortable, loosening his collar as he turned to complain to Thunder. Boss, I don't think this outfit suits me at all. Honestly, I agree. Lenny, beside them, heard their complaints and gently reminded them. You two, bear with it a little longer. Once we meet the queen, you can do whatever you like. Soon, the three of them arrived. The city of Ronalon, they stopped before a high, tightly sealed gate and a majestic castle protected by a powerful barrier. What is that floating above the city? That is the defensive shield of Jonin. Anyone who intends to attack the city will be met with a lethal counterattack. Jay was thrilled, his eyes glued to the impressive structure in front of him as he marveled at it. Something this good should be standard for every city. If Ferret Apartments had a defense like that, the gates wouldn't have been breached. Lenny held the reins, looking up in the same direction. He gave a light huff and reminded Jay of a reality. This shield is the crystallized power of the entire nation. Each floating tier houses a super high-level beast crystal. Not every place can afford such costs. This world has always been stratified. As the three reached the gate, they were immediately blocked by guards. They politely requested that the group dismount for inspection. May I ask why you are entering Jonin? Lenny dismounted, pulled out a scroll, and pointed to Thunder behind him. I have an appointment with an old friend, and am here to enroll my companion into the Jonin Academy. The guard opened the scroll to check, grumbling under his breath. Enrollment at this hour? But when he read the contents of the scroll, his attitude changed instantly, so fast that even Thunder was taken aback. Oh, I see. My apologies. Please, go ahead. We'll handle the entry formalities. Thanks. Jay and Thunder led their horses inside. Jay curiously walked over to Thunder and asked, but Thunder was in the same boat as him. Why were they suddenly so friendly? I'm not sure. Then, Jay keenly noticed something unusual. The people on the side of the road were stopping to watch in growing numbers. He turned to Thunder and said, "Boss, everyone is looking at you." "It's fine. I'm used to it." Thunder felt a bit unhappy, quietly bowing his head while thinking about his appearance. Sooner or later, his red hair would be discovered. There was no need to hide it anymore. But something else surprised him even more. A little girl holding a beautiful branch of flowers happily ran up to him. Her eyes were incredibly innocent. "Big brother, this is for you. Thank you for helping to protect our city." After giving the flowers to Thunder, the girl happily ran back to her parents' arms. He looked up and received a polite, sincere bow from her father. "Thank you." Their actions made Thunder feel shy. He was stunned for a moment before he could find the words, "Thank you." The three were quickly ushered inside the palace. Their guide was very respectful and courteous. Upon reaching their destination, he cupped his hands and bowed, announcing, to someone in a black cloak standing with their back to the wall, along with their personal knight, "Your Majesty, your guests have arrived." Hearing the announcement, the person immediately pulled back their hood, revealing turquoise hair. The queen smiled gently, her expression warm as she looked at Thunder's group. "Lenny, it's been a long time. You're still the same." Jay and Thunder were surprised by her youthful beauty, so much so that Thunder couldn't believe his eyes. Just standing there in silence while Jay whispered, "That's the queen? Why does she look so young?" Lenny was happy to see who was waiting for him. He raised his hands and quickened his pace. "It's been a while. You're looking younger every day." Andrian saw his actions and became angry, blocking the queen's path and shouting irritably at Lenny, "How rude. How dare you address Her Majesty like that?" "It's fine. Lenny and I are old friends. He can call me whatever he likes." Then she looked at Thunder, welcoming him in a friendly and enthusiastic manner. "Is this your first time in Jonan? How do you like the hospitality here?" "To be honest, it's not bad. But actually, this is my second time in Jonan." Thunder was also pleased, and shared his journey with the queen. "I came here once before to take the magic exam, but I didn't pass, so I ended up following the path of a knight." Hearing him confide, she thought about the 5 children in her kingdom who might fulfill the prophecy. "Oh, that's a surprise. But consider it a different experience. Our methods are different from other places. When the prophecy spread in Jonan, we tried to support the chosen red-haired children. They have helped the city resolve many issues, gradually becoming famous and leading the people to believe the Savior is among them." Thunder saw the vast difference between the two places, but he remained very calm. He wasn't agitated, he simply remarked, "It truly is different. Throughout my upbringing, I was seen as a source of disaster for the most part." Lenny finally interrupted their conversation, pulling them back to the reason for this meeting. "Let's talk business. This young friend of mine is counting on you to get into Jonan Academy. That shouldn't be difficult. Even though I am not the Academy director, the royal family always funds the Academy's operations, so as long as we provide a recommendation, it won't be a problem." After speaking, she tilted her head to look at Thunder, her face kind, as if asking for his opinion. "However, I have one condition." "A condition?" Elle asked. Meanwhile, the bodyguard Andrian quickly handed Thunder a stack of documents. "I'm very sorry. It's about my son. I hope that after you enter the academy, you can protect him." "Your son needs protection?" She stopped smiling. Her face showed the sorrow of a mother. "My youngest son has been at the academy for a year. For some reason, he has been isolated by others. Actually, if it were just that, I could accept it. But I have received several reports that he was rushed to emergency care." Thunder was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears, and asked the queen, "You are the queen, yet there are still people who dare to lay a hand on the prince?" Lip looked sad. Her mood sank when mentioning this issue. "He is studying under an alias with Thunder. I once wanted to reveal his identity, but he strictly refused. Furthermore, this academy is full of children from powerful families who control the nation's military, politics, or economy. This kingdom doesn't belong to just one person. Any matter that could cause conflict between factions must be handled with extreme caution. There are no other requirements. I just want him to live a normal life." He fell silent, slowly bowing his head to read the contents of the paper he received from Andrian. Thunder looked at the prince's resume, which had a photo of him attached. "A prince who has never suffered, truly rare. But this person is fine. I agree." Seeing that he agreed to help, the queen immediately became cheerful again. She wore a smile just like when she first spoke to him. "That's wonderful. I will help you create a new identity. However, you should cover your red hair a bit. Red hair draws too much attention." "No problem. I still know how to use basic transformation magic, as long as no one unmasks me. Lee laughed, stretching out her arms as if welcoming him, telling Thunder not to worry. Don't worry. In the lower grades, it's not easy to meet high-level mages who can see through transformation spells, and even if you do, it doesn't matter. Other red-headed kids often hide their true identities. No one likes being watched all the time, so even if a high-level mage sees through it, they won't expose you. That has become an unspoken rule. He was happy to hear this, holding the prince's resume in his hand with a smile. That's good. But hidden beneath the cheerful look of a child who got what they wanted, he glanced intently at the photo on the paper. I never expected the person I needed to find would be the prince. I hope everything goes smoothly. He thought of the tall figure hidden behind that expensive red cloak. But why is even the prince being isolated? This academy is definitely hiding secrets no one knows about. Everything was arranged quickly on a day with blue skies and white clouds. The air fresh at Jonan Academy. Thunder was now wearing the academy uniform. Following a teacher who introduced him to the basics of the academy, he explained that classes were divided into 3 tiers: high, middle, and low. Based on a student's magical ability, they would be placed in the corresponding class. Actually, you could have gotten into a higher class, but since it was your wish, we have nothing more to say. While walking behind the teacher, Thunder secretly activated his dragon eyes to observe the surroundings, but every area was protected by a barrier, so he didn't get any results. As expected, in a magic academy, there are barriers everywhere. My dragon eyes are completely useless. Seeing him not following, the teacher turned back to call Thunder, urging him to walk. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and keep up. It's time for class. Oh, yes, sir. Returning to his classroom, the teacher and Thunder stood on the podium. He introduced him to the students below. Everyone, be quiet. Today, we have a new student. I hope you will all get along with him. There's a new student. After speaking, he turned to urge him to introduce himself so the other students would know him. Go ahead and introduce yourself. Ness. Thunder took the name Ness and transformed into a handsome black-haired person. He flashed a smile as bright as the sun and introduced himself. Hello everyone, I'm Ness. I look forward to your help. He looks like a noble, right? I don't know, but he looks pretty handsome. Whispers echoed below, but his gaze had already found its destination. Prince Van was staring blankly out the window, but he didn't say anything. Why is he coming to school so late? And he even has to join a mixed class? I heard it was because he was sick and had to take a break. Is that him? The teacher saw he had finished introducing himself and pointed below, urging him to find an empty seat. The students were still disappointed because his introduction was so short. Meanwhile, Thunder had quickly walked to the empty desks at the back of the classroom. Hey, is that it? I thought there was a special reason. Why not move to a cute girl's desk? As soon as he sat down, the boy at the desk in front of him turned all the way around to greet him. Hi there, nice to meet you. I'm Mike. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. Huh? He gave a goofy smile, his large round eyes staring at Thunder, making him feel embarrassed as he scratched his head. Oh, sure. Mike, you look familiar. Have we met somewhere before? Ah, I don't think so. Nice to meet you. When Mike returned to his desk, Thunder felt a bit troubled. He looked at the back of the person in front of him and thought, what a coincidence. I'm in the same class as Slavia's brother. At this moment, the teacher on the podium opened his book. He turned and spoke in a loud voice, reminding him, Mike, that's enough. No matter how fast you make friends with him, it won't help your grades. Being singled out, he embarrassedly rubbed his head, giving the teacher a silly smile. Sorry. But his enthusiasm didn't waver at all as he turned slightly to speak to Nest. Class is over. Let me show you around the academy. Sure, thanks. Turning his book to page 53, he said, We're learning about the structure and creation of magic formations. Nest let out a soft, relieved breath. The forced smile he'd been wearing faded away. A thought crossed his mind. He really wasn't good at dealing with such overly enthusiastic people, but he had to admit, the atmosphere in this class wasn't half bad. Then, his attention shifted to the person resting their chin on their hand, looking quite arrogant at the desk to his left. It was just why did that person seem so completely isolated? When the lesson ended, students left the classroom together, mingling in the academy courtyard. The campus was bustling with people coming and going. Under Mike's guidance, Thunder took a tour of the academy. He looked up in excitement, admiring the massive architectural style of the castles with wide, impressed eyes. It's so majestic. What is this place used for? It's my first time seeing it, and I'm completely blown away. This is where they hold the assemblies. It's certainly huge, but you'll get used to it after staying here for a while. Thunder pointed up at the highest part of the tower, curiously asking Mike about that spot. What about over there? It looked so grand. Following where he pointed, Mike's expression didn't look as natural as before. Oh, that's the advanced area. Only students from the upper classes are allowed in. We can't go there yet. After introducing that part, he happily threw an arm over Thunder's shoulder and shifted the topic, saying, "Now that I mention it, I heard you got a perfect score on the magic theory exam, so why did you join the beginner class?" Well, I took some time off because I was sick, so I wanted to start again from the basics." Thunder pulled a long face. He didn't seem satisfied at all with what he had just said. The background story Lenny made up for him was truly too much. But since Mike was such an enthusiastic person, he didn't pry any further. He shrugged and spoke about himself. "Unlike me, my grades have been terrible ever since I started here. I've been studying for years, but I haven't made any progress. My older brothers are all talented mages now, and they even joined the high-ranking military. As for me, I don't know when I'll ever escape their shadows. Don't rush it. I believe you'll do it too." Suddenly, someone called out to the two of them. They both turned their heads at the same time, looking blankly at the person approaching. "Hey, are you two the ones? Were you calling us?" Behind them, a group of students led by someone stood with their arms crossed, his gaze looking down from a height that seemed a bit higher than his actual stature. "That's right, you two. Are you students from that teacher's class?" Seeing the newcomer's less than friendly attitude, Mike stood in front of Thunder and frowned in response to his question. "I am. What's the matter?" The guy walked closer to Mike and patted his shoulder while Mike looked on in a panic. "Oh, nothing much. That weirdo is in your class, right? How has he been living lately? Actually, I don't know him that well, but he looks like he's doing fine." Having obtained the information he needed, he raised his hand and left. "All right, that's all. Thanks." "No problem." Even so, the other person still noticed Thunder, who had been standing silently the whole time. He turned his head to glance at him, but just looked and left in silence. Seeing that they had left, Mike sighed in relief and said to Thunder, "You scared me. I thought we were in trouble. Is it really necessary to worry that much?" Realizing Thunder didn't understand how the academy worked yet, he turned and lowered his voice to warn him. "Listen, Nest, if you want to survive in this school, I have some advice for you." Mike's expression became strangely serious as he spoke, with a hint of warning in his eyes. "Absolutely do not cause conflict with the students in the advanced class, especially that brown-haired guy from before. His name is Break, and his temper is extremely volatile. If you provoke him, he'll find every way to make your life a living hell." "Understood. Thank you for the warning." Thunder waited for him to finish before asking, as they resumed their tour. "By the way, who was he referring to as the weirdo? Did you not pay attention when you entered the class? It's the person sitting right next to you." The person they were talking about was walking through the academy courtyard, hugging a pile of books all by himself. Van Winbun, a very strange guy. Actually, people don't really Thunder like him that much, but, as you can see, he's been targeted by the advanced students, so no one dares to get close or get involved with him. The person, labeled as the weirdo in Mike's story, was opening a wooden door. There was also a rumor. He placed his book on the table, sat down, and stared at it intently in the red-tinted room. Some people say they've seen him suddenly lose control and turn into a monster. Night had fallen, and Van lay in bed falling asleep, but his furrowed brows and tightly clenched hands showed that he was having a very unpleasant dream. Van grimaced more and more, his teeth clenched tight as if suppressing some torment from his subconscious. In the dream, a hideous, terrifying monster was losing control. It roared frantically and loudly. Every step it took seemed to destroy the entire ground, causing those around it to suffer the consequences. At that very moment, a petite girl with blonde hair stood out among the crowd and erected a shield, blocking the monster's attack with a magic barrier. But the difference in power was clear. The girl had her body shredded by the monster's magic, screaming in pain that echoed throughout Van's dream. At that moment, he jolted awake from the horrific nightmare, gasping for air. His entire face was drenched in sweat. The lights in the room clicked on, and someone asked, cutting through his chaotic mood, "Nightmare?" Surprised, his eyes wide with astonishment, he whipped his head around to look at the source of the voice and asked back, "Who's that?" Thunder placed his belongings on the table, looked at Van, and introduced himself. "Nest. I think we've met before, right? Your new classmate and your new roommate." Hearing that, Van's entire face was clearly painted with shock. He frowned and raised his voice. "Are you kidding me?" But he didn't take Van's attitude to heart, calmly telling him, "I'm not kidding. Look, I transferred into the class, and this room was the only one with an empty bed. The manager said they could arrange a private room for me, but I wanted to make friends sooner." So, he leaned closer to Van's bed, held out his hand, and said with a bright, friendly face, "Let's get along well." Van didn't reciprocate his enthusiasm. He stared at him deeply without saying a word. What's more, he just laid down on the bed, pulled the covers over himself, and turned away, not even saying anything pleasant. "Whatever you say, you lunatic." Thunder was speechless at his childish actions, thinking to himself, wondering who actually looked like they had the problem. He stood there, seriously recalling the instructions he had received from the god. One of the people the god told him to find had been found, but this guy clearly had been through something, and for now, there were no new instructions, so before getting to the bottom of it, he would just keep observing. The next day, the sun rose high, flooding the entire landscape with warm light. The academy bathed in that fresh morning air. Early in the morning, Mike bumped into Thunder and Van walking to the academy one after the other. That shocked him. "Huh?" He chased after Thunder, happily waving and calling out loudly. "Good morning!" Seeing Van stop beside him, Mike, who was in the middle of talking, suddenly froze in his tracks. "We're also saying good morning today." Then he grabbed Thunder and pulled him in the opposite direction of Van, leaving him to walk toward the classroom alone. "Can you come with me for a moment? Isn't it almost time for class?" Mike looked at him with a serious gaze and asked Thunder with a frown. "I told you yesterday, absolutely do not get too close to him. The whole school is gossiping that you moved into the same room as him. Tell me that's not true." It's true." Hearing him be so honest, he screamed in shock. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? I mean, him. The guys in the advanced class are going to give you nothing but trouble." Nest remained calm. He looked at Mike and sternly reminded him, "Hey Mike, I know you're worried about me, but I can't just convince myself to think like that. I don't like being threatened, and I don't want to judge someone based on rumors." He stood right in front of him, asking a question in such a firm tone that Mike was left stuttering and scratching his head. "You call him a monster, but have you ever seen it with your own eyes?" "No." After saying that, he patted Mike on the shoulder, thanking him for his concern. "That's enough then. Don't worry about me. I've encountered plenty of monsters before. Even if he really did turn into a monster, I think I could handle it." Nest returned to the classroom, walked over to his desk, and sat right next to Van's desk amidst the noisy chatter of the other students. "Have you reviewed today's lesson for 2 yet? Not yet. I still don't fully understand yesterday's magic formation. I was just about to ask you, oh, the new guy is here." He then calmly sat in the empty seat, opened his book, and began to read intently. That action caught Van completely off guard. Van turned, fuming, and started shouting at him, but Nest closed his eyes, treating it like nothing more than a passing breeze. "Are you not listening to me? Stay away from me. You're the one with the problem. Just mind your own business and leave me alone." His actions caused the whole class to start whispering, though no one dared to speak above a hush. Did that new guy hear? Probably. Mike already told him yesterday. Whatever. If that's the case, we don't need to have anything to do with him. There were even some male students who were a bit bolder, talking about it openly, perhaps out of a moment of impulse, or maybe because they had powerful backing. Backing? Everyone has some kind of backing. Mike entered the classroom after Nest, and when he walked to his seat, he saw that Nest was already sitting right next to Van. He broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "Nest, this guy is really bold." Just then, Rappel, looking anxious, rushed after Mike and called out to him. "Mike, what's wrong?" He frantically shared the bad news with Mike. The more they talked, the paler their faces became. People from break were calling for him and that new guy, telling them to meet them at the hall after class. Nest, though at his own desk, heard every word. He turned his head to look at the two of them. "So, they're coming right to our doorstep." After class, Mike and Nest followed JPO to the meeting spot. As they walked, Mike couldn't stop rambling nervously. We're done for. We've already been targeted this quickly. Aren't you being a bit too paranoid?" Leading them to the spot, Rappel also reported nervously to the blonde-haired guy waiting for them. I've brought them here. Good work. This no longer concerns you." He wore a somewhat polite expression, but his eyes were anything but sincere as he waited for them. "I know you, Mike, and the one next to you is the new guy, right?" At this, Nest put on a serious face. He didn't waste time with pointless small talk with these people and replied curtly, "I'm Nest. Why are you looking for us?" The guy stopped the fake smile and looked at Nest, introducing himself. "I'm Nano. I'm a reasonable guy. I think you should know that much. Today, I just wanted to give you another warning." Nest started to lose patience with these people and quickly cut him off. "No, I don't know that. Just say what you have to say." Hearing Nest's tone, Nano glared, looking down at Nest like a self-appointed authority figure. His expression darkened, and his eyes flashed with a threatening glare. "Did no one teach you how to speak to your seniors? If it wasn't for the fact that you're a new student, I wouldn't be this patient." Mike, standing beside them, panicked and rushed to intervene. He grabbed Nest, trying to hold him back, then turned and gave an apologetic smile to the guy. He understands. He understands. I get it. Nest just got here, and doesn't really understand the school rules yet. I'm teaching him slowly. Please give us more time. Nest looked at him, his expression no better than before. His eyes made his extreme annoyance clear. After Nano finished warning the two of them, he finally turned to leave upon hearing Mike's words. But before he left, he glanced back and said, "Let me tell you both something. Don't get involved with that freak. Maybe you feel pity for him, but think about yourselves first. Don't end up being the most pathetic ones." Nest couldn't take it anymore. He took a step forward and growled, "Are you threatening me? Think what you want." It was that familiar view of the Thunder Academy again, with its tall buildings bathed in golden sunlight. Mike walked beside Nest, gesturing wildly. He was still clearly shaken. That scared the hell out of me. "Did you see that, Nest? Those advanced class guys have a sharp nose for trouble. It's lucky it was just a warning this time." I saw. You really are a bit paranoid." Just as Mike was rambling on, Nest noticed someone sneaking around and following them from a corner of the wall. "I told you, absolutely do not." But as soon as he was spotted, the person took off running. Without a moment's hesitation, Nest shouted and dashed after them, leaving Mike standing there in a daze. Hey, I wasn't finished talking." He gave chase, closing the gap, shouting to try and get Van to stop this game of cat and mouse. "Don't run. I have something I want to ask you." But he wouldn't stop, instead jumping straight off a high wall in one fluid motion, leaving Nest wide-eyed in surprise. It was just that Van had underestimated him. Seeing him jump down, Nest didn't hesitate either, using the wall as leverage to flip over and jump after him. "Nice move, kid. You think running will get you away from me?" He landed with a thud. The ground of the academy courtyard cracked under Nest's feet, causing the students nearby to shout in alarm. Holy crap! Mike gave chase but could only stop at the wall of the floor above. He stood there, shouting loudly, "Nest, where are you going?" Nest looked back while running, shouting back at Mike amidst the scolding from other students. "Go back yourself. Don't wait for me, you scared the life out of me. Who is this lunatic? Why use brute force when you could just use magic?" Thunder chased him to an intersection. Just as he turned the corner, he collided with a long-haired girl. She appeared so suddenly he couldn't dodge in time. They slammed into each other, sending the girl crashing to the ground. Thunder hurriedly stopped, leaning down to help her up with concern. "I'm sorry, are you okay?" "Geez, thank goodness I wasn't carrying a magic suppression charm today, or it would have been a disaster." But when he looked at the student's face, his eyes darkened instantly. His pupils constricted sharply. The girl's face was identical to the witch he had encountered before. The resemblance was perfect down to the smallest detail. The girl, confused by his reaction, looked annoyed. Thunder, acting frantic, grabbed her wrist and started grilling her, which only made her panic. "You're that witch, aren't you? What did you do to me? Let go. You're hurting me. Who are you? I don't know what you're talking about." The more she spoke, the more Thunder lost his cool. His expression turned fierce as he gripped her hand tighter. "Stop playing dumb. You're the one who turned me into this." The girl winced in pain as Thunder squeezed her hand, which finally brought him back to his senses. "I've never even met you. Let go. You're hurting me." She wasn't the goddess. Although she looked just like that woman, according to the legends, the goddess had split into 3 crystals, and he had already found 2 of them. Is it her? Thunder placed a hand over his heart, carefully recalling the images of the 2 people the goddess had entrusted him to find. She must be the other person he was meant to locate in Jonan City. By now, he had completely calmed down. With a look of remorse, he released her wrist. "I'm sorry. It seems I made a ridiculous mistake. Try to get your act together next time." Thunder quickly changed the subject, asking her about Van. A boy named Van just ran past here. He was tall and skinny. Do you know where he went?" "Oh, yeah. I saw him. He ran toward the east building." Receiving the directions, he took off running as fast as he could, but he didn't forget to thank her. "Right, thanks." Only then did Nis manage to calm down, watching him go with a suspicious look on her face. What a weirdo. Thunder continued his pursuit of Van. He thought as he ran, "Good. The crystal just reacted. It seems I'm looking for the right person after all. Next, I just need to dig deeper into their story and find the 3rd god crystal to uncover the truth." Reaching the east building, a quiet, somewhat deserted place in the early morning, Thunder stepped inside alone, his mind filled with tangled thoughts. If that brat still won't cooperate, I'll have to use the dragon's truth. But suddenly, he panicked as his eyes fell upon a disturbing situation. It turned out that Van, whom he had been chasing, was pinned to the ground, with Brake stepping on his wrist. Seeing Van being bullied, he shouted loudly to grab their attention. Break still kept his foot on Van's hand, turning his head to look at him with a mocking smirk. A newcomer, huh? What's the matter? You got something to say to us? Seeing Thunder arrive, Van tried to lift his head, his face bruised and swollen. Enduring the pain, he warned Thunder. Don't come any closer. Ken, clueless about the danger, eagerly stepped up to show off. He threw a punch as he charged. Looks like someone doesn't know their place. These beginner class students are getting more unruly by the day. But all he got in return was a clean punch from Thunder. Thunder didn't hesitate or stall, sending Ken flying. Ken took the full force of the punch, sliding backward until he slammed hard into the wall and finally stopped. Thunder was furious, his eyes burning with rage. Even the air around him shifted with his emotions. He aimed a kick directly at Break, but the bully was fast enough to block it. Break grinned, the look of a hunter who had just found interesting prey. You're starting to annoy me now. You lowlife. Thunder didn't back down. He glared at him and snapped back. Well, could you move your foot? You high-class types are a bit rough on people, aren't you? He matched his words with action, stomping on Break's arm with even more force. Break, caught off guard, went pale from the sheer power behind the move. Where does this kid get such strength to overpower me? A guy from Break's group stood to the side, pulling out a violet-blue gem that floated in midair. Break, show these beginner-class fools some manners. Thunder was stunned at the sight of the gem, sweat beading on his face as his shock became clear. A beast crystal? He's got a beast crystal? A haughty smirk returned to Break's face as the air around him turned green and began to swirl intensely. Green energy wrapped around Break's body. Thunder watched the transformation with concern. A high-end beast crystal? Looks like this guy isn't going to be easy to handle. If it comes to it, I'll have to use lightning and close-range combat. He calculated. But things weren't looking favorable. If he fought like that, his true combat skills would be exposed. Van hugged his injured arm and staggered to his feet. Even now, he was still stubborn, scolding Thunder. I told you not to come any closer. Why is everyone like this? Van rushed over and shoved Thunder, trying to push him away from the danger. Just run. This has nothing to do with you. But Break wouldn't give them a chance to escape. He tensed up, veins popping out on his angry face. How ridiculous. Clearly that brat is much stronger than you, you monster. And you think you can protect others? He lunged forward, jumped in front of Van, and drove his knee into Van's stomach. Don't be so disgusting. Then, without restraint, Break repeatedly punched and kicked Van's frail body, which had no way to resist. Having a blast, he grabbed Van by the throat with his left hand and channeled power into his right fist, his eyes hungry to devour the person in front of him. With a vicious, snarling expression, he gritted his teeth and said, Don't tell me you've forgotten about last year. Van coughed painfully, gasping for air. He gripped Break's arm, his hands trembling as he listened to him say, I remember every single day of it. Break brought up the past, and in Van's eyes, a red haze flared like fire. Let me remind you. Memories, like broken shards of a mirror, began to resurface. They showed a blonde girl falling down, then a magical shield that the little girl had erected to fend off a massive, ugly monster. Those memory shards grew smaller, but the image of the massive monster remained clear in Van's mind. He broke down, his eyes going blank, his whole face twisted in agony as he let out a loud scream. Thunder tried to run over when he saw Van collapse, but another one of Break's cronies blocked his path. What did you do to him? Hey, don't rush. You're next. The loud commotion attracted other students, and the crowd of onlookers began to grow larger and larger. They started whispering to each other. What's going on? What is it? Are they fighting? Someone go call a teacher quickly, and it's best not to stick your nose in other people's business. The fact that the B-rank group had too many people appearing made Bake furious. He clenched his fists and glared at the students who were turning back toward this area. Those two are just beginner-level students. Why did they come here? Look over there. Don't you see that monster? Someone must be trying to stand up for him again. Oh my god, this is so annoying. They're noisy every single day. What a pain. Tho looked at the scene unfolding before him, silently calculating in his head. The crowd of onlookers was growing, making it harder to make a move. Just then, an imposing professor approached. With his hands behind his back, he spoke in a stern tone. Du, it's you again. You know full well that fighting is forbidden on campus. Du performed a formal bow, his voice feigning innocence as if he were the victim. My apologies, Professor Finn. I lost my temper for a moment. The professor didn't scold him, simply looking at him before giving a direct order. Break, go wait in my office. He called for 2 students to take the unconscious boy to the infirmary. With that, the 2 students grabbed Van's arms and shoulders, helping him toward the infirmary, leaving Thunder standing there watching them. As Brake walked past him, he couldn't help but leave a few parting words with a sneer. "Kid, you got lucky this time, but don't count on it happening again." Thunder didn't back down, turning his head to look Brake straight in the eyes, his voice cold. "That's exactly what I was going to say to you." He glanced at Brake's retreating figure, his anger still smoldering. There won't be a next time. Tho arrived at the infirmary, letting out a sigh of relief as he saw Van lying on the bed resting. Thank goodness, he doesn't look too badly hurt. Van opened his eyes, his expression blank, as if he were too accustomed to his own isolation. He said to Thunder, "Please, leave me alone." Thunder didn't give up, sitting there showing concern, but Van just turned his head away, ignoring him. "Does it feel good to be called a freak by everyone?" "It doesn't matter. They can call me whatever they want." Van looked at himself, his eyes flashing with a hint of sadness, though mostly detached indifference. "Regardless, it has nothing to do with you. I brought this on myself." Tho looked at Van's back, still refusing to give up. "Fine, maybe you're okay with it. But what about your family? Maybe you should try convincing your mother to like that nickname too." Thunder stood up to leave, letting the stubborn fool pretend he was deaf on his hospital bed. "If you don't want to change, no one can help you. Not if you're content to live like this forever." Elsewhere, a glass was thrown against the floor, shattering with a harsh, jarring sound. Chicken, whose arm was now in a cast after being broken by Thunder, roared in fury at his cronies. "I'm not letting that bastard go. He dared to lay a hand on me. I'm going to kill him. Good luck with that. That guy isn't simple." He barked at Nano, who was searching for documents on the table. "Did you dig up his background yet?" "A little, but not much." Nano looked at the pile of papers containing the few scraps of info they had on Thunder and read it aloud to the group. Thunder, perfect score on the entrance exam, but sickly since childhood, dropped out his first year. Hearing this, Chicken froze, a look of disbelief on his face as if he'd just heard the most ridiculous thing. "Sickly? Weak? I didn't see that. Anything else?" Chicken grinned from ear to ear at Nano's next prediction. "That's it. He's only been at school a few days, his social circle is tiny. Plus, I've never heard of the Nest family. He's definitely not a noble we know. If he's not a noble, he's easy to deal with." He stood there, loudly mocking him, while Brake just leaned against a bookshelf, in silence. Perfect scores just mean he's probably some arrogant hillbilly. Country bumpkins are so annoying, always causing us trouble. Brake opened his amber eyes, staring intensely at the person bragging in front of him. Chicken felt a chill run down his spine and quickly backtracked. I mean, you can just tell by looking at him that he doesn't know his place. Anyway, forget it. Let's ignore the new guy for now." He let out a sinister laugh, his eyes flashing with malice as he whispered to Brake, "I just thought of a pretty good way to deal with that freak." Seeing the new plan, Brake crossed his arms and stood up straight, eager to hear Chicken's idea. "What is it? Let's hear it. Why don't we throw a really grand party?" Another day of study began at the academy as the morning sun cast its light over the castle. Someone slammed a huge stack of books onto the table, clapping their hands on top of them. "Here, this is what you needed." Thunder looked at Mike, who was leaning on the stack of books he'd just found for him. "Thanks. You're really bold for standing up to Brake like that." Hearing the exclamation, Thunder looked up from the documents he was reading and asked Mike seriously, "What's wrong? Are you planning on staying away from me now?" Mike sat on a chair backward, resting his arms on the backrest as he sighed. "There's no point in that now. In their eyes, I'm already your accomplice. That's fine too. Let's see who we can ally with." Thunder's face remained serious, showing no fear of Brake's influence. "That guy Brake is so arrogant, surely plenty of people hate him." Mike laughed proudly, pushing two papers across the table toward Thunder. "Exactly. For example, these two. In this picture is a boy wearing the academy uniform just like us, Kaido Moro. He's been here for 3 years and is still in the beginner class like us. His theoretical scores are fine, but his practical magic is a bit weak. At least he has a major family backing him up. The other one is a girl with beautiful, long pink hair. This is Nora. She's a princess from the kingdom of Grecia. Even though their country isn't as strong as our Alurin, she is genuine royalty." Thunder picked up the two photos, carefully examining them before saying to Mike, "Things are better than I thought. What if we add the royal family to our side?" He looked up from the photos at Mike, his eyes strangely calm. "Oh, nothing. I just meant adding the influence of your family too." Brake wouldn't dare make a move. Mike looked up at him with a pure, innocent face. "In theory, yes. If a few big families stand with us, Brake wouldn't dare push it." He beamed, then added, "You really know a lot, even about my family." Thunder just smiled sheepishly to let it slide. "Huh? Didn't you tell me last time? Did I?" Just as the two were talking, a classmate opened the door and announced to the room, The teacher said the next practical lesson will be a simulation exam in the Western auditorium. Everyone, get ready and head over. The class started buzzing with chatter. Seeing this, Mike walked over to Thunder to urge him, but Thunder's head turned toward Van's spot. Practical training? Why do we have to have exams for it? So annoying. My family asks me every day when I'll move up to the advanced class. Whatever. I don't think my family expects anything from me anymore. Nest, let's go to the auditorium. Wait, where did Van run off to again? He said he was going to attend class yesterday. Tho turned to Mike. Mike, you go on ahead. I'm gonna go find Van. Mike was surprised. Huh? You're going to go find him? And do you even remember the way to the Western auditorium? Tho hesitated when she heard him ask that, but seeing his expression, she couldn't bring herself to say no. Since he had already said as much, she and Thunder turned back against the stream of students heading to the practice room, walking side by side to find Van. Fine, there's still time. I'll go with you. If we find him, great. If not, we'll just head to class. Right. Maybe he went to the infirmary to get his bandages changed. Let's check there. The group of friends walked toward the entrance of the practice room, chatting noisily as they went. Did you see the teacher's cat? Wasn't it cute? The teacher keeps a cat? I had no idea. Should we go to the observatory tonight? I heard there's a meteor shower. If you want to go on a date, just say it. We won't stop you. No, it's not like that. As the group stepped through the door, two people standing there quickly slammed it shut. I heard the cafeteria has strawberry pudding today. Still not enough to eat? Hey, did you finish your homework? Let me copy it. Inside the room, Thunder's classmates looked confused to see Break standing on the high podium. Huh? Why is it all advanced class students? I don't see the teacher anywhere. Wait, is that actually Break? Nis boldly looked up and asked Break directly about the issue everyone was wondering about. May I ask where the teacher is? He told us to have our practical session here. Break looked down from above with disdain and spoke to everyone in a condescending tone. That's right. Today is a rare practical opportunity. Here, I will teach you a few skills that only the advanced class gets to learn. With that, he turned his head back to signal his cronies. Push it up. It's time to start the show. As he ordered his men, a wheeled prop was pushed onto the floor. Push it up. All the students were shocked when they saw what it was. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared up at the podium. Hey, what is he planning to do with that? On the high podium, Van was tied to a spinning wheel featuring colorful point targets. Chikin pushed the contraption out with a bright grin. Looks like everyone is really looking forward to this. Huh? Today, I'm going to teach you something only learned in the intermediate class. Du took out a green magic stone, held it high, and explained it to the others. I think you all know that magic stones contain magical energy, but none of you have ever learned how to create or use them. This specially crafted type of crystal can be used to store magic power. It is the most basic form of a magic stone. At the same time, his two lackeys pushed two carts, filled with magic stones in front of Van's classmates. Today's lesson is very simple. Channel your magic power into the crystal and aim for the target to attack. Everyone gets 3 tries. You need 60 points to pass. A timid classmate looked at him, his face worried, but he asked anyway. Excuse me, does any teacher know about today's lesson plan? Break glared at him upon hearing that, using his aura to blatantly threaten the student. Seeing this, Chikin draped an arm around the guy's shoulder, and along with Nano, they dragged him to the side. Come here, let's talk over there. No, that's not it. I didn't mean that. Shut your mouth, be quiet, and don't bother anyone else. Seeing that the situation was handled, he lifted the magic stone again, his eyes looking smugly at the people below. Any other questions? Nice was filled with indignation at those words. She clenched her fists, intending to step forward to confront Break, but her classmates hurriedly stopped her. They're too ruthless. Don't do anything rash. Another friend tried to help her calm down, choosing her words carefully to dissuade Nis. I know you're not afraid of them, but confronting them will only implicate others. Break didn't pay attention to Nis's reaction and continued to instruct everyone. He pointed to the spinning wheel. If you hit the bullseye, you get 60 points immediately. His lackeys, standing guard over the other students, urged them on. Hurry up! Hurry up! Everyone lined up to take a crystal and channel their magic power into it. When it glows, you can throw it. Chikin put his arm around a chubby student and dropped a magic stone into his hand. You're first. Seeing him hesitate, the guy shouted loudly, making the chubby student panic and quickly comply. Don't dawdle. Do you intend to make everyone stand here and watch you gather your magic power all day? I know. Once he had condensed enough magic into the stone, at Chiken's command, the chubby student launched the stone toward the wheel. That's right. Now, throw it. The magic stone struck the green section marked with the number 15. Someone loudly announced the score for the student's first throw. 15. The second stone also landed carefully, avoiding Van hitting the 15 section right by his head. 15. The third stone hit a purple section marked 20, but was still careful not to touch his head. 20. 50 points? Not a very good performance, is it? When the chubby student's 3 throws were over, Brake looked down at him and said, "Oh, I almost forgot. Anyone who doesn't pass gets some special care." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 people came to drag the chubby student away. Seeing that, he panicked and looked back, begging, but it was in vain. I just didn't control my strength well. Please give me one more chance. Everyone only gets one try. You've already wasted too much of everyone's time." The other students could only stand there in fear, silently watching their classmate being dragged away amidst desperate screams. "Wait! I can do it! I can do it!" The shrill screams echoed, making them even more terrified as they all turned back to the stage where Brake was standing. He arrogantly waved his hand at the crowd below, urging them on. "Now, everyone understands the rules, right? Then let's continue." Outside the building, everything still seemed beautiful and peaceful. The teacher pushed open the door and stepped into the classroom with a book in his hand. "Students, take out your books and open to page 92. Today I will teach you about." But all he received was a completely empty classroom. The desks were neat, but there wasn't a single student. Where is everyone? Outside, 2 pairs of feet hurried quickly down the path, and one person couldn't stop complaining. "I told you not to worry about him anymore. Now the whole group is late. That's strange. I didn't see him in the dorms either. Could he have left the city?" Both of them arrived at the building where the practical session was announced, but the doors were locked tight. As Tho complained, she grew anxious. "It's not for no reason that everyone calls him weird. Just leave him be. We'll find him after class. Why are all the doors locked? Is there another entrance?" Hearing her question, he turned around excitedly, ran toward another path, and told Thunder, "I know of a back door. Follow me." Both of them quickly looked for another way in. Meanwhile, inside the practice building, screams of pain continued to echo. Van had regained consciousness. His entire body was battered and bruised. He opened his eyes, coughed with difficulty, and looked down at the floor. Nano calmly urged the next person forward. Nice clenched her fists and stepped forward at his command. "Go ahead." She channeled magic into the stone, bit her lip, and threw it accurately. It landed in the 20 point section, safely away from Van. The next stone also hit the 20 point section, still keeping a fair distance from his hands. The third stone she threw toward Van's feet, right next to his shoe, but it didn't hurt him. The second projectile also hit the 20 point mark, still landing quite a distance away from his hand. The third one she threw toward Van's feet, right next to his boot, but still without hurting him. Nano tilted his head, eyeing her score with a dismissive expression before offering a bit of praise. 60 points. That's passing. Your power control is decent enough. Ni ignored his comment. She looked up, her expression filled with sorrow, and whispered to herself, "I'm sorry. This is all I could do." Nano raised his hand high, shouting to urge the remaining students on. "Next, you're up." He heard a voice and was surprised. Both Nano and Brake turned their heads in curiosity. Thunder marched over aggressively, his brows furrowed tightly, and his fists clenched until the veins popped. It was him. He glared with fury at the group, setting up this twisted game on the platform. Nice recognized him, the guy who had accidentally bumped into her a few days ago. It was that strange guy from before. Nano kept his fake demeanor when he saw it was Thunder. He pointed toward the beast core crate. "So it's you. I'll give you a chance to show off. You're up first." Thunder looked down at the cart, his frown deepening, as he looked at the blue light glowing from within. He grabbed one in his hand, his grip so tight it looked like he wanted to crush the beast core itself. And then, with a swift and decisive motion, he hurled it straight at Brake, who was standing on the platform above. Brake, never expecting him to dare such a thing, stood frozen in shock. The beast core shattered, its stored power erupting into an explosion that blinded everyone. Nano and Chicken panicked, screaming and charging at him with foul curses. Is that brat trying to die? Without letting them wait long, 3 more beast cores shot out like bullets. They struck the rotating wheel holding Van, and the circular board shattered instantly, freeing him as well. Someone stared at the broken board in complete disbelief. The crystal used for training is as brittle as glass? Even Nis couldn't believe he had such immense strength. Is that freak really that strong? Van slumped as the chains binding him were destroyed, his frail body tipping forward. At that exact moment, an arm caught his waist, keeping him from face-planting onto the floor. Thunder steadied Van and carefully helped him stand. They locked eyes, and he said quickly, "Sorry, I'm late." "You, why? It's all right. Van brushed off the dust from the earlier beast core explosion. The wrist guards were cracked in several places from the intense pressure. Break furiously ordered them to stop him. Nano and Chikin immediately received the order to block his path. Thunder calmly protected Van behind his back. Kid, at first, I actually had a good impression of you, but since you want to go against us, don't blame me. He loathed the guy and wanted to teach him a lesson. Break's entire gang swarmed forward at the command, charging at him. They closed in, throwing bare-handed punches directly at Thunder, but he was quick enough to block them. While the others engaged in melee, Chikin used his magic to fire a ball of flame. Thunder punched the annoying guy away with his right hand while nonchalantly shooting an identical fireball with his left. The two fireballs collided and exploded in mid-air, making the scene even more chaotic. Chikin sneered at him, his hand gathering magic as another fireball formed. Using fireballs in front of me? You don't know your place. Try this on for size. But he suddenly stopped, turning his head back with a panicked, bewildered expression. Out of the explosion, a beast core came hurtling like a storm, impossible to stop. It slammed straight into him and detonated, perfectly neutralizing the fireball Chikin had created. At the same time, the others were being taken down by Thunder alone. He only needed one punch to send both opponents flying at once. Thunder looked stern. His gaze was cold, filled with contained fury as he sized up Break's group. A bunch of losers. Is bullying the weak all you know how to do? His words left Break's team speechless. They could only stare at him, unable to find a single word to argue back. Meanwhile, two of Break's lackeys circled behind him, summoning fireballs in their hands, planning to ambush Thunder. But before they could act, a voice rang out, causing them both to falter. Hey, you're high-level students. Aren't you ashamed? Nora and Kaido stood there, speaking up against Break's group. She crossed her arms and said bluntly, ganging up on one person wasn't enough? Now you're resorting to cheap shots? How pathetic. How about we play with you instead? At that moment, Mike had managed to bring a professor to help. He hurried to lead the way to the gate. Professor Rai, it's right here. The academy looked normal, just like any other day. Everything outside was quiet and unremarkable. But Mike and Professor Rai were not as calm as the academy's surroundings. He quickly gave the most concise summary possible. They brought students from the beginner level here without a single teacher knowing. But what hit his eyes next was so shocking that Mike stood frozen in his tracks and gasped. How is this possible? Inside the tower, Thunder was fighting Break's entire group by himself, without showing any signs of weakness. He had already taken down almost all of them. Now, only the two of them were left, fighting each other directly. How did it end up like this? Thunder and Break stood facing each other, dust kicked up by the wind, made the scene of their duel even more intense. Mike panicked, intending to run straight in to stop his friend, but Professor Rai stopped him. Net. Wait. He tried to hold her back, but couldn't stop worrying as he asked, Professor Rai, you're not going to stop him? She rested her chin in her hand, smiling with great interest. No need to rush. It looks like things are only just starting to get interesting. Break summoned a fireball, letting it accumulate until it grew larger, then stared right at Thunder and said, But you will never be able to escape the survival laws of this world. Thunder glanced at him, his voice cold and ominous. Survival laws. He lifted his heel, the tip of his foot stomping hard against the floor to gain momentum for his next attack. With a clenched fist, he aimed precisely at Break. Thunder dropped his gentle facade and lunged forward, breaking the wind. It was laughable. In a fleeting instant, he arrived in front of Break, leaping into the air while Break watched in terror. My body doesn't break your laws. How is this possible? His hand should have been injured, but he brought his fist down. Break desperately crossed his arms, raising a magic shield to defend himself as Thunder's firm voice rang out. Just because of that, you think you can do whatever you want? When Thunder's magic, or rather, the sheer power behind his fist overwhelmed the magic shield, it instantly shattered into tiny pieces before Break's terrified eyes. Break slid backward, the impact tearing up the ground. Roy watched every movement the two made, eyes unblinking. Having realized something, he's using chi? Break refused to give up, struggling to maintain his magic. So what? The kind of person I hate most is someone like you. Trying to act like a hero when you can't even handle the students here, and you think you can change the world? He threw a magic orb at Thunder, who stood motionless, ignoring his ridiculous accusations. Mightiest turned pale upon seeing the attack, worried about what would happen to Thunder. Oh no, that's blue flame, Break's signature magic. Nest hasn't even learned how to use magic yet. But suddenly, Thunder raised his hand, calmly letting fire engulf his right palm. A fireball formed rapidly, growing larger by the second. Mai watched in amazement and blurted out, A fireball? When did he learn that? Thunder's fireball collided with Break's blue flame, The impact created a massive, violent explosion, sending debris and dust scattering everywhere. Bree watched the scene, still smugly smiling with confidence in his blue fireball. Blue flame isn't just an ordinary fireball. My crystal shard, which stores my miniaturized magic matrix, can absorb and convert magical energy on contact, no matter how strong your fireball is, as long as it's fire. But his confidence was quickly shattered. His eyes widened in shock. His blue fireball was extinguished, covered in thin ice that slowly cracked apart. The blue flame was out. A block of ice fell to the floor and shattered into brilliant blue shards. Thunder was the one who had used ice magic to extinguish Break's flames. His gaze remained fixed on him with fury. That was ice magic. Mage was shocked all over again, unable to believe his friend was so incredibly talented. Not only fire magic, but he even defeated him with ice magic? Just what kind of background does Nest have? Thunder stayed focused on his fight. In a flash, he moved behind Break. His cold voice, sounding as if it came from the depths of hell, made Break's expression darken. It's time you learned what fairness feels like. What? Break spun around instantly, channeling his magic to manifest blue flame aimed directly at him. But unfortunately, the accuracy of this close-range attack wasn't high, or perhaps it was because Thunder's speed was so great that he easily tilted his body to dodge. He delivered a knee strike, kicking that jerk, Break far away. Then Thunder rushed in and, without a word, stomped heavily on his hand. He pinned him to the floor, using his aura to manifest ice magic right against his face. I said it before, there won't be a next time. Don't you dare dream of being a mage anymore. His right hand immediately drained the energy from Break's body. Only then did he cry out in fear, "What have you done to me?" His scream echoed throughout the tower, but no one moved to stop Thunder. Stop. Witnessing the struggle, Nora couldn't help but marvel. He's so strong, he actually did it. The other student was equally surprised that he could take down so many advanced class students all by himself. The whispers continued. Some were stunned by Thunder's power, while others compared him, saying he looked even scarier than Break. Seeing his friends still dazed, Jin scolded them impatiently. "Don't be stupid, don't you get it? Nest is so strong that, if he wanted to, he could have controlled any of us at any time, but he didn't." As soon as Jin finished, someone speculated, "The way I see it, he just wanted to save a friend." Indeed, at that moment, Thunder was carrying Van on his back, asking him anxiously, "Can you hear me? Hang in there, I'm taking you to the infirmary." As Thunder walked toward the door, Roy stood still, staring at him. This made Thunder a bit uneasy. Soon after, Thunder stopped. He stood there and asked, "Is there something else?" Roy replied, "Don't worry, I am Professor Roy. Take him to the infirmary first, and come see me later." Thunder quickly answered, "Yes." Once he was far enough away, Thunder furrowed his brows. He thought to himself coldly, "What a pain, being noticed by a professor." But fearing the professor would misunderstand Thunder, his friends rushed to explain, "This isn't Nest's fault." Another added, "We were forced by the advanced class students." Nora replied, "Everyone was too afraid to resist. He was the one who stood up to save the victims." Hearing their defense of him, Thunder was deeply moved. He turned back, struggling to find the words. "You guys," Roy interrupted, "I understand now. I guarantee a thorough investigation, and I will ensure no student is treated unfairly. Everyone, please return to your classrooms and report today's situation to your homeroom teacher." The students shouted in unison. Yes, Mai watched this unfold, thinking to herself that Nest really was quite remarkable. Not long after, Set summoned Thunder to ask him, "Professor Roy told me that everything at the assembly hall today was done by you alone. If I hadn't received so many identical reports, I would have found it hard to believe." Thunder heard this and admitted it straightforwardly, without trying to hide anything. "Yes, I did it alone." Receiving his answer, both Set and Rai fell silent, deep in thought. Then, Set said, "Could you show me your fireball skill? If you want, I can." Thunder heard this and wondered vaguely to himself. Demonstrating fireball magic, what are they planning? Even though he didn't understand, Thunder complied with his request. He cast the spell, Fireball. After finishing, he retracted the magic and asked, "Is that enough?" Set didn't give him any more trouble. He agreed. "All right, Nest. It seems you truly are a capable mage." Then, Set told Thunder, "You can go home for today. Don't worry too much. I will punish the advanced class students appropriately. If you need anything in the future, you can come find me or Professor Roy at any time." Thunder answered politely. "Thank you, sir." As he turned to leave, Thunder pondered. "So that's it? I thought I'd be questioned thoroughly." He left quickly. The door slammed shut with a loud thud. Seeing that Thunder was gone, Rai asked, What do you think? Set exclaimed. His magic control is not bad. His potential is on par with yours. She replied. His magic is not inferior to any mage, and he even knows the aura techniques of a knight. He's truly a natural-born magic swordsman. A moment later, he said, a red-haired kid hiding his identity to enter Jonan Academy, and even being recommended by both Queen L and Lenny Stetton. As headmaster, I feel like I'm failing. Rai asked if she should investigate. He quickly declined. I think I know his background. I'll contact an old friend at Faro Apartments later. If he is the child from the prophecy, then keep a closer eye on him. Let's hope he brings us luck. Rai. Yes. On Thunder's side, he had already reached Van's resting room. As he walked, Thunder was lost in thought. Seeing him return, Van said loudly, You're back. How did it go? Did they try to expel you? Thunder quickly replied. It's okay, Van, Thunder reassured him. Don't worry. My family has some connections. As long as my mother meets with the principal, she'll protect you. Van countered. Don't worry. The principal and Professor Roy were just asking me about the situation. The principal also said they would punish the advanced class students, so they won't give me a hard time. Thunder didn't seem to buy it. Van stuttered. Are you sure about that? Though affirmed quickly. I'm serious. I really am. That's why I came back so fast. What about you? How are your wounds? Van sighed in relief and replied, It's fine. Just a few scratches. Nothing major. Then, he said sincerely, Thanks for saving me again. Thank you. I owe you one. Just then, Thunder asked, In that case, can you tell me? Why was Break targeting you? What happened between you two before? Van looked troubled, hesitant to meet his eyes. After a moment, he opened up. Fine. Since you got into this mess because of me, you deserve to know. Van spoke slowly. A year ago, Break and I were very close. Thunder asked in surprise. Friends? Van added. It sounds hard to believe, but it's true. It all started that day. Our friend, whom we both loved, Ami, died in that accident. Hearing this, Thunder's eyes widened, shocked by what he had just heard. Van recalled, 4 years ago, Break and I both joined Jonan Academy. Back then, we were the best of friends. Break was so open and enthusiastic, and all our classmates loved him. Plus, he wasn't like me, he had innate magical talent, and even the professors adored him. As he spoke, he looked lost in thought, his mind drifting to the image of a young girl. After a while, Van said, Until later, when we both fell for the same girl. His memory painted a vivid picture as he explained that her name was Ami Bluebird. She was one of the few who could beat Break in magic exams. His voice grew bitter. Ami was kind and open-hearted. I guess excellence just tends to attract people to one another. Break quickly became Ami's close friend, and naturally, I was part of the group too. I was always by their side. Van continued to reminisce. Even though neither of us ever confessed our feelings to Ami, we both knew how the other felt. We knew that if one of us made a move, the dynamic of our trio would become awkward, he sighed. So we chose to carefully preserve that relationship, even though it was as beautiful as it was fragile. Listening all the while, Thunder couldn't help but ask, And then what happened? Van couldn't answer him right away. He lowered his head, looking utterly devastated. Van said painfully that it happened during a field training exercise. He added that by then, Break had been promoted to an advanced class due to his stellar performance. Ami was brilliant too. But because she came from a commoner background with no sponsors, she stayed in the basic class with me. Van's voice grew heavy. The hunting grounds usually only had mid-level magical beasts, but for some reason, a high-level one appeared that day. He noted that despite facing such a beast, Ami remained very calm. Continuation. Van shared that the beast was incredibly strong, but Ami's powerful magic had dealt it significant damage. He went quiet. Van remembered that very day, as Ami kept shouting instructions to everyone, telling them to fall back. But Van disobeyed her, arrogantly telling her, Ami, get out of the way. Thinking back, Van choked up. But I was the one who made the biggest mistake at the most critical moment. Back then, Ami had tried to warn him against his recklessness, but it was too late. She cried out, Wait, don't! Van had quickly used a spell to attack that high-level beast. He even boasted at the time, Luckily, I brought this high-level magic crystal with me. It's finally coming in handy. Ami didn't think so. She urged him anxiously, Go, hurry up. Van still confidently countered, Don't worry, Ami, that beast is already dead. The moment she heard that, she screamed even louder, Go. Suddenly, a few seconds later, a massive explosion erupted, startling them both. The beast became furious, and students were screaming in terror as two more appeared. Ami gritted her teeth and said, The death of that high-level beast attracted its kin. We have no choice but to hold out until reinforcements arrive. By then, a beast had closed in on the students. A classmate screamed, and Brake stared straight at the deadlock, making his own calculations. Suddenly, Ami pushed Van away. Van seemed to have anticipated her recklessness. He shouted, "Ami!" Ami faced the beasts alone. She used a spell, quickly invoking a dragon-scale vortex. Van and the other friends were safely protected within the swirl. He was deeply uneasy and shouted, "Ami, what are you doing?" "Yule!" he kept screaming, but it was a cry of pure desperation. Ami wouldn't stop. She didn't care and snapped at Van. "Shut up. Don't distract me while I'm chanting." Then, she quickly chanted for the dragon's wings, to cover the sky as a vow to turn blood and flesh into a mountain mist. The command was completed just like that. A platinum light of the vow wove an unbreakable wall. Inside the vortex, Van wept in helpless despair, unable to intervene or protect Ami, only able to call her name over and over, Ami. Soon, the beasts were almost wiped out. With that, Ami's strength was completely exhausted. She said wearily, "It's a good thing. The high-level defensive spell I worked so hard to master finally served its purpose." As soon as she finished, she was attacked by them. Sharp claws pierced straight through her heart. Van screamed her name repeatedly. Brake couldn't accept this tragedy. Stunned by Ami's passing, he slammed his fists into Van. He was in such agony that he kept questioning him. Why? Why? Not waiting for an answer, he charged at Van again, despite the other friends trying to stop him. He blamed him. "You promised you'd protect her, so how did it end up like this?" Brake hissed with rage. He shouted his accusations. "It's all because of you that the beasts were lured here." He rained blows down on Van, pouring out all his resentment. "Why wasn't it you who died, you monster?" Recalling this, Van said sadly to Thunder, "Just like that, Amy was killed because of me." Then he added painfully, "The Academy didn't want this to get out, so those who knew about it avoided talking about it. Ami came from a commoner family. After the Academy gave her family a sum of money as compensation, the whole thing was brushed aside." Van's voice was bitter. "Because of that, the rumors about me kept spreading. Eventually, even the teammates who had stood by my side started keeping their distance." Thunder listened to the story in deep silence. He quietly clenched his fists. He said, "Just grit your teeth and take it. I wanted to say sorry first." Instantly, a punch landed square on Van's face, making him let out a cry. Finished, Thunder wiped his hand and turned to leave. Van clutched his cheek and called out to him, "Nest." He just said, "Leave it at that. This wasn't your fault." Once outside the room, Thunder pondered, his heart full of conflict. Thunder said coldly, "Ami, I thought that after knowing the truth, I would immediately take revenge for you. But with the truth like this, I don't even know who to take revenge on." Thunder's heart and mind were completely at odds. Gritting his teeth, he slammed his fist against the wall to vent his frustration, then hissed in anger, "Ami, is this really the choice you're making?" In another room, anger was boiling over as well. The sound of a cup shattering echoed through the air. It was Brake's recovery room. He was absolutely furious with his caregiver. He snapped, "What do you mean I'm not allowed to use magic? Are you trying to make me pack my bags and leave right now?" The doctor quickly clarified, "No, that's not what I meant. It's just that we honestly couldn't detect any magical reaction from your body. It might be a magical pathology." Brake wouldn't listen. He accused them, "Aren't you doctors? Then figure out how to fix me." The doctor replied helplessly, "Even if you say that, Their loud argument reached Finn's ears. He scolded, "You're causing such a racket that everyone in the hallway can hear you. When will you ever learn to stay calm?" The nurse quickly greeted him as he entered. Professor Finn was furious. "You're not a mage, so of course it's easy for you to stay calm." Finn ignored him and told the doctors, "You all go outside first. I'll handle this." They nodded and replied, "Yes, sir." Then he spoke to Brake. "The moment your friend wakes up, an investigation will start. Jack will point you out as the mastermind. If that happens, not only will you lose your status as a mage, but you'll be expelled from the academy." Brake replied nonchalantly, "They don't have any evidence. Even if the board of professors wants to touch me, they'll have to see if my family agrees to it first." Finn warned him, "This time is different from the others. You don't know yet, do you? The person you and your friends tormented is an actual member of the royal family." Brake immediately retorted, "Royal family? No way. If that monster were royalty, he would have fought back long ago." But Finn insisted, "It's true. I don't know why he stayed silent until now, but the queen is furious this time. She no longer cares about aristocratic face. She has ordered a thorough investigation and strict punishment for the mastermind." This information made Brake's mind go blank. He couldn't say another word. A moment later, Break spoke up again. He asked, "If that's the case, why did you come to see me?" Finn said, "I told you I'm here to help. I'll settle everything for you. You have a friend named Nano, right? Let him be the mastermind. Furthermore, I can help you regain your lost magic." Break asked, "What do you want?" "Come here," Finn said, no longer hiding his intentions. "Not bad. You're smart. I like working with smart people. It seems we have a lot of work to do together." In the dead of night, the moon shone bright, full and clear, much like the human heart at that moment, full of things to be done, unable to sleep. In Deo's office, a knock sounded. He said, "Who is it? Come in." Seeing Break, he asked, "It's this late. Is something wrong?" Hearing that, Break earnestly replied, "Professor Deo, I heard that you and the students in your class had some misunderstandings, so I came here to explain." Deo raised his voice. "Misunderstandings? That's not it, Break. This whole thing was so shameful. If not for you, I wouldn't have even known there was a prince in my class." Break argued, "I honestly didn't know about that. It was all Nano and the others acting on their own. By the time I found out, it was already too late." Deo said coldly, "Save your explanation for the professor's board. I have plenty of work to do, so if there's nothing else, leave." As soon as he finished, Break used a spell to conjure a dark, plague-like mist. Once done, he looked at Deo and said, "Actually, there is one more thing I need your help with." Instantly, that spirit mist lashed out and bound him. Deo exclaimed in panic, "Dark plague." Deo couldn't dodge in time and could only let out a cry of horror. He shouted, "Break, you really are." Before long, Break successfully seized the files on Thunder and Van. He muttered the names of the two. Then Break gritted his teeth in fury. "I will make you all pay." The next morning, Thunder woke up early and headed to the lecture hall. The sky was strangely gloomy today, without a single ray of sunlight. Thunder trudged along, his face filled with contemplation. Then he spotted Van standing in a corner waiting for him. The two looked at each other without a word. A moment later, Thunder broke the eerie silence. He let out a soft huff. Seeing this, Van looked flustered. He didn't know how to respond, so he could only call his name, Thunder. He hesitated and said, "You didn't come home last night. I was a little worried." "So," Thunder replied coldly, "it's nothing. I wasn't in a good mood, so I went out for a walk." Sensing his distant attitude, Van felt a sense of loss in his heart. "You went for a walk?" After saying that, Thunder grew pensive. He stopped walking and remained silent. After a while, he urged, "What are you standing there for? Class is about to start." Van hurriedly replied, "Coming, coming." Thunder struck up a conversation. "Come with me after class today. I have a few things I want to ask you." Van asked in confusion. "Things related to what?" Thunder answered concisely, "We'll talk after class. We still have to go find the girl named Biss, too." Seeing them enter the classroom, MX cheered happily. "They're here." MX looked at Thunder and praised him. "Thunder, you were so cool yesterday," Thunder asked, confused. "Is something the matter?" Mara also praised him. "It was amazing. With you around, those advanced class kids won't dare to act up again." Then Mo told Van, "Van, I'm sorry. We didn't mean to treat you like that. Everyone was just scared of Break." He quickly brushed it off. No, it's fine. I'm used to it." Mike suddenly threw an arm around Thunder's shoulder from behind and said, all right, move aside everyone. Our hero needs some personal space, doesn't he?" Fly was displeased and scolded Mike. "You're so annoying." They continued to criticize him. "That's right. You're acting like you want to claim Thunder all to yourself. Why don't you let us have him for a bit?" Thunder, who had been observing, asked quietly, "What the heck? Why is everyone suddenly so enthusiastic?" Match explained. "After you took care of that bunch, everyone went from fearing you to admiring you. You've become the embodiment of justice in their eyes." Just then, the teacher started the lesson. Deo announced loudly, "Students, back to your seats. Let's get started." The students scrambled about. They kept whispering to each other, "Professor Deo is here. Hurry, hurry." Then Deo announced, "Today, we will temporarily move our combat training outdoors." A buzz of excitement arose. "Combat training? That's so sudden, we haven't prepared anything yet. Perhaps it's to test your ability to adapt," someone replied. Thunder suddenly felt something was off. He thought to himself, "Why does he look so strange?" Just then, a student asked, "But isn't it too late to go outside now?" Deo countered, "No need to worry. I've already prepared a teleportation circle. I'll take you all to a very suitable place." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly cast a spell with a whispered incantation. "By the shadows of the night, I offer this flesh as a sacrifice to the darkness." A chaotic scene ensued. The students whispered, When did such a massive teleportation array appear in the classroom? Where are they taking us? If it's outside the city, that would be amazing. It's been so long since I've been outside the city walls. Tho sat still, sensing the spell. He felt a vague, ominous premonition and thought to himself, this isn't right. As the chanting grew faster, the man used his hands to swirl the spiritual energy into circles, commanding the shadows to shift. Amidst the chaos, Thunder quickly pulled Van and Mike toward him. He shouted loudly, "Stay close!" In an instant, the classroom shook violently, and a sound like heavy hammers striking echoed through the air. At the same time, all the students were transported to another dimension. The place was gloomy and terrifying, with withered trees and glowing red lava flowing beneath the rocks. Tho slowly woke up, unable to help but moan. "My eyes, they hurt so much." Once his hearing fully recovered, Jack was stunned and said, "What is this?" Mike then spoke up, blaming him. "It hurts! Seriously, you activated the teleportation array without saying a word." Tho urged him, "Mike, get up, hurry!" Seeing Thunder's worried expression, Mike asked in confusion, "Nest, why are you so tense?" Suddenly, Thunder's voice boomed across the area. He was trying his best to protect Mike carefully. At that moment, a large dog suddenly lunged out from nowhere. It dashed at a dizzying speed, ferociously attacking the beast that had malicious intent. A battle erupted, leaving Mai in a state of panic. "A beast?" Tho quickly reassured him. "Don't panic, that's my summoned beast." Mach, hearing this, asked in confusion, A summoned beast? You even know summoning magic?" After clearing the beast, he climbed onto the dog's back and said, "I'll explain that later. Now isn't the time to talk. Get on quickly. This place isn't safe. We have to find Van." The two of them moved off immediately. Mach marveled. "Oh my god, I'm actually riding a magic wolf," Thunder commanded. "Nova, head southeast." The wolf obeyed its master instantly, flying off toward the southeast in a straight line. This terrified Mai. He panicked and said, "It's my first time riding a beast. Can you go a bit slower?" Tho countered, "We're in a hurry." Then Mike asked, "Where were we teleported to?" He became deep in thought, his face cold as he answered, "I'm afraid it's the Shadow Continent." Meanwhile, the other students were all bewildered and terrified. People were screaming everywhere. "A beast! Look, there's a beast! Where is the teacher? Someone's injured. Stop the training immediately." Then, Te leaned down and asked Han Tani, "Hey, are you okay?" Tani Y replied, "I'm fine. That's how it should be. Combat training is only meaningful if it involves real danger." Van was completely lost. He furrowed his brows and wondered, "Where is this?" Before Van could even think, a beast lunged at them. It flapped its powerful wings to attack the students. Then, it dove toward Van, baring its vicious teeth as if to tear him apart. Break immediately, unleashed his move. Air cannon. Nora coordinated with him, shouting, "Fireball!" Instantly, the beast took a deadly hit. It shrieked in agony. As the situation improved, seeing Van still standing there frozen, Nora snapped, "Stop standing there. If you don't want to die, hurry up and act." They then ran away in a hurry. Drake suggested running toward the 9 o'clock direction, noting, "It looks like a path. Maybe we can escape this hellhole." Meanwhile, cries for help echoed continuously. Van looked back, and Mai said, "They're Nora." Seeing this, barked, "Don't look. They're beyond saving." Van asked her, "Are you really planning to abandon them?" Nora retorted angrily, "Worry about yourself first, Thunder." Thunder then spoke up, "The people beside us are already dead. This isn't training anymore." But Van couldn't move. He kept looking back. This made Nora furious. "If you keep doing useless things, we're not following you anymore." Van remained determined. He insisted, "At the very least, I can't watch them die right in front of me." As he spoke, he fired an attack at the beast hovering above. Van rushed toward the person opposite him, pulling his friend up and shouting, "Grab my hand," the friend said movingly. "Thank you." But the beasts wouldn't let Van carry out his plan so easily. They let out a horrific roar, preparing to attack him. Nora sighed. "What a total pain." Black said, "Looks like we have no choice but to risk our lives." As he finished speaking, a sound echoed, making him turn around in confusion. Nora, not realizing anything, asked, "What's wrong?" Du was tense. He told her, "This isn't good. Something is approaching." From within the forest, dust swirled into the air, signaling the arrival of a massive monster. Indeed, just seconds later, the white ghost monkeys appeared. They gnashed their teeth, glaring ferociously at the humans. Nora said in horror, "White ghost monkeys? They were drawn here by the noise from before." Bake replied, "I don't know, but they look like mid-level beasts or higher. There are so many, we can't possibly hold them off." Nora panicked and told him, "If you have any powerful artifacts hidden, take them out now." Bake stopped her. "Wait." Nora disagreed, shouting, "Wait for what? If you don't use it now, we'll take it to the grave, Jack," Bake said coldly. "It seems like something even more terrifying is coming." Suddenly, the golden lion appeared. It stomped its feet on the ground, shaking the earth. It roared, its whole body radiating a fiery orange glow as it charged viciously toward them. Finally, they realized what it was. The students gasped in fear. A king-level beast, the golden lion. Dee's eyes widened. "I've only ever seen this in textbooks. If only someone in our group knew how to craft a weapon to counter it." Nora interjected, "I could do it, but I'm afraid that monster won't give me the time." Van witnessed this and was devastated, thinking, "Not like this again, am I the one dragging the group down?" Then, B coordinated with Nora. "Then hurry up and do it. Do whatever you can. We can't just sit here and wait for death." She replied, "I understand. Help me stall it for 30 minutes. He quickly cast a spell, and she did her best to distract it, preparing an air cannon. The golden lion refused to lose. It exhaled a stream of fire, countering B's cannon. Taking advantage of the distraction, B rushed behind it, deciding to attack again. He hypothesized, "It's a fire-type beast. This should be effective, Jack." Then, Break quickly fired ice stones, which hammered repeatedly against the golden lion from every angle, giving it no chance to escape. Before long, it could no longer resist. It roared in agony. The golden lion was furious to the extreme. It lunged at Bake in a desperate, life-or-death struggle. Break realized the dangerous situation he was currently in. He gritted his teeth, unsettled, thinking, "Is this where it ends?" But suddenly, something rushed in and blocked the golden lion's movement. Break was stunned for a moment. He was surprised to see thunder, then stammered in confusion. The golden lion and Nova strike back fiercely. The two wild beasts attack each other relentlessly, creating a truly shocking spectacle. Seeing this, Bay asks in confusion, "They're fighting on their own?" Mike quickly explains, "Those are Nest's summoned beasts." Nora is also surprised and repeats his words, "Summoned beasts?" Van is equally stunned, muttering, "Nest knows summoning magic? And he summoned such a powerful monster." Watching their reaction, Mike says excitedly, "Surprising, right?" When I heard him say it, I was shocked too. His strength is on par with a professor's now. Just then, Thunder stands there, stunned. He observes closely and notices something wrong. The golden lion is gaining the upper hand, constantly attacking Nova and making it cry out in pain. The golden lion then ferociously breathes fire at Nova, using its overwhelming power to keep Nova from countering. Realizing the critical situation, Thunder quickly uses a recall spell and shouts, "Nova, return for now." Immediately, Nova vanishes from the brawl with the golden lion, leaving behind the beast's savagery. Bay panics and says, "As expected, it's still not working?" Fighting a golden lion in close combat without fire resistance is too disadvantageous. Though quickly reassures him, "Leave it to me." At the same time, Nova reaches them. Bay asks, "Are you planning to face it alone?" "That's too dangerous." Mike quickly volunteers, "I'll go with you." Van wants to join too. He shouts, "Include me." Thunder disapproves of his suggestion and says coldly, "Don't act recklessly. You guys have a more important mission." He instructs them, "The monsters will notice this place soon. You and Nova need to protect her." Van urgently warns everyone, "Don't let the monsters destroy the teleportation array. That's our only chance to get out of here." Hearing this, both Van and Mai respond to Thunder in unison. "I understand." Instantly, a screen appears before Thunder. It reads, "Intermediate Beast Essence 14. Do you want to absorb it?" Along with two options, yes or no. Without any hesitation, Thunder presses the button to activate the feature. Not long after, Nova is upgraded. It looks straight at the opponent, full of fighting spirit. A moment later, the system displays again. MP fully restored. Summoned Beast Nova has recovered from injuries. With that, Thunder rushes toward the Golden Lion with unnatural speed. He urgently casts a defensive shield to block the Golden Lion, refusing to let it turn the tide. Bay, who has been watching, exclaims, "Close combat? Even using a magic shield consumes too much energy." Mai also exclaims, "Maybe that's the energy I saw my sister use." Then he is stunned to discover the truth. That is a skill only knights possess. As for Thunder, he grits his teeth, trying to use all his power to attack the Golden Lion. He then continues using his spells and shouts, "Clone summoning technique." Instantly, countless clones appear, lunging forward with all their might to attack the Golden Lion. He quickly swings his blade, slashing straight at the monster's foot. Not giving it a chance to react, Thunder lands a second strike. His sword hits the Golden Lion's arm, causing it to howl. A moment later, it regains its power and breathes a blast of energy back at Thunder. Watching the fight, Mai exclaims in shock, "A high-level clone spell." On Bai's side, he and Van are trying hard to fight off other monsters. Bai reminds Mai, "If you're free to watch, come help out." Just as he finishes speaking, Van promises, "I won't hold you guys back anymore." Thunder is struggling even more. He thinks to himself, "I can only maintain 2 clones at a time right now, but I can't use energy for the clones. My strength is holding up, but this fire is troublesome. It's best to draw its attention first." Suddenly, Bai shouts, "Mai, help Nest attack its right leg." He continues to yell, "Mark it for Thunder. I wounded it there earlier. That's its weakest point." Thunder finally realizes, the right leg. The slash from the clone earlier was deeper. It had indeed been injured. He thinks happily, if there's an opening, it's easy to handle. Thunder immediately uses an ice-binding spell to trap its feet. The golden lion roars and struggles violently, constantly breathing fire at Thunder. Thunder urgently weaves through the sharp ice shards, keeping the initiative. Then he shouts loudly, "Waiting for this." He begins his finishing move. First, Thunder uses elemental absorption magic to drain the elements from its body. Then he quickly converts the elements into sharp ice spikes. Finally, Thunder hurls everything at the golden lion. This triggers a fierce explosion on its body. With lightning speed, Thunder delivers a powerful blow, knocking the golden lion down and sending it flying across the ground. Growling in anger, it struggles on the ground, its roar tearing through the air. Although its body trembles from the pain, it forces itself up with pure rage, though speaks coldly, his voice sharp as a knife. Still not giving up? The golden lion roars angrily, opening its mouth wide and spitting out a raging, swirling stream of fire straight at him. Without hesitation, Thunder looks at the incoming fire and uses instant teleportation. Thunder moves like a bolt of lightning, escaping the attack by a hair's breadth. Before the golden lion can react, he appears right behind it, extending his hand to summon a blast of ice to deal the killing blow. The battle ends in silence. The golden lion collapses, completely subdued by Thunder's power. A glowing line of text flashes on the screen. Received king-level beast essence. Thunder coldly holds the trophy in his hand. "You could have lived longer." Tan yells, "Mai, to the left." He replies, "Coming." Seeing this, he is satisfied. Looks like the other side is almost finished too. Tho looks at Van and asks, "Are you hurt?" He answers gently, "It's nothing. Just a few scratches." Mike runs over. "Nest, you're amazing. This is the first time I've seen a mage fight like you." Tan also expresses admiration. "True, it really opened my eyes. I thought dealing with Break last time was your full power. Where on earth did you learn that magic?" Thunder turns to Nora. "I'll explain to you both later. How's the teleportation array going?" She replies, "It's basically done." He asks, "What's wrong?" Nora replies with a heavy tone, "The array is complete, but it needs a huge amount of mana to start. With my strength, I'm afraid teleporting even one person is difficult." Hearing this, Thunder places his hand on her shoulder to share his mana. "Use mine." She realizes this is mana-sharing magic. She looks in surprise at the light surrounding her. "Is this Nest's mana?" Afterward, Thunder turns to her and asks gently, "Is that enough?" Nora indicates she is ready. "You two, hurry and stand in the array. I'm starting now." She touches the ground, creating a magic circle with the silver threads of the Moonweaver. Right at that moment, Nora gave the command, "Bring my light through the dawn's mist," walking the invisible path where lilies bloom. The ground shattered into pieces, rocks and soil were blown away by an invisible force, space-time coordinates distorted, and in a blink, they fell into a completely different dimension. Mike suddenly realized, "We're back? And wait, this doesn't look like the city." Tan turned around. "I know this place. This is the Talia Wilderness, north of Jonan City. I used to come here for hunting." Mai turned to Nora. "Are you okay? Your teleportation formation was a bit off." She crossed her arms. "You should know that Jonan City is protected by a barrier. Unless there's a corresponding formation open inside the city, we can only teleport to the outskirts." He put his hand to his chin. "Oh, is that so?" Van seemed to recall something. "Now that you mention it, I think I heard about that in class." Thunder suddenly spoke up, interrupting, "In short, we just need to head south, right?" All three were suddenly startled. Mike's eyes widened. "Nest, Nora, I'm shocked. Your hair!" The three shouted in unison. "Why is it red now?" Thunder replied calmly. "Oh? This?" He explained to them. "Actually, it has always been this color. The teleportation formation consumed quite a bit of mana, so I had to save what I could. Besides, There's no need to hide it from you guys anymore, Tan asked, surprised. So, you've been using transformation magic this whole time? He realized. Does that mean you're also one of the saviors? Nora's eyes widened. With a look of disbelief, she said, No wonder you know so many skills. Mike's sudden scream rang out, harsh and full of surprise, echoing through the space. Tan scolded Mike. Why did you yell so loudly? Nora also snapped. Are you crazy? You scared me. He looked excited. Thunder. You're Thunder, aren't you? Van's eyes grew wide, his gaze darting between shock and confusion. Thunder. Thunder turned around. Sorry, Mike. I asked Slavia to keep it a secret. The three started grilling him. Wait. Does that mean your name is fake too? How many more things are you hiding from us? Van realized and spoke up to confirm. So, your real name is Thunder. Hearing him say that, Thunder just replied gently, This is a long story. Let me explain it to you two later. Day suddenly contacted him. Big brother, I finally reached you, Thunder wondered. Day, what's wrong? He shouted, his voice nearly cracking with urgency. It's the Dark Guild. The Dark Guild is here again. Thunder cast his gaze toward the distance. The Dark Guild, so it really was them causing trouble. Day, watch your safety. Don't get involved. I understand, boss. Where are you right now? Then he looked at the screen opposite him, his tone full of authority as he signaled, I'm in the forest north of Jonan City. I'll be back soon. If you're still safe, meet me at the north gate of Jonan City. Just as he finished speaking, a student stared blankly at the black hole opposite them. Hey. Ness no. Day. Look over there. Opposite their group, a man holding a staff, completely hooded, appeared. I didn't expect you to escape the Shadow Continent on your own. That's truly surprising. Without hesitation, he lifted his head and lowered his voice to command the person on the other end of the line. I'll contact you again in a moment. Kaido, standing in the middle of the desert, realized immediately. So, you were the one behind the scenes all along, he said furiously, saving us the trouble of having to look for you. She added, her voice full of resentment. Do you know how many people you've killed? My father will never forgive you. Thunder stepped forward. He gently reminded the two. Saying those things to him won't make any difference. Eliza heard how Thunder expressed himself, his face darkening as he tutted. Not bad, red-haired kid. You're a sensible one. I'll give you a quick death in a moment. Kaido was stunned by Eliza's attitude and shouted, What did you say? Fortunately, Anthony was by his side to steady his nerves just in time. Calm down, man. That guy doesn't look like an easy target. Back to the situation. Their noise made the old man frown in annoyance. Stop blabbering. Eliza pointed his arm straight forward, his finger aimed directly at Van. Hand him over to me, and nothing here will concern you anymore. Surprised by Eliza's demand to hand someone over, Day and Nora were still reeling. Van wondered, why? Thunder didn't beat around the bush. His eyes were full of determination as he looked straight at the old man and declared, Forget it. We won't agree to that. Eliza felt deeply insulted. He raised his staff, aura surging intensely. Red-haired brat. I could be kind and spare their lives, but I must have your head. Don't blame me. This is the order of the Dark Guild, and no one can defy it. In an instant, the waves of aura gathered, forming a high-level magical beast. I know this is the first time you've seen a king-level beast, but it will also be the last. Eliza gripped his staff tightly, his face pale with rage, screaming violently. Come out, Golden Lion. But unexpectedly, contrary to that majestic summoning tone, the Golden Lion appeared by falling face first into the dirt. The scene was so hilarious that it made Nora, Kaido, and Anthony burst into hearty laughter. This isn't the first time I've seen something like this, but it will definitely be the last. If you waited a few more days, we'd only be seeing bones. Can summoning magic really summon corpses? I've learned something new today. The three's actions triggered Eliza, who raised his staff and shouted, You have angered me. From high above, following the swirling vortex of spiritual energy, a swarm of human-faced spiders appeared. Anthony shielded Nora, his voice full of discomfort and fear. Human-faced spiders. Behind him, she curled up, shivering. I hate spiders the most. They're so gross. To help Nora feel less afraid, Kaido played the hero saving the damsel, shouting with a serious face. It's okay. Leave them to us. Watch me burn them all to a crisp with my fire. Still not understanding why Eliza was targeting Van, Nora remained puzzled. Van, why did he name you specifically? It made him stutter, not knowing how to answer. Hey! A familiar voice appeared from the side, shouting crazily, Nobody is taking anyone. Let's go. It was none other than Thunder. Kaido held out his hand, spewing fire as he rushed in with a fireball spell. A single opening move left the human-faced spiders covered in wounds, rocks, and dust exploding everywhere. Feeling that thunder was useful, Nora and Anthony supported him with everything they had, unleashing move after move. Air cannons, water arrow rain. Everyone's treatment of him brought tears to Van's eyes. From his hand, he gripped a stone that looked like gold, glowing brilliantly as he blasted the swarm of poisonous spiders away. I won't let you guys protect me forever either. The weapon he suddenly used left Eliza confused a divine light. I never expected to find this on you, he shouted, flicking his hand, and a streak of purple spiritual energy sliced through the air. Consider yourself lucky, but since it's with you, that means the one in the Queen's possession is a fake. Before Eliza could even finish, he was sucked into a vortex of spiritual energy and whisked away. Then I'll go see her. The prince, unwilling to let Eliza escape so easily, gripped his weapon, which radiated a divine light. Van lunged forward. Wait. His rank was suddenly being gossiped about by Thunder's group. Hold on, if I heard that right, did he just call him the eldest? Father shouted at him, but only received a blank, clueless look from Prince Van. Van didn't hold anything back. He told everyone the whole story of Thunder's group. That's roughly what happened. I just wanted to study on campus like everyone else. They felt pity for him. It was truly sad that he had endured so much contempt while remaining silent. Anthony nodded in agreement beside him. From a certain perspective, it was indeed quite impressive. After listening to the whole problem, Thunder suggested, I see. Let Nova take you back first, and while you're at it, take the injured ones back too. We'll be right behind you. Thanks to Thunder's help, Van, along with an unconscious person from the city, rode Nova. Thank you everyone. At Ronin City, the students stood high up, each holding a weapon to defend the walls. The spiritual energy was only enough to hold their ground against the sparse number of magical beasts in front. Two students gritted their teeth, trying to suppress their rising emotions. The magical beasts seemed endless. Up at the magic tower, the source of massive blue energy was still being released from the staff, triggering a series of explosions. A thick golden smoke filled the air, and the destructive power was immense. The two students standing by watching were overjoyed. You're here already? Great! As long as the Tower Master is guarding the magic tower, no matter how many magical beasts there are, they can't breach Ronin City. One of them bowed slightly, his eyes and face filled with hesitation. It's just a pity about the surrounding forest. Andreon, standing nearby, saw him appear during such a dangerous moment and demanded, Professor Finn, you shouldn't be here right now, should you? Lee, also present, looked on in confusion. Is there something important you need to report? Professor Finn's face darkened. He flashed a bright smile, acting fearless as he spoke. Queen, I originally thought the God of Light would be with you, but I never expected it. Open the city gates. I will ensure the safety of the royal family. Hearing this, Lee was stunned for a few seconds. The God of Light? I don't know what you're talking about. His arrogant attitude infuriated Andreon, who roared, You dare come here alone to threaten the Queen? Arrest him. Two soldiers equipped with armor and spears pointed their weapons straight at Finn. Completely unafraid, he smirked with a grin that was as delighted as it could be. One of the soldiers, restraining Finn, looked incredibly confused. Is this guy crazy? Only Lee realized something was wrong. She shouted a warning. Everyone, be careful. Retreat. Don't get near him. As soon as she finished speaking, purple energy surged from his body, attacking the two soldiers and throwing them far away. Andreon, who had been watching from the side for a long time, widened his eyes and frowned in shock. It's the Shadow Plague. This guy is from the Dark Guild. After dealing with the obstacles, Finn raised his left hand with a smug grin. If that's the case, I'll use my own way to open the gates. By then, Ronin City will no longer exist. His attitude was incredibly annoying to Andreon. You arrogant jerk. But Lee, standing beside him, understood Finn's intent and ordered him. Don't tangle with him. Quickly mobilize the troops to protect the Tower Master. He definitely wants to use the magic tower to break the city defenses. Hearing her correct assessment, while absorbing spiritual energy into the orb, he said with a mocking tone. As expected of the Queen. It's just a pity it's already too late. In an instant, the blue orb absorbed all the massive energy Finn had poured into it. Above, the two students watched the magical beasts die and were extremely excited. Those magical beasts, they don't know their own limits, do they? See, with the Tower Master here, we don't even need to lift a finger. Just watching the show is enough. One of the students placed his hand on the wall, looking down as he spoke. Do they really think the barriers of Ronin City are just for show? How could those low-level beasts possibly breach it? As soon as he finished speaking, a blast of blue spiritual energy shot straight toward the gate wall. The student from before bowed his head slightly, his eyes filled with confusion as he looked down. Is that aiming angle a bit too close? Within a few short seconds, that surge of spiritual energy caused a massive, earth-shattering explosion. The city gate was breached, creating an entrance for the magical beasts, which swarmed inside. Lenny looked up in confusion. It's over. Beside him, the others asked in disbelief. The magic tower isn't working properly? Why is it shooting at our own walls? His face turned pale, his voice trembling with fear. Don't you get it? The Tower Master must have been controlled by the Dark Guild. Not wasting any precious time, Lenny rushed forward. We have to get to the magic tower. We must regain control of that place. The others followed behind, joining him. I'll run with you. Anyway, I wanted to head north to find the boss. Back elsewhere, Van, alone with Nova Thunder's mount, was speeding forward. He knew the beast was getting exhausted, so he encouraged it. Come on, Nova, we're almost home. At another location, a foot stepped quietly forward, sending dust and rocks flying. Van's expression suddenly changed. He went pale, his eyes widening. Why is it like this? Looking at the hole blasted through the city wall, a slogan echoed. The city wall has been breached. Then, above the gatehouse, the two figures flicked their hands, conjuring spiritual energy. Great fireball technique. Windblade. Van was caught in a daze, wondering, damn it, even if I get into the city now, it's useless. His eyes stayed fixed on the horde of magical beasts stampeding through the collapsed wall, his face covered in sweat. With so many beasts spread out, I can't possibly deal with them all in an instant. If the city wall isn't repaired, it's all for nothing. An idea flashed in Van's mind, after a moment of hard thinking, unless I can deal with the magical beasts at their root. While riding, he glanced back behind him. These beasts couldn't have come from behind. There must be a powerful mage creating a teleportation formation. Even with my energy, it's hard to kill the opponent. But if I destroy the teleportation formation, as expected, a beast army was rushing in like a gale. Got it, it's over there. Returning to the present, Van helped the student Nova had carried down and sat him under a tree, giving him careful instructions. I'm sorry, I have to leave you here. It's too dangerous to keep following me. I've cast a blessing spell on you. In half an hour, you'll be able to walk again. Once the beasts thin out, go find help. Job done. He returned to the mount's back, waved his arm, and commanded in a low voice, Nova, you know where I want to go. Take me there. The magic tower. A tower that looked quite peaceful and quiet from the outside. Suddenly, a wolf-like magical beast was summoned, slamming its fist hard against the wall. Get out here, right now. You ants, you soldiers inside. Hearing the commotion, they panicked. Someone was coming to kill them. A morphed magical beast threw a punch, sending a human-faced spider flying. Die. How dare you raid the magic tower? Lenny didn't have time to think. He raised his arm, channeling his inner strength. Windblade. A sudden explosion tore through the area. A circular crack formed, and rocks and debris flew into the air. Two masked men inside the magic tower looked at each other in confusion. The control panel, that guy. One of them lowered his voice, his tone cold. Look what you've done. You've ruined all the super-grade magical beasts in here. Lenny wasn't afraid. Instead, he challenged them. So what? They weren't mine to begin with. Now, we finally have some time to chat. As soon as he finished speaking, a swarm of venomous spiders sprouted from the ground, attacking like wild seedlings. Go ahead and chat with those spider monsters. Lenny quickly raised his arm to channel his energy. A golden barrier surrounded his magic shield. To be able to summon magical beasts this quickly, is this side connected to a beast nest? Back in the arid, gravel-filled desert, Thunder's group of three was running frantically forward. Nora seemed quite dissatisfied. She looked at Kaido and complained, Hey, are we just going to keep running like this? He looked at her, confused, and asked, Couldn't you have teleported us closer to the city? The sudden question made Nora shrug her shoulders, her eyes closed, as she replied calmly, Getting us back at all is good enough. What else are you complaining about? Seeing him keep running without stopping, Kaido called out from behind. Nest, don't you have any more summoning beasts for us to ride? Nest kept a blank expression, trying to reassure them. I'm sorry, I don't. Everyone, hold on a little longer. Jack is almost here. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and his thick brows knitted together as if he had seen something. Nora was still trying to give advice, unaware, but she finally realized the problem. You want to ride a magical beast? Well, here they are. Kaido raised his arm, clenching his fist. I have no intention of riding those disgusting things. Sure enough, in front of the group, There wasn't just one, but a massive swarm of venomous, human-faced spiders surrounding them. He fell into a state of hesitation, his face darkening as he muttered, "Is there any way to wipe them all out at once?" But Nora gave Kaido no hope. She declared firmly, "It's impossible. Do you see the teleportation circle above? If we don't destroy it, the spider monsters will just keep falling. Our magic will run dry sooner or later." Thunder, hearing what Nora said, already had a hunch. "So, I just need to destroy that thing, right?" She was quite surprised, nodding slightly while still looking hesitant. "In theory, yes. But to destroy it, you have to go to the other side of the teleportation gate and blow up the passage. With so many beasts being sent through, Jack must be connecting to the beast tide on the other side." Without wasting words, Thunder formed hand signs, channeling his inner strength. Thunder Clone, a copy of him holding a sword, appeared. Doing this was basically walking into a death trap. Leaving the clone for the others, Thunder took his weapon and flew into the sky. He cautioned, "As long as my clone is fine, I can come back to you guys." Kaido was shocked by his actions. "No? You're really going?" Even having 10 lives wouldn't be enough. While slashing at the venomous spiders, Thunder warned them, "Before I return, don't act recklessly." Just like that, wielding his blade, he plunged alone into the vortex of purple spiritual energy. Thunder delivered precise, lethal strikes to every single human-faced spider. He channeled more inner strength, gathering it into a fireball, and threw it straight ahead. An explosion occurred. Fireball technique. In front of Thunder was the lair and base where Eliza was floating, surrounded by spiders. Another bug coming to die? Great. I'll feed you to my pets. Taking a quick look, he realized a crucial point. That spot was the core of the Beast Wave's teleportation array. Moving forward, Thunder didn't stop slashing, destroying spiders one by one. There were truly countless of them. Suddenly, right in front of him, a blinding golden light filled the area. It was the holy light of purification. The light grew longer and longer, the rays extending inch by inch until a massive explosion occurred. A few seconds later, a familiar figure appeared, floating in the air. It was Van. He was just as surprised to hear Thunder's voice. "You're here too?" Eliza watched this sudden reunion from the other side. The old man was incredibly annoyed. "A prince and a child of the prophet, you are both thorns in my side. How annoying." Raising his staff, he was constantly enveloped in a shroud of purple spiritual energy. "Today, I will bury you all under this tide of beasts." Back on the other side, the magical beast-morphed Thunder was using all his might to fight off the venomous spiders. Lenny channeled his inner strength, unleashing a sword slash of spiritual energy with immense power, Wind Blade. In an instant, the magic tower guard's right arm was severed. Blood flowed in streams. Gritting his teeth through the pain, the man raised his left hand toward the lever. "Damn it! If we're going down together." That threat didn't scare Lenny at all. He declared boldly, "Don't even think about it." As he spoke, a blast of blue spiritual energy slammed directly into the guard, knocking him away, and the magic tower shook violently. Debris fell like rain. Sensing the danger, Lenny ordered, "The stone beast is unstable. Run." Before he could even use his own strength to run, the man grabbed Lenny, lifting him up, and sprinted forward. A massive explosion, with unimaginable destructive power, occurred. Rocks flew everywhere, large chunks at a time. The two students looked at each other, their worry clearly visible on their faces. "The magic tower has collapsed. Oh my God, Jonan is done for." One of them looked up, pale-faced, and muttered, "With only us, how can we possibly fight off so many demons?" Suddenly, from the other side, an authoritative woman accompanied by 2 soldiers approached, weapons raised. "Everyone, don't panic. Jonan cannot be defeated that easily. The gods are with me." Her timely arrival made the students cheer with joy. "The queen!" They couldn't contain their excitement, raising their hands and pleading repeatedly, "The gods are with me." Thunder's legs were tangled in the tentacles of some kind of magical beast, making it hard to move. Carefully, thanks to his sharp blade, he made a light cut, severing the tentacles. "This trick again?" Raising the holy light weapon in his hand, Van called out, "Come to me. The dark shadows cannot approach the holy light." Eliza stood there, watching every move he made, his voice full of spite. "Do you think I'll let you succeed?" As he finished speaking, Eliza slammed his staff hard into the ground. An ice barrier appeared. The wall was large and tall, separating Van from Thunder on the other side. "Damn it." Seeing that the danger had been halved, Elijah boldly declared to him, "I will kill you first." Not wanting Thunder to be in danger, he found an ideal gap in the ice, compressed divine light for him, and caught it. The stone-like weapon glided gently following the compression force, dodging the thick ice wall neatly, and then it landed perfectly as if planned, straight into Thunder's hand. With one hand pulling his sword back and the other holding the divine light, he shouted, "It's my turn to attack." Ma Shan was showing his anger. "You actually dare to give the divine light to someone else." He couldn't take it anymore. "Then just die." Ma Shan immediately unleashed his attack. He was very frustrated by this. Thunder had to stop this immediately. "Don't touch him." A chaotic battle was breaking out. He was afraid that his opponent wouldn't be able to hold on. Ma Shan never expected this to happen. The flame magic was so powerful. How can this be? Is it the divine light that enhanced his magic? Or has he demonstrated the power of his own thunder? Not giving him a chance to act, Thunder continued to clarify this. He focused on converting the elements. A chaotic battle resumed. Thunder had to fight everything alone, making it impossible for Ma Shan to act. "You must stop right now." He quickly blocked the attack coming from him. "Damn you, little brat." Ma Shan was surprised by what was happening before his eyes. The magic core staff, he was almost at his limit, afraid that he wouldn't survive this. Thunder quickly appeared just in time to eliminate his opponent. "It's over." He quickly stabbed a dagger into Ma Shan's body. "My lord." Thunder tried to destroy everything with all his strength. He even reminded his teammate, "Jack, the magic power seems to have decreased. Let's go quickly." "All right." Thunder overcame every obstacle himself, clutching onto me, but the power was becoming even stronger, as if there was electricity running through him. Nora clearly felt that the monster's energy seemed to have diminished. Did Thunder succeed? Then why hasn't he returned yet? A deep black hole had appeared here, like a tornado. Thunder and Van quickly returned. They had to overcome every difficulty. "Is that him? Why is Fam here too?" Nora immediately ran over to check on the situation. "Is everyone okay?" Van decided. "I must return to the city quickly." He turned to reassure them. "Don't worry. The monster's nest has been dealt with. The defensive pressure on the city will decrease significantly. It was you who saved Ronal City." Moving to a different scene, Elle was surprised. "That's not my hallucination, is it? The shadow beasts seem to have decreased." Flynn replied, "You aren't seeing things. They have indeed decreased. I don't know if there will be a next wave of attacks, so if we want to repair the city's defenses, we should take advantage of this time." She seemed to have discovered something, her eyes shining brighter. The son of Lee had actually returned after many days of being apart. She was extremely happy because of this. "You're okay." "That's great." He replied, "I'm sorry, mother, for making you worry." Everyone was surprised by this. "That's the queen's son. Isn't that the prince?" "Of course it is. We've never heard of anyone like that before." "Why do I feel like this prince looks a bit familiar?" "It was the person who used to be bullied. Break was jealous of this." "No way, right?" Thunder quickly discovered. "You aren't planning to leave just like that, are you?" Break. He showed clear jealousy. "You guys are truly lucky to have been able to survive and come back." Van felt confused as soon as he heard that. "Does this have anything to do with you?" Black didn't bother answering that question. "Stop with the hypocrisy. You're just disgusting scum. Why haven't you died yet?" Van quickly realized this. It was the shadow plague. Seeing this, Thunder immediately used his own technique, the magic shield distribution technique. He quickly resolved the situation, not letting anyone touch him. At this moment, something terrifying appeared again, seemingly unstoppable. Everyone panicked because of this. He was infected. So they started to block. Quickly use light element magic to prevent it. Use the holy light spell. Van turned to remind Thunder, "You've been touched by it too." Lee immediately replied, "Don't panic. First let the light element mages and the physicians handle the emergency. We have the light of God. Just by using it, we can completely purge the shadow." He replied, "Mother, I'm sorry. When we destroyed the beast's nest, we used up all the light of God." She looked surprised. "What?" "This is Black," showed his malice. "My father has that stuff, but I won't let him give it to you. I can't be a mage anymore, so don't even think about living in peace." He had quickly punched him straight in the face. So noisy. Van even asked a slightly strange question. "How do you feel?" Thunder felt it himself. Strange. There's absolutely no reaction at all. Just then, he saw a system notification. "You have evolved into a dragonkin. Received 100% resistance to the shadow plague." It turned out his power from his past life was gradually recovering. The shadow plague no longer had any effect on him. Thunder turned to tell Elle, "Perhaps I can save them?" Changing the scene, after some hesitation because of what he had just said, she was overjoyed. "Thank you so much. Not only did you help us solve the crisis in Ronal City, but you also offered your own serum to help us treat the shadow plague." I know no amount of words is enough compared to your contribution to Ronal City. Is there anything I can do for you? Thunder hesitated before daring to speak. Actually, there is one thing. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. I want to meet the god. El was surprised by this request. The god? I don't know where you heard the news, but according to records, on the highest floor of the god's tower in Ronal City, a god does indeed exist. It's just that the door at the top of the tower is always locked shut, and for many years, no one has been able to enter, nor do we know how to open it. He replied, You don't need to help me open the door. Just let me get to the top of the tower, and that's enough. She agreed. If that's the case, then that's no problem. Thunder had one more request. Ah, I almost forgot. I also need to ask the queen to lend me 2 people. El didn't quite understand what his plan was yet. The 2 people, Nice and Van, were brought here. I told you to come here, so why did you absolutely have to drag me along? He asked me. I don't know either. He just replied that he didn't know either. Since you've met the goddess, you should ask her yourself. Huh? She had to find the answers for herself. Things that were bothering her even Nis didn't know yet. Finally made it up here. This floor is really high. Is the goddess actually here? He couldn't answer. I don't know. I haven't met her yet either. At that moment, the system displayed a question for him. Do you open the door? Yes. No. He didn't hesitate and pressed yes immediately. Yes. They saw a blinding light inside. It was actually open. Both of them were excited. Is this space magic? It's beautiful. You've come, a voice echoed, leaving them confused. This voice? Is it the goddess? A gem, emitting a mysterious light, appeared there. The voice came from within it. She said to them, As promised, I have brought you all here. Can you tell me the whole truth now? The voice from inside replied, Of course, I will keep my promise, but I need to return to my original body first. He seemed surprised by this request. Your body? He panicked as he realized his body was being lifted into the air. What is this? What are you trying to do to me? The voice inside the gem replied, I'm sorry. Although you haven't realized it yet, you are a part of me. Her body was about to be sucked inside. She struggled to break free. She still couldn't believe it. No way. I have my family. I have my own life and my own memories. Her pleading voice echoed from within. Save me, I beg you. He asked her in confusion. Do you really have to do this? She replied, I'm sorry. I'm powerless now. A mysterious power seemed to surround the stone, making it difficult for anyone to see clearly. That light grew stronger and stronger. They were about to lose their composure. It's too bright. It seemed the stone had other intentions. It was transforming faster and faster. She appeared as if nothing had happened, but there was something different about her. He looked at her figure and asked in shock, Are you still okay? Her gaze was no longer the same as before. It looked like someone else's. He, of course, knew the truth. So, have you two merged into one now? She answered, but her face remained emotionless. That's right, she said coldly. The things I entrusted to you, I can also take back. He quickly realized this was what he had obtained back then, and he was a bit surprised when he received it. For me, she made one thing clear. This is the power of my fragments, and also the complete divine light. It can help you avoid the invasion of the phantoms. Before, he had also found it strange. Why did he attract so many magical beasts every time he used magic? It wasn't because of any curse, but because his royal Ronal bloodline had inherited her power. He was truly horrified to hear these revelations from her. She continued, The phantoms have a natural fear of you, but because you haven't awakened enough magic to purify the phantom's power, they want to extinguish you right from the moment you began to sprout. He was more terrified than ever as he listened. I don't want to believe it, he replied. I don't have any magical talent at all. Even my classmates are better than me. How could I possibly purify the power of the phantoms? She insisted it was fate. Because you have received the complete divine light, you will be guided by the goddess in the future. She didn't keep him waiting long. Then now, let me answer your questions. Suddenly, he was left hanging in midair, which made him panic. She maintained her cold attitude. Are you living happily in this world? He couldn't answer. With such a complex question, it was hard to give a simple answer. He wanted to get straight to the point. Let's talk about the main issue. She didn't hesitate to speak. Fine. Many years ago, I appeared under the title of goddess, hoping to lead humanity on the right path because I could see the future of this world, seeing the phantoms being born and attacking the continent. I wanted humanity to unite their strength and protect this pure land together. But you know, humans, rather than uniting, they are better at exploiting advantages to conquer one another. Before the phantoms even arrived, they had already fallen apart. I tried so hard, building the city of Ronalan and founding the Dragon Knights, but the future I saw did not change. He felt it was all too complicated. I don't care about these things. I just want to know why I ended up like this. She replied, You are truly impatient. Yes, it was a risky plan, but I knew the phantoms feared you. And I also knew the dragons and humans had harbored resentment for a long time. You wouldn't willingly help them. Therefore, I killed you, and then reincarnated you as a human. Cutting to another scene, 120 years ago, when she looked over and discovered something. You've come. He was already present there, constantly displaying an angry attitude. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. I have always been waiting for you. He replied, Witch, I heard you are the representative of humanity. Then you must pay for the death of my kin. Without waiting any longer, he immediately breathed fire, causing others to tremble in fear. After that, he used another method, teleportation. She quickly countered this technique, not letting anyone sabotage her plan. Heavenly fire, everything was aimed at one target, which was him, but he still stood there. He immediately breathed fire to show his terrifying power. Everything at that moment seemed to be exploding, as if everything had been destroyed. He warned, These small rocks won't stop me. The witch only replied with a short sentence, I never intended to stop you. He was stunned when he discovered something surrounding him. He angrily realized the truth, that this was a magic circle. She happily said, Everything I have done was for this day. I won't let this happen a second time. I've played with you enough. He immediately used his own technique to end the battle quickly, but he did not expect it to happen so fast. What is this? The witch looked over coldly. She had a clear plan, and it was effective. He was in pain as he couldn't break free. What have you done to me? She suddenly broke the staff in her hand. It seemed the witch had another plan, becoming even more determined. He was extremely angry about this. Witch, what are you trying to do? The witch suddenly knelt down, for reasons unknown. She said, I'm sorry. This continent needs your power. At that moment, his body seemed to be dissipating, with only his soul hovering away from his physical form. The witch suddenly said, I will find you a new home. He was thus frozen and trapped in ice, unable to escape. Nis recounted the entire story. Just like that, I used a spell to lure your soul, then sent your soul into a new life. Even though you feel like it was just a snap of the fingers, in reality, I had to spend years on that. Moreover, I specially created an extremely sophisticated and complex magic contract for you. Only when humans receive your help will you gradually unlock your inherent power, to ensure that one day you can return to your original form, your true self. I, along with 5 other adventurers, hid it deep underground. They built a fortress around that underground palace and swore to guard this secret for all eternity. That place is the city you know as Ferret Apartments. Thunder was in total shock upon learning the truth. It took him a long while to process such a massive amount of information. So, hidden beneath the foundations of Ferret Apartments was his own true body. He met the serious gaze of Nis, listening blankly as she finished speaking. This was the cold, hard truth of the matter. Do you have any other questions? The moment she finished, he couldn't control his rage and reached out to grab her throat. Thunder shouted furiously, You turned me into this. Do you really think I'll keep playing along with your plans? Nis didn't resist. She just tried to regulate her breathing and spoke up loudly. If you kill me now, that curse will never be broken. Don't even dream of regaining your dragon form. Thunder was stunned by her words. Episode 2. Magic and the Truth of the Dragon. Are you telling the truth? His hand on her throat loosened slightly. Nis finally had room to breathe and continued to insist. Jack is being difficult. Of course. And by the way, this magic has no effect on me. I'm the one who designed this contract system. Don't think I didn't leave myself a way out. Seeing Jack's air, Nis's unwavering attitude, his brow furrowed even tighter. But Thunder knew she wasn't lying to him, so he reluctantly let her go. He glanced down at the person slumped at his feet and asked in a stern voice, What do I have to do to restore it? Nis rubbed her sore neck while calmly responding, You just need to complete all 1,000 missions, and your power will be fully restored. Thunder heard the number she mentioned and asked again, finding it hard to believe. 1,000? Seeing that he didn't seem pleased, and fearing he might get physical again, she quickly warned him, I have to remind you again. I am the owner of this contract magic. If I die, you lose all your abilities and become an ordinary human. Thunder laughed bitterly upon hearing that, mocking himself. You've become my weakness, haven't you? Nis slowly stood up and faced his annoyed gaze, calmly responding, You could put it that way. She maintained her rare, composed demeanor in the face of his power, and proposed, Let's make a deal. We'll cooperate to wipe out the shadow wraiths. Once we clear them from this continent, whether you've finished those 1,000 missions or not, I will help you restore your Thunder form. Finally, Thunder accepted her proposal. I can agree to that, but I have one condition. Knees looked at him suspiciously. A condition? He stated his requirement seriously. You must stay by my side and travel with me. I don't want your death to get in my way. Hearing that, she didn't find it unreasonable, and easily agreed with Thunder. No problem. But I have a condition too. After she finished speaking, she pointed in the direction of Van, who was standing there looking clueless, and said to Thunder, "We need to bring him along to deal with the shadow wraiths, but I don't think Queen Jack is going to be easy to talk to." He looked at the person she pointed to and accepted the request. I'll convince her. With the deal concluded and the agreement between them reached, the group went to the royal palace the next day, making Lee anxious. You want Van to join the Red Wings? Thunder put a hand on Van's shoulder, facing the queen firmly, and speaking bluntly. To be precise, he volunteered to join. Van was also somewhat uneasy, fearing his mother would object, so he tried to convince her. Mother, he's not wrong. I want to go on an adventure with them. Lee looked at her beloved son's desperate expression and changed her tone. So, where do you plan to go next? Thunder honestly reported the group's next steps to her. We plan to head back to Ferret Apartments first. It is currently the headquarters of the Red Wings and the front line against the Shadow Wraiths. I need to gather forces there to respond to the war that might be coming. She heard this and looked with worried eyes toward where Van was standing. Is this the life you desire? He replied, being 100% serious. Mother, I have never found the meaning of my existence, but only when I am by his side do I have the courage to face difficulties. Van was truly determined for this adventure. This is my destiny, and it is something I must do. Whether you agree or not, I will still leave with them. Lenny heard this determined conversation and couldn't help but laugh out loud. What now? I told you, he's grown up and you can't keep him under your wing anymore. Lee could only sigh helplessly. That's true. Every time I see you, you just bring me trouble. She couldn't sway Van's ironclad resolve, so she eventually gave in. Fine, I lose. Van heard that and happily interrupted. So, Mother, you agree? Lee was still uneasy and offered some words of blame along with instructions for her beloved son. You didn't give me a choice, but you must promise to write to me often and let me know how you are, okay? Upon receiving approval more easily than he imagined, he hugged her tightly and happily promised, I will. Thank you, Mother. Thunder looked at the warm scene, dazed, as he suddenly remembered his own mother and wondered, is this what family love is? I don't know how things are back where I said goodbye at the academy. The more he thought, the more human emotions stirred within him, and he grew increasingly anxious. Perhaps by now, she still doesn't know that her husband is no longer in this world. Because of these thoughts, Thunder became even angrier at his current situation. He promised himself, Shadow Wraiths, I will wipe you all off this continent, and then I will go find that damn god in my own way, to settle the score. Once everything had been settled smoothly, the group climbed into a carriage and left the gates of Roland. Lee and the others stood on the city walls, watching the carriage gradually move into the distance. Thunder sat in the carriage opposite Van and furrowed his brows slightly, asking him, Aren't you going to say goodbye to them? Van looked toward his hometown, his voice tinged with sadness. Forget it. I have to leave in the end anyway. I'm just happy that I could make a few friends after leaving Roland. He cast his eyes toward those in front of him. Besides, I have new friends here too. The carriage traveled further and further away from Roland as Van and the others talked. Nice, who had been silent, finally spoke up, taking role. A prince, a werewolf, an old wizard, and a red-haired teenager. Her voice was laced with a bit of mockery. What an interesting team. Thunder wasn't too happy with her attitude and didn't give Nis a pleasant look. That's all thanks to you. At this, she seemed quite amused as she looked at Nis and said, How did you know I was a werewolf? Are you the same kind as me? She maintained her aloof attitude and replied dismissively, It's the smell. A werewolf's scent is completely different from a normal human's. G followed her cue and looked down at his own muscular body. Scent? I've never noticed my scent being any different from anyone else's. He had a belly full of questions, but, holding back, he asked Nice, Are you telling me your nose is sharper than mine? She didn't find that hard to believe at all and shot back. Of course I can smell all sorts of things, as if to prove her nose was even better than a wolf's. Nice looked out from the carriage and warned everyone. For instance, there's a bit of trouble waiting for us up ahead. No sooner had she finished speaking than Lenny, who was driving, suddenly brought the horses to a halt. Thunder looked at him anxiously and asked, What is it? He tilted his head to look. Inside, with his hands still gripping the reins tight, he replied, I'm not Jack. Lenny then looked ahead. breaking into a sweat. Maybe I'm just getting old. I don't recall there being a checkpoint on the way here. A dispute was breaking out there between the soldiers and the civilians. This can't be happening. Where I go is my business. That right has been revoked. Either turn back or get locked up. Take your pick. The man who refused to comply was dragged away, shouting in indignation. How can this be? I've paid my taxes. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I have to go. The guards, showing no interest in logic, simply mocked them. Just go. A few days in the cell will cool you down. Another guard remained at his post. All right, stop staring. Next, come on up. He asked the person in front of him, where are you headed? The purpose. The person handed over a card and quickly declared, just passing through. I'm a merchant, going to pick up some spices. Thunder moved to the front of the carriage, sitting near the head and peering at the scene outside with suspicion. Is there some kind of dispute? Lenny frowned, watching the situation unfold, without turning his head to answer him. Looks like it. Do you want to cover up your red hair? His question was drowned out by the man screaming. This is exactly why I didn't want to be here. What on earth are you all so afraid of? The booming voice echoed across the area, irritating Thunder so much that he practically launched himself out of the carriage. He kicked the soldier, holding the man square in the back, ignoring Lenny's earlier warning. His sudden move made the other guards jump, turning around to yell, "Who's there?" Seeing that the situation was already spiraling, Lenny could only sigh in resignation at Thunder's hair-trigger temper. Looks like we aren't having a quiet day. The soldiers on this side quickly rallied together. We've got a troublemaker here. Help! Thunder didn't hold back and dived straight into the fray. Ice-bind. His technique left the soldiers gasping in shock. A mage tried to break free from Thunder's spell, but it was useless. He couldn't even budge. Having neutralized the men, Thunder approached them irritably. Tell me, why aren't you letting them go to Ferret Apartments? The soldier, terrified by his fierce expression, blurted out the truth. We're just following orders. Thunder's face hardened, his brows knitting even deeper. Whose orders? Knowing he couldn't resist the man in front of him, the soldier obediently replied, they're orders from the Empire. That answer didn't seem to satisfy him. In fact, his expression grew even gloomier. The Empire. Lenny arrived at the scene of the scuffle. It seems the Empire is taking advantage of the chaos to push deeper into the borderlands. N seemed to already know, her attitude indifferent. I told you, didn't I? Humans are always obsessed with destroying each other. Lenny heard her and began to analyze the military situation. The situation in the Empire is different from our kingdom of Alurin. Most of their key cities lie right on the border where the Umbra attack. In the kingdom of Alurin, the city of Afrion is our first line of defense against the Umbra. Now that the Red Wings are stationed there, the Umbra have shifted their attacks to the Empire's major cities. He analyzed everything thoroughly, coming to the sharp conclusion that the Empire wasn't strong enough to fight back, so they were forced to keep expanding into the sparsely populated interior. Thunder finally understood the problem after Lenny's detailed breakdown. So, that's it. The time they spent talking was just enough for the soldiers to call for reinforcements. They shouted, "Who's trying to force their way through the checkpoint? We're warning you. Drop your weapons." They pointed their spears at Thunder, shouting incessantly, "We're warning you. Our garrison is protected by an A-rank association. If you keep resisting, you'll be dealt with immediately." N looked at the blind fools shouting at Thunder and looked delighted. To disrespect their boss like that, the outcome would be miserable. Only Lenny was worried, thinking, here comes big trouble again. But neither of them expected Thunder to suddenly drop to his knees and clasp his hands in sincere apology. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. We don't want any trouble. Please, spare us." Thunder's move left everyone who expected a brawl completely dumbfounded. Huh? Van seemed just as surprised. It didn't look like things were going how they'd planned. The rare, bizarre sight made even Knees laugh with curiosity. What kind of game is this guy playing? But the soldiers didn't understand the meaning behind their reactions. One hurried over to shackle Thunder's wrists and pull him away. "See, that wasn't so hard, was it?" The other soldier continued to threaten them. "The rest of you, don't just stand there. Drop your weapons." Thunder signaled his team with a glance, and they obediently followed his lead, putting their hands behind their backs without a fight, letting the big guy tie them up. And so, the group was back on the road, in the Empire's prisoner carriage. Inside, Jay looked at Thunder with suspicion. "Boss, what exactly are you planning?" "I've never seen you be this compliant," Thunder then calmly explained to everyone. "We need to send a message out." Van didn't quite catch his drift, and asked, looking bewildered, "A message?" Thunder then coldly revealed the reason for his behavior. "Whether it's the Umbra or the Empire, anyone who dares to touch the Red Wings, I won't hesitate to wipe them off the map." N looked at him, rarely without a sarcastic remark. "Though I don't agree, that certainly is your style." As their conversation ended, the carriage reached the Empire's encampment. Lenny was the first to recognize the emblem on the flag waving outside. Black ring? Van tilted his head to look in the same direction, looking surprised. Aren't they from the Kingdom of Alurin? Why are they serving the Empire now? Lenny seemed to know these factions well. He immediately offered his guess. Their leader is someone who puts profit above all else. He works for whoever pays the most, so it's no surprise. Van heard this and gritted his teeth in anger. What a disgrace to the Kingdom of Alurin. As soon as he finished, Thunder used his dragon eye skill to scan outside. He looked all around the Black Ring camp. The camp was vast, with at least 200 soldiers stationed there. A head-on confrontation would be exhausting. Inside his head, Thunder calculated carefully before his eyes landed on a tall, muscular figure. Wait, that guy. He turned in the carriage to look at Lenny. Is that dark-haired man their leader? He looked at the man and quickly gave him an answer. No. If I recall correctly, that's their second in command. The Black Ring has over 500 men in total, and nearly half are gathered here. It looks like the Empire really put in the effort to secure this area. Just as they were talking, the soldiers outside cut them off with loud shouting. Get out. We're here. He kicked the cell door wide open and shoved them all out, telling them to stand still. Don't cause any trouble, or you'll regret it. Thunder hadn't even processed where they were being held when someone recognized him and cheered. It's you guys. He turned his head and saw a pair of twins. Huh? It's you kids? He quickly assessed the people held captive and came to a conclusion about who was being locked up in this place. It turned out that it wasn't just explorers. Merchants and children had been captured and brought here too. Thunder, standing behind, also recognized some familiar faces and immediately asked what was going on. Boss, aren't these the two kids we met in GoPro Town? He turned his head and teased, You've got a good memory. Then, unable to hide his astonishment, he asked the two siblings, Jerry, you guys were captured and brought here too? The young boy quickly replied, Yeah, we were heading toward Pharaoh's apartments when we got nabbed. Candy was also anxious, but she remembered, I think those guys are from the Crimson Wings. Before she could finish the name, she received a signal from Thunder and went silent. He noticed the guards outside talking loudly, thinking they were some big shots. Turns out they were just a bunch of kids. No one was really in charge here. The major guilds won't come all the way out here, so don't worry. Once Thunder confirmed they hadn't heard anything, he felt relieved enough to ask for the full story. Tell me exactly what happened, and I'll get you all out of here. Thunder's voice echoed in the tent. Lately, our small villages near the Empire's border have been in chaos. At first, the Imperial Army kept harassing us, and then the Black Ring people moved in, claiming they were here to protect the village. Jerry clenched his fists as he spoke, his eyes burning with anger. They demanded free food and lodging from the village, and they forced us to pool our money to buy them weapons and gear. They claimed it was to fight the Imperial Army, but they didn't even care about them. Hearing this, Candy's expression darkened as she said, Seeing that staying in the village wasn't safe anymore, we planned to go to Pharaoh's apartments to join the Crimson Wings, but we didn't expect them to set up posts everywhere. Forget about reaching Pharaoh's apartments. Even getting to the next village isn't easy. Hearing this, a fire of rage ignited inside him. Those bastards even claimed they were sent by Thunder and Nest to help us. In the end, once they entered the village, they wiped out members of other guilds and wouldn't let us contact the outside world. Seeing Jerry's anger, he spoke up. All right, I understand now. Don't worry. I'll help you all join the Crimson Wings safely. The boy was surprised and hesitated, voicing his concern. But now even you guys are stuck here. How can we escape if we rely only on ourselves? He looked at the boy with a sincere, reassuring gaze. Rest easy. After tonight, everyone will be free. After a long while, the sky had turned pitch black, with only a few stars twinkling above. Down on the ground, guards were patrolling all around. Behind the corner of the tent, a fearful voice whispered, Do you two really want to do this? It's too dangerous. Thunder stepped out, ignoring the warnings. There are over 200 of them, and there are only 5 of you. Seeing him rush out, Jerry quickly suggested, If you need us to, we can grab weapons and fight too. Thunder turned his head back to reassure them. Everyone just stay here. Even if there were 1,000 of them, we can handle it. Dee then turned to the boy and said, That's right. Just listen to the boss. Staying inside this room is already helping us. Jerry looked up and struggled to get the words out. Then you guys have to be careful. Looking down from above at the blazing campfire, inside one of the tents, Dean sat back, staring greedily at the pile of shimmering gold in front of him. After this job, I'll be financially free. We really should thank the Empire and the war. In peacetime, we'd only be stuck doing odd jobs. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the area outside the tent, sending dust flying everywhere. Hearing the deafening blast right beside him, he couldn't help but be shocked. Dean turned to one of his subordinates and asked, "What's going on?" The subordinate pointed toward the previous spot and said urgently, "Report, Commander, we're under attack." Hearing that, he became even more irritated and growled, "Duh, don't you think I know that? I'm asking how many of them there are." The man replied meekly, "Sir, it seems like 4 people have been surrounded." Realizing how small the number was, Dean was stunned. 4 people? He pointed and shouted orders to his underlings. "Drag them into my tent. I want to interrogate them myself." The subordinate replied, "Yes, sir." Afterward, Dean pulled back the tent flap and started cursing. "What a bunch of useless trash. You couldn't even handle 4 people? If it were me." Before he could finish his sentence, Thunder pressed a sword against his throat. "You're under arrest." Seeing the sharp blade pressed against him, Dean gasped. "Huh?" He turned his shocked gaze toward him and screamed, "Who the hell are you? Who told you to enter my tent?" Thunder stared at Dean with cold, piercing eyes, urging him, "Didn't you want to interrogate someone yourself? I'm here now. Ask whatever you want." Dean spoke cautiously, his throat against the blade. "Do you have any idea who we are? We're the Black Ring. Messing with us will bring you huge trouble." Hearing that, he didn't show any fear. Instead, he sneered. "Black Ring, huh? I've never heard of you before today, but it looks like you've made a decent profit. Since you've already confessed, let me introduce myself." Dean broke into a cold sweat, staring at Thunder's icy expression. Thunder frowned, his voice cold and threatening. "I'm with the Crimson Wings, the thorn in your side. If you want to keep your head, do exactly as I say." Upon hearing Thunder's name, the man's eyes went wide, and he stammered, Crimson Wings?" The moon gradually rose higher, and the fires below continued to blaze. Inside the tent, Dean sat tied up on the floor along with his subordinates. Thunder was spreading out the man's dirty gold for everyone to see. "Now, you all have the freedom to choose. Anyone who wants to leave can take some money and go home. Anyone who wants to follow me to Pharaoh's apartments can join the caravan." Hearing his offer, Jerry immediately chimed in. "We definitely want to go to Pharaoh's apartments, right?" Candy was just as excited as she shouted, "To Pharaoh's apartments!" The others joined in, cheering to join the Crimson Wings. Dee turned to Thunder, beaming, "Boss, it looks like we're finally going home." Thunder was momentarily lost for words at that thought, going home. Then, he smiled and confirmed, "Yeah, we're going home." The scene shifted to a majestic castle in the early morning. 2 guards outside suddenly saw something and exclaimed in succession, "Someone's coming? Why are there so many of them?" Immediately after, the guard raised his hand, signaling, "Stop, where are you coming from, and what is your purpose for entering Pharaoh's apartments?" Dee poked his head out from the carriage and grumbled, "Coming back to our own territory and getting questioned this strictly?" Slavia stepped out from behind and ordered the guards, "Don't be so tense, let them through." She looked at the carriage with a faint smile. This is their home, after all. He heard her and was extremely surprised. "Elder?" He listened to her voice. She looked toward the carriage with a playful tone. "This is their home after all." He heard that, and called out in utter surprise, "Elder!" He listened to her voice. Her expression quickly softened into a warm, welcoming smile. "Is that really you, Slavia? You came to greet us yourself?" Slavia looked up at Thunder with her large round eyes and replied, "It wasn't exactly planned. I got word from Thunder and happened to be passing by the city gate, so I stopped to check." Suddenly sensing someone was missing, she tilted her head and blurted out, "Where's Thandler?" Van then stepped down, looking around in surprise. "Is this really Pharaoh's apartment?" Meanwhile, En raised a hand to shield his eyes from the sun and remarked, "It's quite different from Ronal's style, isn't it?" Elder Feng stood with his hands on his hips, looking up as he muttered that it had been a long time since he last returned. On the other side, Day approached Slavia and asked, "Didn't you meet the boss? He got back before us." She looked at him with wide eyes and replied, "Is that so?" The castle stood towering in the bright morning sunlight. Suddenly, while Thunder was relaxing on the roof, a voice rang out. "Ah, so this is the place. It's definitely your style of doing things." Only then did he see the owner of that voice. Slavia. She looked down at Thunder with a smile and began, "Long time no see, Thunder." He looked back at her and replied softly, "Long time no see." Slavia didn't hesitate to move next to him and sit down to catch up. "I received a letter from Mac. He said, living with you is going quite well." Thunder glanced over and nodded. "It's fine. He's a good guy." His gaze remained fixed on Slavia as he asked, "I've been busy handling matters in Donal lately, so I haven't been in touch much. How is everyone doing now?" She looked ahead and replied, "They are all great masters now, capable of acting independently. Why don't you go see for yourself?" Meanwhile, elsewhere, Kyo was training the others, saying, "You all need to focus on concealing your presence, don't just rely on your eyes to find the enemy." Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "Not bad. That's more than our class had." Kyo didn't realize who it was and laughed as he replied, "Our class only had 4 people." But a second later, Kyo immediately sensed something was off and blurted out, "Huh." He whipped his head around, his face lighting up as he said, "Thunder, you're back. When did you get here? Why didn't you give us a heads up?" Hearing that, he replied calmly, "Sorry, I just arrived this morning." Those who had been training stopped, took off their blindfolds, and wondered, "And who is this? I've never seen Senior Kyo act so excited before." One of them showed clear contempt and cursed. Another redhead. How unlucky. Hearing that, Kyo couldn't help but get annoyed and turned back to shout, "Watch your tongue. You have no idea who he is." Not wanting to get involved in any trouble, Thunder intervened. "Kyo, stop it. That's not worth talking about." He placed a hand on his shoulder and whispered, "I don't want to reveal my identity yet. Please help me keep it a secret." Kyo was stunned for a long moment before accepting it. "All right then." Kyo cleared his throat and spoke up. "What you all need to know is, this person in front of you is one of the strongest in the academy." Those who were skeptical before started buzzing. "Is that for real? You said you were the strongest before, but you still got beaten by Senior Harry, didn't you? You're just exaggerating." Kyo couldn't take it anymore and barked, "I let Harry win on purpose. You know how ridiculous the pride of those white belt knights can be. If I had beaten him, he would have hounded me for a rematch forever." Seeing his attitude, they were helpless. "Huh? Seriously? Just take it as the truth." Kyo seemed to have a fire burning inside him as he gritted his teeth. "You guys," suddenly, someone from the crowd confidently stepped out and asked, "You say he's the strongest, so how about I challenge him to a match?" Hearing that, Kyo tried to stop him, calling out, "Finn." He turned his head toward Thunder to advise him. "Thunder, don't mind him. It's a waste of time." But Thunder didn't care. In fact, he was intrigued. "Interesting. But what do I get out of this?" Finn shrugged and said, "I don't know. You set the terms. I just want to defeat every strong person I meet." Thunder then reached out, looked him in the eye, and proposed, "I like your attitude. If I win, will you become my personal knight?" Finn was surprised and blurted out, "Huh?" He scratched his head, hesitating. Even though he didn't know what he was thinking, Finn's eyes suddenly turned resolute, and he stated clearly, "Fine, let's do it." Kyo stepped in between them as the referee and announced, "Remember the rules, both of you. We are only testing our skills. No violence allowed. Whoever grabs the opponent's bell first wins. Got it?" Both of them stood calm and straight, answering in unison, "Got it." He looked at the two, his voice echoing with strength. Then, "The match starts on my signal." Finn couldn't wait and lunged forward immediately. Thunder saw this and smirked. "You plan on observing my movements first? You're more cautious than I thought." He closed his eyes tightly and exhaled upon hearing what Thunder said. "But that won't be enough to get the bell." Without hesitation, Finn took off with his eyes shut tight. Suddenly, he pushed off the ground, jumping high into the air as Thunder watched. Finn soared upward, his limbs ready to strike. As soon as he attacked, all the torches were blown out by the gust of wind from Finn. Those watching below couldn't help but murmur, "At least leave us one. We can't see anything at all now." Kyo squinted, his brows furrowing as he thought, "This kid, is he really planning to use the sudden darkness to decide the winner?" No wonder he had his eyes closed the whole time. He was preparing for this. Finn was still in the air, controlling the wind currents carefully. He looked down at Thunder's calm posture and thought, "The rules didn't say I couldn't blow out the candles." Finn then took a golden bell from his waist, thinking, "Of course, they didn't say I couldn't remove the bell either." Without hesitation, he tossed the bell in another direction. Just as Thunder was distracted, focusing on the bell above, Finn quickly noticed the blatant opening. Seizing the moment, he reached out and lunged forward with lightning speed, a triumphant look on his face. "This is it." But Thunder had already noticed and smiled, turning his head, leaving Finn completely stunned. "What?" His face was etched with shock, completely unable to believe his eyes. How is that possible? The scene fell into a suffocating silence, with only the sound of the wind blowing softly. Thunder laughed, placed a hand on Finn's shoulder, and said clearly, leaving him frozen in place, "It's over." Soon after, the torches were relit to illuminate the room. Those outside started to stir with curiosity. Who won? As if waking from a trance, Finn turned to look at him with a surprised face, his entire body stiff. In his heart, he stared at Thunder with mounting confusion. What? When? How did he take the bell? He looked at his waist, stunned to realize it had been tied there without him even knowing. Those outside buzzed, watching the match end. So, Finn won? He's really good. Turns out Senior Kyo was just bragging. Then, Thunder quickly excused himself from the scene, leaving behind, "Well, that's enough. I'm going to look elsewhere. See you later." But suddenly, from behind, Finn stood his ground and shouted, "Wait!" He frowned, turned around, and asked, "Is there something else?" Finn lowered his head bashfully and said, "Please, take me as your student." Then, a loud noise was heard in the back. Elsewhere, Noah walked with his hands clasped behind his back, accompanied by two friends, when his gaze suddenly locked onto someone, and he stared intently. Over there, Kai waved his arms around in frustration and shouted, "Hey, who told you guys to stop? Look at the class next door," his voice echoed. "Look at how lazy they are." Thunder sat down, propped his chin on his hand, and glanced over. "They're white belts. Don't go comparing yourself to them like that." Leo smiled and added, "Yeah, the important thing is to do our own best." Owen reached out, his eyes closed, and mocked, "We know we don't measure up to them, so let's just relax and go easy on ourselves." Kai clenched his fists at those words, his eyes rolling back in frustration as he muttered, "The younger generation really isn't what it used to be. Who says the red belts aren't as good as them?" Suddenly, a voice cut through the tense atmosphere. "That's right. Who said red belts don't measure up to white belts?" Beside him, the one with curly black hair looked ahead, puzzled. "Unexpected. When did he get back?" The one with curly blonde hair answered warily, "Just now." Noah's eyes twinkled with amusement as he spoke up. Thunder walked toward them with one hand in his pocket, the other raised in greeting. "Thunder!" The whole group hurried over to welcome him. Moments later, they had all gathered around the round table. Humry looked over and said, "Kid, you still remember the way back?" Winford, standing beside him, smiled and added, "Seems like the trip went pretty smoothly, huh?" Thunder smiled and replied, "It was all right, though there were some unexpected troubles on the way back. I've already had them sort out lodging for the new arrivals, and I'll introduce some new friends while I'm at it." Lenny stood with his arms crossed, smiling as Thunder began the introductions. "Lenny, I think everyone already knows him." Next was Van, who waved cheerfully, Roland's younger brother. The scene shifted to Nis, accompanied by a brief introduction. "And there's someone who calls himself Break. But in reality, he's what people call a reincarnated god." Humry was startled by the introduction and blurted out, "They're all extraordinary, aren't they?" Winford kept his practiced smile, then his gaze shifted to Finn, his tone curious. "So, who is that standing behind you?" Finn stammered in response. Reporting to the elder, "My name is Finn." Thunder sighed and spoke up. "He's someone I brought back from the black belt side. He insisted on following me, so I kept him on as a bodyguard." At that moment, Slavia's serious voice rang out. "If you're a reincarnated god, why didn't you deal with the shadow wraiths directly, instead of coming to Farod Apartments?" Her sharp gaze locked onto Nis as she pressed him. "Do you have some specific goal that forced you here?" She actually seemed intrigued, evaluating him openly. A sharp girl, indeed. Nis looked at Thunder, who was propped up on his hand, and replied, "I'm glad you found such a good assistant." Hearing that, Thunder turned to face her. "I'm also very curious, how exactly do you intend to help us?" As soon as he asked, the surrounding space seemed to shift to another realm. "It'd be easier to just show you." At that moment, Nis stood up as images of monsters appeared clearly behind her. "Even though I am a god, that doesn't mean we cannot be defeated by the shadow wraiths. There are two main reasons." She used her magic to make crystals hover in the air. "First, I just recovered the power of 3 crystals into my own body. Of course, I know that's thanks to Thunder." Nis's expression hardened for a moment as she explained the problem. "But I must be blunt. For my power to return to its peak, it will take at least another 70 years. Nis turned and raised her hand, continuing, "The second reason is that I'm worried someone is controlling the shadow wraiths." Thunder listened in silence, then leaned forward, speaking gravely. "No need to tell us. We'd already guessed as much. Ever since we ran into that guy, the Dark Guild has been using the power of the shadow wraiths to launch attacks. Furthermore, they used some kind of scheme to capture Gary and Manch. The most important thing right now is to rescue them quickly." Slavia put her hands on her hips, expressing her anxiety, while a massive monster appeared to loom behind her. "I know you're impatient, but I'm even more worried that there might be a god behind them, one even stronger than I am." Slavia was startled, asking frantically, "A god even stronger than you? Is there more than one god?" Nis calmly answered her concerns. "A god is just a title. It could be me, or it could be anyone." Thunder leaned forward, his brow furrowing as he said, "You really know how to comfort people, don't you?" Her sharp gaze then fixed entirely on Nis. "So, what is your plan?" She walked as if across a vast meadow, then calmly presented her idea, step by step. First, we will head to the northern border, start from there, and try to purify the land polluted by the shadow wraiths. Meanwhile, Thunder's eyes widened as he looked at Winford with worry. What's the situation in the north right now? Is there anyone who can provide support? Winford quickly absorbed the question, then turned to look at Slavia. The knights are currently stationed long-term in the north. Recently, the shadow wraiths have been fairly quiet, with no actions crossing the border. Slavia caught his gaze and added, the knights also rotate for support. Matha is on the front lines these past few days. Suddenly remembering something, Slavia turned sharply to Thunder to inquire, oh, right, Jack, you don't know about Matha's situation yet, do you? He was surprised at the mention. Matha? What happened to her? Slavia bowed her head slightly as she told the whole story. Ever since she encountered the screen, she's been spiraling. A while ago, she went missing. By the time she returned a week later, her body had started to show signs of beastification. Thunder caught the key term and grew pensive, his eyes sharpening. Beastification? The image of Matha clutching her legs as wings sprouted from her back flashed into his mind. That's right, wings of a harpy sprouted from her back. Thunder was astonished, stuttering. Wings? Is that even something a human can do? Lenny, who had been quiet until now, finally spoke up to provide information. It's possible, but the failure rate is extremely high, and the process is excruciatingly painful. I suspect she read the Evolution of Humans book and followed the instructions to absorb a king-level beast core. Hearing him rattle it off, Thunder asked, how do you know that? Lenny crossed his arms, his thin lips curling into a proud smirk. Because I wrote that book. The three of them froze, completely unable to utter a single word. Finally, Slavia spoke up to cut through the awkward atmosphere. It's just as he said. Matha was so desperate for greater power that she willingly risked it all to try. He sank into deep thought. Could absorbing magic crystals to evolve be the same as using the system to absorb them? If everyone could evolve by absorbing magic crystals, wouldn't they have a greater advantage against the Umbra? Suddenly, N looked at Thunder, causing him to look over. I know what you want to ask. The human situation is much more complicated. Did you just say she's at the front line? Why don't we go take a look? We can also check if the shadow front line is holding up. Hearing this, he hesitated. Going north? It's a good idea to check it out. Daya heard that and jumped up, asking, Boss, if you're going north, can you take me with you? He clenched his fists, looking eager. My hometown is in Tule, which is very close to there. It's been a while since I've been back, and I want to visit. Thunder didn't refuse. Sure, no problem at all. Slavia heard his plan and asked, You guys just got back? And you're already leaving again? Thunder turned to look at her and replied, We can't waste any time before the shadow moves. Hearing that, she didn't know what else to say, just staring intently at him. Slavia put her hands on the table, glanced at him, and said, Fair enough, but there's one more thing you must finish before you go. Thunder was stunned, hearing his own name mentioned, and wondered, Huh? What is it? The scene shifted to a crowded, bustling hall. Why are we all gathered here so suddenly today? I don't know, but it feels like they have something important to announce. Yeah, look, even the elders are all here. Up front, Elder Feng turned around to check. Elder Kim is here too? Is your health okay? Cry replied helplessly. I advised him not to push himself, but he insisted on coming. Elder Kim, wearing a mask, kept grumbling. What are you talking about? The leader has finally returned. If I don't show my face, it wouldn't be proper. Back to Thunder, who was still bewildered by the situation. He turned to ask, Is this really necessary? Slavia? Slavia looked at him and replied sharply, Of course, it's unfair to keep hiding behind the scenes forever. Right after, she bowed respectfully and gestured, Please. Thunder froze at the three words that slipped from Slavia's lips. My king. He complied, slowly and steadily walking through the buzzing crowd. Who is that guy? I've never seen him with red hair before. Thunder looked straight ahead, with a commanding presence that made everyone curious. It's true. Why are all the elders showing him so much respect? Meanwhile, Slavia had stepped onto the podium. Everyone, please, quiet down. Tonight is a special night. I have something extremely important to announce to everyone. She looked down with a bright smile, each word clear and firm. Since Red Wing took over the Farrett apartments over a year ago, more and more people have recognized and joined Red Wing. Therefore, after consultations between the Elder Council and the High Knights, from today on, Red Wing will no longer exist merely as a guild. Afterward, Slavia took a breath, looked down at the audience, and continued. We will become independent and establish the kingdom of Red Wing. The crowd below widened their eyes in shock, then cheered enthusiastically. A kingdom? That means we've separated from the Aloran kingdom. This is great. No one can bully us anymore. Elder Kim clapped half-heartedly with an unreadable expression. As for Slavia, after that, she let out a sigh and returned to her composed self, discussing the detailed clauses regarding the amendment of the Red Wing Kingdom's laws, which would be distributed to everyone. Next, please allow me to formally introduce. She reached out to her right, smiling brightly. The founder of the Red Wing Guild, our leader, and our king. Thunder stepped out with a perfect stance and an overwhelming aura as she shouted, "Thunder Terran." Those below stared in disbelief. Lenny stood in a corner with his arms crossed and remarked, "I knew that kid wasn't simple." Van, standing next to him, was just as surprised. "So, Thunder is the founder of Red Wing?" Finn, over here, stood up abruptly and blurted out, "What?" Jerry's eyes went wide, staring at the stage, puzzled. "That's not right. Didn't they say the founder was someone named Nest?" Candy, beside him, was also a bit suspicious. "That's right. He saved us. I remember he had black hair." Slavia gestured respectfully. "Now, please, our king, say a few words." Thunder stood up there and introduced himself. "Hello, everyone. I am Thunder Terran. Perhaps for many of you, this is the first time you've heard my name." As soon as those words were spoken, he began to emit an aura. "But perhaps you have heard of my other name." In an instant, his red hair turned to pitch black along with the name, N. Jerry. Upon hearing that cool reveal, couldn't help but be amazed. Candy tugged at his sleeve and said, "Brother, it really is him." Kai, on this side, dropped his jaw and stammered, "Huh? No way. Thunder is Nest?" Kyo, next to him, crossed his arms and glanced over. "You just found out now? We've known for a long time." Joy looked over, teasing, "I can only say you're a bit slow." Lady didn't even look over, just adding, "Slow." He turned to look at them with a lifeless expression, wondering, is that really true? Am I the only one who didn't know? While Thunder stood on the podium, a pair of burning eyes watched him from behind. Elder Kim kept his gloomy gaze fixed on him, thinking, "You've finally returned. Good." Realizing something was off, Elder Feng turned to the old man and advised, "Elder Kim, are you still all right? If you're not feeling well, you should go rest." Elder Kim coughed and replied, "I'm fine, just a bit emotionally overwhelmed." Not suspecting anything, the elder replied, "Is that so? Then make sure not to push yourself too hard." Shortly after, Thunder's hair turned back to red. He said, "Honestly, I don't like occasions where I have to appear in such a grand manner. As you all have seen, I have been operating with a dual identity for a long time." He stood straight, looking down at the crowd, and continued, "But I don't think I can keep hiding behind the scenes and let Slavia and all of you bear the pressure for me." He gestured toward Slavia and said, "Slavia has managed this city very well. The current knights can also provide you with excellent training. Those things aren't my specialty, so everything will continue as it has." Then he turned back with a relaxed smile, promising, "But there is one thing I can guarantee everyone. Once you choose to join Red Wing, I will do everything in my power to protect you all." After Thunder's words finished, a stir erupted below. "Thunder, we love you, our king. Drive the shadow away and restore the continent." Just as he was about to step down, he remembered something. "Oh, right, I have one more thing to say." The next second, Thunder's gaze changed, and his voice sounded heavy. "If anyone dares to betray Red Rose, I will make them wish they were dead." Thunder finished speaking, and the crowd that was buzzing just a moment ago fell dead silent. Winford, standing below, clutched his face and blurted out that it would have been more effective if he hadn't said that. He thought to himself that it really suited him. Then, someone stepped forward, clapping as they said, "Thunder isn't wrong. Leave the rest to me." A second later, they were in a wide, grassy courtyard, his voice echoing loudly. "I won't be joining you all on this trip. I'll stay behind to help Slavia build the magic department here." Thunder turned to look at him and nodded. "I feel more at ease knowing you're here." A moment later, he raised his hand to signal, accompanied by a command. "Lenny, Break, you two can head to the border first. I'll go with Jay and take a small detour through his hometown." Jay, hearing this, raised his hand with an excited spirit, thanking his boss. Thunder stopped and looked back at him, teasing, "Fine, just hope you don't get lost." Lenny quickly followed up with a goodbye. "All right, we'll head out first." Slavia couldn't help but feel worried, giving them careful instructions. "Travel safely, and remember to send my regards to Martha." Thunder looked at her and slowly entrusted her with the task. "The city is in your hands." Not long after, both of them were on horseback with smiles on their faces. Their horses galloped swiftly across the rough ground. Thunder couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked, "Jay, What does your hometown look like? Jay looked up, hesitating as he spoke. How should I put it? His gaze fixed on the road ahead, he continued. I left home when I was 5, so my memories of that place are quite blurry. Thunder listened and turned to empathize. That's true. We were all selected at 5 and sent to different towns for training. An image of a massive stone door appeared in his mind along with his explanation. To get home, one had to cross a forest filled with giant ancient trees. At the end of the forest was a stone gate. When the stone gate opened, they would descend underground. Thunder listened, his face showing unconcealable curiosity. Underground? You're saying your hometown is underground? Jay turned to look at him, surprised. I never said, that's right. Jay is an underground city. Jay continued as if the gate were opening before their eyes. What's more, it has another name. Inside was a tunnel emitting warm, dazzling light. People called it, passing through the damp cave, a dreamlike village appeared, the city of gold. After a long while, they reached the edge of a nearby village. Jay, seeing the familiar scenery, couldn't help but feel excited. We're almost there. Jay looked toward the village with longing, introducing it. That is the small town where I once lived. Thunder looked along, offering no shortage of praise. Not bad at all, though it's not a place I'd care to live in for long. Suddenly, his dragon eyes saw something terrifying, causing his pupils to contract. Before Thunder's eyes, a black dragon seemed to appear, emanating a murderous aura, its glowing eyes staring straight at him. At this moment, Thunder had to hold his head and groan softly, making Jay ask in panic, "What's wrong?" He clutched his head in pain, lost in thought. Is this a memory from my past? Have I met a black dragon before? After a while, Thunder looked forward again, feeling vague inside. It was just a blurry impression, truly a memory, from before he reincarnated. But it had been over 1,000 years since he ruled the Dragon Clan. Could it really be real? A second later, his companion finally spoke up to advise him. Boss, have you been too tired lately? How about we go into town and rest first? Thunder forced a smile and replied, Perhaps. We'll stop at this town today. A while later, the two of them were in front of the village gate, but they were blocked by guards, who said, no identification, no entry into the town. Thunder then decisively held out some gemstones in front of him, saying, Don't be so uptight, be a little flexible, we're merchants. The guard stared, eyes wide, and shouted, What kind of look is that? Hey, there are 2 suspicious people here, capture them. Thunder heard this, and his awkward smile became even harder to look at, enough to make Jay say, Boss, I shouldn't say this, but your smile is truly hideous. The guard turned to look at Jay and ordered, Get moving yourself, don't force us to lay a hand on you. Thunder saw this and spoke up to calm him. Hey, calm down, friend. I'll do as you say. The guard turned to his comrade and said, Take them to the border inspection station. His subordinate bowed his head, clearly accepting the order. As soon as he brought the carriage out, everyone in the village began to point and whisper. Are those prisoners? How rare. It's been a long time since we've had outsiders here. Mom, look, it's a prison carriage. Don't get too close. Jay looked blankly at Thunder, who was still laughing it off, and asked, Boss, what was with that awkward smile of yours? Thunder laughed and replied, Slavia told me not to always solve things with force. Sometimes I should try to be a bit gentler. The next second, his gaze suddenly became pensive and distant. But it seems I still need to practice more. Jay heard that and had to retort in frustration. You still have to ask? Just then, a sharp voice came from inside the room. A man with a topknot closed his eyes, his tone soft as he said, Don't be nervous. People often lose their identification papers. We just need to verify with the town where you registered, and we can let you go. Then he gestured with his hand. Of course, if needed, we can expedite it. A second later, Thunder handed him a bag of items, saying, Understood. We're in a bit of a hurry for our business, so please help us verify it quickly. The man with the topknot saw this, reached out to take it, and asked, I see you're sensible. Fine. What are your names, and which town are you from? Thunder listened to the questions and quickly introduced them briefly. I'm Nest, and this is my younger brother, Jay. We are both from Jay. The man immediately dropped his act and began to criticize them. I don't think you two are being honest enough. The man with the topknot walked to the door, pointed, and ordered, Lock them up. See if they remember where they're from by tomorrow. The subordinate obediently replied, Understood. Inside, Jay couldn't control his anger and shouted, What do you mean? I really am from Jay. It's not far. It only takes half a day to get there. The man heard him and turned back, mocking, Do you take me for a child? I've been here for 10 years and have never seen anyone from such a place. Still believing in legends? If you're going to lie, at least make it convincing. Jay froze, his brows furrowed in confusion. What do you mean? A moment later, they were pushed into a dark dungeon cell. The man only left behind this sentence: an underground city of gold? How could such a place exist? If it were real, we'd have gone to mine it for gold long ago. The man with the top knot picked up the results with a smug look. Thanks for your gem. Once I find a proper place tomorrow, I'll let you go. Suddenly, he spoke up. Wait, Thunder, seeing him acting so impulsively, advised, don't be so hasty. It's normal that you might not know what has happened back in your hometown over the last few years. I had to stop what I was saying. Ray is a very secretive place, but even when I was young, I surely interacted with the outside world often. A voice echoed from within the prison cell. Do you two want to go to Jay? He widened his eyes in surprise and immediately blurted out, You know about Ray? The person on the other side of the cell answered calmly, Of course I do. He laughed, locking his hands behind his head. It's just that it's not easy to get there now. I leaned in close to the iron bars to talk to him. Can you lead us there? I actually lived in Jay when I was a kid. I've just been away for too long. I pointed to the map and suggested, I don't care about your thunder. I only care about the payment. As long as the price is right, everything is negotiable, but the prerequisite is that you have to get me out of here first. Thunder heard his condition and simply replied, That's easy. Right after that, he placed his hand on the iron bars and squeezed them until they deformed. In an instant, Thunder had bent the bars, creating enough space to pass through easily. He walked up in front of him and asked, So, can we go now? In a flash, the guards were left lying flat on the cold tiled floor. Seeing that, he wiped the sweat from his brow in awe, not expecting them to be so powerful. Afterward, Thunder tossed him a bag of silver, saying, This is your payment. You've led me to the right place. I'll pay the rest later. He opened the bag, looked inside, and praised them with an impressed expression. You really are capable. But then, he placed a hand on his shoulder and threatened, But, if you dare to mess with us, what you'll have to cough up won't just be this much money. Hearing that, he brushed his hand away and assured him, Rest assured, I'm not like those opportunistic merchants. A moment later, he looked straight into Thunder's eyes with a serious gaze and said, The fact that you can name Jay Jack means you guys aren't just anyone. I won't joke around lightly. Only then did he voice his curiosity. Why is Jay so special? The truth about dragon magic. He stood with his hands on his hips, brows furrowed in annoyance as he looked at him. Thunder thought to himself, Failed? A moment later, a system board appeared, reporting, Failure. Skill blocked by external force. Thunder wondered, what kind of power could block his skill? Finally, he spoke up to break the awkward silence. Please, stop being so curious. A place like Jay is something even the high-ranking officials of the Arun Kingdom are unaware of. He turned around and waved his hand. You just need to follow in my footsteps. He spun his head around to look at Jay, who was shrugging, also not understanding what was happening. A long while later, all three were riding horses through the vast green grass. Soon after, the three had to lead their horses across clear, small streams. Finally, they left the horses behind and continued on foot into the forest. He looked over at a thunder tree being coiled by a green snake. A little later, they arrived in front of a stone gate built extremely sturdily. Jay immediately recognized it and blurted out with a joyful expression, This is the place. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, while the other two were still walking slowly. Jay reached out and placed his hand on a stone slab, whispering, Returning to the land where I began. I've returned to my roots. Not long after, the heavy stone gate gradually opened after he placed his hand on it. Slowly, the gate opened wider, the sound of heavy stone grinding echoing out. He, standing behind, saw the scene and had to admit, It seems you really are from Jay, but I didn't expect you to forget the way back, but still remember the password. Jay turned around and denied it. Huh? I don't remember any password. I just read the words on the stone slab that I recognized. He excitedly stepped inside, running and shouting the news. I'm home! Thunder followed behind without saying a word. Both of them walked slowly behind in the quiet space. When they reached the village in Jay's story, he was also in awe. Does a place like this really exist? Thunder looked around, muttering in surprise. I actually thought what he said was an exaggeration. Immediately after, his gaze stopped on someone wearing light blue armor. Thunder moved his lips. That was when he looked and added, He looks like a high-ranking official. He doesn't want others to recognize his identity. Right after that, he didn't hesitate. He used Dragon Eye. Finally, he still gained nothing and wondered, is it because of that armor that I can't see their true strength? At this point, he spoke up to advise them. I know you guys are strong, but here, I advise you not to act rashly. To avoid owing anyone, Thunder settled the money from earlier right then. Consider the debt settled. He smiled until his eyes curved and replied, "Thank you for your support, boss." Only then did he pay attention to Jay and ask, "How is it, Jay? Is this your hometown?" Hearing that, he spun around and excitedly replied, "That's right, boss. I remember the scent of this place." Suddenly, as if realizing something, his whole body froze. He didn't hesitate and took off running. "I've found my house's location." Behind him, Thunder called out, "Jay, wait for me." Jay didn't even bother looking back and urged, "Hurry up, boss. We're almost there." He wore a bright smile on his face, ran forward, and shouted, "My house is right here." Suddenly, 2 guards at the gate told him to stop. Those 2 picked up their spears and said aggressively, "Who gave you permission to barge in? Leave here at once. The mayor only receives guests who have scheduled an appointment." Hearing those 2 say that, he shouted angrily, "What is that supposed to mean? This is my house. What right do you have to keep me out?" The guard on the left threatened him without courtesy. "If you keep causing trouble, we won't be polite." Just as he was about to argue, the group walked over to advise him, "Jay, the people here aren't weak. I want to try to avoid trouble." Hearing him say that, he hesitated. "Boss, this is really my house, and they won't let me in." He, from behind, looked at him and asked, "Are they really your family?" Jay didn't hesitate to reply, "That's right, I'm a Rem." Both guards heard him say that and mocked him. "Another one? Every day we don't know how many people we meet who claim to be a Rem," Jay retorted. "If you don't believe me, go ask." They stopped him, assuming the mayor doesn't have time for such things. "Get out of here." Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed from afar. "Who is causing trouble here?" The guard, who was just acting grumpy, now reported respectfully, "Lord Percy, there is a suspicious person wanting to meet the mayor. We are chasing him away." Jay, hearing him slander him, retorted, "I am not a suspicious person. I am a Rem. This is my house." A purple orb reflecting the situation outside was sitting on the table. Percy heard that name and mumbled for a long time. "Rem Jay?" Behind his back, the mayor suddenly walked over and asked, "Percy, who is it?" Percy replied respectfully, "Sir, there is someone claiming to be your son." The mayor heard that name and froze, his pupils constricting. He approached the orb showing the situation outside and called out repeatedly, "Jay? Is that Jay?" Only then did he speak up, "Sir, is this really your son?" Without further ado, the mayor turned to confirm with Percy, "There's no mistake, it is my son. Invite him in at once." He stood at attention to receive the order. "Yes, sir, I will invite him in immediately." Percy looked into the orb and relayed the order through it. "You lot, hurry up and invite the young master inside." The mayor hurriedly went to report the news to his wife. "Nate, our son has returned." A moment later, Percy stood before the gate and spoke. "Please excuse the rudeness of the guards. They didn't know you were the mayor's son." Upon hearing that, Day didn't take it to heart and replied, "It's fine. I was only 5 years old when I left home, so it's normal they didn't recognize me." He turned to look at Thunder and invited him. "Let's go, boss. Follow me to meet my family." The guard was stunned to hear him call someone boss directly. Percy stepped in, trying to block their path. "My apologies, young master. Father only permitted you to enter the estate alone. Your friends will have to wait outside. But don't worry, I will arrange for someone to take care of them." Day stepped closer, using his pressure to overwhelm the guard, and said, "What are you talking about? They are my friends." Percy broke into a cold sweat and hesitated. There are certain reasons regarding your father's request. I cannot disobey his orders." Thunder, standing behind them, diffused the tense atmosphere. "It's all right. This is your family business. I shouldn't interfere. Besides, I wanted to walk around town anyway. If anything happens, just reach out to me." Day heard those words and whispered softly. "Boss," he turned back to look at him and suggested, "Do you know where the weapons shop and auction house are in this town? I want to go look for some new gear." Thunder readily agreed. "No problem. I can take you there as an extra service." Day waved at him, saying, "Then I'll head off first. See you later." He replied, "See you later, boss." A moment later, amidst the bustling crowd, the figures of both men gradually disappeared. Shortly after, they arrived in front of a weapons shop, where he suddenly turned to chat. "I never expected your friend to be the mayor's son." Hearing that, he continued, "I was actually wanting to ask just now, is Jay considered an officially recognized town?" He turned his gaze toward Thunder and explained, "Strictly speaking, no. This city doesn't belong to anyone. The so-called mayor is actually just one of the founders of this city. Everyone knows Kyob is the commercial capital, but in reality, those with real connections trade right here in Jay." As he continued his story, Day was distracted, looking around. "Not only are all kinds of goods here tax-free, but you can also trade in all sorts of secret products. Merchants only need to pay 10% of their profits to the Zem clan. Suddenly, Thunder's eyes were glued to a pair of bare feet chained together. Day saw the sight, his brow furrowing as he followed Thunder's gaze. He saw a group of people chained together and blurted out. The slave trader, noticing Thunder watching, stepped over to explain, "That's a different type of slave. Only displayed in the VIP section. They are usually there to satisfy the perverse desires of the nobility. Now you understand? Everything can be bought here." Day heard this, his face growing darker and darker, his sharp gaze shooting toward the group of men. Just then, a young girl with orange hair fell onto the hard stone floor. Immediately, the jailer barked an order as she struggled to stand up in pain. The girl collapsed once more, her face slamming directly into the stone tiles. She trembled, having to endure the insults from the jailer. "Hurry up, if you're being lazy now, you won't get any food tonight. When the rich folks see how weak you are, no one will bother buying you." Day, standing nearby watching the scene, felt pity. Poor girl. No one can help her. The guard, seeing the girl wasn't cooperating, prepared to strike. "Did you not hear what I said?" The orange-haired girl trembled. I have no strength left." At this moment, Thunder finally couldn't sit idly by and intervened. "Hey, stop!" The guard tried to push his hand away, but he didn't care. "Hey, what are you trying to do?" He leaned in close to the guard's face and growled. "I won't allow you to act like that in front of me." The guard, hearing such logic, exclaimed in surprise. "Huh?" Meanwhile, back at the house, Day's voice echoed, "Is this also my home?" Percy's voice responded respectfully, "That is correct." He stood straight and walked ahead. "Young master, please follow me this way." Just then, Nate stepped forward, calling out joyfully, "My son!" The mayor walked beside her and called to Day. Seeing them both, Day was extremely surprised and shouted, "Father! Mother!" Nate rushed over, hugged him tightly, and cried, "My son, you've finally returned." The mayor smiled and said, "Welcome home." Day wrapped his arms around them both, expressing his longing. "I've missed you both so much." Behind them, Percy bowed his head politely and spoke, "This subordinate will take his leave now, sir. If you have any instructions, please call for me at any time." The mayor quickly agreed. "Very well, thank you, Percy." She placed a hand on his shoulder and asked, "My son, for many years, because of some family matters, we couldn't contact you. You don't blame us, do you?" Day heard this and shyly scratched his head. "It's all right, mother. Now that I've seen you both again." The mayor stepped forward, reaching his hand out. "That's right. It's good that you're back. Son, look, this is the result of all our years of effort." Day looked around, his voice growing quieter. "Although I was young when I left, this place is definitely different from my memories." Suddenly, Day seemed to notice something and turned to ask them, "Oh, by the way, where is Steve? I miss him too." The mayor, hearing the name, tried to avoid the subject. "He's not at home." He turned to look at him and explained, "Steve has become an adventurer. He didn't want to be left behind by his genius younger brother, who is a knight like you, so he went out to train on his own. I will write a letter to let him know you're back." Hearing this, Day suddenly lost his excitement and remarked, "Is that so? What a pity. I won't be able to meet him this time." She looked directly into his eyes, asking with regret, "Must you leave?" Day heard her question and nodded in response. "Yes, mother. I still have to return to Pharaoh's apartments. My friends need me." The mayor stepped forward, giving him all sorts of advice. "Good son, regarding Pharaoh's apartments, I've heard about it. I never expected you to become such an important member there." Nate continued, "If that is your choice, we are ready to support you." She reached out and touched his face, expressing her heartache. You must be careful. I don't want my son to get hurt." He heard this and felt even more confident, gesturing toward Thunder and boasting, "Don't worry, mother. I can even turn into a werewolf. Normal people can't hurt me at all." Hearing what Jay just said, Day suddenly froze. He spoke up to smooth things over. "Day, you must be tired, right? Let Percy take you to your room first, and tell someone to prepare something for you to eat." He laughed, rubbing his stomach in agreement. Hearing that, he actually felt hungry. The man glanced back and called out, "Percy, take Day to his room and prepare him something to eat." The man answered mechanically, "Yes, my lord." Percy walked right beside him and asked for his preference. "Young master, what would you like to eat?" Day replied with what he was craving, "Meat. As long as there's meat, that's fine." Net then collapsed to the floor, tears streaming down his face as he wailed, "Why did it turn out like this?" Before this, there were absolutely no signs at all. The mayor also helplessly clutched his head, regretting his choices too late. "If I had known, I wouldn't have let him go to that damn academy. I just thought it was because he had outstanding talent." She stood up, looked at him, and pressed him. "What are we going to do now?" The mayor heard this. His face darkened, and he gritted out, Even if he is my son, there can be no exceptions. Percy led the way, hands clasped behind his back, walking forward. Young master, follow me. Day looked around while taking steps following him, marveling at the scenery of his own home. Even though the decorations in this place had changed, he still had some faint impressions. He stepped onto the staircase leading upstairs, but his gaze swept over to a door that was tightly shut and guarded by soldiers. Day looked at that spot for a long time, his eyebrows furrowing tightly. This place not only was that door tightly shut with guards, but there was also an extra layer of iron chains wrapped all around the outside, making him even more intrigued. A long-forgotten memory resurfaced in Day's mind. Day, why are you here again? Father, back then, he was just a tiny kid being lifted up by the collar by his father and scolded. I already told you, do not enter. If I catch you near this door again, I will kick you out of the house. The secret behind that door made him even more curious. Father told me this was his study. But does a study really need that many people guarding it? What on earth was inside? Just as Jay was preoccupied with the thing hidden behind the door, Percy in front called him back to reality. Young master. He turned to look at him and quickly replied, I'm coming. Meanwhile, outside, Thunder was staring down a guard in full armor, despite being anxiously reminded by the person beside him. Don't do anything stupid. He looked at the tight circle of guards surrounding the two of them and broke into a cold sweat. These guys aren't ordinary people, but that warning didn't seem to control Thunder's volcanic temper, so his hand curled into an angry fist. He didn't listen to the advice and swung his fist straight into the face of the guard in front of him. So what? The other guy quickly raised his sword horizontally to block the punch. Thunder's strength, of course, was not to be underestimated. One punch sent the soldier staggering back a long way, but the sword in his hand remained perfectly fine, gleaming as if taunting him. Thunder looked at the unblemished sword and its shine, becoming even more irritated. It didn't break? Looks like it has some history. Using high-grade weapons, huh? The guard gripped the hilt of his blade, shouted loudly, and charged forward, determined to drive back the troublemaker. Thunder didn't hold back anymore either, throwing a kick to send him flying. Killing two birds with one stone, his kick caused two guards to pile up on top of each other and fall. The others, seeing their comrade beaten, immediately tightened their grips on their weapons and closed the circle to attack Thunder. But he didn't pay them any mind, instead crouching down to help the poor girl at his feet and checking on her. Are you okay? The girl, feeling cared for, struggled to prop herself up and looked at him honestly. I can't walk. Thunder didn't say much and immediately shared some mana with her. Magic energy transfer. The girl received the mana, and her health began to improve. She stood up and bowed, thanking him for his help. Thank you, I feel much better now. He didn't respond to the thanks, instead focusing on the invisible shackle around the girl's neck. Just then, Thunder thought, contracts? You can even make contracts with other people? Is that why they've become slaves? He hadn't even gotten an answer to his own question when someone spoke up behind him. Kid, looks like it's your first time here. The soldier tilted his chin and said to him, every year, a few idiots like you show up, acting all righteous, demanding justice for them and all that. He pointed out the harsh truth of this place, where people were treated like merchandise, slaves wasting away in cages. Let me tell you, these people are all criminals who have been sentenced. Originally, they were supposed to be executed. Now they've been turned into slaves to be bought and sold. Consider it a chance to live, he asked him firmly, as if he were very reasonable. You even want to take away this opportunity? Thunder just coldly glanced at him and asked a blunt question. Who decided that? The guard had stepped right up to him. He was much taller than Thunder, but he wasn't afraid at all, still questioning him in a firm tone. I'm asking you, who decided they were guilty? The guy was stumped, only able to glare at the small young man. He knew he couldn't waste words with him, so he drew his weapon, deciding that talking was useless. The iron axe in his hand swung out along with the signal to start the fight. Thunder was briefly startled by the speed of the attack and remarked, so fast. But he only needed one hand to block the strike that felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The force of the blow made even the orange-haired girl he had just saved lose her footing. Yet, Thunder had only used one hand to block it, which surprised the guard quite a bit. Standing beneath the guard's gleaming axe, he chuckled. Interesting. The loud explosion made the already chaotic town even noisier. The guard stepped back to a safe distance to prepare for his next move. Thunder also took that moment to reassess the guy's strength. Not bad. He's a master, on par with a Grand Knight. At the same time, the guard was silently assessing Thunder's strength. I thought he was just a fool. I didn't expect him to have such skills. If this drags on and we miss the auction, the master will be furious. Just as he thought that, another huge explosion erupted behind him. The guard turned his head back with a look of confusion. Huh? A series of large and small explosions wailed one after another amid loud shouts. Let them go right now! The soldiers seemed quite familiar with this scene and voice. It's that guy again. Don't let him escape this time. Thunder also narrowed his eyes, explosive beast crystals. From the thick smoke of the chain explosions, a person wearing a dark cloak jumped onto the roof of a cage and started cursing. You bunch of hunting dogs, don't even think about taking my family away. The guard with the axe didn't focus on Thunder anymore, but turned to the intruder demanding people. Not having learned his lesson, he didn't say much and threw another pile of explosive beast crystals toward him. The explosion made the guard howl in agony for a while. Taking that chance, he grabbed the girl they had rescued and pulled Thunder away in a rush. Stop staring and run. The person fighting Thunder was quite agile, not only throwing explosive beast crystals but also engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the guards holding the slaves. But the enemy had mages with them, and they weren't just going to stand by while the intruder attacked. They unleashed fireballs and water needles. Fire and water rained down on him all at once. No matter how agile he was, it was hard for him to dodge everything. As a result, he took a hit and got injured. The guard seized the opportunity to pin him down with a spear point. He gripped the spear shaft tightly and questioned him. Why? Why can't you just spare my family? The guard leaned in closer and reminded him. Don't tell me that. I'm just a hound doing what I'm told. The more he heard, the angrier he got. With a sudden roar, he unleashed his power and blasted the spear out of his chest. Thunder, who had been pulled into a corner, still curiously peeked out to observe the situation. He didn't expect there to be so many experts here. Seeing him still worrying about other people's business, he became even more anxious. In my opinion, you're the more impressive one, causing so much trouble all at once, he said with a helpless, bitter smile. I'm starting to regret bringing you guys here. Outside, the battle between the two sides continued, with the advantage slowly shifting toward the guard. The guard's attacks were relentless, making it impossible for the other man to defend himself. He had no choice but to throw more explosive beast crystals. Another series of blasts echoed, lighting up a whole corner of the town. The guards shouted to each other, chasing after the intruder through the thick, gray smoke. Hurry up, he's about to run again. Block the exit. But the most level-headed one was the guy who had been fighting Thunder earlier. He holstered his weapon and ordered his subordinates. Stop chasing. Delivering the goods on time is what matters. The others understood and immediately stopped the pointless pursuit, answering in unison. Yes. They busily started preparing for the delivery, while the high-ranking guard glanced toward the head of Thunder, who was still snooping around the street corner, refusing to hide. Hurry, hurry, everyone get up. Whoever is late will be executed on the spot. He watched the guard ignore him and go back to his mission, deep in thought. Meanwhile, at Jay's house, he had slumped over a table full of delicacies, unaware of the other's conversation. Is he asleep? Yes, he's asleep. Per your orders, we used a quadruple dose. The mayor looked at his son, who had been drugged, and gave an order to Percy. Take him there. He bowed in unconditional obedience. Yes. Soon, the scene shifted to a dungeon, lit only by torches on the walls. As soon as Day showed signs of waking up, the man quickly reported the situation. Sir, he's awake. He opened his eyes, his vision still blurry as he looked at his own hands. What is this? Day looked at his father through the prison bars, struggling to speak. Why are you chaining me up? He shouted angrily at the old man, desperate for a clear explanation from his father. Father, the mayor, high and mighty, looked inside. Don't waste your breath. Honestly, I didn't expect you to disappoint me like this. Day hadn't fully recovered from the overdose, so he had to use every ounce of strength to speak. Father, what are you talking about? Was I drugged? The old man remained unmoved and spoke to him coldly. Oh, Day, I have to say, I never thought you were my brightest child. But I didn't expect you to be this stupid. He found it hard to believe that the person who had warmly welcomed him home earlier was now calling him a fool. Father, the mayor still looked at him with disgust. We raised you as our own flesh and blood, but it turns out you're just defective trash. You're a werewolf, a wild beast. Finally, the old man said the cruelest thing, which brought Day to his senses. I'm afraid I have to take you to the high-end auction house. He lunged toward the bars, questioning him. Why? Why would you do this? Does Mother know? Is Steve also being treated like this by you? The mayor didn't answer his questions, but signaled to the mage behind him. The man received the order and stepped forward to cast a spell on Day. A blue light from his hands enveloped the iron chains, locking him up. Day's entire body was hoisted against the dungeon wall as the mage began his spell. He looked down at the magic circle in front of his chest and asked, "What are you trying to do?" But the mage had no intention of answering, and just silently went about his work. Suddenly, a notification screen appeared before Day. New contract signature refused. Contract already exists. A 5-colored light from the screen faintly displayed the words Magic Seal. Day frowned even deeper as the red color of the magic began to cover his chest. A second later, the mage's magic backfired, sending him flying away from Day. The mage was blown back by the backlash of his own power. Seeing his subordinate like that, the mayor asked worriedly, "What happened? The contract failed? How is that possible?" The mage gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain, and glared at Day. There is very powerful magic in his body. The mayor didn't want to hear excuses for failure, so he hastily urged his subordinate, "Get up and try again. Do it while the drugs are still effective." The mage obediently braced his injured body, stood up, and tried again. Yes, but the mayor had truly struck a hard target this time when he blurted out something that hit Day like a bolt of lightning. "Werewolves can be sold for a lot of money." That single sentence directly ignited his fury. Day's eyes glowed with a cold golden light, and his face transformed into the shape of a wolf. Sharp claws sprouted from his arms, which were locked by the iron chains. His entire body transformed into a large, powerful werewolf, and he let out a loud roar. He made no effort to hide that form in front of the man he used to call father. The mayor was so shocked by his werewolf form that he was left speechless. The old man ordered the guards to attack, but Day swatted them all away with one hand. They tried to use the iron chains to control his movements. One guard took advantage of the moment Day was struggling to move and tried a sneak attack. His spear actually pierced Day's chest, drawing blood. The fight in the mayor's dungeon had no clear winner yet, but elsewhere, the crowd of slaves had already been escorted to the auction house. The leader handled the handover procedures with the gatekeeper, while Thunder hid in a corner, tailing them closely. "That place is the auction house. I advise you not to get any strange ideas." Thunder didn't seem to pay any attention to the advice, instead turning to ask him a completely unrelated question. "Who were the people attacking them today?" He glared at him, annoyed. "Who knows? Maybe he's just some madman with a warped sense of justice. Instead of taking on the Rem family, you'd be better off leaving this place as soon as you can." Jay didn't say whether he was staying or going. He just casually opened his spatial storage to pull out a few things, though he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Didn't he say he wanted to save his family? Their own family members were sold into slavery. Could it be that Thunder should just run far away? Not knowing what to say to him, I could only helplessly watch as he pulled out his gear. That's still better than standing in front of the auction house and attempting an open robbery. Theo threw a cloak over his shoulders, ending that idle chatter, and pulled the hood over his head. He still tried to warn him, "Don't act recklessly. I know you aren't afraid of anything, but this is Jay, and the place you're planning to infiltrate is a noble auction house. If the item you want happens to be bought by someone else, don't even think about launching an attack to steal it." Theo found him annoying, and after covering his face, he irritably replied, I know. Both of them approached the entrance of the auction house, only to be blocked by guards for a search. "What are you doing?" Theo stepped forward and presented a card as Thunder spoke up. "I'm here to participate in the auction, and the person behind me is my assistant." The guard took it, scrutinized their invitation cards for a moment, and only after confirming everything did he allow them to enter. "Go on in." Inside, the auction house was brightly lit, the scene bustling, crowded, and luxurious. Seeing that Thunder wasn't following him, he hurriedly reminded him, "Don't look around aimlessly. We agreed beforehand that my bringing you into the auction house is a personal matter." Thunder once again chided him for being a nuisance, repeating what he'd said outside. I know. At this moment, Thunder noticed the crowd on the upper balcony and asked him, "Who are those people up there?" Theo looked up to verify before answering. "They are nobles among the nobility." He emphasized this so that Thunder would understand the situation clearly. He should realize that the most expensive thing money can buy is the gap between people. As the two were discussing this, Thunder heard a voice very close by. "We've finally arrived at the right place." Right next to them were two rough-looking men. One of them had a cunning glint in his eyes and a smug smile. "I can't wait any longer. Once we buy what we want, Red Wing definitely won't be our match." Thunder watched the footsteps of those two as they headed up the stairs, thinking to himself, "Are they from Black Ring?" Before Thunder could confirm their identity, Theo had to remind him again. "Stop thinking. Just based on your disguise, you won't be able to get upstairs." He looked at the red card in the other person's hand and explained to Thunder further. "The Dream Path has a strict inspection system. Even if you managed to take their identity card and shapeshift into them, you wouldn't be able to pass the security checkpoints. It's precisely because of people with bad intentions like you that they've set up so many security measures." Thunder remained quite calm at his taunting. "Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid here. Let's go. I want to see what those nobles who don't dare to show their faces actually want to buy." Turning back to a moment before the auction started, Dee's red blood dripped onto the cold floor of the prison cell. Dee clutched the wound on his chest, listening to the person opposite him urge him to give up the resistance. Day, I don't want to keep hurting you. He painfully looked at the person speaking to him, repeating, "This is not my home. This is not my home." As Day struggled to escape, the mayor mobilized even more men to trap him. "Stop him!" The old man roared at his subordinates regarding his merchandise. "Don't let him run." Day clutched his wound and the spear that hadn't been pulled out yet, trying to carve a bloody path to escape this place. The roar and his massive strength still overwhelmed the ordinary people there. "Sir, sir, you useless fools, catch him!" The noise grew louder and louder, drawing the attention of the two guards at the door, who turned their heads. Day broke through the door, shocking them as he charged out. He growled, clenching his teeth, stopping the blood from flowing as much as possible while trying to escape as quickly as he could. But behind him came a shrill scream. "Chase him. If you let him escape, just wait for what's coming." Understood. Day gripped his wound, running for his life. He had to find his older brother soon. A high leap helped him clear the city wall amidst the chaos behind him. He escaped the manor, quickly notify the patrol to blockade the 2nd and 3rd districts. Just at that moment, he bumped into something that made him startle. The person in front of him wore a dark cloak, his expression gloomy, making Day wonder, who is that? Day didn't have much time. Behind him, soldiers were still chasing with murderous intent. "Stop right there. You won't escape." He clutched his wound, still bleeding, and looked at the other person. "If you keep blocking my path, I'll have to hurt you." Steve looked up at him, his tone sounding like self-mockery. "Listen to that. Is this how you speak to your big brother?" Day leaned in closer to look at the face under the large hood, not understanding what he meant. "Big brother?" But before the two could talk much more, the guards had caught up. "Why are there two of them?" "Whatever, catch them both, then we'll figure it out." Steve didn't continue the chatter with him and moved against the guards. A flick of his hand sent those guys crashing down, finished. He turned back to remind Day, "Don't just stand there like a statue, run." Only then did Day wake up, dumbfounded, and follow. Oh. So the two of them quickly ran into the deep forest amidst the shouts of the pursuers. "He has an accomplice to the east." They're running east. Both of them carefully hid in a dark alley, watching the pursuers run past their location. "Deploy men to guard all roads. If you spot any suspicious males, arrest them immediately." Steve saw the situation was stable and spoke up. "We've shaken them off. Just follow me for now. They won't be able to catch us." Day, having returned to human form, looked at him impatiently. "Who exactly are you?" The man still enigmatically replied with the same question. "You really don't recognize your own big brother?" Only then did Day frantically rack his brain. Big brother? Could it be? The man pulled back his hood, revealing a face with a long scar, and smiled at him. "Recognize me now?" When Day saw his face, he shouted in surprise. "Steve!" He touched his brother like a child who had just received a present. "Steve, it's really you." Steve also looked at him with affectionate, love-filled eyes. "You've grown up, Day." The two couldn't keep standing on the street and draw attention, so they kept moving as Day questioned him. "Steve, what actually happened? Why did Father lie to me?" Steve also quickened his pace. "That's a long story. Follow me. I'll take you to a safe place." Meanwhile, at the auction house, the shouting began. 1 gold, 3 silver, going once. 1 gold, 3 silver, going twice. 1 gold, 3 silver, 3 times. Sold. Thunder sat there sighing, bored by the monotonous lines of the previous auctions. "Congratulations to this gentleman for successfully bidding 1 gold and 3 silver for Princess Statrion's golden silk dress." Theo, seeing that he was losing patience, reminded him that the main event was coming up soon. As soon as his words faded, a group of people bound together in chains was led onto the stage as the auctioneer began his introduction. "Gentlemen and ladies, thank you all for waiting so long. Next up is the slave auction moment everyone has been waiting for. I trust our distinguished guests present have all received the prior notification. Today, what's being brought out isn't just ordinary slaves, but the rarest species." As soon as he finished speaking, the room below erupted in a roar. "Hurry up! Bring out the rare item for us to see. The waiting is finally over." A red cloth-covered carriage was quickly pushed out to replace the group of slaves. It is the penultimate auction item of the day. Initially, it was meant to be saved for the very end. But since everyone is so enthusiastic, we will give you a little preview. The red cloth was pulled back, and inside the cage, a girl was trembling with fear. Feast your eyes, everyone. A female werewolf. Thunder stared at her with his eyes wide in disbelief. He hadn't expected the big reveal he'd been guessing about to be this. So that's it. No wonder there were so many people here today. A female werewolf is truly much rarer. If someone could buy her and breed her with a strong werewolf, she would be a real cash cow. But following their comments were whispers doubting her authenticity. Isn't she just a human? Hey, don't try to scam us with inferior slaves. We aren't buying that act. Exactly. If she's a werewolf, then prove it. The auctioneer heard their complaints and immediately signaled the guards to step forward. The guards approached the girl's cage with magic-infused weapons. One strike aimed directly at her caused the girl to scream in agonizing pain. Looking at how they treated her, his teeth gritted in anger. Why would they do that? He couldn't stand watching this brutal torture, and speculated, Jack wants to force her to transform. After a moment of being directly stimulated by magic, her wolf tail slowly began to appear. Her entire human body transformed into a werewolf with long ears and sharp claws. The moment the nobles saw her form, their eyes lit up. It's real. That's great. I've finally found a female werewolf. What's the starting price? I'll buy her. Seeing them excited again, the auctioneer quickly spoke up. Distinguished guests, don't be impatient. One by one, please. The werewolf girl, once released from the magic, could only bow her head helplessly, gasping for air while listening to them bid. The auctioneer redirected the guests' attention back to the group of slaves. First, let's start with this group of slaves. The starting price for each is 2 silver coins. You may start bidding. Hands began to rise, and as each number was called out, Thunder grew increasingly angry. 2 silver, 5 copper, 3 silver, 3 silver, 5 copper. These people didn't even care as much as they would for a dress. 3 silver, 5 copper, 3 silver, 5 copper. Is there any higher bid? Going once at 3 silver. He glanced over and immediately understood the situation. Oh boy, it seems everyone's attention has been captured by the werewolf. They have no heart left for the previous auction items. As he said that, the auctioneer called out the price to buy all 10 slaves on stage. 3 silver, 5 copper, going twice. If no one bids higher, then 3 silver and 5 copper it is. Just as he was about to finalize the price for a noble, a loud, clear voice rang out. Wait. Thunder stood up, raised a finger, and made an announcement to the entire auction house. I bid 1 gold coin. This final command not only shocked the crowd, but even he couldn't believe it, staring at him with wide eyes. What? But before they could even process the price, Thunder corrected himself. 1 gold coin each. Hearing the price, the auctioneer shouted in astonishment. 1 gold coin each? Did I hear that right? It seems our distinguished guest today is about to break our slave auction record. Although I think, Jack, there won't be any guest bidding higher. According to the rules, I must still ask. He turned to fulfill his duties as the auctioneer. 1 gold coin, does anyone bid higher? Down below, no one offered a higher price to compete. They were too busy sizing up Thunder. Talk about having too much money. Even if you're rich, you don't have to spend it like that. True. True. 1,000 gold can't buy happiness. Why are you minding his business? Who knows? Maybe there's someone in there he likes. Thunder's bid also caught the attention of the 2 guys from the black organization, forcing them to comment as well. Where did this rich playboy crawl out from? But Aide was more composed, brushing it off and reminding the others, don't pay him any mind. Later, we just need to win the auction for that female werewolf. He looked down, thinking, once this is finished, I have many more big deals to discuss with the mayor. The final call began to ring out. 1 gold coin, first time. 1 gold coin, second time. The auctioneer quickly wrapped up the sale of the 10 slaves. 1 gold coin, third time. Sold. Let's congratulate this gentleman. He leaned closer to Thunder and asked quietly, what are you planning to do with these slaves? Without hesitation, he let him hear his answer. I don't plan to do anything. I'm just giving them their freedom back. They can go wherever they want. Hearing the answer, he was even more shocked than when he saw him bid 1 gold coin for 1 person. And sharing that same state of shock was Dee, who stood there looking bewildered at the 3 little werewolf kids inside the cave. Your kids? The kids saw Steve return and excitedly ran to welcome him. Steve, you're home. Who is this man? He happily introduced him to the children. He is my biological younger brother. His name is Day. Day was busy with the curious kids surrounding him. Biological younger brother? But he doesn't look like you at all. That's right. He doesn't even have a tail. He was teased and could only gently warn, hey kid, no poking. Steve walked over to them and laughed loudly. That's right. He really is my biological brother. Don't you guys go bullying him. Dee looked at him, surprised. I didn't expect that. You already have so many children? Steve, seeing that he still thought they were his biological children, let out a sigh. They're all adopted. Their parents, he hesitated, not finishing the rest of the story, and turned to tell the children to go away. It's dinner time. Go help Auntie Sushi with something. The children, seeing they were about to eat, happily ran inside. "Oh, time to eat, time to eat. Huh? Sushi? Time to eat means go help out." Only then did he look at the peaceful scene by Auntie Sushi's pot and slowly speak to Day. "It's just like what you went through. In Dre, we werewolves were just goods to them." Steve told him about all the misery that werewolves had to endure. Young, healthy male werewolves either become slaves for the rich or are turned into weapons on the battlefield. As for the women, they are treated as breeding tools. They're cash cows. He laughed bitterly, touching the scar on his face. "I suppose I was lucky to escape, leaving behind only this scar." And his voice grew even more indignant for the fate of those not as lucky as he was. As for the other werewolves, they are drained of their very last value, and even their mangled corpses were sold for a profit. Hearing that story, Jay felt his heart ache even more. My God, how long has this been going on? When you asked your parents, they just told you that your brother went off to be an adventurer. Little did you know. Your question was met only with Steve's bitter, pained smile. "You still call them Mom and Dad?" He sadly revealed the truth to him. The fact was, he had awakened his werewolf bloodline at the age of 3, but they forced him to keep it a secret. As a result, the very day you left home, he was locked in the basement. All those years of trauma flashed through his mind. They used a magical contract to control him, so, no matter how much they tortured him, he could never fight back against his masters. He lived in that hellish misery until he finally met other werewolves. After living in that nightmare for several years, he was eventually rescued by his own kind. That was when he realized there were so many other werewolves out there. As Steve led Jay along, he kept sharing stories of those long, painful years. As for those two mares we called Mom and Dad, they were still in the business of trafficking werewolves. After he escaped, he joined the resistance, training and studying every single day, going out to save our own kin, our true Thunder brothers and sisters. Jay looked at him with sad eyes, as if he wanted to ask something. Steve, but his question was cut short by a blue screen popping up in front of him. Jay touched the message he'd received and told Steve it was from the boss. He asked if you were safe. Steve paused for a moment at the way he addressed the other man. His leader bowed his head seriously to reply to Thunder's message, while also giving him a brief rundown of who he was. "He's the leader of the Red Wings, and my boss too." When Steve heard him mention that organization, he grew anxious. "The Red Wings, I've heard of them. Faro Apartments is being run by the Red Wings now, right?" Jay didn't hide anything and answered immediately. "That's right. It's called the Red Wings Kingdom now." He summarized the message Thunder had sent for him to hear as well. The boss said, "I'm at an auction right now, and they're auctioning off a werewolf girl." Steve was shocked again at the mention of Joe. Those bastards move fast. He hurriedly pulled his hood up, desperate to rush off and save her. "I have to go save her." But Jay spoke up to stop him. "Steve, don't rush. I'm going with you." He turned to look at him with grateful eyes. "Jay, thank you, my brother." With that, the two of them rushed toward the auction where Thunder was currently present. "We have to move fast. Once Joe is taken away, finding her again will be much harder." Jay had already updated Thunder on his current situation. "I've already sent a message to the boss." He even smiled happily at his brother, promising with absolute certainty, "Don't worry. With my boss there, those bastards won't be able to pull off their schemes."